The man traveled through time and became a noble, but he was the least favored one. He was the fifth son of an earl, with mediocre talent, no sense of existence, and was as transparent as air. As a time traveler, the man knew full well this life would most likely just muddle through. Being an idle aristocrat, lying low and waiting for death, was also a safe option. But just after the man had passed his coming-of-age ceremony, his family suddenly forced him to make a choice. Either become the eldest brother's follower and accompany him for life, or join the kingdom's knights and face life and death, or go alone and embark on that life-threatening journey in the wilderness. The man originally wanted to choose the safest path and live his life as a follower, but his fate quietly changed on the night of his 18th birthday. Late that night, in the stillness of silence, a disembodied female voice suddenly resounded through the depths of the man's soul. The guidance of destiny has been activated. The prediction of destiny will be released at midnight on the 8th day of every month. This is a man's unique cheat, his golden finger. From this moment on, this man, a salted fish, also has the chips to turn things around. The next day, in front of the Golden Knight's father, the man made a choice that shocked everyone: to join the pioneering knights and head to the gray wasteland where monsters are rampant and corpses are piled up like mountains. His family was stunned, and everyone laughed at him. A lazy, mid-level bronze loser running off to the wilderness. Isn't that courting death? But he just smiled indifferently. Soon, the man relied on the information from Destiny Guidance to accurately rescue two twin boys with amazing talents. He also saved the family's important city at the critical moment, instantly winning the attention of the family's top management and the allocation of resources. The man knew this was only the beginning. In that gray wasteland teeming with danger, he would endure the baptism of blood and fire, harnessing the power of fate's prophecy to carve out his own path to kingship. Waylon wasted no time. He picked up the two teenagers and quickly left the scene. As they passed the door, the security guards looked at the two handsome boys in Waylon's arms and immediately started talking. Master Waylon came all this way here. Could it be just for these twin boys? That's probably true. I heard some nobles treat people like that. At this moment, Ackerman walked out of the room, glanced at the subordinates who were whispering, and then shouted angrily, "Shut up! Take these people back." Several people who were about to speak further immediately fell silent and lowered their heads to do the work at hand. Meanwhile, Waylon placed the two young men on their mounts and mounted himself. Just as he was about to leave, Ackerman approached with a bag of gold coins and respectfully asked, "Master Waylon, these are the confiscated gold coins. Take a look. You can divide it among yourselves. I don't need it. Just consider it as a reward for my brother's hard work," Waylon replied calmly. "Thank you, Master Waylon." The other members of the security team couldn't help but speak excitedly after hearing this. After returning to Windsor Castle, Waylon sent his mount back to the stable, then picked up the two boys again and went straight back to his room. Along the way, the servants all looked sideways, their eyes filled with surprise, but no one dared to say a word. After all, in this castle, casually discussing the master's private affairs was tantamount to seeking death. After entering the room, Waylon gently placed the two teenagers on the bed. Seeing that they still showed no signs of waking up, he turned and left, preparing to visit Elder Miller first to seek a more suitable direction for development. After a long walk, Waylon arrived at the entrance to the underground bunker. He handed his weapon to the guard at the door, underwent a routine body search, and was allowed to enter the underground space. In the dark tunnel, the walls are engraved with the names and deeds of the members of the Axe family who have made outstanding contributions throughout the generations. As an ancient family with a 700-year heritage, the Axe family currently has 5 earls, 17 viscounts, and 33 barons. Within this tight family structure, there was naturally a clear division of primary and secondary. Waylon belonged to the main branch of the Axe family, while the other 4 earls formed branches, together forming this vast family system. All of this glory is due to the family motto set by the first patriarch, which has enabled the family to uphold the spirit of pioneering and enterprising from generation to generation, leading to today's achievements. In the kingdom of Ilia, the power represented by the Axe family is the best among the Earl class, even surpassing some Marquis-level forces. However, since their lineage hadn't yet reached 800 years, they couldn't officially ascend to the rank of Marquis. Of course, if a legendary figure emerged within the family, they could break free from the constraints of time and ascend directly to the esteemed dukedom. Waylon slowly walked up a nearly kilometer-long staircase, eventually arriving at a brightly lit archive room. Seeing an elderly man dozing off, Waylon approached with quiet steps, waiting for him to wake up. After an unknown amount of time, the old man lying in the rocking chair slowly opened his cloudy eyes and found Waylon standing quietly beside him. A gentle smile immediately appeared on his face, and he asked, "Little Waylon, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing this, Waylon bowed respectfully and then said, "Elder, I am sorry to bother you. I hope you can give me some guidance." Miller said, "Tell me about it." "It is so," Waylon replied. "According to the family motto, this morning, in my father's study, I have chosen to become a pioneer knight. Where should I go next? I hope you can give me some guidance." Miller closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Waylon stood quietly beside him, without any intention of urging him, his expression calm and determined. Miller said, "There are 3 places that I think are good places to go. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Please let me know, Elder." Waylon took out the paper and pen that had been prepared long ago, his eyes focused, and waited attentively for Miller's story. Miller said, "The first place is the gray wasteland on the northwest border of the kingdom. It's suitable for exploration. The monster races there are relatively weak, and the family has 3 barons here who can provide you with some support." Miller said, "The second place is at the southwestern border of the kingdom, bordering the Lea forest of the Principality of Lakotes and the Kingdom of Kuba in the south. This place is extremely dangerous, but it also contains huge opportunities. Another earl in the family is now in charge there. You should know." Waylon nodded in response while taking notes carefully. Miller said, "The third location is the new land in the north. 3 years ago, the kingdom defeated the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom and seized a large area of land. Now, we urgently need manpower to develop it. Although the Mountain Dwarves often counterattack, the kingdom's army is stationed there, so safety is not a problem. These 3 places are currently the most promising areas for development." When Waylon finished recording everything, he found that Elder Miller had fallen asleep again. Waylon thanked him silently and left quietly, intending to go back and think carefully. Before returning to his room, Waylon went to the kitchen to get some white bread, then went to the magic tower and asked the family wizard for 2 bottles of potion to remove the slave mark, and then walked towards his room. Waylon estimated that the twin boys should be awake by now. Arriving at the door, Waylon suddenly stopped. It was too quiet, abnormally quiet. Waylon then kicked the door open and quickly stepped back. Behind the door, Orlando's sneak attack was disrupted, and he flew backward, landing heavily on the ground. On the other side, the Hebrew man, who was holding a wooden stick and had not yet made a move, was stunned and stood there blankly. "Haha, too young." Waylon sneered and stepped forward, snatching the stick from Hebrew's hand. He grabbed Hebrew by the collar and threw Hebrew next to Orlando. Then he put the food on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, looking at Orlando and Hebrew in front of him with a serious expression. Before Waylon could speak, Orlando clutched his chest, endured the pain, and stood up, protecting Hebrew behind him. He looked at Waylon with a determined look and said loudly, "Sir, please let Hebrew go. I am willing to be your loyal slave." Waylon stared at Orlando expressionlessly, his tone icy. "What makes you think I will let the Hebrew go?" Waylon deliberately released the aura of a bronze knight, while placing his hand on the hilt of the knight's dagger. Even just 3 levels of aura would be extremely difficult for an ordinary human to bear. Orlando gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand, and said with difficulty, "Since you value us, my lord, you have bought us back. If you are willing to spare Hebrew, I am willing to be loyal forever. Otherwise, we would rather commit suicide than cause you any trouble." Hearing this, Waylon realized that Orlando and Hebrew had mistaken him for their new master. However, Waylon didn't intend to explain the truth now. There was no need. Waylon said, "What I want is for you, Orlando and Hebrew, to pledge your loyalty to me and become my guardian knights. What am I doing here with just one person?" To deepen his impression, Waylon drew his dagger, pointed it directly at Orlando, and coldly stated the final choice: loyalty or death. If Waylon cannot use this pair of young people who are in tune with each other and have great potential, he will have no choice but to destroy them with his own hands. Orlando's eyes fell on the sword blade that was shining coldly in the sunlight. Then he turned to look at Hebrew behind him, and looking at the terrified face, he finally made a decision. Orlando pulled Hebrew in front of him and forced him to kneel. Then he knelt down himself. "Sir, we brothers are willing to be your guardian knights." "Okay." Waylon put away his dagger, stood up, and helped them up one by one. He said gently, "Don't worry. As my guardian knights, I will do my best to train you." "Thank you, sir." Orlando breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. Hebrew also imitated his brother, bowed, and said, "Thank you, sir." Gurgle. Orlando's stomach rumbled, and he blushed, looking embarrassed. Waylon chuckled and handed the food on the table to Orlando and Hebrew. The two brothers took the food and ate it without hesitation. After a few minutes, the blond boy licked his fingers and said, "My lord, my slave's name is Orlando, and my brother's name is Hebrew." The term lowly slave is how slaves and serfs refer to themselves. Since you have become my guardian knights, you shall henceforth refer to yourselves by your names, or as my subordinates, or my vassals. Yes, sir, Orlando understands. In the following time, Waylon patiently explained some basic common sense to Orlando and Hebrew. As their conversation deepened, Orlando and Hebrew gradually let down their guard and began to develop a liking for Waylon. Waylon personally applied potion to Orlando and Hebrew to remove the slave marks on their foreheads. When Orlando and Hebrew looked in the mirror and found that the mark had disappeared, they were so excited that they couldn't express it in words. They immediately knelt down and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Seeing this, Waylon quickly helped Orlando and Hebrew up and continued to explain the relevant knowledge to them. Orlando and Hebrew exchanged a resolute glance. At that moment, they had already made up their minds. As long as Waylon didn't abandon them, they would follow him forever, never leaving him. Afterwards, Waylon arranged Orlando and Hebrew in the room next to his own, preparing to teach them the night awakening method the next day, striving to have them successfully initiated before leaving Windsor Castle. After a long day of toil, Waylon returned to his bed, retrieved the information he had recorded earlier, and fell into deep thought. The Grey Wasteland, the Great Leia Forest, and the New Lands of the North. Waylon already had a rough outline of these three areas of exploration in his mind. Chapter 4. Family Assistance. Waylon is a cautious person, and he is always unwilling to bet his fate on a turbulent place. The New Land of the North and the Great Forest of Leia were like two bombs poised to explode at any moment, and Waylon didn't want the foundation he had just built to vanish in an instant. So, after careful consideration, Waylon chose the Grey Wasteland as his home. Although the Grey Wasteland is 5,000 kilometers away, Waylon can arrive there quickly with the help of the teleportation array in Xia province, so it is not too troublesome. The only thing that bothered Waylon was that he couldn't carry too many people when teleporting, as the cost was frighteningly high. If he brought one more person, he would have to pay a lot more gold coins. This was not a small amount for Waylon, who had just started his own business. First, I will focus on improving my own strength, then train loyal and reliable guardian knights, and by the way, collect some information about the Grey Wasteland. This is the short-term plan that Waylon set for himself. It has clear goals and is very practical. The next day at noon, Waylon brought Orlando and Hebrew to the meditation room. He personally guided them, teaching them a method for awakening a high-level knight. While the method was complex, the results were astonishing. In just 2.5 hours, Orlando and Hebrew successfully awakened their fighting spirit, shocking Waylon greatly. Waylon couldn't help but recall the words "huge potential" mentioned in the Destiny Guidance. It seemed that the words were true. You know, it took Waylon a full half-month just to awaken his fighting spirit. Orlando and Hebrew are simply geniuses among geniuses. Waylon immediately understood that Orlando and Hebrew were destined for greatness in the future and would become his most important assistants. Therefore, the most important thing next was to build a close relationship between them. If he didn't cultivate a good relationship with talented people, and they just left after achieving great success, Waylon would lose both the money and the man. After Waylon's testing, Orlando had awakened fire-attributed Do Chi, while Hebrew had awakened ice-attributed Do Chi. These two attributes were relatively complementary, and if they could work together well in the future, their combat effectiveness would far exceed that of ordinary people. Waylon instructed Orlando and Hebrew to remain in the meditation room for the time being, concentrating on familiarizing themselves with their newly awakened fighting spirit. He himself prepared to visit the family's collection room. He wanted to select a suitable knight's breathing technique for each of them, as it was crucial for their advancement. Located in the heart of Windsor Castle, the library is the true legacy of the Eccles family. The 400-square-meter library houses tens of thousands of rare books, encompassing a wide variety of genres. These included night awakening techniques, breathing techniques, special skill books, and even a small number of magic meditation techniques and spellbooks. However, the X family was a traditional knight noble family, and the magic-related content was just embellishment. Standing before the heavy bookshelf, Waylon carefully searched and finally selected 2 breathing techniques suitable for Orlando and Hebrew. Waylon couldn't choose a too advanced version due to his limited authority, so he had to settle for the next best thing. After choosing, Waylon used the magic circle at the door to copy 2 copies, then immediately returned to the meditation room. He explained the breathing method to Orlando and Hebrew word for word, ensuring that they fully understood the core techniques of the practice. The so-called knight's breathing technique is a technique that transforms the magical energy in the air into fighting spirit, which not only increases strength, but also strengthens the body. This method may seem simple, but it actually requires a high level of understanding and is not easy to master. For the next 10 days, Waylon, Orlando, and Hebrew practiced in seclusion together. During this period, he also took time to take Orlando and Hebrew to the Temple of Life to complete the oath-taking ceremony of the Guardian Knight. Waylon knew that this was not only a recognition of Orlando and Hebrew, but also a formal establishment of Orlando and Hebrew identity. In just 2 weeks, the two had risen from knight squires to low-rank bronze knights. This speed made Waylon once again marvel at the talent of Orlando and Hebrew. They still needed to hone their combat experience and skills, but their growth rate was truly astonishing. On April 1st, 9720, with only 6 days left before Waylon was about to leave Windsor Castle, Waylon received a list of support from his father, Angus. The contents of the list made Waylon gasp. 80,000 gold coins, 12 mid-level magic crystals, 120 low-level magic crystals, 18 red-scaled horses, a team of high-ranking bronze knights, 6 sets of superior great armor, and 18 superior longswords. The total value of this was nearly 300,000 gold coins. In the entire Eagle territory, only a handful of nobles could provide such a large amount of support at once. You have to know that the entire Eagle territory only collects 3 million gold coins in tax revenue annually. A medium-sized city like Inching City only collects 600,000 gold coins in tax revenue annually. My father had practically mobilized half the city's 6-month tax revenue to fully support Waylon's pioneering efforts. Even though some of this was a reward for providing information about the family, Waylon still felt that his father's support far exceeded his expectations. By comparison, when his fourth brother left, he only received 150,000 gold coins. Now, with his own savings, Waylon had 305,000 gold coins on hand. This was enough for Waylon to gain a foothold in the wasteland, at least in the early stages. Although we have abundant funds, we must use them with caution. We can't spend money lavishly just because we have a lot of it. Waylon secretly warned himself not to be dazzled by the huge sum of money. After all, from now on, everything depends on himself. Waylon is both the decision-maker and the actual operator. While this feeling of being in charge is refreshing, it also requires calm reflection. At nightfall, Waylon sat in bed, quietly awaiting the second announcement from fate. Sure enough, the familiar female voice at 8 o'clock sounded again, bringing an extremely important warning. In 13 days, assassins will ambush the Sahacross Mountains. Their target is the 5th son of Earl Eagle. They will be disguised as robbers. Their highest combat power is high silver. It is recommended to avoid them. This news made Waylon's heart sink. He immediately realized that the Harks family had sent someone to kill him. The Sahacross Mountains were the territory of the Hacks family, and their assassination attempt was a blatant act. Waylon secretly decided to set out early and take a detour to avoid this dangerous ambush. At noon the next day, Waylon headed to training ground number 3, where all necessary supplies had been prepared for him. 12 high-ranking bronze knights stood in the center, awaiting the arrival of their new master. Their captain, Baird, had a doubtful look in his eyes, but he remained loyal. Although Waylon had a good reputation, he had once left people with the impression of being lazy and unpromising, which lacked confidence. However, Waylon understood that strength and action were the best ways to change his impression. Next, Waylon would use concrete actions to show everyone his determination and ability. Chapter 5. Arrival at the capital of Shiha Province. However, as the Night Guards personally selected by Earl Eagle, they should be loyal to their duties and repay the family for their years of training. At this moment, the person standing in front of Waylon was no longer just an ordinary knight, but Waylon's loyal fighting force in the future conquests. Waylon stood at the edge of the training ground, gazing at the 12 armored knights in the distance. Though 200 meters away, Waylon recognized them instantly. These were the guards assigned to him by his family. As Waylon walked towards them, he carefully observed these future assistants. These 12 people were mostly between the ages of 24 and 28, at the peak of their energy and fighting spirit. Normally, training a team of high-ranking bronze knights from scratch would cost tens of thousands of gold coins at the very least. Furthermore, these individuals were all incredibly talented, demonstrating the family's sincere support. At this moment, a priest of the goddess of life in a white robe came over, raised his staff, and solemnly announced, "Under the witness of the goddess of life, the oath begins." At this moment, the ceremony officially started. Draw your swords. At the command of Knight Captain Baird, the other 11 knights drew their swords in unison, placed them before their chests, and saluted Waylon. The scene was solemn, the air seemingly frozen. Waylon didn't dare to neglect him and drew his dagger, holding it before his chest with a solemn expression. Waylon knew that from this moment on, their fates would be inextricably linked. I Baird. I Andrew. The 12 knights took turns to swear an oath, their voices sonorous, every word of the oath ringing loudly, every word expressing their loyalty. They promised to fight for Varen with all their might, fulfill their duty, and uphold the spirit of chivalry. Wherever their swords pointed, their faith would follow. This was a testimony from the goddess of life and a contract of fate. Waylon also responded solemnly. I, Waylon, accept your allegiance and swear not to betray. Please ask the goddess of life to witness for us. As soon as the words fell, a sacred light descended from the sky and enveloped the 13 people. This was no illusion, but a true divine response. That invisible force forged a fateful bond between them. From now on, the 12 would rise and fall together, becoming Waylon's most steadfast supporters. You chose me, and I will not let you down. Waylon looked at each knight and silently memorized their appearance in his heart. Waylon walked over to the equipment box and opened the lid himself. Inside were 12 gleaming, superior-grade knight swords. These were no ordinary weapons, but powerful enough to decide life or death. Waylon said, as your clan leader, this is my first gift to you. Also, each of you can choose one of these red-scaled horses nearby. They will be your mounts from now on. Thank you, Lord. The 12 responded in unison, their eyes filled with a touch of respect and passion. They knew that Waylon, though young, was worthy of following. From a high-rise window in the main castle, Earl Eagle Angus quietly watched the scene. Angus's face showed satisfaction, and he felt somewhat relieved. Angus knew that if you wanted true loyalty, you couldn't be stingy. A knight willing to take the sword for you was worth more than 1,000 false allies. A brother, a wife, or even a child might not protect you from a sword, but a loyal knight would. This is the truth Angus has learned from 30 years of fighting on the battlefield. You guys go back and prepare. We will set off tomorrow and head to the provincial capital of Shiha province. Waylon's tone was firm, announcing that the next step of the plan had officially started. We will follow your instructions. The 12 men pounded their chests with their right fists, lowered their heads slightly, their voices full of respect and fighting spirit. After watching them leave, Waylon began to sort out the remaining supplies. After counting them one by one, he ordered the servants to load them onto the carriage outside the secondary fort. When everything was ready, Waylon walked towards the main fort to say goodbye to his mother. After all, this separation might last for years, and by the time we meet again, things might have changed. Waylon thought of his fourth brother, who had left 5 years ago and hadn't returned yet, with no news of him since. Waylon always remembered his fourth brother's words. If you don't make a sound, you'll be nothing. But when you do, you'll make a splash. His fourth brother did exactly that, and it made him realize the weight of perseverance and talent coexisting. Before he knew it, Waylon had reached his mother, Alyssa's, door. Sunlight streamed in from inside, and his mother sat by the window, quietly knitting a scarf. The headmaid gave a gentle reminder, and Alyssa put down her needlework and looked up at Waylon. At that moment, Waylon and Alyssa looked at each other, and no words were needed. Mother, I'm leaving tomorrow, Waylon said, his voice choking. Well, I know. My eaglet has grown up and is ready to fly high on its own. Alyssa replied with a smile, her eyes full of blessings. I will definitely return with glory, Waylon whispered. He walked forward and hugged Alyssa tightly, pouring all his emotions into the embrace. After an unknown amount of time, Waylon took the silk scarf that Alyssa had knitted and left the room. He then went to his father's study, said his goodbyes, and listened to his father's advice and encouragement. After returning to the room, Waylon asked Orlando and Hebrew to pack their bags and prepare to leave the next day. Tomorrow, Waylon, Orlando, and Hebrew would truly embark on their own journey. On the morning of April 3rd, 9720 glorious calendar, at the east gate of Windsor Castle, Varen, clad in light cloth armor and mounted on a tall, red-scaled horse, gazed towards the corner of the castle. Waylon shouted an order. Let's go. As the order came out, the convoy slowly set off and drove away from Windsor Castle. 6 carriages led the way, accompanied by 2 guardian knights, and 12 fully armed guards lined up in neat formation. While not large, this small group had already taken shape, and the sight of them embarking on their journey was inspiring. Located in the southern heart of the Kingdom of Ilia, Shiha Province is a vast region, home to 5 major noble fiefdoms and hundreds of baron and viscount fiefdoms. Its complex terrain and dense concentration of forces make it a land rife with both opportunity and risk. To avoid an ambush on the Sahakros Mountains, Wayland decided to take a detour through the forest territory. While it added over 200 kilometers to the journey, it was much safer. Wayland didn't want to be killed on the road right at the start. That would be truly foolish. More than 10 days later, after traversing 600 kilometers of mountainous and forested roads, the convoy finally arrived at the capital of Shiha province. This city, directly governed by the royal family, covered 400 square kilometers and was home to over 2 million people. Standing outside the city gates, Wayland gently stroked his mount, gazing at the 30-meter-high city walls with awe. 3 meters taller than Windsor Castle, this place truly deserved to be the heart of the southern region. From time to time, a few griffin knights flew through the air, their wings flapping, creating turbulent currents. Wayland remembered that his family also had a similar order of griffin knights, and they were quite powerful. In this world, the professional ranks can be roughly divided into apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, soul, and legend. As for the higher extraordinary realms, that is a realm that Wayland cannot reach now. Chapter 6. Harvesting the mysterious sphere. Walking on the exclusive passage for the nobles, Wayland's convoy had a smooth flow. Compared with the crowded other passages, the speed was many times faster. At that moment, a merchant suddenly stood atop the carriage and waved toward Wayland and his companions, drawing a number of glances. His movements were hurried, and it seemed he had something important to ask. But in front of a noble, this was tantamount to gambling one's life. Wayland waved his hand to signal the convoy to stop, urged his red phosphorus horse forward slowly, and said with a serious expression, "Merchant, what can I do for you?" "Your Excellency, please forgive my offense." The merchant hurriedly jumped off the carriage and knelt on the ground with a thud, his attitude extremely humble. Seeing this, the others in the passage lowered their heads and continued walking silently, fearing that if they looked any further, they would be implicated in this noble affair. Avoiding this kind of thing as soon as possible was the only way to survive. Wayland showed no displeasure and said calmly, "I forgive your rudeness." Although Wayland had doubts about the merchant's presumptuousness, he also felt a little curious in his heart. "Sir, thank you for your kindness." The merchant stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He continued, "I dare not speak my name, but I beckon you to join your caravan." Wayland tilted his head slightly, looking in the direction of the merchant's convoy. There were 8 carriages there, and Wayland only had 6. Due to his status, Wayland was entitled to waive the city tax for 20 carriages, and the merchant had clearly taken advantage of this. In this world, unless you were powerful, you had no choice but to be humble before the nobles. Especially for a slave trader like him, the slightest mistake could result in a fine or even death. "So what price are you willing to pay?" Wayland asked calmly, neither refusing nor agreeing easily. The merchant's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Sir, if you are willing to help, I can offer you 2 high-quality half-elf slaves." Hearing the word half-elf, Wayland's brow furrowed slightly, and his tone grew colder. In the kingdom of Ilia, the trafficking of half-elves was strictly prohibited, especially from the powerful half-elf kingdom on the southeastern border. Although the kingdom outwardly issued a ban, in reality, this black market trafficking chain had already spread throughout the country's nobles and chambers of commerce, with interests intertwined and difficult to eradicate. The royal family turned a blind eye to this, secretly instructing the city defense to collect heavy taxes for profit. Wayland could tell that the businessman before him was part of this gray industry chain, but he had no intention of getting involved. Seeing Wayland's slightly gloomy face, the merchant thought that the price was not high enough and immediately added hurriedly, "Sir, if you are not satisfied, I can compensate you." But before the merchant could finish, Wayland calmly interrupted him. "I am not interested in the half-elf you offer." "Sir, I am sorry for the offense, but I am willing to." The merchant didn't finish his words and was stopped by Wayland with a wave of his hand. "Listen, merchant," Wayland said. "If you have something that truly piques my interest, I can make an exception and allow you to join, exempting you from this hefty city entry tax. According to the customary rules of the Kingdom of Ilia, every half-elf entering the city must pay a tax equivalent to 10% of their value. Merchants know that this tax is not a small amount." The businessman showed a trace of pain on his face. He looked back at his caravan, thought for a moment, and then took out 2 round balls with a faint luster from his arms. The merchant carefully handed the ball over and said, "Sir, this is something I found by chance. I hope you can appreciate it. If you are not satisfied, I am willing to pay more gold coins." Wayland took the sphere and slowly injected his fighting spirit into it. A faint glow appeared on the surface of the sphere. Although it was only a brief reaction, it caught Wayland's attention. This subtle feedback showed that this thing was indeed extraordinary. From the merchant's nervous but speechless expression, Waylon judged that the two items were of considerable value, and he would naturally not let them go easily. Merchant, you can join my caravan, but you need to hand over another 1,000 gold coins. Waylon's tone was neither hurried nor slow, leaving the other party little room for thought. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The merchant was ecstatic and immediately pulled out 10 royal gold notes from his clothes, each worth 100 gold coins. These gold notes were engraved with micromagic circles and special embossings, designed to prevent counterfeiting. Waylon carefully checked to confirm everything was correct. Then he placed the 2 balls and the gold note in his arms and rode away. The merchant didn't dare delay, immediately ordering his entourage to gather the carriages and follow Waylon through the noble's passage, heading straight for the city gate. At the city gate, the guard saw the convoy flying the eagle flag of the Ikes family from afar and immediately waved their hands to let it pass, without even checking. Sir, the slave trader has 8 wagons, filled with at least 30 half-elves, the clerk said in a low voice. The city tax starts at least 3,000 gold coins. Do you think I don't want to accept it? The city gate officer frowned and patted the clerk on the back of the head. That's the flag of the Ikes family. Dare you accept it? Do you want to lose your head? I was greedy. The clerk lowered his head to admit his mistake and shut up obediently, not daring to say another word. After entering the capital of Shiha province, Waylon looked out at the bustling streets on both sides, and his perception of urban prosperity was refreshed. Windsor Castle, though wealthy, seemed as simple as a village compared to the massive city before him. Waylon had grown up in the castle. As a non-heir, he was rarely allowed to go out or socialize, which led to his leisurely nature. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he realized how vast the world truly was. The streets were lined with shops of all kinds, selling everything from magic scrolls and elemental crystals to staffs and beast flesh. Everywhere was bustling with activity, and business was booming. My lord, shall we rest in the provincial capital for a few days? Baird, the captain of the night guard, asked respectfully in a low voice. No need. Let's head directly to the teleportation array. Waylon waved his hand, his tone firm. It won't be too late to rest in Karad province. Waylon had calculated that a night here would cost at least 100 gold coins, enough to buy 2 serfs. Being at the beginning of his career, Waylon didn't intend to waste a single gold coin. 2 hours later, Waylon and his convoy arrived outside the provincial capital's teleportation hall, a towering, imposing structure. Guarding the door was a middle-aged man in a wizard's robe. Upon seeing Waylon, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Greetings, sir. Hello. Waylon also returned the greeting, and then went straight to the point. My caravan will be teleported to the provincial capital of the border province of Karat. Please wait. The middle-aged wizard nodded, and immediately arranged for 2 wizard apprentices to come forward to conduct a detailed registration and valuation of the caravan. 5 minutes later, Waylon took over a piece of paper filled with information, and the other party reminded him. According to the rights of the nobles of the Ikes family, you only need to pay 80% of the fee. Thank you. Waylon responded in a low voice. At a glance, the total cost was 6,000 gold coins, which was still within Waylon's budget. After escorting the convoy to the pre-transport inspection area, Waylon personally walked to the nearby payment window, carrying a gold note worth 10,000 gold coins. At the window, a red-haired woman, previously boredly flipping through documents, immediately sat up straight upon seeing Waylon's arrival. Ma'am, this is my bill. Waylon handed over the paper along with the eagle emblem, the symbol of his family's status. The red-haired woman verified the information and nodded. My lord, would you like to exchange it for gold coins or gold notes? Waylon thought for a moment and replied calmly. 5,000 gold coins in gold notes, and 200 gold coins in cash. Please wait. The red-haired woman nodded, and then entered the information on the magic instrument. The device looked very similar to the smart terminal that Waylon used in his previous life. A moment later, Waylon took the gold note and the cloth bag filled with gold coins, and returned to the caravan with the things. Chapter 7. Kardro Province. After waiting for half an hour, Waylon and his group of 15 people, 18 red phosphorus horses, 12 nags, and 6 carriages loaded with goods entered the transmission area. Mages stood at the 4 corners of the teleportation array and began to simultaneously inject mana into their respective magical instruments. In just a few seconds, a large number of teleportation magic circles appeared on the ground and in the air, flickering with unsteady light. As the magic power gathered, a strong white light suddenly flashed, instantly engulfing the entire convoy. Waylon felt a blankness before his eyes, and his body floated lightly, losing his sense of direction. After an unknown amount of time, As the light faded, Wei-Lin's vision gradually cleared. What came into view was a dilapidated and desolate scene, the capital of Karad province. Compared to the bustling and tidy teleportation plaza in Shiha province's capital, this place was deserted and empty, with not even a decent receptionist to be seen. The entire area seemed abandoned, devoid of life. After everyone in the convoy recovered, Wei-Lin waved and led everyone out of the teleportation hall. But as soon as they stepped onto the main street of Karad provincial city, everyone's faces darkened. The streets were littered with excrement, emitting a nauseating stench, a mixture of the odors of livestock and humans. The patrolling soldiers were lazy and disorderly, the vendors were numb, and the hooligans were rampant. My lord, is this the capital of Karad province? Baird looked around in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. This place is worse than the most dilapidated slums in Yinxing City. Why is it so chaotic here? Wei-Lin couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose, his tone revealing an unacceptable surprise and disgust. The degree of dilapidation of the capital of Karad far exceeded Wei-Lin's imagination. It was completely unlike what a provincial capital should look like. Perhaps standard cities like Shiha province and Yinxing City were the rare exceptions. Lord, where are we going next? Baird asked. Wei-Lin pulled out a map from his bosom. It was a simplified topographical map of the province of Karad. The map was so rough it looked like it was hand-drawn, with only a few place names and road directions marked. Compared to the 950,000 square kilometers of Shiha province, Karad's territory is only 150,000 square kilometers, with a population of less than 2 million. Compared to Eagle territory, it is only about one-third the size. First, go to the administrative building in the provincial capital to complete the registration procedures, and then visit my cousin Baron Alcott to understand the local situation. After saying that, Wei-Lin put away the map and instructed Baird. They continued on their way, braving the stench. Sewage and excrement mingled beneath their feet, making every step nauseating. Wei-Lin couldn't help but wonder how these people could endure such living conditions. Fortunately, the provincial capital was small, and they reached the Dongqing District Administrative Building in just over 10 minutes. It was called an administrative building, but it was actually a two-story stone building with a layer of peeling white paint on the exterior. Standing in front of the door, Wei-Lin felt the walls were grayish, and the more he looked at them, the more they looked like black. There was no official heir to be found. It looked like a makeshift granary. Stop! Who are you, you country bumpkin? How dare you run here? Don't you have eyes? The soldier guarding the gate saw that Wei-Lin and others were dressed in low-key clothes, and raised the inferior spear in his hand with disdain on his face. How dare you? Baird roared, drawing his sword and preparing to teach this ignorant fool a lesson. You dare to attack me? The soldier immediately retreated, turning around and shouting, Help! Someone's breaking into the administration building. Before long, a dozen guards and a knight burst out of the building and stood on the doorstep, surrounding Wei-Lin and his companions. The guards and knights stepped forward, swords drawn, blocking Wei-Lin's way and confronting the guards on the opposite side. The situation was about to erupt. Who are you? How dare you break in here? The leading knight showed vigilance and had a magic scroll for signaling in his hand. Wei-Lin looked at the leading knight coldly and said, Your men are speaking outrageously and insulting the nobles. Even if I were to chop him down on the spot, His Majesty the King would not hold him accountable. The knight was startled, his gaze shifting to the Eagle family banner hanging from the distant carriage, his expression suddenly changing. But the leading knight gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. After all, he represented Governor Carroll's reputation and could not easily show weakness. I know what you are hesitating about, Wei-Lin said coldly. Hand over the guard to me, and let this matter be over, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences. Sir, what you said. Just when he was in trouble, a wealthy middle-aged man walked out of the building. The middle-aged man had just opened his mouth when he saw the Eagle banner, his expression suddenly changing, and he swallowed his words. Hand the guard over to this knight, the middle-aged man said, his tone unequivocal. The leading knight said, But, Governor, didn't you hear my order? The governor shouted loudly, leaving no room for questioning. Yes. The knight's face was filled with reluctance, but he could only obey the order and ordered the guard to be disarmed and brought before Wei-Lin. The soldier was already terrified, his face filled with fear, and his earlier arrogance had long since disappeared. Wei-Lin drew his dagger from his waist and, in full view of the crowd, stabbed the man in the chest. My lord governor, I'm sorry, Wei-Lin said calmly, as if he was just dealing with an annoying rat. It's okay, young eagle of the X family. Welcome to the Cardro province. The governor forced a smile, his tone barely steady. Waylon then waited outside the administrative building, waiting for the identity registration process to be completed. About 10 minutes later, an official emerged, holding a token with the Chinese characters Kaichuo, opening up, engraved on the front and Waylon's identity information on the back. The official respectfully handed the token to Waylon. "My Lord Governor, I bid you farewell." Waylon accepted the token and said his last words tersely. "I bid you farewell." The middle-aged man replied with the standard aristocratic greeting, a false smile still on his face, though he was eager for Waylon to leave immediately. After Waylon's convoy had departed, the knight, who had remained silent until then, finally asked, "Governor, this is our territory. Why should we be afraid of Waylon?" The governor's face darkened, and he replied coldly, "If it were any other noble family's son, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if you provoke someone from the Ike's family, they'll be like a mad dog, biting you and won't let go." The governor paused, then added, "Not provoking them is our only option." Seeing that the knight wanted to argue, the governor interrupted him directly. "Stop talking nonsense and continue your vigilance. The dead guards will be treated according to the minimum death pension. Also, take care of your people and don't cause me any more trouble." "Yes, sir." The knight looked unwilling, but he had to respond. After leaving the administrative building, Waylon left the capital of Cartero province without stopping. While the exiled governor wouldn't dare take action due to the reputation of the Ike's family, he was wary of the possibility. He didn't want to risk the other party's intentions. As soon as they left the small town, Baird rode up to Waylon and asked, puzzled, "My lord, why don't you just give the order and have your men kill that knight and the 13 guards?" Waylon replied, "Everything has its limits. Don't overdo it, or they'll be in trouble. They might end up in a desperate situation with us." After hearing this, Baird's face was filled with confusion. What on earth was this? Waylon saw the confused captain of the night guard, sighed, and said soothingly, "Don't worry about these things. Just focus on leading the troops." Baird said, "Yes, my lord." Looking at these politically insensitive knights, Waylon decided to look for an internal affairs talent during the development. Chapter 8. Gut Territory, Baron Alcott, Gut Territory, with an area of more than 3,500 square kilometers, most of which is plain terrain, has a population of more than 90,000 people, and is one of the top aristocratic forces in the province of Karad. The lord of this place, named Alcott Acres, is a sixth-generation member of the Acres family, the same generation as Varen's father. Alcott Acres is the kind of person who relies on his family's influence and sincerely wants to make a career. Everyone in the family received a rigorous education from a young age, especially those who embarked on the path of pioneering knights, who aspired to bring honor to their family. Alcott was a prime example of this. It has been more than 50 years since Alcott came to the province of Karald. He has taken one step at a time, from scratch to finally establish the solid foundation he has today. "Master, a guard came to report that your nephew Waylon is here to visit, and he has also attached a letter to prove his identity." An elderly butler walked into the study and reported to Alcott, who was in his 70s but still looked middle-aged. Alcott was a high-ranking silver knight, only halfway through his lifespan. Judging by his lifespan, he still had over 60 years to live. Once he reached a higher level, his lifespan would instantly increase by 2 centuries. Alcott looked puzzled as he took the letter and glanced at the cover. The family crest was printed on it, but Alcott hadn't been back in 20 years. "Although I received letters from my family during this period, most of them were business-related exchanges, and truly private communications were rare." Alcott opened the letter, carefully checked the hidden marks, and after confirming that it was authentic, he began to read Waylon's introduction and basic information. "Go, call Cowell, and come with me to greet my nephew." Alcott straightened his clothes and instructed the old butler. "Yes, sir." The old butler nodded in agreement, helped Alcott adjust his cloak, and then left to inform the heir Cowell. At the gates of Gut City, the central town of Gut Territory, Waylon surveyed the clean, spacious streets with a hint of satisfaction. The ground was clean, the buildings neatly arranged, and even the residents' faces were rosy. It was far better than the other noble estates he'd seen along the way. "Baird, it seems my cousin is indeed quite capable." Waylon's eyes were sharp, his tone full of admiration. "My lord, you are right." Baird, the captain of the night guard, nodded in agreement. Soon, a middle-aged man, accompanied by several knights and a steward, came briskly towards Waylon and Baird. It was Alcott himself. "Nice to meet you, uncle. I'm Waylon Ikes, the 5th son of Earl Eagle." Waylon took the initiative to step forward, bowed slightly, and saluted with a respectful attitude. "Haha, welcome, Waylon. How has Lord Angus been doing recently?" Alcott responded enthusiastically with a smile on his face. "Everything is fine. The Eagle territory under my father's rule is gradually becoming stronger, Waylon said in a firm tone and with a confident look on his face. Come, let me introduce you. This is my most outstanding son, Cowell. Alcott held Waylon's hand and spoke in a friendly tone. Hello, cousin. Waylon instinctively extended his right hand in a polite greeting. Cowell was stunned for a moment, but soon extended his hand and shook Waylon's. This unfamiliar way of greeting made Alcott look puzzled, but as an elder, Alcott couldn't ask directly. By the way, uncle, cousin, since this is our first meeting, I brought a little gift. Waylon turned and gestured. Orlando stepped forward, holding an exquisite wooden box and slowly opening it. 3 intermediate magic crystals lay quietly within the box, shimmering with light and appearing exceptionally valuable. This is too expensive, Orcott said, momentarily surprised and hesitant. In Karad province, a single mid-level magic crystal was worth 5,000 gold coins, so these 3 together would be worth 15,000. And the annual tax revenue for Orcott's entire territory was just over 30,000 gold coins. Uncle, you're welcome. I just arrived here and need information and support. I still have to rely on your care. Waylon chuckled, his attitude sincere and generous. Although Alcott made a few polite remarks, he still let the butler accept the gift and then personally took Waylon and walked towards the castle. Along the way, Alcott was very enthusiastic, introducing this and that, and speaking clearly. Alcott said, Velen, the most crucial element of expansion is manpower. In return, I'll give you 200 serfs, 20 carts of grain, 200 spears, and a detailed map. Thank you, uncle, Waylon said, smiling broadly, but a shrewd look flickered in his eyes. This aid was exactly what Waylon wanted. Soon, Varen and Alcott arrived at the castle, and the banquet began. In the hall of Gut Castle, Varen's 14 knights gathered with Alcott's 60-plus knights, creating a lively atmosphere. As the center of the party, Waylon naturally attracted many eyes, especially the favor from more than 30 beautiful girls. However, Waylon had no intention of marrying before the age of 30, unless he encountered a marriage that could bring substantial benefits. Even if these girls took the initiative to propose a brief fling, Waylon would refuse them all. Velen, you can actually relax a bit. Cowell raised his glass and persuaded with a smile. No, cousin. As a loyal knight, premarital behavior is a blasphemy against your oath. Velen's expression was serious, and his answer was unequivocal. Huier looked at Waylon's serious face and smiled awkwardly. Then I won't bother you. Waylon smiled softly and watched his cousin leave. Everyone has their own choices, and Waylon doesn't need to interfere. After the banquet, Waylon and Alcott went into the study and talked by candlelight for 2 hours before going to rest under the guidance of the servants. As night fell, Waylon lay on his soft bed, his mind pondering his next direction. According to the intelligence provided by Alcott, the southwest of the Gray Wasteland was rich in resources and had mostly flat terrain, but also possessed numerous monsters, making exploration extremely difficult. Although the place was tempting, Waylon didn't rush into making a decision. He planned to visit the other 2 barons of the Ikes family and turn over the next 2 weeks to gather more detailed intelligence. After 3 days in Gutland, Waylon bid farewell to Alcott. With Alcott's warm farewell, Waylon, along with his entourage and the newly acquired serfs, embarked on a new journey. These 200 serfs were all young and strong men, and each was worth 33 gold coins when placed on the market in the province of Karat. They could be used as cannon fodder in battle, or they could work in the fields and open up wasteland. Because of the surge in the number of people in the caravan and the limited physical strength of the serfs, Waylon had to slow down his march. Fortunately, the experienced Baird was in command of the team. According to Baird's arrangement, the serfs were divided into 20 small teams in an orderly manner. As time went by, these 200 serfs gradually formed the prototype of a basic army, but their combat effectiveness remained to be tested. May 1st, 9720 glorious calendar, a fateful day. As night fell, Waylon sat by the fire, quietly waiting. The moon hung high in the sky. As the hour quickly approached 8 o'clock, a melodious female voice once again rang in Waylon's ears. Chapter 9, Encounter with Bandits. A goblin king appears in the southwest of the Gray Wasteland. He is uniting the goblins in the area, preparing to retaliate against the humans who have encroached on their homes. He plans to launch an attack on the southern part of Cadlo province within a year. We can't go southwest for now. Waylon put away the fate guidance report and sighed helplessly. He had thought Alcott's information would provide some direction, but he hadn't expected the risks in the southwest to be far greater than he had imagined. Waylon had originally been somewhat hopeful, but the threat posed by the Goblin King had left him feeling somewhat down. He shook his head slightly, his mood slightly subdued. Seeing this, Orlando walked over and asked with a worried look on his face. Master, are you facing any difficulties? How about I help you out? Okay, I'm fine. Waylon patted Orlando's shoulder gently, his eyes softening. Your current mission is to cultivate, not to think about showing off all the time. Waylon ruffled Orlando's blonde hair as he spoke, his tone full of elder concern. Let's talk about this later when you can stand on your own. At this time, Knight Captain Baird came over and reported in a serious tone. My lord, according to Baron Alcott's map, the area ahead is a high-incidence area for bandits. We need to increase our vigilance. Well, the reconnaissance and defense along the way are left to you. Waylon nodded. It's a good opportunity to capture a batch of slaves. It will be easier to expand with more manpower. I understand, and I will make arrangements. Baird responded by kneeling on one knee, then turned around to arrange the team. Just beside the road where Waylon's group was about to pass, a group of bandits, numbering over 100, were ambushing. Holding swords, they hid in the bushes, their eyes full of greed, waiting for the fat sheep to approach. Boss Cook, that group of people will pass by here in 30 minutes. A scout approached quietly and reported to the bandit leader. Brothers, get ready. Once we finish this job tonight, there'll be plenty of wine and women. Cook licked his lips and shouted the order. A burst of cheers erupted, and the atmosphere became wild. But under Cook's scolding, everyone quickly quieted down, holding their breath, and bided their time. Half an hour later, Waylon's convoy slowly entered the bandits' ambush range. The road ahead was utterly silent, a cause for alarm. Waylon sat on his horse, frowning, and whispered, Baird, do you find this place unusually quiet? My lord, I've also noticed that there might be an ambush. Do you want us to send someone to investigate first? Baird rode forward and said after looking around. No, they should be in the bushes ahead. Order everyone to prepare for battle, Waylon ordered calmly. Yes, my lord, Baird replied, and began to arrange his troops for defense. The convoy continued to advance, getting closer and closer to the ambush point. The bandit leader looked at the size of the convoy, especially the 200 serfs armed with spears, and suddenly felt hesitant. Boss, there are a lot of people, aren't they? The bandit leader warned quietly. Shut up, Cook shouted angrily. This is a mission assigned by the higher-ups, and we must complete it. Cook said, those serfs are just decorations and can't scare anyone. If you keep talking nonsense, I will cook you and eat you. Yes, yes, boss. The bandit leader immediately shut up. The bandit leader had witnessed the scene of Cook cooking people and didn't dare to say anything more. As the caravan approached, Cook gripped his mace tightly, holding his breath. Finally, a roar pierced the silence. Kill. Hundreds of bandits surged out of the bushes like a tide, brandishing their weapons and charging at the caravan. Meet the enemy. Baird immediately drew his sword and gave the order. 200 serfs, led by their respective captains, quickly formed two defensive lines around the carriage. Although their movements were somewhat chaotic, completing the formation in such a short time was a remarkable feat. Waylon said nothing, already feeling satisfied with these serfs who had only been training for half a month. He hadn't expected them to fight like regular soldiers. The knights didn't hesitate. 11 of them, mounted on red phosphorus horses, charged towards the enemy, swords drawn. Crack! Over a dozen heads flew high into the air, and the bandits at the front were instantly killed or wounded. Most of the bandits fell without even touching the enemy. Seeing this, Cook saw that the morale was unstable, so he immediately picked up his mace and rushed towards a knight, hoping to boost morale with a head. Knight Andrew's eyes narrowed. After killing 2 people, he had already noticed this guy. Andrew quietly gathered his strength and waited for Cook to get close before drawing his sword. Crack! Cook's head flew up with an excited smile on his face, but he didn't realize that the headless corpse was himself. Cook, a mid-level bronze warrior, was beheaded with a single blow, instantly shattering the hearts and minds of the other bandits, who fled in all directions, completely devastating the situation. Seeing this, Baird immediately ordered, serf squads, attack. Assist in the encirclement. Waylon stood in the center of the army, witnessing the entire battle. Before the serfs even made contact with the enemy, the bandits were already being slaughtered and scattered by the knights. Waylon shook his head secretly. These bandits from Cartero province are too stupid. They have no skills, and yet they dare to rob. They really deserve it. The entire battle, from the beginning to the end, lasted no more than 8 minutes. Immediately, the troops began to count their gains and capture prisoners. My lord, we've killed 43 enemies and captured 57 alive, Baird reported as he approached Waylon. Waylon nodded, patted Baird on the shoulder, and said loudly, your bravery proves your loyalty. At this time, For Serfs brought two bandit leaders to Wei Lin and knelt on the ground waiting for their fate. Tell me, who's your leader? Who ordered you to ambush us? Baird drew his sword, pressed it against a man's neck, and demanded coldly. It was Cook. He was our leader, and you just killed him. The bandit leader replied tremblingly. As for who's behind this, I don't know. Wei Lin glanced at Baird and waved his hand slowly. The next moment, Baird swung his sword and slashed the man's throat. Blood gushed out, and the other bandit leader turned pale with fear, begging for mercy. The bandit leader said, Sir, I know. We do have a mastermind behind this, a nobleman. But who is it exactly? Only Cook knows. He just died. Please spare my life. The bandit leader lay on the ground and begged. Wei Lin's eyes darkened. Looks like a hyena is targeting us. Baird beheaded the remaining man with a single blow, then turned to Wei Lin and said, My lord, there are only a few noble families in this area. If we want to find out who's behind this and gauge their reputation, the family with the worst reputation is the most suspicious. Chapter 10. Baron Brian. No, it could also be the one with the best reputation. Wei Lin, having learned of the hidden agenda, shook his head and said to Baird, My lord, why is this? Baird asked in confusion, shaking the blood off the knight's long sword and sheathing it. Wei Lin said, There are many intricacies involved, and I can't explain them all in a short time. We will fight back against any adversity with our swords. Seeing that Wei Lin was unwilling to talk further, Baird stopped asking questions and returned to the caravan, reorganizing the team and preparing to set off. Wei Lin looked at the corpses of the bandits lying in the wilderness, his eyes deep and deep, lost in thought. During the next few days of the journey, Wei Lin did not encounter any robbers again. Perhaps the hyenas knew that the caravan was powerful and did not want to die in vain, so they chose to give up. After crossing the wilderness, Wei Lin and Baird finally reached their second destination, Ridge, the territory of Baron Brian. Before Wei Lin even set foot in Ridge, Baron Brian had already learned of their whereabouts. As a pioneer with only 6 years of experience, Brian's career was on the rise, and he was extremely sensitive to his surroundings. After all, a team of more than 200 people was quite conspicuous at the edge of the gray wasteland. Wei Lin, who was walking at the front of the team, looked at the dust rising in the distance, concentrated his fighting spirit in his eyes, and found that a team was approaching them. He immediately ordered Baird and others to prepare for battle. Is that cousin Wei Lin in front? A rough voice came, making Wei Lin let down his guard a little and ride his horse forward to greet him. The man was wearing loose clothes, with a knight's sword hanging from his waist. Behind him were several knights and more than 30 knight squires. Cousin, long time no see. I miss you so much. How are you doing? Wei Lin rode forward and looked at Brian's face, which was still the same as when he left Windsor Castle 6 years ago. Welcome, Wei Lin. Brian dismounted, opened his arms, and hugged Wei Lin warmly, showing great enthusiasm. Wei Lin said, Cousin, I'll need to bother you for the next few days. I hope you don't mind. Brian said, Of course not. It just so happens that Arik is visiting my castle right now. We could have a good chat then. Wei Lin was overjoyed to hear that the third person he was visiting was in Brian's castle. Orlando, get the second wooden box from the second carriage. Orlando came to the second carriage, brought a heavy box, and placed it in front of Brian and Wei Lin. Wei Lin stepped forward and opened the box, revealing a set of excellent knight, full armor. Baron Brian's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he watched the gleaming armor. Wei Lin asked, Cousin, how about this gift? What should I do? I'd be disrespectful to refuse. Brian walked forward and stroked the armor that belonged to him, as gently as if he was comforting a woman. After hearing Brian's contradictory words, Wei Lin smiled. He was still the familiar person, not much changed. Perhaps because there were outsiders present, Brian realized that he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment, then ordered the box to be taken away. He said, Wei Lin, come on, I'll take you to my castle. I'm going to hold a banquet for you tonight. Wei Lin said, Haha, Cousin Brian, I'm looking forward to it. Brian led the way, guiding Wei Lin and his group to the castle. After traveling more than 10 kilometers, they arrived at a small but practical war fortress. The fortress walls were covered in barbs to prevent climbing. The number of crossbows and ballistae on the walls was beyond imagination. In an open space not far from the fortress, thousands of young men, led by several knights, were practicing thrusting exercises. Judging from their clothing, they must be civilians from the Ridge territory. Brian followed Wei Lin's gaze and explained with a smile. Wei Lin, the border is not peaceful. These are preparations for monster raids. Wei Lin said, Cousin, you have achieved a lot in the past 6 years. Of course, don't you see who I am? I am Brian, the man destined to become the sixth Earl of the Ikes family. Hearing Wayleen's affirmation, Brian became more proud and declared loudly. Suddenly, Brian seemed to remember something and asked bluntly, "Wellen, didn't you say you'd stay in Eagle territory when you were little? Why did you run away and become a pioneer knight?" Wayland said, "It's a long story, but I'll just leave it at that. Just consider it a sudden realization." Brian said, "That's right. As a man of the X family, you should become a pioneer knight and fight for your own territory. Only then can you be worthy of your ancestors." "Okay, cousin, let's talk about this later. First, take me inside to visit your castle. I can't wait to learn more about your fortress." Wayland interrupted hurriedly and changed the subject, fearing that Brian would talk for hours. Entering the hall, he saw an elegant-looking man sitting quietly in a chair, sipping tea. "Wellen, this is Arik, Baron Brian scratched his head, unable to remember how to introduce him. Wayland, who had done his homework, rolled his eyes at Brian, walked up to him, hugged him, and said affectionately, "Cousin Alec, nice to meet you." "I'm nice to meet you too, my brother." Alec was stunned for a moment by the sudden hug, then responded to Wayland's enthusiasm. Brian smiled awkwardly on the side. Brian has always been confused about family relationships and often mistakes his relatives. "Master, the banquet is ready. Please move to the living room." A white-bearded butler walked into the hall and reported respectfully, "Wellen, Alec, dinner is ready. Let's eat and chat. Let Wayland tell us about the family's past 30 years." Brian greeted the two and went to the living room. During the dinner, Wayland and Alec had a lively conversation, covering a wide range of topics, including the kingdom's politics, geography, and neighboring countries. Brian was very happy to see Alec and Wayland getting along so well. But what Brian didn't know was that although Wayland and Alec could talk about anything, in fact, both Wayland and Alec were on guard against each other, but they were just doing a very good job on the surface. As time passed and the banquet ended, Wayland dragged his exhausted body to the room Brian had arranged for him. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes, recalled the dinner conversation, and combined it with the information provided by Baron Alcott. He pondered which direction of the Grey Wasteland would be most suitable as the initial expansion point. Wayland had only one request: ensure safety first and worry about the rest later. Brian and Alec unanimously recommended that he explore the northwest direction of the Grey Wasteland, which was contrary to Alcott's recommendation. Fate had clearly indicated that Alcott's recommended direction carried significant risks, leaving the northwest as the only option. It seemed there was no choice. Regardless of the risks, the southwest route through the Grey Wasteland was also a good option. "Never mind, safety comes first. I'll choose the northwest direction. With the guidance of fate, when I become strong enough, the entire Grey Wasteland will be mine. Will I still need to make a choice then?" After making up his mind, Wayland began to fall asleep. Chapter 11: Finalizing the Development Direction. The next day, Wayland slept until noon, ate the food brought by the servants, and then couldn't wait to find Brian and Alec to discuss the purchase of supplies. However, before that, Wayland had someone bring a red phosphorus horse over, ready to give it to Baron Alec as a gift to build a good relationship with him. It will be much easier to ask others for help in the future. At this moment, in the castle study, Brian and Alec sat opposite each other. "Alec, what do you think of Varen?" "I can't tell. It's impossible to tell based on just what we spent time together last night." After hearing this, Alec thought for a few minutes and finally shook his head. "You can't tell, but my cousin is a very outstanding guy who values family, but he's just a little lazy. After 6 years of not seeing him, he gave me a set of excellent knights, full body armor worth 12,000 gold coins as soon as he came. But I'm troubled and don't know how to return the gift." Having said that, Brian looked at Alec and stared at him with his eyes bright. "Well, it's easy for you to return the gift. I saw that the people he brought had no protective armor. You can give him 100 sets of leather armor as a return gift." Alec covered his forehead and looked at this big fool, not knowing what to say. "Ha ha ha, you're really smart. It's indeed a wise decision to ask you to come and replan the layout of the villages in the territory." Brian laughed and said excitedly, "Master, Lord Varen requests that you and Lord Alec go to the training grounds." Suddenly, the butler's voice came from outside the door, which made Brian stop smiling. "Let's go and see what Wayland wants from us." Brian stood up first and walked towards the door. Alec followed closely behind him and headed for the training ground. In his opinion, Wayland invited him over to give him a gift, so he began to think about how to return the gift appropriately. At the training ground, Wayland watched the two men arrive and walked up to Alec and said, "Cousin, what do you think of this horse? It's fat and strong, with a trace of red dragon blood. It has a lot of room to grow. It's worth 20,000 gold coins on the market." Alec gave a fair evaluation based on the appearance of the horse. Cousin, you have good taste. This is a gift from me. I hope you like it. Alec calmly replied. Since it's your gift, I'll accept it. In return, I'll give you 60 carts of grain, a batch of iron farm tools, and a detailed map of the Yellowstone region northwest of the Gray Wasteland. Waylon was stunned when he heard this. How could he have known that he had chosen the Yellowstone region in the northwest of the Gray Wasteland as his development direction? He looked up at Alec's smiling eyes, sighed inwardly, and said with a smile, Thank you for your help, cousin. At the same time, Brian found the right moment and said with a smile, Waylon, I don't have any good things. My territory only has a lot of iron ore. So I will give you 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords as my return gift. I hope you don't mind. Thank you, cousin. As expected, Alec once again looked at this generous fool, not knowing what to say. Brian ignored his look. Seeing his family happy, he felt happy inside. That afternoon, Brian delivered 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords to Waylon. In a camp outside the castle, Waylon picked up an iron sword, tried it on a wooden stake a few times, and found that it was of good quality. Then he checked the iron armor and leather armor, and found that they were all top-quality, ordinary-grade products, with no inferior products being passed off as good ones. According to the market value in Cardro province, these things are worth 15,000 gold coins. In the event of war, they can be sold for 30,000 gold coins. My lord, with this batch of weapons, our initial development operations will be much smoother. Baird, the captain of the night guard, stared at the weapons and said excitedly, Next, the task of training these 200 people will be handed over to you. I hope you can play a more important role in actual combat. Master, please rest assured. Baird was excited. He left the castle with several knights and went to the camp outside the city to gather serfs. He couldn't wait to start training. With nothing to do, Waylon returned to his room and opened the map of the Yellowstone area in the northwest of the Gray Wasteland given to him by Alec. He looked at it carefully and thought about the best area to develop. As for the 60 carts of food and a batch of farm tools promised by Alec, they will be delivered to Brian's castle within half a month. Therefore, Waylon was prepared to shamelessly eat and drink for free at his cousin Brian's house, and was fully prepared. The Yellowstone region in the northwest of the Gray Wasteland has a total area of 600,000 square kilometers, which is the size of 4 Cardro provinces. It has a major river, the Yellow Sand River, which flows from southeast to northwest and merges into an unknown distance. The closer you are to the river, the more fertile the land is and the more monsters there are. Away from the river, the land is relatively barren, but crops can be grown normally, though the yield is low. For wheat, 1 acre of land can produce about 150 kilograms. According to the calculations made by Waylon in his previous life, an adult needs to consume 400 kilograms of wheat a year. However, this is a different world, and most of the people here are serfs without freedom. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. In theory, the wheat harvested from 1 acre of land plus food such as wild vegetables is enough to feed a high-quality serf. No, this idea is too evil. I have morals. If I go too far, how can I survive in the family? Waylon shook his head, threw the idea out of his mind, and stopped thinking about such things. Then, he turned his attention to the distribution areas of monsters in the Yellowstone area, still drawing a map based on river distribution. Near the main trunk of the Huangsha River are some relatively powerful monster clans, such as ogres, gnolls, and minotaurs. The tributaries are occupied by some weak monsters, such as ogres, goblins, and other weak monsters. The good news is that there are almost no powerful monsters in the Yellowstone region. The strongest monster clan leader is at the gold level. As long as he doesn't seek death, he can directly go to the Yellow Sand River Basin to expand his territory without worrying about safety issues. The bad news is that the barren environment makes the magic environment here extremely poor, making cultivation very difficult and requiring the assistance of magic crystals. Then he looked at the southern part of the Yellowstone area, a place called Toxic, which was 200 kilometers away from here in a straight line and covered an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. There were only monster clans like goblins around it, and the most powerful monster was only high-level bronze, which was very suitable for him to develop. After finalizing the direction, Waylon came to the table, took out a piece of paper, and began to record the assets he currently owned. A wise lord, 2 underage guardian knights, 12 high-ranking bronze knights, 200 serfs in training, and 55 bandit slaves. 81,200 gold coins, 9 intermediate magic crystals, and 120 low-level magic crystals. 17 red-scaled horses, 5 sets of excellent knight full body armor, and 6 excellent knight long swords. 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, 100 iron swords, 60 carts of food that have not yet arrived, and a batch of farm tools. The above is all the property that Wei Lin currently owns. With these things, it is enough to support his initial expenses in developing the territory. Chapter 12. The First Battle of Development, Part 1. On May 17, 9720 of the glorious calendar, after receiving 60 carts of food and a batch of farm tools from Alec, Wei Lin led his men away and officially began his pioneering journey. He felt embarrassed after living here for half a month with such a thick face. He couldn't wait to say goodbye to his cousin and lead his men to leave the ridge territory and head to the toxic area. Standing on the castle tower, Brian looked at the group of people leaving and sighed. Master, the servants found 300 gold coins when they were cleaning Lord Wei Lin's room. The castle steward came to Brian and reported to him with his head down. Brian was stunned when he heard this, then smiled bitterly and said, I guess he was afraid that if he gave it to me in person, I wouldn't accept it, so he resorted to this desperate measure. Master, what should we do? Take it. Brian looked into the distance, his eyes deep. Next time we trade, remember to remind me not to let my brother suffer any loss. Yes, sir. Afterwards, the butler withdrew, and Brian stood alone on the tower, watching Wei Lin leave. After 5 days, they arrived at the edge of Toxic. Wei Lin ordered his men to set up camp and ordered Baird to send people to scout the surrounding situation. Their arrival also attracted the attention of a relatively powerful goblin tribe nearby. 2 days later, in a tent, Wei Lin gathered all 12 of his knights and held a simple military meeting. Due to the simple facilities, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone, after 2 days of investigation, the general situation around here is as shown in the picture. Tell us what you think. Among the crowd, there was a temporary wooden table made of several wooden boxes, on which was placed a simple map covering the basic situation of the surrounding hundreds of square kilometers. On the map, there are goblin tribes of all sizes marked. Roughly counting, there are no less than 20 of them. The largest one has more than 300 goblins, and the smaller ones have dozens. Altogether, there are more than 2,000 goblins. My lord, I think we should concentrate our forces to defeat the most powerful tribe. That way, even if the remaining goblins sense the crisis and unite, they won't pose a threat to us, and they might even lead to internal strife. Baird, captain of the Night Guard, pointed to the largest tribe on the map and offered his opinion. Yes, that makes sense. The goblins are a greedy and despicable race, especially those who bully the weak and fear the strong. If we defeat the strongest among them, even if the other tribes unite, they will fall into internal strife due to the lack of a strong leader and be defeated one by one. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin nodded, then looked at the others, wanting to get more different opinions. But he still overestimated the IQ of this group of people. He saw the other 11 people looking left and right, and then all looking at Wei Lin, their clear eyes revealing stupidity. Sure enough, among these 12 people, only Baird is suitable to be the commander-in-chief. The others are at best general material. But he was also satisfied. As the saying goes, it is easy to get an army, but it is difficult to find a general, and even more difficult to find a commander-in-chief. This theorem also applies to the other world known for its power. Of course, a force strong enough to crush all conspiracies and tricks. If Wei Lin had thousands of bronze knights, he could just sweep across, kill all the goblins on this land, and easily occupy this place. Why would he discuss any countermeasures here? After waiting for a few minutes, no one spoke. Wei Lin looked around disappointedly and said, Let's adopt Baird's suggestion this time. Go down and prepare, and start the operation tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Everyone answered loudly, then left the tent and returned to their own tents to prepare. Orlando and Hebrew, who were serving as guards outside the tent, saw everyone leave, lifted the curtain, and entered the tent. Master, what's bothering you? Orlando saw Wei Lin's dejected look and stepped forward to greet him. It's okay, I'm just a little depressed. Why are there so few smart people under my command? Seeing this, Hebrew asked curiously, My lord, are those knights stupid? Shut up, Hebrew, Orlando scolded softly, turning to Varen and apologizing. Lord, my brother speaks without restraint. I hope you will forgive him. It's okay. It's okay to say these things in front of me, but don't say such things in public. Yes, my lord. Hebrew realized the problem and responded quickly. All right, you two should go out and prepare. This time, you need to get some experience in the battle against the goblin tribe. Training without actual combat will not be beneficial to your growth. Yes, my lord. Orlando bids farewell to Varen and Hebrew and leaves the tent. As soon as he returned to his tent, Orlando pulled his brother into a corner and scolded him with a stern face. Hebrew, What are the 6 words I told you? Seeing his brother's expression, Hebrew avoided his gaze and replied hesitantly, less talking, more doing. So what did you do today? Brother, Hebrew said with his head down. Alas, Orlando looked at his brother and said helplessly, there absolutely cannot be a next time. The Lord treats us as family, but others may not. You must remember these 6 words. Kindness. Hebrew nodded heavily and followed his elder brother to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Since awakening their fighting spirit, the two have been practicing for less than a month and a half and are now mid-level bronze knights. Their speed of progress is far beyond Wayleen's reach. He estimates that in a year at most, his 2 underage guardian knights will become silver knights. However, with the oath taken by the guardian knights and the witness of the goddess of life, he was not afraid of the 2 guardian knights rebelling. Besides, Orlando and the Hebrews had no reason to rebel against him. In a luxurious cave in the Stone Tribe, a goblin leader holding a staff looked panicked after listening to the information from the goblin scouts. You can see clearly, there are hundreds of them. Elder, there are literally hundreds of humans in that group, all armed. I'm willing to guarantee it with my life. What should I do? The goblin leader paced back and forth, thinking of a strategy. Was he going to escape again? More than 30 years ago, his tribe encountered human pioneers and migrated for the first time. More than 10 years ago, he encountered human pioneers again and migrated again. Now he has come to this place and met human pioneers. Great Goblin God, please guide your humble followers. The goblin leader knelt before the statue and prayed. But the ugly statue didn't react at all. In desperation, the goblin leader of the Stone Tribe stood up, a fierce look on his face, ready to save himself, not only for his people, but also for the salt mine he had finally discovered. He then shouted, "Go and invite the leaders of the surrounding tribes. I want to discuss important matters with them and defend our territory." "Yes, Chief." Several goblin warriors around the cave responded and then left. Chapter 13, The First Battle of Development. The next morning, the entire camp, except for 20 armed serfs who stayed behind to guard the place, was completely empty. 13 bronze knights, 2 apprentice knights, 180 armed serfs, and 55 cannon fodder slaves, for a total of 250 combatants. The marching team, stretching over 300 meters, marched towards the goblin tribe 25 kilometers away. In the team, every armed serf was not panicked. Instead, they looked excited and couldn't wait to fight the goblins. The reason was that Waylon promised them that if they obtained the heads of 3 goblins, he would publicly pardon their serf status and make them free men. On this basis, he will reward them with 1 silver coin for each additional goblin killed. Freedom and private property were things they, as serfs, could not even imagine. As long as you risk your life, your children, your grandchildren, and your descendants will all be free people. Red Phosphorus Horse. Waylon was observing the surrounding environment carefully. While looking at these armed serfs who were full of hope for the future, he felt very satisfied. If nothing unexpected happened, this operation would be very smooth. He still knew clearly who was stronger, a group of zombie-like cannon fodder or a group of serfs full of fighting spirit. Waylon, who has the memories of 2 lives, has a clear plan for his future territory. This method can be used not only in wars, but also in other aspects, like the Qin state's farming and warfare system. However, some changes are needed, otherwise it will be rejected by the mainstream of the world. After 4 hours of marching, Waylon ordered his troops to stop and rest in the woods. At the same time, for knights serving as scouts rode out of here to conduct a reconnaissance of the Stone Tribe ahead to ensure that no unexpected situations occurred. Under a big tree, Waylon took the food handed to him by Orlando, a kind of flatbread baked with flour, mixed with boiled water, to fill his stomach. Orlando, Hebrew, you 2 will make the final attack later, don't rush in rashly. Wiping his mouth, Waylon stared at his 2 guardian knights and said seriously, "Yes, my lord." The 2 answered in unison. Compared with the increasingly mature Orlando, Hebrew seemed a little timid and lacked confidence in the upcoming battle. Waylon looked at his helpless look, shook his head and smiled, thinking that everything would be fine after going through a few battles. "Sir, the scouts are back." Baird came over and reported to Waylon. According to Otto and his team's reconnaissance, the number of goblins in the Stone Tribe has increased significantly. Upon hearing this, Waylon asked Baird, "How much has it increased?" "About 100 or so." 100. This means that the number of goblins in the Stone Tribe reaches 400. After hearing this, Baird nodded and looked at Waylon, waiting for his decision. "Stay with the original plan. I'll lead the knights into the battle, disrupt their formation, and kill their leader. You command the infantry and use the cannon fodder slaves to launch the first wave of attack, with the armed serfs following closely behind." Waylon thought for a moment and said to Baird, "Defeat them all in one fell swoop." "I understand, my lord." After Baird left, Waylon leaned against the tree trunk, gathering his strength and preparing for battle. On the other side, in the luxurious cave of the Stone Tribe, the Stone Tribe leader Jerry was having a heated discussion with the other 6 Goblin Tribe leaders. In order to entertain these people, Jerry, the leader of the Stone Tribe, even took out the fruit wine that he had treasured for a long time. Seeing these country bumpkins drinking, his heart was bleeding, but he had to pretend to be generous. The traces of human pioneers appear again. Under the watchful eyes of the Goblin God, these human hearts are offered to him. The one-eared Goblin leader sitting below was stunned. His raised glass stopped in midair as he said in astonishment, "What? Another human pioneer? God, why don't you favor Bryn?" "No, I have to go back and move away quickly." For a moment, the 6 Goblin leaders who came to the banquet were in chaos, and they were frantically discussing how to escape. As for confronting human pioneers, don't joke. If they had the courage to resist, they wouldn't have come to this damn place. Silence. Don't you have any sense of shame under the gaze of the gods? Jerry, the leader of the Stone Tribe, jumped up angrily and shouted at his fellow tribesmen. "Shame, what is that? The most important thing is to stay alive." A goblin said nonchalantly. "That's right. The Goblin God taught us that staying alive and reproducing our species is the most important thing. If humans didn't want goblin slaves, I wouldn't want to run away." The winner, an old goblin leader sitting in the back, stood up with his staff and spoke shamelessly. Looking at this group of scum, the leader of the Stone Tribe was so angry that he was fuming, and the female goblin serving beside him was so scared that she trembled. Just as he was about to gather the goblin warriors of the tribe to teach these bastards a lesson, a goblin rushed into the cave and reported in a panic, "Chief, a large number of humans have appeared outside and are approaching us. They are less than 600 meters away." "What? How did they arrive so quickly?" The Stone Tribe leader's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Quick, gather all members of the tribe and prepare for battle immediately. Under the witness of the great Goblin God, we must destroy these humans." As expected, under the strong pressure of hundreds of goblin warriors from the Stone Tribe, the 6 invited goblin chiefs and their guards were escorted to the front line to serve as cannon fodder and deplete the human population. "Stop moving forward." Baird, who was in charge of commanding the armed serfs and slave cannon fodder, gave a loud order, and the team of more than 200 people stopped and confronted the greenskin monster 300 meters away. Compared to the neatly organized column of armed serfs, the 55 cannon fodder slaves appeared flustered. Panic, timidity, fear, and other emotions changed rapidly on their faces. "Baird, the infantry phalanx is now in your hands." "Yes, my lord." Waylon rode forward, ready to lead the remaining 11 high-ranking Bronze Knights in the first charge to disrupt the enemy's formation. "First battle, we must win." In front of the battle formation, Waylon put down his armor, held the lance in his hand, and his eyes became sharp. The 11 knight guards behind him did the same, waiting for his orders. "Rush." The order was given and the 12 red phosphorus horses started running. Seeing the 12 steel behemoths rushing towards them, the goblin warriors from other tribes in the front and the old, weak and sick people from the Stone Tribe became panicked. They were held back by the spears of the goblins in the back and could not move forward or backward. "Catapult." Seeing this, the leader of the Stone Tribe was very panicked and shouted orders. The 20 goblin warriors who served as slingers used all their strength to throw the stones in their hands. Faced with the flying boulders, Waylon and others did not dodge. With the protection of full body armor, they can't cause much damage to them. Chapter 14, The First Battle of Development. Looking at the goblins getting closer and closer, Waylon could clearly see their fear. He gripped his lance tightly and made the first round of contact. In an instant, the bodies of the goblin warriors in the front were torn to pieces, and several of them were pierced by the horse lances. With this force, he charged continuously for more than 20 meters before Waylon gave up the lance in his hand, drew out the knight's sword, started slashing, broke away from the goblin formation, and headed towards the conspicuous wooden command platform. Under normal circumstances, the infantry should try their best to limit the knight's space for movement and create opportunities for others. But the 12 people of Waylon easily broke through the goblin formation and headed straight for the command platform where the stone goblin leader was at the rear. Seeing this, Baird, who was in charge of commanding the infantry, ordered the slave cannon fodder to attack. When the slave cannon fodder came into contact with the goblins, Baird once again ordered the armed serfs to charge. At the same moment, Orlando and Hebrew, wearing leather armor and drawing their knightly daggers, followed the armed serfs and fought their first battle in their lives. The goblin leader who was in charge of command on the high platform at the rear saw the human knights approaching and hurriedly ordered the goblin warriors guarding beside him to meet the enemy. At the same time, he mobilized the magic power in his body, activated his staff, and launched a magic attack, ready to teach these humans a lesson. Waylon stepped forward and killed several goblin warriors in a row. He jumped from his horse, jumped onto the wooden command platform, and cut the two strong goblin warriors in front of him in half with one sword. When Jerry, the leader of the stone tribe, saw that the last barrier was gone, he was so scared that his legs went weak. The spell casting process was interrupted and he suffered a backlash. He vomited green blood and fell to the ground powerlessly. Looking up at the sky, he wished that the decision he had made a day ago was to migrate instead of fighting with this group of humans. Waylon pierced the heart of Jerry, the leader of the stone tribe, with a sword, lifted his body high, and threw it hard towards the goblin phalanx. In an instant, the goblins saw the body of their leader and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Baird told the armed serfs to act on their own. Whether they could escape the status of serfs depended on themselves. Then he drove his horse towards Waylon. Waylon took off his helmet, sat on the platform, looked at the ending of the battlefield, and looked at Orlando and Hebrew with interest. The two of them grew very quickly, from being initially flustered to gradually adapting and finally becoming proficient. Especially Orlando, Waylon seemed to see the rise of a genius, and this was his own genius. "My lord, Baird, these goblins are weaker than we thought. I think we will soon get this land in our first developed territory." Seeing Baird coming, Waylon jumped off the 4-meter-high command platform, landed accurately on the horse's back, and said to him, "Not only that, we can also select some of the best performing serfs from among these armed serfs to form the first army belonging to the territory. Well, I'll let Orlando assist you. As for the military, he needs to intervene and cannot leave all aspects to Baird." Therefore, he set his sights on his guardian knight Orlando, intending to use him as the core to cultivate a force to balance the army. At this moment, a knight ran over and said excitedly, "My lord, Captain, the extra goblins here are warriors from the 6 surrounding tribes. This is roughly their situation. So, the 6 surrounding goblin tribes are now in a state of disarray." Waylon smiled. He didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. "My lord, why don't we take this opportunity to attack these 6 goblin tribes?" Baird reacted and actively advised. After hearing Baird's proposal, Waylon pondered for a moment and then gave his orders. "Leave 30 armed serfs to clean up the battlefield. The remaining 11 knights, plus Orlando, will form teams of 4, each leading 5 teams of armed serfs to select 2 goblin tribes. Tomorrow morning, I hope to hear good news from them." "Yes, my lord." The knight took the order and went down to convey Waylon's orders. "Baird, next, let the remaining people set up camp first. We still need to spend the night here." "I understand, my lord." After Baird saluted with his chest beat, he left the place. He was required to count the casualties, check the finances, and plan the camp. On the other side, after receiving Waylon's order, the 11 knights and the guardian knight Orlando divided into teams, agreed on the target, and set off with their troops, not daring to delay for a moment. At night, in the luxurious cave of the stone tribe, Waylon, Baird, and Hebrew walked by the fire, eating barbecue and summarizing the battle. "My lord, in this battle, we lost 12 slave cannon fodder, 8 of whom died on the spot. The remaining 4 had their limbs broken and were of no use. I have ordered their execution." "Well done. There's no need to be lenient with these bandit slaves. If they are of no use to you, you should kill them to avoid wasting food." Waylon nodded in agreement after hearing Baird's solution. Baird saw this and continued. "In this battle, we killed 321 goblins, seized 142 gold coins, 382 silver coins, over 1,500 copper coins, over 5,300 kilograms of grain, over 1,100 kilograms of dried meat, and 600 kilograms of salt." "Salt, wait a minute." Waylon reacted and waved his hand to interrupt Baird's report. 600 kilograms of salt, so much. Is there a salt mine nearby?" Baird shook his head and said, "My lord, I don't know. Perhaps it's nearby. Send someone to search tomorrow, and we should be able to find it. Make a note of this. If you find a salt mine, I'll be rich." Baird looked at the smirking Waylon and was very curious. Salt mines contained harmful substances and were cheap, worth only 8 copper coins per pound on the market. He then continued to report on the seized supplies. 30 low-quality iron swords, 60 spears, 15 sets of leather armor, 20 hides of unknown creatures, 2 tons of iron ore, 6 low-level magic crystals, 30 kilograms of fruit wine, and 3 ordinary-grade staffs. In total, It's worth about 821 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin is equal to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. The spoils of war this time were indeed enormous. However, the Stone Tribe is the most powerful tribe in this area of more than 100 square kilometers. It is still unknown whether the combined assets of other goblin tribes are as much as this. My lord, we are still counting the number of goblins killed by serfs. It will take some time. Afterwards, Waylin and Baird began to review and summarize the battle. The Hebrew Guardian Knight sat quietly by the side and studied, acting as a recorder. Chapter 15, Pardoning Serfs. A few kilometers away from the Stone Tribe, there is a small goblin tribe. Goblin warriors standing at the wooden gate are gazing into the distance, waiting for their leader to return. Suddenly, there was a wave in the distance. The 2 goblin warriors thought it was the leader returning and hurried forward to greet him. Puff! Orlando killed the goblin warriors that appeared while riding, without slowing down at all, and continued to move forward on his red phosphorus horse. The armed serfs following behind him stepped on the corpses of the goblin warriors and advanced towards the goblin tribe. Afterwards, the tribe of more than 100 goblins was razed to the ground, and flames raged through the surrounding thatched houses. Sir, no one is left alive. A serf stepped forward to report. Can you check it carefully? Orlando asked the serf with a serious expression on his young face. It's absolutely true. Even the little ones were killed by us. Clean up the battlefield, gather all the supplies, and return to the Stone Tribe overnight. Yes, sir. Orlando rode on his horse, looking at the busy serfs around him, and began to think about the gains and losses of this action. More than 3 hours ago, when attacking the first goblin tribe, he watched from behind the 3 knights and learned their fighting methods. This time, he led 50 serfs to fight alone. Relying on a night raid, he took advantage of the enemy's lack of reaction and broke into the enemy's tribe at lightning speed. He knew that he was able to lead the troops to attack this small tribe independently, and that 3 knights volunteered to stay on the periphery to prevent any accidents, thanks to his identity as a guardian knight. Without the protection of his master, he was just an ordinary slave and could never gain the respect of the high and mighty knights. One day, I will make my master proud of me through my own efforts. Orlando clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. The next morning, Waylin woke up from the cave, looked at the sunlight shining in, and realized that it was getting late. Outside the cave, 14 knights sat on the ground. They all knew their master's habits, so they did not disturb his sleep. Instead, they whispered about last night's battle outside the cave. Waylin put on his clothes and walked out of the cave. The first thing he saw was Orlando chatting happily with several knights, and he couldn't help but smile with relief. Good morning, my lord. When everyone saw Waylin, they all stood up and saluted. Sit down, everyone. It's a rare nice day today. Waylin gestured for everyone to sit down, and then he sat down himself. He smiled and said, It seems that your operation yesterday went smoothly. I'm relieved. Baird saw this and took out a piece of paper filled with names and handed it to him. My lord, this is the number of goblins killed by the serfs. 79 of them have met the requirements for becoming freemen. 25 of them have killed more than 3 goblins, and 1 of them has killed 8, the most of any serf. Oh, call it up and let me take a look. A knight stood up and turned to bring the serf over. What are the casualties among the serfs? Waylin put the yellowed paper on his knees and asked Baird. Baird immediately responded, Sir, 7 men were killed and 11 were wounded. Not bad, it exceeded my expectations. After all, they are just a group of serfs. Although they have been training for more than a month, we can't have too high expectations. After listening, Waylin gave a fair evaluation. At this time, the knight who had left returned to the outside of the cave with a young serf. My lord, this is the serf who killed 8 goblin warriors. The knight reported with a bow and then sat down. What's your name? Waylin looked the serf up and down. He had thick blonde hair, dark skin, and a decent appearance. His looks were considered superior among the serfs, a group of people who worked all year round. Master, my slave's name is Kyle. The serf knelt on the ground and answered Waylin in a trembling voice. Kyle, as the warrior who has killed the most enemies among the serfs, I will give you 2 choices. Waylin raised 2 fingers and said to the serf with a smile, Master, please explain clearly. First, I will have someone teach you a night awakening method. As long as you awaken your fighting spirit within half a month, I will accept you as a knight squire. Second, following my previous promise, I will pardon your serf status and reward you with 5 silver coins, and an additional 3 silver coins as an incentive. After hearing this, Kyle crawled on the ground with a struggling expression on his face. The surrounding knights all looked at the serf, curious to know what his choice would be. Orlando, who was sitting next to him, looked at Kyle and seemed to see his former self. If it weren't for his master, he might be living a life worse than pigs and dogs. Master, I choose the first one. A wise choice. Waylon pointed at Kyle and turned to Orlando and said, I'll leave him to you. Yes, my lord. Orlando stood up and accepted the task. Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why the Lord chose him instead of the experienced knights around him, since it was a task assigned to him by the Lord, he had to accept it unconditionally. All right, gather the remaining serfs. Waylon stood up, dusted off his butt, and gave instructions to the others. After a while, all 173 serfs were summoned. In front of the square formation, a wooden box was opened, and the silver coins inside sparkled, attracting the attention of all the serfs present. I promised you that if you took the heads of 3 goblins, I would pardon your serfdom. Furthermore, I'll reward you with 1 silver coin for each additional goblin you kill. Today is the day to fulfill my promise. In this battle, 79 people will be pardoned. They are lucky, but also brave. Then, Waylon took out the list and announced it loudly. Every serf whose name was mentioned burst into tears, knelt on the ground, and thanked his master for his pardon. 24 of them will be rewarded with silver coins. The serfs present were very envious as they watched their companions come forward one by one to receive the silver coins from their masters. The battle will continue. Whether you can escape serfdom depends entirely on you. After the pardon ceremony, Waylon gave a short speech to the remaining serfs, inspiring them. Then, Baird took over the command, dispersed the serfs, and searched the surroundings for traces of the salt mine. He promised that whoever found the salt mine would receive the head of a goblin warrior. These words greatly aroused the enthusiasm of the serfs, and they couldn't wait to follow their captain to search around the stone tribe. On the other hand, Waylon took out the map and began to think about building his own village in the area of more than 100 square kilometers and creating his first territory. Chapter 16: The First Mine, Salt Mine. Being close to a water source is preferred for easy access to irrigation, and the surrounding land, nourished by streams, is also conducive to development. Looking at this palm-sized place, Waylon only has 3 places to choose from. One of them is located 7 kilometers north of the Stone Tribe. There is a pool formed by the confluence of streams, covering an area of more than 1,500 acres, which is equivalent to about 1 square kilometer, which is sufficient for the initial water use. The other 2 places do not have such a superior geographical location as this one. This is the place. I'll take people there to survey and select a site this afternoon. As for the surrounding goblin tribes, they are no longer a threat. Perhaps these greenskin monsters have already started migrating. Near noon, a knight came to report that a salt mine had been discovered. After lunch, Waylon took several knights to the salt mine. On a low hill, several serf soldiers were guarding the entrance of the cave, chewing on the black bread in their hands and discussing excitedly. Yesterday on the battlefield, I killed 2 goblins. With the discovery of this salt mine, I will definitely be able to escape serfdom and become a free man. Alas, I'm not that lucky. Even with the credit for discovering the salt mine, I only get 2. I don't know when the next battle will be. Don't be discouraged. Master, you will have to fight a lot to expand your territory. Perhaps tomorrow you can follow the knights to wipe out the surrounding goblin tribes. I hope so. When I am freed from my serfdom, I must. Look, it's the master. A serf soldier was halfway through his words when he saw a figure appearing in the distance and spoke loudly. When Waylon approached, a serf stepped forward to hold the red phosphorus horse, and the other 2 immediately reported, Master, this is the salt mine. There is no danger inside. Good job. Keep up the good work. Waylon dismounted, encouraged the 3 serfs, and then took Baird into the cave. After walking more than 100 meters, a cave of more than 100 square meters appeared in front of us, and the surrounding walls were all made of salt mines. He walked forward and used his fighting spirit to explore. Within the range of his perception, there were only salt mines, and they were all salt mines of very high purity. They only needed to be slightly purified before they could be sold as medium-quality salt. As for the mineral salt with more harmful impurities on the surface, it only accounts for a small part. The reserves of this salt mine are not small. It's a pleasant surprise. Baird was a little skeptical and also began to explore. His expression suddenly changed and he said hurriedly, My lord, this is a treasure land. It must be strictly guarded. I suggest that all miners use those evil robber slaves and station troops on the periphery for defense. That's exactly what I want. However, in the early stages, it's not advisable to mine on a large scale, so as to avoid being discovered and causing trouble for no reason. Waylon touched his chin and said to Baird, That's what the Lord said. Soon, The two men left the cave and found a huge rock to seal the entrance. After they successfully established a settlement, they could send people to mine. While there was still time, Waylon took Baird and others to explore the pond 12 kilometers away, preparing to finalize the location of the initial settlement. 10 minutes later, they came to a wide lake, where some animals were drinking water not far away. Looking at the beautiful scenery, the people who came here can relax their body and mind. Baird, it's a beautiful place, isn't it? Waylon turned to look at Baird, whose expression didn't change much, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. My lord, it is very beautiful. The land is fertile and easy to irrigate. There is also a slope in the distance that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is suitable for building a castle. This place is also close to the salt mines, so we can provide support at any time. Maybe what you said to me is not what you meant, but it doesn't matter. Waylon shrugged and said helplessly, let's go and take a look around. This may be our future home for quite a long time. Waylon said to the knights behind him, and then rode his horse towards the distant slope. Seeing this, Baird led his men to follow him quietly. It took Waylon more than 2 hours to walk around the lake and write down some rough ideas on paper, such as which place is suitable for building a castle, which place is suitable for cultivating farmland, which place can be used as a military camp, or as a place to store excrement to avoid polluting the quality of the lake water. Although the water in the lake here is flowing and has self-purification properties, Waylon does not want to drink lake water with excrement. Seeing that it was getting late, Waylon ended the exploration trip and returned to the Stone Tribe with his men to make the final preparations before the development. The news of the destruction of the Stone Tribe and the 6 surrounding tribes spread among the surviving goblins. As Waylon expected, the first thing the remaining goblin tribal leaders did when they received the news was not to resist, but to prepare to migrate and leave here and head further west. This is how they have been doing for more than 100 years, and now they are just repeating what they did before. They would rather compete with gnolls and dog-headed men for survival space than fight against human pioneers. If you fight against other alien races and fail, you can become a slave and survive. If they failed in the fight against the human pioneers, it would mean death and annihilation of their entire clan. There had been so many examples of this over the past 100 years that the goblins in the Grey Wasteland had these memories ingrained into their bones. Over the next few days, migrating goblins could be seen everywhere along the edge of Toxic. Thousands of green-skinned monsters, which hid during the day and came out at night, left the barren land where they had lived for more than 30 years. Some goblin tribes in other areas heard the news that human pioneers had appeared again, and they all prepared to migrate their families and leave here. They were not sure whether this was a sign of another large-scale human expansion, so it would be better to leave as soon as possible. In this way, Waylon, with his own strength, forced hundreds of goblin tribes and tens of thousands of goblins in the marginal areas of the Yellowstone region to migrate. This action is a feast for the monster tribes deeper in the cave. They can also harvest a large number of slave tribes from it to increase the combat effectiveness and food reserves of their own tribes. But all this is of no concern to Waylon. What he had to do now was to build the first village, the first farmland, the first castle, expand his territory, complete the assessment in 4 years, be promoted to Baron, and become a true aristocrat in this world. After returning to the Stone Tribe, after everyone discussed it, it was mainly Waylon who spoke, the others nodded, and occasionally Baird put forward his own views. Lying on the carpet, looking at the planned construction drawings, I felt tired. This meeting made Waylon even more eager to get a domestic affairs talent. A group of knights whose heads were all muscle made him feel like Alexander. Chapter 17, Building Territory, Praying Star Lake. On May 27th, 9720 of the glorious calendar, the camp, which was more than 10 kilometers away, was moved here, and Waylon began construction work. The lake in the center of the initial territory was named Star Praying Lake by Waylon, which means the light of hope. With the river as the boundary, 9,000 acres of land will be reclaimed on the north and south sides of Qixing Lake. Rice will be planted near the lake, and wheat will be planted in areas a little further away. Taking into account the dry and wet seasons of the lake, farmland was specially cultivated 600 meters away from the water's edge. In addition, a village was set up on each side of the north and south around the farmland. Due to the current shortage of manpower, Waylon plans to focus on the construction of the south side of Qixing Lake, and only consider the north side after having enough manpower. He had also planned his own castle early on, building it in a place northeast of Qixing Lake that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are not enough people in the early stage, so these things are put aside for the time being. It will not be too late to consider them after the village construction is completed. Looking at the sun in the sky, Waylon, wearing a shirt, observed the progress of the Serfs' development while conducting another real-time inspection, checking for omissions and shortcomings, and revising the plan he had formulated. He is the only one in the entire team who can do these things. If he doesn't do it, who will? We should be in the normal water season now. During the flood season, the river will rise by about 1 meter and spread to an area of 300 meters along the river. Then there will be a 300-meter wide usable area between the farmland and the Qixing Lake during the flood season. Waylon stepped on the river beach and looked at this area. He thought that he could build several fish ponds and raise some fish. Baird, who was accompanying him, looked at the fish pond Waylon had planned on paper and asked curiously, "Master, why build a fish pond here? The fish there don't bring us enough economic value. As for food, once this area is built, we can divert a tributary from the upper reaches of the river, surrounding this 300-meter area and connecting the other into the lower reaches, forming a flowing water system. This will provide more abundant food for our fish farming." Waylon pointed his pencil in the upstream direction and drew a river channel on the drawing that was 200 meters wide and 3 meters deep, with a total length of about 3.5 kilometers. "But, my lord, we are short of manpower." Baird thought for a moment and said bluntly, "Then let the knights start digging. This will help them hone their strength. In this place with scarce extraordinary resources, they can only rely on their own efforts." Baird looked at Waylon and closed his mouth. If he dared to make such a suggestion again, the Lord would ensure that someone would bring him a shovel and make him start digging the river on the spot. This matter was left to his subordinates. He also had to train 30 professional soldiers, trying to make these talented and strong free people awaken their fighting spirit, become trainee soldiers, and serve as the new force of the territory. Compared to the difficulty of the Knight Awakening method, the Warrior Awakening method is much simpler. However, correspondingly, a Bronze Knight can fight against 3 warriors of the same level without being at a disadvantage. However, after the extraordinary level reaches a certain height, the gap between the two will become smaller and smaller, and they will become evenly matched in the legendary stage. Waylon looked at the sensible Baird and nodded with satisfaction. He hated people arguing with him. If he could beat him, he really wanted to give him a good beating. Over the next 5 days, Baird actively participated in the training of 30 professional soldiers. The other 11 knights of the Night Guard were forced to carry shovels and start digging the river, calling it training. Orlando and Hebrew took the Serf Kyle with them, taught him the Night Awakening method, told him some experience, and concentrated on training him to become the guardian knight that the Lord needed, rather than being protected. The remaining 40-odd freemen, over 100 serfs, and 43 bandit slaves cultivated the farmland. Even Waylon is actively training, on the one hand for his dignity as a lord, and on the other hand to better protect his hard-earned territory. On the morning of June 1st, everyone gathered in a wooden room for a simple meeting. My lord, Baird, who sat in the first seat to Waylon's left, stood up and began to report. Of the 30 soldiers, 13 have already awakened their fighting spirit and become trainee low-level warriors. The remaining 17 have all reached the threshold. As for farmland, 2,750 acres of wasteland have been reclaimed. We are still 2,250 acres short of the first phase of the reclamation plan you set. After hearing this, Waylon nodded, very satisfied with the progress of the task, and motioned Baird to sit down. At the very beginning, Waylon made a simple plan based on the existing population size. According to his plan, a freeman or serf would have 20 acres of land. Unlike serfs, freemen had 10 acres of private plots and could freely decide what crops to plant. Another 10 acres were tax fields, where they were required to plant officially designated crops. All harvests from the fields were to be turned in as taxes, and the amount had to reach a certain level. Any excess belonged to them, and any shortfall was made up by the freemen to ensure they would not cheat. Serfs only had 4 mu of private land, and the grain they grew was barely enough to feed themselves. The other 16 mu was tax land, and the standard was the same as that of free people. Waylon also made detailed plans for the soldiers' salaries. A soldier's salary consists of 3 parts. First, the grain harvested from 2 acres of tax land. Second, 3 silver coins per month. Third, you will get rewards by killing enemies in battle. The last point also applies to serfs who joined during the war. Then, a dark-skinned knight sitting in the first seat to Waylon's right stood up and reported, My lord, we've already excavated 800 meters of the river channel around Qixing Lake, leaving another 2,700 meters to be worked on. Well, you are worthy of being my knight. Keep up the good work. After we complete the river channel, we can start the second phase of the construction plan. Waylon smiled excitedly. The other 11 knights present looked at their lord with wry smiles on their faces. However, they did not feel dissatisfied or resentful. What the master gave them was really too much. 6 low-level magic crystals were enough for them to practice for 3 years just to dig this 3,400-meter river channel. What else could they complain about? Master, we currently have 6 carts of grain and 56 mule carts of grain, totaling 85,200 kilograms of grain. If we consume 530 kilograms a day, we can still sustain ourselves for 160 days, which is enough to last us until the harvest. After listening to Orlando's report, Waylon began to summarize. In another 2 weeks, we'll be able to start the second phase of the construction plan. By the end of the year, we'll have built 2 villages, reclaimed 18,000 acres of farmland, and driven out the goblins within a 30-kilometer radius centered on Qixing Lake. The population will reach 1,200. This will be our future home. I hope you will do your best to build our own territory. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, the meeting was disbanded, and those who were digging canals dug canals, and those who were training soldiers trained soldiers, each doing their own job. Chapter 18 New Crisis, Breakthrough and Land Division. At night, Waylon stood at the window of a wooden house, looking at the night view of Qixing Lake, and his body and mind were relaxed. At 8 o'clock, Destiny's guidance started again, bringing valuable news to Waylon. 3 months later, 3,000 kilometers west of Praying Star Lake, 2 red dragons and a golden dragon engaged in a fierce battle. A monster riot erupted, and 6 months later, it would impact the northwestern province of the Kingdom of Ilia. Most of the monsters heading towards Praying Star Lake were gnolls, with the strongest being at the lower silver level. In 6 months, a crisis is going to hit. Upon hearing the news, Waylon felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had come to this place for safety, but why couldn't he get rid of these things? There are now 2 paths before him. First, stop the development of Qixing Lake and find a safe place to avoid the limelight temporarily, but this will waste a year. Second, continue to develop. Within 6 months, as long as one person breaks through to the lower silver level, he will be able to defend the territory of Qixing Lake. After walking back and forth in the room, Waylon suddenly stopped and looked out the window with sharp eyes into the depths of the wasteland. We've finally made a start. How can we give up? They're just a bunch of gnolls. I don't believe we can't defend the Praying Star Lake. However, in order to strengthen the defense of his territory, he had to buy slaves to increase his strength. In addition, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, and urgently needed architects must also be hired to build a castle that is easy to defend and difficult to attack within 6 months. The next morning, Waylon practiced in the open space in front of the wooden house as usual. Suddenly, a special critical point is reached. Then, Waylon suddenly opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Finally, I've made a breakthrough. All my diligent training over the past month has paid off. After breaking through from the middle bronze level to the high bronze level, the fighting spirit in the body increased by 1 level. In addition, wood-attributed fighting spirit has strong recovery and endurance, which means that his confidence has increased a bit. At this time, the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew came over with a young man. Master, I am here to hand in the task. After hearing this, Waylon stood up, looked at Kyle behind Orlando, and nodded. Yes, he awakened his fighting spirit in half a month and became a knight squire. He has a good talent. Kyle knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity. I swear on my life that I will be forever loyal to you and never betray you. After hearing this, Waylon handed the sword to Orlando, helped Kyle up, and said with relief, You fought hard for all of this. I told you that if you awaken your fighting spirit within half a month, I'll take you in as my knight squire. From now on, you and Orlando can just call me Lord. Thank you, my lord. Kyle saluted Waylon respectfully with excitement and admiration in his eyes. Orlando, my lord. Kyle's fighting spirit attribute is fire. His further instruction will be left to you. I will obey your orders. Waylon looked at Orlando, who was gradually maturing, patted him on the shoulder, reached into his pocket, took out 7 intermediate magic crystals from the space ring, and handed them to him. Master, what is this? Orlando stared at the boss as he looked at the 7 intermediate magic crystals in his hand. He saw with his own eyes that the other 11 knights were willing to work hard and tirelessly to dig a river for a low-level magic crystal. I told you that you 2 will become my guardian knights, and I will focus on training you 2. 4 of them are rewards for you 2 brothers, and the other 3 are used as training resources for the 3 of you. Danger is approaching, so you must speed up the improvement of your strength. Yes, my lord. The 3 answered in unison. 2 days later, the first phase of the farmland reclamation plan was completed, and the next step was the process of dividing the fields. In an open space, 39 free men, 124 serfs and 42 cannon fodder slaves were all present, looking at the patterns divided into squares on the wooden board. Except for the bandit slaves, everyone else's eyes were full of anticipation. 5,000 acres of land were divided into 250 squares by Wei Lin, with each square being 20 acres. Thanks to your efforts, we completed the reclamation task in early June, and these lands will be granted to you next. Next, each of you will draw lots to determine the land you will cultivate. Then Orlando read out the names one by one, starting with the free men who came forward to draw lots, followed by the serfs. As for the robber slaves, they did not receive such treatment. As a group of scum, their only fate was to be squeezed dry of their usefulness and then disposed of. Wei Lin stood by and observed. It was just a variety of life. The freemen or farmers who were drawn to live near the Praying Star Lake happily pressed their fingerprints on the contract document. Those who were drawn to remote areas seemed to have lost their spirit and were listless. Those who were waiting were extremely excited, and they felt helpless as they watched the good places being taken away one by one. When everything was over, 163 contract documents were placed in front of Wei Lin, representing that 3,260 acres of land were granted, which also meant that he had 2,358 acres of tax land. As for the remaining bandit slaves, they will be treated as real slaves, working day and night in a designated area until the end of their lives. As soon as the freemen and serfs received the land, they ran to their respective areas and wrote their names on the notice board. Wei Lin asked Orlando to take the contract document back to his room, and then called Andrew, the deputy captain of the night guard. My lord. As soon as Knight Andrew received the news, he hurried over. How are the yam bean seedlings I asked you to prepare going? Master, preparations have already been made. It is more than enough to cultivate 3,000 acres of farmland as you instructed. Well, that's good. Hearing that there were so many yam bean seedlings being grown, Wei Lin nodded with satisfaction. He planned to have freemen and serfs plant 3,000 acres of yam by the end of June and harvest a batch of grain in September to increase food reserves for the coming year and facilitate the expansion of the population of his territory. But yam bean can only be grown sporadically, as it contains small amounts of toxins and can cause severe damage to the soil. A fertile piece of land will become infertile after several seasons of growing yam bean. However, this problem will be solved by rotating crops with soybeans. However, in the current situation, obtaining food is the top priority. In the future, he plans to set up a special official position to preach this to farmers to prevent an irreversible decline in food production. Tell Baird that I will be traveling to Cardro province for a while, and he will handle all matters within the territory. Yes, my lord. After Andrew left, Wei Lin returned to his room to prepare for his trip tomorrow. Chapter 19. Trading Weapons. Heading to the slave trade center of Cadlo province. This time when he went to Cardro province, he planned to visit his cousin Brian first, buy some weapons, and then find a way to buy a group of slaves. In fact, he would rather recruit freemen, but no fool would go to live outside the dangerous border. However, this situation is not unchangeable. That monster attack may be a good opportunity. On the morning of June 8th, Wei Lin dressed, took a cart of food, 5 empty carts, led Orlando, for knights and a team of soldiers, and headed towards the ridge more than 200 kilometers away. Baird looked at his master's back as he left, and felt that the burden on him was heavier, but this was also an opportunity. The territory is in the early stages of development. The more he can demonstrate his value, the more important he will be in the master's heart, and he will not be outdone by the guardian knight Orlando. The foolish boy had also sensed some information during the past half-month. The lord intended to train Orlando and recruited a lowly serf as a knight squire for this purpose. This was a dangerous signal. During this period, we must not only manage the territory well, but also make the entire territory run efficiently. Baird clenched his fists and made up his mind that he would never be abandoned by his master. As a knight of commoner origin, he wanted to rise to power, become a commander, achieve fame and success, return to his hometown, and trample on the children of minor nobles who looked down on him. Inside the Ridge Castle in the Ridge territory, a steward entered Brian's room and respectfully reported, "Master, Lord Wei Lin is here." "Who are you talking about?" Brian stopped writing and looked up at the butler. "My lord, it's Lord Wei Lin who visited you a month ago. He is waiting for you outside the castle with his convoy. He's been here for over a month. Could he have met with some kind of accident?" Brian stood up and walked towards the castle gate, a look of worry on his face. When they were halfway there, the butler looked at the worried old master and explained, "Don't worry, master. I see that although young Master Wei Lin's group is small, they are all warriors. They are most likely here to buy weapons from us." "I hope so." When Brian heard this, He responded to the butler and quickened his pace. "Cousin Brian, long time no see." Waylon looked at the familiar man coming out of the castle, took the initiative to greet him, and said to him with a smile, "Waylon, what's going on with you? Did you encounter bandits and fail in your development? How about I lend you some men and women?" Brian looked at Waylon, who was covered in blood. The number of people he brought was much smaller than last time, plus there were more than 20 bandits tied up beside him. "Thank you for your concern, cousin. These are just traces of blood from bandits. Don't worry." Waylon was touched by his honest cousin and smiled as he replied, "I've come to visit you this time and brought you some great business." Hearing that everything was fine, Brian breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Business? You wouldn't open up the situation in the toxic area so quickly." "That is, with my ability, I occupied a territory in less than half a month." In front of his caring relatives, Waylon couldn't help but show off his achievements. "By the way, what business are you talking about?" Brian asked after a brief conversation. "It's like this, cousin I." Waylon slowly told Brian what needed to be done. "Now I need slaves and weapons to prevent the monsters from counterattacking." "Well, weapons are easy to come by. I have over 200 sets of leather armor and thousands of longswords I can trade you for." Brian then changed the subject and continued, "As for slaves, honestly, my territory is short of people everywhere. If you need them, I can give you a few blacksmiths and 50 serfs, but no more." Upon hearing this, Waylon hurriedly said, "Cousin, I appreciate your kindness. I'm here primarily to trade weapons. As for slaves, I plan to purchase them from the noble territories near the provincial capital." "Okay then, how many weapons do you need this time?" 100 sets of leather armor, 300 long swords. Calculate how much they cost. A set of leather armor costs 80 gold coins, and a long sword costs 30 gold coins. You want 100 sets of leather armor and 300 long swords, for a total of 17,000 gold coins. "Cousin, your price doesn't seem right. Why is it so much lower than the market price?" "We are brothers. How can I cheat you by using the market price?" Brian explained to Waylon with a smile and sincerity on his face. Waylon understood the situation very well. He took out 17,000 yuan gold notes from his pocket, along with a letter, and handed them to his cousin. Brian didn't even check it and put it in his pocket. Afterwards, Waylon temporarily placed the 23 bandit slaves in Brian's castle, waiting to take them away along with their weapons when he returned. 11 days after leaving the Praying Star Lake, Waylon arrived at the noble territory surrounding the Cardro province. The closer the territory is to the provincial capital, the safer it is and the more populous it is, and accordingly, the custom of selling slaves is also prevalent here. This time, Waylon went to a city called Bagamoyo, which was a famous slave trading center in Cardro province and had a large number of slaves. Waylon plans to purchase a group of serfs from here to supplement the population of the territory. After settling the others outside the city, Waylon took Orlando and 2 other knights into the slave city of Bagamoyo. Perhaps to make customers feel comfortable, the environment in the city is much better than that in the provincial capital, and there are soldiers patrolling around to prevent riots. "Sir, I am very familiar with Bagamoyo. May I be of service to you?" A boy of about 13 or 14 years old came over, bowed, with longing in his eyes. "Orlando, give him a silver coin." Waylon looked at the intricate streets and really needed a guide. The young man looked at Orlando, who was about the same age as him, with great envy. He took the silver coin respectfully and put it carefully into his pocket. "My lord, I don't know where you are going." "A place selling strong slaves." Waylon thought for a moment and added, "It should be a large number of people and a wide variety of people." After hearing this, the young man's eyes were filled with sincerity as he immediately replied, "Sir, please follow me." Turning left and right, everyone followed the young man to a remote slave-selling place. With no one around, Waylon frowned, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Are you kidding me?" Orlando, who was standing next to him, heard this, drew his knight's dagger, and placed it on the boy's shoulder. The young man looked at the sharp dagger and read from the eyes of the knight that if he didn't explain the reason, his head would be gone in an instant. "Sir, I did not deceive you." The young man immediately knelt on the ground and explained at a rapid pace. "There are many types of slaves for sale here. It's only because of the nobles' harassment that we are presented like this. If you go in and take a look, you will understand what I mean. I hope it's as you wish, otherwise I can only give 10 gold coins to the local nobles." As soon as Waylon finished speaking, he led his men into the slave-selling place. The boy watched the customers enter, walked to the back of the Chamber of Commerce, and knocked on the door. After a while, a bag of coins was thrown out. The young man looked around keenly. Seeing that there was no one around, he picked up the purse, put it in his pocket, and disappeared into the street. Chapter 20 Hidden Dangers Eliminated Invisibly. On the other side, as Wei Lin entered the gate, a wealthy businessman came to greet him. Sir, welcome to the Basic Chamber of Commerce. I am Buck, the president of this branch of the Chamber of Commerce. What can I do for you? Wei Lin looked around and saw many strange races being imprisoned in exquisite iron cages for display, including a few half-elves. He couldn't help but admire the merchant's courage. I want strong slaves, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons. I even want architects. Buck's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Wei Lin with even more affection. Don't worry, sir. We have everything you need. The Basic Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much, but it has many skilled slaves. Sir, this way, be careful of the threshold. Go through the tunnel and come to the basement where the Basic Chamber of Commerce holds slaves. There are also patrolling thugs around, and judging from their strength, they are comparable to Orlando. Look, sir, the male slaves here have good teeth and are all 20 years old. They can work for you for another 30 years without any problem. Buck stepped forward, held the slave's chin, and showed his teeth to Wei Lin, trying his best to sell him. How much is one? Sir, 20 gold coins each. If you want more people, I can give you a discount. Buck said hurriedly when he saw Wei Lin asking about the price, fearing that the other party would go back on his word. Mr. Buck, I want to buy 300 strong slaves. How much do you need? 20% off. Originally 6,000 gold coins. You only need 4,800 gold coins. Remember, take me to see the other craft slaves. Yes, sir, this way please. Seeing that the deal was done, Buck's face was full of smiles, and he took Wei Lin to the next area. A blacksmith earned 80 gold coins, a carpenter 50 gold coins, and a bricklayer 30 gold coins. After a round of salesmanship from Buck, Wei Lin purchased 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 masons, spending 2,300 gold coins. In the end, Wei Lin spent another 1,000 gold coins to buy 100 boys aged 11 or 12 from Buck. Die-hard fans need to be cultivated from a young age, and their values need to be shaped, and these teenagers are just the right people for this. Buck, where's the architect I want? Take me to see him. After walking around and buying everything he needed, Wei Lin couldn't help but ask Buck. In the second stage, regarding the construction of his own castle, without an architect's plan, he was really afraid that it would collapse halfway through the construction. Hearing Wei Lin's words, Buck showed an embarrassment. Sir, there is another architect slave in the Chamber of Commerce, but they are all very expensive and are half-elf. Do you really want to buy it? Half-elf? It doesn't matter. As long as they can be used, I don't mind these things. Wei Lin waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind the race of the slaves at all, as long as they were useful. Seeing this, Buck led Wei Lin and others to the depths of the basement. After passing through a secret room, you come to a separate secret room. Sir, please look, this half-elf girl is an architect. She is proficient in all kinds of construction and is good at building various castles. If you buy it all at once, we can also give you a special carriage as a gift. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin came to the iron cage, squatted down, and looked at the half-elf girl. She was so beautiful that he was a little moved. The half-elf girl's eyes revealed despair, and she was indifferent to everything around her. Buck saw that Wei Lin hadn't responded for a long time, and he became very anxious. He continued to sell her. Sir, this girl is still a virgin. If you buy her, you can become an architect or a prostitute. How much? You can take it away for 3,500 gold coins. In addition, the Basic Chamber of Commerce will give you a special carriage. Buck said hurriedly when he heard it. Okay, I've bought it. Send all the slaves I want outside the city. Wei Lin stood up and took out 11 gold notes worth 1,000 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Buck. Buck's eyes lit up at the glittering gold note. He took it respectfully, checked it carefully, and then carefully put it in his pocket. Here, sir, these are 4 gold notes of 100 guineas each. Please accept them. Afterwards, Wei Lin left with his men. As they walked along the road, Orlando suddenly asked, Master, there's clearly something fishy about the Basic Chamber of Commerce. Why are you still trading here? Everything else should be fine. Wei Lin stopped and said to Orlando, the problem is probably with that half-elf slave. I'm afraid the local nobles covet him, and they couldn't agree on the price, so they had a conflict. After all, not everyone is as rich as your master. Touching Orlando's blonde hair, Wei Lin responded with a smile. Yes, my lord, I understand. Outside the city of Bagamoyo, in a manor, Kazakh, the son of the governor of Kardro province, invited his friends to hold an open-air banquet. Sir, I believe that in a few days, the Basic Chamber of Commerce will send that half-elf woman to our door. Ha ha ha. Kazakh raised his glass and smiled at a young nobleman beside him. There's nothing I, Kazakh, can't get if I set my eyes on it. The thought that he could get a half-elf girl worth 3,500 gold coins without spending a penny made his heart flutter. At this time, the manor's steward came to Kazak's side and reported in a low voice, "Master, the half-elf girl has been bought." Who bought it?" Kazak asked fiercely, holding the wine glass tightly. "He is a pioneer knight, reportedly." "What? You're like a hound. You actually dared to steal what I reserved. Don't you want to live?" Without waiting for the butler to finish speaking, Kazak started cursing, as if he was going to gather people immediately to wipe out the other party. "Young master, the other party is a member of the X family. We can't afford to offend him." The butler looked at Kazak, who was about to leave, and hurriedly finished the rest of his words, fearing that he would cause trouble again. As soon as he heard that the other party was the X family, Kazak immediately felt insecure. Recalling that more than a month ago, a member of the Eagle family came to Kardro province and killed a guard in front of his father. My father could only laugh it off and didn't dare to pursue the matter. Afterwards, he was called to the study and severely warned not to conflict with the other party. Although their family is a count family, compared with the Ike's family, it is like the difference between a tiger and a mouse. Within the kingdom, earl families are not the same as other earl families. As strong as the Eagle family, it is stronger than most marquis families. As weak as his Dosk family was, it was only slightly stronger than some newly promoted earl families. "Boss, the other party is so ungrateful. How about I bring people to get that half-elf girl back for you?" The noble young man on the side looked at Kazak's ugly face and expressed his opinion hurriedly, ready to leave a deep impression on the boss. Chapter 21 Return to the Praying Star Lake. "Shut up, it's none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, Kazak left angrily. Seeing this, the butler beside him hurriedly followed. Only a confused young nobleman was left there. He didn't know why the boss, who was usually arrogant and intolerant of any grain of sand in his eyes, was acting so abnormally today. "Young master, what should we do next?" The butler caught up with Kazak and asked. Hearing this, Kazak said in a timid tone, "I'll let that pioneer knight go this time. If he dares to steal my things again, I will not let him off." "Yes, master." Just as the butler was about to leave, Kazak seemed to remember something and ordered, "Remove all the measures deployed in Bagamoyo City. Everything is gone. There is no benefit in continuing to blockade the Basic Chamber of Commerce." "I understand, master." The butler bowed again, and seeing that Kazak had no further instructions, he left the manor. Outside the city, after Wailing received the slaves he wanted, he bought some food and set off to return to the Praying Star Lake. However, he ordered his men to be on alert at all times. Wayland doesn't know yet whether there will be any trouble, but it's always better to be prepared in advance. On the other hand, Buck, the president of the Basic Chamber of Commerce branch, has been waiting for news, wanting to see how the governor's son, Kazak, will make his move. For 2 consecutive days, everything was calm, and there was no internal strife among the nobles in the central area of Kardro province, which made Buck wonder whether the greedy hunting dog Kazak had changed his surname. It was not until he learned that the other party had withdrawn even the blockade measures that Buck finally realized the seriousness of the matter. That young man, isn't he someone that even Kazak wouldn't dare to offend? Buck, who came to his senses, seemed to have done something he would regret for the rest of his life. He could only wait and see if he could save his image the next time the other party came. During the journey, Waylin was puzzled by the calm weather for several days. He speculated that there was something wrong with the half-elf. However, in reality, there was no robbery blocking the road. At night, Waylin came to the carriage where the half-elf was imprisoned with a piece of white bread and knocked on the iron cage with his knight's sword. The half-elf girl came back to her senses from her daze and looked at the knight who had been sending her food for several days in a row. He seemed to be the human who bought her. "Give." Waylin handed her the white bread and the kettle. The half-elf girl took the food from Waylin without hesitation and began to eat it in small bites. "I have no interest in your body. You can rest assured about that." Waylin looked up at the moon in the sky from the carriage and said, "My territory is in the early stages of construction and needs an architect to plan it. As long as you are willing to serve me for 10 years, I can give you freedom. After all, I spent 3,500 gold coins to buy you from a slave trader." The half-elf girl stopped eating, looked at Waylin, and said in common tongue, "My name is Eunice." A light voice sounded in Waylin's ears. He turned his head to look at Eunice, nodded, and then left. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Apart from a few gangs of reckless bandits who added dozens of bandit slaves to Waylin's arsenal, no other accidents occurred. 6 days later, Waylin came to the Ridge Castle again, received 100 sets of leather armor and 300 swords from his cousin Brian in exchange, retrieved the 23 slave bandits stored in the prison, and headed for the Praying Star Lake, more than 300 kilometers away. On June 21st, when the sun was setting, Weilin returned to Qixing Lake with a team of more than 500 people. I have been away from home for more than half a month, and Baird has taken good care of the surroundings. Of the 5,000 acres of reclaimed farmland, 3,000 acres were planted with yam beans, and the other 2,000 acres were planted with a vegetable root with strong reproductive ability. Weilin got off his horse and came to the edge of the field. Looking at the lush green fields, his tired heart felt relieved. Upon receiving the news, Baird ended his training and rushed to where Weilin was. "My lord, welcome back." Weilin stepped forward and helped Baird, who was half kneeling and saluting, to his feet. He said with satisfaction, "Thank you for your hard work over the past half-month. The master has laid out a detailed plan, and I'm just following it. It's not hard work. Has any emergency occurred during the time I was away?" Weilin asked Baird as he walked towards the village. Baird immediately responded. Within a 30-kilometer radius, most of the goblin tribes have migrated, leaving behind large, uninhabited areas. This has led to an increase in the number of wild beasts. Keep vigilance. We are short on manpower at this stage and cannot afford to lose any. Also, assign a room to the half-elf girl I brought back. Do your best to satisfy her needs. I'm going to rest now. I understand. After returning to the village, Weilin went into his cabin and prepared to have a good sleep. After seeing Weilin leave, Baird ordered his men to settle the slaves they brought back and dispatched a team of soldiers to guard them to prevent anyone from escaping. As for the half-elf girl Eunice, Baird followed Weilin's instructions, assigned her a separate wooden house, and ordered 2 knights to guard it in case of any accidents. The next day, Weilin took a look at Eunice drawing a blueprint, then stopped paying attention and turned to deal with affairs in the territory. First, 120 people were selected from 300-strong slaves and mixed with 30 soldiers in the territory to form an infantry team of 150 people. The 120 slaves who joined the infantry remained slaves. If you want to free yourself from your slave status, you have no other choice but to kill 3 goblin warriors or become a high-level apprentice warrior. This decree greatly stimulated the 120 slave soldiers. In addition, Weilin also promised other slaves that as long as they worked diligently for 3 consecutive years and completed their task targets, or killed 3 goblin warriors during war, their slave status would also be pardoned. As for the 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 bricklayers that were purchased, Weilin had different standards for the slaves they freed. Therefore, every one of the hundreds of slaves who came to the Praying Star Lake was filled with hope. With a goal to strive for, everyone bursts out with unprecedented enthusiasm. With the serfs who had been pardoned as a reference, they chose to believe the young lord's words. As for the 100 young men purchased from the Basic Chamber of Commerce, Weilin planned to let Orlando and Heber go and train them. Taking his own knight Squire Kyle as an example, those who awaken their fighting spirit within half a month will be kept to be trained as future members of the Knights. Those who are unqualified will still serve as apprentices to the craftsmen to realize their value. Chapter 22: Planning and Building a Castle. In the afternoon, Weilin summoned the blacksmiths and carpenters to prepare to make a powerful long-range attack weapon to deal with the gnolls that would arrive in 5 months. In a spacious open space, 25 craftsmen sat quietly on the ground, listening attentively to the Lord's explanation. I call this weapon a bed crossbow. Its general shape is like this. You are required to figure out how to operate it specifically. Pointing to the simple picture on the wooden board, Weilin spoke calmly without any embarrassment. Its components consist of a hinge shaft, a traction rope, a trigger, a front bow, a main bow, a rear bow, and a pulley. You are to research the specific principles on your own. I will give you 3 months. Once you complete the creation of this weapon, I will pardon your slavery. Complete within a month, and I will grant you a woman for you to reproduce. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the 25 craftsmen turned green. If they finished this thing, not only would they become private citizens, but the Lord would also give them women. Please rest assured, Lord, we promise to complete the task you assigned us within 1 month. Joseph, a 32-year-old carpenter, stood up and made a guarantee on behalf of the 24 craftsmen. Because he was the oldest and most experienced, Weilin appointed him as the team leader of the carpenter team. Another one named Smith, 28 years old, is the head of the blacksmith team. As long as you complete the tasks I assign, I will be generous with my rewards. Weilin looked at the craftsmen present and made his promise again. He believed that as long as the reward was big enough, these people's enthusiasm would be stimulated to the extreme, and results might be achieved within half a month. Afterwards, Weilin designated a work area and asked Baird to provide them with the materials and tools they needed so that they could make the bed crossbow as soon as possible. 3 days later, after Weilin finished his breakfast, He learned that the half-elf girl Eunice wanted to see him, so he rushed over without stopping. As soon as you enter the wooden house, what catches your eye is a very detailed castle plan. Standing upright on the drawing easel inside the room, a dozen sheets of white paper were spread flat on the wooden board on the shelf. In the middle is the overall planning diagram of the castle, and on both sides are some internal structural diagrams and a selection of building materials. My lord, according to your request, this castle covers an area of 4,700 square meters and can accommodate a maximum of 5,000 people, with a permanent resident population of 600. The half-elf girl Eunice came to the drawing easel with a hint of fear in her eyes and slowly explained. This is the outer city wall. It's 6 meters high, 80 meters long, and 46 meters wide. The platform is 2 meters long and can accommodate 240 soldiers fighting at the same time. Every 30 meters, there's a small armory connected to the next level for storing weapons and food. Behind is the inner wall, 9 meters high, 63 meters long, and 34 meters wide. As per your requirements, it has been designed with protruding platforms. This section of the wall has a total of 31 platforms, capable of accommodating 230 combatants at a time. After the introduction of the city walls, Wayland followed the direction of Eunice's finger and looked at other parts of the castle. It has everything you need, including a large armory, barracks, lords' rooms, halls, kitchens, water storage areas, grain warehouses, toilets, weapon repair areas, wine cellars, and stables. On the top floor of the castle, 6 large platforms were set up to facilitate Wayland to place large crossbows to attack the attacking enemies. Eunice, how long will it take to build this castle? Wayland turned to look at the half-elf girl and asked. 25 masons and 200 humans can complete the construction of this castle within 3 years. No, it's too long. Wayland shook his head and said that there were only 5 months left before the Knoll attack, and he had to complete the construction of the castle before then. So, how long does the Lord expect? We have 5 months to complete the construction of the castle by the end of November. Upon hearing this, Eunice whispered, if it's just for defense, other construction can be suspended. Just build the outer and inner walls, plus the water storage area, grain warehouse, toilets, weapon repair area, and stables. Forget about the external aesthetics and other areas. And add another 200 people. It can be completed within 5 months. After hearing this, Wayland began to think about it in light of the current situation in the territory. There were 343 freemen and serfs together and 107 slave bandits. The farms needed manpower, and the salt mines had to be prepared for operation, so only 143 serfs and 57 bandit slaves could be mobilized, totaling only 200 people. Thinking for a moment, Wayland considered the army that Baird was training. No, the salt mines need manpower, and the outer patrols also need manpower. The army cannot be used to build a castle. After thinking about it, he quickly rejected the idea. Eunice, I'll give you full responsibility for building the castle. The 25 masons will also obey your command, but we only have 200 people for now. I'll find a way later. You go ahead and choose a site for construction. Yes, my lord. The half-elf girl was stunned for a moment when she heard Wayland's appointment, and then she accepted the task. Afterwards, Wayland left the cabin, thinking as he walked where to get more manpower to fill the shortage of manpower in the territory. In the next few days, under the command of the half-elf girl, 200 workers, 25 bricklayers were divided into 9 groups, each with 25 people. 3 groups were responsible for quarrying the stone, 2 groups were responsible for transporting the materials, and the last 4 groups were responsible for the construction work. After thinking for a long time, Wayland suddenly came up with an idea that cement could be used to fill the gap in materials, but he gave up the next moment. He knew some of the recipe for this thing, but that was all he knew. Limestone, clay, and iron or powder are ground and mixed in proportion, and then need to go through a series of steps to become cement, but he didn't know. Besides, there is not much time to experiment slowly now. Let's not worry about it for now. We'll figure it out when the time comes. Maybe we'll find a solution to the problem in a few days. Putting this matter aside, Wayland decided to organize manpower to mine salt on a small scale to increase the income of the territory. When he left the family, he had 85,000 gold coins in his hand. After a series of expenses, he now only has 53,000 gold coins left. There were only expenses and no income, which made him feel very uneasy. On the morning of June 26th, Wayland led 2 knights, 3 teams of soldiers, and 60 slave bandits to the salt mine 12 kilometers southeast of Chishing Lake. 2 hours later, everyone arrived at the salt mine. 2 knights stepped forward and moved the huge rock blocking the entrance, allowing the passage to open. Andrew, You take the people to supervise these slaves, set up a camp first, and start mining the salt mine tomorrow. Yes, my lord. A knight saluted with his chest and answered immediately. Watching the increasingly busy camp, Waylon rode a horse with a team of soldiers, patrolling the surroundings and driving away wild beasts to ensure the safety of the camp. Chapter 23. Digging Salt Mine and Finding Mithril Mine. While patrolling around the salt mine, Waylon discovered many wild beasts, many of which were on the verge of evolution. We must find time to clean it up, otherwise these beasts will grow up and become a big trouble. After killing several gray wolves, Waylon muttered to himself while wiping the blood off the knight's sword. On the third day at the salt mine, after seeing the first batch of salt being dug out, the camp gradually got back on track. The perimeter of the camp was made up of logs stuck into the ground, each log sharpened to prevent wild animals from breaking in. Many traps were set up near the wooden fence, on the one hand to prevent these robber slaves from escaping, and on the other hand to prevent wild beasts from breaking in. On the last day of June, Waylon returned to Chishing Lake along the road with 3 carts of salt mines and a team of soldiers. After today, it will be the first day of the month again. He is somewhat looking forward to fate telling him some important news, hoping to solve the problem of castle construction. After returning to Chishing Lake, Waylon ordered his soldiers to move the salt mines to the warehouse for storage and began to patrol the territory to check the construction results of the past few days. Sir, I have some ideas and would like to get your permission. Seeing his master coming, Baird walked forward and saluted Waylon. Tell me about it. Looking at the soldiers training hard on the training ground, Waylon nodded with satisfaction and responded to Baird. Sir, the number of trainee warriors in the team has exceeded 30, reaching 37. I would like to select 20 of them, equip them with iron armor, and train them with more rigorous methods to stimulate their potential and grow them into sharp swords in the hands of the Lord. The 20 sets of armor stored in the warehouse are sitting idle. Why not put them to use? Waylon patted Baird on the shoulder and left the training ground with a smile. Thank you, my lord. Baird was very excited. His plan had come true. Meanwhile, Waylon was well aware of Baird's intentions. Orlando was training 112 and 13-year-olds to cultivate a force centered around him. Seeing this, Baird would undoubtedly choose other avenues for breakthrough and maximize his potential. He is happy to see this kind of healthy competition. On the evening of July 1st, the pleasant voice rang in Waylon's ears again. 15 kilometers east of Chishing Lake, 30 meters underground, there is a small mithril mine with a reserve of 200 tons. What? Mithril mine? Upon hearing the news, Waylon's eyes lit up. This was much more valuable than the salt mine. Mithril, as a rare material, is silver-white in appearance. It is stronger than steel, but very light. It has good energy guidance and can break shields. When forging a weapon, adding a small amount of mithril into it will increase the weapon's level by 1 or 2. It is conservatively estimated that these 200 tons of mithril can produce 3,000 kilograms of mithril. According to the current market value, 1 gram of mithril is worth 4 gold coins. This small mithril mine is worth 6 million gold coins, which is equivalent to 2 years of tax revenue for the Axe family. Having said that, this thing is hard currency and has a high price but no market. We must arrange for someone to dig as soon as possible, lest it get discovered by others at night. Taking out the map, Waylon discovered that 15 kilometers east of Chishing Lake was the border area of the barony, only 15 kilometers away from the border. Now he is still in the development stage. According to the laws of the kingdom, there are no boundaries in the development of knight territory. In other words, if the other party discovers this place and sends troops to occupy it, they do not have to bear any legal responsibility. Although he has his family as a backer, it is because there is not enough benefit for others to take risks. Thinking of this, Waylon decided to dispatch manpower tomorrow to go to the mithril mine 15 kilometers away to dig, and he would personally take charge until the excavation work was completed. After a night passed and the day just broke, Waylon ordered Baird to leave 2 teams of soldiers to be responsible for the safety of Chishing Lake, and the remaining 110 people all followed him away. Baird was very confused when he received such an order, but as a loyal knight, he did not ask the reason. He left 2 teams of soldiers to be led by 2 knights to maintain the security and safety of the territory, and then took the rest of the army to follow Waylon's pace. 3 hours later, according to the detailed map of the Yellowstone area provided by his cousin Alec, Waylon found the location. Baird, take your men to set up camp first and start mining tomorrow. Waylon put away the map and instructed Baird, who was standing beside him. Yes, my lord. Baird was even more confused, but he accepted the order without hesitation. Thanks to the efforts of 110 soldiers, a defensive camp covering an area of 300 square meters was established. At night, Wayland called Baird into a tent alone and asked the guards on duty to retreat 10 meters away to keep watch. Baird, can I trust you? Wayland asked in a deep voice with a serious face, staring at the knight given to him by his family. My lord, as a knight who has sworn an oath to you, I am willing to die for you. Baird stood up, straightened his clothes, and knelt on one knee on the ground with a solemn and serious attitude. Wayland looked at Baird for a long time, then said, What I'm about to tell you, at this stage, can't be known to anyone else except you and me. Please inform my lord. Baird answered without hesitation. 30 meters below us, there is a small mithril mine with a reserve of 300 tons. Baird was shocked when he heard this, and said in disbelief, Master, is this true? Absolutely true. Wayland nodded and said, From now on, excavating the mithril mine will be left to your army. Please rest assured, my lord. If a third person knows the existence of the mithril mine, I am willing to offer my head. Baird declared solemnly, making a promise to Wayland. Most of the soldiers outside were born as serfs and slaves. Although they are learning to read and write at this stage, they are not aware of the rare mineral mithril. As long as the excavation process is kept secret, these soldiers will only think that they are digging for a rare mineral. The next morning, Baird felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and divided his soldiers into two groups. The first part consists of 30 people who are responsible for the security of the camp and detecting suspicious persons. The second group of 50 people is responsible for digging the mithril mine. The third part consists of 30 people, acting as a transport force. They are responsible for transporting the mithril ore from the camp back to the Prayer Star Lake, and then transporting supplies from the Prayer Star Lake. During their spare time, they will dig mithril ore with the soldiers from the second part. Wayland decided to take charge personally and be mainly responsible for transportation work. Chapter 24 Barony of Cleveland. In the next few days, a passage leading to 30 meters underground was opened. During the excavation, they encountered hard boulders. Baird personally took action and used his fighting spirit to smash the stones. Inside the tent, Wayland was very excited when he saw the first piece of mithril ore being excavated, and so was Baird standing next to him. Wayland held the mithril ore, looked at the radiant light, and said with a smile, With mithril, our weapons will be stronger than the enemy's, and the protective capabilities of our armor will be enhanced. More importantly, it will be able to break shields. Master, at the current rate, we can mine 2 tons of mithril ore a day. It will take approximately 5 months to complete the mining process. Well, be careful while digging and pay attention to the surroundings. Wayland put down the mithril ore in his hand and instructed in a deep voice. This is the miracle of our rise and a huge fortune. No matter how cautious we are, it can never be too much. I understand. Baird pounded his chest and saluted, saying seriously. Everything went smoothly for the next 10 days. However, accidents happen all the time, and people are subject to misfortunes at any time. Wayland and his team's excavation activities still attracted the attention of the nearby barony of Cleveland. Just imagine, is there something fishy going on when a group of well-equipped soldiers stayed in the desert for more than half a month for no reason? At this moment, in a small but exquisite castle at the administrative center of the barony of Cleveland, Brandon Hodgson heard the knight's report. Puzzled, he asked, They've really been staying in the wilderness for over half a month, and there's no sign of them leaving yet. Yes, sir. They have been stationed here since early July. Since they have set up a long perimeter for surveillance, we cannot clearly ascertain the situation. However, from a distance, they appear to be mining. Mining? Brandon Hodgson stood up suddenly and asked again. Did you see clearly that the Pioneer Knights were mining? My lord, I guarantee it on my honor. The knight looked at Brandon and said very solemnly. Send someone to observe closely during the night. I need to know the exact news. Yes, sir. After the knight left, Brandon sat down again and tapped the table regularly, wondering what kind of mineral the other party had dug. As he continued to think, Brandon's eyes became sharp. This place was only a dozen kilometers away from his territory. If there were really valuable mineral deposits, he wouldn't mind snatching them away. As the sun was setting, in the border area of Barony Cleveland, a team of 6 people dressed in black and carrying knives advanced quickly across the wasteland, approaching the camp where Baird was. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and dark clouds blocked the moonlight. Except for the light of the campfire, the surroundings fell into darkness. Baron Cleveland led a reconnaissance team of 6 people to 300 meters outside the camp, then lay in ambush, waiting for the right opportunity. Captain, we have explored the surrounding area and found 3 traps. They are here, here, and here. A man in black came to the trainee high-level knight in the team and reported while drawing circles on the map. The apprentice knight found that these 3 locations were very tricky. Fortunately, his subordinate had received such training and knew how to set these traps. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the enemy before he even got close to the camp. Give the order. Our main mission is to gather intelligence. If we are discovered by the enemy, we must retreat immediately. After hearing this, the other 5 people nodded silently, closed their eyes and rested, waiting for the night to come. At 12 o'clock, the most sleepy hour, Baird, as usual, took his weapons and began his first patrol of the night. There is a mithril mine buried under the camp. As long as it is not mined out in a day, we cannot relax for a moment. As usual, he first inspected the sentry post to see if any guards were dozing off, then began to inspect the surrounding area to confirm if there were any uninvited guests. Just then, the reconnaissance team regained consciousness, dodged 3 traps, and approached the camp. Who? Baird's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly looked towards the northwest and shouted loudly. The soldiers patrolling around reacted immediately, holding spears, and came to the side of the knight, assuming a fighting stance. In the dark night, the reconnaissance team lay on the ground, not daring to move. The leading apprentice knight was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that at the most tiring moment, there would still be someone so energetic. He began to pray in his heart that the other party had just made a misjudgment and would never come over to check. Staring into the darkness, Baird snatched the spear from the guard beside him and threw it towards the reconnaissance team. There was complete silence, without any sound. He couldn't help but touch his head, wondering if he was worrying too much. Sir, would you like me to go over and investigate? The team leader at the side asked respectfully upon seeing this. Kindness. Then, the 10 men, as trained, presented their search targets and headed in the direction where Baird had thrown the spear. On the grass, a man in black was pierced through the thigh by a spear, but his companions held him tightly and did not dare to make a sound. Seeing someone from the other side coming, for the sake of his own life, the apprentice knight could only wave his hand to signal the other 5 to start retreating. 10 minutes later, the captain came to Baird with a bloody spear, beat his chest, and reported, Sir, there is human blood on the spear. There are invaders tonight. Keep patrolling. I'll go check out the warehouse. As soon as he finished speaking, Baird took 2 steps at a time and headed towards the warehouse in the center of the camp. Grown-ups. The 2 men standing guard in front of the warehouse saw this and immediately saluted. Did you spot any strangers? Upon hearing this, the 2 looked at each other and then replied, No, sir, there is no one else here except us. Baird frowned, pushed the door open, and counted the mithril or mined in the past 2 days. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found no losses. It seems that someone has discovered something and has sent people to investigate. We must report this to the Lord as soon as possible. Then, Baird decided to stay here tonight to ensure the safety of the warehouse. The next morning, when Waylon arrived at the camp, Baird, with a pair of panda eyes, reported to him what had happened. As expected, it should be the work of the barony of Cleveland. Sir, how should we deal with this next? Baird asked after hearing this. The barony of Cleveland covers an area of more than 1,500 square kilometers and has a population of 13,000. Its lord is Brandon Hodgson, who has 16 bronze knights, 63 knight squires, 20 archers, and 300 soldiers. According to normal operations, they might have to face more than 1,000 serf soldiers. After a moment's thought, Waylon immediately ordered, First, have everyone stop digging for the mithril mine and await my next instructions. Also, send someone back to Praying Star Lake to fetch the other 6 knights. I'll make arrangements at the camp and ensure they never return. Yes. Chapter 25, Battle. In the castle of Barony Cleveland, after Brandon received the news, he immediately asked the butler to summon the knights and troops to assemble at the castle. A place where a high-level bronze knight is stationed must have rich mineral resources. Thanks to the help of the 3 relatives, the information obtained by other nobles in Cardro province showed that this young eagle of the Ikes family only had 3 high-level bronze knights. Brandon Hodgson, who thought he had the upper hand, decided to take the enemy by surprise. He summoned elite troops, surrounded and eliminated more than 100 of them, and seized the unknown mineral deposit. 3 days later, an army of thousands of men gathered in front of Brandon Castle. Looking around, there were 12 bronze knights standing in the front, including 3 high-level bronze knights. Together with Brandon himself, they were the 4 strongest people in the barony of Cleveland. Following them were 40 apprentice knights, wearing leather armor and riding horses of varying quality, full of energy and spirit. Then came 200 soldiers wearing half-body armor and holding spears. Their sturdy bodies and vague fighting spirit indicated their fighting power. Next to the phalanx of soldiers, there were 20 archers armed with longbows, which was a result that Brandon was proud of. The difficulty of training an archer is second only to that of a knight. The surrounding minor nobles are very wary of Brandon having so many archers. Finally, the largest in number, but with the weakest fighting capacity were the serfs holding dung forks and wooden sticks. They were at the back of the team, listless and numb, like zombies. There were more than 800 of them. Brandon took a look around, nodded with satisfaction, and shouted, "Let's go." A team of thousands of people left the open space in front of the castle and turned according to the marching columns of knights, apprentice knights, soldiers, and serfs, and marched towards the camp where the mithril mine was located, with a marching column of more than 2,000 meters. Inside the camp, after receiving the news that Baron Brandon of Cleveland was leading his troops to attack, Wei Lin turned to look at Baird. "How's the trap set?" "Don't worry, my lord," Baird replied excitedly. "Over a dozen tunnels, large and small, have been laid out. We've also deployed personnel inside the tunnels. As soon as we get a signal, we'll pull the switch and catch the enemy off guard. Everything is ready. We just need Brandon to verify our results." At this time, a soldier entered the tent, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, "My lord, a large army is approaching us, more than 1,000 people. Explore further." "Yes." After the soldiers left, Wei Lin went directly to Baird to assemble the troops and prepare to meet the enemy. This time, he planned to capture the other party alive and extort money to solve the problem of insufficient manpower. Outside the camp, except for the 20 soldiers lying in ambush underground to activate the mechanism, the other 90 soldiers have all assembled, wearing leather armor, iron swords at their waists, and holding spears. Patrolling in front of the battle line, every soldier's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. As long as they killed the enemy and gained military merit, they would get freedom, money, and women. This was the Lord's promise to them. Soon, the army led by Brandon appeared outside the camp, formed a battle formation, and slowly advanced towards the camp. Wei Lin looked closely and found that it was exactly as he had guessed. The serfs walked in the front, followed by the soldiers supervising the battle, and on both sides were the knight squires. 13 knights armed to the teeth were at the end of the team, following the team forward. This is the most common fighting method among the lower classes in this world, and it is widely found in the wilderness of this world. Calculating the distance, Wei Lin slowly raised his right hand, ready to ask the soldier beside him to strike the gong as a signal. A knight approached Brandon from the enemy's formation and said in a deep voice, "My lord, they only have 100 men, yet they're not panicking when facing thousands of us. Is there an ambush?" After hearing this, Brandon said proudly, "I have thousands of men, 10 times the enemy's strength. Even if there's an ambush, it won't do anything to me. The final victory will definitely belong to me. Don't worry. I was worrying too much." The knight lowered his head in shame and said to Brandon. As time passed, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer, from the initial 1,000 meters to 800 meters, and then to 400 meters. All the serfs passed through the trap. When the enemy infantry stepped into the trap area, Wei Lin made a quick decision and issued instructions. The soldiers on the side received the Lord's order and directly struck the gong. The noise echoed throughout the wilderness. The soldiers lying in ambush underground pulled hard on the ropes in their hands, tearing off the wood supporting the ground. In an instant, before Brandon's eyes, half of the infantry column fell into a deep pit full of spikes. All the archers died in the deep pit before they could show their strength. There were wailing sounds everywhere. Most of the infantrymen who fell into the trap died on the spot. A few of them were still breathing, but they were not far from death. The surrounding soldiers witnessed the death of their companions and were a little dazed. They gradually came to their senses after being scolded by the knight. But Valina gave them a chance to regroup. He pulled down his mask, laid down his lance, and led the other 6 knights into a full-scale charge. At the same time, the infantry behind him threw spears at the chaotic serfs, then drew their iron swords and charged behind Wei Lin. "Don't want. Mercy, mercy. Ah, puff." The skinny serf watched his body being pierced through and torn into pieces by the powerful force. Stepping on the corpses of these serfs, Wei Lin did not slow down. While running, he grabbed the throwing spears and threw them at the enemy infantry phalanx. Penetrating several infantrymen in a row made the calm Brandon furious. Did the other side really think that they could defeat the team with just over 100 people? "You guys hold back the other knights. I want to defeat this arrogant guy myself." Brandon lowered his armor, slapped his mount, and headed towards the killing spree at Valen. He killed a few infantrymen casually, and when he saw the main force coming, Wei Lin threw away the spear in his hand, drew his knight's sword, and charged towards him. At the moment of the confrontation, Wei Lin used his special skills to knock his opponent off his mount and make him retreat several steps on the ground. Boy, I underestimated you. Brandon stabilized his body and adjusted his posture, his tone solemn. Waylon jumped off his horse and rushed towards the other party at an extremely fast speed without saying a word. How brave. Today, let me test the strength of the pioneering knights of the Ikes family. Brandon gathered his strength, mobilized the fighting spirit in his body, attached it to the knight's sword, and suddenly stood up, ready to face the enemy head-on. After fighting for several rounds in a row, Brandon gradually became exhausted and panting, but he did not dare to relax at all. If you make a mistake, your life may be in danger. Chapter 26, Battle. A familiar voice was heard. Brandon looked sideways and saw that one of his guardian knights had been killed and his head flew high. The other subordinates around him gradually fell into a disadvantage, and a knight from the enemy side was suppressing several of his own people. Only now did he realize that the intelligence he thought he had obtained was all false. It was all fake news released by the other party to confuse the nobles of Cardro province. At this moment, Waylon saw the opportunity, mobilized the remaining fighting spirit in his body, attached it to the knight's sword, and accelerated towards Brandon. Seeing this, several soldiers stood in front of the dazed lord and tried to stop him, but were cut in half. The shrill wailing sound brought Brandon back to his senses, and he raised his sword to try to block it. The sword in his hand was knocked away, and his helmet fell to the ground. Brandon half knelt on the ground, looking at the bloody sword on his neck. He sat down in a daze and said unwillingly, "You win." Waylon pulled up his visor, looked at the middle-aged bronze high-ranking knight, and said calmly, "Yes, I won." When the surrounding soldiers and knights saw their lord defeated and captured, they dropped their weapons and began to surrender. Baird wiped the sticky blood from his face and shouted, "Confiscate the weapons and tie up all these people." Seeing that the situation was under control, Waylon put away his knight's sword, had Brandon tied up, and taken back for strict supervision. The battle came and went quickly, lasting only an hour. At night, in a tent, Waylon, dressed in casual clothes, sat in the main seat, looking at the 7 knights participating in the battle, each of whom was injured to varying degrees. "My lord, in this battle, 37 people were killed, 12 were seriously injured, and 41 were slightly injured. We suffered heavy casualties." Baird laughed bitterly. 1/3 of his men were killed this time. "What are the enemy's casualties?" Waylon asked without any extra expression on his face. Another knight stood up and began to report. "My lord, preliminary statistics show that the enemy suffered over 400 casualties and 531 prisoners, including Sir Brandon, 9 bronze knights, 87 elite soldiers, and the rest were serfs. Take the serfs back with you. Give some to the half-elf Eunice to build the castle, and some to Mike, who's in charge of the farmland, to take care of the crops." Waylon paused, then continued, "Send 1 soldier back with you. Tell the current head of the Cleveland barony that I allow them to pay the ransom and redeem their lord." "Yes, sir." The knight saluted with his chest and answered loudly. After the meeting, Waylon walked out of the tent and came to the camp where the seriously injured were. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, pale and dying, Waylon's cold heart felt a pang of pain. He is not one of those nobles who treat human life as worthless. He still has basic conscience in his heart. Although he doesn't know when he will be assimilated, he needs to do something now. "Go get a basin of clean water." The soldiers standing guard nearby heard this, bowed and saluted, then turned and ran away. After a while, a basin of water was brought over. Waylon took out a crystal bottle filled with light red liquid from his chest, squatted down, opened the cork, and poured the liquid into the basin. "Give this water to the seriously injured." "Yes, sir," the soldier replied quickly, his tone excited. Looking at the busy tents, Waylon observed for a while and then left. Coincidentally, Baird, who was preparing to visit the seriously injured, saw this scene. He did not say anything, but just watched quietly. "Perhaps, choosing young Master Waylon is the wisest choice I have ever made in my life. Sir, the brothers' condition has improved and their breathing has stabilized." A military doctor who knew a little about medicine came over and reported to Baird excitedly. "I understand. If there is any remaining life potion that the Lord gave you, send it to the lightly wounded." "Yes, sir." The next day, in the castle of Barony Cleveland, a young man heard the soldier who reported the news and showed an expression of disbelief on his face. "How is that possible? Father led over 1,000 men. How could he be defeated by 100? Young master, serfs have been escaping back one after another. This must be the real situation," the old butler on the side advised. The middle-aged lady sitting in the main seat, her hands trembling uncontrollably, pretended to be calm and said in a deep voice, "Old bull, pass on my order. The entire castle is under martial law. Call back the other 4 knights. Yes, ma'am. After the butler left, she looked at the soldier and continued to ask, what do they want in exchange for releasing the master and the other knights? Madam, the other party didn't say it explicitly, but only told me that negotiations will take place at the border on the morning of July 19th. You go down first. Yes. 2 guards helped the injured soldier out of the hall, leaving the middle-aged lady and the young man alone. Oil lamps flickered in the hall. Brandon's eldest son, Labor, was very anxious. He looked at the middle-aged lady and couldn't help asking, Mother, what should we do next? As a matter of fact, we must first redeem your father and the other knights. Otherwise, we will not be able to defend Baron Cleveland's vast territory. Labor was very confused after hearing this. Mother, even if several lords around are coveting it, according to the laws of the kingdom, they... Fool, the danger comes from the family. The middle-aged lady stared at her son, wondering why she gave birth to such a fool. Afterwards, she began to prepare for the negotiations 2 days later, striving to redeem the territory's main combat force. On the other hand, due to the captives in the camp, the work of digging for mithril had to be suspended. Thanks to the life potion provided by Waylon, the 12 seriously injured soldiers were out of danger and their strength was greatly improved, which was a blessing in disguise. Other lightly injured soldiers received a small amount of life potion diluted with water, and their injuries were greatly recovered. In a tent, Waylon and Brandon sat opposite each other, discussing chess. You are very powerful. Why do you come here to become a pioneer knight? Brandon put down a chess piece, looked at Waylon, and asked, maybe it's because of a dream, or maybe it's because I don't want to live an ordinary life. Waylon replied simply and placed a chess piece down. Next, how much ransom do you plan to ask for? Without the momentum of the battlefield, Brandon at this time was just an old man who was a little old. Looking at the middle-aged man, who was over 50 years old, Waylon replied directly, that depends on your and your men's status in the territory. I have plenty of time to spend with you. Ha ha, I don't think so. Brandon responded with a smile, as if he saw through Waylon's thoughts. Ha ha, who knows? Waylon won the game by placing a move, then stood up, straightened his clothes, and left the tent. Looking at the young man, leaving and thinking about his good-for-nothing eldest son, Brandon smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is why the X family developed from a baronial family to an earl's family in just 700 years. Imprisoned here with nothing to do, Brandon began to recall what he had done over the years. It had been a long time since he had sat down quietly and thought about his life. Chapter 27 Ransom. 2 days later, the 2 sides met at the border of Barony Cleveland. There was a wooden table on the grass. Waylon and Brandon's wife sat on each side, and Brandon's eldest son Labor stood behind his mother. The other accompanying guards stood more than 10 meters away, keeping a wary eye on each other. The middle-aged lady sat gracefully on the chair, her every move and gesture exuding nobility. Although there were some wrinkles on her face, one could see how beautiful she was when she was young. In comparison, Waylon does not have so many red tapes, and people can do whatever they feel comfortable with. Sir, what are your conditions? The voice was so pleasant that Waylon couldn't help but look at the lady a few more times. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 120,000 caddies of grain, and 20 oxen, and I will release Sir Brandon. As for the other captured knights and soldiers, a different price will be required. The middle-aged lady looked at the young man who was asking for too much, and tried her best to suppress her inner anger. Labor, standing by, was not so cunning. Anger filled his face as he shouted, "Why don't you just go and rob?" Waylon smiled slightly and said, "Rob, isn't it now?" "You?" Liebel, shut up. The middle-aged lady turned around and shouted angrily. When the young man heard what his mother said, he immediately wilted, lowered his head, and dared not say another word. Seeing her son calm down, the middle-aged lady regained her composure and said, "Sir, you ask for too much. No, I think this is the value of Sir Brandon. In your eyes, is your husband so unbearable? Or do you? This is not a problem. What we are discussing now is the ransom." The middle-aged lady reacted and jumped out of the language trap set by Waylon. "Okay, let's discuss the ransom." Waylon leaned back in his chair and said casually, "Madam, you don't want to lose your husband and become a widow." "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? It's simple. There are too many dangers in the wilderness. Look at me. I have to bring so many guards with me when I travel, let alone Sir Brandon who is unarmed." "Sir, if that's the case, there's no need to continue this negotiation." The middle-aged lady stood up and looked down at Waylon. "If anything happens to Brandon, the barony of Cleveland will fight you to the death." "Yeah." Waylon continued to sit in the chair, looking at the middle-aged lady with a smile. "I hope that in half a month, it will still be you, beautiful lady, who will be negotiating with me here. You? Looking at the boy's smile, the reserved middle-aged lady felt very annoyed, as if she had been taken advantage of by the other party. After struggling for a while, the middle-aged lady sat down again. She knew that her weakness had been exploited by the other party. If the situation dragged on, the lordship of the barony of Cleveland would change hands within a month. After arguing for more than 20 minutes, the middle-aged lady finally compromised. Lei Buer, who was standing aside, looked at Wei Lin with anger in his heart, but due to his mother's authority, he could only hold it in his heart. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 100,000 caddies of grain, and 20 oxen as Brandon's ransom. The ransom for one knight required 20 serfs and 2 oxen. The ransom for one soldier required 5 serfs and 100 kilograms of grain. All in all, Barony Cleveland had to hand over a total of 1,100 serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 110,000 kilograms of grain, and 38 oxen to Chishing Lake. Finally, the middle-aged lady picked up the pen and signed her name on the contract with a strong sense of shame. This time, the barony of Cleveland suffered a heavy loss, with 1/15 of its total property lost. This was the property that her husband and father-in-law had worked hard to build for 80 years. Very well, my lady. In 3 days, you will see your husband, Sir Brandon, at this transaction. Wei Lin put away the contract and left with his men. Watching his enemy leave, Lei Buer said unwillingly, "Mother, you are betraying father. He will not allow you to do this. You." When Lei Buer saw his mother raise her hand, he just closed his eyes but did not dodge. Seeing this, the middle-aged lady slowly lowered her right hand, which had been raised high. After an unknown amount of time, Liebel opened his eyes, looked at his mother leaving, turned around, and looked at Wei Lin's back with humiliation, then mounted his horse and caught up with the team. On the way back, Baird rode forward and said excitedly, "My lord, we've made a fortune this time. With so many things, the construction of the castle will be much faster. Even so, we still have a battle to fight before we can achieve true stability." Wei Lin looked at the silent wilderness and responded to Baird, "My lord, you are talking about Brandon." Upon hearing this, Wei Lin glanced at Baird for a moment before responding, "You're half right. We also need to consider the surrounding territories. If we can subdue them this time, the subsequent mithril mining will be much smoother." Why is this happening?" Baird asked in confusion, touching the back of his head. "How about we poison Brandon during the transaction and let him die a few days after returning? I know a poison that can meet the requirements." Without a second thought, Wei Lin refused. "No," he said. "Such a despicable move would easily make us a target of public criticism in Cardero province, and indeed throughout the kingdom. My lord, if that's not possible, how can we deal with the alliance of several territories with the forces we have?" "Don't worry, I have a plan." Wei Lin comforted Baird, asking him to calm down and just follow his orders. After returning to the camp, Wei Lin gave a letter to a knight and asked him to go to the Ridge territory more than 200 kilometers away and deliver the letter to his cousin Brian. A few days later, at the border of Barony Cleveland, the exchange of ransom and personnel went smoothly without any conflict between the two sides. As soon as he returned to the castle, Brandon asked the butler to invite several nobles around to discuss important matters. On the other hand, Wei Lin returned to Chishing Lake with more than 1,000 people and a lot of supplies, preparing to replan the construction of the territory and prepare for the next battle. First, 200 strong men were selected from the captured serfs and traded serfs, and handed over to a knight from Chishing Lake for training, so that they could be put to use in a few days. In addition, 300 people were assigned to the half-elf girl Eunice to make up for the shortage of manpower in building the castle. Finally, the others were handed over to another knight stationed at Chishing Lake, who was responsible for farmland, river leveling, and timber felling. The next morning, as soon as Wei Lin got up, Orlando ran over excitedly to tell him the good news. "Master, the task you assigned to the craftsman has been completed." Wei Lin, who was still sleepy, suddenly became more energetic and said excitedly, "Quick, take me there." Chapter 28. Bed Crossbow. Brandon prepares to make a comeback. Soon, the two arrived at a place where all the blacksmiths and carpenters were already waiting. When they saw Wei Lin coming, they all saluted. Joseph, the head of the carpenter team, stepped forward and respectfully introduced, "Sir, this is the finished crossbow." Wei Lin stepped forward and looked at the bed crossbow, which overlapped with the scene he saw in his past life. "Bring the spear." After hearing this, the carpenter on the side immediately stepped forward with a spear, and the other two carpenters turned the hinge with force to twist the wheel axle at the rear to draw the bow, then loaded the arrows and waited for firing. Wei Lin took the wooden hammer handed to him by Orlando, aimed it at the trigger, and and smashed it down hard. With a whoosh sound, the thick spear flew out, piercing through the 3 pieces of wood used for the experiment, and even tore the leather armor on them into pieces. Judging from the visual distance, the 3 experimental wooden men were 300 meters, 600 meters, and 800 meters respectively. Waylon looked at the experimental results and couldn't help but cheer loudly. The surrounding craftsmen and blacksmiths received the Lord's praise, and they all puffed out their chests, enjoying the glorious moment. Joseph, with his eyes hunched, found the right moment and boldly asked, "Sir, what is the name of this weapon?" "Then let's keep its previous name and call it the 3-bow crossbow." Waylon stroked the crossbow and turned to Joseph and asked, "What are the current production numbers?" "Sir, a group of 4 can complete a 3-bow crossbow in 6 days." Joseph responded immediately after hearing this. After hearing this, Waylon nodded. He was very satisfied with the speed. This weapon will be a great killer in the wilderness and will become a sharp weapon in your hands in a short time. As for the later stages, after having your own magician and magic blacksmith, this kind of thing will be eliminated, or perhaps it will be improved and magical elements will be added to bring greater value. Then, Waylon gathered everyone together and announced loudly in front of them, "Now, I will keep my promise and declare in the name of Waylon Ikes that your slave status will be abolished. From now on, you will be free." 15 blacksmiths and 25 carpenters knelt down, their words filled with excitement. "Thank you, Lord." After asking the others to stand, Waylon announced, "Next, my second promise. Complete this task within a month, and I will grant each of you a woman to reproduce." Hearing the word woman, the craftsmen below were very excited. There were many craftsmen among them who already had children, but their children did not belong to them, but were the property of the slave owners. Now, they are free men, their women will belong to them alone, and their children will continue their bloodline. Now, I will announce my second mission. Within 1 week, as long as you complete the production of 20 bed crossbows, each of you will receive a gold coin as a reward. Please rest assured, my lord, even if I work myself to death, I, Joseph, will complete the task you have assigned me. I am willing to sacrifice everything I have for the Lord, even my unborn child. My lord, your will is the meaning of my existence, and I will carry it out without regret." Every craftsman expressed his loyalty to Waylon in his own words. Everything they have comes from the Lord, and it will always be so in the future. Back in the room, Waylon revised the battle plan. With the 3-bow crossbow, he was absolutely sure to deal with Brandon's next attack. Through this battle, he planned to gain greater benefits and accelerate the development of his territory. Destiny will only guide him with valuable information, but this is something that others don't have. He wants to rely on this to reach the top of the world and see the scenery at the top. In Ridge Territory, Ridge Castle, after Brian received the letter from his cousin, he immediately summoned the troops in the territory to provide support. During the entire process, he did not hesitate at all and directly took away 80 of the Ridge Territory's troops, leaving only 1 confidant to guard the territory. At this moment, in the barren Cleveland Territory, Brandon stood in the study, reviewing the last battle and thinking about the gains and losses. "I won't fail again this time." With his fists clenched, Brandon looked at the various plans on the paper. This time he was determined to capture the other party alive. "Master, Violet, Leslie and Barry are already waiting in the hall." The butler came behind Brandon and reported to him. Brandon picked up the paper filled with various plans and went to the hall with the butler. As soon as he entered the castle hall, he heard 3 people talking loudly, their words full of mockery for Brandon's defeat by the young boy. "Haha. That old Brandon is so shameless that he actually had to rely on a woman to negotiate to redeem him. Violet, be more careful with your words, or you might end up being treated like this someday. Haha, if a woman were to negotiate, I would rather commit suicide than suffer such humiliation." Ahem. The 3 of them turned around and listened, then shut their mouths and stopped talking. Seeing this, Braden pretended not to hear anything and sat down in the Lord's chair with a fake smile. "Everyone, I invited you here this time because of this huge iron ore storage point." "What? Iron ore?" After hearing this, the other 3 stared at Brandon with wide eyes. "Yes, it's the iron ore. I'm willing to contribute this time. As long as we capture this stronghold, I only want 10 of the iron ore profits, and the rest will belong to you." Wearing a magic robe, the rare magician Lord Kaisley stroked his white beard and asked suspiciously, "Brandon, there is nothing fishy about this. This is not a lie you made up for revenge. Do you think it's possible, Kaisley?" Brandon stared at the magician with sharp eyes. Seeing this, the other 2 immediately realized that this possibility was very high, and looked at Brandon with suspicion, hoping that he could provide evidence to prove that the place occupied by the pioneer knights did have rich reserves of iron ore. Ahem, Brandon, it's not that we don't believe it, but unless you provide evidence, we are not fools. Seeing this, Warrior Lord Barry spoke appropriately to ease the awkward atmosphere. In that case, let Kaisley use lie detection magic to prove whether what I said is true or false. Seeing that the three people did not believe him, Brandon had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Seeing this, the magician Kaisley stood up, holding his staff and muttering something, and a white magic circle appeared under Brandon's feet. As the other two watched, Brandon spoke again. The area occupied by the pioneering knights is buried with huge reserves of iron ore. As Brandon finished his words, the magic circle that detected lies still maintained its white light, without any red color appearing. After seeing this scene, they believed Brandon's words that there really was an iron mine with huge reserves here. Chapter 29 Reinforcements. With common interests, the meeting went very smoothly. According to the distribution ratio, each side needed to provide equal troops. The longer the time goes, the greater the variables. The four men agreed to gather at the border of Barony Cleveland 5 days later, join forces, attack and develop the Knights' territory, and occupy the rich iron mine. These days, Waylon has been actively preparing for war. On the morning of July 23rd, a well-equipped army entered Chishing Lake from the south. After Waylon received the news, he took people to meet his cousin. "Waylon, I'm here." A handsome knight came towards him. It was his cousin Brian. "Cousin, welcome." The knights of both sides saluted each other's lords and followed them into the Praying Star Lake. In less than 3 months, you've built this area into a well-established area. You're much better than your cousin. Brian was touring the territory, recalling the scenes when he first started developing it, feeling very emotional. "Cousin, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the assistance from Sir Brandon next door that I have enough manpower to carry out the next plan." Waylon responded with a smile. After talking all the way, they came to a wide meadow where rich food and wine were laid out, and many knights began to feast. During the banquet, Waylon introduced the surrounding situation to his cousin while telling him about his plan. "Waylon, I don't think we need to go to all that trouble. Your cousin has brought 50 bronze knights, 200 knight squires, and 600 elite warriors. Let's just go ahead and attack them head-on and defeat them." Brian rubbed his swollen head, waved his hand to interrupt Waylon, who was talking incessantly, and told him the simplest and most crude plan. "Cousin, if you do this, it will cause a lot of casualties. After all, the other party is not a pushover. Using some strategies appropriately will help us reduce casualties and gain greater benefits." Waylon looked at Brian speechlessly and gave him advice. Okay, I'll listen to you." Looking at Waylon, who was about to continue talking, Brian waved his hand, picked up a glass of wine, and drank it all. "Forget it, cousin. Let your guardian knight communicate with me." Waylon covered his face and looked at the drunkard. He really didn't know how his cousin had conquered a territory twice the size of the barony of Cleveland and managed it in an orderly manner in just 6 years. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the banquet ended and many drunk knights fell asleep. As a last resort, Waylon had to ask Orlando to bring some blankets to cover these people. "Lord Waylon, I am the Lord's guardian knight and CEO. You can just call me Adrian." A well-dressed young man appeared in front of Waylon. Feeling the fluctuations from him, Waylon said in surprise, "Magic Knight. Your Excellency has good eyesight." The young man responded politely and elegantly. Now, Waylon understood why the Ridge territory was managed so well, and the reason was probably due to this person. Magic Knights are knights who use magic power and possess the advantages of both magicians and knights. They are powerful and intelligent. Afterwards, Waylon took Adrian to a wooden house, spread out a map, and began to explain his plan. "In this battle, we will face attacks from 4 territories. I estimate the enemy force to be around 3,000 strong, 60 of which will be serfs. This means we will only be facing 1,200 regular troops. Chishing Lake can deploy 300 infantrymen and 15 bronze knights to the front to attract the enemy's attention. As for you, the enemy doesn't know of your presence in advance, so you can ambush in the flank area and wait for my signal. Then you can attack from the flank and rear, raid their command center, and defeat their core forces." After hearing this, Adrian asked doubtfully, "Lord Waylon, with all due respect, can you 300 people withstand a frontal attack from 3,000? You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way to deal with it." Waylon said to Adrian with a mysterious smile. This action aroused the curiosity of the Magic Knight, who wanted to know how the other party could stop 3,000 people with only 300 people. After entering the Praying Star Lake, he had already discovered that there were no silver knights here. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Waylon said. "Come in." Orlando pushed open the door and reported, "Master, we've captured 6 escaped serfs. They were all slaves traded back a week ago, demoted to third-class slavery, and after the war is over, sent to the salt mines." Yes. After Orlando left, Adrian naturally understood that these people should be spies planted by the other party in Chishing Lake. When they learned that a strange army had entered, they couldn't wait to escape and go back to report the news. However, in contrast, he was very interested in the young knight. At the age of only 13, he is already a mid-level bronze knight. His talent is astonishing. It was a sunny day on July 25th. The 4 lords and their subordinates gathered at the border of the barony of Cleveland. 60 bronze knights, 300 knight squires, 1,000 warriors, and 3,000 serfs were the main force of this expedition. Violet, Leslie, and Barry were in high spirits, as if they saw the dawn of victory. They didn't believe that a pioneering knight who had just emerged could resist such a powerful force. But Brandon felt something was wrong. None of the spies he had placed in the slave team returned, which made him uneasy. This time, I must kill that brat and avenge Brandon at the same time, huh? Violet looked at Brandon proudly and said it without any hesitation in front of everyone. Violet's subordinates raised their weapons and looked at Brandon's army provocatively, showing off their bravery. "My lord, they—" A knight was very angry and pointed at Violet and said to Brandon, "Never mind, I feel something is wrong. Tell our men to slow down." Brandon was not angry about Violet's little trick, but instead gave orders to the knight. He was already past the age of youthful vigor, so how could he fall for such provocation and become cannon fodder? Seeing this, Violet wisely stopped and scolded her men to shut up. Set off. Under the command of the temporary commander-in-chief Violet, the large army began to advance towards the camp where the mithril mine was located. As agreed, Violet's troops were in the front, followed by Leslie and Barry's armies, and Brandon's army was at the end. Together, there were only about 500 people. Due to the heavy losses in the last battle, he did not have enough money and equipment to rebuild his troops in a short period of time. Chapter 30, The Second Battle for Ore. At this moment, in the mithril mine camp, after hearing the news, Waylon immediately began to deploy his troops and prepare for battle. According to the plan, Brian led his troops out of the camp and circled 3 kilometers to the flank to wait for news. The sun was high in the sky, and the incoming enemy troops appeared in sight, slowly approaching them. Waylon rode on his horse, looking at the 3-bow crossbow hidden behind the soldiers, and had enough confidence in this battle. Riding a tall war horse, Violet advanced while observing the opposing formation. As an earth magician, Kaisley used his expertise to cast reconnaissance spells to explore the wilderness ahead to avoid ambushes set by the enemy and repeat the trap that Brandon encountered. "Lacey, what's going on? Is there a trap?" Violet turned her head and spoke loudly. Her rough voice made Leslie feel his ears protest. "There are no traps. The road ahead is smooth." Kaisley opened his eyes and answered, "Ha ha ha, that's good. I'll charge and kill these hundreds of people." After getting the exact information, Violet began to command the troops, asking the knights and knight squires to gather in front of the formation, preparing for a charge to kill the enemy. Barry turned his head to look at Brandon, who was 2 kilometers away, and said to Violet, "Brandon is still behind. Do you want to wait a little longer?" "Oh, that coward must have been scared to death by this young boy," Violet said disapprovingly when she heard this. Seeing this, Kaisley nodded, which was rare. At this point, Barry didn't say anything more. There were only more than 300 people on the other side, and the battle was no longer suspenseful. The result would be the same whether Brandon was there or not. On the other side, Waylon looked at the enemy's cavalry gathering, which seemed to have abandoned traditional combat methods and was preparing to launch a direct cavalry charge to defeat his troops. Anyone who deserts the battlefield will be executed without mercy. Waylon rode his horse past the front of the formation and shouted loudly to the terrified slave soldiers. Feeling the sharp sword behind him, the slave soldier standing in the front steadied his trembling legs, swallowed his saliva, and prayed to the gods, hoping to survive. In an instant, the earth trembled and the enemy began to run and charge. Divide into formations. The slave soldiers in the front row heard the order and separated their formation according to their training, revealing the 20 hidden 3-bow crossbows. Prepare. 2 soldiers standing on the 3-bow crossbow operated the hinge and twisted the wheel axle at the rear to draw the bow. Seeing the bowstrings tightened, the soldier standing behind took out a spear and placed it on the 3-bow crossbow. Waylon raised his right hand, calculating the distance. When he saw the enemy approaching 800 meters, he lowered his hand and shouted, "Release." The soldier holding the hammer heard the order and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh sound, the spear made of mithril flew out. Puff! The bronze-level mid-level knight, who was rushing in the front, felt pain in his body. He slowly lowered his head, looked at the bowl-sized hole in his chest, and fell off his horse. 20 spears mixed with mithril easily pierced through the iron and leather armor of the knights and their squires as if they were made of paper. Violet watched as more than 30 people running in front of her fell and shouted angrily, I want you to die." Those were all his subordinates, and 1/3 of them were killed. The accumulation of a whole 10 years was gone just like that. Soon, the second round arrived as scheduled. Dozens more people fell off their horses, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Charge forward and tear them apart." Violet's eyes were red, and she held the spear tightly, with only the little man Wei Lin in her eyes. When the third round ended, the enemy was less than 400 meters away from the front line, and the soldiers raised their 3-bow crossbows and retreated quickly. Form a formation. At the rear of the team, Wei Lin gave a cold order, ordering 200 slave soldiers to form a formation and prepare for the first wave of attack. These were the 200 consumables he had picked out a week ago, just for now. Thanks to the devilish training and the pressure from the knights in the rear, the 200 slave soldiers rearranged themselves into 4 rows, raised their 4-meter-long spears, and met the knights' charge. Violet, whose sanity had long been consumed by anger, mobilized her fighting spirit and issued orders repeatedly. Charge forward and tear them apart. In an instant, a dozen slave soldiers standing in the front row were turned into minced meat, and dozens of slave soldiers behind them were thrown into the sky under the impact. Kill, kill, kill. Violet entered the crowd, threw away her spear, brandished her knight's sword, killed the slave soldiers, and continued to approach the hill where Wei Lin was. Send a signal. Yes, sir. Baird took out a magic flare and fired it into the sky. 3 kilometers away, Bryant, fully armed, saw the red glow of magic and shouted, "Charge with me." 50 bronze knights and 200 knight squires, slapping their horses' buttocks, followed behind their lord. The magic knight Adrian was commanding 600 elite warriors to follow the team and do the finishing work. At the same time, Brandon, who was far behind the battlefield, saw the signal and his heart was alarmed. He shouted, "Everyone stop advancing and retreat immediately." The knights in the team were very confused about this, but they chose to obey their lord's orders. The 500-man army, with the rear team becoming the front team, returned along the same route. At the same time, Wei Lin started fighting with the Mad Violet, and the fight was fierce. In addition, a large group of serfs arrived at the battlefield, and the situation began to tilt in favor of the enemy. The knights and soldiers under Wei Lin struggled to hold on, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Outside the battlefield, Barry recalled the flare just now, coupled with Brandon's sudden withdrawal, and felt that something was wrong. "Barry, there are people in the south." Kaisley, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of horror on his face, and said to his companions, "What?" Hearing this, Barry turned around and saw Brian appearing on the horizon against the setting sun, heading towards where they were. "Oh no, there's an ambush." At this time, he hurriedly mobilized the infantry to form a human wall to block the knight's charge. Kaisley was not idle either. He raised his staff and mobilized his magic power to form a low wall that was 100 meters long and 1.5 meters high in front of the infantry. This spell drained all of Kaisley's magic power, causing him to collapse on the ground. 2 mage apprentices stepped forward, helped their teacher up, took out the precious mana-restoring potion, and gave it to him. Barry saw this and was temporarily unable to pay attention. There were only 300 warriors around him, and only 20 of them had reached the bronze level. It would be very difficult to stop the opponent's attack. Stop them and defend the honor of the Bacchus family to the death. The 100 soldiers holding huge shields heard their lord's words, looked firmly at the knights rushing towards them, mobilized all their fighting spirit, and prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 31, The Second Battle for Ore. Brian stared at the front, unleashing his strength as a mid-level silver knight, condensing visible fighting spirit flames on the knight's spear. Form a formation. The knights and knight squires behind him heard the lord's order and began to adjust their charging posture, forming a cone-shaped military formation at a distance of only 300 meters. With Brian, the silver mid-level knight, as the vanguard, they were ready to tear through the opponent's human wall in one go. Seeing this, Barry picked up a huge shield, came to the front of the formation, mobilized all his fighting spirit, and prepared to meet the first wave of attack. Roar! With his muscles bulging and veins popping out, Barry mobilized all his fighting spirit and used his family's secret method to successfully transform himself into a 2-meter 3 giant. Watching the opponent's actions, Brian adjusted his direction, bypassed Barry, and rushed in from the flank. Ah! Puff! Broken! Click! The human wall on the right wing was torn apart, and more than a dozen soldiers, along with their armor and shields, turned into fragments, floating in the air and raining blood-red drops. Seeing this scene, Barry bared his teeth, roared, and pounced on Brian. With just one move, this high-level bronze warrior, who was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a silver warrior, was lifted up and slammed hard to the ground. Upon seeing this, several mid-level bronze warriors rushed forward like crazy, but were directly killed by several knights. The battle continued, and more soldiers were killed by the knights. The battle came to an end when 600 elite warriors led by Magic Knight Adrian arrived on the battlefield. Having regained a bit of strength, Kaisley mobilized his newly recovered magic power, used the amplification technique, and forced himself to announce, "Lay down your weapons, we surrender." The surrounding soldiers heard the order, stopped, and put down their weapons. Seeing this, Brian asked Adrian to accept the prisoners, and he led the remaining knights to support Waylon. At this moment, Violet also discovered the situation in the rear. Seeing that the command area had been captured by the enemy, she gritted her teeth and said, "You villains, you only know how to plot and scheme." Hee. Varen simply smiled in response, mocking the knight who had intelligence, but not much muscle. "Ah, bastard, I'm going to kill you." He has always been the one who laughs at others, and no one else dares to laugh at him. Seeing Waylon's contemptuous smile, Violet became furious. Regardless of the defeat, she attacked Waylon again. Putting away his smile, Waylon gripped the knight's sword tightly and continued to fight the enemy. A few minutes later, Brian arrived at the battlefield and easily ended the battle. Seeing the enemy he had been struggling to deal with was taken down by his cousin single-handedly, coupled with the momentum displayed by him, Waylon was a little stunned. "Cousin, you are actually at the mid-silver level." "What? Didn't I tell you?" Brian touched his head and smiled innocently. Well, Waylon didn't know what to say for a moment. If he had known this would happen, he would have just listened to his cousin and confronted him head-on. There would have been no need for any strategy. "Forget it, cousin. It's because I haven't done my intelligence work well enough." "Oh, I see. You two are despicable." Noisy. Brian hit the muscular knight with the back of his sword, causing him to faint magnificently. After 10 minutes, the battle finally ended. When they counted the prisoners, they found that Brandon was not there. This old guy is quite smart. He actually thought of it. After learning the whole story, Waylon smiled helplessly. He estimated that the experience of the last battle would become a psychological shadow for Brandon for the rest of his life. "Sir, what should we do next?" Baird, covered in blood, came over and reported to Waylon. "According to the old rules, we will select one soldier from their team of 3 and release him. We will negotiate the ransom after 3 days." "Yes, sir." Then the camp became lively again. Except for Violet, whose hands and feet were tied and her mouth was blocked by a rag. Kaisley and Barry were treated like nobles. "Violet, this time we were treated the same way as Brandon. It took a woman to negotiate and redeem us." Woo 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 woo. Violet was very angry, but her mouth was blocked. "Do you think Brandon anticipated the ambush and escaped early?" Barry asked Kaisley, looking at his bandaged arm. "In fact, the other party had already told us about the ambush, but we ignored it." Kaisley recalled the previous flare and smiled bitterly. "Well, that's true. You have to use your brain when fighting a war, otherwise we would be in this situation now. We are obviously the ones with the advantage, but now we have become prisoners." Barry was also very depressed. This time, more than half of his troops were lost, and he didn't know how long it would take to recover. Woo 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 woo. Well, woo woo woo. 3 days later, the two sides held preliminary negotiations to discuss the ransom terms. 6 days later, the two sides completed the transaction. Waylon released the 3 lords, all the knights, knight squires and warriors, and the other party delivered the items of the transaction. As for the captured serfs of the warring parties, no one cared. The ransom Waylon received was so rich that he felt like he had become rich overnight. 1,500 male serfs, 500 female serfs, 20,000 gold coins, 400,000 kilograms of grain, 3,000 kilograms of fine wine, 200 oxen, 60 war horses, 500 bolts of cloth, 30 bolts of silk, 300 suits of leather armor, and 500 spears, with a total value of 200,000 gold coins. This was equivalent to draining 1/10 of the wealth of the 3 noble families. According to the distribution principle, Waylon received 40 of the items, namely 1,000 male serfs, 500 female serfs, 400,000 kilograms of grain, 100 oxen, 20 war horses, 300 bolts of cloth, and 200 suits of leather armor. The rest all belonged to Brian. As for the spoils of war, Wayland only took 600 serfs, 80 sets of iron armor, 200 sets of leather armor, 50 knights' swords, 120 horses, and 300 spears. The rest belonged to his cousin. On the afternoon of July 31st, a grand banquet was held on the lawn of Qixing Lake to celebrate this victory. At dawn the next day, Brian left Praying Star Lake with his army and spoils and returned to the Ridge territory. At the same time, the excavation of the mithril mine was carried out simultaneously. On the way back, Adrian came to Brian and asked in confusion, "My lord, Lord Wayland's territory obviously has a secret. Why don't you let your subordinates investigate and obtain more information?" "Adrian, I can allow you to do other things, but there are some things about Wayland that he doesn't want to tell me, so why should I know so much about it?" Brian said indifferently. "But, sir..." Seeing that Adrian wanted to continue, Brian reached out to interrupt him and asked, "Okay, don't dwell on this. Go back and have a drink with me. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight." "Okay, my lord." Seeing this, Adrian had no choice but to give up and stop pursuing the matter. Chapter 32 Territory Meeting. At night, lying in bed, Wayland felt unprecedented relaxation. After 2 battles, the population of the territory reached 4,000 people, the weapons and equipment were greatly enriched, and the strength of the knights was improved. Everyone was happy. Next, Wayland planned to form 3 centuries of infantry, 1 century of archers, and increase efforts to train knight squires. Through these 2 battles, he found that he had too few knights to form an effective charge. Thinking back to the battlefield, where his cousin could command hundreds of knights and knight squires at his command, he drooled with envy. At 8 o'clock, the pleasant voice came again, bringing him valuable news. 15 days later, 30 kilometers west of Qixing Lake, a group of centaurs will be herding a group of blue-purple horses through this area. One of the centaurs is a brown centaur with a low-level silver strength. The moment he heard the news, Wayland sat up suddenly from the bed. The blue-purple horse has good endurance, strong carrying capacity, and a gentle temperament. It can easily carry a weight of thousands of pounds. Most importantly, as long as the compatibility meets the standards, this kind of horse can establish a brief mental connection with the knight, playing a greater role on the battlefield. The only problem is that one of the grazing centaurs has reached the low silver level, which is difficult to solve. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. As long as we make arrangements in advance, I don't believe that we can't kill a low-level silver centaur. Wayland was determined to get the purple horse at all costs. Half a month was enough time for him to set a trap on the opponent's route. The next morning, as usual, a new round of meetings was held to summarize the gains and losses of the previous month. First, Baird, the current archon, stood up and reported, "My lord, in July, we reclaimed a total of 4,000 acres of land, and the construction plan south of Qixing Lake is basically complete. We have 2 lumber yards, 2 quarries, 1 salt mine, and 1 secret mine. The territory's population has reached 4,200 people, with free people accounting for 7". Andrew then stood up and began to report, "Master, the salt mine has mined 40 tons this month. With the addition of a lot of manpower this month, we expect the output to reach around 100 tons. My lord, 2 sides of the castle's outer wall have been completed. Due to the increase in manpower, according to the half-elf girl Eunice, it is estimated that the scheduled construction work will be completed in 2 months. I would like to ask if other construction projects can be added." The knight Randolph stationed at Qixing Lake stood up and reported, "Pass on my order. After the original project is completed, select important facilities for construction." "Yes, sir." Knight Randolph bowed and saluted, then sat down. Finally, the knight Greg, who managed the public warehouse, stood up and began to report, "My lord, so far, the warehouse contains 150 suits of iron armor, 600 suits of leather armor, 50 knightly swords, 300 spears, 300 bolts of cloth, 2,500 kilograms of grain and wine, 300 kilograms of fruit wine, 30,000 kilograms of processed mineral salt, 50,000 kilograms of unprocessed mineral salt, 630,000 kilograms of grain, and 140 war horses." Before I knew it, I had so many supplies in my hands. After listening to the reports from several people, Wayland prepared to deploy this month's plan. "Baird, I'm here." Baird, who was sitting in the first seat, stood up, beat his chest and bowed. "For the next month, I need you to reorganize the territory's army. The quota is 400 men, with 10 men in a squadron and 50 men in a company. This will form 6 companies of infantry and 2 companies of archers. Also, urge the craftsmen to continue building 3-bow crossbows. The more the better." "Yes." Then, Waylon began to give orders to the knights in charge. Finally, he looked around and said in a deep voice, Hebrew. The Hebrew who was sitting in the last seat woke up, stood up, and shouted, My lord, I intend to place 140 war horses under your care, and to assist your brother in training knights and squires. Yes. Hearing this, Hebrew responded loudly. After so long, I can finally do something to serve my lord. This meeting is disbanded, and Orlando remains. 14 knights stood up and left the cabin one after another. After everyone left, Waylon looked at Orlando. The boy seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. How have those children been trained this month? How many have reached the standards I specified? Upon hearing this, Orlando immediately replied, Sir, out of the 100 young men, 17 have qualified. The remaining 83 have all been assigned to craftsmen as apprentices, as per your instructions. Not bad. A 17% pass rate is already higher than I expected. I originally thought that it would be good if 10 out of the 100 teenagers passed, but I didn't expect there were actually 17. Waylon remembered that a few years ago, he had seen a survey in Windsor Castle. It recorded that the Knight Academy and the Magic Academy in the royal capital conducted random inspections of towns around the royal capital to check the cultivation talents of civilian children. The final conclusion was that for every 100 teenagers, 70 reached the threshold to become warriors, 5 reached the threshold to become knights, and 1 reached the threshold to become a wizard. As for other rare professions, such as the magic knight Adrian under his cousin Brian, there will be about 1 in 300,000 people. By the way, how's your training progress? In response to Waylon's question, Orlando didn't hesitate and told the truth. My lord, I have currently reached the threshold of the intermediate bronze rank. I expect to break through to the high bronze rank in about half a month. Well, tell me if you need anything. Thank you, my lord. Then Orlando left, and Waylon was the only one left in the cabin. Looking out the window at the beautiful scenery of Chishing Lake, my mood gradually relaxed. The next priority is to set traps, ambush the centaurs, obtain the purple horse, and expand one's own strength. 2 days later, after the territory was back on track, Waylon took 2 knights to a place 30 kilometers west of Chishing Lake to survey the terrain and formulate an attack plan. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Along the way, except for a few goblins encountered sporadically, the rest were all brainless beasts and became food in their mouths. Standing on a hill and looking down, you can see a green grassland with occasional ogres and goblins appearing. Waylon took a pencil, spread out a piece of white paper, and began to record the surrounding terrain. Overall, the terrain is high on both sides and low in the middle, and is flat. It is surrounded by low bushes and weeds, and there are almost no places for ambush. It seems we need to find another place to set up a trap and use bait to lure that low-level silver centaur there. So, the key to the problem lies in what can tempt the centaur to ignore the safety of the purple horse and follow the bait. The next moment, Waylon knew the answer. Let's go and take a look at the side. Waylon took the reins and headed to other places with 2 of his men. Chapter 33 ambushed the centaurs and seized the purple horse. After 3 days of exploration, Waylon chose an excellent place, a low valley north of the centaur's route, which was very suitable for an ambush. It's August 6th now. There are still 9 days until the centaur passes by here. That's plenty of time. After marking the place, Waylon set out to return, preparing to organize people, set traps, strangle the centaurs, and snatch the purple horses. In mid-August, a group of centaurs drove hundreds of purple horses slowly forward. Young master, the scout reports that there is no danger ahead. A centaur holding a cheap bow and arrow came to a white centaur, knelt on his front legs, and reported respectfully. Keep going. The white centaur Arya proudly gave orders for the team to continue moving forward. She needed to drive this group of purple horses back to the tribe before winter, and at the current speed, there was no time to waste. At this moment, Waylon was crawling in the bushes, observing the group of centaurs calmly. There are about 50 people. Baird, prepare to act. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, Baird came to the foot of the hill and began to act according to the original plan. A knight, covered in blood and carrying a package on his back, rode a red ridge horse and began to head towards the trap. 2 minutes later, Baird put on a fierce look and chased after the blood-soaked knight with several of his men. Stop, don't run. I'm going to tear you into pieces, you bastard. Leave the stuff behind. In the wilderness, a sudden sound came, scaring the centaur driving the purple horse so much that he immediately became alert and looked around. Arya's face was gloomy. She looked at the human who appeared in the distance and said angrily, "Is this what you mean by no danger? Young master, calm down. The centaur in charge of reconnaissance trembled with fear and answered quickly. Stay alert. If they come close, shoot them immediately and kill them all. In order to protect the safety of the purple horse, Arya gave the order without hesitation. After hearing this, the surrounding centaurs drew their bows and arrows, aiming at the humans rushing towards them. As long as the other party came into range, they would shoot directly. Suddenly, Baird accelerated sharply and split the package behind the horses, but with a sword. The mithril with a silvery white luster appeared and fell to the ground. Mithril, young master, it's mithril. The centaur, who possessed the reconnaissance ability, discovered something 2 kilometers away and roared excitedly. I know. Arya's eyes sparkled as she stared at the mithril picked up by the human. Young master, give me a team of men and I will go and get the mithril back. A tall and ferocious brown centaur licked his lips, his eyes full of greed, and asked Arya, Doris, is there any danger in here? Arya shook her head violently to keep herself awake and asked the low-level silver centaur warrior. Young master, these humans are weak. You take people to protect the purple horse. I will go alone and make sure to get the mithril back. Doris, whose reason has been devoured by greed, no longer cares about so much. After some thought, Arya nodded and agreed with Doris's suggestion. Then, Doris left the herd with 10 centaurs and chased after Baird. Seeing this, Baird realized that the other party had taken the bait, so he performed even harder, shouting all kinds of dirty words from his mouth. The other party took the bait. Waylin, lying in the bushes, waved his fists excitedly. At this moment, in the valley, Andrew led 2 squadrons of soldiers, operating 20 crossbows, waiting for the target to arrive. As the sound of horse hooves got closer, Andrew looked into the distance and saw the captain's figure, followed by a centaur. Get ready and follow my instructions. The soldiers of the 2 squadrons held their breath, waiting for the Lord Knight's order. Human, don't run. Leave your things behind, and your Uncle Doris will spare your lives. In front of the red phosphorus horse that was good at running, the centaur Doris cursed and shouted threats. As he chased and pursued, he had no idea that he had entered a valley, and he didn't notice any of the humans hiding around him. With only the glittering mithril in his eyes, coupled with the confidence brought by his strength, Doris lost his vigilance. Put. Andrew seized the opportunity and shouted the order. 20 soldiers holding wooden hammers pulled the triggers, and 20 spears forged from mixed mithril flew out. Suddenly, Doris noticed the spears coming from all directions and waved the hammer in his hand to prepare to resist. But under the attack of the spear forged with mixed mithril, the hammer in his hand and the iron armor on his body were easily pierced, and hot blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Doris looked at the human in front of him unwillingly and slowly lowered his head. After a round of shooting, there were only 6 centaurs left in the valley. The commander is dead. This is a trap set by humans. Run, quickly, go back and report to the young master. Several centaurs adjusted their direction and ran towards the entrance without looking back. However, in the second round of spear shooting, 5 centaurs were shot through on the spot. One centaur escaped by chance, took out a red pill from his arms, swallowed it, and ran desperately. Young master, there is an ambush, humans. A spear flew over, pierced the centaur's body, and nailed it to the ground. The white centaur was facing a formidable enemy. He looked at the humans who suddenly appeared around him and the crossbows that appeared on the distant hilltop. He held the bow and arrow and began to charge. Waylin rode on his warhorse, staring intently at the distance. My lord. After the 2 sides confronted each other for more than 10 minutes, Baird came to Waylin with 2 teams of infantry and 23 bow crossbows, and threw the head in his hand to the ground. Doris. The white centaur Arya looked at the head rolling on the grass and wailed in pain. Despicable humans, you will pay the price, a terrible price. Prepare. Hundreds of soldiers took out their spears, mounted them on crossbows, and waited for orders. After the 80 triple bow crossbows were ready, Waylin immediately gave the order, fire. 80 spears flew out from 4 directions. More than 20 centaurs were shot dead on the spot, and the remaining people trembled with fear. The white centaur Arya couldn't help but take a few steps back and look at the surrounding environment. There were less than 20 centaurs left around her. It was impossible for her to resist hundreds of humans. The only thing she could do now was to give up the purple horse, return to the tribe, and wait for revenge in the future. However, on this basis, the other party's identity information must be known. You despicable human, do you dare to tell me your name? Arya gestured to her surviving subordinates and spoke loudly in the direction of Waylin. Attack. Waylin ignored him and ordered an attack. In order to avoid hurting the purple horse, hand-to-hand combat was the only option left. Seeing that the other party was not taking the bait, Arya did not wait any longer and turned around and rushed towards the northwest where there were the fewest people. Disperse the horses and retreat. Several centaurs blew bone whistles. After hearing this special sound, the purple horses immediately became irritable and restless and ran around in panic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other centaurs followed their young master and broke out towards the northwest. Chapter 34. The mysterious sphere is activated. Master, do you want to chase him? Baird rode his horse to Waylin and asked. Looking at the disappearing centaurs, Waylin shook his head and gave an order. Have the others capture the purple horses and ignore the fleeing centaurs. The whole journey is protected by a mask, so the other party has no chance of getting any useful information. However, on the way back to the territory, it is necessary to take a detour to prevent the possibility of being followed by the other party. By nightfall, a total of 137 blue and purple horses had been gathered, including 17 stallions, 106 mares, and 14 ponies. Waylin was very satisfied with this number. In time, with the help of these mares, he will be able to breed thousands of purple horses and form his own knight order. At this moment, Arya, who had escaped the encirclement, did not leave directly, but hid in the surrounding bushes, ready to follow and gather information and find the destination for revenge. Despicable human, I will make you pay the price, a terrible price. Arya crawled in the grass and said through gritted teeth. The murdered silver warrior Doris was one of her only 2 staunch supporters. He died in this unknown place. In addition, she lost the herd of purple horses. If she returns this time, she might become a tool for marriage with other centaur clans. She was unwilling, very unwilling. For several days in a row, Waylin was circling according to the original plan, heading towards the province of Sepuluo, which is next to the province of Cardro. He had already noticed the centaur following behind him and planned to divert the trouble away. The western border area of the Sepulu province is the main border direction developed by the descendants of the Hux family. As the Marquis family of Tiexingling in Shiha province, they are the mortal enemy of the Ikes family. A week later, after discovering that the centaurs had left, Valen began to turn north along the border, returning to the Lake of Praying Stars. At this moment, the members of the Hax family in the western border area of Seplo province did not know that they would face revenge from a powerful centaur clan. On the morning of August 25th, the group returned to the territory. My lord, Orlando and Hebrew bowed and saluted when they saw the returning Waylin. Well, that's good. You've made a breakthrough in strength. You're worthy of being the guardian knight I chose. Waylin patted their shoulders and praised them loudly. The 8 knights behind him widened their eyes when they heard this. These 2 guys had achieved the same training time of 6 or 7 years as them in less than half a year since they stepped into the threshold. At this moment, the mysterious ball he carried with him reacted. These 2 mysterious spheres obtained from merchants at the entrance of Shiha province emitted strange fluctuations. Could it be? Waylin looked at the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew and suddenly understood something. Baird, settle the purple horse we brought back and breed the stallion and mare as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, Waylin brought his 2 guardian knights to a room and took out the 2 balls he carried with him. In an instant, 2 balls floated in the air and slowly drifted towards the 2 confused brothers. Master, what is this? Orlando couldn't help but take a few steps back and asked in confusion. These 2 things should be related to you. Try to touch them, and you might get something unexpected. Waylin touched his chin and said slowly. After hearing this, Orlando and Hebrew stretched out their right hands, held the ball, closed their eyes, and used their fighting spirit. In an instant, the dazzling light made Waylin cover his eyes. The 2 were enveloped in it for 10 minutes. Then the light dispersed, and 2 silver knights appeared in front of Waylin. Thank you for your gift, Lord. Orlando and Hebrew half knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Waylin, in a daze, scratched his head and asked in confusion, What are you doing? Tell me why. Seeing this, Orlando stepped forward and began to explain the origin of the mysterious sphere. The 2 spheres were caught in the spatial turbulence and arrived on the Sinop subcontinent, where they stored precious and rare combat cores. Thanks to the fusion of the combat cores with them, their strength was forcibly increased. Now, they can use the combat core and contracted knight servants to transform their fighting spirit into a seed as a secondary core, send it into the opponent's body, and turn it into a connection hub. In this way, during the war, Orlando can form a battle formation with these contracted people, connect their fighting spirits, form war beasts, and fight. Now, you 2, how many people can you contract with? In response to Waylin's question, Orlando said without hesitation, My lord, my current limit is 30 people. My lord, there are 25 of us, Hebrew replied immediately, sounding somewhat disappointed. Well, you can choose any of the knights and squires you like. In the near future, I will have Baird order a group of people to buy a group of young men. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Orlando and Hebrew knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Seeing this, Waylon hurriedly helped the two of them up and said with a smile, I told you that you too will be my guardian knights. I will train you with all my strength. From now on, you two will form a knight group with the contracted as the main body, and I will support you with all my strength. Lord, we will be the sword in your hand and serve you forever until the moment we fall. Orlando and Hebron looked at Waylon with admiration and respect in their eyes and spoke from the heart. Watching the two young men gradually growing up, he might finally understand what the wings that fate had told him to be were. Over the next few days, the 3,000 mu of yam and 2,000 mu of vegetable roots planted 3 months ago gradually matured. Waylon attached great importance to the first batch of mature grain crops and personally organized free people and serfs to harvest them. Looking at the pile of yam and vegetable roots, Waylon smiled. My lord, the joy of harvest always brings joy to both body and mind. Baird looked at so much food, his tone full of memories, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, harvest brings joy, and it also represents the success of my first step in building my career. Waylon picked up a yam bean, brushed off the dirt, broke it open with a little force, and handed one half to Baird. He took a bite. The cool taste and sweet juice reminded him of the time when he ate sweet potatoes as a child in his previous life. After 5 days of harvest, 3,000 mu of land yielded 1.35 million gene of yam beans, with an average yield of 450 gene per mu. 2,000 mu of land yielded 400,000 gene of vegetable roots, with an average yield of 200 gene per mu. According to the previously established tax rules, he will receive 810,000 kilograms of yam and 320,000 kilograms of vegetable roots. In addition, Waylon also ordered Baird to collect the excess food in the hands of the free people, purchasing it at 1 copper coin per pound of yam and 2 copper coins per pound of vegetable roots. Chapter 35, Copper Mine and Military Pay. It is September 1st, the beginning of the month again. It has been 5 months since he left Windsor Castle in April. Unknowingly, he had expanded his team from the initial 15 to a territory with more than 4,000 people. Everything is worth it. One day, I will become the master of this wilderness. The Grey Wasteland. According to the information obtained by the legendary magician Hazel in the royal capital during the past 200 years, the entire wasteland has an area larger than 2 kingdoms. This means that the entire wasteland is the foundation of a kingdom. Likewise, the entire wasteland is filled with numerous monsters, and the number of legendary warriors from various races combined is 3 times that of the kingdom of Ilia. Having said that, because the various races within the Grey Wasteland are mortal enemies, they can unite to resist external forces for a short period of time, but it is absolutely impossible to push back. In addition, there are several countries surrounding the Grey Wasteland, which makes the legendary strongmen of these monster races even more afraid to act rashly. In response, the kingdom of Ilia also took out the code of pioneering knights and gradually encroached on the wasteland. If you succeed, you will gain large tracts of land and enhance the power of your kingdom. If we fail, we will just lose some bronze and silver level pioneers, which is not a big deal. This policy has lasted for 150 years to the present. A turmoil occurred 100 years ago, which eventually led to the formation of the provinces of Cardro, Seplo, the Duchy of East, Lunsa and Dani, which together constitute the western part of the kingdom of Elia. Thinking about the way forward, time unknowingly came to 8 o'clock, and the familiar and pleasant voice sounded again. 20 days later, 150 kilometers southwest of Praying Star Lake, over 200 mountain dwarves will be escorting a shipment of orichalcum through this area. The strongest of them will be high-level silver. Orichalcum, mountain dwarves, are you returning from the wasteland to the Ironforge Mountain Kingdom, or are you heading from the Ironforge Mountain Kingdom to the wasteland? The moment he heard the news, Waylon fell into deep thought. Did the dwarves discover orichalcum or in the wasteland, secretly mine it and transport it back home? Or did they engage in secret transactions with the monster races in the wasteland? No matter what, I'm determined to get this batch of orichalcum. After more than 10 minutes, Waylon stopped hesitating and made up his mind to grab these things. If we go there with only our family's power, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. However, he has a family and 3 relatives, which gives him great confidence. Early the next morning, the 3 knights each carried a letter and left the Praying Star Lake, heading for the territory established by the three descendants of the Ikes family in the Cardro province. Wayland was not idle for the next period of time. At the same time, a construction plan was launched in the north to open up 9,000 acres of farmland in preparation for planting grain crops next year. At the same time, he summoned craftsmen, mixed in a little mithril, and recycled the weapons in the warehouse to improve the quality of the weapons and enhance the strength of the army. At the same time, Wayland also took over the training of the army from time to time to highlight his status as a lord and let these soldiers know who they were loyal to. Wayland also personally participated in the best way to gain the loyalty of soldiers, distributing military pay. At this moment, in a camp, hundreds of soldiers stood in place, staring straight ahead with envy in their eyes. Eden, the first group of freed serfs, after 2 battles, killed 7 serfs and received a reward of 7 silver coins. 3 soldiers received a reward of 9 silver coins. Add to that 2 months' pay, and the total is 1,600 kilograms of yam and 22 silver coins. Is that correct? Looking at the reserved high-level trainee warrior in front of him, Wayland explained to him with a smile. My lord, you are right. Eden respectfully took the food coupons and 22 silver coins, returned to the queue, and waited quietly. After the military pay was distributed, Wayland asked Orlando to post the notice and then left. At the commander's order to dismiss, a large group of soldiers swarmed in and gathered around the notice board to watch the decrees and regulations announced by the Lord. Eden, you know a lot. Read to us what this means. A young soldier looked at the document on the notice board and said to Eden, Okay, all of you make way. Soon, everyone stepped aside to give Eden enough space. Eden cleared his throat and began to read word by word. The Lord declares, any soldier who hands over 10 gold coins will receive a woman to reproduce with. What? There is such a good thing. I heard that a freeman needs 15 gold coins to buy a woman. Being a soldier is great. Not only can you practice warrior magic, but you can also get this kind of privilege. It's not that being a soldier is good, it's that the Lord is kind. With the military pay alone, we can get married in 2 years at most. Every soldier present was born a slave, and they all had different feelings about starting a family and having offspring of their own. At this time, Eden began to think about how much wealth he had. 1,600 kilograms of yam, at the purchase price of 1 copper coin per kilogram, could earn him 1,600 copper coins, or 16 silver coins. Adding the 22 silver coins he had just received as military pay, he had 38 silver coins in his hand. In addition, including the income from previous battles and military pay, his total property amounted to 62 silver coins. In other words, he would be able to have his own wife in just 3 months, or at most 4 months. I heard that if you break through to the bronze warrior level, you can get a gold coin as a reward. With this goal in mind, Eden has enough motivation and it has ignited his fighting spirit. Orlando followed behind Wayland, feeling very confused. He mustered up the courage to ask, Master, why did you post such a notice? Wayland stopped and smiled. To give them a goal and motivation to move forward. Only when people have something to pursue will they continue to climb higher. In addition, it is also beneficial to economic vitality. If all the bachelors save their money, we will have less and less money to use. Master, I'd better go to training. I just contracted 3 night servants. Orlando shook his head and said, Forget it, go ahead. Watching Orlando leave, Wayland decided to try harder. It was ridiculous that his strength was even lower than that of the Guardian Knight. Although there is nothing shameful about this, it gives him motivation to move forward. He could feel that he was very close to the Silver Knight's barrier. Afterwards, Wayland returned to his hut and began to practice his fighting spirit, striving to break through to the Silver Knight level before taking action. That would be the time to divide up the mountain copper, and he could get more. While Chishing Lake was busy, 3 letters were delivered to the 3 barons of the Ikes family one after another. Chapter 36. Relatives gather and plot before departure. In the land of Gyut, when Baron Alcott received Wayland's letter, his first reaction was suspicion. Butler, go and call Archon Abbot over. Yes, sir. After the butler left, Alcott sat down with the letter and carefully read the information on it again. He believed it was made by his nephew, who had a specially crafted family crest. But how did he know that over 200 mountain dwarves would be escorting a shipment of orichalcum through the border of the Grey Waste? There's a big question mark over this. Should I agree to this? Alcott tapped his desk regularly, pondering the pros and cons. A moment later, Abbot, the chief governor of Gut and Alcott's guardian knight, arrived at the study, saluted, and said, My lord, you are looking for me. Abbot, look at this. Seeing his confidant coming, Alcott handed the letter directly to Abbot for him to read. After a few minutes, Abbot pondered for a moment and replied, My lord, I believe the information described in this letter has an 80 probability of being true. Your nephew could not have fabricated a lie to fool you. Under these circumstances, the mountain dwarves leading the charge are undoubtedly quite powerful, escorting a precious metal like orichalcum. Given your nephew's strength, he would be unable to rob them, which is why he's seeking your help. Finally, you have been promoted to Viscount. The basic requirements have been met, except for military merit. This is an opportunity. Therefore, I believe that you can agree to go. Alcott thought about it and felt that it made sense. It was impossible for his nephew to fool him like this. It would cause a serious blow to his reputation in the family. Okay, go down and have the knights assemble. This time, I want to retrieve enough mountain dwarf heads to add the final brick to my promotion to Viscount. Yes, my lord. When Orcott made up his mind and began to assemble his troops, Brian in the Ridge territory received the letter and immediately led all his bronze knights and knight squires to the Praying Star Lake, leaving the territory to the magic knight Adrian to manage. Finally, in Maple Leaf territory in the northeast of Cardro province, Alec's father, Edgar, called his son over as soon as he received the letter. Father, you are looking for me. Hearing this, Edgar opened his eyes, looked at his eldest son, and asked, Velenix, the fifth son of the current family, what do you think? After hearing this, Alec was stunned and didn't know why his father asked about this. However, since his father asked, he could only answer truthfully. I met Waylon at Brian's castle and spent some time with him. He is a man of great foresight, knows how to weigh the pros and cons, and is most importantly cautious. Okay, go gather some people and prepare to go with me to Waylon's territory. Edgar instructed Alec after hearing this. Yes, father. He did not ask why his father did this, believing that his father would make the decision. On September 16th, an unusual day, Alcott, Edgar and Brian arrived at the Praying Star Lake one after another with their subordinates. My two uncles and cousins, please come in. With a smile on his face, Waylon brought his two elders and cousin to a carefully decorated room. After some pleasantries, Waylon took out the topographic map he had scouted in advance and began to explain the plan. Uncle Alcott, Uncle Edgar, Cousin Brian. In 4 days, over 200 mountain dwarves will be passing through here, escorting a shipment of orichalcum. The strongest will be high-ranking silver. Alcott, who sat first on the left, looked at the detailed topographic map on the table and asked, Velen, everyone has their own secrets, but I still want to confirm with you that there really are mountain dwarves escorting orichalcum or passing through here. On the other side, Edgar also looked serious as he stared at his nephew, whom he had never met, hoping to get a positive answer from him. As for Brian, he didn't care. He believed that Waylon would not deceive him and didn't care whether this was a lie or not. Two elders, I swear to the goddess of life and my family ancestors that everything I say is true. Seeing this, the two middle-aged men believed Waylon's words in their hearts. In that case, let's discuss this action plan. As the most powerful of the four, Alcott deservedly took over the command of this operation. Edgar on the other side nodded in agreement, and Waylon and Brian also had no objections. After all, in this operation, Orcott brought the most people, including 200 bronze knights and 6 silver knights, and he himself was also a high-level silver knight. Next came Edgar, with 120 bronze knights and 4 silver knights. Then there was Brian, 50 bronze knights, plus himself, and 1 silver knight. Finally, it was he himself who dispatched 8 bronze knights and 2 silver knights. In this operation, I will be responsible for resisting the high-ranking silver warriors among the mountain dwarves. Edgar, Brian, the two of you will lead the remaining silver knights to resist the other silver-level mountain dwarf enemies. As for Varen and Alec, you will lead the bronze knights and round up the remaining mountain dwarf transport personnel. Because our actions will definitely lead to retaliation from the enemy, the information must be kept confidential. We must not let a single mountain dwarf escape. When Waylon saw Alcott finish speaking, he asked, Uncle, can we use this opportunity to put the blame on the centaur? In the conference room, everyone looked at Waylon, very confused. Tell me about it. Seeing this, Waylon took out a bone token from his arms, on which was written the word Doris and the unique mark of the centaur clan. Alcott recognized the token immediately and asked in confusion, Where did you get the centaur's silver warrior's token? Uncle, I can't tell you this, but we can use this opportunity to stir up trouble between the mountain dwarves and the centaurs, and clear ourselves of suspicion. Waylon, this kind of thing can easily be exposed. Doing this will bring us great hidden dangers. Edgar sorted out the relationship and began to advise. Uncle, don't worry. Even if the matter is exposed, the final target will not be us, but the Hawks family. After careful consideration, Alcott nodded and said, Okay, but when deploying, use a deodorizing potion to cleanse the scent from the token to prevent the enemy from using magic to search for it. Uncle, I understand. The next day, 378 bronze knights and 14 silver knights, carrying enough supplies, left the Praying Star Lake and headed 150 kilometers southwest to ambush the mountain dwarves and rob the rare metal orichalcum. Chapter 37. Snatch, Divide the Loot, and the Seven-Colored Flower of Life. On the afternoon of September 20th, a group of mountain dwarves escorted 30 sheep carts slowly forward in the wilderness. The leading mountain dwarf rode a goat with a horse's head, held a hammer in his hand, and looked around vigilantly to ensure the safety of the team. Now that they have reached the human border area, he has to be cautious about the goods he is escorting. Suddenly, hundreds of knights who were crawling in the surrounding wilderness stood up, threw out the spears in their hands, and then launched an attack. The whole process was very smooth and efficient, and more than 30 mountain dwarves who were unable to react were thrown to the ground on the spot. The enemy attacks, everyone defends, protect the ore. The leading mountain dwarf brandished his hammer and shouted orders. Looking at the humans popping up around him, even if he had no brains, he knew that the news of the escort had been leaked and they had been ambushed in advance by this group of greedy humans. Alcott found his target and rushed straight towards the leading mountain dwarf. Soon, the hammers and swords collided with each other, and the fighting spirits intertwined with each other. Both humans and mountain dwarves stayed away from this area. Soon, the other silver knights found their target and engaged in battle with the silver-level mountain dwarves. Waylon looked at the situation on the battlefield and immediately felt stable. Many to one, 2 to 1, they have an absolute advantage in numbers, whether it is high-end combat or low-level battlefield. Damn humans, you are courting death. The leading mountain dwarf looked at his increasingly dwindling subordinates, unleashed his potential, and pressed down on Orcott, making it difficult for the 50-year-old high-ranking silver knight to resist. Edgar, Brian, come help me. After hearing this, the two silver-level mid-level knights who had defeated their opponents immediately went to support Orcott. Facing the siege of 3 people, the mountain dwarf leader gradually fell into a disadvantage, and Orcott seized the opportunity to cut off his arms. Ah, hateful. The mountain dwarf leader looked around and saw only a few subordinates left, most of whom had died at the hands of humans. Human, you will pay the price. Marquis Dara will definitely find you. Haha, that depends on whether you can find us. The next moment, the mountain dwarf leader was killed, and the remaining mountain dwarves, without exception, all died under the sword. Then, everyone began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the heads of the mountain dwarves and burying the bodies of their fallen colleagues. In order to avoid any unexpected situations, the group did not stop and prepared to return to Qixing Lake to divide the spoils. After the main force left, Waylin threw the centaur token, which had been cleaned with deodorizing potion, into a hidden bush as a slanderous object. On the way back, to be on the safe side, Alcott chose to detour around the border of Sepulo province and gave the other party false information. In a wooden house at Qixing Lake, Waylin put the statistics of casualties and the amount of supplies on the table and officially started the meeting to divide the spoils. Alcott, the temporary commander-in-chief, acted as the host without hesitation and presided over the spoils distribution meeting. The captured spoils will be divided into 2 parts, one for the heads of the mountain dwarves, and the other for orichalcum, Nubian black goats, horse-headed sheep, and weapons and equipment. I propose dividing them in different proportions. The heads of the mountain dwarves will be divided according to the number we killed. Other supplies will be divided according to the contribution ratio. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Alcott continued. In this battle, the men I brought with me lost 17 bronze knights and injured 23 bronze knights. Edgar lost 11 bronze knights and injured 9 bronze knights. Brian lost 6 bronze knights and injured 13 bronze knights. Varen lost 3 bronze knights. In this battle, a total of 237 mountain dwarf heads were captured, 83 of which were of the lower rank, 148 of which were bronze level, and 6 of which were silver level. So, half an hour later, the meeting ended and everyone got their share of the spoils. In this battle, Waylin obtained a total of 6 carts of mountain copper ore, totaling about 12 tons, 12 Nubian black goats, 6 horse-headed sheep, 30 sets of dwarf weapons and equipment, a silver-level mountain dwarf's head, 16 bronze-level mountain dwarf's heads, and 26 mountain dwarf's heads. The heads of these mountain dwarves are of no use at this stage, but they will be of great use when he becomes a baron and is promoted to a viscount. In the kingdom of Ilia, those below the duke level can be promoted to noble titles based on military merit. Of course, there are age restrictions within each class. For example, the X family, as a family of earls, had already reached the standard of becoming a marquis in terms of strength and military achievements. But the family had only a history of 700 years and was still 100 years away from the 800-year inheritance condition. On the second day after the division of the spoils, the three men led their troops out of Qixing Lake one after another. After everyone left, Wei Lin entered the farming mode, continued to develop the territory, supervised the construction of castles, and organized military training. In order to deal with the gnolls 2 months later, Wei Lin even began to organize civilians and serfs for training so that they could quickly replenish their troops in case of casualties in battle. "My lord, you are looking for me." Baird came to Wei Lin's study, beat his chest, and saluted, then spoke. Seeing this, Wei Lin stopped writing and said to Baird, "I'm going to give you a task next. Please give your orders, my lord. For the next 2 months, I need you to lead the army and organize a collection team to collect everything usable within a 10-kilometer radius. Remember, destroy everything that cannot be collected. Don't leave even a single bit behind." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Baird left the study. Wei Lin walked to the window, looked at the calm lake, and muttered to himself, 2 months of fortified walls and cleared the countryside. There's not a single drop of food around. I want to see how we deal with these invading gnolls. With only 2 months left before the monster attack, he had to speed up and improve his strength. Soon, on the evening of October 1st, fate once again brought valuable news to Wei Lin. There is a cave at the bottom of the Praying Star Lake, where 7-colored life flowers grow. 7-colored flower of life. Wei Lin got up from the bed, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a book that recorded many magical plants. Soon, he found the information he wanted. The 7-colored life flower is a rare magical plant. Legend has it that it's favored by the goddess of life. It can quickly heal injuries, repair hidden injuries, restore body functions, and prolong one's lifespan. It's an extremely rare magical plant. In addition, the 7-colored life flower can enhance the magical talent of the user. It is of great value. The discoverer is recommended to hand it over to the Temple of Life. They will gain the favor of the goddess of life. When you see the last sentence, you don't have to think about it. It must have been added by the church. No normal person would believe that the 7-colored life flower, a magical plant of great value, would be handed over to the church by a fool in exchange for illusory honor. Chapter 38, Taking the 7-Colored Life Flower, Strength Breakthrough. With beautiful imaginations of the future in mind, Wei Lin lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wei Lin gathered his men and prepared to lurk at the bottom of the Qixing Lake, looking for a cave and picking the flower of life. "My lord, why don't you let me go down and check out the situation first?" Baird hesitated and gave a warning. "No, I know my limits." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Lin took off his clothes, bit his dagger, and jumped into the lake. Orlando and Hebrew followed closely behind, jumped into the lake, and dived to the bottom of the lake with their master. The sunlight passed through the lake, bringing a little light to the bottom of the lake, allowing the three people to barely see the surrounding situation clearly. After searching for a while, Wei Lin found a hidden cave with the entrance blocked by a huge rock. Orlando saw Wei Lin's gesture, swam to the side of the boulder, and with all his strength, pushed the stone aside. Without the obstruction of the huge rocks, the three of them swam in without hesitation. After walking more than 100 meters, Wei Lin surfaced from the water, came into the cave, and looked around in shock. Hundreds of 7-colored life flowers compete for beauty, covering hundreds of square meters of cave. A faint purple light fills the entire space, making everything mysterious. "I've made a fortune." Wei Lin climbed out of the water and felt a slight coolness, his eyes full of 7-colored flowers of life. Orlando and Hebrew stood behind Wei Lin in tacit understanding, looking at these flowers full of colorful light curiously, wondering what kind of magical effects these flowers had. Afterwards, Wei Lin came to a 7-colored life flower with 7 petals in full bloom, carefully dug into the soil, and collected the entire 7-colored life flower according to the collection method described in the book. "Bring the box here." Upon hearing this, Orlando took off the box from his waist, walked over to Wei Lin, and opened it. Wei Lin moved very lightly and placed the complete 7-colored flower of life into the box. According to the records in the books, the flower has 7 petals and presents a faint 7-colored light, which is a sign of the maturity of the 7-color life flower. For the next period of time, Wei Lin took the 2 of them to collect mature 7-colored life flowers in the cave. Throughout the entire process, we were extremely cautious. Immature 7-color life flowers need to be protected to avoid being careless and damaging these precious magical plants. For hours later, all the mature 7-colored life flowers in the cave were collected, a total of 23, and placed in an exquisite waterproof box for preservation. During this process, Waylon also took an inventory and recorded the number of 7-colored life flowers in the cave. There were 31 flowers with 7 petals, but no colorful light, 57 flowers with 6 petals, 176 flowers with 5 petals, and 425 flowers with 4 petals or less. You can come back to collect it again in 2 years. Waylon silently noted the time and returned with Orlando and Hebrew along the same route. Since he didn't know how to plant them, Waylon could only let the 7-colored life flowers continue to grow here and not disturb the environment here to avoid affecting their growth. Baird, who was waiting on the shore, walked back and forth anxiously, looking at the calm lake from time to time. The next moment, seeing his master safely come up, he felt relieved. He walked forward and handed the towel to Waylon. "Master, please wipe the water off your body." "Baird," Waylon replied with a smile as he wiped himself with the towel. "Tomorrow morning, I'm going to call a meeting and notify all the knights to be present." "Yes, my lord." Then, Waylon put on his clothes, took the box from Orlando, and returned to his room. After closing the door, Waylon took out a 7-colored life flower from the box, cleaned the roots a little, removed the dirt, and swallowed it directly. After a moment, a strange energy burst out from the stomach and spread throughout the body. In an instant, Waylon seemed to be back in his mother's arms. Everything was so warm and comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he had easily crossed the barrier from bronze to silver and became a low-level silver knight. This thing is so terrifying, it's unbelievable that even the Temple of Life would be embarrassed to advertise it in the introduction of the 7-colored life flower. At this moment, Waylon felt better than ever, and the difficulty he had felt in practicing before disappeared. In the past, according to his talent, even if he tried his best, his upper limit was only the lower gold level. Now, he feels that the future is smooth and there are no barriers under the legend. As for becoming a legend, Waylon is not confident enough now. Even with the guidance of fate, he cannot become a legendary strongman 100. The reason is that to advance from soul will to legend requires something called the world's favor. In other words, if you make contributions to the world, you will get a channel for promotion, otherwise you can only stop here. As for how to gain the favor of the world, there are many ways, such as resisting the invasion of demons, killing invaders from other worlds, purifying the most evil necromancers, etc. So, based on his composition, he seems to be an invader from another world. Is he going to kill himself? Never mind. First work hard to cultivate and become a soul intent level expert, then consider other things. Then, Waylon got up from the ground, checked the time, and stared at the hourglass on the desk in disbelief. 12 hours, at least 12 hours have passed. The next moment, he looked out the window. The sky was foggy, and it was obviously dawn. In other words, it took me 20 hours to swallow the 7-colored life flower. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Waylon pointed at the door and said calmly, "Come in." Baird, who was standing outside the door, pushed it open and walked in. He beat his chest and saluted, saying respectfully, "My lord, everyone has gathered and is waiting for you to preside over the meeting." Kindness. Waylon picked up the box and took Baird to the meeting room. As soon as they entered the meeting room, everyone stood up and saluted. Looking at Orlando and Hebrew sitting in the 2nd and 6th positions, Waylon nodded with satisfaction. The seating order in the conference room was all decided by them internally, and he never interfered. Adhere to the principle that the capable are promoted and the incompetent are demoted. The fact that the two of them can sit here means that they have received unanimous recognition from others. All 14 of you are people I trust. You are guardian knights who have sworn allegiance to me under the witness of the goddess of life. Our fate is one. We rise and fall together. Over the past 6 months, your actions have proven your loyalty to me. Upon hearing this, the 14 people straightened their chests and calmly accepted the praise from their master. Therefore, I will not be stingy in training you. As soon as Waylon finished speaking, he opened the wooden box, revealing 22 7-colored life flowers inside, each of which was blooming with 7-colored light. Chapter 39. Granting subordinates and inspecting the castle construction. Master, is this the 7-colored life flower? When Baird saw what was in the box, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Except for Orlando and Hebrew, the other 11 people also looked shocked. Their hearts were pounding as they looked at the flowers in the box that were emitting strange light. They were fortunate enough to hear their instructors explain this when they were training at Windsor Castle. It was incredible that this magical plant that only existed in legends actually appeared before his eyes. Yes, This is the seven-colored flower of life. Waylon nodded in confirmation and released his fighting spirit, showing irrefutable evidence that he was a silver knight. This action shocked the 12 Beards even more. A day ago, the master was still a high-level bronze, but now he has become a low-level silver. Moreover, the knights he sensed did not have the disordered breath like those who had just entered the silver level. His fighting spirit was very stable. Today, each of you will receive a seven-colored life flower to enhance your talents and improve your strength. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into tears of gratitude and immediately half knelt on the ground. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. I will spare no effort in training the knights who are loyal to me. Your loyalty is the best reward for me. Afterwards, Waylon called each knight to his side, gave each of them a seven-colored flower of life, and sent them blessings. After all 14 people received a seven-colored life flower, Waylon looked at the excited crowd and immediately announced the disbanding of the meeting, asking them to go back and take it, break through their talents, and improve their strength. After everyone left, Waylon looked at the 8 seven-colored life flowers remaining in the box and fell into deep thought. It's better to store it. She made up her mind that no matter whether she had the talent for cultivation or not, as long as she proved her loyalty and worth, she would get a seven-colored flower of life from him. In the next few days, the 12 knights led by Baird made breakthroughs one after another after taking the seven-colored life flower and grew into silver knights. Judging by the number alone, at the Baron level, the number of silver knights in Qixing Lake can be ranked among the top 3 in the Cardro province. As a result, the combat power of the entire territory was directly broken. No, there's not a single bronze-level person in the territory. This is not going to be a good thing. Afterwards, Waylon issued a notice as a lord, allowing Baird and 12 others to recruit knight squires, with a number not exceeding 6, and he would be responsible for the corresponding resource allocation. Now, it is impossible for Waylon to gather thousands of knights and squires like Windsor Castle and have them taught by specialized silver knights. On the one hand, he does not have the talent in this area, and on the other hand, he does not have the resources to support him in doing so. Therefore, they can only rely on this ancient inheritance system and slowly cultivate bronze knights in a one-to-many model. In order to stimulate their enthusiasm, Waylon also issued an announcement that within a year, the more bronze knights a knight cultivated and the better the quality, the more he would be rewarded with a magic plant. Therefore, Baird and others began to select good talents from the entire territory and recruit knights and squires. In a short period of time, everyone in the territory was excited. Whether they were freemen or serfs, warriors or civilians, everyone had a dream of being a knight. In the Praying Star Lake, the slave shackles can be removed. As long as you become a knight squire, you will become a free person, which further stimulates those young serfs. Of course, as a third-class slave like a robber slave, there would be no hope. The population of Praying Star Lake is very healthy, with most people between the ages of 15 and 20. This was due to the emphasis that Waylon placed on this when he demanded ransom from the defeated nobles. As the territory entered a stage of rapid development, Baird led his army to patrol the surrounding area all day long, hunting down wild beasts and monsters that roamed here and maintaining the safety of the surrounding area. Andrew was stationed at the salt mine, leading a squadron of infantry and supervising the mining of third-class slaves to ensure the daily output of mineral salt. Randolph took over Baird's task and led 2 squadrons of infantry, 1 squadron of archers, and 300 serfs to mine the mithril mine diligently, striving to complete the excavation in the shortest time possible to avoid accidents. Greg organized the free people and serfs in the territory to carry out gathering work in batches, collecting food within a 10-kilometer radius of Qixing Lake, and implementing a policy of leaving no roots on the grass, no bark on the trees, and clearing the countryside. The remaining 8 knights all have their own tasks, responsible for all aspects of the territory and ensuring the normal operation of Qixing Lake. On this day, after Waylon finished resting, he felt that his strength had been significantly improved. He couldn't help but sigh again that after his talent was improved, his practice would be twice as effective with half the effort. Sir, Chief Steward Eunice, the person in charge of the castle construction, invites you over. Okay, I understand. After the reporting soldier withdrew, Waylon began to wipe the sweat off his body, put on his shirt, took his sword, and headed to the castle construction site. Along the way, Waylon felt relieved to see the clean and tidy roads. Unlike other territories, the streets were not covered with feces and urine, and the stench was overwhelming. Sure enough, addressing sanitation issues at their root has yielded significant results. As the saying goes, if we can't solve the sanitation problem, can't we solve the problem of the people who create the sanitation problem? In Qixing Lake, Anyone who urinates or defecates anywhere will be rewarded with 3 iron whips for the first time, confiscation of property for the second time, and demoted to a third-class slave for the third time, forever losing the hope of becoming a free citizen. After this decree was issued, no one dared to violate it. They were all born into slavery, so they naturally knew that the days of losing freedom and hope were painful, torturous, and dark. After walking a few hundred meters, Waylon arrived at the castle construction site. What comes into view are 2 city walls of varying heights, the outer wall and the inner wall. Crossbows are being placed on the protruding platforms to adjust the shooting angle. Eunice, the half-elf girl waiting at the city gate, saw Waylon coming and stepped forward to greet him. "My lord." "Well, Eunice, you did a great job. You completed the construction of 2 city walls so quickly." Waylon retracted his gaze and looked at the beautiful half-elf girl in front of him, praising her without hesitation. "Your Excellency, the Lord is too kind. I am just a steward. The real contributors are these hard-working workers." After a period of adaptation, the half-elf girl Eunice was no longer as distant as before, and her tone was calm. "They will receive the rewards they deserve." Waylon smiled and said, "I want to know how the progress is now." Upon hearing this, Eunice had someone bring a table and unfold the plan, which was marked with 2 colors. "Please look, sir. Black marks represent completed construction, white marks represent unfinished construction, and green marks represent construction in progress." Waylon looked down and saw that the first phase of the construction plan that had been determined earlier, the outer city wall, the inner city wall, the water storage area, the grain warehouse, and the toilets had all been completed, and the weapons repair site and the stables were under construction. Chapter 40 Iron Ore. Can we build a basement with an area of about 100 square meters? Waylon pointed to a place next to the stable and asked. "Sir, yes, but then we can't proceed with the second phase of construction." "Don't worry about the second phase. Finish the basement first. I have a use for it." "Yes, sir." Eunice hesitated for a moment and then accepted the order. Afterwards, Waylon, led by Eunice, began to visit the completed area. After visiting all the way, he was very glad that he found an architect to build his own castle. There were many details in it, and the rational use of building materials could maximize the defensive function of the city wall. Coming to a parapet, Waylon pulled out his sword and, relying solely on his strength, chopped it hard, leaving only a shallow mark. "Yes, my 3,500 gold coins were not wasted. They are expensive for a reason." After hearing this, the smile on Eunice's face instantly became stiff, and the next moment she returned to her ladylike look. "My lord, if you have magical materials, I can carve a simple magic circle for the city wall to enhance its defensive capabilities." "Huh? You can actually do magic?" To prove her words, Eunice chanted a spell, and a flame formed in front of her. Looking at the flame that could be blown out with a breath, Waylon looked at Eunice with suspicion. He doubted her real talent and knowledge. She wouldn't want to get something for free and use my magic materials to improve her strength. Eunice sensed the awkwardness of the atmosphere and said hastily, "Sir, I'm not good at fighting. Yes, my talents lie in the carving and construction of magic circles, and I also have some knowledge of animal taming." "Eunice, now, I can't believe what you say. Besides, I don't have any magic materials for you to use." Waylon spread his hands and looked helpless. Hearing this, Eunice's eyes dimmed a little, but then she recovered and took Waylon to continue the tour. Along the way, the two returned to their normal routine, with Eunice explaining in front and Waylon nodding in agreement in the back. In the conversation just now, Waylon was very clear about the half-elf girl's purpose. She didn't want to waste her precious time as an architect for the past 10 years. Waylon had previously promised that if Eunice served him for 10 years, he would give her freedom. From her tone and actions, Waylon could sense her confusion and anxiety about the future. However, Waylon has no intention of accepting Eunice as his subordinate yet. At least he will not consider it until the castle is completed. When examining a person, we should not only understand her from herself, but also observe the people around her. After the visit, Waylon encouraged the workers and then went down the mountain and returned to the village. Looking at the barren terrain around him, Waylon fell into deep thought. He didn't know whether the guidance of fate would last longer after his strength increased. This problem appeared when he broke through to the Silver Knight. It is still unknown now and can only be verified at the beginning of next month. When Waylon returned to his residence, Baird ran over excitedly and reported, "Master, iron mine, we found an iron mine." "Iron mine, where is it?" Waylon was stunned at first, then he reacted and asked hurriedly. 11 kilometers to the north, there's a hidden tunnel leading over 100 meters underground. While clearing monsters today, we discovered a large number of goblins. My subordinates captured a large number of them, and after rigorous interrogation, we learned this information. Lead the way. Afterwards, Valen and Baird rode north. At this moment, at the entrance of the passage, more than 20 goblins were sitting on the ground with their heads down. Some of them were whispering to each other and occasionally looking at the human soldiers guarding around them. Boss, what should we do next? An ugly goblin said in a low voice in goblin language. Wait a moment. When night comes, we can take advantage of the chaos to escape and return to the underground where we will be safe. A goblin in leather clothes lowered his head, his small eyes moving quickly, secretly checking the surrounding situation, looking for a direction to escape. As a cunning minor goblin, he is also a prominent figure in the underground world. He wanted to come out today to trade with the surrounding goblins in exchange for materials on the ground, but he didn't expect to run into a large number of humans as soon as he came out. The cargo was lost, and the goblins were captured. Fortunately, he was smart and could speak the common language, so he made up a lie. Otherwise, he would have been stabbed like his brothers and turned into a bloody gourd. As for the iron ore and the like, it was naturally just a trick to fool these humans. The tunnel was only 1 meter high, and he didn't believe that these people would go down to explore. In addition, the goblins around him are all mentally retarded and do not know the common language. As long as he insists on spreading the news, the other party will not be able to tell whether it is true or not. Then, the goblin Jerry looked at the slightly shaking stones on the ground, raised his head and looked into the distance, and found that the human who had just left was returning to the camp with a strange human. Based on his 20 years of life as a father of 8 children, he easily judged that this younger human must be the boss here. He must have been the one who led the goblins to disappear without a trace. Waylon arrived at the place of detention, got off his red phosphorus horse, and went straight to the group of goblins. My lord, this is the goblin who can speak the common language. Baird came to his side and pointed at the leather-clad goblin Jerry and said respectfully. The goblin Jerry heard the conversation between the two and quickly crawled over, kneeling on the ground and knelt and kowtowed. Great lord, Jerry has no intention of offending your territory. Please forgive Jerry's worthless life. Waylon lowered his head and looked at this little creature that was less than 1 meter tall. He released his aura and exerted pressure, forcing the low-level bronze goblin to fall directly to the ground, trembling with fear. Let me ask you, is there really iron or 100 meters underground? Feeling the physical pressure, the goblin Jerry gritted his teeth and replied, Great lord, G. Jerry's words are true. Upon hearing this, Waylon's face remained calm, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Gary, lying on the ground, was in great agony, fearing that his body would be torn apart in the next moment. Puff. Sorry I missed. Waylon shook the blood off the knight's sword and said expressionlessly. Gary touched various parts of his body, turned around, and saw his brother's body was separated, and was so scared that he peed his pants. Sir, what I said is true. There really is iron mine. If you don't believe me, you can go down and check it out. In order to survive, Gary still made up a lie. The human in front of me is so murderous that once he finds out that I have deceived him, he will definitely die a miserable death. Despite the fear of death, the goblin still answered in this way, and he already believed most of it in his heart. Chapter 41: The Secret Teleportation Array to the Underground World. However, due to the goblin's cunning and crafty racial characteristics, 1/3 of what they say is true, which is due to the blessing of the gods. Since he didn't have a magician, he couldn't tell whether the other person was lying or not, so he could only use this method to judge. Now that we have the information we want, kill the rest. Waylon put away his sword and prepared to make one last attempt. If the goblin didn't speak before dying, it means there really is iron or underground. Otherwise, it means it's fake. When the surrounding soldiers heard the order from their lord, they immediately raised their spears and slaughtered more than 20 captured goblins. The screams continued to be heard, and the goblin Jerry turned pale with fear. He began to make a decision in his mind in a race against time, whether to tell it or not. The next moment, Baird raised his sword and was about to strike when the goblin Jerry shouted, Sir, I have intelligence to report. I am valuable. Please don't kill me. Oh, Waylon waved Baird away, a smile on his face as he inquired. The information you provided is valuable. I can forgive your previous deception. Otherwise, I will tie you up here and let the wild beasts in the wilderness gnaw on your flesh. Yes, sir, Jerry said apprehensively as he lay on the ground. This passage only leads to 50 meters underground. There are no iron ore there, but only a secret, still functioning teleportation array that leads to the underground world where I am, Colorado. You came to the ground through the teleportation array. Waylon asked solemnly. Yes, sir, The teleportation array needs to absorb free magic energy because it has no magic crystal to charge it. It can only teleport back and forth once every 6 months. Gary said it all in one go, hoping to be forgiven. Baird, who was standing by, looked at Waylon and asked, "Master, do you want to resolve this?" "No need. Since he has proven his worth, he deserves to live." Hearing that the magic circle needed to be charged, Waylon's uneasy heart calmed down. He signaled Baird to put away the sword and prepare to spare the goblin's life. Seeing that he was alive, Gary covered his chest and breathed in the fresh air. For the first time, he felt that being alive was so wonderful. "Seal the cave entrance, mark it, and explore it again later." "Yes, my lord." Baird pounded his chest in salute, watched Waylon leave, and then asked his men to tie up the only surviving goblin and prepare to take him back for custody. After some twists and turns, several soldiers found some large stones, blocked the 1-meter-high passage, covered it with sand and stones, and finally covered it with bushes to blend it into the surrounding environment. On the way back, Waylon rode alone, strolling in the silent wilderness, looking up at the sky. Salt mines, mithril mines, magical plants in the caves at the bottom of Praying Star Lake. And now there's a secret teleportation array leading to the Underdark. Everything that appeared around Qixing Lake was extremely valuable, and each one could become the pillar of a territory, which made him feel very unreal. Closing his eyes, he quietly recalled his pioneering career over the past 6 months. Only with sufficient strength can we seize opportunities. Waylon suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his tone firm. Development, development, and more development. He must do everything possible to develop his own power, improve his strength, seize opportunities, and climb to higher heights. In the following period, Qixing Lake is making full preparations for the arrival of the gnolls at the end of November. Crafting a 3-bow crossbow, forging a spear, remixing mithril to forge weapons and armor, collecting food within a 10-kilometer radius, building a castle, everything is done in preparation for the monster attack at the end of November. On the evening of November 1st, Waylon calculated the time until 8 o'clock arrived. At this moment, there was silence in my ears, and the guidance of fate did not come as expected. Just as I thought, as my strength increases, the interval will be extended. Waylon sat on the edge of the bed, looked out the window, and muttered to himself. He was a little uncomfortable with the sudden lack of advance notice of the news. The time was extended, and Waylon guessed it might be a quarter or even half a year. If the interval changes from 1 month to several months, will the information obtained be more valuable? Waylon could only keep the answer to this question in his heart and wait for time to help him answer it. Since the guidance of fate did not work, we need to make more adequate preparations on the original basis in the next month. Although the highest strength of the gnolls heading towards the Praying Star Lake is at the low silver level, if there are hundreds of them, it will be enough to give him a hard time, and there is even the risk of being trapped. The next morning, Waylon called Baird over. "My lord." Baird, dressed in casual clothes, came to Waylon and saluted respectfully. "Baird, starting today, arrange patrol posts and expand the range to a 30-kilometer radius, especially to the west. Report any unusual activity to me immediately. Also, have Randolph and the others speed up the excavation of the mithril mine and complete it by the middle of this month at the latest." "My lord, I will convey your instructions immediately." At this moment, an attack is taking place in the camp where the mithril mine is located. As Randolph emerged from the tent, he saw a soldier running towards him, reporting in a panic, "Sir, a monster has been spotted in the mines, and 4 serfs mining have been injured." "What? Take me there." Randolph didn't bother to put on his armor. He picked up his knight's sword and followed the soldiers to the mine. After passing through hundreds of meters of winding mine tunnels, Randolph arrived at the scene of the incident at the fastest speed. A dozen soldiers armed with spears surrounded the 2 yellow monitor lizards, restricting their space for movement. Rock monitor lizard. Randolph was shocked. How could such a monster appear in this damn place? However, judging from their appearance, these 2 monitor lizards are only 3 or 4 meters long and should have been born not long ago. If an adult rock monitor is 16 or 17 meters long and has the strength of a gold-level creature, it would be a disaster. Hiss! The 2 rock monitors seemed to feel threatened and began to retreat, looking at Randolph warily. Then, Randolph held his breath and concentrated, releasing his fighting spirit, forming a fiery red fighting spirit on the knight's sword. The next moment, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards a rock monitor lizard. Cut! The rock monitor roared, gathering rocks in its mouth, ready to attack. However, Randolph easily dodged the young rock monitor's magical attack. The knight's sword sparked on the scales of the young rock monitor lizard, which surprised Randolph. The defensive power of the scales was even stronger than the protection of armor. He took a few steps back and stared at the two beasts with a serious expression. Damn it! It must have devoured the mithril ore and increased the defense of its scales. Chapter 42. Juvenile Mutated Rock Monitor. Randolph took a deep breath and began to gather his strength for his second attack. A young rock monitor wailed in pain, glaring at Randolph nearby. Seeing this, another rock monitor stepped in front of its companion, simultaneously concentrating its magic attack. Everyone listen up, throw your spears. A squadron leader standing not far away immediately gave orders, and the surrounding soldiers threw their weapons hard to interfere with the magical attacks of the two rock monitors. More than a dozen spears flew over and directly interrupted the magical attacks of the two beasts. Hiss! The hard scales were attacked, and the force was transmitted to the flesh, causing the two young rock monitors to wail. The next moment, Randolph suddenly accelerated and attacked the head of a young rock monitor lizard. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, the rock monitor lizard moved its body with difficulty and used its back to block the attack. Bump! The huge force caused the two rock monitors to fly backwards and slam heavily into the rock wall. Feeling the slight shaking of the ground, the soldiers present once again refreshed their understanding of the knight's strength. A few minutes later, seeing that the rock monitor lizard had no effect, Randolph instructed a soldier to go forward and check the situation. The soldier who received the orders swallowed his saliva, picked up the spear on the ground, walked over tremblingly, poked the rock monitor lizard's butt with the spear tip, and seeing no movement, he bravely moved forward. Sir, these two beasts have fainted. Afterwards, the soldier excitedly reported that he was lucky to have survived. Randolph breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He calmly gave the order, take these two beasts out, tie up their limbs and mouths with chains, and bring them back with the orb to Praying Star Lake in 2 days. Hand them over to the Lord for disposal. Yes, sir. A dozen soldiers stepped forward and hurriedly carried the two rock monitors out, allowing the mining serfs to continue working and mining the mithril. Early in the morning, Waylon, led by Baird, came to the center of the village square. He looked at the young rock monitor lizard with its limbs tied with iron chains and felt a little happy. Sir, these are the two beasts Randolph sent back. They were found in the mine. It is said that they ate a lot of ore, and their scales have amazing defensive power. Baird drew out his knight's sword, knocked on the scales of the young rock monitor, and explained to Waylon. Listening to the collision sounds, Waylon initially determined that the two rock monitors were quite resilient. He turned to Baird and said, if we train these two young rock monitors into war beasts, they could prove incredibly useful in the future. My lord, we don't have a trainer. How? How can we train this animal? Baird looked embarrassed when he heard this. There were no professionals to train this animal, and he was afraid that his own people would be killed when they went to the battlefield. When Waylon heard this, he touched his chin and thought, this is indeed a problem. In a blink of an eye, he remembered that a few days ago, didn't the half-elf girl know some knowledge about animal taming? Baird, go get Eunice. Yes, my lord. Baird subconsciously turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked in confusion, my lord, who is Eunice? That half-elf girl. Waylon covered his face and stared at his steward speechlessly. Suddenly, Baird realized something and quickly left the square and walked towards the castle construction site. It would be awkward to stay any longer. Afterwards, Waylon came to the struggling rock monitor and looked at this monster that could only be seen in the illustrated book with curiosity. Unlike ordinary rock monitors, these two rock monitors have black body color covered with silver mesh patterns, with inconspicuous dark white stripes from the chest to the abdomen, and the front half of the tail is mostly silver. Given this situation, it must have swallowed a lot of mithril or causing mutation or evolution. This situation is not uncommon in the world. Many monsters accidentally eat some magical plants or strange minerals, causing them to mutate and develop different abilities. The two rock monitors looked at the terrifying human in front of them with fear in their eyes. The human was even more terrifying than the last time he attacked them. Woo woo woo. A monitor lizard made a noise, its tone ingratiating. This surprised Waylon. It was really strange that such a brainless monster could beg for mercy and act cute. Could it be that the mithril mine had evolved their brains? In this way, it might become easy to tame these two mutated rock monitors. Half an hour later, Baird brought the half-elf girl to the square. Grown-ups. Waylon didn't waste any words and said to Eunice, you said you could tame animals before. Eunice stared at the 3-meter-long rock monitor lizard, feeling a little scared. But after thinking about it, she mustered up the courage to say, yes, sir. I know a little about animal training. My sister is a trainer. I am willing to try to tame these two rock monitor lizards. I hope you succeed. Waylon turned to look at Baird and said, have someone remove the chains. Upon hearing this, Baird personally stepped forward to remove the chains, allowing one of the rock monitors to gain a brief moment of freedom. Then, Eunice stepped forward, gathered a gentle magical healing light in her palm, and walked over slowly with a nervous mood. The rock monitor looked at the pointy-eared four-horned beast in front of it, thinking it posed no threat at all, and felt like it could kill her with a single swipe of its tail. The rock monitor lizard thought rapidly with its walnut-sized head, and its puzzled eyes became clear. It glanced at its sister next to it and decided to make a bold decision. Lord, be careful. Seeing the rock lizard charging towards him, Waylon placed his right hand on the hilt of the knight's dagger, ready to gather his strength for a fight. The next moment, the rock monitor stopped in front of Waylon, lying on the ground with its belly exposed, just like a dog. This scene left not only Waylon and Baird bewildered, but even Eunice was bewildered. The sight of this rock monitor, known for its ferocity and lack of wit, actually displaying such a state truly shocked the three of them. The dozens of soldiers nearby did not think so. In their eyes, the hideous and terrifying monsters actually surrendered to the Lord's feet, which showed that the Qixing Lake must be a place protected by the goddess of life. Master, it. Baird stepped forward, not knowing what to say for a moment. Without saying anything, Waylon walked over to the rock monitor and tentatively touched its chin with his hand. Hiss. The wise rock monitor lizard behaved docilely, its eyes revealing a fawning look. Its little head was very clear. If it now recognized its master, it would be well-fed in the future, otherwise it would probably die like its other brothers. Chapter 43, Jackal Attack. Quite like a dog. Waylon stood up, looked at the rock monitor, and said to Baird and Eunice. Afterwards, another rock monitor was untied from its chains and lay on the ground in the same docile manner, without any sign of violence. Go get some wolf meat. Looking at the new pet, Waylon gave instructions to the soldier beside him. A moment later, two soldiers came to the rock monitor lizard with 2 buckets of wolf meat coated with mineral salt and ready to be pickled, and poured them on the ground. The 2 rock monitors stared at the wolf meat on the ground, drooling, their eyes revealing desire, but they did not dare to act rashly. Ha ha ha, you're quite sensible. Waylon walked forward, picked up a piece of meat, and threw it to one of the rock monitors. The rock monitor lizard opened its mouth wide and swallowed the wolf meat in one gulp. It licked its mouth with satisfaction and looked at its new owner with longing. Baird stood aside, watching the scene calmly, and subjectively believed that the master must be someone protected by the goddess of life. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the 2 brainless beasts showed submission at the first moment. Eunice on the side had her 3 views refreshed. In her 50 years of life, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. This ferocious beast would bare its teeth even at a legend, but now it was like a little puppy, which was difficult for the half-elf to accept. However, Eunice knew that she had missed another opportunity and didn't know when the next chance would come. When I think about the next 10 years when I can only work diligently as a laborer, as an architect, I feel the bleakness of life. As for escaping, in the Praying Star Lake where there are many silver knights, her idea is no different from committing suicide. During the interaction, Waylon named the 2 rock monitors. The one with a whiter color is called Xiaobai, and the one with a yellowish skin color is called Xiaowang. Be obedient. I'll build a home for you 2 next. Now follow the 2 keepers to the lake to clean yourself. After the rock monitor left, Waylon finally noticed Eunice beside him and said with a smile, even if there's no credit, it's still hard work. I'll have Orlando send you a low-level magic crystal later. Thank you, sir. Eunice bowed slightly and returned to the castle construction site. At this time, the silent Baird asked, My lord, I feel that we don't need to treat half-elves like this. If they dare to complain, just give them a beating. If they dare to run away, just chop off their legs. Ha ha ha. Baird, your idea is a bit extreme, Waylon replied with a smile, his words without any blame. He neither opposed nor supported Baird's suggestion. Okay, I have my own set of principles for dealing with alien races. After hearing this, Baird bowed respectfully and left the village square. By the end of November, it was difficult to see green grass in the wilderness, and the scenery was desolate everywhere. More than 30 kilometers west of Qixing Lake, 3 soldiers sat around a campfire, bragging and chatting to kill time. Captain, I heard that you will soon save enough money and be able to buy a woman. A soldier looked at the team leader with envy, his words full of envy. After hearing this, Eden wiped the iron sword and replied with a smile. Soon, after this month, I will be able to start a family. Captain, don't forget us brothers when you get married. The younger soldier took a sip of water and said kindly, Don't worry, I won't forget you. As a serf, Eden had never experienced what home was like. At this time, another soldier on patrol returned to the camp, his face pale and trembling on his horse. Seeing this, Eden quickly supported his comrade who was about to fall off the horse. "Marshal, bring the water." Oh. After a flurry of activity, the scout recovered and said anxiously to Eden, "Captain, there are jackals, a lot of them, as far as the eye can see, heading towards us. We're probably still more than 10 kilometers away." "Did they find you?" Eden asked in a deep voice. "There shouldn't be any. I looked from a distance and immediately turned back after realizing something was wrong." "That's good." Eden breathed a sigh of relief and then ordered the other warriors, "Hurry up and pack up. We must leave here immediately and return to Praying Star Lake to report the situation to Lord Baird." When everyone heard this, they immediately put out the campfire, packed up the iron pots, food and tents, tied them to the horses, and returned as quickly as possible. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei Lin, who was training in the open space of the castle, stopped because he saw Baird walking towards him in a hurry. "My lord, the sentries report that a large number of jackals are approaching the Prayer Star Lake. They are still 30 kilometers away." After hearing this, Wei Lin showed no surprise, as he had already known all this. To this end, he had already transferred most of the food and supplies from the village at the foot of the mountain to the castle, so that he could evacuate more quickly when the gnolls arrived. "Baird, inform everyone that from now on, Qixing Lake will enter a state of war. Have all remaining people retreat to the castle and distribute weapons to the strong serfs. The war has begun." "Yes, my lord." That evening, Wei Lin's order was read out. Throughout the night, Qixing Lake was brightly lit. Under Baird's command, freemen and serfs with their private property retreated to the castle on the mountain. Wei Lin stood on the inner city wall, looking at the busy crowd on the mountain road, thinking in his heart how to gain benefits from this turmoil. All the western provinces of the Kingdom of Elia will be attacked. According to his guess, the first to be hit should be the province of Linsa, while the province of Cardro is a small and transparent one, so there shouldn't be many monsters coming. 100 years ago, a coalition of millions of monsters from the Grey Wasteland drove out countless goblins and gnolls to invade the western border of the Kingdom of Elia, dealing a heavy blow to the pioneers at the time. However, the upper echelons of the kingdom took advantage of this turmoil to expand the territory by more than 2 million square kilometers. The province of Linsa, with an area of 750,000 square kilometers, was established as a province directly under the royal family under the circumstances at that time. Today, the province of Linsa serves as the most important hub between the Grey Wasteland and the Kingdom of Elia, with prosperous commerce. Its capital city is known as the Pearl of the West and is the first choice for these monster coalitions. When a golden dragon and 2 red dragons engage in a fierce battle, it's hard not to suspect that the golden dragon's defeat led to this war. No matter what the reason was, it was not something that a mere silver knight like him could explore now. The next thing to consider is to stop the attack of the gnolls and protect their own people and property. Chapter 44, The First Probing Attack. 30 kilometers away from Qixing Lake, more than 3,000 jackals gathered here to rest and recover their strength. In a shabby tent, a black-haired gnoll sat in the main seat, looking at the noisy clan chiefs below, as if he had long been accustomed to it. "We are about to enter the human world. Thank you, Lord Valis, for your gift. I'm going to indulge in a feast this time. The tender skin and flesh of the human nobles are making me drool just thinking about it. Wealth, the gold coins of the human world are calling me." The chiefs of more than a dozen wolf clans were talking to each other, and each wolf had different pursuits. At this time, a tall hyena walked in, knelt on one knee on the ground, and waited for the leader's orders. The gnoll leader Rogers, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, shocking everyone around him. The tent suddenly became quiet, and no gnoll clan leader dared to speak again. "Commander, scouts report that there is a human territory 30 kilometers ahead. Time." Upon hearing this, the gnoll sitting in the first seat hurriedly reported, "Commander, it's 6 in the morning. In 1 hour, we'll set off to capture human territory and have dinner." "Yes, Commander." All the gnoll clan leaders stood up, bowed, and then left the tent. As the sun rose, more than 3,000 gnolls ran silently in the wilderness, heading towards the Praying Star Lake. The gnoll leader Rogers rode on the back of a tall gnoll, looking at the advancing army, determined to capture the first human territory. With the breeze in his ears, he couldn't help but recall the Battle of Linsa that his father had told him. 100 years ago, under the orders of the gods of more than 10 wilderness monster races, including the gnolls, near the border of the human kingdom of Ilia, all monster clans put all their efforts into gathering a million-strong monster coalition driving millions of goblins towards the east. In the early days, they were unstoppable, conquering many human territories in one fell swoop and capturing countless slaves and food. But a turning point soon occurred. The goddess of life believed in by the kingdom of Ilya personally took action, causing the gods of many monster races to stop and not dare to act rashly. Afterwards, humans pushed back and killed the Red Dragon Sages, the commander-in-chief of the monster coalition, in the area of Lensa. At this point, the monster clan was defeated, humans won the war, and seized a large amount of land that belonged to them. In recent years, humans have continued to expand, squeezing the living space of monsters, and a turmoil is about to come again. The Gnoll leader Rogers looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and clenched his fists. As a Gnoll with some status, he knew very well that this action was just a test. In fact, this temptation has happened many times, and this is just the first one. As for why, he didn't know either. Cannon fodder, just cannon fodder. As a low-level silver warrior, he did not have such a high status to serve as the leader of a team. But he is just cannon fodder, and the eldest master's descendants cannot go, so he can only be the leader of the army as a jackal with no sense of existence and mediocre strength. Even the Gnoll clans under his command were all poor and foolish people who were tricked into coming here. Live survive. Arriving at the human border area, all he has to do is survive. Waylon stood at the top of the castle on the cliffs of Praying Star Lake, gazing at the approaching gnolls from afar. He gritted his teeth and said, "There are at least 3,000 gnolls. This is quite a challenge." At this time, Baird came to his side and reported respectfully, "Master, there are all kinds of traps set in the village, enough to catch these gnolls. How is the stone storage? How many battles can it sustain?" Waylon turned his head to look at Baird and asked in a deep voice, "My lord, the stones have filled the castle grounds, enough to sustain 4 high-intensity battles." After hearing this, Waylon nodded and continued, "Let everyone take this time to rest. We may not have any free time later." Yes. Inside the castle, in addition to the 500 soldiers, another 2,000 young and middle-aged men were organized, armed with spears, and some were given leather armor and iron swords, acting as supervisors and grassroots commanders. The rest of the personnel, both men and women, were assigned as logistics personnel, responsible for carrying the wounded, replenishing stones, and providing sufficient iron arrows for the 3-bow crossbow. Near noon, the Gnoll leader Rogers stopped outside the village and shouted, "Stop moving forward." Some of the gnolls obeyed orders and maintained their basic formation. There were about 500 of them, and they were trained by Rogers during his long march of 1 month. The remaining 2,500 gnolls were obviously a step behind, standing there aimlessly, at a loss, looking like a ragtag army. "Commander, why stop moving forward? The human territory is right before our eyes." A low-level, silver-level Gnoll clan leader stepped forward, his eyes filled with greed, staring at the village in the distance, and asked in confusion. Without saying a word, Rogers jumped off the back of the tall werewolf, walked up to the speaking werewolf clan leader, and kicked him away. The dozen or so low-level silver jackals around him lowered their heads and dared not speak. "My words are orders." Rogers looked around and said coldly, "Now, bypass the village and target the castle on the hill. Take it." "Yes, Commander." All the gnolls answered loudly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. On the castle's inner walls, Varen noticed the gnolls beginning to circle and said, "Baird, beat the gongs and drums and prepare for battle. We have met our match." "Yes, my lord." Seeing this, Baird's face turned unhappy. He didn't expect that the other party would bypass the village directly. Didn't they work in vain last night? Dang, dang, dang. Team 1 goes up to the city wall, Team 2 rests. The knights in various areas of the castle, guarding various stages of the wall, heard the voice and gave orders to their officers. The next moment, the silent castle became noisy, with people taking action everywhere. In just 10 minutes, more than 800 people responsible for guarding the city wall arrived. It's not that Waylon doesn't want to arrange more people for defense, but the outer and inner city walls combined can only accommodate so many people fighting at the same time. An hour later, a large group of gnolls arrived 1 kilometer away from the castle. Those green reptiles dared to report false information. It's really a bargain for them to be roasted and eaten. Rogers looked at the castle in a bad mood, recalling the capture of a goblin tribe a few days ago. The information he received showed that this place was occupied by humans half a year ago. Damn reptile. Can this castle be built in half a year? A gnoll looked at the commander fearfully and asked, "Commander, are you going to attack?" "Attack. Let the 3rd and 4th battalions attack to test the opponent's strength." Rogers thought for a while and gave the order. "Yes, Commander." Chapter 45. The First Tentative Attack. Immediately, more than 1,000 gnolls came out, holding a variety of weapons in their hands. The tall and mighty gnolls held high-end weapons such as iron flails and chain hammers, while the thinner ones held wooden maces inlaid with some iron sheets, and a large number of them held wooden sticks and stones. Attack. At Rogers's command, thousands of gnolls launched an attack. The chaotic formation, with an attack width of several kilometers, rushed towards the castle in a mighty manner. At the highest point of the castle, Wayland stood with his sword in hand, calmly watching the attacking gnolls below. 23 bow crossbows were placed on the inner city wall, ready for use, and the personnel were in place, waiting for the Lord's orders. Wayland raised his right hand and calculated the distance. When the werewolf vanguard was only 600 meters away from the outer city wall, he decisively put down his hand. 20 strong soldiers holding wooden hammers suddenly hit the trigger, and 20 iron arrows flew out with a whoosh. Ouch! Several tall jackals were pierced by the iron arrows, but the force did not decrease. It pierced several jackals in a row before stopping. Rogers looked at the 12 blood-red roads in the attacking team with an expressionless face, and no one knew what he was thinking. The smell of blood spread across the battlefield, stimulating the violent blood source of the gnolls, making them lose their last bit of sanity and speed up their attack regardless of everything. Baird, who was standing on the outer city wall, saw this and shouted, "Raise your shields." Upon hearing the order, more than 200 soldiers raised their wooden shields wrapped in iron sheets, gripped their spears tightly, and prepared to meet the first wave of attack. The 3-bow crossbows on the inner city wall fired continuously, causing casualties to the attacking gnolls. When they reached the edge of the city wall, some of the gnolls threw the stones in their hands, while the other gnolls began to climb the wall with their sharp claws, preparing to cross the 6-meter-high outer wall. Stones hit the wooden shields, making a bang. From time to time, chain hammers and flails were thrown onto the city wall, knocking the soldiers supporting the wooden shields away. Baird was also helpless about this. Some of these soldiers were newly conscripted serfs and freemen. Although they had undergone a period of training, they had not successfully practiced the warrior awakening method to become a warrior. Their combat capabilities were certainly not as solid as those of real warriors. Seeing that some of the gnolls were already halfway up, Baird immediately shouted, "Throw stones." The warrior hiding behind the shield held a huge stone, came to the city wall, and smashed down the stone weighing hundreds of pounds. Many gnolls were hit by stones and fell off the city wall, howling in pain. The battle lasted from noon to afternoon. As it was getting dark, Rogers ordered his men to issue a retreat order. Ouch! The attacking gnolls stopped, dragging the bodies of their companions with them, and retreated like a tide. Seeing the enemy retreat, the soldiers defending the outer city wall collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Baird shook off the blood on the knight's sword, put it back into the scabbard, counted the casualties, and reported on the defense situation later. The more than 600 surviving gnolls dragged the bodies of their companions back to the camp. The gnoll chef who had been waiting for a long time took the bodies and started to make a fire to cook. As they marched along, they relied on the goblins and ogre slaves that accompanied the army as food. From time to time, they would encounter a goblin tribe, plunder them, and expand their food reserves. When they reached the border of human territory, the gnolls and goblins had already finished their food. They thought they could capture a piece of human territory as quickly as possible to solve the food problem. They didn't expect this situation to happen. In addition, the surrounding area was bare and there was not even tree bark to eat. They could only feed on the corpses of their compatriots. Commander, food. A tall hyena respectfully handed Rogers a roasted wolf leg. "Here's a reward for you." Rogers looked at the roasted wolf leg in front of him with disgust and said expressionlessly, "Thank you, Commander." After hearing this, the hyena took the roasted wolf leg and left the place happily. Rogers looked at the other jackals who were happily eating their own kind, and his contempt was undisguised, even though he did not consider these beasts as his own kind. From what happened this afternoon, it seems the humans are using a crossbow with a very long range. I don't know if it's a large-scale weapon or a technology unique to this human noble. We can't capture this human castle with just ordinary gnolls. We must use the chiefs of the smaller clans. Tomorrow, Rogers plans to conduct a test. If he cannot capture the castle in one go, he will bypass it and continue eastward. He came here with a reconnaissance mission, and there was no need for him to fight to the death with humans. Moreover, even if his retreat was cut off by the enemy on his way back, he would only need to abandon these idiots and lead his confidants away. He still didn't believe that humans could completely block all passages leading to the Grey Wasteland. Inside the castle, Wayland inspected and listened to Baird's report. "My lord, In this afternoon's defensive battle, we consumed a total of 160 iron arrows, 1/5 of our stone reserves, and suffered 86 casualties, 23 of whom were killed, most of whom died in the fight with the gnolls. In addition, we went out of the city at night to harvest the heads of the gnolls. We obtained 167 ordinary heads and 57 bronze-level heads. The remaining bodies were taken back by the enemy. According to incomplete statistics, over 400 gnolls were killed or injured in this battle. Waylon stopped and said in a deep voice, "Today might be a test from the other side. Tomorrow will be crucial. Have all the knights be prepared. Silver-level gnolls may appear tomorrow. Also, pickle the gnoll's head with lime. This hard-earned military achievement must be stored carefully. It can be used to advance your rank or sold to other nobles. It's a valuable asset." "I understand." After Baird left, Waylon walked around and returned to his room. Sitting on the chair, Waylon closed his eyes and recalled what he had observed during the day. The leading gnoll possesses a certain level of intelligence. Whether it's detouring around villages to avoid unknown dangers or attacking with cannon fodder to scout out the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, it's all considered quite capable. This does not fit Waylon's stereotype of gnolls as violent and brainless. "I wish the other party had no brains." Waylon covered his head and said helplessly. In order to prevent the gnolls from attacking at night, the entire castle was brightly lit. All the soldiers kept their weapons with them and rested on the city walls with blankets. This made it easier to change shifts and to be ready to fight at any time. Baird, the chief steward of Qixing Lake, inspected the outer city wall every 2 hours to ensure that everything was safe. Chapter 46: The Second Attack. As soon as the day broke, more than 2,000 gnolls finished eating the remaining meat and gathered into a formation under the scolding of the gnoll clan leader. Rogers rode on the back of a gnoll, with 2 strong gnolls beside him carrying chain hammers, acting as temporary weapon racks. "Commander, we have assembled and are awaiting your orders." A patriarch of the gnoll clan stepped forward and said respectfully. When the sun shone on the castle's outer wall, Rogers got off the gnoll's back, picked up his weapon, and shouted, "Attack!" More than 2,000 gnolls howled and rushed towards the castle like a tide. Rogers followed the team with a chain hammer, ready to take action himself. The other werewolf silver warriors hid in the team, preparing to attack the enemy by surprise when they climbed the city wall. Just like yesterday, the 3-bow crossbow was the first to be used, and iron arrows flew towards the werewolves. "Call out!" An iron arrow flew past Rogers and pierced through the 2 guards following behind him. "Danger, disperse." After hearing this, the other werewolf guards dispersed and no longer surrounded Rogers. It was only a distance of 2 kilometers, and within 5 minutes, after sacrificing the lives of hundreds of jackals, they successfully reached the outer city wall area. The next moment, some of the gnolls threw stones and weapons to interfere with the defenders of the city wall, while others began to climb the wall. Soon, the battle became intense, with blood splattering, screams and wails, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the entire outer city wall. Many silver-level gnolls broke through the city walls, causing great casualties to the soldiers defending the city, but were quickly stopped by the Silver Knights. Rogers mingled in the crowd, his eyes fixed on the human noble on the top of the castle. With his keen perception, the most threatening and highest-ranking person in the castle must be this young human. As long as we kill him, it will be easy to take over the castle. "Leader." A gnoll came to Rogers with a bloody iron arrow and handed it to him respectfully. Rogers weighed the iron arrow, looking for the right moment. The next moment, he began to exert force and threw it towards the human nobles on the top of the castle. Waylon stood with his sword in hand, looking at the iron arrow flying towards him, drew his sword and cut it off, then looked at Rogers, who was hiding in the attacking werewolf team. The man and the wolf looked at each other, and both understood each other's thoughts. Roar. After being discovered, Rogers no longer hid. With the help of the climbing gnolls, he climbed up the city wall in a few steps. Waving his chain hammer, he knocked more than a dozen soldiers off the wall, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Waylon looked at Rogers fiercely, jumped down from the platform, and landed steadily on the outer city wall. "Human, today, you die and I live." Rogers looked at Waylon warily, his tone solemn. "Then let's see who lives and who dies." Waylon looked at the enemy in front of him seriously. It was very powerful, but he could deal with it. The knight's sword and the chain hammer intertwined and collided, which was also a confrontation of fighting spirit between the two. The green light and the fiery red flames confronted each other, causing great damage to the battlements of the city wall. Before they knew it, more than 10 minutes had passed. The man and the wolf were in a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to the other. At this time, Orlando came to his side at some point and attacked from the flank while Rogers was fighting wholeheartedly. Puff! An arm was thrown high up and fell on the city wall. Ouch! Despicable human beings. Rogers covered his broken arm and said angrily, "Any means can be used against monsters," Wayland said calmly, ready to completely defeat the werewolf and end the unrest. Seeing two silver knights coming from both sides, Rogers jumped down from the city wall without hesitation and ordered his guards to resist the pursuers. Seeing this, Wayland jumped off the city wall, and Orlando followed closely behind. Dozens of tall gnolls formed a simple formation, blocking the fleeing Rogers and Wayland. Kill them. Most of these gnolls were low-level and mid-level bronze, and were no match for the two silver knights, Wayland and Orlando. In less than 10 minutes, they were all killed. However, this also gave Rogers enough time to escape. Soon, the attacking hyenas heard the retreat call and began to retreat, dragging the bodies of their companions. The siege lasted less than 2 hours, but it was several times more brutal than yesterday's. Blood had dyed the outer city wall red, and the bodies of the gnolls and their own soldiers were intertwined. After escaping danger, Rogers immediately summoned the surviving Jackal clan leaders and prepared to issue new orders. A few days ago, there were 17 of them, but now there are only 9 left, and all of them are injured. Everyone's face was solemn, including Rogers, who had long lost his previous relaxed look. In this battle, the humans were very powerful. There were 15 silver knights, a formidable force. I guess this is a human outpost, and behind it is the real territory of the human nobles, so I decided to bypass this place and attack the human territory behind to make up for the losses. Yes, Commander. The remaining 9-headed gnolls responded, their words revealing their desire to leave this place of death as quickly as possible. In order to prevent the human nobles in the castle from taking the initiative to attack, Rogers immediately asked the chef to light a fire and cook. After his werewolves were full, they set off immediately without staying in this place to avoid any accidents. On the other hand, after Wayland counted the casualties and compared them with the captured items, he felt a little more balanced. In this battle, 117 men were killed, 13 of them regular soldiers, and the rest were serfs. In addition, 226 were wounded. In this battle, a total of 687 ordinary gnoll heads, 167 bronze-level gnoll heads, and 5 silver-level gnoll heads were captured, with the remaining corpses taken back by the enemy. Baird, prepare a group of people and prepare tonight. At this time, Knight Randolph walked in, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, "My lord, the scouts report that the gnolls have disappeared and are suspected to be heading east." After hearing this, Wayland swallowed what he was about to say and continued, "Deal with the bodies properly to prevent the spread of plague." "Yes, my lord." After Baird took the order and left, Wayland supported his chin and began to think. If they're heading east, that means they're coming back. We can intercept them along the way and rob them to make up for our losses. As for the losses suffered by the nobles in the east, that was not his concern. He blocked the gnolls here for a day and a night, killing more than 1,000 of them. Whether it was for the kingdom or for these nobles, he had done his best. Chapter 47. The Dwarf Marquis and the Centaur clan suffering unexpected disaster. The day after the gnolls left, the serfs hiding in the castle returned to the village, cleaned up the traps they had set, and under the command of the knights, became busy, working hard to free themselves from their slave status. Under Baird's guidance, the territory's army trained harder to improve their strength. Under the guidance of the knights, the strength of many knight attendants has been steadily improved. Orlando and Hebrew trained with their contractors all day long to deepen their connection with each other, in an attempt to connect their fighting spirits in the shortest possible time and form the war beast recorded in the mysterious sphere. In addition, the second phase of construction of the castle is being carried out simultaneously, aiming to complete the construction work in March next year. As the Lord of the Praying Star Lake, Wayland was not idle throughout December. Get up on time every day, train, and improve your strength. Compared to the tranquility of Praying Star Lake, the rest of Karad province was in turmoil. In the western part of the kingdom of Ilia, numerous monsters crossed the buffer zone and reached the border, engaging the kingdom's army and the private armies of other nobles. At the same time, the 4 territorial coalition forces were discovered to be robbing the mountain copper mine. In a magnificent castle in the southwestern region of the Iron-Forged Dwarven Mountain Kingdom, the dwarf Marquis Derek Ironforge sat on an iron throne, listening to the report from his subordinate, his face becoming very gloomy. "My lord, according to the report from the Griffin Knight, more than 200 people who were escorting the mountain copper mine are all missing. Using the search magic scroll you gave me, We found their last trace 200 kilometers away from the border of the human kingdom of Elia. This is the item we found. The dwarf took out a centaur warrior's token from his arms and presented it with both hands. Standing on the left of the dwarf Marquis Derek, a high-ranking silver warrior wearing silver-white armor walked down the stairs, took the token, and handed it respectfully to the dwarf Marquis. Darag examined the token carefully and realized at a glance that it was a token unique to the centaur clan. It was made of the bones of powerful centaurs and represented the inheritance of the centaur clan. What else did you find? The dwarf kneeling in the middle of the hall heard this and said with his head down, "Sir, apart from this one item, no other clues have been found. It seems these rats are quite cautious, even using odor-eliminating potion." The calm tone was accompanied by a biting chill. The dozen or so high-level silver dwarf guards guarding the hall felt tremendous pressure, as if they were about to die at the next moment. The reporting dwarf was in the center, facing the soul-level aura of the dwarf Marquis Darag, and he lay directly on the ground, not daring to make any sound. A moment later, a golden mid-level dwarf warrior entered the castle hall and knelt down to receive orders. Karak. Master. Upon hearing this, the golden intermediate dwarf warrior Karak responded loudly. "I will give you 300 hammer warriors, 1,000 goat riders, and 3,000 dwarf warriors. Take back 10 times my losses from the centaur clan." "Yes." Karak caught the token thrown by Derek, bowed in salute, and then left the castle hall. A few minutes later, Dara spoke again. "Monitor the human market. Report to me immediately if there's any news of a copper mine trade." "Yes, sir." After hearing this, the dwarf who reported back crawled away from here. Darag knocked on the iron seat regularly, making a banging sound, and said without paying attention to the people around him, "This is a low-level frame-up. Don't let me find out who you are." As for why they still attacked the centaurs after knowing the truth, he had his reasons. After all, he couldn't afford to lose his profits in vain. If he couldn't find the murderer at this stage, he would take it back tenfold from the most direct and clear target. He dug this batch of mountain copper or from a sparse and scattered copper mine in the wilderness and transported it once a month. To avoid any accidents, the escort was led by a high-ranking silver dwarf warrior. Within his territory, every gold-rank warrior was the focus of attention, and it was impossible for them to disappear for an extended period. In 10 years, His Majesty the King will launch a war to retake the lost territories from the kingdom of Ilia. I must speed up the collection of minerals, the forging of weapons, and the training of the army to reap sufficient benefits from the war. 5,000 well-equipped troops left the territory of the dwarf Marquis Derek and headed west to the Grey Wasteland, heading directly towards the territory where the centaurs were. In a centaur clan camp, thousands of centaurs had their heads chopped off and piled neatly in the wilderness. The golden dwarf warrior Karak picked up the centaur clan leader, who was only at the mid-silver level, and threw him to the ground. He stepped on his head, took out the token, and asked, "Tell me, which clan's thing is this?" "Dirty and despicable dwarves. This is the Grey Wasteland. My god will definitely punish you." The chief of the centaur clan stared at Karak fiercely, not afraid of death at all. "I have no intention of offending the centaur god Karen's crown, but that's no reason for you to disrespect me." Karak waved his hand, and more than 20 centaurs were blown into meat paste by the hammer. "As long as you tell me which centaur clan's token this is, I can leave a seed for your clan. Don't even think about it." Afterwards, more than 100 captured centaurs all died under the dwarf's hammers. The arrogant centaur clan leader also had his head smashed by Karak, and one of his fangs was taken out as his own collection. Next, Karak led his army forward, plundering the centaur clans, stealing horses and other valuables, searching for the centaur clan that had the token. After slaughtering 6 centaur clans in succession and killing more than 4,000 centaurs, Karak finally obtained the information he wanted. As a small branch of the Duskhammer clan, one of the 13 clans of the centaur gods chosen, the Magram clan has a population of 15,000 and has 8 centaur clan vassals. It thrives in the border area of the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom. Recently, when Mam, the patriarch of the Magram clan, learned that the purple horse escorted by his daughter Arya was lost, he directly stripped the other party of his status as the young master and imprisoned him, waiting for a marriage with a neighboring clan of the same level next year. In addition, Mam is also actively preparing, selecting brave centaur warriors and archers, and when the monster army withdraws from the human border, he will lead the army to take revenge on humans. As for now, he can't go, nor does he dare to go, for fear of being used as cannon fodder. At this moment, the dwarf army led by Karak was also approaching the Magram clan, and they had no idea that they were about to face a devastating blow. Chapter 48. jackal movements. It has been more than half a month since the gnolls left the Praying Star Lake and continued eastward. During this period, Qixing Lake returned to its former bustle, improving the castle, reclaiming farmland, building canals, digging salt mines, and patrolling the territory. Every knight under Weilin did his job and completed his work conscientiously. As a lord, Weilin was not idle either. After fighting the gnolls, he became deeply aware of the shortcomings of his own fighting skills. Therefore, he set up a strict schedule for himself, handling official business of the territory in the morning, sparring with other knights in the afternoon, and practicing fighting spirit in the evening, seizing every minute and every second to improve himself. In late December, the personnel who carried out the reconnaissance mission returned to Lake Praying Stars and brought Weilin the latest intelligence on the Cardro province. In the castle hall, the captain of the reconnaissance team, the low-level Silver Knight Mike, was respectfully reporting to Weilin. "My lord, there are 5 monster armies attacking the border of Cardro province. Their targets are the border fortress Montas, our territory, Praying Star Lake, and Avonmouth in the Yellow Sand Valley. Of these, the border fortress Montas faces the largest number of monsters, with over 30,000 monsters." Upon hearing this, Weilin asked, "What is the current situation in the inland areas of the province?" "It's very chaotic, absolutely chaotic." Mike pondered for a moment before answering. Nobles from all over the country faced the monsters' attacks, resisted resolutely, fled after being defeated, and even fled at the sight of the enemy. This phenomenon is especially pronounced the closer you get to the provincial capital. Haha, it seems that more than 100 years of peace have eroded the bravery of some nobles. Weilin laughed and sneered at the performance of some nobles. In this turmoil, I wonder how many noble families in the Cardro province will have their territories taken back, or how many of their heirs to the titles will be replaced by their masters. However, these meant nothing to him. "What's the current situation of the group of gnolls I asked you to focus on?" "My lord, those remnants of the defeated army left Praying Star Lake and headed east, successively conquering several noble territories. Perhaps due to insufficient strength, or perhaps having learned from their previous experience attacking castles, these gnolls only plundered the villages and towns surrounding the castles, ignoring the noble castles. As a result, they accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. I returned this time because I learned that the gnolls were planning to bypass Praying Star Lake and return to the wilderness from the Bedrock Mountains, over 60 kilometers south of us, carrying the looted wealth and people. The news is reliable." Weilin suddenly became alert, staring at Mike, and asked seriously, "It's absolutely true. I captured a low-level silver-ranked Gnoll clan leader and learned this news from him." Weilin looked thoughtful, feeling something was amiss and wondering if the other party would change direction because of this. Mike stood aside, waiting quietly. Specific time. "The intelligence we got from that Gnoll indicated that it would be roughly early January, but the exact time is unknown. Take your men and continue scouting. Report to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes, my lord." After waiting for Mike to leave, Weilin came to the map and looked at several areas around the Praying Star Lake. He was also unsure whether the hyena leader would change his mind and leave from somewhere else after learning that his men had disappeared. "If we hastily lead a large force to Bedrock Mountain to ambush in advance, would it be more trouble than gain? Wait for a while, don't make any rash decisions now." Afterwards, Weilin asked Baird to mobilize the territory's army and prepare for departure, and wait for his instructions on the specific time. In a village in Cardro province, the one-armed werewolf Rogers was holding a roasted beef leg, chewing it with big mouthfuls, and looking calmly into the room. "Chief, in these 20 days of looting, we have plundered so much wealth that it is impossible to count. There are more than 10,000 strong human slaves captured." The patriarch of the werewolf clan, who was sitting below, said excitedly while playing with the gold coins in his hand. "Chief, should we continue to move eastward? I heard that the further east we go, the richer the human nobles become and the more good things they have." The patriarch of the werewolf clan, with a scar on his face, took this opportunity to ask tentatively. At this time, Roger saw something was wrong, carefully counted his men below, and asked, "Where is Dalago?" After hearing this, the gnolls below looked at each other, all with question marks on their faces. "Someone come." Looking at this bunch of trash, Rogers said with a gloomy expression. Then 2 tall gnolls entered the room, knelt on one knee, and waited for orders. "Go and bring over the people of Darago." "Yes, chief." A moment later, several dirty gnolls were brought here, waiting for Rogers' questioning. "Where is your clan leader?" A gnoll prostrated himself on the ground and replied respectfully. "Respected leader, our chief went out to plunder 3 days ago and has not returned to the camp yet. That is to say, Your clan leader hasn't returned in 3 days, and I, the leader, don't know anything about him." The gnolls crawling on the ground were trembling with fear. Thinking back to the tribesmen who had been inexplicably executed in the past 20 days, they began to pray for the protection of the gnoll god Galelic. Drag him out and roast him. After hearing this, several gnolls collapsed to the ground and were forcibly dragged out by several gnoll guards. The other gnoll clan leaders lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Ever since the leader lost an arm, his temper has become increasingly violent, and he would kill his tribesmen at any time to vent his anger. Rogers looked around, and no wolf dared to look him in the eye. 2 weeks later, we will start our return journey according to the original plan. Yes, Chief. Not a single gnoll objected, and all responded loudly to show that they had no objection. On the night of January 1st, 9721, Waylon did not practice for the first time. Instead, he lay in bed and waited quietly. Tonight, according to his previous guess, fate will tell him new news. Soon, it was 8 o'clock and the pleasant voice sounded again, bringing him valuable news. 7 days later, a legendary magician from the stars will fall into the Gray Mist Mountain, north of the Praying Star Lake. Rescue her, and you will receive her protection for 30 years. Legendary magician. Waylon sat up suddenly, his face full of surprise. How can I save her? The next moment, he found that he had something that could save a legendary wizard. However, during the day he received news that the gnolls had set out to return to the Grey Wasteland, and as they had discovered before, they were preparing to leave the Cardro province from the south. You can't have both the north and the south. You have to make a choice. Waylon had a conflicted look on his face. On the one hand, he had to deliver a huge amount of supplies to further develop his territory, and on the other hand, he had to gain the friendship of a legendary magician, but he could only get 30 years of protection. In that case, then so be it. Soon, Waylon had a clear answer in his mind. Chapter 49 Raymondo. In a mountain forest somewhere north of Chishing Lake, the werewolf Rogers led hundreds of carefully selected guards, carrying a large amount of wealth and valuable items, and moved carefully through it. A long-time gnoll with Rogers was filled with confusion. Seeing the distance between them and the main group, he suppressed his fear and asked, "Leader, why did we leave the main group, take the financial report, and go against our original plan to leave from the north?" The one-armed Rogers, who was riding on the back of a werewolf, opened his eyes. His fierce eyes startled the inquiring werewolf, and he began to regret his decision. "I suspect the missing Dorego has fallen into human hands. Our original evacuation plan has been exposed, and with so many human captives on our way, do you think those human nobles will allow us to leave the border safely?" The jackal, whose IQ was low, was even more confused, but he was very sensible and nodded in agreement. Rogers looked at this idiot who pretended to know everything with disappointment, waved his hand, and told him to go to the back and not appear in front of him. I looked up at the sky, silently calculating the distance in my heart. In 2 days, we can leave this place. This journey as a cannon fodder made him firmly believe that he must never come again next time. After returning, Rogers decided to use 2/3 of his wealth to bribe the clan leaders to improve his status and strength, so as to avoid being chosen as a cannon fodder leader again next time. Covering his missing arm, Rogers' eyes became fierce. A broken arm must be repaid tenfold. On the other side, Waylon selected 6 silver knights and 12 knight attendants, left the Praying Star Lake, and headed towards the Gray Mist Mountain in the north. Compared to the rapid increase in territory strength in a short period of time, Waylon values 30 years of safe development time more. To this end, he brought all the 7 colored flowers of life with him in case of emergency. Gray Mist Mountain is more than 100 kilometers away from Chishing Lake. If you travel at full speed, you can reach it in just 1 day. The journey was smooth, and, apart from a few ignorant goblins, we basically didn't encounter any monsters. My lord, this should be it. Waylon drove his horse forward and was shocked by the 1,000-meter-high mountains shrouded in fog. It's getting late. Let's set up camp here and search the mountain at dawn tomorrow. Afterwards, the 12 knights squires began to set up camp, feed the horses, and make fires for cooking, while the other 6 silver knights patrolled the surroundings and drove away wild beasts. There is still 1 day left before the legendary wizard arrives. Waylon sat on a big rock, closed his eyes, followed the light in his heart, and roughly felt the direction and distance where the legendary magician fell. Northwest, 2 kilometers away. Waylon opened his eyes, looked into the distance, and said with a deep gaze, "My lord, the tent has been set up." A knight servant came to Waylon and reported respectfully, "Looking at this young man, he has already reached the mid-level strength of a knight squire. Your name is Cyril, and you are Baird's knight squire." Waylon stood up and said gently. Cyril stood up straight, his eyes filled with respect and joy, and he said excitedly, "Yes, my lord. Yes, you have great talent. I hope you can keep up the good work." "My lord, I will." After patting the excited young man, Waylon slowly walked towards the tent. Arriving inside the tent, Varen put down the knight's dagger he carried and removed his heavy armor along with it, feeling the cool air as he sat down on the blanket. It seems that Baird and his colleague's education is having some effect. Logically, a vassal of a vassal is not my vassal, but this was deeply offensive to Waylon. He did not want uncontrollable small military groups under his command. At this stage, without perfect education, we can only rely on this master-apprentice system. Once he develops to a certain level, he will learn the family system, with training being handled by one group of people and combat being handled by another group, and the only object of his loyalty is himself. Half an hour later, a silver knight came to Waylon's tent with a bowl of broth and placed it on a low wooden table. "Master, there is no danger around." Waylon didn't eat first. Instead, he looked at the silver knight Raimondo and said calmly, "Raimondo, I remember that you were a merchant disciple. My lord is right. Thanks to my family's training and your cultivation, I have come this far." Raimondo responded respectfully with a strange emotion in his eyes. "Next, I intend to let you regain your family skills. Are you willing?" Upon hearing this, Raimondo fell silent and began to struggle internally. Waylon was not in a hurry either. He looked at him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. If he is unwilling, it is not too late for him to train a caravan leader. Cyril is a good one and has a lot of brains. Born into a merchant family, Raimondo, as the third son in the family, was selected to become a knight's squire thanks to his talent and gold coins. He received training at Windsor Castle and later served in the 7th Knights of the Eagle Territory. Recalling my father's earnest teachings, I realized that being a businessman has no future. Only becoming a nobleman is the right way and the noblest path. Unconsciously, more than 10 minutes passed. After a fierce struggle, Raimondo finally knelt on the ground and said, "If the master needs me, Raimondo will obey." After receiving this unexpected answer, Waylon was stunned for a moment and re-examined the guardian knight in front of him. Among the 12 knights given to him by the family, apart from paying more attention to Baird, Andro, Randolph, and Greg, he has some understanding of the other 8, but is not very close to them. "Once you're my guardian knight, you'll be my guardian knight for life," Waylon said calmly to Raimondo. "If you don't want to be my guardian knight in the future, you can report to me at any time and I will make other arrangements." "Yes, my lord." Afterwards, Waylon chatted with Raimondo about his hometown. After Raimondo left, Waylon picked up the slightly cool broth and tasted it slowly. "The caravan crew has been selected. Next, we will expand the caravan, sell mineral salt, and develop the territory's pillar industries." However, before that, he needed to personally conduct business in the Cardro province once. Firstly, to build relationships with other nobles in the province and collect intelligence, and secondly, to determine the trade routes, preferably to establish caravan connections to avoid the multiple collection of customs duties and road taxes. The next morning, Waylon left a few people to guard the camp and took the others to the northwest to prepare to welcome the guardian god for the next 30 years. At the same time, hundreds of gnolls who came out of the mountains were resting more than 10 kilometers away from Grey Fog Mountain. Chapter 50. Encounter with the werewolf Rogers. In the Grey Fog Mountains, Waylon arrived at the target location. "Everyone disperse and don't come near this place." To be on the safe side, Waylon looked at the sky and gave the order immediately. Upon hearing this, the others moved away from the place and stayed a few hundred meters away. I don't know how long it took, but fluctuations began to appear in front of my eyes. A dazzling chaotic light appeared out of nowhere in the open space. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, Waylon led everyone to retreat hundreds of meters again. More than 10 minutes later, the space shattered, and a woman in a robe was vomited out, her body in tatters, and she fell steadily to the ground. "My lord, this is..." a silver knight asked in surprise and confusion. The others looked at Waylon, their eyes also filled with confusion. "Just remember that this is the future guardian of our territory," Waylon replied simply without further explanation. About 15 minutes later, the space channel gradually disappeared. The next moment, Waylon got up from the ground and walked over slowly. The closer he got to the center, the less the imagined legendary realm appeared, and he didn't feel any pressure on his body, which made Waylon a little suspicious. Before he knew it, Waylon had crossed a distance of several hundred meters and arrived next to the magician. The silver hair, delicate face, and devilish figure made Waylon swallow his saliva. However, when he thought that the woman in front of him was a legendary magician, his restless heart suddenly calmed down. Then, Waylon took out a small wooden box from his arms and took out a 7-colored flower of life from it. Cautiously approaching the legendary magician, a light blue shield appeared and then disappeared without a trace. It is said that these high-level mages will cast a magic shield on themselves to detect attacks. If I had any improper thoughts just now. When Waylon thought of himself turning into a puddle of ash, he hurriedly shook his head and said to himself, I'm here to save people. Next, the light blue magic shield did not appear again. Waylon placed the 7-colored life flower next to the magician's mouth, and the next moment it turned into a light green liquid and entered the magician's body. An unknown amount of time passed as Waylon sat there like a scoundrel, waiting for the legendary magician to wake up. At this moment, a night squire appeared in front of everyone. Waylon turned around and saw that it was the people who stayed behind in the camp, and he felt something was wrong. My lord, Lord Raimondo asked me to report that a large number of gnolls are heading towards us, more than 300 of them. The night squire came to Waylon and reported breathlessly. What? The silver knight beside him suddenly stood up and said in horror. The others gathered around with weapons in hand, looking at their master with worried expressions on their faces. They can easily deal with dozens of gnolls, but more than 300 gnolls will definitely be a big trouble. Calm down, let me think about it. Waylon said calmly and began to think of countermeasures. The gnolls coming from within the province were definitely a retreating coalition of monsters. There might be many silver-level monsters among them, so the most urgent task was to avoid their attack and preserve as much manpower as possible. Notify Raimondo to abandon other supplies, take the horses and necessary rations, and evacuate in our direction. Yes, my lord. The night squire did not stop and returned as quickly as possible. At the same time, the gnolls, who were only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Grey Mist Mountain camp, had discovered Raimondo and his group there. One-armed Rogers rode on the back of the tall werewolf, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Look carefully, there is a human camp ahead. Captain, there are quite a few humans ahead, and the flags they're flying are exactly the same as the ones used by that human outpost. Hearing this, Rogers gave up the idea of taking a detour, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Full speed ahead. I'm going to collect some interest. Yes. Hundreds of gnolls suddenly accelerated and headed towards the camp. Inside the camp, Raimondo received orders from Waylon and immediately ordered, abandon this place, take the purple horses, and retreat with me. Upon hearing the order, the 8 knight attendants who were setting up fortifications immediately dropped the wood and stones in their hands, took the necessary rations, mounted their purple horses, and followed Raimondo into the Grey Mist Mountain. Just 10 minutes later, hundreds of gnolls emerging from the wilderness arrived at the camp. In an instant, the unfinished fortifications were destroyed by the gnolls, and the tents were torn to pieces. Rogers looked at the deserted camp. Anger made him lose his mind, and he shouted at his men. Where are those humans? Chief, over there. They ran over there. A werewolf with a keen sense of smell sniffed and quickly gave an answer. Chase them. I'm going to eat them alive. Looking at the broken arm, Rogers once again gave the order to pursue. The other brainless gnolls chose to follow and headed towards Grey Mist Mountain. Thinking in their own way, they realized that there were hundreds of people on their side and only a dozen or so on the other side, so they could not lose no matter what. In the Grey Misty Mountain, Waylon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Raimondo coming. He was really worried that the message would not be conveyed in time, and he would be held back by the group of gnolls. My lord, the group of gnolls is right behind us and will arrive soon. Get ready for battle. These gnolls are probably targeting us. Waylon stood up and shouted orders as he looked at the large number of shadows appearing in the distance. Just as everyone was actively preparing for battle, the legendary magician's fingers began to fluctuate, and he seemed to be waking up. More than 10 minutes later, hundreds of gnolls surrounded Waylon and his group. Each group of gnolls looked at these humans fiercely, constantly swinging their weapons, waiting for the leader's orders. Waylon drew his knight's sword from his horse and prepared for battle. If you want to survive in this situation, you can only kill the enemy leader first and make him lose his composure so that you have a chance to escape. Of course, if the legendary magician wakes up at this time, this situation will be easily solved. At this time, the gnolls on the opposite side were divided into 2 teams. A gnoll with a broken arm rode on the back of a tall gnoll and slowly walked forward. The moment he saw the other person, Waylon's eyes became solemn. Ha ha, this must be my god's favor to me, granting me the opportunity for revenge. Roger's face turned crazy and he roared loudly. I will tear you into pieces, pickle you with salt, and savor you slowly. Hearing the other party's common language, Waylon gripped the knight's sword tightly, waiting for the right opportunity. With 7 silver knights on his side, there was a chance to kill the enemy by force, but he certainly couldn't take care of all 12 knight attendants. Chapter 51, Legendary Ice Mage Anastasia. Go ahead and crush them. Rogers showed excitement and waved his hand, ordering his men to attack. The gnolls, having received the order, swung their hammers and flails, roared loudly, and launched an attack. Knight Squire, retreat and protect yourself. The other 6, follow me and kill that one-armed gnoll. Waylon made a prompt decision, issued an order, and then led the charge. Several bronze mid-level gnolls were cut in half, and the hot blood dyed their armor red, marking the official start of the battle. The next moment, more frenzied gnolls swarmed in, continuously attacking the advancing Waylon and the other 6 silver knights. As more and more gnolls came forward, the 7 were separated, and Waylon gradually lost contact with the other 6. As a key target of attention, Rogers mobilized most of the high-level bronze gnolls to besiege Waylon. Cut off one of this human's legs, and you'll be rewarded with 20 gold coins. One arm, 50 gold coins. When the many gnolls around heard the words of their leader and were stimulated by the strong smell of blood, they gradually lost their minds. Waylon kept swinging his knight's sword, and almost every attack could kill a werewolf, but the number of werewolves around him was increasing, and there was no sign of decrease. We can't go on like this. Feeling the fighting spirit in his body being consumed continuously, he had to make a decision, otherwise he would be exhausted to death here. At this moment, the legendary magician in the back woke up, looked around with cold eyes, muttered a spell, and a huge beam of magic light began to condense. In an instant, the surroundings were covered with ice and snow, and all the gnolls were frozen. Panting, Waylon stopped what he was doing, shook the blood crystals solidified on his armor, and looked around in surprise. At the unfamiliar sound, the frozen gnoll ice sculpture began to shatter, turning into tiny crystals. Even the arrogant one-armed werewolf was no exception, turning into part of the snow crystals on the ground. In an instant, the danger was resolved, and he knew who did it without even thinking. Then, Waylon took off his helmet, walked before the legendary wizard floating in the air, and bowed to show his respect. Thank you for your help, sir. When the legendary wizard heard Waylon's words, his eyes were full of doubts. He muttered to himself, and then he knew what he was talking about. Thank you for your help, young man. Listening to the familiar common language, Waylon marveled at the wonder of magic in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface and remained respectful. The legendary wizard looked around, opened his lips, and asked in a self-proclaimed friendly tone, "Where is this place?" "Sir, this place is located in the Gray Mist Mountain in the Yellowstone area of the Gray Wasteland of the Sipnas subcontinent." Feeling the indifference in the other party's tone, Waylon did not dare to neglect it and told the other party what he wanted truthfully. Gray Mist Mountain. She spoke in an affirmative tone, but she already knew everything in her heart. I fled urgently, and indeed, I've arrived in this world from the starry sky. However, I've also sustained damage to my foundation and must stop to recuperate. She felt the oppression of the laws surrounding her, 100 times more powerful than her own home world. It was definitely a powerful and terrifying world. This forced her to quickly connect with the natives to offset the law's rejection and oppression. Otherwise, her injuries would worsen and she would surely die. Waylon looked at the other party in silence and stood there quietly, waiting for the other party's instructions. As a reward, I will protect you for 30 years. Are you willing? It was exactly the same time limit as fate had told him. Looking at the other party's defeated face, he seemed to understand something. It's my pleasure. Then, the legendary wizard mobilized the magic power that had recovered in her body and formed 2 lavender magic circles under her and Waylon's feet. Looking at the magic circle under his feet, Waylon was a little panicked, but the information that appeared in his mind the next moment dispelled his doubts. This is the ceremony to protect the contract. Under the witness of the deity you believe in, you and I will conclude the contract. Yes, sir. The next moment, the ceremony began. Waylon put on a pious expression and said solemnly, "Great goddess of life, your faithful believer, concludes a contract. Please witness it." After a long series of sacred oaths, a beam of light enveloped the 2 of them. At the same time, the 12 knight squires and 6 silver knights knelt down and bowed their heads to show their respect to the gods. The legendary mage seemed to see something in Waylon's gaze. A look of respect appeared on his cold face, and he began to solemnly swear. Legendary Ice Mage Anastasia hereby swears to protect Waylon and his territory for 30 years and guarantee their absolute safety in exchange. The words that followed were a complete mess in Waylon's ears, as if they were out of order. Can A majestic voice rang in my ears, and the soft beam of light dissipated. After the ceremony, the legendary ice magician Anastasia landed steadily on the ground, looking at the young man in front of her curiously, wanting to say something but unable to. From now on, I will protect you and your territory until 30 years have passed. From now on, you can call me Anastasia. After looking at me with curiosity, Anastasia said in a soft tone, no longer indifferent and apathetic as before. Yes, ma'am. Waylon lowered his head and answered, with a general understanding in his mind. Raimondo, take your men and collect all the money and supplies around here. When Raimondo received the order and was about to leave, Waylon hurriedly stopped him and added, pick the ones with high value. Yes, my lord. They had limited horses with them, so it was impossible for them to take back all the things carried by more than 300 hyenas. They could only select the most valuable ones and bury the rest on the spot, waiting to be retrieved later. As the temperature rose, the ice crystals on the ground began to melt, and the blood flowed down the mountain. More of it was left on the land as nutrients for the plants on Grey Fog Mountain. The legendary wizard Anastasia looked at the busy group of people, waved her hand, and an ice throne took shape. Sitting on the throne, looking at her tattered robes and her empty middle finger, she had no other choice but to do this for now. She was not an ignorant girl. As a legendary wizard who had lived for more than 600 years, she did not care about the world's perspective at all. Besides, who would dare to disrespect her? Bored, Xia focused his attention on the young man with whom he had signed a contract, his thirst for knowledge remaining undiminished. She was curious about why this young man, less than 20 years old, had received the attention of more than one god. With her current strength, she didn't have the courage to challenge the majesty of a god. Chapter 52. Unexpected Gains, Return to Territory. Soon, the sky darkened. Since the tents were destroyed by the gnolls, Waylon could only order his subordinates to find more firewood, make a fire to keep warm, use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and rest for a night. After the pot of broth was ready, Waylon filled a bowl and handed it to the legendary magician. Ms. Anasta. Waylon came to an ice house at the edge of the camp, pushed the door open, and placed the broth on the ice table. Thank you very much. Xia opened her eyes, waking up from her training, and thanked Waylon. Unconsciously, she had already put the young man on an equal footing. Waylon bowed and then left the ice house. Looking at the bright red moon in the night sky, he felt very happy. Once the security issues are resolved, the next step will be to expand rapidly. With the protection of a legendary wizard, even if it is a half-crippled legendary wizard, it is enough for him to walk sideways on the border of the kingdom of Elia. The larger the territory, the more resources it has, and the more people it trains, the larger the territory can expand, creating a virtuous cycle. If 7-colored life flowers can be found at the bottom of Qixing Lake, then there must be unknown treasures in other places that can quickly improve one's strength. With the help of fate, he will definitely become the 6th earl of the family in 30 years. At this time, Raimondo walked towards Waylon excitedly with a stack of papers. Master, we have made a fortune this time. No rush, eat first, and then talk slowly. Waylon was in a good mood and instructed Raimondo. At night, Waylon and Raimondo sat on the ground beside the campfire and began to discuss how to deal with this batch of supplies. There are about 30,000 gold coins and a lot of silver coins. I can't count them all, so I estimate there are about 150,000. 256 fine-grade knight swords, 136 sets of fine-grade armor, 893 low-grade magic crystals, 17 mid-grade magic crystals, 1 high-grade magic crystal, 376 magic pearls, 130 sheets of special paper for making magic scrolls, 16 bottles of magic potions, 12 kilograms of purple gold sand, and 32 elementary magic books of various types, with a total value of over 100,000 gold coins. Waylon listened to Raimondo's report with a smile on his face. This time it was truly a windfall. He had already given up on leading his troops south to seize the supplies looted by the gnolls, but he didn't expect that the gnoll leader would take the best troops with him and leave the Cardro province from the north in a unique way. Could it be that I am really? The next moment, Waylon shook his head and abandoned this unrealistic idea. Instead of fantasizing about this, it is better to honestly plan the next development and grow step by step. Take 50 sets of knight, swords, and armor each. Bury the rest on the spot and mark it. After we return, send someone to retrieve it. As for the rest, take it all away. Don't leave it here. My lord, I will give the order right away. Excited, Raimondo immediately stood up and went to instruct the knight squire to prepare to dig a pit to bury the knight's sword and armor. Waylon leaned against the trunk of a big tree, looking at the igloo not far away, feeling more relaxed than ever before. 2 days later, Weilin returned with a full load of captured supplies. Outside the village, 2 rock monitors that were being trained saw their master return, left their keepers behind, and ran over happily. Xia followed Weilin, curiously observing the surroundings and buildings. Her first impression was cleanliness, which immediately changed her stereotype of the town's filthy environment. Weilin, you must be qualified to be a lord. Upon hearing this, Weilin smiled and said, Ms. Anasta, you are so kind. During my long journey, I have visited very few towns with such clean and comfortable environments. Anastasia looked at Weilin and said calmly. At this time, seeing 2 rock monitors running over, Weilin squatted down and touched their chins curiously. Hey, interesting, can you let me study these 2 pets for 2 days? Feeling great oppression, the 2 rock monitors trembled with fear and buried their heads in the soil. Seeing the 2 pets nearly pissing themselves, Weilin soothed them while saying, Ma'am, they're clearly in no condition to cooperate with your research. I think we should just forget it. Kindness. Anastasia nodded, no longer paying attention. Seeing that the other party was no longer persistent, Weilin breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the other party was quite reasonable and could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Ms. Anasta, can I provide you with a place to live, or can you choose a location and I will have someone build it for you? After letting Xiao Bai and Xiao Wang leave, Weilin said to Xia, No, you just need to give me a place, and I'll handle the rest. Xia returned to his aloof demeanor and added, It's best to stay away from the center of your territory. Listening to Xia's words, Weilin was a little confused, but he still obeyed the other party's choice. Ma'am, I'd like to ask how large the range needs to be. Weilin thought for a while and asked, 30 square kilometers. Xia gave a rough value based on the minimum range of his legendary domain radiation. Then, Weilin asked Baird to get the map. As Xia arrived at Qixing Lake, he clearly felt that the temperature had dropped by 3 or 4 degrees compared to the previous temperature. This should be related to the area required by the other party. Xia stood aside, watching the young noble sketch 2 locations on the parchment. Since she didn't recognize the characters of this world, she could only wait for Weilin to explain it to her. Ma'am, please look. Weilin put away his pencil and explained to Xia. I think these 2 locations are suitable. One is 11 kilometers north of Praying Star Lake, and the other is 30 kilometers west. This is it. After examining it for a while, Xia stretched out a white finger and pointed to the place 30 kilometers west of Qixing Lake. Weilin nodded slightly. With this big man guarding the entrance to the dark area, it should be easy to develop. However, the development of the Underdark will not be considered until 3 to 5 years later. Now his territory does not have the extra power to do such a dangerous thing. The most urgent task is to take advantage of this great opportunity to expand the territory. Madam, these 30 square kilometers of land can be used as your private territory, and you can dispose of it as you wish. Xia nodded after hearing this, feeling very satisfied. Afterwards, Weilin personally took Xia to the guest room of the castle, let her rest for a while, and took her to her destination tomorrow. When everything was done, the sun had already set. After Weilin finished his dinner, he called Baird to the study to learn about the movements of the large group of gnolls in the south. After he had eaten up all the essence, he set his sights on the people. Chapter 53. Define the area and hold a meeting. Baird entered the hall, bowed, and began to report. My lord, a large group of gnolls was surrounded and annihilated by the kingdom's army at the border. However, according to the intelligence I have gathered, this coalition of nobles from the province of Sirop seems disappointed. Of course they will be disappointed, Weilin said with a smile after hearing this. Baird was a little confused, but his master seemed to know everything already, and he was indeed a man favored by the goddess. Baird informed the others to hold a territory meeting in 3 days. It's time for us to expand westward. Weilin stood up and instructed Baird. Also, select 20 young women. I can use them. Yes, my lord. After hearing this, Weilin nodded, and after Baird left, he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Weilin asked Baird to prepare some necessary supplies, and asked Raimondo to take out half of the things he had harvested from the werewolves, load them on the carriage, and send them together to a place 30 kilometers to the west. My lord, I don't understand. Raimondo came to Weilin, confided his feelings, and wanted to seek answers. Although these things are valuable, they were unexpected gains. They were originally seized by Ms. Anasta. We are lucky to get half of them. Weilin felt the cold air behind him and explained to Raimondo. Xia, who was standing not far from the convoy, listened to the words of the noble boy, with a strange look in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Good morning, ma'am. Weilin turned around appropriately, spotted Xia, and bowed. Hello, Weilin. Now that you are ready, let's go. Yes. Under Wayleen's order, a squadron of soldiers escorted 12 carriages loaded with various supplies and 20 carefully selected beautiful female serfs to the Silver Ice area 30 kilometers away. The name Wayland specially set up for this 30 square kilometers. An hour later, Wayland arrived at a hill 2 kilometers to the left of the entrance to the Underdark. There was a river of medium size nearby, which could be used as a water source for the Silver Ice area. Good, Xia commented, then mobilized the magic power in his body and drove the surrounding magic power to move here. Wayland stood aside, watching the water gathering from all directions. Under the control of the legendary magician, a castle made of ice was formed from nothing in just half an hour. The surroundings were covered with ice and snow, and all the plants turned into tiny ice crystals under the erosion of the icy breath. The others stood there in a daze, looking at the miraculous scene. Wellen, this will be my residence from now on. You can come to me for help at any time, and I will fulfill the contract. Yes, ma'am, Wayland replied respectfully. He then pointed to the 20 attractive female serfs standing nearby and said, Ma'am, this is my servant for you. I hope you will accept it. Xia turned around, extended his right hand, and a magic circle enveloped the 20 female serfs. He declared majestically, Are you willing to be my ice servants? Yes. 20 female serfs answered in unison. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circle activated, covering the 20 people. A few minutes later, the magic light dissipated, and the 20 female serfs wearing coarse cloth disappeared. In their place were 20 people with azure blue skin, the main part of which was covered with ice, which served as clothes. They had 2 pairs of translucent wings behind them, and antennae on their heads that had not yet grown. Even their appearance had changed a lot. As for strength, according to Wayleen's perception, he was just an ordinary human being before, but now he has the strength of mid-bronze level and is still growing. 20 unknown creatures opened their eyes, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Xia, saying respectfully, Greetings, Master. Xia saw Wayleen's confusion and explained with a smile, They are no longer human. You can call them ice elves. Wayland closed his mouth and said in shock, Sir, your ability. Don't worry. I know what you're afraid of. Xia waved Wayland, interrupting him. He continued, There are many limitations to transforming into an ice servant. I didn't expect the transformation to be so thorough this time. There was no distortion. Perhaps it's all thanks to you. Wayland looked at Xia's smile and was a little confused. This is my contractor. From now on, whenever he comes, you must not stop him. Yes, Master. 20 ice elves responded. Finally, Xia pulled out a token from his chest and handed it to Wayland. This is a token of trust. If necessary, it can block 3 attacks from a legendary level or lower, and at the same time deter certain people with ulterior motives. This is your reward for these things. Thank you, ma'am. Feeling the residual warmth of the token, Wayland didn't act pretentiously and thanked him directly. Afterwards, Wayland said goodbye to Xia and returned to the Praying Star Lake with Baird and his party. On the way back, Raymondo looked at Wayland with admiration and said excitedly, Master, you are really far-sighted. You used these things to obtain a treasure. It's not a loss this time. Baird on the side was bewildered, looking at his master and Raymondo in confusion. He didn't understand the whole story, and he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he tried. 2 days later, in the castle hall, 14 low-level silver knights took their seats in order according to their status. Wayland saw that everyone had arrived and immediately convened a meeting. As of now, we have a population of 4,500 soldiers, 83 knight squires, and 15 silver knights. We have sufficient food and weapons, a stable base, and the protection of powerful people. It is the right time to expand our territory. Within a year, we must not only fully develop and utilize the 150 square kilometers of land in Qixing Lake, but also continue to expand our territory. We must also establish a buffer zone on the periphery to leave enough space. After hearing this, the other 14 silver knights understood their lord's purpose. The last time the territory was first built, we could discard unnecessary things and preserve our manpower. But as the territory expands, they cannot repeat this action every time, so they must keep the enemy out of the territory to reduce losses. My lord, I wonder how much land we need to open up this time and how big a buffer zone we need to build. Baird looked at Wayland and said. Wayland looked around and said directly, with Praying Star Lake as the center, expand at least 200 square kilometers of land to the west and establish a 20-kilometer-long buffer zone. Having said that, Wayland paused, took out 2 pieces of parchment, handed them to Baird and Orlando respectively, and asked them to pass them around in turn. Seeing that the Lord did not speak, the others began to discuss in low voices. 10 minutes later, After everyone had finished reading the parchment, Waylin continued. Competition is the only way to make progress. I've decided to divide the division into two, development and construction, and provide them with equal resources. After 1 year, after evaluating the Praying Star Lake and the newly developed area, the team that achieves the greatest success will be rewarded with 6 low-level magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of elite-grade knight armor, 3 elite-grade knight swords, and a 7-colored life flower. Chapter 53, Dividing Teams. As for the evaluation criteria, you have already seen them, so I will not elaborate on them in detail. Everyone looked at each other, and then all looked at their lord, waiting for the next instructions. Waylin didn't let them worry and announced the list directly. The department remaining in the Praying Star Lake for construction will be led by Baird and composed of Cassius, Imogen, and Orion. 3 squadrons of soldiers will remain. The rest of the troops will be assigned to the development department, led by Orlando. Except for Raymondo, all other Silver Knights will be assigned to this department. 2/3 of the territory's weapons and equipment, 1/3 of its food supplies, and 1,000 selected territory residents to be assigned to the development department. By this time next year, we will conduct an evaluation and determine the winner. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Please rest assured, my lord. We will do our best to complete our respective tasks. The 14 people stood up and said loudly to Waylin with a firm tone. No one is willing to give up such a generous reward. Okay, except for Raymondo who stays. Everyone else go down and prepare. Waylin waved his hand, disbanded the meeting, and asked everyone to leave. After a while, Waylin and Raymondo were the only ones left in the empty hall. Raymondo, how is the caravan being formed? My lord, the caravan has been assembled. We have 12 carriages, 18 pack horses, and 3 war horses. As for the personnel, we have 12 drivers, 15 servants, 15 caravan guards, 2 cooks, and a doctor with some medical skills. Including me, there are 46 people in total. Yes. Waylin nodded and said, I'll give you 2 days to pick out some goods, and then I'll take you to open up trade routes. Yes, my lord. Raymondo bowed and saluted, then left the hall. On the other side, after Orlando came out of the hall, he took his brother back to the village base at the foot of the mountain to prepare for today's training with his contractors. Brother, this is a good opportunity to prove ourselves and let the Lord see our usefulness. Hebrew waved his fist excitedly as he walked. It's an opportunity, but also a responsibility. Orlando turned to look at his brother, his expression calm, not particularly excited. Steward Baird only has 4 people. Aside from the Lord and Raymondo, the rest of the high-powered forces are almost all under my command. Seeing his eldest brother's expression, Hebrew restrained his emotions and asked, Is there any problem? No problem. Orlando shook his head and said, This is the opportunity given to us by our Lord to gain experience and lead the team to expand the territory. We must seize it well, otherwise we will just stay by our Lord's side and serve as guards. What's wrong with being a bodyguard? Hebrew looked at his elder brother with a puzzled look. Before they knew it, the 2 Orlando brothers arrived at the residence of their contractors. Train well, and don't let me down when the time comes. I know, big brother, I will try my best. Orlando nodded and walked towards the left area of the camp. In the open space, looking at the 30 contractors training hard, Orlando nodded with satisfaction, put his hands behind his back, and began to patrol. 30 young men aged 13 or 14 watched their contracted masters arrive and trained even harder. Born as slaves and serfs, they longed to become useful people rather than useless trash. After a round of inspection, Orlando took the wooden sword used for training from the weapon rack next to him and asked his 30 contractors to gather. Soon, 30 sweaty teenagers stood in front of Orlando, waiting for the next instruction. Today, the Lord has entrusted me with an important task. This is what we must do. This is a test from the Lord and an opportunity for us to prove our worth. You exist because of me, and I exist because of the Lord. Goddess of life, we are willing to give everything for our Lord. The 30 young men looked pious and took the oath once a day as per custom. Afterwards, Orlando began to communicate with the light ball in his body, connecting the fighting spirit information of 30 people. In the square, a ball of light red enveloped 31 people. From a distance, the light red ball of light has a vague outline, but it is not obvious. Standing at the highest point of the castle, Waylin looked at the scene below the mountain and saw Orlando training hard, with a gratified smile on his face. You look good from a distance, but I don't know how strong you are in combat. I hope to see your growth in this competition. Waylin muttered to himself, touching his chin. Unconsciously, he had raised Orlando and Hebrew as his own children. For the next 2 days, Waylin let Baird accept everything about the Praying Star Lake. Except for the materials allocated to the development department, all other resources of Qixing Lake were handed over to Baird for management. At the same time, Wayland also set about establishing a private treasury to distinguish it from the finances within the territory. In the castle basement, Wayland looked at the dim candlelight around him and admired his personal treasures. 300 kilograms of mithril and 50 kilograms of mountain copper account for almost 10% of the inventory of the entire territory. In addition, a nearby treasure chest contained 3 sets of excellent knight equipment, 10 intermediate magic crystals, 1 advanced magic crystal, and 50 magic pearls. On the wooden shelf were 30 sheets of special paper for making magic scrolls, 6 bottles of magic potions, 3 pounds of purple gold sand, 32 elementary magic books of various types, and 3 books on nightly breathing techniques. On the left side of the basement, there are 3 wooden boxes, each of which contains 10,000 gold coins, which are the least valuable things here. These, from now on, are his own private collection. Although everything in the territory belongs to me, I need to think twice before using it. However, it is different from my private vault. Looking at the many treasures, Wayland smiled and said to himself, "Perhaps we can also establish 2 storage systems for the territory's supplies, one for normal use and one for reserves, just in case." Wayland immediately decided to take action on the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind. After leaving the basement, Wayland immediately asked the castle guards to call Baird over. "Master, you are looking for me." After receiving the notice, Baird immediately put down the work in his hands and rushed over in a hurry. "Baird, I have an idea, and I'd like to hear your opinion." "Please let me know, my lord." Wayland leaned against the stone seat and said slowly, "For the territory's storage system, we can follow the 7:3 principle. The 7th floor is used for normal supplies and is displayed openly. The 3rd floor is used for backup supplies in case of emergencies. What do you think?" Chapter 54, Opening Up the Trade Route. First stop. Feasible. Baird thought about it and answered immediately. In fact, he prefers an 82 storage ratio, but since the master has made it clear, it is difficult for him as a subordinate to refute it. Besides, storing 1 more layer of supplies means 1 more layer of protection, so there is no loss. That's it. I'll leave the planning of the main warehouse in the castle to you. You'll also be responsible for the construction of the Praying Star Lake. I'm busy with official duties, so I won't keep you here any longer." "Yes, my lord." He came and left quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Baird left the hall. At this moment, a guard entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, "My lord, Knight Raimondo requests an audience." "Let him in." Wayland, who was about to leave, immediately sat down again and gave instructions to the soldiers. Not long after, a young man in brown linen entered the hall and bowed, leaving Wayland stunned. "Raimondo, why are you dressed like this?" Raimondo looked at his own attire and immediately replied, "My lord, wealth should not be flaunted. As a businessman, the first thing to do is to keep a low profile so as not to become a fat sheep for other forces." "You're right." Wayland covered his forehead and replied. As a noble, his thinking has not yet changed, so he feels strange. Then, Raimondo began to report on his work. "Master, this time, 10 wagons will carry the goods, and 2 will carry the caravan's daily necessities. Therefore, the total cargo capacity is 12 tons. I have selected 2 tons of refined rock salt and 6 tons of crude rock salt. The remaining cargo will be 320 animal skins, 120 folding chairs, and 6,000 kilograms of yam. Go down and prepare, and leave early tomorrow morning." "Yes." After Raimondo left, Wayland looked at his clothes and immediately asked the servant to bring him a linen shirt. On the muddy road of Cardro province, in the Raimondo caravan, Wayland sat on the roof of a carriage, bored, looking at the desolate scene along the way. It's still more than 20 kilometers to the first location, Grosvenor Barony. Looking at the markings on the side of the road, Wayland took out a map of the Cardro province from his arms and looked at the 6 places outlined on it. These were the 6 relatively prosperous aristocratic territories that the trade route would pass through. Try to finish it within 2 months. After putting away the map, Wayland lay on the roof of the car, looking at the gloomy sky, muttering to himself. This time, the development of trade routes is not just a simple walk along the planned trade routes, but also includes visiting local nobles, getting to know each other, communicating, and establishing personal connections. More than an hour later, a small town appeared in front of everyone. At the entrance of the city gate, hundreds of civilians and merchants were queuing, waiting to enter the city. The Grosvenor Barony is ruled by the Grosvenor family, a small family that was founded less than 100 years ago and has gone through 3 generations. The family's territory is limited to this 3,000 square kilometers of land. Thanks to its advantageous geographical location and being located on a major transportation route, it is a relatively prosperous trading town in the surrounding area. 7 or 8 noble families and many pioneering lords in the surrounding area will come here to trade. After inspection, the caravan entered the small town smoothly. As soon as he entered the city, the foul stench that hit his nose made Wei Lin cover his mouth and nose. Garbage, urine and feces were dumped carelessly in the streets. "Sir, do you need shoes?" A small vendor ran to the caravan with a few pairs of high heels and tried to sell them carefully. When Raimondo heard what the other party said, he subconsciously looked at Wei Lin, who was sitting on the roof of the car. "You are the leader of the caravan. Make your own decision." "Yes." Raimondo turned to look at the vendor and asked, "How much is a pair?" Seeing that there was business, the vendor respectfully said, "Sir, these high heels can prevent you from stepping on the filth in the city. A pair only costs 5 copper coins." After thinking for a moment, Raimondo took out a silver coin from his pocket and threw it to the vendor. "I want all the shoes you have, and with the remaining money I'll hire you as a tour guide for a few days. Are you willing?" Yes, sir, I am willing." The peddler took the silver coin, put it in the inside pocket of his clothes, handed all 10 pairs of high heels on his body to the caravan guard next to him, and quickly took on the role of tour guide. "My name is Tom, sir, and I'll beg your orders. Take us to the area where the carriages are parked first." Raimondo thought about it and decided to find a place for the caravan to stay first, and then go to deliver a visiting card to the nobles here. As for the sale of goods, we can establish contact with the local nobles, and there is no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Please follow me, sir. Afterwards, the caravan followed Tom, a local small trader, to the place where the caravan was stationed. After all the equipment was ready, Raimondo called a caravan guard. "Take this letter and the crest, and follow Tom to deliver the card to Lord Grosvenor here." "Yes, sir." The caravan guard took the letter and Jiahui, and followed the peddler to the small castle in the city. In the small castle in the center of the town, the current patriarch of the Grosvenor family, Duke, the second son of Baron Grosvenor, was shirtless, waving his knight's sword and practicing his skills. "Bronze Knight is at the middle level. I don't know when I can break through to the higher level. My talent is limited, and I can only make up for it through hard work." When he stopped training and prepared to take a short break, the castle's steward walked in and reported, "Master, a noble has sent someone to deliver a visiting card. It's one of the families that the master has asked us to pay special attention to." Duke stopped and turned around to ask, "Yes, that family. It's the Yexi family. It should be the pioneering knight on the nearby border." The butler answered truthfully, "Accept the invitation and go to the main castle outside the city to inform my father." "Yes, master." After the butler left, Duke wiped the sweat off his body and ordered the servants to start cleaning up and arranging the venue, and also sent someone to gather information. Soon, a night squire rode a fast horse towards the castle 20 kilometers north of the town. As night fell, a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance and several guards rushed to the small town of Grosvenor overnight. "Father." At the entrance of the castle, Duke, wearing a silk robe, bowed. "Duke, what's going on?" In response to his father's questions, Duke recounted the information he had obtained from the investigation in just 3 hours during the day. "Father, they're stationed in Shiqing district and will come to visit at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Besides that, their caravan's cargo includes." After hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. "You did a great job. Now all those spies have been removed." "Yes, father." Chapter 55, Opening Up the Trade Route. First stop. Late at night, after Duke finished his business, he came to the door of the study and knocked gently. "Come in." Duke pushed the door open, looked at his father's back, bowed his head slightly, and said respectfully, "Father, it's taken care of." The middle-aged man put down the book in his hand, turned his head, looked at his second son, was silent for a while, and said, "You did a good job in this monster attack in the wasteland. Father, this is what I should do." Duke's face was calm as he accepted his father's praise. Looking at his second son, who had ordinary talents but was hard-working, the middle-aged man had a complicated expression on his face. Their family was just a small baronial family. Apart from paying taxes to the kingdom and tributes to the higher-level nobles, the remaining resources were very limited. It was already difficult to train an heir, and as for other family members, he could only train the best ones, and he was powerless to do anything. "Your talent is mediocre, and I've seen your hard work over the years." After a long moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. "You have no future in the family. I want to hear your choice." Duke lowered his head and said nothing. The candlelight flickered in the evening breeze, and this change of light and shadow added a quiet atmosphere to the surrounding environment. Father, I will follow your instructions. After thinking for a long time, Duke decided to follow his father's arrangements. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the pioneer of the axe family. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you. Yes, father. Duke bowed and saluted, then left the room. Walking in the dark corridor, Duke looked melancholy. He also learned a lot about the wilderness monster attack over a month ago. The pioneer from the Ikes family established a pioneering territory in less than a year. While preserving the territory, he demonstrated strong fighting power, which made the gnolls retreat and turn to attack inland areas. He still vividly remembered the battle scene over a month ago, demonstrating the jackal's combat effectiveness. If it weren't for the city walls, the town's defenders wouldn't have been able to stop even 300 jackals. I hope he'll like me. He doesn't think he has any shining points. Apart from working hard, he is useless. 6 hours later, the sun rose. Waylon got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Sir, is this all you are wearing? Raimondo, who had been waiting at the door of the room, looked at Waylon's outfit and asked in confusion. Waylon yawned and said, It's troublesome to change clothes, so let's do it this way. After breakfast, Waylon took Raimondo and 2 caravan guards, and the 4 of them headed to the center of the town to visit the local lord. After passing through the dirty streets, we arrived at a relatively clean castle square. A simply dressed butler saw Waylon and the others arrive and immediately stepped forward to greet them, saying respectfully, Excuse me, are you Lord Waylon? Yes, I am. The butler looked at the calm young man, who did not act arrogantly, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Please follow me, my lord. The Baron has been waiting for a long time. Afterwards, Waylon followed the butler into the castle, walked through the relatively spacious cobblestone road, and came to a simple hall. The middle-aged man saw the young man in linen clothes walk in, and immediately stood up to greet him, followed closely by Duke, who was standing behind him. Young eagle of the X family, welcome. I am the nobleman here, Baron Weskier Grosvenor of Grosvenor. Waylon looked at the amiable middle-aged man, placed his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, My lord Baron, I apologize for disturbing you. I hope you don't mind. Ha ha ha, it's my honor to have you here. After a few pleasantries, Weskier warmly invited Waylon to sit down and asked the servants to bring up the expensive cakes and fine wine. Raimondo came behind Waylon and stood quietly. As for the other 2 caravan guards, they were waiting outside. Duke, who was standing behind his father, raised his head slightly and looked at the imposing young man behind the boy. He was shocked that he couldn't see the other party's strength. Well, Waylon, it's okay for me to call you that. Weskier said to Waylon with a smile. Baron Weskier, please feel free to do as you please. Waylon said gently as he sat on an exquisite chair. This is the upbringing of a noble family. Weskier looked at the powerful yet humble young man and recalled the appearance of the upper-ranking noble children of the family that his grandfather was looking for to come and collect donations, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Then, the 2 sides talked about the situation in Cardro province, which allowed Waylon, who had stayed in the territory for more than a month, to learn a lot of useful information. The most important thing is that the kingdom actually stationed a Silver Knight Order in the small place of Cardro province. According to the kingdom's military system, a Silver Knight Order consists of 3 gold knights, 300 silver knights, 3,000 bronze knights, and an indefinite number of knight squires, roughly between 5,000 and 10,000. Baron Weskier, the reason I came here this time is, first, to visit the Grosvenor family, and second, it's about business. After going around in circles, Waylon stated the purpose of this trip. Weskier was not surprised to hear Waylon's words. He had expected it. I wonder what product it is. Although he had already ascertained the intelligence, Weskier had not directly stated it before this occasion, but had asked politely. Table salt is made from mineral salt. After hearing this, Raimondo, who was standing behind Waylon, took out 2 small cloth bags from his waist and placed them on the long wooden table. Seeing the other party making a gesture of invitation, Weskier stopped pretending, took the 2 cloth bags, and carefully poured them onto the wooden table. The refined mineral salt was crystal white with even particles. Weskier took some salt and rubbed it between his fingertips. It was dry, not damp, and smooth. He put it in his mouth and savored it carefully. His eyes lit up and he said in amazement, It's of excellent quality. I wonder what your price is. What does the Baron think it's worth? After hearing this, Weskier did not answer immediately, but instead looked at another pile of roughly processed salt grains and evaluated it in his mind. After a moment, Weskier pointed at the refined salt and said, I'm willing to pay 25 copper coins per pound for this kind of salt. As for the other kind, it's a bit bitter and not very good, but it's better than the mineral salt on the market. I'm willing to pay 10 copper coins per pound for it." After hearing this, Wayland found that the price was not much different from what he had estimated in his mind, and he was about to discuss it further, but was interrupted by Weskier's words. "Wayland, we can discuss business matters later. I have a favor to ask of you." Chapter 56, Opening Up Trade Routes. "I, Duke. Please speak." The words that were about to come out of his mouth were taken back. Wayland looked at Weskier in a daze and spoke. Weskier said apologetically, "I'd like to introduce you to my second son, Duke." "Oh." Wayland looked at the young man who puffed out his chest behind Weskier and looked him up and down. Mid-bronze strength, average. Duke felt a little disappointed when he heard Wayland's words, but he didn't show it and continued to stand motionless behind his father. In that case, then, Weskier didn't have much hope for this and was ready to change the subject to business. The next moment, Wayland waved his hand, interrupting the other person's speech. "But I can give your second son a chance. As long as he can pass my test, I can take him in and train him. I wonder what the test is." Seeing that things were turning around, Weskier showed a hopeful look and asked impatiently, "Fight my caravan guards, and I'll give you my answer." Seeing this, Weskier quickly agreed and enthusiastically took Wayland to the training ground in the center of the castle. Led by the host, Wayland brought Raimondo to a training ground covering an area of more than 60 square meters, where various weapons were placed on the weapon racks nearby. "Remember to suppress your strength to the same level as your opponent." Wayland turned his head to look at Raimondo and instructed him. "Yes, my lord." Raimondo nodded in response, then took a suitable wooden sword from the weapon rack and took off his linen jacket, revealing the white shirt he was wearing underneath. After getting Weskier's affirmation, Duke also took off his coat, took the wooden sword handed to him by the servant, and came to the center of the training ground. "Use all your strength and don't be defeated in one move. This will embarrass your father." Raimondo suppressed his strength to the middle bronze level, looked Duke up and down, and kindly reminded him, "Thank you very much." After Duke thanked him, his eyes became sharp, and he gripped the wooden sword tightly with both hands and began to slowly mobilize the fighting spirit in his body. On the other hand, Raimondo looked at Duke very casually, without making any unnecessary movements, waiting for the opponent to attack first. The next moment, Duke took the initiative and attacked Raimondo, but was easily blocked. Standing outside the training ground, Weskier looked at the two fighting people with a serious look in his eyes. He was very clear about the strength of his second son. He knew that he was stronger than some high-level bronze knights in his territory. However, he was easily defeated by a caravan guard who was at the same level as the enemy. Wayland noticed the change in Weskier's expression and said with a smile, "My lord Baron, your second son is quite powerful. Compared to ordinary bronze knights, he is already top-notch." After hearing this, Weskier shook his head and said, "Wellen, he can't even beat one of your caravan guards." "It's really—" "No, that's not the case," Wayland said to Weskier. "Raimondo was carefully selected by me as the leader of the caravan. Furthermore, he's undergone a complete knight training within his family, so naturally he's better than those trained by lesser nobles. I'm sorry to judge you this way." "It's okay, please continue." Weskier didn't feel any kind of contempt. The rank was there, and it wasn't as if such a title didn't exist even if others didn't mention it. "Even the heirs trained by minor nobles may not be able to match the knight training of our family. Duke's achievement is already quite good, but he lacks some necessary training." After hearing Wayland's words, Weskier felt more at ease. At least Wayland wouldn't refuse to accept his second son. He then complimented him. "As a family based on the knight profession, I am well aware of your strength. Thank you for recognizing Duke." After hearing this, Wayland nodded and said nothing more. He watched the two fight quietly. As time passed, Duke's physical strength was running out. He looked at his opponent breathlessly, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little shaken. It seemed that all his efforts over the years had become worthless. From the brief battle, he clearly felt that the other party was letting him win. According to his judgment, if the opponent went all out from the beginning, he would definitely be defeated within 3 moves. Zheng. Duke's sword was knocked away, and he knelt on the ground helplessly, saying with difficulty, "Sir, thank you for your mercy. Your foundation is very poor, but your perseverance is good. You just lack some guidance." Seeing the fight stop, Weskier and Varen stepped forward. Duke saw his father coming and tried to stand up, saying shamefully, "Father, I lost." "It's okay, you've tried your best." He thought that since he had lost, his father would have an embarrassed expression, but unexpectedly, he saw a face full of love. He hadn't seen his father look like this for many years. "Duke, would you like to follow me?" Wayland came to Duke and said gently. After hearing this, Duke froze in place. Weskier looked at his slow-witted son and immediately kicked him on the knee, making him kneel on the ground. Duke, who had reacted, bowed to the ground and said loudly, "Greetings, master." Seeing this, Waylin helped him up and said, "Say goodbye to your father and come find me at my base tomorrow morning. You should know the location." "Yes, my lord." Duke quickly corrected himself and bowed in salute. Afterwards, as the leader of the caravan, Raimondo further discussed the mineral salt with Weskier's steward to finalize the purchase. After lunch, Waylin said goodbye to Weskier, left the castle with Raimondo and 2 caravan guards, and prepared to go to the commercial district of the small town to see if there was anything that interested him. "My lord, the purchase price offered by the other party is much higher than before." After leaving the castle, Raimondo followed behind Waylin and explained. "Well, tell me about it." Waylin asked in surprise. Raimondo took out a business contract from his pocket and handed it to Waylin for inspection, explaining, "The price you negotiated with Baron Grosvenor before was 25 copper coins per pound for refined salt and 10 copper coins per pound for coarse salt. After that, the price I negotiated with the housekeeper was 30 copper coins per pound of refined mineral salt and 12 copper coins per pound of coarsely processed mineral salt, which was an overall increase of 1/5 of the purchase price. This time, the other party purchased 1 ton of refined rock salt and 3 tons of coarse rock salt. They agreed to trade according to this contract every 3 months. Interesting. Waylin looked at Weskier's signature on the contract and a smile appeared on his face. According to the previous price, the other party needed to pay 110 gold coins, but according to this contract, they needed to pay 132 gold coins, which was 22 gold coins more. However, the other party had an additional condition, which was that they could no longer trade mineral salt with other nobles in Grosvenor and the surrounding territories. Chapter 57. Opening up trade routes. A strange thing. Waylin didn't care about this request at all. His action this time was to take Raimondo along the planned trade route and visit the 6 nobles along the way. He didn't want to waste any extra time contacting the other minor nobles. This trading method saved him a lot of time. "Let's go and see if there are any treasures in this small town. Maybe we can find some bargains." Waylin handed the contract documents to Raimondo and headed for the commercial district of the small town. Seeing that his master had no intention of making any suggestions, Raimondo stopped talking, put away the contract documents, and quickly followed. The next morning, outside the caravan camp, Duke, wearing a linen suit, accompanied by his 2 knight attendants, a war horse and 3 pack horses, was waiting quietly. The other members of the caravan did not drive Duke and his 2 companions away. They had already learned what happened yesterday and understood that this was the Lord's new knight, who might become their immediate superior. More than 10 minutes later, after Waylin finished washing up, he left the room and walked out the door. When Duke saw the person he was loyal to appear, he immediately went to greet him, touched his chest, and bowed, saying, "My lord, Duke reports to you." "Well, you've recovered well." Looking at the energetic Duke, Waylin nodded and said, "Raimondo, Duke is in your hands. Train him well." "Yes, sir." Raimondo took on the task calmly, and then took Duke to the open space nearby to prepare basic training for him and his 2 knight attendants. Waylin looked at the gloomy weather and felt very comfortable. It was quiet, cool, and gentle, and he enjoyed the weather very much. In the next few days, based on the situation in the territory and the intelligence he had collected, Waylin signed another business deal with Baron Grosvenor West. The investigations over the past few days had given Waylin a rough idea of the plight of other minor nobles and pioneers in the border areas. The sudden attack by the monsters in the Grey Wasteland caught the group off guard. The loss of property, coupled with the threat to their own safety, made them eager to sell their serfs in order to leave the province of Cardro. There were quite a few of them, with more than 30 of them in the border area around Grosvenor alone. They came to the province of Cardro to develop it, seeking stability. This situation now forced this group of weak pioneers to cut their losses in time, sell the serfs and other remaining supplies, convert them into money, and leave this place as soon as possible. Who knows when these departing monsters will come back again? Even when the kingdom later dispatched a group of silver knights, they were unable to stop these pioneers from leaving this dangerous place. As a result, a large number of serfs flooded into the market, directly cutting the price of slaves in half. Previously, an adult male slave cost 15 gold coins and a female serf cost 12 gold coins, but now it only costs half the price, and even children are included. Even so, there are more sellers than buyers, and supply exceeds demand. Trapped on the road with no money, Waylin had to ask Weskier for help, and asked him to buy 800 male serfs and 500 female serfs for 9,000 gold coins, and paid 200 gold coins for food and transportation, and asked Weskier to send someone to deliver them to the Praying Star Lake. Weskier was happy to oblige. As for the fear that Wei Lin might not be able to pay, Weskier didn't care at all. He actually hoped that the other party would owe him money so that he could get a favor from the other party for free. On January 20th, after staying in the small town of Grosvenor for 5 days, the caravan set off, preparing to leave here and head to the next destination. Here's your extra pay, Tom. At the city gate, Raimondo took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and threw them to Tom, who was nodding and bowing beside him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Tom took the silver coin respectfully, put it carefully into his inner pocket, and kept thanking Raimondo. Then, Raimondo ignored the guide who had been his for 5 days and shouted to the caravan, "Let's go." Wei Lin was lying on the roof of a carriage, chewing a plant similar to sugarcane. It was sweet and chewy, and it gave him an idea that he would put into practice as soon as he returned to the territory. Over the next month, we passed through 3 destinations in succession and signed some business agreements with local nobles. Everything else went smoothly. However, at the 5th destination, an unexpected situation occurred. The muddy road was littered with skinny serfs, and there were even quite a few deserters mixed in. "Sir, I have found out everything." Raimondo's face was solemn. He came to Wei Lin and reported respectfully. "Tell me, why is it so chaotic here?" Wei Lin asked, crossing his arms over his chest and staring at the refugees on the side of the road. "My lord, the situation is this. The lord of this place is called Kent Brome, and he is fighting with the army of his son Barry Brome. The cause is about Kent Brome's daughter, Evelyn Brome." "What?" Wei Lin looked at Raimondo in confusion. After Raimondo received the news, he was also in disbelief. After all, this was too shocking. 2 months ago, Kent Blom suddenly became obsessed with his daughter, Evelyn, for unknown reasons. To get his daughter, Kent first brought his mistress to the barracks and forced her to admit that Evelyn was the product of her affair and had no blood relationship with him. When the Baron's mistress refused to comply, Kent immediately threw her into a military brothel and tortured her for 3 weeks. After she had gone completely crazy, he forced her to admit that Evelyn was not related to him by blood. "What does this have to do with Kent's son?" Wei Lin asked with a puzzled look, stroking his chin. "That's the problem," Raimondo continued. "While Kent was in camp for 3 weeks, Barry Brome took control of the castle and several surrounding towns, declaring that his father was possessed by a demon, and then the 2 sides went to war." "No, why did Kent stay in the military camp for 3 weeks? His son Barry was already qualified to inherit the title, so why did he turn against his father? And where is Evelyn, the protagonist of this accident?" Wei Lin quickly grasped the problem. I don't know either, but this is the information I gathered." Raimondo touched the back of his head and said in confusion, "It seems that there is an ulterior motive. Lord, should we intervene?" "Why intervene? This kind of thing will be dealt with quickly. Let's just take a detour and go to the terminal, Gressley. Maybe we'll know the reason when we come back." "As you command." Raimondo bowed and saluted, then ordered the caravan to change its route and head towards Gressley. Chapter 58, Opening up the Trade Route. The last stop. After half a month of detour, the caravan arrived safely at the final destination of this trip, the military town of Gressley, located in the northeastern border area of Cadlo province. It is a semi-military town on the northern border and the only town in Cadlo province that has free trade with the northern iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom, the province of Thuric. Although the kingdom of Elia and the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom are still in a state of mutual hostility, the business of Gressley military town has not been greatly affected. As soon as they stepped into the city, the aroma of wine filled the air, making the guards of the caravan, who had been sleeping in the open air all the way, look intoxicated. Looking around, groups of dwarves and humans were wandering on the road, arm in arm, with drunken looks on their faces. Correspondingly, there were an unusually large number of guards patrolling the city streets. With just a quick glance, Wei Lin discovered no less than 100 soldiers wearing leather armor and holding standard iron swords. "My lord, I have inquired clearly. The Gressley Chamber of Commerce is located in the eastern part of the military town." Raimondo squeezed out of the crowd and came to the open space where the caravan temporarily stopped to report to Wei Lin. "Then let's go? We've been out for 2 months." "Yes." After passing through a crowded street, the caravan successfully arrived at its final destination, the Gressley Chamber of Commerce established by the Gressley garrison. Looking at the guards standing guard at the Chamber of Commerce gate, Wei Lin was slightly surprised. A low-ranking bronze soldier, worthy of being a Chamber of Commerce opened by the Gressley military town. After going through several normal procedures, Wei Lin met Kane, the president of the Gressley Chamber of Commerce and deputy commander of the Gressley military town, in a reception room. Kane was an amiable and unfathomable middle-aged man. "Waylon, welcome." "You're welcome, Commander Kane." Waylon smiled and bowed slightly to express his respect. Kane gestured for Waylon to sit down, then opened the door and asked directly, "Waylon, why are you here? Or is it just for business?" "Of course it's for business." Waylon stated his purpose frankly without any reservation. Hearing the other party's answer, Kane just smiled. He didn't believe that the other party's purpose was so simple, and then he continued talking about the topic. "In that case, what do you want to trade?" "Food, weapons, and wine." "Where are the slaves?" "From what I understand, you must be short of manpower to expand your territory." "Commander Kane, my territory is not short of people." "That's right. Your family has several nobles in the Cardro province, so there is naturally no shortage of people." "It's my fault for being nosy." Kane's eyes were a little disappointed, but he concealed it well, and Waylon couldn't tell anything from it. After half an hour of conversation, they finally bought 50 tons of wheat at 4 copper coins per pound, spending 400 gold coins, and 200 barrels of wine at 5 silver coins per barrel. As for the weapons they requested, Kane also said he could do nothing to help. The situation between the Kingdom of Elia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom is becoming increasingly tense. Nobles from all over the country are eager to gain military merit. All the weapons that can be sold in the Gressley military town were sold out a month ago. The remaining weapons have already reached the red line of the military town's weapons inventory. Although they can be sold, a Silver Knight Corps was suddenly transferred to the Cardro province, which made these border troops dare not act rashly. Since the purchase was fruitless, Waylon had to find another way. Fortunately, the expansion of the territory had entered a stable period and the need for weapons was not too urgent. After paying the deposit and signing the business agreement, Waylon said goodbye to Kane. After leaving the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, Waylon took Raimondo for a stroll around. "Master, is everything going well?" Raimondo followed behind Waylon and asked. "Everything went smoothly. This business trip has come to an end. After the goods are loaded onto the truck, we will set off on our return journey." Before he knew it, Waylon had crossed 3 commercial streets and arrived at a dark alley. "Why am I here?" Looking at the dilapidated environment around him, Waylon was full of questions and asked Raimondo. "I am also very confused." Raimondo held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right hand, looking around vigilantly. For some reason, the two of them came here in a daze. The breath of the devil. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the alley, and a skinny old man in a gray robe appeared in front of the two. Seeing this, Raimondo drew his iron sword and stood in front of Waylon. Waylon's nerves instantly collapsed at the sight of this uninvited guest, but when he saw the mark on the other person's chest representing the ascetic of the Church of Dawn, his tension was relieved. "Believers of the Dawn, why do you say so?" Waylon pushed aside Raimondo, who was blocking his way, bowed slightly, and asked him. The gray-robed old man shook the scepter in his hand, and a temporary barrier was deployed. The gorgeous and soft light instantly enveloped the two of them. Looking around, the alley was still the same alley, but the president of his Chamber of Commerce was nowhere to be seen. Before Waylon could ask, the gray-robed old man lowered his head and spoke slowly. "Dear, please forgive my rudeness. I am tracking down the demon by the will of my God. Please forgive me." It was another silenced word. Waylon remembered the last time he heard it was when he had made a contract with the legendary wizard Anastasia. Seeing that the other party didn't look at him directly, he felt a little confused, but now was obviously not the time to think about these things. "How may I assist you?" "Sir, thank you for your help. May I ask if you have encountered any demons on your journey, or heard any rumors of demons appearing?" After hearing this, Waylon shook his head and said, "During our journey, my men and I didn't encounter any demons, nor did we hear any rumors of demons appearing. But..." Varen pondered for a moment, then continued, "Kintbrom, lord of a relatively prosperous barony not far from the military town of Gressley, has unusual behavior and may hold the information you seek." After hearing this, the gray-robed old man immediately thanked him. "Thank you for your help. May the morning light shine upon you." Afterwards, the barrier disappeared, and the gray-robed old man disappeared with it. "Master, what happened just now? That ascetic from the Church of Dawn?" Raimondo asked in confusion, looking at the deserted alley. Waylon held the token of the Church of Dawn that had suddenly appeared in his right hand and said to himself, "There may be unrest in Cardro province in the near future. Let's go back and rest first." He patted Raimondo on the shoulder, motioning him to put away his weapon, then turned and walked towards the caravan camp. At this moment, the figure of the gray-robed old man appeared outside the Gressley military town. He first prayed to the god of dawn, then took a deep look at the town and moved towards his destination. At the same time, a well-equipped army of about 3,000 people set out from the provincial capital, and its destination was the Kent territory, which was in civil strife. Chapter 59, Demonic Storm, Part 1. 2 days later, after completing the transaction with the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, Wayland couldn't wait to lead the Chamber of Commerce on its return journey. In order to avoid any unexpected situations, Wayland deliberately avoided the Kent territory. Although this action will increase the time cost, it is safer. Sitting upright in the carriage, Wayland carefully looked at the simple transaction form made by Raimondo and fell into deep thought. Excluding the cost of purchasing slaves, this transaction was a complete loss-making transaction based on normal commodity trading data. There are too few tradable items in the Praying Star Lake. After hearing this, the horseman Raimondo nodded and said, "My lord, those foldable chairs will be replicated very quickly, so they can no longer be traded. As for yam, they are cheap and cannot be traded as a commodity either." "You're right." Wayland put down the simple transaction form in his hand and was silent for a moment before continuing. "Even if we can make flowers from mineral salt alone, it won't be enough to support future development. Let's think about how to solve this problem when we get back. At present, the only commodity that can be traded in Qixing Lake is mineral salt. If one wants to continue to expand the variety of goods, in addition to exploring deeper into the gray wasteland, one can only start with processing technology." Wayland stroked the somewhat rough ceramics and decided to try this first to see if he could make exquisite pottery. This is just one direction. We still need to consider other possible avenues of development. Just as Wayland was lost in thought, a caravan guard who had been scouting ahead returned and quickly reported, "My lord, the front is blocked by the army and is temporarily impassable." "Which army is this from?" After hearing this, Wayland looked up at the caravan guards and asked them, "My lord, the enemy's flags include royal flags and noble flags. I am not knowledgeable enough to know where exactly the army is from." The caravan guard reported truthfully. Upon seeing this, Raimondo spoke up, "My lord, the troops flying the royal flags are likely directly under the Cardro province, or perhaps the Silver Knights dispatched by the kingdom. As for the noble flags, they are likely the noble troops temporarily recruited from the surrounding areas." After hearing this, Wayland nodded. According to his guess, something really happened in Kent territory, which led to the army blocking and checking here. However, due to the lack of information at this stage, it is difficult for him to make a rash decision, and he can only take it one step at a time. Afterwards, under Wayland's instructions, Raimondo led the caravan slowly towards the blockade area. Falling Stone Hill, as the outermost node of the blockade circle, is stationed here by a coalition force consisting of a squad of knights and hundreds of local noble troops. "Captain, there is another caravan coming up ahead. Is it possible?" A knight lifted the curtain and reported to a young female knight with short black hair. "Didn't I tell you? No matter what it is, even if it's a dog, I have to check it out thoroughly." Flora Akers wiped her weapon and said impatiently, "As a high-ranking silver knight, she could have wiped out those damn demon remnants in Kent territory, but she didn't expect to be thrown into this hellhole." Captain, that caravan is flying your family's flag. Do we need to inspect it too?" The knight glanced at his captain and bravely continued to report, "It's not you." Flora stopped talking mid-sentence when she heard that it was related to her family. She then stood up, sheathed her sword, and ordered her men, "Lead the way. I'll go check it out myself." "Yes," the knight replied, then turned around and led the way. Flora straightened her short hair, put on a black helmet, pulled down her visor, followed her subordinates, and left the tent. Outside the checkpoint, the guards on duty watched the commoner in linen clothes in front of them looking at the camp unscrupulously. Thinking of the busy look of the knight just now, they shut their mouths inwardly and did not dare to scold him as before. Wayland looked at the temporary camp in front of him, and the noble army and the kingdom army were clearly visible. The tents near the left area are neatly arranged. Except for the patrol personnel, the rest of the people are undergoing necessary training. It is obvious that they are the kingdom's army. In comparison, the right side was much more chaotic, but there was no drinking or gambling. Every soldier wore leather armor and had sophisticated weapons. According to his perception, at least 2/3 of the soldiers had entered the professional stage. Although most of them were warrior apprentices or knight squires, it also proved that this group of nobles used their own family assets and did not use serfs to fill the numbers. "My lord, here I come." Wayland heard Raimondo's voice and turned to look at Flora, who was walking towards him. Flora glanced at Wayland and said nothing, but asked her men to start checking the caravan. In response to the military inspection, the caravan guards, under Raimondo's orders, retreated to the side of the road. "Captain, everything is normal." A few minutes later, After confirming that there were no demons and their minions, the knight quickly came to Flora, reported to her, and then retreated behind her. Hearing this, Flora turned her head slightly and stared at Waylon. Which branch of the Ikes family are you from? Facing the question from the visored knight, Waylon was somewhat puzzled, but he answered truthfully. I am Waylon X, the 6th-generation patriarch of the X family and the 5th son of Angus, Earl of Eagle. My name is Flora Akers. Nice to meet you, my people. Flora took off her armor and said gently, I belong to the lineage of Earl and Ducey, the 6th generation. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt. Several knights standing by stared in amazement at their captain showing his ladylike side, almost blinding their own eyes. Those bastards aren't training seriously and are slacking off. Captain, I'm going to take a look. Deputy Captain, I'm going with you. We have to teach these bastards a lesson today. There seems to be something going on over there, Captain. I'll take some people to check it out. In less than a minute, all the knights standing beside Flora had left, and apart from the guards on duty, only Waylon and the caravan members were left. Looking at Flora, who was only a few years older than him, Waylon made an internal decision and whispered, Annie. So good. Having satisfied her wish as an elder, Flora was in a good mood. She immediately took Waylon's hand and walked towards her tent. Raimondo watched his master leave and could only wait there. Along the way, many knights looked at their captain leading a young man dressed in civilian clothes towards their tents with excitement on his face, and they all lowered their heads, wondering what they were thinking. Chapter 60 The Devil's Storm. Wellin, old man, let me tell you, when I was a kid, I went to Windsor Castle for training. I stayed there for 2.5 years. Back then, Earl Eagle personally trained us. Oh, right at that time. Flora recounted her glorious history in Windsor Castle, and Willin sat quietly on a small bench and listened. According to his guess, the aunt should be about 30 years old, but he didn't dare to ask directly. After observing the strange behavior of those knights just now, Waylon guessed that his aunt had a rather tough personality. Velen, is Elder Miller okay? Oh, Elder Miller is very kind. I am here thanks to him. Waylon, who had come to his senses, replied hurriedly. That old guy is still alive. Flora suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something wrong because of her hasty words. Waylon stared at the embarrassed look on Flora's face with his innocent eyes wide open, and suddenly asked, Auntie, why did you block this place? It's all because of my damn big brother. Otherwise, why would he stay here? If I could beat him, I really want to give him a good beating. Hearing Waylon's question, Flora couldn't help but clench her fists and spoke through gritted teeth. Aunt, maybe it's for your safety. Forget it. Let me explain to you in detail why this blockade is happening. Seeing this, Waylon listened attentively. 7 days ago, the bishop of the Church of Life in the provincial capital of Cardro province received a decree from the goddess regarding the discovery of demons in Kent territory. 1/3 of the 16th Silver Knights marched out, but they were still a step too late. Thousands of demons still passed through the demon gate, and thousands more were infected and transformed into half-demons. Just when the situation is getting out of control, a legendary warrior from the Church of Dawn appears and kills all the demons and half-demons with a single slap. You heard me right. With just one slap, thousands of demons and half-demons were reduced to a pool of pulp. And, since the Dawn Church has taken action, the demonic disaster should be eliminated soon. Why are you still blocking such a large area? The legend of the Church of Dawn is following a powerful demon that left this place. The remaining half-demons and some demon worshippers are fleeing everywhere. Due to limited manpower, we can only eliminate most of them first, and the rest can only be searched in a dragnet manner. Have those devil worshippers and half-demons escaped? Waylon couldn't help but ask Flora when he thought of his territory. Don't worry, we are still within the blockade area. With the priests of the church and our knights here, those remnants will not be able to escape. Flora answered confidently. Now, can you come over? No, Flora said bluntly. Waylon, unless the order to lift the blockade is issued, you must either take a detour or wait where you are. Is that so? Waylon lowered his head and began to think about whether to wait where he was or take a longer detour. Flora looked at Waylon with his head bowed and gently advised, Waylon, I cannot disobey the order given by the commander himself. Annie, don't worry, I decided to take a detour. Waylon thought for a moment, raised his head, and spoke to Flora, then took out the dawn token that the gray-robed old man had given him from his arms. This is a dawn token containing the power of the dawn. You may find it useful in your fight against the demons now. Flora looked at the gray cross badge in Waylon's hand. Although it had become old due to the erosion of time, it still inspired awe. Where did you get this thing? I remember. I should have seen it before, But why can't I remember it? Flora knocked her head and muttered to herself. Aunt, I got this by accident from an ascetic from the Church of Dawn. Don't worry that I stole it. Seeing this, Waylon hurriedly explained to prevent his aunt from having any wild thoughts. No, I should know the information about this gray cross badge, but I can't remember it. Flora shook her head and said in confusion. Maybe it's unimportant information. It's normal to forget it if you don't try to remember it. Waylon looked at Flora's painful expression and spoke to comfort her. Perhaps you're right. Flora then gave up thinking about it. Maybe she would remember it inexplicably in the future. Then please accept it, Auntie. This is what you got, and it contains the power of the dawn. It is worth a lot. Why are you just giving it to me like this? Flora did not accept the gray cross badge. I don't need it right now, but Auntie, you're helping to exterminate the demons, so you'll definitely need it. So, why do you want to stay with me? Waylon said slowly, looking at Flora. Most importantly, you're my family. We share the same blood. For the family to be what it is today, mutual support among clan members is essential. In the years since I became a pioneer knight, I've been able to avoid a lot of trouble and danger thanks to my family's influence. Flora listened to Waylon's words and nodded in agreement. In the kingdom of Ilia, there is no other family like them. One family has 5 earls, and each earl is comparable to an ordinary earl family. In addition, other members of the Ikes family also have considerable influence in the kingdom's army. You're right. Only by working together can we go further. Flora recalled how she had been cared for by her elders in the kingdom's army, and had more opportunities and paths than others. She had seen 2 noble sons from 2 different branches of the same family fighting each other to the death, and she was very confused. Then I'll take it for now and return it when we next meet. Flora solemnly accepted the gray cross badge and carefully put it away. She continued, in the second half of the year, a military operation will be organized to retaliate against the monsters in the Gray Wasteland. This is a good opportunity to gain military merit. Be prepared. Well, thank you, Auntie. Afterwards, the two had another conversation, and after lunch, Waylon submitted his resignation to Flora. Outside the military camp, after Raymondo directed the caravan members to complete their preparations, they left according to the newly planned route. In the dark night, in a jungle, hundreds of half-demons and a dozen devil worshippers gathered here, looking at the flickering lights in the distance and discussing secretly. Sir, there is only a small team of kingdom knights and thousands of nobles' miscellaneous troops ahead. With our strength, we can definitely break out. A devil worshipper knelt on the ground and reported cautiously to a half-demon. Bah, this old woody meat is so disgusting. The half-demon spat out the human flesh in his mouth and stared at the devil worshipper with his green eyes. Dare to lie to me, I will eat you. I dare not, I dare not. A dozen devil worshippers, stared at by hundreds of half-demons, sat on the ground with their legs limp, regretting deeply why they were fooled into joining the organization. Chapter 61, The Devil's Storm. Go ahead, tear them apart, and have a feast. The leading half-demon roared, picked up a bone he had picked up from somewhere, and charged forward without thinking. Hundreds of half-demons let out strange cries and marched towards the camp in a large crowd. At this moment, all the troops quickly gathered in the camp. Both Flora's team and the recruited noble army gathered towards the battle area at the first opportunity. In the first row inside the fence, hundreds of soldiers carried wooden shields covered with iron sheets, staring at the half-demon rushing out of the darkness, swallowing their saliva, and were extremely nervous. Distribute the feather arrows. Archers, get ready. Priest, holy light, light up the front. Frontline warriors, prepare to engage the first wave of half-demons. Knight and squire, run and get behind the enemy. Flora stood in the center of the team, took over the command, and began to issue orders step by step. The feather arrows soaked in holy water were distributed to the quivers one by the laborers. Put. Under the illumination of the holy light, the figure of the half-demon became clear. Hundreds of archers received the order and drew their bows and shot arrows. The half-demon at the front had feather arrows stuck in his black skin, and the pain of being burned by the holy water further stimulated the filthy souls of these remnants. Roar. After a dozen half-demons were purified, the wooden fence was destroyed and the first row of soldiers armed with wooden shields began to engage the enemy. Reptile. Embrace the glorious evolution. The 3-meter-tall half-demon leader swung a bone club, knocking 7 or 8 soldiers away and easily tearing a gap in the shield wall, clearing the way for the half-demons behind him. Peak Silver, damn it, how did he escape? Flora said, gritting her teeth as she looked at the black beast in front of her. Sir Flora, what should we do? We can't stop it by ourselves. A noble stared at the half-demon with a serious look and said through gritted teeth. The strongest knight here is Flora, who is at the high silver level. The other two knights, serving as vice-captains, are only at the low silver level. I'll contain this half-demon, and I'll leave the rest to you. Quick fight. I can't hold on for long. Yes, Captain. Afterwards, Flora handed over the command to a viscount and left the command platform to stop the half-demon leader. At this moment, the half-demon leader grabbed a poor soldier, bit off his upper body in one bite, and swallowed it in one gulp mixed with sawdust and iron sheets. Humans, ants. Bang! The knight's longsword slashed at the dark-skinned half-demon leader, forcing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Flora felt even more depressed as she saw that she had tried her best to leave a shallow mark on the other person. Roar, become one with me. The half-demon leader threw away the half-body in his hand, swung the bone club, and attacked Flora directly. Facing the attacks of the half-demon leader, Flora dodged them skillfully and lured them step by step towards a place far away from the camp. The half-demon leader, whose mind was already clouded by desire and flesh and blood, had long forgotten his main purpose. He stared at the hateful human being who kept dodging in front of him, constantly searching for his traces, and was lured away from the main battlefield step by step. Let the cavalry launch the attack and end the battle quickly. Lady Flora can't delay for long. The viscount who took over the command began to issue orders to encircle the half-demons and devil worshippers on the battlefield. After making several mistakes and watching the ants in front of him becoming more and more agile, the half-demon leader roared, and half of his left arm suddenly disappeared, and in return his speed suddenly increased several times. Looking at the bone stick getting closer and closer, Flora burned her fighting spirit and gathered it on the knight's sword to form a flame shield. Bang! Under the tremendous brute force, the flame fighting spirit shield lasted only 3 seconds before it shattered, and the whole body flew backwards and hit the ground more than 100 meters away. Human, accept the glorious evolution and become one with me. This is your best destiny. Vomit. It seems like I'm going to die in this damn place today. Feeling the intense pain all over her body, Flora took off her blood-stained visor and looked at the approaching half-demon leader with self-deprecating laughter. It's just that this is not a pretty way to die. I don't know if those little bastards can pick up my bones. Evolution, evolution. Smelling the blood of the silver high-ranking knight, the half-demon leader kept recalling things in his mind. His body instinctively told him that if he ate the woman in front of him, he would be able to break free from his shackles, become a gold-level demon, become a glorious cannon fodder under the orthodoxy of the abyss, and escape from his humiliating half-demon identity. As the half-demon leader approached step by step, the gray cross badge in Flora's arms continued to shine. Boom! A beam of light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the two of them and lighting up the night sky. Collapse. I will not die, In less than 2 seconds, under the cover of morning light, the howling half-demon leader completely disappeared. At the same time, Flora, who was on the verge of death, felt like she was back in her mother's arms. Her damaged internal organs, broken bones, and scars all over her body were healed by the power of the morning light. Alive, I survived. Looking up at the starry sky, Flora's mind kept echoing the scene just now. On the night of April 1st, 9721 in the glorious calendar, in a barony 400 kilometers away from the Praying Star Lake, Waylon sent the rest of the caravan away and sat by the lake, waiting for the arrival of destiny. While waiting, Waylon couldn't help but think of a year ago, when he was still in Windsor Castle. 1 year. It's been almost a year since I came out. Staring at the calm lake, Waylon couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It is easiest to have wild thoughts when it is late at night and everyone is asleep. At 8 o'clock, the familiar and pleasant voice sounded in my ears again. 5 months later, the famine cult will launch a famine sacrifice, and the western part of the kingdom of Ilia will be affected by extreme weather. Famine cult, extreme weather. Upon hearing this news, Waylon's face turned solemn. In the family library, he had some understanding of the evil cult, the famine cult. According to the records of evil god incidents that broke out on the continent of Zipnas, most of those caused by the famine cult were related to floods, locust plagues, and droughts. This means that more than 5 million square kilometers of land in the western part of the kingdom of Ilia will face one or more natural disasters. We have to prepare in advance. Faced with this kind of evil god incident, the kingdom of Ilia, which is only a country that believes in the goddess of life, can only rely on its own strength to overcome it. Of course, if it were the diocese of the goddess of life, such an evil cult would not dare to cause trouble. According to what Waylon knew, there were only 2 countries around the kingdom of Ilia that were parish states. Chapter 62, Returning Home. One is the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, a diocese of Madimus, the dwarf mountain god. The other is the diocese of Lansindel, the god of the dawn, the third kingdom of the Holy Dawn. There is an essential difference between a parish state and a faith state. Compared with the two-tier ruling structure of king and nobles implemented in the religious state, the parish state implemented a two-tier ruling structure of church and parliament. The military power belonged to the church, and the local political power belonged to the parliament and was supervised by the church. Therefore, the military strength of the Diocese of God is naturally stronger than that of the country of faith, but it is far weaker than the country called an empire. In a sense, the empire is equivalent to the gods. With Ms. Anastasia in charge, the safety of Praying Star Lake is completely out of the question. The most troublesome issue right now is the impact of extreme weather. 5 months later, it is time for autumn plowing, which is definitely a huge blow to planting. Buy food, and start buying and hoarding food when you get back. Take this opportunity to make some careful plans and expand the population of the territory. Then, Waylon stood up and threw the stone in his hand into the lake, causing ripples, and then turned around and returned to the camp to rest. 6 days later, Waylon, who had been away from Chishing Lake for 3 months, felt a little excited when he saw the territory appearing in his sight. As the temporary head of Chishing Lake, Baird began preparations early in the morning, issuing orders continuously, preparing to welcome the Lord's return and showcasing his achievements over the past 3 months. Stand up straight and show me your best side. If anyone fails to keep up the good work, I'll make his life miserable for the next 6 months. Cassius, the leader of the Chishing Lake army, looked seriously at the 150 soldiers in the 3 squadrons and reiterated his previous speech. Not long after, the shadows of the caravan came into sight. Baird was a little excited, and so were Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, the 3 guardian knights who stayed behind at the Praying Star Lake. At the same time, sensing the breath of their master, the 2 rock monitors lying on the ground opened their eyes and ran towards Waylon. Sitting on the roof of the carriage, Waylon felt a slight vibration and couldn't help but look up, watching his 2 pets approaching. Ouch! The rock monitor lizard swung its tail, raised its head, and looked at its owner with longing eyes. Seeing this, Waylon jumped down from the roof of the carriage and landed steadily on the back of one of the rock monitors. He patted its head and signaled it to move forward. After receiving the order, the rock monitor lizard turned around and crawled quickly towards Baird. Raimondo, who was standing by, watched the frightened pack horses recover from their shock and waved his hand, signaling the caravan to continue moving forward. You've become so fat, it seems the food is good, Waylon said with a smile, touching the rock monitor lizard's head. Hearing Waylon's words, the other rock monitor howled a few times. Welcome back, my lord. Baird and the other 3 bowed and saluted, saying respectfully. 3 squadrons, 150 soldiers, and 20 knight squires stood with their chests puffed out, staring at their lord. Waylon stood on the rock lizard, looked past Baird and the other 3, glanced at the warriors behind him, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, they have all cultivated their fighting spirit. Baird, Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, the 4 of you have done a great job in the 3 months I was away. You have lived up to my expectations. Waylon got off the rock lizard, walked up to his chief steward, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at the others with approval. My lord, this is what we should do. Baird smiled rarely when he saw that his achievements were recognized by his master. Seeing this, the 3 of them felt relieved. In the past 3 months, Alexander has not been able to eat or sleep well under the spur of his captain, who is also the general manager. Maybe he can get a good sleep tonight. Let's go back to the castle. I have something to discuss with you. After returning to the territory, Waylon did not rest, but took Baird directly to the castle on the hill. When Cassius and the other 2 saw their master leaving and saw Raimondo, they went to greet him with smiles on their faces. Raimondo, long time no see. The 3 of them came forward one by one and gave Raimondo a polite hug. Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, the 3 of you are living much happier lives in the territory than I am. You think too much. The captain is staring at the 3 of us like we're dying. We don't have a single day to live, Imogen said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Orion couldn't help but complain. If I knew a little bit about business, I'd really like to trade with you. By the way, who is this behind you? Cassius asked, looking at the young man behind Raimondo. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Raimondo patted his head, pulled Duke in front of him, and explained to his old friend. Duke Grosvenor, the 2nd son of Baron Wesker Grosvenor, is a mid-level, bronze-level knight. He is the master's new knight squire during his journey. I am now training him. He is a good young man. Duke greets all the seniors. Duke performed a standard knight's etiquette to Cassius and the other 2. That's right. I believe it won't be long before you can catch up with us. Thank you for your compliment, senior. Ha, I'm not being polite. Duke was a little confused after hearing this. Seeing that the three of them were reminiscing about the past with Raimondo, he didn't know what to say. Stepping onto the spacious avenue between the village and the castle, Waylon looked at everything familiar around him and felt particularly happy. My lord, out of the 150 soldiers, 52 have just become warrior apprentices, 87 have reached the intermediate level of warrior apprentices, and 11 have entered the advanced level of warrior apprentices. The 20 knight squires we led have all grown to mid-level knight apprentices, and 3 of them have reached high-level knight apprentices. As Baird finished speaking, Waylon turned to him and said, everyone has entered the apprentice stage. We can prepare for the next step of military expansion. Lord, there has been no war recently. Isn't it urgent to expand the army now? I've received news that in the second half of the year, the kingdom will launch a military operation against the monster clans in the Grey Wasteland to avenge last year's attack. The master wants to get involved. Seeing this, Baird couldn't wait to ask. Yes. Waylon nodded and continued. That's not the most important thing. The most urgent task is to expand the granary and purchase grain, with a maximum of 3 years' worth of food for 30,000 people. Yes, I understand. Baird did not ask the reason for purchasing the grain. Even without asking, he knew his master's intention clearly, which was nothing more than expanding the population, which was normal. It's just that the population is a bit large, but it's not a big deal. Chapter 63 Ice Attribute Magic Plant. After entering the castle and heading to the hall, he saw the busy half-elf girl Eunice and encouraged her. How's Orlando doing? Waylon sat on a chair and motioned Baird to sit down and talk. The progress of land reclamation is going well. Baird came to a chair and sat down, and replied, with most of the territory's military forces, plus the slaves you sent back more than 2 months ago, we have sufficient manpower. Currently, in the southern part of the icy zone of Lord Anasta's private reserve, all monsters within the 600 square kilometers have been eliminated as planned. Meanwhile, Orlando and his team are working on establishing a buffer zone. Waylon propped up his chin and looked at him, then asked with a smile, how is it? Are you feeling any pressure? My lord, it's impossible to say there is no pressure. Baird said with a wry smile. Ha, it's good to have pressure. This way you will all improve faster, and I can be more relaxed in the future. Waylon looked at his chief steward with this expression and laughed out loud. Otherwise, the supplies we got from this trade will be left to you, and not given to Orlando and the others. Upon hearing this, Baird stood up and said seriously, Master, absolutely not. I believe that with my ability, I can definitely defeat Orlando. Okay, then it's 50-50. Leave it to you two to decide. Seeing that his master did not insist, Baird breathed a sigh of relief. He did such a shameful thing despite having won the victory with the support of his master. Besides, if he agreed, how would his brothers view him? Is there anything else to report? Yes. Baird pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Waylon, explaining, Lord Anasta discovered a magical plant at the junction of the Frost Zone and the Praying Star Lake in his private reserve. It's very valuable. Magical plants, are you sure? Waylon took the parchment and carefully read the recorded information on it. Meanwhile, Baird continued to explain, this ice-attributed magical plant only grows in small quantities in 6 locations at the junction of the Frost Zone and the Praying Star Lake. It's not found anywhere else. My subordinates have discovered that the environments in these 6 locations are different from those in other areas, and this must be the necessary conditions for the growth of this magical plant. Looking at the various data recorded at the bottom of the parchment, Waylon raised his head and asked, did this magical plant grow recently, or did it exist before and just mutate? It must have mutated. Baird thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, I had people compare hundreds of common plants around here, and they found that the blue radish is almost identical to this plant except for the color. What are the effects? Have you tested them? Waylon asked further. This might open up the situation for commercial development in the territory. Quickly stops bleeding, similar to diluted water of life. Great. Waylon couldn't help but wave his fist and said excitedly, this thing will support our further development. My lord, this magical plant was found on the border between the Ice Zone and the Praying Star Lake. How should we deal with Lord Anasta? Seeing that Waylon had calmed down, Baird raised another important question. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Waylon regained his composure and replied to Baird. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Kindness. After Baird left, Waylon left his seat, turned around, and looked at the newly replaced map on the wall, stopping to watch. Exploration Territory Map. The main body of the territory, Qixing Lake, currently boasted a small town, 3 villages, 3 lumberyards, and a salt mine. with a population of approximately 3,000. The newly developed area had only one marked pioneering town, with a population of approximately 2,500. As for the specifics of the surrounding area, he still needed to learn more about it. Qixing Lake covers an area of 150 square kilometers, and at least 70 of the land has not been developed and utilized. However, these are now Baird's concerns. He only needs to determine the general direction. Rest for 2 days first, then go to Ms. Xia to discuss matters concerning the magical plants, and then go see how Orlando is doing. For the next 2 days, Waylon rested in his room in the castle, enjoying this relaxing and pleasant moment. As for the caravan leader Raimondo, he was responsible for taking over the caravan's food, sorting out the goods that needed to be traded, and planning a new route. At the same time, 3 knight squires acting as messengers carried letters from their lords to the 3 baronies in the province of Cardro. On the morning of April 10th, Waylon left his cozy home, had breakfast, and took his weapons, rode his beloved red-scaled horse, and brought his knight squire Kyle with him. Not bad. You work really hard, and have even reached the advanced apprentice stage. It is the Lord's grace that has made Kyle what he is today, Kyle said respectfully, half a body length behind Waylon. Sensing the nervousness of his first knight squire, Waylon couldn't help but gently say, "Don't be nervous. We've usually left you to Orlando and the others, so we haven't really gotten to know you. This is a good opportunity for us to have a good chat. Master, without your gift, I would still be an ordinary serf, living a life of mediocrity." Kyle's tension eased, and his tone remained respectful. "Masters Orlando and Hebrew have treated me very well. They have taught me nothing but sincerity and have not looked down on me because of my background. If you have any difficulties in cultivation, you can come to me for help." It was the first time Kyle heard his lord speak like this, and he couldn't help but feel dazed. "My lord, you. As my first knight squire, you are a special existence in my opinion." Waylon tilted his upper body and turned his head to look at Kyle, who was a little dazed. Looking directly into the lord's eyes, Kyle felt a surge of different emotions, giving him a deeper understanding of his mission. "Guard, one day, I want to become my lord's guardian knight, like other adults, under the witness of the gods." Waylon was unaware of the inner changes in his knight squire. He patted the red phosphorus horse, asking it to slow down and keep level with Kyle. "It's rare that it's just the 2 of us today. Tell me some of your questions, and I'll help you solve them." "Yes, sir." Along the way, Waylon satisfied his desire to teach others, and he was still not satisfied until he reached the border of the icy zone. Looking at the ice elves appearing at the edge of the ice and snow, Kyle knew the time had come, and silently fell behind the Lord by 1 body length. In response, Waylon regained his majestic side and slowly approached the ice elf hundreds of meters away. Chapter 64, Visiting Anastasia. "Welcome, Lord Waylon." A 1.7-meter tall ice elf bowed and saluted, then made a gesture of invitation, indicating Waylon to get in the car. Waylon glanced at the carriage made of ice, then turned to Kyle and said, "Wait here for a moment." "Yes, my lord." Kyle dismounted, walked over and took hold of Waylon's mount, and then headed for a rest post set up not far away. After Kyle left, Waylon boarded the ice carriage. There were chairs on both sides and an exquisitely carved table in the middle with a fruit plate on it. He picked up a piece of fruit of unknown variety and sat down on a chair nearby. Immediately afterwards, the ice elf followed into the ice carriage and closed the carriage door. The ice element pulling the carriage received instructions from the ice elf, put a shield on the carriage, and pulled the carriage towards the ice castle. Inside the car, Waylon looked out the window. It was a world of ice and snow, with sparse vegetation. Everything was bare, without a trace of life. "Sir, please." The ice elf suddenly picked up a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Waylon, then stepped aside and continued to stand, waiting for his next instructions. "How is Miss Xia doing these days?" Looking at the vast expanse of white, Waylon withdrew his gaze, picked up the unknown fruit tea and took a sip, then turned to ask the ice elf. "My lord, the master's situation is not something a humble servant can understand." The ice elf bowed slightly and answered in a humble tone. Without the answer he wanted, Waylon tactfully stopped asking. The ice carriage was moving very fast. In less than 10 minutes, it had arrived at the ice castle on the top of the hill. "My lord, the ice castle has arrived." The ice elf opened the car door and motioned for Waylon to get out. Wearing his weapon, Waylon got out of the car and looked at the exquisite fortress. There were also patrolling ice elements around. Each of them was very powerful, at least he couldn't tell what level they were based on his strength. "Lord Waylon, welcome. I am the master's headmaid. I will lead the way for you." An ice elf in a maid outfit appeared in front of him, bowed, and said respectfully, "Kindness." Waylon nodded and followed the ice elf maid into the ice castle. There are various soldier statues displayed along the road, but I don't know whether they are alive or dead. Walk through the long road and arrive in front of the hall. The ice elf maid gently pushed open the door, stood aside, placed her hands in front of her abdomen, and leaned forward slightly. Please come in. Without hesitation, Waylon entered the room and found Lady Shia sitting on the ice throne, waiting quietly. Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome, Waylon. Anastasia stood up, walked down from the throne, came to Waylon, and said in a gentle tone, Ma'am, I'm here mainly to apologize for my subordinate's recklessness. I'm aware of this. Anastasia casually waved her hand, creating a set of ice chairs and motioning for Waylon to sit down. As for ordinary plants evolving into magical plants, you can cultivate and use them at will. Thank you for your understanding, ma'am. Waylon replied respectfully, sitting upright on the ice chair. This time, I have an important matter to trouble you, madam. Speaking. Afterwards, Waylon recounted the story of the famine cult launching the famine sacrifice. After hearing this, Anastasia was silent for a while. Can you give me a specific location? After hearing this, Waylon shook his head. He didn't know where the famine cult would launch the famine sacrifice. After all, launching a sacrifice to an evil god requires at least tens of thousands of people to be sacrificed. A phenomenon like this that affects 1/3 of a kingdom means that at least hundreds of thousands of lives have been sacrificed. If there's no specific location, it's going to be troublesome. I have 3 guesses. Please speak. Waylon sat up straight and listened attentively. Then, Anastasia spoke slowly. First, someone within your kingdom is colluding with the famine cult to conceal the church's surveillance. Second, through the demiplane, reaching the number of sacrificial beings required to complete the sacrifice. However, this method requires the holder's demiplane to disintegrate, which is very costly. Third, the enemy invaded your kingdom and performed large-scale sacrifices at the cost of the lives of your own soldiers. Ma'am, is that last one okay? The first 2 were fine and reasonable, but the last one took him by surprise. As Waylon finished speaking, Anastasia shook her head and said, The third one, I've seen it in my hometown. It's about a demonic sacrifice. Anyway, it would be best if we can nip the danger in the bud. If that doesn't work, I can also protect the safety of your territory. Ma'am, I remember that. Feeling the sadness in the other person's tone, Waylon didn't ask any more questions. After having lunch together, Waylon declined Anastasia's invitation and set off on his journey home. After meeting Kyle at the junction, Waylon turned and headed to the newly developed area to see the results of Orlando's 3 months. In the newly developed area, Orlando had just cleared out a group of gnolls who had wandered in and was resting at the outpost farthest from the developed town. Sir, this time we exterminated 62 dog-headed men. 6 of their teeth, which can serve as proof of merit, have been cut off and preserved. We also collected 45 sets of dog-headed men's teeth, 6 iron maces, 236 kilograms of grain, and 134 silver coins. Finally, according to your instructions, all meat in the dog-headed man's corpse have been burned. Orlando took a sip of water and asked his subordinates beside him, What are the casualties? No one in our night orders suffered any casualties, but 3 soldiers from the 2 squadrons of infantrymen accompanying the army were slightly injured. The high-ranking knight apprentice wearing iron armor reported with great pride. You did a good job this time, but you still need to work harder. Orlando stood up, patted his subordinate on the shoulder, and encouraged him. The high-ranking knight apprentice pounded his chest and swore to Orlando, For our Lord, we are willing to sacrifice everything. Kindness. Although only 14 years old and turning 15 next month, Orlando is already qualified to stand on his own. Lord Orlando, this is a letter from our Lord. A high-ranking knight apprentice with an ice bear tattooed on his breastplate came up to Orlando, saluted with his chest, and then presented the letter with both hands. Orlando took the letter sent by his brother Hebrew and opened it to read it. Brother, something terrible has happened. The Lord has returned and will come here to inspect today. You should come back quickly. Looking at the awkward handwriting above, Orlando covered his head and said, This kid, wait until he practices his handwriting well. Sir, what happened? The knight at the side saw his captain holding his forehead and asked with concern. It's all right. Let the knights pack up and prepare to return to the pioneer town. Also, order Knight Randolph to stay with these 2 squadrons of infantry and conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area to ensure no one escapes. Yes, sir. The knight hurried away to convey Orlando's order. Chapter 65, Inspecting the Pioneer Town. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the pioneer town, Hebrew was wearing armor and walking back and forth at the town gate. Andrew saw this and stepped forward to comfort him. Hebrew, Don't be nervous. Brother Andrew, the Lord is coming to inspect. How should I report next? Usually, my brother is in charge. Hebrew said to Andrew with an anxious look on his face. Don't worry. If the master asks, I can help you. Don't worry too much. Seeing that the child was sweating with anxiety, Andrew advised him kindly. Why? Hebrew felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have volunteered to wipe out the roaming dog-headed men. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves was heard, and two figures appeared in the distance. Form a line. Hebrew came to the front of the queue and shouted an order. 5 squadrons of infantry, more than 30 knight squires, and 300 militiamen quickly formed up and showed their best side. Andrew and the other 6 silver knights put on their helmets, stood behind the Hebrew acting commander, and waited quietly. Waylon rode on his red phosphorus horse, gazing into the distance at the pioneering town and the neatly arranged army that appeared within his sight. My lord, welcome to inspect the pioneering town. Acting Commander Hebrew reports to you. Hebrew stepped forward, came in front of Waylon, beat his chest in salute, and reported loudly. Okay, grown up. Waylon dismounted, walked up to Hebrew, patted his shoulders with both hands, and looked him over carefully. Where's Orlando? My lord, my eldest brother is out clearing out the roving dog-headed men. I have already sent someone to inform him. Then let's inspect the troops first and see your construction results. Seeing that the main person had not returned, Waylon did not waste time and began to inspect. Arriving in front of the 6 silver knights, Waylon looked at the familiar faces. Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dosius, Alf, Adolf. Haven't seen you for a long time. Led by Andrew, the 6 silver knights beat their chests and saluted to show their highest respect. Greetings, my lord. Then, Waylon began to inspect the troops again. Every soldier in the 5 squadrons of the regular army has become a warrior apprentice, and many have been promoted to mid-level warrior apprentices, which makes him very satisfied with the construction results of Orlando. As for the 300 militiamen behind, nearly 100 of them became warrior apprentices. Then Andrew nudged Hebrew and asked him to start reporting. Suddenly appearing before Waylon, Hebrew suppressed his anxiety and began to report. My lord, it has been 3 months since we began pioneering in January. Thanks to our joint efforts, we have built a town, 2 villages, 3 logging camps, reclaimed 6,000 acres of land, a 100-acre orchard, and established 5 outposts. At the same time, an iron ore mine was discovered southwest of Kaichuo town. The reserves are unknown, and preparations for mining are underway. Also, during the expansion, we slew over 1,500 goblins, over 500 kobolds, and over 30 gnolls. Proof of our military merits include 33 goblin chiefs, 21 kobold heads, and 28 gnoll heads. Finally, during the development process, the materials harvested were. After reporting here, Hebrew suddenly forgot what supplies he had. Seeing this, Andrew took over Hebrew and continued to report to Waylon. Master, as the person in charge of the development team's warehouse management, I will report to you next. Kindness. Waylon nodded and motioned for Andrew to continue. Seeing this, Hebrew breathed a sigh of relief, stepped aside, and handed the stage to Andrew. My lord, in the past 3 months, excluding the food and supplies consumed, the pioneering team currently has 421 gold coins, 1,732 silver coins, and 6,738 copper coins. We also have 270,000 kilograms of grain, 180,000 of which was confiscated from the monster tribe. In terms of weapons, various scrapped ironware were confiscated, and a total of 127 iron swords, 373 spears, 23 bed crossbows, 3,000 feather arrows, 37 sets of leather armor, 7 sets of iron armor, 6 excellent grade magic staffs, and 2 excellent grade maces were forged. Other items include 600 kilograms of fruit wine and 30 kilograms of royal honey. Finally, after Andrew finished his report, he stepped aside and waited for Waylon's next instructions. Well done. Waylon looked around and praised generously. I'm very pleased with your achievements over the past 3 months. I look forward to seeing even greater success next January. Everyone present felt extremely honored to receive the Lord's praise. Wheeze. Following the source of the sound, everyone turned their heads and saw more than 30 knights approaching quickly. Looking at the flame pattern on the breastplate, Waylon knew that Orlando had returned. My lord, welcome. As soon as Orlando got off his horse, he took off his helmet, revealing his golden hair, and saluted with his chest. Waylon went up to hug Orlando and then said to him, You've matured and achieved great results. That's good. It is the master who provided the stage for me to achieve what I have today. Everything is due to the master. Orlando said seriously without taking any credit for himself. Come on, take me to the town you built and take a good look at it. Please follow me, my lord. Orlando took over the task of guiding and took Waylon to visit the work he had done for the past 3 months. As night fell, Waylon met with Orlando and Hebrew alone in the government hall. Half an hour later, after listening to Orlando's plan for the next 9 months, Waylon did not intervene or provide any guidance. Follow your idea. If you fail, I'll cover it. I hope you two can truly become my right-hand men. At this point, Waylon stared at Zyber and said, You should learn from your big brother. You actually asked Andrew to help you with your report today. Upon seeing this, Orlando immediately said, Don't worry, my lord. From now on, I will supervise Hebrew in all aspects. No matter which aspect, I will not let you down again. When Hebrew heard this, he immediately lowered his head and did not dare to look at his master or his elder brother. Don't be so serious. Sit down and let's talk about something else. Waylon asked the two to sit down and started discussing other topics. The next morning, Waylon took Kyle out of the pioneer town and set off back to the Praying Star Lake. In the following period, until the kingdom's army assembled, Waylon did not intend to interfere in the affairs of the territory, leaving it entirely to Baird and Orlando to handle. It's been over 2 months. I have to train twice as hard. I can't let my cultivation fall behind. On the other hand, Baird began to purchase the remaining grain in the surrounding territories in batches according to Waylon's instructions. This action was soon noticed by the surrounding nobles and pioneers. Some people laughed at it and sold a lot of grain to make a fortune. Some people fell into deep thought and sold a small part of it to make money. And some people just thought about it for a while, and then. Chapter 66. Impact of Grain Purchase and Invitation to Military Action. In the barony of Cleveland, after listening to the butler's report, Brandon paced back and forth, wondering if there was a conspiracy. Are you sure? They started buying up grain in large quantities half a month ago, and there's no sign of stopping. Brandon, worried, confirmed with his butler again. Yes, sir, Chishing Lake started purchasing grain on April 15th and is still doing it. The surrounding lords have raised the prices of grain, and they are buying it all. In response to his lord's inquiry, the butler once again patiently explained. Is there something in here that I don't know about? After hearing the butler's words, Brandon muttered to himself and fell silent again. After failing twice at the hands of Varan Axe, he became particularly attentive to his neighbor, keeping tabs on his every move. Sir, what do you think? Should we also join this carnival, make a fortune, and make some money back? Seeing that Brandon remained silent for a long time, the butler asked in a low voice. The last defeat in the war almost made the barony of Cleveland unable to recover. Let me think about it. There's no rush. Brandon couldn't make up his mind for a moment, whether to take this opportunity to make a fortune or follow his opponent's example and purchase grain. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door, interrupting Brandon's thoughts. Come in. The butler outside heard Brandon's voice, gently pushed the door open, bowed, and respectfully reported. Master, this is news regarding the territories of 3 nobles, Violet, Leslie, and Barry. Please review it. The butler stepped forward, took the letter from the servant, waved him away, and then handed it to Brandon. After opening the letter and reading it carefully, Brandon discovered that his 3 neighbors, Kaisley and Barry, were purchasing food, while Violet was still on the sidelines. Old Bull, let's also purchase grain from other noble territories. After some inner deliberation, Brandon decided to take a gamble. His subconscious told him that he should do this. Sir, how much is appropriate to purchase? Asked the butler. The annual rations for 20,000 people will be purchased according to this standard. Yes. As the butler bowed and prepared to leave the study, Brandon continued. If you go to a place farther away, food prices will be cheaper. Yes, sir. After the butler left, Brandon sat back in his seat, read the intelligence again, and said to himself, I hope I did the right thing. Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed in a flash. 3 days ago, fate once again guided Waylon to receive an important piece of news. A book written by a stranger is hidden under house number 76 in the 3rd district of Lando City, in Kaz Province. As far as Waylon knew, the Kaz Province was located in the central region of the kingdom. It was a province directly governed by the royal family. It was roughly located to the north of his hometown, the West River Province. It was a border province between the kingdom of Elia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and was 3 provinces away from the Cadro Province. The distance is too far, so I can only put it aside for now and explore this matter later. As usual, Waylon continued to sweat on the training ground, honing his combat skills and training his knight squires. After his own instruction, Kyle has successfully been promoted to Bronze Knight, officially becoming a professional. After finishing the morning training, I found that Baird had been waiting there for a long time. What's the matter? Waylon asked while wiping the sweat off his body. Upon hearing this, Baird replied, My lord, I have 3 things to report to you. First, the 5 bluegrass plantations have been completed, and we expect to harvest the first batch of bluegrass in December of this year. However, we lack the necessary technology to prepare the bluegrass potion, so we need to hire a magician to solve this problem. Let's start with the planting, and I'll take care of the preparation process. Waylon made the decision without any hesitation. Second, according to your instructions, to provide 3 years of food for 30,000 people, based on 300 kilograms per person per year, we plan to purchase 13,500 tons. We've already purchased 2,000 tons of wheat, 5,000 tons of yam, 500 tons of rye, and 3,500 tons of black beans, totaling 11,000 tons, at a cost of 110,000 gold coins. Including your private treasury, all the working capital in the territory has been depleted. Do we still need to purchase more food? Let's pause for now. We should have enough food now. After a few months, we will be able to earn back the money we spent and replenish the population at the same time. Don't be in a hurry now. After thinking for a while, Waylon quickly made a decision. In that case, I will suspend the food purchase operation when I return. Baird answered immediately, and then went on to report the third matter. This morning, I received an official letter from the province. It was sent in the name of His Excellency Mad Monkey Columbo, Grand Master of the 16th Knights of the Kingdom. Please review it. Waylon recalled the news that his Aunt Flora from the same clan had told him 3 months ago, and then he took the official letter. Seeing a letter hidden inside, Waylon immediately put it in his trouser pocket, and then read the contents of the official letter. Upon the recommendation of Captain Kadechi Axe of the 3rd Battalion of the 16th Knights, the Kingdom's 16th Knights hereby invite Pioneer Knight Varan Axe to lead 20 cavalry and 200 infantry to assemble at Liunpo, on the border of Cardro Province, before August 15th. Baird, I will select 5 knights and a squadron of infantry from you, and 15 knights and 3 squadrons from Orlando. I will personally train them at the barracks tomorrow morning. Waylon handed the official letter to Baird for review and then gave the order. After carefully reading the official letter, Baird immediately asked, Master, do you need to transfer a few more silver knights? No, I'm taking 1/3 of the army with me. The security of the territory will inevitably be compromised. I'm relieved if they stay. My lord, I understand. After Baird left, Waylon opened the letter and read it carefully. Dear Waylon, it's been 3 months since we last met, and I miss you so much. The main force of this military operation is the Kingdom Knights. There is no danger, please rest assured. Besides, I have already taken care of the baggage for you. You just need to bring enough troops. Be prepared. My brother will create an opportunity for you to meet our head of delegation, His Excellency Mad Monkey Columbo, alone at the right time to help you establish contact with him. Signed, Flora. It seems that we need to prepare well this time. At least these 200 infantrymen need to be fully equipped. After folding the letter and putting on his coat, Waylon returned to his study to draw up a 1-month training plan for 200 soldiers, aiming to improve their strength to a higher level before the military operation began. Chapter 67, Gathering at Liunpo. The next morning, inside the military camp, 200 infantrymen and 20 knight attendants were already in position, arranged in battle formation, and awaiting the arrival of the Lord. Hail, my lord. The leading bronze low-level warrior Eden took on the position of consular commander and spoke loudly. Swish. Everyone raised their weapons in unison to pay tribute to Waylon. Very good, very energetic. Waylon handed the mount to the knight Squire Kyle, and then walked up to the platform in the training ground. Formation. Everyone put down their weapons, stood up straight, and saluted their lord. Starting today, for the next month, you will be trained by me personally. During training, everyone addressed me as general. As Waylon finished speaking, more than 200 people answered in unison, yes, general. In the next month and a half, Waylon fully enjoyed the feeling of being a general. Within the limited time, he trained these 200 people to death. In contrast, the rich meals were 3 times more than usual, which made them enjoy it without any complaints. On August 10th, the 1-month training was successfully completed. The army, which had been equipped, led by Waylon and carrying 5 days of dry food, headed to Liunpo, 300 kilometers away, to assemble. Liunpo, a deserted place in the past, has now turned into a huge camp. Qualified nobles from all over the province of Cardro led their troops to gather here, ready to participate in the next military operation. At the registration office at the camp gate, the clerk of the 16th Knight Order was registering the information of the noble army. Name: Velanax. The clerk looked up at Waylon carefully after hearing the familiar name. then asked, "How many troops are there?" 20 cavalrymen and 200 infantrymen. The clerk quickly made the record, then waved to call over a bronze knight on duty. "Sir." Upon seeing this, the bronze knight came to the clerk and bowed to salute. "Take this noble to camp number 6. "Yes. Sir, please follow me." Afterwards, Waylin led his troops and followed the bronze knight to camp number 6. After walking for a distance, Waylin arrived at a clean and tidy camp. Wellin. Following the source of the sound, Waylin discovered that it was his own Brian. "Sir, this is camp number 6. I'll take my leave. Thank you very much." After thanking the bronze knight, Waylin walked straight towards his cousin. "Waylin, I didn't expect you to come. You're amazing. You actually received an official letter." Brian walked up to Waylin and hugged him, then said with a smile, "Cousin, I have this opportunity thanks to Aunt Flora's help." Waylin responded with a smile. "Oh," Brian suddenly realized and continued, "Come on, I'll take you to meet your 2 cousins." "Cousin, my people haven't settled down yet, so just leave it to Adrian." The magic knight Adrian behind Brian went to take over the team and took them to the camp for rest. Waylin no longer refused and followed Brian to the tent to meet his 2 cousins. As soon as he entered the tent, Waylin laughed and said to Alcott and Edgar, who were sitting there discussing something animatedly, "My 2 cousins, long time no see." When they heard the familiar voice, they turned to look. "You're here too. Well, Waylin, you've all met the entry requirements for this military operation. You've made good progress. Come, Waylin, sit down. Let's have a good chat." Brian pulled Varen to sit around Alcott and began a lively conversation. "You are quite good, kid. Your cultivation hasn't fallen behind at all, and your physique has grown stronger. You are quite strong. How many people did you bring with you this time?" Orcott said, stroking his beard. 200 infantrymen and 20 knight squires, all at least mid-level apprentices. Facing the questions from the 2 elders, Waylin did not keep them in suspense and answered directly. When they heard this, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Brian opened his mouth wide, extremely shocked. "You said they were all mid-level apprentices. You didn't lie to me. If you don't believe me, cousins, you can go and see for yourself later." Waylin responded with a smile to their doubts. "Good boy, when I first arrived here, it took me 5 years to accumulate what you have now, but you achieved it in just 1 year." Alcott looked at his nephew differently and admired him very much. Edgar was equally shocked. Thinking back to his eldest son, he muttered to himself, "When I get back, I have to formulate a stricter training plan for Arik. I can't let this brat run wild like this again." Brian, who was sitting nearby, heard Edgar's words and felt a sense of mourning for his friend. He hoped that the next time they met would not be too long away. "Cousin, uncle, how many people did you bring?" Seeing the shock on the faces of his elders, Waylin was very satisfied, and then he asked. Brian saw this and said, "Uncle, let me introduce him to Waylin." "All right," said Alcott. Edgar beside him nodded in agreement. "Wellin, I brought 600 men this time, 30 bronze knights, 70 knight squires, 300 infantry, and 200 militiamen to serve as laborers. Uncle Alcott brought 800 men, 50 bronze knights, 150 knight squires, 300 infantry, and 300 militiamen serving as laborers. As for Uncle Edgar, he brought quite a lot of people this time, a total of 1,200 people, including 50 bronze knights, 250 knight squires, 600 infantry, and 300 civilian laborers." At this point, Brian suddenly asked, "Waylin, didn't you bring any support staff?" After hearing this, Waylin shook his head. "Well, I'll give you 50. Here I am. And me? Cousin, uncle, you don't need to assign any laborers to me. Aunt Flora wrote to me in advance and told me that she has helped me solve the logistics. I only need to bring enough soldiers." Before the 3 of them finished speaking, Waylin hurriedly explained, "Yeah, that's fine too." Seeing that their nephew's logistical problem had been solved, Alcott and the others stopped paying attention to this issue and started discussing other topics. "My 2 cousins, how many military merits do you still need to be promoted to Viscount?" Faced with this question, Alcott and Edgar remained silent for a rare moment. After a few minutes, Alcott spoke up. "According to the kingdom's promotion rules, a baron's promotion to Viscount requires a territory with a population of 30,000, a qualified army of 1,000, 12 silver-level transcendents, 100 bronze-level transcendents, 3,000 military merits, and finally, and most importantly, 30 military merits. Our 2 families have met the standards in other aspects, but our military achievements are still far from perfect. I hope we can meet the standards this time." Edgar continued Alcott's words and explained to Waylin. Chapter 68, Rare Military Achievements. Waylin naturally knew a lot about military achievements and combat exploits. According to the kingdom's promotion system, military merit can be obtained by turning in monster heads, making contributions during non-war periods, and receiving commendations from the king. However, military merit can only be obtained on the battlefield. In other words, it must be obtained by launching foreign wars in the kingdom. There are strict review rules. There are no other channels to obtain it. Even the king cannot give military merit to any noble out of thin air. This military operation against the monster clans in the Grey Wasteland is, in a sense, a kind of foreign war, and joining the war also requires reaching a certain threshold. Wellen, do you know how many noble families participated in this military operation? Facing Brian's question, Waylon was very confused and asked, "Cousin, just tell me directly." "There are 17 in total, less than half the number of nobles in Cartero province." Brian looked at Waylon deeply and continued, "And you are the only reserve noble." Waylon suddenly understood. Not every noble has the opportunity to gain military merit, and there is a certain threshold to participate in military operations. "Uncle, how many military merits do you still need?" Waylon turned his head to look at Alcott and Edgar and asked, "During my time as Lord, I have obtained 13 military exploits. Together with the exploits inherited from my father, the total is 27. I still need 3 to meet the standard." Edgar spoke first. Then, Alcott also spoke up. "I have accumulated a total of 25 military merits, and I still need 5 more. If we're assigned to a second-tier support role this time, we might not get much credit. We'll just have to wait for the next opportunity. And this wait could be more than 10 or 20 years. After all, there aren't many battles on the western border, so the opportunities to gain military merit are even fewer." Listening to the words of his 2 cousins and looking at their ages, Waylon knew very well that they were not exaggerating. "Sir, there is a gentleman visiting outside, claiming to be Lord Wayleen's aunt." A silver knight entered the tent and reported to Orcott. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Waylon explained, "Cousin, uncle, it should be Aunt Flora. Please invite him in." The silver knight obeyed the order and left the tent. A moment later, a heroic female knight entered the tent. Flora looked around, smiled at Waylon, and then formally introduced herself. "Flora Akers, of the lineage of Earl and Ducey, greets all of you. Alcott Akers, from the lineage of Earl Eagle. Edgar X, from the line of Count Michis. Brian Akers, from the lineage of Earl Eagle. Wellen X, from the lineage of Earl Eagle." After everyone introduced themselves to each other, Waylon was the first to speak. "Auntie, come and sit here." Flora didn't hesitate and went straight to Waylon and sat down. Afterwards, Waylon acted as a contact person to ease the serious atmosphere. In a short while, everyone was having a great conversation. Thanks to the family's good education and family tradition, the barriers between strangers quickly melted away for people with common ancestors. "Flora, you have developed very well, much better than us," Alcott said with a heartfelt sigh. "Cousin Alcott, you can't say that. You are all working hard outside with the support of your family. Unlike us, we have the help of our elders, the road ahead is smooth, and we don't have so many worries." Flora said humbly, "You can't say that. The elders are just guides. You couldn't have achieved what you have today without your own efforts." Edgar shook his head and said to Flora with a smile. At this moment, Waylon said, "Aunt, do you know how the military reorganization is being carried out this time?" Alcott and Edgar turned their heads and stared at Flora. Even Brian, who was just standing by, was no exception. He looked at his distant aunt with bright eyes. "I have some understanding of the military organization." Flora thought for a moment and replied, "According to the commander's plan, our knight's headquarters will serve as the central army, while the noble army will be divided into the left and right armies. The right army will serve as the logistics and cleanup force." "Well, do you know the list?" Alcott asked tremblingly. Hearing this, Flora shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but my eldest brother might know." Suddenly, Flora slapped her head and said, "Oh, I suddenly remembered what I came here for." "Aunt, why are you looking at me?" Waylon asked in confusion as he saw Flora turned her head and stared at him. "Of course it's a good thing." Flora rubbed Waylon's head and said, "I have planned a good job for you this time. Others are waiting there. Come with me quickly." "Yeah." Waylon suppressed his inner doubts and nodded in agreement. Flora stood up and said to the other 3, "I'll find out about the list. If possible, I'll have my eldest brother try to get you to the left army." "Thank you." The 3 stood up and expressed their gratitude. Then, Flora pulled Waylon out. At this moment, there were only 3 of them left in the tent. "If it works, we can't let them help us for nothing. We must give them something in return." Alcott's words were quickly echoed by the other 2. Just letting the clan members work and enjoying the benefits for free without giving anything in return is not in line with their principles of doing things, nor is it in line with the family's principles of doing things. So the three of them agreed that if they could be assigned to the left-wing army, each of them would give 20 kilograms of mountain copper, a total of 60 kilograms as a reward, to be given to Flora's brother. Inside the Knights' headquarters, Flora brought Waylin to the logistics department. "Flora, you are late." A young female pastor stared at Flora and complained. Knowing she was in the wrong, Flora smiled sheepishly and said, "Moira, I'm sorry. I was chatting with the tribesmen for a while and forgot about this." "Oh," the young female pastor sighed. "Forget it. This is your nephew, right?" "Right." Flora quickly pulled Waylin in front of Moira and said, "Waylin, this is Moira Colombo, my good friend, a mid-level silver priest of the goddess of life, and also the head of the logistics team." Then, Flora turned to Moira and said, "Moira, this is my nephew. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, I understand. The commander just called a meeting of the combat unit officers. You should go quickly." "No." When Flora heard this, she spoke quickly and ran towards the largest tent of the Knights' headquarters without looking back. Chapter 69 Father's Fanatic Fan. "Waylin, come with me first." Moira looked up and down at her friend's nephew, then said gently, "Yes." Waylin followed Moira, constantly considering what role he would play in the upcoming operation. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the right area of the Knights' residence. Looking around, countless knights, servants, and laborers were carrying supplies. Along the way, people kept putting down their work and saluting Moira. From the looks in these people's eyes, it could be seen that everyone had nothing but respect for the mid-silver level priest in front of them. This was his most intuitive feeling. It seems that this priest has a good reputation in the Knights. Waylin thought as he followed Moira into a tent. The interior of the tent is simply decorated, with a miniature statue of the goddess of life placed in the center. On the left is a resting place, and on the right are various holy waters of life, medicines, and herbs. "Come, sit down, let's talk for a while." Looking at the other person's very friendly face and gentle and pleasant voice, Waylin felt at ease. He came to the opposite side of Moira and sat upright on the small stool. "You are from the line of the Axe family." Moira poured a cup of tea for Waylin and asked. Waylin took a sip of tea and slowly said, "I am the 5th son of the Earl of Eagle, the current head of the Axe family. As I recall, the current Earl of Eagle is His Excellency Angus, known as the kingdom's military god, the destroyer of the mountain dwarf Bora Legion, the honorary bishop of the Church of Life, and the commander of the extra staff legion of the 3rd Kingdom of Holy Dawn." Moira said, covering her mouth in surprise. Yes. Waylin didn't know his father was so powerful, so he could only nod reluctantly. Ever since he was born, his father Angus always looked majestic. He didn't expect that he had so many titles, but he had never heard his mother or other elders mention them. "Well, do you have a portrait of Lord Angus?" Moira stood up suddenly and shook Waylin's hand and asked excitedly. Seeing the reserved pastor in front of him turn into a crazy fan, in seconds, Waylin almost spit out the tea he had not yet swallowed. Moira also realized that she had lost her composure. She smiled awkwardly, let go of Waylin's hand, and sat on the small stool like a lady. Lady Moira. Just call me sister." Moira interrupted Waylin, her gentle tone but with a firm attitude. "Sister Moira, I don't have a portrait of my father." "Oh." Moira looked a little lost, but then quickly recovered. "Well, do you have a keepsake from Sir Angus? I mean, something not too important that he gave you. Could you please give me one for my collection?" Waylin looked at Moira's eyes filled with desire and was too embarrassed to refuse, so he vaguely responded, "Rome, let me think about it." "It's okay, Waylin, take your time to think about it." Moira suppressed her inner desire and spoke softly. After more than 10 minutes, Waylin thought about it for a long time and finally said, "Sister Moira, I have a wooden toy that my father gave me, but it is now in my territory." Moira waved her fist excitedly when she heard Waylin's words. "Waylin, after the military operation is over, can you let me go with you to your territory?" Feeling the eager gaze from the other side, Waylin nodded. "Of course." Moira suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, "By the way, is there anything you need my help with? I know everything about building planning, potion making, carving magic circles, guiding goddess statues, etc." Waylin was really shocked by what he knew despite his young age. "Sister Moira, I have a potion growing in my territory. I hope you can. Leave it to me. I'll take care of the potion planting plan, preparation process, and even sales channels for you." Before Waylin could finish, Moira stood up and waved her hand, taking charge of everything, which left him stunned. "Ahem, let's talk about your arrangements during the military operation. Kindness, Waylon said softly. Then Moira came to the bed and pulled out a letter from under the pillow. This is the appointment letter. Take a look at it first. I'll explain it to you later. Waylon took the official letter, opened it, and read it carefully. A few minutes later, Moira watched Waylon close the letter and began to explain, for the remainder of the operation, you and your troops will be assigned to the support unit under my supervision. Your primary duties will be protecting the chaplain, transporting the wounded, and collecting and burying the bodies of the fallen. This duty is relatively safe. Unless you encounter special circumstances, you will not go to the battlefield. Finally, after the military operation is over, your contribution will be converted into a military merit. At the end, Moira added, as the situation escalates, the number of military merits will also increase. Anyway, since Flora has handed you over to me, I won't let anything happen to you. After hearing this, Waylon was silent for a moment, then stood up and bowed to Moira, saying, thank you. In the next half day, Waylon incorporated the troops he brought with him into the logistics system of the 16th Knights, accepted the management of the logistics director Moira, and became familiar with the content of their duties. On August 16th, the day after the scheduled assembly date, the reorganization began. The 11,000-man headquarters of the 16th Knights were organized into the Central Army, commanded by the Grand Master of the Knights, Madmonki Colombo. 3 Viscount families and 6 Baron families, totaling more than 13,000 people, were organized into the Left Army, commanded by Monkas Lawak, who came from a Viscount family that had been passed down for 400 years. The 3,000 provincial troops of Cardro Province, 8 barons, totaling 9,000 people, were organized into the Right-Wing Army, commanded by the Provincial Deputy Governor Card Monk, who was responsible for the logistical support of the Central and Left-Wing armies and the necessary security work. Waylon, standing in the logistics team, looked at the 3 noble flags moving towards the Left Army, and then looked at Flora not far away, thinking that he owed his 2 uncles and cousin a big favor. Now, even he didn't know how to repay Flora for helping him. Set off. Dozens of messengers shouted loudly. The order was given and the Central Army set off first. At the end of the team, Waylon sat in the logistics troop carriage, looking at the endless marching troops. Don't get disconnected at the back. Carriages 15 to 20 need help. Ryan, take 10 people with you. Those in front, don't delay, keep up with the combat troops. Moira rode a horse back and forth in the logistics troops, adjusting the personnel structure, strengthening protection, and doing a good job of coordination. She looked like a strong woman, and there was no trace of the crazy star chaser she had before. Chapter 70, an accident happened. Over the next half-month, the Central Army was unstoppable, and countless goblin and ogre clans were wiped out. The entire operation went unexpectedly smoothly. Apart from the low-level monster clans, almost no trace of any medium or high-level monster clans was found. In the logistics camp, the clerk was numbly counting the left ears of a group of goblins and gnolls. At the same time, a steady stream of monster left ears were being transported over. The busy ones are busy to death, the idle ones are idle to death. Waylon sighed and continued to lie on the straw-covered flatbed and supervised the work leisurely. Since the military operation began, as an idler in the logistics camp, Moira had to arrange a supervisor position for Waylon to make him less bored. After counting the monster's left ears, a clerk came to Waylon's side and reported, "Sir, the count is complete. 1,327 goblins and 869 kobolds. No falsification. They are all genuine professionals. Since it's all right, put it in a bag, label it with the unit it belongs to, and keep it in the back." Waylon took the list presented by the clerk with both hands, put it in his pocket, waved his hand, and gave him instructions. Yes. The clerk stepped back and began to direct the staff to continue working. Compared to Waylon's leisurely and comfortable mood, the atmosphere in the Knights' central tent was very serious. The commander of the 16th Knights, Madmunch, looked through the report in his hand, his expression becoming more and more serious. When the officers below saw their commander's expression, they all sat up straight, without their usual casualness and freedom. Such a large area, a full 100,000 square kilometers, is filled with goblin and dog-headed man clans, and there is not a single silver or above one. Madmonkey closed the report and muttered to himself, "Captain, there might be some conspiracy in the Grey Wasteland. We must report it to our superiors as soon as possible." A middle-aged man sitting in the first seat on the left spoke up. "Theodore, I remember the last time monsters attacked the western border was because of the dragon battle, forcing the monster clans to continuously attack the western defense line." The first person on the right, Zhong Yin Yin, stood up and answered, "Yes, Captain. The Kingdom investigation team has conducted an investigation and reached the conclusion you stated. Suddenly, a silver knight rushed into the tent, knelt on one knee, and reported loudly, "Captain, the Griffin Knight has arrived. Hurry, let him in." Mad Monkey suddenly had a bad premonition and said hurriedly. Outside the tent, most of the silver transcendents, including Waylin, looked at the Griffin Knight descending from the sky and had a premonition that something big was about to happen. In border areas, it is a default rule that Griffin riders will not be used as messengers unless absolutely necessary. "Sister Moira, do you know what's going on?" Waylin came to Moira's side, watched the Griffin Knight head towards the command tent, and asked in a deep voice. "I don't know for now, but these leisurely days are coming to an end." Moira shook her head and said. Inside the tent, the Griffin Knight first saluted Mad Munch to express his respect, then took out a photo stone and placed it in the center of the tent, and then took out a low-level magic crystal as the driving energy of the photo stone. "Mad Monkey, I am Jerome Raiden, Governor of Lunsa Province and Commander-in-Chief of the Western Defense Line. Hundreds of thousands of monsters are attacking the defense lines of the 3 provinces of Lunsa, Esther, and Danny. I order you to lead your elite troops through the teleportation array in Cardro Province and rush to their aid immediately. This order has been approved by His Majesty the King." An old man with a white beard announced the order with an air of authority without even getting angry. Mad Monkey stood up, beat his chest, and saluted, saying, "Yes, sir." Afterwards, the energy of the low-level magic crystal was exhausted, and the image on the photo stone disappeared. The Griffin Knight put away the image stone and saluted, saying, "Sir, I have to go to the next location. I will take my leave first. Kindness." After the Griffin Knights left, Mad Monkey looked around and gave an order. "Order the left and right armies to assemble here before noon tomorrow." "Yes." The crowd responded loudly and then retreated. In the afternoon, the entire base became busy at a speed visible to the naked eye. At night, Flora entered Moira's tent, took off her helmet, and placed it casually on the wooden box next to her. "Flora, what is my father's plan?" Moira finished her prayer, stood up, and looked at her friend, asking with some concern. "The captain's plan is a bit complicated." Flora came to Moira's bed, lay down on the bed, and said with her eyes closed. Moira climbed onto the bed and knelt at the head of it, placing Flora's head on her knees and gently rubbing her temple. Should the entire night order go to support the defense of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Danny, while the noble army stays behind to guard against the remaining monsters in the Grey Wasteland? Flora felt more relaxed than ever before, changed into a more comfortable position, and replied slowly, "No." "Then what do you say?" "The captain's plan is to leave behind all the knight's apprentices and ordinary logistics personnel, and to combine the combat troops and priests into an elite noble army to travel light." Moira frowned and said, "So, my father means that the remaining noble troops and knights should be on guard against the monsters in the Grey Waste?" "That's what the captain meant. So if this is a trick they're using to lure the tiger away from the mountain, then we don't need Cardero Province anymore." Many adults, including Deputy Captain Theodore, have raised this issue, but the captain convinced us. Flora leaned her head upwards and continued, "How can this be allowed? If all the high-end combat forces are taken away, if a monster attacks, millions of people in Cardero Province will be exposed to danger. I need to go and persuade him." Moira jumped to her feet. "Ouch." Flora rubbed the back of her head, then grabbed Moira, who was about to leave, and said, "Don't go. The captain is under a lot of pressure, and this is a decision we have no choice but to make. Just think about it. If the defenses of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Danny are breached, hundreds of millions of people in the western region will be exposed to threat. The legendary warriors of the Grey Wasteland will definitely meet their end. So, you've tacitly given up on these millions of people." Meeting Moira's gaze, Flora nodded silently. You. "So, I'm applying to stay." Flora interrupted Moira and said with a smile, "For the sake of the overall situation, the captain and the others have to do this, but I can stay. The defense lines of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Danny are not short of junior combat power. What they lack are strong men like the captain and a well-organized knight order. Then I will. You can't stay here. As a silver priest, you play a vital role." Flora sat up and stared at Moira, saying solemnly, "With you here, fewer people in the knights will die." Chapter 71. The conspiracy begins to emerge. After some struggle, Moira finally nodded in agreement. Flora was relieved to see that Moira agreed, and then she lay down on the bed to rest. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Moira covered her forehead helplessly, skillfully took off Flora's armor, then walked out of the tent, brought a basin of hot water, and wiped her. More than 20 minutes later, after Moira finished her work, she lay down next to Flora and began to rest. At the same time, in another independent tent, Waylon stared at the map of the western part of the kingdom while summarizing and speculating on the information collected today. The defenses of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Dani are under massive attack. The surrounding provinces will inevitably deploy troops to support them, and the famine cult incident will break out in September. Is there any connection between these 2 events? After carefully analyzing the information in his hand, Waylon had some uncertain thoughts in his mind. My lord. Kyle opened the curtain and walked in, saluting Waylon with a chest beat. Kyle, come on, sit down. Waylon put down the information in his hand and turned to pour a cup of tea for Kyle. Kyle, who had just landed on the bench, stood up again hurriedly, took the teacup from Waylon with both hands, and took a sip carefully. Take a look at the information here first. I'd like to hear your opinion. Kyle put the teacup aside, took the information on the low table, compared it with the map, read it carefully, and thought about it carefully. 10 minutes later, Kyle put down the information in his hand, shook his head, and said, Master, please forgive my stupidity. I didn't notice anything unusual. After hearing this, Waylon stroked his chin and muttered to himself, I think it's probably what I was thinking. The higher-ups should classify this as a monster-on-border conflict. It is reasonable for Kyle to come to such a conclusion based on the existing intelligence information without knowing about the famine cult incident. As a knight who worked his way up from a serf, Kyle's judgment of things surpassed many people, despite his limited experience. Go down first, and don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Yes. Kyle stood up, saluted, and then left the tent. Then, Waylon lit the information written on the parchment and threw it into the brazier. After it burned out, he blew out the oil lamp and began to rest. Late at night, in the province of Mani, the earldom of Falkreath, the central city of Falkreath, a prosperous city with a population of over 200,000. In the basement of the city lord's mansion, 4 men in black robes met. We've received orders from the front line. 2 night orders and 50,000 provincial troops from Mani province have set out. At the same time, we've ordered 2 marquises and 6 earls in the province to assemble 80,000 troops. Earl Falkreath is also assembling his troops and is expected to leave Falkreath city in 3 days. A man in a black robe spoke first. Then, another man in a black robe reported, I've received a dispatch order from the Bishop of the Church of Life in Mani province. The entire Church of Life in earldom of Falkreath needs to mobilize 300 priests and 800 church knights to the front lines. In the end, the church will only have a little over 100 priests and 200 church knights left. It's similar here, a muscular man in a black robe said. The Falkreath Adventurers Guild needs to dispatch 8 bronze adventurer groups of over 100 people to the front lines. The rest are just a handful, nothing to worry about. 5 days later, let our people take action and offer sacrifices to our God. The leading man in black robes cheered enthusiastically while performing a prayer ceremony. For our God. The other 3 also lowered their heads silently and began to pray. The next morning, a large number of noble troops arrived one after another, making the entire camp noisy. In the logistics camp, Flora washed up and went straight to Waylon's tent. Kyle, who was standing guard at the door, looked at Flora coming towards him, leaned forward and saluted. Good morning, Master Flora. Is Waylon still resting? Yes, sir, you went to bed very late yesterday. Kyle stood at the door of the tent, showing no sign of moving aside. Meanwhile, Waylon had just gotten out of bed and put on his clothes when he heard Flora's voice. Kyle, let Aunt Flora Indiana. Yes. Hearing his master's order, Kyle stepped aside and lifted the curtain. Please come in, sir. Flora nodded and then entered the tent. Aunt, you're here. Well, it's been a while. Flora sat down on the bench. After Waylon finished packing, he turned to Flora and asked, Aunt, what's going on? I believe you have also received the news that the knights are heading towards the defense line of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Dani. Do you want to stay or go with them? Seeing Waylon was about to give an answer without thinking, Flora spoke up first. Think it through. Going to the defense line of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Dani is a good place to gain military merit. This kind of opportunity is rare. Aunt, what about you? Waylon asked back when he saw this. My team and I will stay here, Flora said with a smile. Is it for the safety of the Cadero province? After hearing this, Flora nodded in agreement. The answer Waylon got was not much different from what he had guessed. Aunt, I don't have big ambitions. I just want to develop my territory. I usually don't do risky things. If you need my help, I can stay and help you. What will happen to the safety of your territory if you stay? Flora asked with concern. Waylon shook his head and said, My territory has 14 silver knights alone, and there's also a powerful warrior guarding it. Those below legendary rank cannot threaten my territory, but that's limited to my territory. Good boy, is this the person your father secretly sent? Flora asked in surprise. Aunt, you think too much. This is my own opportunity and has nothing to do with my father. Flora was extremely surprised when he heard this. He thought he knew Waylin very well, but he didn't expect that he was just the tip of the iceberg and was quite mysterious. Then, Flora, beg you to stay and help me. Flora suddenly stood up and said with a serious expression, I'm happy to help. Let's go have breakfast. I have a meeting later. Kindness. At the afternoon meeting, most of the nobles agreed to lead their troops to support the defense line of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East and Dani. For them, military achievements are rare and opportunities are even rarer. 2 days later, the elite members of the Knights Templar were mixed with the elite troops of the nobles, totaling 6,000 people, including 1 soul level strongman, 5 gold level, 400 silver level, and more than 5,500 bronze level, and went to the provincial capital of Cardro province, preparing to use the teleportation array to support the defense line of the 3 provinces of Linsa, East and Dani. Chapter 72, the border of Cardro province, forming a defense force. In addition, the remaining personnel were organized into a defense force, responsible for the border defense of the Cardro province while the knights went to support the defense line of the 3 provinces of Linsa, Esther and Dani. What surprised Waylin was that Alcott, Edgar and Brian actually stayed behind and did not follow the knights to provide support, thus giving up the opportunity to gain military merit. Therefore, although there were still more than 26,000 people in the huge camp, the elite had already been withdrawn. Waylin, let's start, Flora said to Waylin beside her. Inside the command tent, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Waylin. Everyone, the defense force currently has 36 silver-level professionals, 373 bronze-level professionals, approximately 18,000 apprentices, and the remaining 8,000 are all civilian laborers and logistical support personnel. As for food, it's enough for us to eat for more than a year. In terms of weapons and equipment, it's enough to sustain the defense forces in 2 high-intensity battles. Report completed. Seeing Waylin sitting back down, Flora knocked on the table and asked, Now, tell me what you think. How do we defend this border? Alcott, the most senior man in the tent, stood up and spoke first. In my opinion, we should focus on clearing a certain area along the border, then build strongholds and defend these areas. If any unexpected situation arises, the nearest troops will rush to support us. I agree. There is no doubt that the 2 nobles and the only pioneer knight in the tent directly expressed their attitudes, causing the other silver knights in the tent to look at each other in bewilderment. Apart from Flora's subordinates, the other 14 silver knights were all other nobles left behind to lead the army, but without noble status or military positions, they directly lost their voice. Inside the camp, there are roughly 3 forces. Flora and her 10 silver knights and a low-level silver priest are the military forces of the kingdom and the representatives of the knights. The 3 nobles, including Alcott and the pioneering knight Varen, belonged to the X family and were naturally a faction with 10 silver knights. In the end, the 14 silver knights from 14 noble families were forced to stay behind to lead the army. They could only huddle together for warmth and fight for the right to speak. 3 full minutes passed without Flora speaking out. The 14 noble representatives could only remain silent, all lowering their heads to admire the patterns on the carpet. Without the status of nobility or military, he was just an ordinary knight, which made it difficult for them to get hard. After an unknown amount of time, Flora looked at Alcott and nodded, then stood up and announced, My full name is Flora Akers, and I'm the current commander of the defense forces. For the safety of the province, I hope you will make a clear choice, or don't blame me for taking ruthless action. There was infighting, and Flora hated it. The 14 silver knights looked at each other, and they all understood in their hearts that they could either obey the commander's arrangements and complete the tasks assigned to them diligently, or be killed by the other party for a reason, and their lord would not dare to say a word afterwards, unless he wanted to make an enemy of the Ikes family. The next moment, all 14 stood up and saluted Flora, saying, In the name of the goddess of life, we swear that until the military operation is over and the Lord returns, we will unconditionally obey the commander's orders. Okay, since we have reached a consensus, let's start the operational meeting and make the next arrangements. Get the map. The 2 silver knights standing behind Flora received the order and immediately spread out the detailed map of Cardro province and part of its surrounding area, which was restored in gray, on the carpet. Alcott, you deploy. Yes, sir. Alcott took the map stick from Flora and tapped various locations on the map. He began to deploy. 5 locations outside the border need to be cleared out. Sir, does the lowest area close to the border of Sepuluo province also need to be cleaned up? A silver knight from the 14th noble faction asked directly. Waylon looked at the place the other party mentioned, and it was indeed the area right in front of the Qixing Lake. Remembering that no one had a meeting to discuss the matter last night, Waylon wanted to ask the elders to cancel the area so that he could handle it himself. Unexpectedly, Flora said, "If you stay to help your aunt, I must give you some compensation. That's it. Otherwise, be careful that I beat you up." "Why? Do you have any objections?" Flora stared at the silver knight who spoke, with an unspoken warning in her eyes. "Sir, he's having a brain meltdown. We have no objection to that." A leading silver knight from one of the 14 noble factions stepped forward hastily and glared fiercely at the silver knight who had just spoken. "In that case, the first stage is to clear these 5 areas, and the second stage is to build a stronghold for defense." Seeing that the incident had subsided, Alcott continued to narrate. Afterwards, personnel were assigned to carry out the tasks. Alcott, Edgar, Brian, and Flora were each responsible for one area, and the other area was handed over to a leading knight from one of the 14 noble factions. Under Flora's tough attitude, the army responsible for clearing the Yellowstone area of the Gray Wasteland where the Praying Star Lake is located has the largest number of troops, reaching more than 8,000 people, and is commanded by Flora herself. Not surprisingly, Waylon was assigned to Flora. After the meeting, the troops began to reorganize. In order to achieve the goal of controlling the army, Flora, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian only wanted ordinary soldiers and low-level officers, and did not need middle and high-level officers, so as not to affect the command efficiency. Under Flora's tough attitude, the 14 noble factions had no choice but to accept it. At night, in a remote tent in the camp, the Silver Knights of the 14 noble factions gathered here during the day. "Starting with me," said a leading silver-level mid-level knight. "My master left behind 2,200 men, but Lord Flora took away 1,500 of them, leaving less than 700. "You're still doing relatively well," a baron's representative said dejectedly. "My master left behind 800 men, but 700 were taken away, leaving less than 100. I'm about the same. 80% of the soldiers were taken away for reorganization, leaving me with only 200. One after another, military commanders from other aristocratic factions reported on their situations. The leading silver mid-level knight took a look and found that the total strength of the 14 people was only 6,000, with a total of 13,000 people being withdrawn. "Damn it, that damn woman, if it weren't for—" "Shut up. If you want to die, don't take us with you." The low-ranking silver knight who had talked back during the day couldn't help but complain, but was interrupted forcefully. Even the other silver knights kept their distance from him and stared at him coldly. Chapter 73, The Border of Cartero Province, Lumen Mountain. "It's just a Count's family. What are you afraid of?" Seeing himself being isolated in an instant, the low-level silver knight couldn't help but yell. "Is it because you, a fool, don't know the whole story and think the Ikes family is just a family of earls? As a baron family born into a wealthy family, I advise you to report to your lord and learn more about the outside world. Don't just focus on this small place like Cartero Province. Shut up now, or I'll make you, a fool, disappear on the road before you bring disaster upon us." All the silver knights around could not help but scold, which made the low-level silver knight realize that the situation was not good. He automatically retreated to the end and dared not say a word. He was determined not to express his opinions until he finished his defense duty, so as not to bring trouble to his master. The silver high knight took a cold look, then regained his amiable expression. "This area is located at the northern end of the border of Cadlo Province, near the border of the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. There are still quite a few centaurs active outside the cleared area. Everyone, gather here and have a good discussion. Yes, think about it from another perspective. Our team has the most high-end combat power and has an incomparable advantage over other troops." When everyone heard this, they thought about it for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case, so they started discussing it heatedly, except for a certain idiot. The next morning, according to the original plan, the defense force was divided into 5 teams and left the knight's original base. During the march, Flora called Waylon aside and asked, "Is there anything in your territory that needs to be resolved? We can solve it during this operation." After hearing this, Waylon thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. My territory has only been developed for a year, and the scope of my reconnaissance is not very large." "I see." Flora then called the messenger over and asked him to call the deputy commander. A moment later, A knight on a warhorse came up the hill from the front of the team, dismounted, saluted Flora, and said, "Captain, you are looking for me." "Miller, how is the unit's integration going?" "It's going very smoothly," Miller reported to Flora. "The lower-level soldiers haven't shown any resistance. Judging from the information reported by the commanders of each unit, almost all the lower-level officers are actively cooperating with our command of the troops. With the exception of a very few, I've sent them to the Spearhead Battalion to eliminate them in the first wave. Well, let them be more careful and gradually gain control of the troops during the march, so as to avoid being caught off guard when the cleanup begins." Flora nodded with satisfaction. "Second, within the existing area, have the scouts expand their reconnaissance range and mark all tribes with more than 300 monsters." "Yes, Captain." Miller then rode off the hill. "Commander, I'll go down too." After seeing Miller leave, Wei Lin said to Flora, "Well, go down and take this opportunity to exercise more." "Yes." Then, Wei Lin rode the red phosphorus horse and went to the rear of the marching team. As a Silver Knight, he also gained command of a 1,000-man team. In order to better control the troops, Wei Lin used the 200 infantrymen he brought with him as the backbone and mixed them with the 800 people assigned to him. At the same time, he also organized 20 knight attendants into a supervising team and messengers to help him convey orders and command the troops. Looking at the orderly marching troops, Wei Lin nodded with satisfaction. "My lord, do we need to send someone to contact Lord Baird and the others in advance?" Cal rode up to Wei Lin and asked. After some thought, Wei Lin ordered, "Send 2 men back to inform Baird and Orlando and the others to gather the troops and be on standby at any time, in case they are needed." "Yes." After Kyle's suggestion, Wei Lin had a bold idea in his mind. If possible, after the defense forces evacuate, they can occupy their temporary earthen forts and use them as a forward base for developing the Grey Wasteland. After 5 days of normal marching, the team of 8,000 people successfully arrived at the pre-planned location, Lumen Mountain, a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Wei Lin followed Flora, stepped on the rocks on the Deer Gate, and looked at the earthen walls around him, which had become broken ruins. 300 years ago, this was a werewolf city. Miller, who was standing behind Flora, suddenly spoke. "Here?" Wei Lin asked uncertainly. "Yes, it's here." Miller nodded and continued. 300 years ago, my ancestor was an adventurer and once came here. In his diary, he clearly recorded Lumen Mountain City, a small knoll town with over 6,000 gnolls living there at the time. "I see. It's just that this place is quite dilapidated." As for why the situation had turned out like this, Wei Lin had a rough idea. "Miller, have someone clean up this place first, set up camp, and start assigning clear tasks tomorrow." "Yes, Captain." Subsequently, a team of 1,000 people arrived and began to clear the rubble and soil on the ground and level the land. There are a total of 1,000 people, all of whom are professionals. Each one is equivalent to 3 or 4 strong laborers, and they work very efficiently. Towards the afternoon, a large area of land was leveled, and then a large number of marching tents were set up. At night, in the command tent, the commander, deputy commander, 8 centurions and other officers came here for a meeting. After consultation between Miller and I, we have issued the following orders. Including Wei Lin, 8 centurions stood up and waited for orders from Commander Flora. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7,000-man teams will serve as the 1st Battalion, and the 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8,000-man teams will serve as the 2nd Battalion. With a half-month cycle, the 2 battalions will take turns clearing and fortification missions. I declare that the 1st Battalion will be responsible for the clearing mission, and the 2nd Battalion will be responsible for the city construction mission. Tomorrow, I will distribute the combat missions to each captain, and the day after tomorrow, I will officially begin implementing the plan." "Yes." The 8 centurions answered loudly and then returned to the ranks. Flora looked around and continued to give orders. "Logistics troops, complete the logistics supply mission and ensure the safety of food and military equipment." "Yes, sir." Logistics Minister, a Silver Knight, stood up and answered loudly. "The meeting is over now. Everyone, go back and have a good rest." "Yes." Everyone left the tent one by one and headed to the area where their troops were located. As the captain of the 7,000-man team, Wei Lin came to the upper left area of the camp. "My lord, do you need me to gather all the centurions?" Cal stepped forward and saluted when he saw Wei Lin coming back. "No, let them have a good rest and assign tasks tomorrow." "Yes." Cal took his leave and Wei Lin went straight into his tent and laid down on the carpet to rest. Chapter 74. The border of the Cadlo province. Expectations of the lower-level soldiers. The next morning, Waylon received the order document issued by Flora. According to the order, in the next half-month, he needs to lead a team of 7,000 people to eliminate 3 goblin tribes with more than 300 people, 3 ogre tribes with more than 300 people, and the remaining more than 20 small tribes of various sizes. Kyle, have someone go to the logistics center to get some food. At the same time, have everyone get ready. There's no need to train today, so get some rest. Kyle, who was standing guard outside the tent, heard Waylon's voice and answered loudly, "Yes, my lord." Afterwards, Waylon found a map and marked out the monster clans and tribes that needed to be eliminated one by one according to the directions on the order document. His 7,000-man team is responsible for the upper left area of the camp, which covers an area of about 3,000 square kilometers and is home to 2 tributaries of the Huangsha River system, resulting in a high density of monster clans. It's a feng shui treasure land. Waylon firmly believed that this place would belong to him in the future and no one could take it away from him. After a day of rest, Waylon left the camp with 1,100 men from the 7,000-man team and officially began the clearing mission. Flora woke up early and stood on the makeshift watchtower, watching the 7,000th team leave. She instructed Miller, who was standing beside her, "Keep an eye on Waylon's movements. I don't want him to be in any danger." "Yes, Captain." Miller obeyed his captain's orders unconditionally. After all, his life was given to him by the captain. It was a painful task to open up a road in the wilderness. Waylon looked helpless as he saw that it took 3 hours to advance only 20 kilometers. "My lord, this road is too difficult to walk on. There are thorn bushes everywhere. If we didn't have armor to protect ourselves, we would probably have been injured." Kyle cleared the branches and leaves on the mount and came to Waylon to report. "Have the troops stop and rest on the spot. I will replan the route." Waylon had not expected that it would be so difficult to march here. It was because he, as the commander, had not done his job well. On a huge rock nearby, Waylon had someone spread out the map, mark the current location on it, and start thinking of countermeasures. Next to it is the nearest tributary of the Huangsha River system. We only need to move 5 or 6 kilometers to the north to reach it. According to Waylon's guess, the road along the river must be easier than clearing a path through the bushes, but he was not sure whether his guess was correct or not. After all, he had never seen it. "Take a gamble. If nothing works, we'll just have to spend a lot of time and force our way through." Fortunately, the magic power in the eastern area of the Gray Wasteland is thin, otherwise they would not only have to face the complex thorny bushes, but also the sudden appearance of magical beasts and ferocious beasts. In the afternoon, Waylon adjusted his direction and moved north. After 2 hours of marching, we finally arrived at an unknown tributary of the Huangsha River, a river about 5 or 6 meters wide. Standing by the stream, Waylon looked upstream and downstream. With a broad view, he said with some joy, "Good, it's true. It's much better than that damn jungle. My lord, thanks to your wise decision, we were freed from that green cage." Kyle admired sincerely from the side. "Okay, let the soldiers rest for a while, and then we will set off again and try to complete the task of wiping out the first goblin tribe tomorrow afternoon." Hearing the praise from his subordinates, Waylon felt very happy and gave Kyle the order with a smile. Yes. When thousands of people heard that they needed to take a break, they all found a place to sit near the river and enjoyed the rare coolness. The sweltering jungle brought them nothing but misery. Under the oppression of the officers, as low-level soldiers, they were unable and had no right to express their opinions. "Black Hammer, your lord is so kind that he even gave us some time to rest." "Exactly. Unlike our Lord Baron, who whips us with a whip while riding on his horse, complaining that we can't keep up with the speed." By the river, a small team sat together, talking in low voices. "It is the blessing of the gods that I, Black Hammer, can meet Lord Waylon. It is because of your grace that I am who I am today." Black Hammer narrated with a pious look on his face. They had heard this many times, but instead of feeling disgusted, they felt sympathy and envy for this 16-year-old boy. Compared to the Black Hammers who were born as serfs, they were at least born as commoners and had limited choices and channels for advancement. Thinking about what our Lord looks like, I really want to take my family to the Praying Star Lake." A soldier in his 30s complained. "You are courting death. If your Lord's officers hear you, you will suffer the consequences when you return." An old soldier beside him was horrified and quickly covered his mouth. He looked around vigilantly and only gave him advice after he found that there was no officer. "Old Mike, don't tell me, if it weren't for, well, I just don't know if there is any way." The others sighed, and then fell silent as an officer came towards them. After the patrol officer left, Black Hammer looked at his comrade and said dully, "How about I ask my former superior to see if there is any solution?" "Really, Black Hammer, Please. Black Hammer, may the goddess of life bless you. When everyone heard this, they all raised their heads and looked at Black Hammer with hope in their eyes. At this moment, Waylon did not know what was happening among the lower-level soldiers in the army. Instead, he was thinking about the best solution based on the information obtained by the scouts and the distance to the Goblin tribe. 20 kilometers downstream is the first Goblin tribe we've chosen. There are about 400 goblins. According to the most common estimation method in this world, the Goblin tribe's combat strength should be 70, which means 280 Goblin warriors. It's a bit difficult to block the news and prevent other monster tribes from knowing it, but it's not enough to stump me. Afterwards, Waylon had the maps put away and ordered the troops to move forward downstream along the river. In the lower reaches of an unknown tributary of the Huangsha River, there is a simple goblin camp. In the eyes of the goblins, this can be called a luxurious nest. A strong goblin is bullying the tribe. Ever since the chief and the great elder left with the elite fighting force of the tribe, this place has become his world. Acting chief, there seems to be some movement upstream. There are a lot more fish than usual. An ugly goblin entered the wooden shed and reported cautiously. There are so many fish, which means our god is blessing us. Now get out of here. The intense exercise was interrupted, and the acting goblin chief stared at the ugly guy fiercely. Yes. The ugly goblin rolled out of the wooden shed and was laughed at by the goblins beside him for a long time. He had no idea that destruction was coming. Chapter 75. Border of Cartero Province. Strange situation of border monster clans. By nightfall, the army had arrived and camped 5 or 6 kilometers outside the Goblin tribe. There is a hill in front blocking the view, so the Goblin clan on the opposite side will not notice the unusual situation here. Lighting the oil lamps, Waylon called a meeting of the 10 centurions of the army. This is the first time our 7,000-man team has been in combat since its establishment. I don't care what your previous situation was. If you have any questions, please raise them now. I don't want to hear any other opinions when I give orders later. Waylon looked at everyone seriously and gave a cold warning. Among the 10 centurions, only 2 were brought by him, and the other 8 were not his direct subordinates, so he had no idea of their quality. After 5 or 6 minutes, when no one spoke, Waylon immediately asked Kyle to spread out the parchment. An enlarged map appeared in front of everyone, and with the help of the markings on it, they could clearly understand the surrounding terrain. In this first battle, we will completely annihilate the Goblin tribe here. The 3rd, 6th, and 10th 100-man teams will depart at 4 in the morning and circle to the downstream of the Goblin tribe to establish a blockade to prevent any fish from escaping. The 4th, 5th, and 700th troops will launch an attack from the jungle on the flanks, while also keeping a watch on the outer sides to prevent the enemy from receiving reinforcements. The rest of the troops will follow me and attack from the front. While giving orders, Waylon indicated the marching route on the parchment map. Strictly follow my orders. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Yes. The officers present answered loudly, not knowing whether out of fear or submission. Afterwards, Waylon announced the dissolution of the meeting and asked the centurions of each unit to go down and make preparations. My lord, I have something to report to you, Kyle said to Waylon after seeing everyone leave. Waylon saw Kyle's serious expression and directed his order toward the tent entrance. Disperse everyone within 20 meters of the tent. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Yes, my lord. The 10 knights on guard responded loudly and began to carry out the order. After a while, when everything around him became quiet, Waylon gestured for Kyle to sit down and talk. My lord, today the officers below report that our soldiers. After listening to Kyle's detailed report, Waylon Shin asked, is this situation common? A lot. There are no less than 10 cases reported to my subordinates. Is that so? Waylon fell into deep thought. He really needs veterans with rich combat experience. In addition, every soldier has a family behind him. If they are attracted to Qixing Lake, it will greatly alleviate the population gap. However, these were soldiers in the hands of other nobles after all, and were now only managed in the name of the defense force. They only had command power, but no ownership. This is not going to be easy. Waylon shook his head, unable to think of any good solution for a moment. It was not in his interest to offend so many nobles for the sake of a few hundred soldiers. Let's put this matter aside for now. Tell the officers below to keep it secret and not let it leak out. Waylon rubbed his temple and instructed Kyle. Yes. Kyle replied with his head down. Early in the morning, Waylon looked at the 400 people ready to go, and then looked at the sky. Set off. Following the winding river, 400 people traveled light and moved towards the Goblin tribe at the fastest speed. Near noon, the main attack force arrived at the attack site. Through the gaps in the bushes, Wei Lin could clearly observe the specific situation outside the goblin tribe. Looking at the almost defenseless goblin tribe, Wei Lin stood up, drew his knight's sword, and shouted orders. Attack! All 400 people stood up and, led by officers, launched an attack on the goblin tribe at the foot of the hill. The goblin who was lazing around on the periphery noticed the sudden appearance of humans and screamed, signaling to his tribe that an enemy was attacking. Wow, 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 wow. The goblins in the camp rushed out with wooden hammers, stone axes, and harpoons, but were quickly killed to pieces. They could not hold out for more than 3 minutes before they fled in all directions. A strong goblin saw his people fleeing in all directions, screamed a few times, and was then beheaded by an ordinary soldier. Seeing the soldiers attacking the camp, Wei Lin, who was standing on the hill commanding the troops, felt incredible. That's it. That should be the case. Cao replied with his head down. Let's go and take a look. Wei Lin, somewhat incredulous, walked down the hill and headed into the goblin camp. The remaining 30 or so goblins were driven to the center of the camp, surrounded by soldiers who were watching them with eager eyes. These old, weak, and sick people were so frightened that they buried their heads in the ground, hoping to get a little sense of security. Who speaks the common tongue? An ugly goblin heard the voice, looked up at the young man in exquisite armor gathered in the crowd, and said in the common language with a heavy accent, "Respected sir, I can speak it. Tell me, where are the warriors of your tribe?" Wei Lin came to the ugly goblin, put his sword in front of him, and spoke in a majestic tone. "Sir, our tribal chief and great elder have taken the warriors to follow the god. The god has left." Looking at the knight's long sword so close, the ugly goblin trembled with fear and stammered in response. God. Wei Lin frowned when he heard this crucial information. Could it be that gods are behind the attack on the western border? Then, Wei Lin shook his head and threw away these distracting thoughts. The sky has fallen, but there is a higher roof. He is just a small pioneer knight now, so why should he care about this? Clean it up. When the surrounding soldiers saw the centurion leave, they immediately surrounded him and killed all the remaining goblins. In the afternoon, the other 2 teams gathered at the goblin camp and reported to Wei Lin. In the next few days, Wei Lin wiped out several more monster clan tribes and found that the situation was similar to the previous goblin tribe. Almost all of them were old, weak, sick, and disabled, with only a few strong ones. Most of the capable fighters followed their so-called messengers of God and left. Half a month later, the 7,000-man team, having completed their mission, returned to the camp for rotation. When we left, Lumen Mountain was still a bare land, but when we returned, it was surrounded by 3 walls. Looking at the compact layer of soil above, Wei Lin had no doubt about his defensive capabilities. First, the troops went to the camp to rest, and then Wei Lin went to the central tent to report to Flora. "Aunt, this is roughly the situation. I suspect these monsters are plotting to gather an army and prepare to attack the provincial defense line." Wei Lin entered the tent and reported to Flora. "Your guess is correct, but there are some deviations," Flora said seriously as she pulled out a document from the table and handed it to Wei Lin to look at. Wei Lin was shocked and quickly opened it to check. Chapter 76, Famine Sacrifice. The day before yesterday, I received an official letter from the provincial governor, announcing that the monster coalition had begun attacking the border of Serfs province. Flora explained as Wei Lin was looking at the official letter. Wei Lin closed the official letter and asked with some concern, "Serfs province, will we face an impact here? It's not clear yet, but I think it's only a matter of time. So, we must speed up the process." Flora then changed the subject, her tone suddenly becoming serious. "Wellin, the governor is urging the nobles across the province to send troops to strengthen the defense forces. Another 5,000 provincial troops will be transferred here the day after tomorrow. Commander, please give your orders." Wei Lin stood up straight, looked at Flora, and said seriously, "Once the provincial army arrives, I will combine these 5,000 troops with your 7,000-man force into one army. We will build a fortress at the border between Serfs province and Cartero province to serve as an early warning force, forming a corner with Lumen Mountain. Please rest assured, Commander, I will definitely complete this mission." Wei Lin took the order solemnly without any resistance. Flora placed her hands on Wei Lin's shoulders, her head touching his, and said, "This is an opportunity for you to practice commanding an army of 10,000 men. This will allow you to fulfill your obligations in the future, lead your troops into the army, and gain a better position and voice, and earn the obedience of the nobles under your command. If you encounter danger, I mean when your life is in danger, save yourself first, and I will bear the consequences. Auntie, you. Look at me and answer my questions." "Yes, Auntie, I understand. I understand. Go back and have a good rest." Afterwards, Wayland left the command tent in a daze. Walking on the flat yellow land, Wayland touched his heart and felt very warm. This was a feeling he had never had before, not even from his mother. 3 days later, Wayland successfully took over 5,000 provincial troops and began a 7-day training for them. With Flora's support, Wayland planned to replace all officers who disobeyed orders within 7 days with officers who were willing to obey his orders and completely control these 5,000 people in his own hands. September 20th, Mani Province, Falkreath County, the central city of Falkreath. A large number of troops and personnel were withdrawn. Apart from 600 security personnel, there were only less than 2,000 city defense troops left in the entire city. Together with the personnel of the church and the Adventurers Guild, the total number was less than 3,500. In addition, the defense of the castle located 20 kilometers outside the city of Falkreath is empty. Apart from the basic personnel left behind, there are not many troops that can be mobilized. In the basement of the city lord's mansion, the bishop of the famine cult, the lord of Falkreath City, the priest of the Church of Life, and the president of the Adventure Guild gathered here. Tonight, offer a sacrifice to my god. Yes, bishop. The three men's eyes revealed their fanaticism for the god of famine. They prostrated themselves on the ground devoutly and knelt down to worship the statue. In Falkreath, thousands of cultists hid in the shadows, remaining silent. Hundreds of famine priests were stationed throughout Falkreath, awaiting orders from the famine bishop. At night, in the magic defense tower area of Falkreath City, the Lord of Falkreath easily entered the central area of the Mage Tower by relying on his identity. Good night, Master Waitley. The Lord of Falkreath greets a high-level silver mage. Good night, Lord Tevley. May I ask what brings you here? Out of courtesy, the silver mage asked the Lord of Falkreath. Of course. The Lord of Falkreath suddenly grew in size. His limbs turned into sharp claws. Thick hair covered his whole body, and his head evolved into a monster head, with a terrifying mouth occupying 1/3 of the head. A moment later, a monster about 6 or 7 meters tall appeared in front of the silver mage. Eat you. The terrifying sonic boom made the silver mage retreat again and again. Famine beast. Why are you here? Teacher, what should we do? The bronze wizard beside him got up from the ground and asked the silver wizard Watley. Quick, get out of here and go. Before the silver wizard Watley could finish his words, the famine beast suddenly pounced and cut the slow-dodging bronze wizard into several pieces. An appetizer. After swallowing it whole, the hungry beast felt extremely satisfied. Seeing his student die in front of him, the silver mage Watley attacked the famine beast like crazy. Dozens of fireballs were condensed and attacked the famine beast together. But in front of the gold-level famine beast, these attacks had no effect at all. In less than 3 minutes, the famine beast picked up the silver mage's head and threw it into its mouth. While chewing, it grabbed the remaining part of the corpse and walked towards the control center. In the mage tower, without exception, all the mages were swallowed by the famine beast and turned into part of its power. Speed up. Yes, Your Excellency. The famine beast responded in its mind, speeding up and heading towards the top of the mage tower. 10 minutes later, the reconnaissance array covering the city of Falkreath disappeared, and all the magic arrays on the city walls became ineffective. At the same time, a large number of famine believers appeared in the city and began their final carnival before the sacrifice. A large number of famine priests silently chanted sacrificial words and used themselves as nodes to form a huge sacrificial magic circle, covering the entire city of 200,000 people. Ha! 50 years of planning is finally going to succeed. The bishop of the famine order stood on the bell tower, looking at his masterpiece and venting his inner emotions. Half an hour later, a pillar of light rose into the sky and an evil aura spread in all directions. Everyone in the city of Falkreath is struggling, whether they are the high-ranking nobles or the poor slaves as low as dust. All are twisted by the omnipresent power of the evil god and turned into fuel. Even the cultists of the famine cult offered themselves as sacrifices, making the scope of this sacrifice even wider. I'm late. 30 kilometers outside the city of Falkreath, a space crack was torn open, and several legendary warriors flew out. Looking at the sacrificial ceremony that was gradually coming to an end, they felt powerless to save the situation. Archbishop, please take action. We cannot let this sacrifice affect the entire kingdom. A legendary knight saluted to the priest beside him, his tone firm. Alas, it will be hard for the West. I wonder how many believers will return to the embrace of the goddess. The archbishop of the life god cult of the kingdom of Elia, the legendary priest Saint Albert Tasman, tightly grasped the priest's staff, closed his eyes, communicated with the gods, and cast a spell. In an instant, A holy and gentle force appeared in the air, illuminating the entire night sky and constantly competing with the power generated by the famine sacrifice. At the same time, the life churches in all the eastern provinces of Mani province shone brightly, forming pillars that held up the curtain. Chapter 77: The Impact of Sacrifice and the Warning to the South. Kingdom of Ilya. As they competed with each other, the power of famine was blocked outside the light curtain, unable to move forward to the east, and instead continued to spread westward. Large areas of land were infected by the power of famine, trees withered, and rivers dried up. The closer to the province of Mani, the greater the impact, and gradually decreases westward. Under the gold, it was impossible to feel or see the spread of the power of famine. Apart from feeling a gust of wind blowing and the surroundings becoming more desolate, there was no feeling of anything unusual. In the icy area of Qixing Lake, Anastasia woke up from her meditation, came to the highest point of the ice castle, and looked at the black fog that was spreading in the distance. The power of evil has weakened a lot. This must be the evil god sacrifice that Waylon mentioned last time. It really happened. However, it's quite far from here. If we focus on protecting the entire Praying Star Lake, it should be possible. Afterwards, Anastasia came to the bottom of the ice castle and used the magic power of the elemental pool to resist the tiny storm of evil god's power. The extremely thin power of famine touched the barrier that Anastasia had tried her best to build, and they collided with each other and turned into nothingness, thus preserving thousands of square kilometers of land in Qixing Lake. Across the provincial borders, the effects of famine sacrifices gradually became apparent in comparison. At dawn, in the province of Mani, the legendary knight looked at the deserted city of Falkreath. In just one night, 200,000 people were inexplicably sacrificed. Legendary Reverend Saint Albert Tasman fell to the ground and silently delivered a eulogy. A legendary wizard cast a time rewind spell, and scenes from the past 10 years in Mani province kept appearing in his mind to obtain information. Bernier, how's it going? In response to the legendary knight's question, the legendary mage Bernier opened his eyes and replied, "This plot has been going on for over 10 years. The mastermind's identity is unknown due to the protection of the evil god, but we can find the strongholds of the famine cult in other cities." It's not hard to guess. Legendary priest Saint Albert Tasman finished his prayer and turned to the others. They lay dormant for over a decade without being exposed, until a border conflict occurred and the army and main combat forces were transferred. These damn bastards. It seems we need to launch a military operation in advance to reduce their strength and numbers before launching a war against the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. No rush. The war against the Ironforged Dwarven Mountain Kingdom will last at least 10 years. We have plenty of time to prepare and train our troops. Many of our troops haven't participated in a war in a long time. Bernier's suggestion is good, but since these ignorant people dare to attack the western defense line, we should not go back. A legendary warrior gritted his teeth and headed towards the border. Before the legendary warrior could fly away, Yarbo pulled him back and scolded him with a stern face. "Your rash exit will trigger a series of events." Archbishop I. Donier, follow the Archbishop's orders. We can't move until the other legend has been defeated. Leave this matter to the military. Our role is to serve as a deterrent. Also, you should also be aware. I understand. What the legendary wizard Bernier said made sense, and he could only obey. At the border of Cardro province, after some training, Waylon was able to firmly control these 6,000 people in his hands. During the march to Lumen South Mountain, 100 kilometers south of Lumen Mountain, the army was in good order and there was no passive resistance or disobedience to orders. Standing on the hill of Lumen South Mountain, you can look down from above and see the surrounding situation clearly. Except for 2,000-man teams responsible for guarding the south, the remaining 4,000 people were responsible for digging soil, moving stones, and building temporary fortresses on the hills. Lord Waylon, here is the commander's order. A knight quickly came towards the tent on the hill and handed a military order to Waylon. Waylon first checked whether the letter was complete. When he saw that it had not been opened, he opened the letter and read it. The kingdom has issued a notice that the 8 western provinces will face an unprecedented drought that will last for more than 2 years. It will take some time for the news to reach us. Can you make preparations early? Do you need my help? Go back and tell the commander that Waylon is aware of this. I hope she won't worry. I have my own way of dealing with it. Yes, sir. The knight turned around and left with the command, returning to Lumen Mountain to report. After the messenger knight left, Waylon had no time to plan the camp deployment. He came to a place on the hill where it was very good for collecting wind and rain, sat cross-legged on the ground, and thought about the subsequent plans. The famine ritual broke out, affecting 8 provinces and an area of nearly 4 million square kilometers. However, fortunately, we stockpiled enough food and water in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Subjectively, Waylon thought that Qixing Lake must be within the scope of the disaster, but the opposite happened. This time, we must plan carefully and strive to attract a certain number of civilians to settle in Qixing Lake, achieving the goal of increasing the population without spending money. It can be said that apart from the original 15 people, the rest of the population of Qixing Lake were obtained through money, war, and material transactions. Afterwards, after Waylon completed the general idea, he returned to the camp to continue deploying the Lumen South Mountain. In the afternoon, a night squire came down the mountain with a letter and headed northeast. In the south, build outposts in these 4 locations one by one. If you discover a large number of monsters, light beacons to warn them. To the east, in the name of the defense force, send an order to the pioneering knights and nobles in this direction to assemble and be ready to provide support at any time. To the west, clear out and drive out the monster clans, and cut down and burn the trees to ensure an unobstructed view of the Lumen South Mountain. To the north, always pay attention to whether there are any sentry beacons lit. Do not be negligent in the slightest. Waylon looked around, his gaze fixed on everyone with authority. I emphasize again, these things are at stake. If you don't want to lose your life in vain, be extremely alert. Yes, sir. The 6 centurions saluted with chest beats and answered loudly. Okay, everyone go down. Everyone left one by one, and Waylon had a rare moment of leisure. He went to the bed to rest and recover his energy. The next month is a critical period for building the city. We cannot be careless and must keep track of the progress at all times. 5 days later, in the town government of Qixing Town, Qixing Lake, Baird received a letter from his lord. When he opened the letter, he saw that it said, "Drought is sweeping across the entire west. Be prepared to ensure the normal operation of the territory." Baird was very confused when he received this letter. According to statistics reported by the villages below, this year will definitely be a year of bumper harvest. There is sufficient water everywhere, and there is no sign of drought. Food. Yes, purchased food. Looking at the dozen or so words above, Baird suddenly understood something, but his understanding seemed to be a little off. Then, Baird asked someone to call over the caravan leader Raimondo. Right half of the synopsis subcontinent. Chapter 78, Cartero Province Border, Monster Going North. By the end of September, the earthen castle on the hill of Lumen South Mountain was barely completed. The 6-meter-high yellow mud and earth mixed wall on all 4 sides stands on the hill, giving the garrison defense forces a great sense of security. Compared with the carefully built city walls, the internal layout is extremely simple. It only needs to ensure the safety of water and food, and everything else is kept simple. Finally, except for the 1,000 people who stayed behind on the hill, the remaining 5,000-man teams were all sent out to participate in matters such as establishing outposts, felling trees, and clearing monsters. This work continued until mid-October when it was basically completed. In early October, Waylon was once again guided by fate and received an unimportant but relevant piece of information. In 3 years, a natural space passage will form in the Maple Leaf County of the Duke of Lightend, a space passage connecting to the underground world. So far, there is still a small teleportation array sealed underground in Qixing Lake, which connects to an unknown underground world. Waylon had not figured out how to deal with this special event that was across several provinces, but he could move towards business, buy and hoard a large piece of land in advance, and make a lot of money from adventurers and noble children, but he had to think carefully about it. At night, inside the tent, Waylon used the intelligence he obtained from reconnaissance and combined it with the current situation to make a judgment, concluding that the monster coalition attacking the Serfs province might head north to look for a breakthrough again. This is indeed the case. Outside the border of Serfs province, the commander of the 4th coalition of monster clans, the most capable follower of the legendary Red Dragon Waxman, and the chief of the Half-Dragon tribe, Neural Waxman, is a soul-level powerhouse with 5 soul rings. The continuous defeats made this half-dragon, known for his wisdom, increasingly irritable. Faced with the border wall of the Serfs province of the Kingdom of Ilia, no matter what strategy or force they used, they were unable to cross it and invade the human kingdom. Your Excellency, I think we can take a detour, starting from Cartero province and attack Serfs province from the north. A lizard man covered in scars stepped forward and said respectfully, Jangala, have you forgotten what the prophet said? We must never attack Cartero province. There is more than one god watching over it. Otherwise, all we will get is destruction. A sturdy gnoll stared at the lizard man Jangala and said viciously, Faced with the words of the werewolf commander Perlik, the lizardman Jangala could only return to his own sequence and remain silent. The half-dragon Nuruwer was naturally aware of the prophet's prophecy, so before the legend set out, they had designated the palm-sized area of Kadro province as an inviolable zone and forced all tribal leaders and racial commanders to comply. Therefore, they drew away bronze and above warriors from all monster clans around the Kadro province and incorporated them into monster armies in other directions to serve as cannon fodder and maximize their surplus value. In addition, the Goblin King, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Kadro province, was also ordered to stop the action, making his plan that had been planned for many years go down the drain. All of his elite troops were incorporated, and he was transferred to the southernmost battlefield. The legend above was afraid that the Goblin King had been noticed by the gods, so he decided to throw the Goblin King to the place farthest away from the Kadro province to avoid any accidents. You should know that in the original plan, the Goblin King would be the first monster army to attack the human kingdom. This is also what puzzled Waylon. According to the destiny he received after leaving the Gut territory, the Goblin King should have launched an attack on the southern part of Kadlo province a year later, but this did not happen. Now he can't go to the north, and the south is within the attack range of other monster armies. The only way left for him is to continue the attack. As the most intelligent being among the 4 monster coalitions, he deliberately launched the attack on the province of Sirop a month after the attacks of the other 3 coalitions. He thought that humans would transfer the army of Sirop province to the south, but contrary to his expectations, he was greeted by a more well-prepared human army. "Commander, I have a suggestion." A rat wizard standing at the back of the queue walked out and proposed to the half-dragon. "Speak." The half-dragon Nuruwer felt disgusted with this despicable rat wizard from the bottom of his heart and forced himself to spit out a word while suppressing his discomfort. Faced with the commander's disgust, the rat wizard didn't care at all and began to talk about his plan incessantly. "According to your plan, send a team north. Without violating the rules set by the legends, we will break into the Sirop province from the border between Kadlo province and Sirop province and attack them by surprise." "Yes, sir, that's what I meant." The rat wizard grinned, showing off his rotten teeth perfectly. The stench made the surrounding monster commanders cover their mouths and noses. "So, who will implement it?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the monster leaders took a few steps back. Just because they are not very smart doesn't mean they are stupid. If you do a good job, there will be no reward. If you make a mistake, you will have to face the wrath of the legends. The half-dragon Nuru looked around and saw that everyone had retreated. He then looked at the rat wizard and said, "Tattersall, since you came up with this plan, I'll leave it to you to implement it." What? The rat wizard Tattersall was stunned for a moment. "Why? You have an opinion." The other monster leaders looked at the rat wizard with mockery and sarcasm, without a trace of sympathy. "Dear Commander, we rat men are weak in combat and can only serve as cannon fodder. However, we rat men are totally unqualified to carry out such a crucial plan. Only other powerful races are qualified." The Ratman wizard touched the non-existent cold sweat on his head and tried his best to defend himself. "Then how about the other commanders send out their men and you take command?" Apparently, the half-dragon Nuruwer had no intention of changing his mind. This. "Sir, our Lizardman Legion is willing to contribute 200 warriors. Sir, our Knoll Legion is also willing to provide 100 Skullcrusher to support the Skaven Wizard." The other monster leaders stood up and said, "You provide a team, I will provide 100 soldiers," and in just a few minutes, they put together an elite force for the rat wizard. There was no way around it. The rat wizard could only swallow the bitter fruit himself and take over the responsibility of executor of this critical and fatal plan. "Someone come." Outside the military tent, 2 low-level gold half-dragons stepped into the tent and saluted the half-dragon Nuru, saying, "Commander, you 2 follow the rat wizard Tattersall. If he dares to desert, just chop him down." "Yes." After taking precautions, the half-dragon Nuru announced the dissolution of the meeting and that the attack on the border of Sirop province would continue tomorrow according to the order. The next morning, an elite force of 2,000 monsters was delivered to the rat wizard. Looking at a group of unqualified elites, the rat wizard wanted to die and hated himself for standing out. 2 half-dragons stood behind the rat wizard, staring at the back of his neck, looking for the right position. "Tattersall, the commander has ordered that if you fail to set out before noon, you will be considered deserting." A half-dragon looked at the rat wizard arrogantly and declared arrogantly, "Yes, I'll leave right away." The low-level gold rat wizard had to deal with 2 low-level gold half-dragons with caution. Afterwards, a group of 2,000 monster elites, 3,000 ratmen warriors, and 1,500 goblin laborers and rations marched north in a mighty force. Chapter 79. The Border of Kardaro Province, Battle of Lumen Nanshan, Part 1. In late October, the first outpost, located 50 kilometers south of Lumen Mountain, lit a signal fire to warn the rear, while collecting supplies and retreating to the rear. Looking at the black smoke rising in the distance, Kyle hurried to the tent to report to Wayland. Sir, a signal has been received from the south that an enemy force is approaching, numbering at least 5,000. Notify all troops outside to return to Lumen Nanshan Fortress immediately. Issue a warning to the nobles and pioneering knights in the east. Also, send a signal to the north to tell the commander about the situation we are facing. After hearing Kyle's report, Wayland did not panic and gave orders in an orderly manner. Yes, my lord. The troops carrying out missions around Lumen Nanshan received orders to abandon everything in their hands and return to Lumen Nanshan Fortress with necessary supplies, the shelter they had spent a month building. 20 kilometers away from the first outpost in the south, the rat wizard squinted at the black smoke in the sky, his eyes rolling nonstop. Tucker. Master, I call you by your humble name, Mouse. What do you want me to do for you? A 2-meter-tall giant rat man came to the rat wizard Tattersall with a stone hammer and knelt on the ground respectfully. How many cannon fodders have been recruited? In reply to the master, we have recruited 4,000 cannon fodder, 500 of whom are young and strong, and 3,500 of whom are old and weak. They have all taken the plague potion you gave them. I've raised them for a few days. Now it's time to put them to good use. After the questioning, the rat wizard drove his rat mount and ordered the troops to continue moving forward. A day later, tens of thousands of monsters were stationed at the foot of Lumen Nanshan Mountain, facing the Lumen Nanshan Fortress on the hill from afar. Several scouts hid in the pit, carefully observing and recording the number of monsters through the cover of bushes. The smell of humans. A Ratman soldier sniffed the surrounding air and said uncertainly, "Are you sure?" The Ratman officer looked at the soldier with a keen sense of smell in his patrol team and asked in a deep voice, "Captain, I'm not sure, but there's a strong human presence around here, even stronger than the ones left at the outposts. Send a team over to search the surrounding area." The rat officer made a quick decision and decided to believe it rather than not. After a while, hundreds of Ratman soldiers filed out of the camp, divided into teams of 5, and searched the surroundings carefully. Relying on the Ratman's sensitive sense of smell, the search range is getting smaller and smaller. It's too late, let's leave here first. Looking at the rat soldiers not far away, the leading knight squire said to the clerk beside him, "Kindness." Several people climbed out of the cave and headed towards the top of the mountain. "My lord, humans, they are humans." The Ratman officer leading the search looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 humans appear hundreds of meters away. It was definitely too late to chase them now. "Keep searching. Turn everything around for me." Seeing the anxious Ratman officer, the other Ratman soldiers immediately scattered and conducted a carpet search. On the other hand, Wayland obtained intelligence about the monster army and immediately held a pre-war meeting to deploy defenses and boost morale. Kyle, start reporting. Seeing that all Centurions and above had arrived, Wayland sat down in the main seat and began to give orders. Upon hearing this, Kyle unfolded the parchment and began to report. According to our reconnaissance, the monster army numbers approximately 10,000, including 3,000 ratmen, an unknown number of goblins and kobolds. Based on the number of tents, we estimate the number to be between 5,000 and 7,000. There are also around 2,000 various monsters, including gnolls, lizardmen, centaurs, ogres, and more. In addition, we also discovered half-dragons. The exact number is unknown, but it is no less than 2. As Kyle finished his report, the atmosphere in the room became extremely solemn. They call themselves defense forces, but at best they are a second-line force. They are okay at fighting monster clans like goblins, ogres, and ratmen, but facing medium-sized monster clans like gnolls, lizardmen, and even terrifying monsters like ogres, it is difficult for them to muster the courage to fight. Everyone, I know this is difficult, but Wayland took a deep breath and said loudly to encourage, "I have already reported our situation to the commander. As long as we can hold on for a few days, the commander and his men will definitely come to support us. Besides, the monster army appears here. I believe that the provincial army and the kingdom army will not stand idly by. Finally, danger often brings opportunity. As long as we can hold back this army of monsters, we will be rewarded with military merits, and may even win victory." With Wayland's encouragement, the eyes of nearly 100 people in the room gradually became clear, no longer filled with fear and numbness, and a glimmer of hope emerged in their hearts. Then, Wayland stood up, drew his knight's sword, and stuck it on the wooden table. In the defensive war, I will stand in the most dangerous place and fight alongside you. If I flee from the battlefield, you can point your weapons at me and attack me at any time. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 people started whispering, making the quiet conference room instantly noisy. A few minutes later, a captain stood up and said, "Sir, you are always fair and just, and you don't show favoritism based on who is a legitimate heir or not. Your character has earned my respect. I am willing to follow your orders and fight alongside you. Under the witness of the goddess of life, I am willing to follow you to fight. If I run away, please kill me mercilessly." Another centurion stood up and said respectfully to Waylon. Afterwards, the other 4 captains also swore an oath to defend the Lumen Nanshan fortress to the death. The other centurions followed closely behind and swore an oath following their immediate superiors. You are all heroes for defending this city and thwarting the monster's plot. After the meeting was disbanded, the centurions who attended the meeting spread the word and encouraged each other from top to bottom, gradually improving the low morale. They are already surrounded. If they are afraid of fighting, they will die. If they fight bravely, they will also die. Why should they be afraid of the enemy? What's more, the commander-in-chief is willing to go to the front line in person. What else do they have to fear? The next morning, thousands of cannon fodder covered with pus-filled blisters and emitting a foul stench were driven to the front, followed by thousands of Ratman soldiers, who escorted these goblin and dog-headed cannon fodder to attack the fortress. The rat wizard stood on his rat mount, looking at his masterpiece, his heart filled with pride. Today, pollute this mud fortress. Take the city tomorrow. Master is mighty. This group of humans will surely become the nourishment for your advancement. They will soon be promoted to the soul level and revive the glory of the rat people. The giant rat man said flatteringly upon seeing this. Ha ha, Tucker, my master will be promoted, and you won't be missing out. You are indispensable for the position of Ratman Overlord. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Chapter 80. The Border of Cartero Province. Battle of Lumen Nanshan. On the earthen wall of the Lumen Nanshan fortress, Waylon stood fully armed under the military flag, holding his sword, within the sight of all soldiers and officers. The busy soldiers looked towards the direction of the military flag from time to time, feeling at ease. Attack! The giant Ratman Tucker roared, and the Ratman soldiers behind him automatically retreated dozens of meters. The 10 rat plague priests behind the giant Ratman picked up the plague drums and began to beat them regularly. Influenced by the sound of the drums, thousands of goblins and gnolls had bloodshot eyes. Their limbs' bones mutated and grew spikes. Their backs bulged. A foul odor swept across the entire battlefield, and all the surrounding trees withered. A moment later, the drum sound suddenly changed, and thousands of plague agents charged towards the Lumen Nanshan fortress. The Ratman's plague source is only active for 3 hours. If we can hold out, we will be victorious. Now, cover your exposed skin and prepare for battle. Officers at all levels gave orders in an orderly manner, and the soldiers carried out the orders one by one, taking out clean strips of cloth from the gaps in the inner armor and wrapping their hands, feet, mouths, and noses, leaving only their eyes exposed. Archer, release your arrows. On the city wall, hundreds of archers first fired 3 rounds of volleys at the source of the plague, and then began free shooting, shooting all the arrows in their hands in the shortest time possible. Hundreds of the dog-headed plague sources running in the front were shot dead, but it still did not slow down the speed of the plague sources. Warriors, move forward and prepare to meet the enemy. The archers retreated, and the soldiers with knives and guns stepped forward, staring closely at the source of the plague that was approaching below. The sharp and piercing sound resounded throughout the entire fortress, constantly testing the soldiers' psychological endurance. Puff! The plague source that climbed up the city wall was eliminated one by one. The foul-smelling juice carrying the plague virus covered the entire earth wall, corroding the rubble mixed in it. As time went on, more and more soldiers failed and were pulled off the city wall and torn into pieces. Waylon stood on the general's platform, watching everything happening on the city wall, his face expressionless, but with some waves in his heart. As the spiritual pillar of the army, he cannot show any expression on the battlefield. Kill, the adults are watching us. In half an hour, these monsters will lose their activity. Hold on. Soldiers were constantly being scratched, but they were quickly carried away and given diluted water of life to heal their wounds and remove the plague virus. As the war gradually drew to a close, thousands of plague-causing organisms that were still able to move suddenly stopped moving, lying limply on the ground and quickly decaying into a pool of liquid. Although the plague source has completely lost its activity, The soldiers defending the city still dare not relax at all, because the real monster army has not yet started the attack. Master, the war is over. The giant rat man, Tucker, glanced cautiously at the half-dragon next to him, and humbly reported to the rat man wizard Tattersall. Withdraw the troops and wait to take over this fortress tomorrow. The rat wizard stopped meditating and ordered the giant rat man. Yes, my master. Under the puzzled gaze of the defense forces, the monster army began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Master, why is this happening? Kyle asked with some confusion. It's not that simple. Let all the soldiers get some rest and take some potions to prevent the plague from spreading. Yes. After Kyle left, Waylon looked at the monster army that disappeared from his sight, his face a little solemn. With the presence of rat men, you must be careful about poisoning. This is a slang widely circulated among the nobles of this world. Afterwards, Waylon issued an order that no groundwater was allowed to be consumed, which caused an uproar in the army for a while, but was later suppressed by officers at all levels. At night, in the monster camp, the rat wizard sat by the fire and warmly entertained the two half-dragons. Tattersall, if we can't take this earth fort tomorrow, you know the consequences. A half-dragon stared at the rat wizard and warned. I know. Just go and accept the earth fort tomorrow. The rat wizard said with a smile on his face and confidence. Humph, conspiracy and trickery. The rat men are indeed a lowly and dirty race. Another half-dragon said with disdain. Yes. Faced with the half-dragon's ridicule, the rat wizard could only respond humbly. Others have the support of a half-dragon chief and a legendary red dragon, but he is just a rat man with no background. If it weren't for his profession as a wizard, he would have been thrown into the most intense battlefield as a cannon fodder army commander. Late at night, in the Lumen Nanshan castle, a large number of soldiers were thirsty and extremely dehydrated, and kept licking their lips. Looking at the wellhead guarded by the night squires, and with the officers constantly patrolling the camp, many soldiers gave up the idea of grabbing water. They were puzzled as to why their superiors had issued such an order. The next morning, it started to drizzle, causing the hungry and thirsty soldiers to take off their helmets, turn their mouths to the sky, and enjoy the gift from heaven. Looking at the drizzle outside the window, Waylon licked his cracked lips and smiled. God was really helping him. Yesterday, he was not sure whether the groundwater had been contaminated, so he banned everyone from drinking the groundwater. He knew something about the rat people's methods, so he had to do this. After finishing their meal of dry black bread, the soldiers defending the city stood on high alert to prevent any sudden attack from the monsters. Everyone, hide behind the parapets, don't show your heads, and wait for orders. Tucker, take people to take over the castle. I believe those humans are already dead. The rat wizard said confidently. Don't destroy the human corpses. They are resources for my promotion. Yes, Mouse understands. The giant Ratman Tucker led the Ratman army and marched towards the city wall in a swagger. Sir, I seem to see a human figure just now. A Ratman soldier wiped his eyes and said in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? The giant Ratman Tucker slapped the Ratman soldier, causing him to spin in circles and then fall to the ground. The master said that this group of humans are extinct, so they are extinct. Upon hearing this, the other rat soldiers shut their mouths and dared not say another word. When the group of ratmen approached the earth wall more than 200 meters away, more than 500 archers stood up, drew their bows, and shot arrows. Shoot! Seeing the sudden arrows, the giant ratman grabbed two rat soldiers on the spot to use as shields and ran to the rear. The rest of the ratman soldiers followed suit and retreated. The monster left behind more than 600 ratman corpses and retreated in disgrace. Tattersall, this is what you said, taking over the earth fort. A half-dragon man asked in a deep voice, holding a sword. Impossible. They can't possibly not replenish their water supply after the war. They must have fallen into a trap. The rat wizard shook his head and said. Chapter 81. The Border of Cartero Province, Battle of Lumen Nanshan, Part 2. Today is the deadline. The other half-dragon stared coldly at the rat wizard and said without hesitation. The rat wizard suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He turned around and looked at the half-dragon holding a knife and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Strong attack, we will definitely win. Since that group of human troops were still alive, and it was raining now, it meant that the plan he had worked so hard to plan had failed. Tucker, Master, I'm here. The giant rat man ran out from the rat swarm, knelt down gorgeously at the feet of the rat wizard, and spoke flatteringly. Let all the troops go and capture this earthen fort. Yes, my master. The giant rat man swiftly got up and ran to convey the order. Half an hour later, more than 2,000 ratmen soldiers stood in the front, followed by a joint army consisting of more than a dozen monsters including gnolls, lizardmen, and ogres. Compared to the trembling rat soldiers, the rest of the monster army seemed scattered and free. To them, it didn't matter whether they could capture the Lumen South Mountain Earth Fort today. Before they set off, their commander had already told them that they would not put in any effort. The rat wizard looked at the monster army preparing to perform and was so angry that his teeth were itching, but there was nothing he could do. Attack! Under Tucker's command, more than 2,000 ratmen soldiers, with fear in their hearts, raised their wooden shields and approached the earthen fort step by step. After the rat soldiers walked forward for hundreds of meters, the monster army behind them began to move. Their main principle was to obey orders, but they would never risk their lives. The Ratman soldiers were absolutely unable to capture the earthen fort with their strength, so the Ratman wizard had no choice but to make a huge sacrifice and shouted, "Kill 10 human soldiers, and I'll reward you with a low-level magic crystal." Looking at the eyes cast towards him, all of them were filled with suspicion. Here is the reward, counted in human heads. The rat wizard endured the severe pain in his heart, took out an exquisite bag from his space bracelet, opened it, and poured it onto the ground. Looking at the low-level magic crystal emitting an alluring luster, all the monsters became agitated. Even the 2 half-dragons behind the rat wizard looked at each other with greed in their eyes, wondering whether they should take action. In the end, they restrained their inner desires and decided to wait until the old man failed to take down the castle before taking action. For a moment, the monster that was about to give up and lie down suddenly became full of energy and rushed towards the earthen fort regardless of everything. During the attack, many rat soldiers did not die at the hands of humans, but instead died at the hands of their own allies. "Damn bugs, you're blocking my way." A silver-level intermediate ogre swung his mace and cleared a smooth path for himself at the cost of only a few dozen ratman soldiers. "Get out of the way, everyone." Looking at the soaring casualties, the giant ratman Tucker hurriedly ordered the ratman army to hide aside. After a commotion, looking at the more than 300 ratman soldiers who had been trampled into meat paste, the giant ratman Tucker was in tears and could only regroup his troops and follow this group of monster army. "The magic crystal belongs to us lizardmen." The lizardman captain looked around, looked at the many opponents, and gave orders to his subordinates. "Captain, don't worry. I observed yesterday that these humans are very fragile. They are a tough nut to crack for the ratmen, but a treasure delivered to us." A lizardman licked his lips and said to the lizardman captain while crawling quickly, "Boys, show your weapons and harvest human heads." A 3-meter-tall werewolf looked at the low earthen fort and barked loudly. Standing on the city wall, Waylon looked at the various monsters rushing towards him and felt an unprecedented heaviness. "There are no less than 200 silver-level ones. My lord, please let me stand here for you." Kyle half knelt on the ground and asked Waylon, "I said I would be with them, and I won't break my promise, even if I die here." Waylon helped Kyle up and took off his helmet. "My lord, this is impossible. You are the only silver soldier on our side, and the other side has countless silver monsters. As long as you leave now and these 6,000 soldiers stay to resist, you will definitely be able to leave safely." Kyle advised without giving up. Waylon's face turned expressionless. He stared at Kyle and said, "You want me to escape? I dare not. I will let my subordinates fulfill your obligations on your behalf, which is equally valid in legal terms." Kyle looked Waylon straight in the eyes and said with an indifference to death. While the two were talking, many gaps had been smashed into the earthen wall, and a large number of monsters rushed into the earthen fortress through the gaps and fought with the defending forces. A centurion went upstream, holding an iron sword tightly, and faced an ogre. As expected, he was smashed away by the ogre's mace, his internal organs shattered, and he died on the spot. The military flag still stood on the city wall, and not a single soldier retreated. Retreating means death, and moving forward also means death, so why not launch your final attack on the monster? Death may not be the end. Seeing the situation further deteriorate, Waylon drew his knight's sword, jumped down, and beheaded a werewolf who was wantonly slaughtering the defense forces. "Surround him and kill him." Dozens of gnolls watched their companions being killed and surrounded them, attacking continuously. Facing 3 silver-level gnolls and more than a dozen bronze-level gnolls, it would be difficult for Waylon to resist alone. He made a mistake in blocking and was sent flying, knocking several soldiers away. This is the commander of the human army. If we take off his head, we can definitely exchange it for a lot of magic crystals from the rat wizard. The werewolf captain's eyes were full of greed. He picked up an iron sword at random and approached Waylon step by step. Suddenly, a token flew out of his body and floated in the air. "Letter. Ahem, Token of trust. Maybe there is hope. Looking at the familiar token, Waylin recalled that when Anastasia gave it to him, she once said that this token could block the following 3 attacks from the legend. The Knoll captain looked at the floating token, and his inner desire drove him to reach out and grab the token. The world of ice and snow descended, and all the monsters within the earth fort were frozen in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, the rat wizard and 2 half-dragons watched the entire hill turn into a world of ice and snow, and tried their best to leave quickly. A familiar voice sounded, and all the frozen monsters turned into ice crystals and scattered around. The token stayed in the air for a moment and slowly fell back into Waylin's hands. The defense soldiers who survived on the battlefield looked at the miracle-like existence, collapsed on the ground, and felt like they had survived a disaster. Far away from Lumen's South Mountain, the rat wizard suddenly attacked a half-dragon and inserted a strange magical weapon into the half-dragon's back. Dirty rat man. Seeing this, the other half-dragon man raised his knife and slashed horizontally, directly cutting off the rat wizard's neck. The flying rat wizard's head stared at the half-dragon with a smile. Half an hour later, the unconscious half-dragon woke up, rolled his eyes, and stared at the body of the rat wizard beside him, feeling that he had survived a disaster. Not long after, 2 half-dragons returned with the rat wizard's head to report. Chapter 82: The End of the War. In the earthen fortress on Lumen's South Mountain, Kyle helped Waylin up from a pile of corpses. Water? Is there any water? Licking his cracked lips, Waylin felt a little confused, and his whole body was in pain. Kyle subconsciously wanted to go to the well to get water, but the next moment he suddenly stopped, pulled out the knife he carried with him, cut the artery, and put his hand close to Waylin's mouth. Feeling the warm water source, Waylin sucked it subconsciously to relieve his body's thirst. After a few minutes, Waylin slowly fell asleep. Come here, you guys. Kyle tore off a piece of cloth, bandaged the wound, and said to several knights and attendants not far away, "Grown-ups." Several people dragged their tired bodies to Kyle's side and spoke respectfully. "The master is asleep now. Please take him back to his room." "Yes." As Waylin's adjutant, now that his master is unconscious, he needs to take on the responsibilities of temporary commander, count casualties, carry out post-disaster work, and prevent the monsters from making a comeback. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Waylin slowly woke up from his bed. He felt extremely hungry and wanted to struggle to get up. "Don't move, lie down first." The familiar voice made Waylin feel warm. Turning around, he saw Flora sitting beside his bed. "Auntie, why are you here?" "I rushed over to collect your body," Flora scolded with a stern face. Waylin heard the anger in his aunt's tone and explained quietly, "As the commander, I had to fulfill my obligations under the circumstances." "Okay, I get it. Leave it to me from now on. The war is about to end. You should take good care of your injuries these days. I will find a chance to take you to meet our leader." Flora looked at Waylin's stubborn look and her tone softened. "Yes, Auntie." Kyle, who was standing outside the door, saw the commander coming out and immediately beat his chest in salute. Flora glanced at Kyle. What he had done had reached her ears. "Protect Waylin well." "My lord, this is my mission," Kyle replied firmly. After Flora left, Kyle entered the room carrying some freshly boiled water. After purification by the priest, the toxins contained in the groundwater have been removed and can be used normally. "My lord." Kyle put down the kettle and went forward to help Waylin up. "The werewolf's hammer almost smashed me into a pulp." Waylin sat on the bed and said to Kyle with a smile, "My lord, you have become famous this time. Everyone calls you the Son of Frost." Kyle handed a bowl of water to Waylin and then reported respectfully, "Ahem, what a shameful title. Or else give the order now and stop discussing this matter," Kyle said hurriedly when he saw this. Waylin waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Forget it, let them be. What are the casualties this time?" After resting for a while, Waylin handed the bowl to Kyle and asked. The casualties were heavy. Kyle put the bowl aside and replied somewhat dejectedly, "There were 6,431 men before the battle, but only 2,786 remained afterward. We brought 200 soldiers and 20 knights and squires with us, but now only 137 soldiers and 16 knights and squires remain. In war, casualties are inevitable." Waylin patted Kyle's shoulder and said soothingly, "Cremate their remains and bring them home after this battle is over." "Yes." Half a month later, everything was peaceful in the earthen fortress on Nanshan Mountain in Lumen, and no monsters appeared. The defense soldiers were talking about it. Some speculated that the frost storm was brought back to the monster army by the half-dragons, while others speculated that the southern battlefield had won and the monsters were about to retreat. At the border of Sirop, in the monster army camp, the half-dragon once again summoned the leaders of various legions to hold a meeting. At the entrance of the tent, two heads were hung high on wooden poles for the monster leaders passing by to admire them. If you look closely, you can see that one is the head of a rat wizard and the other is the head of a half-dragon. The rat wizard who completed the soul exchange at the cost of losing an extremely precious magical weapon was beheaded on the spot when he returned to the camp to report to the half-dragon Nuru. All the confidants of the half-dragon Nuru knew that their leader possessed a unique ability that allowed him to tell at a glance whether the soul and body were compatible. When the rat wizard returned to the camp and reported to Nurul with a lucky mentality, it was the day of his death. The monster leader who entered the big tent looked at the gloomy face of the half-dragon Nuru, then looked back at the half-dragon head he had just seen, and stood in his position, quiet like a good baby. After seeing that all the monster leaders had arrived, the half-dragon Nuru stood up from his seat and announced majestically, "Legends, I have ordered you to immediately cease your attacks and begin retreating. Prepare to face human retaliation." "Sir, why is this happening?" The Gnoll leader immediately stepped forward and asked in confusion. The other monster leaders all looked at the half-dragon Nuru, hoping to get an answer. Because the goddess of life defeated the god of famine in the outer space. The previous reports that she was seriously injured in the astral realm were all false. How so? Then what did we do before? That's right. If we had known earlier, we should have followed the previous 7-step trial policy and tested it step by step to minimize the losses. Why were we so radical and overturned the previous plan? Damn the famine cult, it's all their fault. Assholes, my clan suffered such a huge loss, and in the end, I got nothing. Those old guys are going to eat me. We gathered so many troops, but in the end, it was all in vain, and we still have to face retaliation from humans. Damn it. I was wondering why the other clans weren't proactive, but it turns out I'm the clown. The entire tent was thrown into chaos. The half-dragon Nuru's face grew increasingly gloomy as he shouted, "Shut up. You fucking." The Minotaur leader lost his temper and was about to retort when the half-dragon Nuruer punched him out of the tent, smashing 3 wooden towers and injuring and killing many dog-headed men and goblin soldiers. For a moment, there was complete silence. The Minotaur Legion will take up the rear, and the rest of the army will withdraw in turn. "Sir, what should we do with those goblins and gnolls who were recruited?" The lizard man leader stepped forward and asked cautiously. "As slaves, to make up for your losses." "Thank you, sir." Inside the big tent, all the monster leaders bowed and saluted. Half a month later, the monster army withdrew completely, and the battle ended with a tragic victory for the kingdom of Ilia. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers died in this offensive and defensive battle, which severely damaged the 4 border provinces and caused considerable losses to the 3 western provinces. Chapter 83 Meeting with Madmaki. On December 8th, more than half a month had passed since the monster army retreated. The Cardro Province Defense Force regrouped at Lyunpo 2 months ago, and the next step is the reward ceremony that everyone is looking forward to. Compared with the 6,000 people who were ready to support the 3 provinces of Linsa, East, and Dani 2 months ago, only less than 3,000 people returned here. Almost all the people brought by the nobles were killed. The loss was not small, but it was worth it for these nobles. Wandering around the camp, Waylon spotted many new faces of young nobles. After asking around, he learned that they were the direct descendants of nobles who had died on the front lines and had come to participate in the reward system on their behalf. That would be a share of the honor that belonged to their family. Well in here, looking into the distance, he found that it was Moira waving at him. "Sister Moira, long time no see." Waylon walked over with a smile and greeted Moira enthusiastically. "It's been 2 months, and you've grown a lot. I've heard Flora tell you about your deeds. You're worthy of being the offspring of Lord Angus, and you're just as outstanding." After not seeing her for 2 months, Moira looked much older, but she still maintained her lively personality. "Watch what you say, Moira." Flora pressed Moira's head from behind and said through gritted teeth, it hurts, let me go, Flora." Moira broke free from Flora's hands and hid aside, tidying her hair and complaining constantly. "Aunt, good morning." Waylon greeted warmly. "Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother and the leader." "Wait, I'm going too." Moira watched the 2 people walking away and hurriedly followed them. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the 3 arrived at a remote tent. As soon as I reached the door of the tent, I heard a sound coming from inside. "Kadeki, when will you marry my daughter?" Wait a minute. I'm only in my early 40s and not ready yet, Tuan." "You, father-in-law." "I'm still waiting?" "This time you almost died at the hands of the 2-headed ogre. If you keep waiting, I'm afraid Moira will be a widow for the rest of her life." Waylon listened to this explosive content, turned his head slightly, and looked to the side. He saw Moira looking at him with a half-smile. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "The days of calling me sister won't last long." Then, the three of them entered the tent. At first glance, I saw two people sitting on the ground, drinking and chatting happily, with no manners at all. "You are here, come and sit down, come and sit down." A young man with a face as sharp and angular as a sculpture greeted enthusiastically. Flora pulled Valen over to sit on the carpet, and Moira sat down beside Kadajiax. This is the big man sitting next to him, the leader of the 16th Knights, Madmuch. He is no longer as domineering as before, but instead looks like the uncle next door, giving people a harmonious feeling. "Captain, this is Wayland." Wayland looked at Madmonkey nervously. Just as he was about to greet him cautiously, he heard the other party speak first. "Wayland, is your father, Commander Angus, okay?" Hearing this, Wayland replied somewhat bewilderedly, "Fortunately, my father was in good health when I left." Flora noticed Wayland's confusion and whispered in his ear, "Captain's current achievements have a lot to do with your father. Ha ha. Next time you see your father, please tell him that 30 years ago, the flag guard Captain Madmonkey Columbo said hello to him." "Captain, I will definitely bring it there." Wayland stood up and bowed. Sit down, no need to stand up, you are a really nice guy." After a round of drinking and chatting, Wayland became more familiar with the two powerful figures of the 16th Knights. "By the way, is your territory nearby?" Madmonkey put down his wine glass and asked suddenly. "Yes, Captain, it's in the Yellowstone area not far from Liunpo." Wayland answered naturally, without the previous restraint. "Is your territory short of people now?" "In short supply, very short supply," Wayland said without hesitation when he heard it. "I've gathered a group of people here, about 30,000 people, all abandoned by pioneering knights. It's difficult to deal with them now. How many can you accept? As for the population, the more the better, of course." However, Wayland had already known in advance the impact of the famine sacrifice. If he directly accepted these 30,000 people, the people in Qixing Lake would probably die on the spot. As for the human trafficking, within the area affected by this famine, I'm afraid everyone was selling serfs and slaves. After some deliberation, Wayland raised his head and said to Madmonkey, "Captain, my territory is small and can only accommodate a maximum of 10,000 people. 10,000 is fine. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you later." "Thank you, Captain." Some other exchanges followed, and the meeting came to an end. Over the next few days, military merit reviewers sent from the royal capital began to verify the number of military merits, record them for the nobles, and report them. In this military operation, Wayland was awarded 0.2 military merits for his role as the logistical guard of the knights. He was awarded 0.5 military merits for participating in the defense army to annihilate the monster clan. He was awarded 1.3 military merits for defending the earthen fort at Nanshan Mountain in Lumen and destroying the intention of a small group of monsters to move north. With a total of 2 military merits, he still needed 28 military merits to be promoted to Viscount, and he still had a long way to go. However, he is still a pioneer knight, and the review for promotion to Baron will start in more than 2 years, which is still a long time. As for the road to promotion to Viscount, it is still very long, and there is no rush at all. You have to know that many barons have worked hard for decades and participated in many military operations organized by the kingdom, but their military achievements are not as many as Wayland's. Battle merit is really hard to obtain. Wayland held the token in his hand and sighed to Kyle beside him. "This time I almost lost my life and only got this little bit. My lord, I believe that within 10 years, you will be promoted to Viscount. Thank you for your good words." Wayland smiled and said that it was unlikely to be promoted to Viscount within 10 years, but it might be possible in 20 years. "Lord Wayland, my master invites you to a small gathering. Adrian, tell cousin Brian I'll be there soon." "Yes." Afterwards, Wayland packed up and went to the meeting. In Brian's tent, Alcott and Edgar had already taken their seats, and they were both talking happily. "I'm still a little short of the military merits needed to be promoted to Viscount, but it's not that far off. With one more war, I should be able to accumulate enough," Edgar explained to Alcott excitedly, feeling as if he were in spring breeze. "Brother, I envy you," Alcott said somewhat melancholy. "I still have a long way to go. I need to participate in at least 3 more games. Ha ha ha, I was just lucky. There were more monster clans in the direction I was in charge of, so I won by sheer numbers. I got that extra 0.5 merit for nothing." Chapter 84. The Defense Force is disbanded, and the autumn harvest food reserves at Qixing Lake. At this time, the curtain was lifted and Brian led Wayland into the tent. "Wellen, come and sit down. You have really stolen the show this time, and even earned the title of Son of Frost. Alcott stood up to greet him. The young eagle has begun to spread its wings. The military exploits it has gained this time are almost catching up with mine. Edgar also stood up and praised Waylon. Waylon said somewhat awkwardly, "My two cousins, please don't mention that title. It's too embarrassing." "Ha ha, come on, sit down." The four of them sat down around a low wooden table, which was filled with various food and wine, waiting for them to enjoy. "Come, have a drink and celebrate that we are all alive." In response to Brian's suggestion, the four of them raised their bowls and drank the wine. After a while of small talk, Alcott looked at Waylon and said gratefully, "Waylon, the three of us have to thank you this time. Without your letter, I would have been bleeding profusely and maybe even seriously injured." Waylon said modestly, "Uncle, even if I hadn't reminded you to stockpile food, wouldn't you still have the kingdom's relief grain?" "Waylon, you're still too young." Edgar shook his head and said, "Relief food costs money. The kingdom is providing food aid to the West, but does that mean we have to pay for it?" Waylon asked doubtfully. Then, Alcott revealed the truth. Without money, the food might disappear along the way. Waylon looked at his cousin Brian in disbelief. He was usually honest and simple, but he was silent for a rare moment. "The interests involved here are too great, so we'd better not discuss it. But you've done us three a big favor this time. Just tell us what you need, and we'll help you to the best of our ability." Alcott changed the subject, raised the bowl, and said to Waylon. Waylon raised his bowl, clinked it with the three of them, and drank it all in one gulp. He said half-jokingly, "My two uncles and cousins, it's settled then. You can't refuse it from now on. Ha ha, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to us." Edgar patted Waylon's shoulder and said with some indulgence. Being with such tribesmen, Waylon felt at ease and warm. After the wine was finished and everyone left, Waylon slowly returned to his tent and slept until dawn the next day. As soon as he got up, Kyle entered the tent with hot water and a towel and said respectfully to Waylon, "Master, please wash up." "Kyle," Waylon said to Kyle, who stood upright beside him after a quick tidy-up. "After we return, do you want to stay with me, or go down and lead the troops?" "I want to stay with my master," Kyle answered without hesitation. Waylon looked at Kyle seriously and asked again, "Think carefully. If you lead troops abroad, you will gain greater honor, be known by more people, and gain power, allowing you to assert your authority. Staying by my side will not give you any of these. My lord, I am willing to follow and serve you until the end of my life." Kyle suddenly knelt down in front of Waylon and said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Waylon looked at the young man in front of him who was born into a serf family with some complicated feelings. If he were in the other person's position, he would definitely choose the former. "Get up, my back is in your hands from now on." "Yes, my lord." Kyle stood up and answered with a smile, as if he had received a great honor. 3 days later, the defense force was disbanded and the nobles returned to their homes. On the way back, both sides of the road were almost in ruins. The rivers dried up and the land became parched. When I came here, there were still some pioneering territories that had survived the last monster attack, but now they no longer exist. 5 days later, Waylon returned to the Praying Star Lake. At this moment, although the scenery inside Qixing Lake is somewhat similar to that outside, it is very vibrant and not dilapidated or withered. In addition, Waylon also discovered that there were a lot more people in the territory, which made him a little confused. Could it be that Mad Monkey had sent 10,000 people here? At this time, Baird and his men excitedly came forward and saluted Waylon, saying, "Respectfully, my lord, return to your loyal territory." "Baird, did someone bring people here?" Waylon dismounted and asked. Baird was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this, but he still answered truthfully, "My lord, the additional population of Qixing Lake was purchased through my command by exchanging grain. Furthermore, we sold 5 million kilograms of grain to other nobles, earning nearly 50,000 gold coins in return." What? Waylon looked at Baird in surprise. 10 minutes later, after Baird's patient explanation, Waylon felt a little dizzy. "I thought I bought it as emergency food for disasters, but I didn't expect that the more than 3,000 square kilometers around Qixing Lake were not affected by the famine sacrifice. So the 22 million kilograms of food that I bought with all my money became a large amount of hard currency." In addition, Waylon and several other nobles bought up grain on a large scale, which led to the outbreak of a disaster. Almost all the surrounding nobles were in a state of food shortage and had to spend 3 times the previous price to buy some grain, which made him make a fortune without realizing it. "By the way, my lord, here are the accounts for this year's autumn harvest. Please check them." Waylon took the bound account book and opened it to check. Within the area under Better's jurisdiction, there is a town and 3 villages, with a total population of 6,500. Among them, 2,000 people were exchanged for food, and the other 1,000 people were civilians who spontaneously migrated here in the past 3 months. There are a total of 40,000 acres of arable land, of which 20,000 acres are tax land, of which 10,000 acres are planted with yam and bean, 6,000 acres are planted with vegetable roots, and 4,000 acres are planted with wheat. A total of 4 million gene of yam and bean, 1.2 million gene of vegetable roots, 600,000 gene of wheat, and a total of 5.8 million gene of grain were harvested. Based on the military pay of 2 mu of tax land per soldier, a total of 300,000 caddies of yam and 150,000 caddies of vegetable roots were allocated to 700 soldiers and officers. In addition to these, Baird had 17 million kilograms of grain in his hands. This does not include the pioneering town in Orlando. According to rough calculations, there should be about 2 million kilograms. Waylon breathed a sigh of relief at this thought and said to Baird, "Don't sell the remaining food. In a while, 10,000 people will be moving to Praying Star Lake. Think carefully about how to accommodate them. Whether to continue expanding north or divert them to Orlando is up to you. Don't worry, my lord. I will take care of it." On the second day after returning to the territory, Waylon personally held a funeral for the fallen soldiers and buried them in the Sergeant Cemetery 3 kilometers away from Chishing Town. In the following days, he continued to maintain efficient training, striving to break through as soon as possible and advance to the middle silver level. Chapter 85: Moira's Appointment. In late December, 10,000 emaciated serfs were escorted to Chishing Lake. The escort officer was none other than Waylon's acquaintance, Moira, the logistics director of the 16th Knights, and she was accompanied by a rather wealthy middle-aged man. "Waylon, I'm here for the appointment." Waylon was not surprised when he saw Moira for the first time. This crazy fan of his father was still thinking about the wooden toy he proposed, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. "Sister Moira, welcome. May I know who this is?" Waylon smiled and greeted Moira warmly. "Lord Waylon, I'm from the Nankyur Chamber of Commerce in Kuz Province. You can call me Hook. I was invited by Miss Moira 2 months ago. I heard that you have a magic potion. I'm sorry for disturbing you." The wealthy middle-aged man bowed slightly to express his respect to Waylon. "Welcome, Hook, but the potion is still in, well, the experimental stage, so you need to stay in the Praying Star Lake for a few days." Waylon said calmly. "Chishing Lake, it sounds like a beautiful and rich place. I will definitely linger there." Hook kept smiling and answered with a little joy to ease the awkward situation. Afterwards, Waylon asked Baird to receive the population and arranged for Hook, a merchant from the Nankyur Chamber of Commerce, to lead Moira to his castle. In the castle's reception room, Waylon personally served tea to Moira. "Sister Moira, is the Nankyur Chamber of Commerce reliable?" Moira took a sip of her tea and said slowly, "The Nankyur Chamber of Commerce is a well-regarded chamber of commerce with a history of nearly 200 years. They have collaborated with the kingdom's army and many nobles. One of their founders was the first Earl of Indusi. You can rest assured. Kindness." After listening to the other party's explanation, Waylon did not completely let down his guard. "Where is your potion now? If possible, you can try it now." Moira put down the teacup and said to Waylon, "Don't worry, Sister Moira. The potion growing estate is still some distance from here." As soon as Waylon finished speaking, he went into the study next door and took out an old wooden box, placing it in front of Moira. "This is what my father gave me when I was a child." Moira opened the wooden box and looked at the somewhat ugly wooden knight inside, with Angus' name engraved on it. Without any disgust, she picked it up with joy and observed it carefully. Waylon sat aside and did not interrupt, but sat quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Moira placed the wooden knight in the wooden box, then held it in her arms and said gratefully, "Velen, thank you." "Sister Moira, this is your reward. No need to thank me." Waylon shook his head and said, "My lord, dinner is ready." Kyle's voice came from outside the door. Waylon stood up and invited warmly, "Please." Kindness. The next morning, Waylon, Moira, Kyle, and several other guardian knights came to the training ground. Today, Moira, dressed in priestly attire, raised her staff and said solemnly, "Under the witness of the goddess of life, the oath begins." Kyle drew out his knight's longsword, and Waylon also drew out the dagger he carried with him, holding it upright in front of his chest, and looked at Kyle seriously. "I, Kyle, swear by my own honor, in the presence of the goddess of life, to do my utmost to fight for the man before me, to fulfill my duty, to uphold the code of chivalry, and wherever his sword leads, that is my direction. I, Waylon, accept your oath of allegiance and pledge my loyalty to you. I ask the goddess of life to bear witness." A radiance enveloped the two of them, an invisible bond connecting their destinies. The oath is fulfilled. May the goddess protect you. Moira's solemn declaration ended the oath of the guardian knight. The two men put away their knight's swords, and the atmosphere at training became lively. Baird and others warmly welcomed Kyle, celebrating his true integration into their team and becoming the 15th guardian knight after them. Kyle, you're better than us. Baird patted Kyle's shoulder, feeling very emotional. A year and a half ago, this young man was a serf, but now he can stand behind them. It is the Lord's grace that has allowed me to get to where I am today, Kyle said without forgetting his original intention, without any pride or complacency. In the afternoon, Waylin took Moira and several knight attendants to the #1 potion plantation at the junction of the Praying Star Lake and the Ice Zone. This potion-growing estate is the largest of the 6 potion-growing sites, with 30 acres of arable land. An average of 200 potion plants can be grown per acre, for a total of 6,000 potion plants. The entire estate covered an area of 100 acres and was reinforced entirely with huge stones. The construction quality of the walls was even stronger than the walls of his own castle. The potion-growing crew consisted of 50 serfs, tending to 30 acres of land. At the same time, 30 mid-level apprentice warriors were stationed at Plantation #1, led by Eden, the only low-level bronze warrior in the territory, to guard this important location. Sir. Eden looked at Waylin, who was coming towards him, bowed, and said respectfully. Kyle dismounted, quickly came to Waylin's side, and led the red phosphorus horse. Sister Moira, please come in. Moira was very curious about the many changes around her, especially the ice and snow not far away, which was clearly different from the surrounding environment. Despite this, she suppressed her inner doubts. Everyone has their own secrets. Moira knew very well that Waylin was willing to bring her here, which showed his great trust in her. If she kept asking questions, it would be a bit ungrateful. Following Waylin, Moira entered the manor and looked at the fairyland-like existence inside. In the potion planting field, the light blue potion plants swayed gently in the breeze, echoing the surrounding environment with light snow, making people feel extremely peaceful and comfortable. Found it online. Sister Moira, these magical plants are mutated from blue radish. They have the ability to quickly stop bleeding, and they have a very good effect both externally and internally. Varen pointed at the light blue potion and explained to Moira, I still need to experiment, which may take some time before I can start carving magic circles and preparing potions. Moira nodded, took out a potion plant from the ground, and asked Waylin, what else do I need to prepare for the complete process? Well, here's the list. Moira took a list out of her pocket and handed it to Waylin. It will cost about 20,000 gold coins, maybe more. If you don't have enough money, I can. Sister Moira, you underestimate me. I have no shortage of money, but I need some time to prepare these things. No rush. This period of time is perfect for experimenting with the specific properties of the potion. Chapter 86, Ice Blue Potion. In the following time, Waylin prepared the materials needed for the potion workshop while paying attention to whether the merchant Hook from the Nankur Chamber of Commerce had any other abnormal behavior. 3 days later, the first bottle of potion was prepared. Waylin took it in his hand, looked at the light blue liquid in the bottle, and shook it gently. Hook, a merchant from the Nankur Chamber of Commerce, stood aside, listening to Moira's explanation while staring at the potion in Waylin's hand. Although the greed in his eyes was well concealed, Waylin still noticed it. This potion plant requires an extremely harsh growing environment. I named it ice bluegrass. The potion in Waylin's hand is made from ice bluegrass, so I call it ice blue potion. Moira paused, took the ice blue potion from Waylin, and explained in detail to the two. The ice blue potion has a very good hemostatic effect and can heal any wound. Most importantly, it has an ice property. When used for treatment, it creates a numbing sensation that can relieve pain. This is something that diluted holy water of life cannot match. So, Hook, how much do you think this ice blue potion is worth? Waylin looked at Hook with a smile, looking forward to his answer. After some thought, Hook stared at the ice blue potion in Moira's hand and said, I'm willing to pay 3 gold coins for this potion. Our business will come to pick it up, and will cover all travel expenses. I'll think about it. Waylin did not give an answer immediately. He planned to keep Hook in suspense and make a decision later. The next day, Waylin increased his surveillance on Hook to prevent him from leaking information and causing unpredictable crises. Time passed quickly, and another year slowly turned over, and it was January 1st, 9722 in the glorious calendar. 300 kilometers west of the Praying Star Lake, a legendary wizard who travels the astral realm will stay for 10 days. Bring your most precious treasure to trade with him, and you will receive a valuable treasure. Wei Lin, who was supervising the potion preparation workshop, was suddenly stunned when he heard the news. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Moira asked puzzledly, looking at Wei Lin who was standing there. No, I just thought of something. Wei Lin smiled at Moira and said, go on. Moira was a little puzzled, but didn't ask any further questions. She continued, it takes 12 steps to prepare the ice blue grass from raw materials into a finished potion. Each step requires carving 4 or 5 magic circles. It also requires a large amount of magical materials, such as magic pearls, purple gold sand, and black azure wood. It will cost about 18,000 gold coins. Secondly, the energy supply method. Either you recruit a few mages, or build an elemental pool to solve the problem once and for all. Wei Lin thought for a moment and then asked, Sister Moira, what do we need to build the elemental pool? According to the size of your workshop, you'll need 1 high-level magic crystal as the center of the elemental magic circle, 6 mid-level magic crystals as auxiliary, and 30 low-level magic crystals as fuel to connect the elemental realms and form a miniature elemental pool to power the entire potion workshop and drive the magic circle. Is that so? Listening to Moira's offer, Wei Lin fell into deep thought. 1 high-level magic crystal is worth 80,000 gold coins. 6 intermediate-level magic crystals are worth 30,000 gold coins, and 30 low-level magic crystals are worth 12,000 gold coins. If he wanted to solve the energy supply problem of the potion workshop once and for all, he would need to spend 122,000 gold coins. According to Hook's previous valuation of the experimental subjects, the purchase price of a bottle of ice blue potion is 3 gold coins, and 1 ice blue grass can be used to make 2 bottles of ice blue potion. Potion plantation number 1 can produce 6,000 ice blue grass plants annually. Together with the other 5 potion plantations, it can harvest 12,000 plants a year. Excluding unexpected losses, it can still harvest 10,000 plants, which is equivalent to 20,000 bottles of ice blue potion, worth 60,000 gold coins. It will take at most 3 years to recover the investment, and the 4th year will be pure profit. Wei Lin muttered to himself, and the more he repeated the data, the more excited he became. Money, 60,000 gold coins a year, was a bit too much for his little heart to bear. Wellin, if you're inclined to build an elemental pool, you can apply for a loan from the Nankel Chamber of Commerce. I can be your guarantor. No need, Sister Moira, I can take out all these things. Wei Lin suppressed his inner excitement and said calmly, I'll trouble you from now on. What? You actually took it out? Seeing Moira's shocked expression, Wei Lin said calmly, Sister Moira, everyone has secrets, right? I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. As far as she knew, high-level magic crystals were in short supply and, apart from circulating among the upper class of the kingdom, they would rarely appear in the hands of lower-class nobles. Even though Wei Lin was Angus's son, she didn't believe that he would provide such aid to his son. As for the widely circulated price of 80,000 gold coins for a high-level magic crystal in the market, it is just a unilateral price set by the kingdom. If you really exchange it for gold coins, it is possible to double the price. In other words, her asking was extremely offensive. Seeing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Wei Lin immediately changed the subject and said, Sister Moira, how long will it take you to complete the construction of the potion workshop? It will take about half a month. After all, carving the magic circle takes time. The time is not long and acceptable. Sister Moira, I'll have Baird deliver the things you want to you as soon as possible. I have some things to deal with later. If you need anything, just tell him. Kindness. Afterwards, Wei Lin took Kyle away from potion plantation number 1 and returned to the castle. After arriving at the castle, Wei Lin directly instructed Kyle, go and tell Baird to come over. Then prepare 10 days worth of dry food and accompany me out this afternoon. Master, do you need other people to follow you? Kyle asked. No, it's just the 2 of us. The fewer people who know about this, the better. I understand. After handing the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, Wei Lin entered the castle and came to the study. He took out the things Moira needed from his private storage and put them in a wooden box. Dong dong. Come in. Outside the study, Baird heard Wei Lin's voice, pushed open the wooden door, came to Wei Lin, and bowed respectfully, saying, Master, you are looking for me. These are the things Moira needs. Please deliver them to her. After that, if she has any needs, we will do everything possible to satisfy her. Also, inform Orlando and the others that a 1-year summary meeting will be held on January 15th. Finally, how is the cultivation of sweet grass going? The juice yield is not good. Either find a druid to cultivate it, or give up. Okay, I'll make a decision after I'm done. Let's proceed as planned. Yes. Baird picked up the wooden box and left the study. To be on the safe side, he planned to deliver it personally. Chapter 87, Strange Minotaur team. After Baird left, Waylon once again went to his private vault and opened an exquisite treasure chest, which contained 8 7-colored life flowers. Except for leaving one as a reward, Waylon took out the other 7 7-colored life flowers and packed them in a small wooden box. This is the most precious thing I have. I hope you won't let me down. Waylon carefully put away the wooden box, closed the door of the private warehouse, and walked straight out. At this moment, Kyle stood at the castle gate, waiting quietly. My lord. Let's go. Time is running out. Let's travel overnight. Yes. Afterwards, the two men rode their red phosphorus horses and headed west without stopping. In the wilderness, the two of them kept running wildly without stopping at all. The straight-line distance is 300 kilometers, and the actual distance may be nearly 1,000 kilometers, so they cannot afford to waste time. Along the way, Kyle followed his master silently, without asking what he was doing or being curious about where he was going. He just followed Waylon closely. Lord, there is light moving towards us. Waylon tightened the reins to stop the red phosphorus horse and looked in the direction Kyle pointed. There were many figures swaying. When Waylon saw the target clearly, he found that it was actually the figure of the Minotaur. He hurriedly said, Quick, go north. My lord, I can't move. The horse's legs are stuck in the ground. Hearing Kyle's panicked voice, Waylon discovered that at some point, almost all 4 legs of the red phosphorus horse were stuck in the mud. Waylon acted decisively, drew the knight's sword from the horse, and touched the token on his chest. He might have to use this treasure again this time. Damn, I have such bad luck today. Just when Waylon was facing a great enemy, a soft voice came. Friends on the other side, don't be afraid. We have no hostility towards you. Suddenly, a Minotaur with pure white skin appeared in front of Waylon, almost making him drop his jaw. In his understanding, the skin of Minotaurs is usually close to brown, and they mainly believe in the Minotaur god and the giant bull god. According to the division of faith, the Minotaurs who believe in the Minotaur god are relatively short in stature. Most of them are only 2 meters and 5 inches tall, and they like to plunder married men and women, regardless of race. Another belief is the giant bull god, who is tall, with an adult reaching 4 meters in height. In addition to the original pair of arms, when he grows from the silver level to the gold level, he will grow another pair of arms, so he is also called the 4-armed Minotaur. My human friend, we are believers of the moon goddess Suluan. Please do not be afraid. The dozen or so Minotaurs surrounding Waylon and the other man shed their brown Minotaur appearance, revealing snow-white skin and a somewhat cute look. Their soft facial features made people feel favorable towards them. You can call me Sarah, my friend. I am the priest of Lady Solon. Among the group of snow-white Minotaurs, a Minotaur that was only 2 meters tall spoke to Waylon in a gentle common language. Reverend Sarah, may I ask why you are stopping me and my followers? We are lost and hope to get news from you. Of course, we will pay you. The snow-white Tauran priest said gently. Excuse me, where are you from? Waylon looked at the group of snow-white Minotaurs, who were clearly led by the Sarah priest. We came from Alp Island and headed to the misty forest at the oracle of Ms. Solon. Sarah briefly described her origins. Alp Island, as I recall, is an isolated island located north of the Sinop subcontinent. Yes, my friend. Waylon got the general information and didn't ask any further questions. He then pointed southwest and said to Sarah, This is the border of the Cardro province of the Kingdom of Ilia. If you want to go to the Misty Forest, you need to go southwest and cross the entire gray wasteland. Thank you, said the Minotaur priest Sarah gratefully. She then took out a stone filled with moonlight and handed it to Waylon. This is the Moonstone, equivalent to a mid-level magic crystal. It's my reward for showing you the way. Waylon took the Moonstone without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket. He kindly reminded her, Reverend Sarah, if you're heading to the Misty Forest, I suggest you go south along the kingdom's border to the Great Leia Forest, then west along the Lakote's Principality into the Misty Forest. Thank you for the reminder. Pastor Sarah thanked him again and then lifted the magic that trapped the red phosphorus horse. Goodbye, Reverend Sarah. Waylon and Kyle mounted their red phosphorus horses again and continued their journey westward. Back again, my friend. 10 minutes after Waylon left, the snow-white Minotaur Sarah once again cast a spell. Under the influence of the spell, more than a dozen Minotaurs turned into 2-meter-tall humans and headed south. After being hundreds of kilometers away from the group of Minotaurs, Kyle couldn't help but ask, Master, what's the situation with those Minotaurs? I'm not sure. It could be that a certain tribe of Tauran converted to the moon goddess, Lady Solon. It is not uncommon for ethnic branches to convert to other gods. The most widely circulated event on the Sinop subcontinent is undoubtedly the Black Asian Orcs Faith Rebellion, but in the human camp, This event is called the Holy Shia Incident. In the year 6527 of the glorious calendar, more than 3,000 years ago, in the southern part of the Holy Third Kingdom of the Dawn, east of the Death Desert, there lived a huge branch of the orc race, the Black Orcs. During their heyday, the Black Orcs traversed the southern part of the Sinop subcontinent, almost blocking all communication between the East Sinops region and the West Sinops region. 200 years later, a war broke out that split the Black Orcs. The human camp of the Sinops subcontinent provided almost full support, turning the Black Orcs, who were in an advantageous position, into a disadvantageous position, and the power of the rebel tribes continued to rise. The war lasted for 300 years. In the glorious year 7027, the Holy Kingdom of Shia Orcs was established, and the name of their race was changed to Shia Orcs. The god they believed in was the god of Shia, a subordinate god of the god of Dawn. The Black Orcs' northern territories were invaded by humans, and the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn annexed a portion. The remaining territory was used to support the establishment of the Principality of Libervi, the Kingdom of Belfast, and the Principality of Dawn. The human faction shared a common faith area, and all human deities could preach to them, but the price was to curb and weaken the Black Orcs' power. In order to deal with the newly born Holy Shia Orc Kingdom and the human country, the remaining Black Asian Orcs united to form the Cole's United Orc Kingdom. With the assistance of the Orc camp, they were able to gain a foothold and compete with the Holy Shia Orc Kingdom and the human country. After this incident, the Black Orc god, who originally had weak divine power, directly fell to a weak level of divine power. This made other gods marvel at the god of Dawn's plan, and at the same time made gods from other camps more wary of the god of Dawn, fearing that they would unknowingly lose large areas of faith, thus causing their god levels to drop. After a journey of 20 hours, we finally arrived near our destination. Note: gods in the world cannot take action without reason unless a living being offends them. Chapter 88, Transaction with the Star Mage, Part 1. After arriving near their destination, Waylin and Kyle rested for a while, and then began searching for the merchant from another world. Master, look, there is a mansion over there. Waylin turned his head and saw a mansion that was out of tune with the local environment appear in front of them. It should be here. As I approached the mansion step by step, I found that there were many monster corpses around, which had become nutrients for strange plants. The situation is a bit tricky. Should we turn back now and give up this opportunity? Waylin roughly counted the corpses of no less than 3,000 monsters at a distance of thousands of meters, most of which were minotaurs, and 1/3 of the minotaurs were silver or above. There was also a 5-meter-tall minotaur. Even the residual power emitted by its corpse after death made Waylin a little breathless. Just when Waylin was about to give up the idea, the door of the mansion suddenly opened, and a creature with the appearance of an elf, 2 pairs of colorful wings behind it, and a body length of 1 meter and 5 appeared in front of the two of them. Its shape was very similar to that of a fairy. You too. My master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. The fairy girl made a soft and sweet voice, healing the tired bodies and minds of the two. Before they knew it, Waylin and Kyle followed the fairy girl into the mansion. Dear guest, welcome. I am Alger Holmes, a merchant from the Star Realm. You can call me Gray. This is the new name I chose in this world. A handsome middle-aged man explained to Waylin with a smile while stroking the fairy girl's head. Good morning, Your Excellency. My name is Varen Axe, an ordinary human noble. I have come here to trade with you. This is my follower Kyle. Hello, sir. Kyle said nervously. You're not ordinary. Star Realm merchant Gray looked Waylin up and down, then said to the fairy girl, And Leah, go make a cup of fruit tea. I want to treat Waylin well. Okay, master. The fairy girl reluctantly left Gray's hand and walked towards the room on the left. Come, sit down. Thank you very much. Waylin thanked him again and sat stiffly opposite Gray, while Kyle stood behind Waylin. Your world is really big, and there are many powerful people. I can't help but want to travel around it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little quiet, Gray took the initiative to bring up the topic and said to Waylin, Sir, I wonder if you entered as a stowaway or by other means. Waylin asked cautiously. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid. Relax, you can treat me as a friend. I'm not that arrogant. As for entering your world, I naturally paid for the ticket. It was a bit painful, but being able to travel to your world will be of great benefit to my future path. After hearing the other party's answer, Waylin felt relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about being killed by the other party after the transaction was completed. Sir, why are there so many minotaurs outside? Seeing that the other party was gentle, Waylin also plucked up the courage to speak. Humph. Gray was furious when he heard Waylin's question. These stinking creatures with the heads of bulls and the bodies of humans actually wanted to steal my beloved Amlia. It's really a relief for them that I don't use their souls to make lamp oil. A married woman. This thought suddenly popped up in Wayleen's mind, but he quickly shook his head, letting the thought fade away to avoid any association that might cause displeasure to the other party. At this moment, the fairy girl Amlia came to the center of the living room with an exquisite tea tray, placed 4 cups of fruit tea with tempting fragrance on the coffee table, and then came to Gray's side, quietly resting her head on his right arm. Wayland carefully noticed that the fairy girl's face was slightly red. Obviously, she had heard the conversation just now. "Oh, I haven't introduced you yet." Gray patted his head and said, "Amlia, my soul mate, has been with me for 300 years. She is the love of my life." After this introduction, Gray seemed to open up his chatterbox and talked incessantly about his story with the fairy girl Amlia. The fairy girl's cheeks turned red as she listened, and she buried herself deeply in Gray's arms. "The love between Miss Amlia and your excellency is eternal. Ha ha, I accept your blessing." Gray was very happy with Wayleen's blessing. "Here, this fruit tea is from the tea tree that I personally cultivated. It translates to pure life tea tree. I still prefer to call it tea tree. The translated name is too vulgar. Enjoy it quickly. It will greatly benefit the energy or fighting spirit in your body." "Thank you, your excellency." Wayland picked up a cup, handed it to Kyle first, then took a cup himself and drank it, feeling warm all over. Unconsciously, the fighting spirit in Kyle's body continued to grow stronger, directly breaking through the limitations of the low-level bronze and reaching the high-level bronze in one step. Wayland even broke through to the middle silver level. He could clearly sense that he was only one step away from the high silver level. If he went back and practiced for half a month, he would be able to break through again. "Thank you very much, your excellency. I really enjoy being your friend." Gray took a sip of the fruit tea and said calmly, "I've met so many people, some greedy, some hypocritical, some arrogant, and all with different personalities. But you're so compassionate to your subordinates, so grateful, and so pure-hearted. You're so rare. Maybe that's normal, but I don't like it. Your excellency is joking." Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Wayland took out the small wooden box he was carrying, gently placed it on the coffee table, slowly opened it, and let Gray see it. "Sir, this is the item I want to trade with you. It is the 7-colored flower of life. It is my most precious treasure. Please appreciate it." Gray didn't hesitate. With a thought, a wizard's hand holding a 7-colored life flower was placed in front of him. Knowing everything, Gray silently recited the spell, and all the information about the 7-colored life flower kept emerging in his mind, including its characteristics, functions, growth conditions, and how to cultivate it. All the information was fully known to Gray in just 10 minutes. "Waylon, the 7-colored life flower is extremely valuable, but according to my previous practice, I only take one plant, no matter how precious or rare, but today I've decided to make an exception for you. I'll take all 7 of these 7-colored life flowers for 2,000 trading points." Then, a sci-fi-themed ball appeared in front of Waylon, and a virtual panel appeared in front of Waylon, listing information and pictures of many items. This is something from a material technological world. I found it interesting, so I improved it a little and created a unique magical prop. You can take your time to choose it. Chapter 89, Transaction with the Star Mage. After hearing what the other party said, Waylon calmed down and carefully read the information above and the transaction point marked on the back of the item. Plants, Yuanli Tengman. Level, Silver. Basic information. It can absorb the magic energy in the air and produce energy crystals. 1 energy crystal is equivalent to a low-level magic crystal. In a thin magic energy environment, 10 energy crystals can be produced in 1 year. Value, 10 trading points/share. Disadvantages, unable to reproduce seeds. Maximum growth limit is 10 meters, withers after 100 years. Waylon looked at the text in brackets at the end, which should be the approximate explanation given by Gray based on the characteristics of his own world. Looking at the first item, Waylon was a little tempted, but he continued to watch patiently, hoping that there would be better items below. Weapon, Radiant Demon Sword. Level, Gold. Basic information, a treasure from a small dimension, possessing a sword spirit. This sword spirit is unruly and difficult to tame. After purchasing this item, you can choose whether to erase the sword spirit's memory. Value, 200 trading points. Disadvantages, wearing this sword may pollute the user's mind, so please choose with caution. Plant type, Hollow Fruit Tree. Level, Gold. Basic information, assists magicians in spiritual practice, and can produce 30 hollow fruits every 10 years. Value, 300 trading points/strain. Disadvantages, below Gold, You can only take the hollow fruit once every 3 years, otherwise you will become a spiritual puppet of the hollow fruit tree. Please use it with caution. Animal type, black-skinned pork. Level, bronze. Basic information. The meat is tender and contains magical energy, which is useful for extraordinary cultivation. Value, 2 trading points/piece. Lifespan, 5 years. Disadvantages. It goes into heat 10 times in its lifetime, has a bad temper, and does not discriminate between races. Please keep it strictly. Plants, glowing grapes. Level, silver. Basic information, plump and juicy, can improve physical fitness, can repair hidden injuries, can be transplanted and cultivated. Value, 150 trading points/share. Disadvantages, harsh environment, thin magic environment, rejection of results. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in front of him, Wei Lin was deeply conflicted. I want this and that, but I only have 2,000 trading points. This opportunity might be his only chance to meet Gray, so he couldn't help but think carefully. It can be said without hesitation that each of these plant items, if used well, can become the economic pillar of a territory or even a family. Wellen, how about it? Do you have any items you like? Seeing that the other party had not made a choice, Gray asked. Sir, I'm sorry to waste your precious time. The treasures you possess have opened my eyes so much that I've lost myself and become entangled. Ha ha ha, it's okay, my friend. Gray said nonchalantly. Tell me about your situation and I'll give you some advice. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin said to Gray, Sir, I am a pioneer knight. I have been away from my family for almost 2 years. My territory is roughly over 500 square kilometers, but due to the lack of economic support, my development has reached a bottleneck. Well, I suggest you exchange them for fertile animals and plants. This will support your development without being snatched away by other nobles. Having said this, Gray raised his head and asked Wei Lin, What force can protect you now? My family, Wei Lin answered without hesitation. What level? The Earl's family is comparable to some powerful marquis families. What is your father's position in the family? The family patriarch. Is there any intrigue among the tribe members? No. Are your direct subordinates loyal? Under the witness of the gods, the oath of allegiance of the guardian knight has been completed. Is that so? After asking a series of questions, Gray began to choose suitable items for Wei Lin. After 5 minutes, all the various items on the virtual light screen disappeared, leaving only 6 items. Golden apple tree, green vine tree, black tea tree, Luanyo camel beast, black-skinned pig, glowing grapes. Of the items above, Wei Lin had only browsed information about 2, and he had no idea about the other 4. Take a look at the information of these items first, and I'll explain the reasons to you later. Gray also noticed Wei Lin's confusion and spoke softly. Thank you, Your Excellency. Afterwards, Wei Lin carefully browsed the information of the other 4 items. Trading items. Trading items. After Wei Lin learned the information about the other 4 items, Gray continued. You can exchange for a golden apple tree, but it requires a high magical energy environment and constant care from a druid to soothe the plant. You may not be able to meet this requirement, so you can give it to your family in exchange for their attention and protection. Green vine trees can be exchanged for 4. They can be used to weave inner armor to improve defense against magic. Even against soul-level magic attacks, this can reduce most of the power. It is a life-saving thing. You can redeem 6 black tea trees. You can pick the tea leaves, grind them into powder, and make them into pills to improve your endurance on the battlefield. You can also use them to quickly restore your strength and relieve injuries during training. Luanyo camel beast, a good kind of livestock, can be exchanged for 6, 1 male and 5 females. It only takes 3 years for a cub to grow to adulthood. It eats little and works a lot, so it has many uses. It depends on how you use it. Black-skin hogs are omnivorous livestock with a short growth cycle. They can be slaughtered in just 6 months. They are very useful for training troops and can quickly improve the strength of your army. You can exchange them for 20 hogs, 3 males and 17 females. The main function of the glowing grapes is to repair hidden injuries. 2 can be exchanged. While Wei Lin was listening to Gray's introduction, he was silently calculating in his mind. 1 golden apple tree requires 800 trading points. For green vine trees require 320 trading points. 6 red tea trees require 300 trading points. 6 Luanyo camel beasts require 180 trading points. 20 black-skin pigs require 40 trading points. And 2 glowing grapes require 300 trading points, totaling 1940 trading points, with 60 trading points left. Thank you, sir. Your reasonable planning has enabled me to achieve twice the result with half the effort. An experienced and strong man made plans for him, and Wei Lin felt that the god of luck was blessing him. Gray waved his hand and opened a space door. then patted the fairy girl Anlia on the head and asked her to go to her own half-plane to prepare the things needed for the transaction. Waylon took a quick glance and looked at the scene inside through the space door. It was like a fairyland, with many magical plants competing for beauty and creatures with terrifying strength living in harmony. After Anlia entered the demi-plane, Gray waved his hand to close the demi-plane. Waylon, you have 60 trading points left. What would you like to exchange for? Sir, please allow me to think for a few minutes. The territory development has been resolved, and the remaining 60 trading points can be exchanged for things you like. But what do you like? He was a little confused about this question. Chapter 90 Things I Like. From the moment he was born, he accepted his ordinariness and prepared to stay in the family and live a good life of just a few hundred years. But after receiving guidance from fate, he suddenly wanted to leave his family, create his own world, build his own paradise, and took action to do so. After pondering for a long time, Waylon looked up at Gray and said, Sir, is there a magical item that can allow one's consciousness to enter a virtual space, where one can simulate business operations and conduct war games? Let me look for it. Gray listened to Waylon's advice and quickly searched among the projected magic props. A moment later, something that perfectly matched Waylon's vision appeared on the virtual screen. Props: immersive gaming helmet. Level: bronze. Information: a magic-driven virtual reality helmet, recreated from an unknown material world, with 3 built-in standalone games. Children's toys? Value: 15 transaction points/unit. Disadvantages: very easy to become addicted, no self-control, please use with caution. Sir, I'd like to exchange 2 sets of this immersive gaming helmet. 2 sets. Gray looked at Waylon in surprise. 1 set for use, and 1 set as a backup. After all, this might be the only chance I have to meet you in my lifetime, so I'll keep it just in case. You're right. The world is too big, and the universe is too vast. The first meeting may be the only meeting. Gray seemed to recall something and sighed. So what do you want to exchange for the remaining 30 points? I'm not sure if you have any recommendations. Waylon continued to ask shamelessly. Well, I suggest exchanging 3 energy vines to form a perfect closed loop with the immersive gaming helmet, without consuming any additional energy crystals or what you call magic crystals in your world. Then I will obey your excellency. Seeing that Anlia didn't come back, Gray pulled Waylon aside to tell him about his journey. The rich and colorful adventures, the strange races, and the various planes of the world with unique rules opened Waylon's eyes and made him yearn for it. Seeing the admiration in Waylon's eyes, Gray's vanity was greatly satisfied. He only feels happy when someone he admires him, but he will turn a blind eye to someone he despises, even if they pretend to be pious and praise them. Your Excellency, your life has been truly remarkable. Ha ha. No, I just like adventure. I also want to collect various rare and precious plants to improve my botanical garden. Then I want to do some business and make some good friends. Waylon envied Gray's experience, but he knew that he could not choose a wandering life. He was inclined toward stability in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Gray's half-plane passage opened, and the fairy girl Anlia walked out holding a book. Gray waved his hand lightly, and the book in Anlia's hand flew into Waylon's hand. This is a storage book woven from leaves with spatial properties. It's only effective once. Once you take out an item, the corresponding page will be damaged and unusable. Thank you, Your Excellency. Waylon was just wondering how to get the things back, but he didn't expect that the other party had already thoughtfully helped him solve the problem. Now that the transaction is completed, we will not bother you anymore. Well, Anlia, please send them off for me. Yes, master. Afterwards, Waylon followed the fairy girl Anlia and left the mansion. Outside the mansion, Anlia spread out her folded wings and began to cast a spell. An elliptical passage appeared in front of Waylon. This is a temporary space passage leading to 300 kilometers away. I hope everything goes well for you. Thank you, Miss Anlia. After thanking him, Waylon took Kyle and the 2 horses into the space channel. After a period of disgusting chaos, the 2 men and their horses returned to the Qixing Lake. Looking at the nearby Qixing town, Waylon felt it was unreal. After sending Waylon away, the fairy girl Anlia returned to the mansion, snuggled up to Gray, and asked curiously, Master, isn't this just an ordinary human? He is not ordinary. I have glimpsed destiny in him. Gray explained gently while stroking Anlia's head. Anlia raised her head and asked, So, is this your investment in him, Master? That's not it. At most, it's an equal exchange. There's a friendship there. Gray said with some emotion, You can go see him when you leave. Master, how long do we plan to travel in this world? About 100 years. So long. Not long. I don't know if I can explore the entire world in 100 years. Gray rubbed Anlia's face and said, "This world is too vast. Judging from your master's 1,500-year adventure career, this world is definitely among the top 3 worlds I've ever seen. There are countless people stronger than me. I can sense a legend not far away. Although she can easily be crushed to death, the density of powerful people is a bit too high. Although I don't quite understand, the master must be the most powerful. I'll show you something even more powerful later." After returning to the Praying Star Lake, Waylin went straight to the castle, ready to store the storage book and plan carefully after a while to build the plantation in a suitable place. Apart from the golden apple tree given to the family, the other 5 things are enough for him to develop all the way to the Viscount stage. The next goal is to expand the territory, vigorously develop the economy, train the army, and enhance one's own strength. Oh, I have to go on a long trip again. I'll try to bring something back this year. Waylin rubbed his temples. He really didn't want to leave his territory unless it was necessary. After riding for less than 3 miles, Waylin discovered that there were so many people on the road. Most of them were shirtless, trying hard to break up large rocks and spread them on the road. There were also soldiers on duty nearby. Grown-ups. At this time, an officer from a distance came over and saluted Waylin. Waylin pointed at the civilians working on the road and asked the officer, "What's going on?" "Sir, recently too many freemen have been pouring into Praying Star Lake. Lord Baird is worried about chaos, so he organized the young and strong freemen to build roads, open up wasteland, and other matters related to the territory. He provides them with 2 meals a day to ensure their survival. Well, you continue with your mission." Waylin nodded, patted the red phosphorus horse, and headed towards the mountain with Kyle. "Yes, sir, I will do my duty." The officer looked at Kyle, who was following behind the Lord with great envy, and lamented that he was not capable enough to become a knight, so he could only take the path of a warrior. Chapter 91 Summary Meeting. After returning to the castle, Waylin directly ordered the establishment of 2 ranches on the north side of the castle, one covering an area of 300 acres and the other covering an area of 500 acres. He planned to raise black pigs and Luano camels first, expand the scale, and prepare for future military training. Since it was Waylin's order, Baird directly mobilized most of the civilians to join the construction. Even some young and middle-aged freemen who were building roads in the territory were pulled to the north of the castle to build pastures. Not to mention the new freemen. They were all thrown over to complete the Lord's order as quickly as possible. With the combined efforts of most of the young and middle-aged people in Qixing Lake, the 2 ranches were basically completed in less than 10 days, with only some details needing to be improved. On January 15th, 9722, all 15 of Varen's guardian knights gathered in the castle to attend a year-long summary meeting. After a year, the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew have matured a lot, and Andrew and others who work with them all follow their lead. "Hail, my lord." In the conference room, 14 people stood up and saluted when they saw Waylin come in. "Sit down, everyone sit down." Waylin came to the main seat, spoke to the others with a smile, and then sat down. Upon hearing this, the 14 people sat down on the stools. Kyle, Waylin's personal bodyguard, came behind him and looked at everyone present. "A year ago, I promised that whichever of you wins will receive my reward. Now let's start reporting. Let's start with Orlando and his team." Orlando stood up upon hearing this, saluted Waylin, and began to report. "During the 1-year development operation, we have expanded 600 square kilometers of territory, established a pioneering town, 3 villages, 2 logging camps, a mining site, a purple horse farm, and 12 outposts. The population is 8,500 and 32,000 acres of land have been reclaimed. As for the army, excluding the 15 knight squires and 3 squadrons of 150 soldiers that the Lord has withdrawn, the current army consists of 800 men, 300 of whom are professional soldiers, all of whom have entered the warrior apprenticeship stage. The remaining 500 are militia, and about 1/3 of the militia have become warrior apprentices. My department currently has 95 knights and squires. I have 35 under my command. Hebrew has 30, and Andrew and the other knights and squires under the master apprentice system have 30. Supplies. A few minutes later, based on Orlando's report, Waylin basically grasped the intelligence of the development area. Overall, the newly developed area far exceeded Waylin's expectations and proved to him Orlando's capabilities. From now on, Kaichuo Town will be renamed Orlando Town. As a subordinate administrative district of Qixing Lake, the military quota is 800. You will be responsible for filling the remaining number of soldiers yourself. Thank you, my lord. Orlando listened to his master's words and replied excitedly. Hebrew, who was sitting next to Orlando, was even more excited than his brother. If it weren't for this serious occasion, he would have jumped up with excitement. After letting Orlando take a seat, Waylon looked at Baird and signaled him to start. Qixing Lake originally covered 150 square kilometers. This year, it expanded northward by 300 square kilometers, now covering 450 square kilometers. There are 1 town, 3 existing villages, and 4 newly established villages in the past 3 months, totaling 7 villages. There are also 5 lumber yards, a salt mine, 6 ice bluegrass potion plantations, and 6 outposts. The population is over 16,000, of which 7,000 are newly immigrated free people. The army consists of 1,600 men, 500 professional soldiers, 300 garrison troops, and 800 militiamen. Of these, the professional soldiers and garrison troops have all become warrior apprentices, and approximately 100 militiamen have embarked on the path of becoming warriors. There are 37 knight squires. As for supplies, we currently have 60,000 gold coins, 15 million kilograms of grain, and 550 sets of leather armor. As expected of Baird, even when facing a talented player like Orlando, he can still easily defeat him. Waylon looked at Baird, who had dark circles under his eyes, and nodded in admiration. Then he said to everyone, "I declare Baird the winner." When this was said, no one objected. The facts were before them, and they had no choice but to agree with the Lord's judgment. Even Orlando had to admit that Baird won this time. Not to mention the distant past, just take the magical plant ice bluegrass as an example. Without Baird's careful discovery, it would be impossible for Qixing Lake to have an economic pillar to support their rapid development. "Kyle, have someone bring the stuff in." "Yes." A few minutes later, 2 night attendants carried a large wooden box into the meeting room. Waylon walked forward and opened the wooden box. There were many items inside, including 6 low-level magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of excellent knight armor, 3 excellent knight swords, and a 7-color life flower. From now on, these things belong to Baird and the team he leads. How to distribute them is up to you. After finishing the previous year's affairs, Waylon returned to the main seat, leaned back, supported his chin with his left hand, and said, "This year, we have 3 goals." Upon hearing this, Baird and the others straightened their sitting postures and turned their gazes towards Waylon. First, expand at least 400 square kilometers of territory to the north. Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dosius, Alf, Adolf. Every time Waylon read out a name, a guardian knight stood up and saluted him. The 6 of you will be separated from Orlando's forces and form a new pioneering team. I will allocate you 200 troops, 3,000 people, and some supplies. I hope that by this time next year, you can bring me a surprise. I will definitely live up to the trust placed in me by my lord and complete the mission with my life at stake." Waylon nodded, then asked them to sit down and continued. Secondly, absorb the population. Take advantage of this favorable wind to expand the territory's population as much as possible. Qixing Town and Orlando Town must prepare to establish related industries to absorb more people, while also avoiding unrest that would endanger the security of the territory. "Yes, my lord," Baird and Orlando responded. Randolph, an ordinary-looking knight, stood up and saluted Waylon by beating his chest. "Next, you will be responsible for following me and overseeing the layout of 5 industries. The task is heavy, and I hope you are well prepared." "I understand." Randolph took on the task calmly without much excitement. "In the new year, I hope we will go all out to make our homeland stronger." Randolph stays, the rest of you can disperse. "Yes." Chapter 92, Assignment of Tasks, Inspection of the Qingzi Horse Ranch. After everyone left, Waylon called Randolph to his study. "How was it? Did Orlando give you any trouble while working for him this year?" Waylon asked with a smile while motioning Randolph to sit down. "My lord, Orlando is very talented," Randolph replied respectfully, sitting upright. "In my 22 years, he is the most gifted knight I have ever met. He is also a strong leader. To have achieved this level without any training only proves that you, my lord, have a keen eye for talent. I just gave him a chance. The rest is all his own hard work." Waylon waved his hand and said, feeling very happy in his heart, as if his son had grown up and was recognized by others. Without the master as his mentor, even if Orlando has talent, it will be difficult for him to fully display his potential. Okay, come, have some tea." Seeing Kyle bring the tea, Waylon smiled and motioned Randolph to help himself. "You may have to work harder in the next year." After hearing this, Randolph put down the teacup in his hand, sat up straight, and said, "Please let your lord know. I have 3 plants and 2 animals in my possession. They are related to the future development of the territory and are as important as the ice bluegrass. The task for the next year is development. Master, if you trust me, I am willing to pledge my life to complete all the tasks you have entrusted to me. I know your abilities, and that's why I chose you. Waylon encouraged him and then asked Kyle to take the parchment from the desk and give it to Randolph for inspection. This contains information about 5 species of plants and animals, including their growing environments, planting requirements, and precautions. Your next month will be spent following these instructions to find and modify environments suitable for these 5 plants and animals. The infrastructure of the 2 ranches has been completed. All you have to do is renovate them according to the above requirements. If you need manpower and supplies, make your request directly to Baird. In addition, I will transfer 4 squadrons of soldiers to you, and they will obey your command only. Randolph listened to Waylon's words while browsing the information on the parchment, and then carefully put it in his arms. My lord, I am aware of your request. Please allow me to start my mission now. Randolph stood up and said firmly. Waylon stood up and looked at Randolph, praising him highly. You are indeed very decisive. I won't waste your time then. After Randolph left the study, Waylon changed into simple clothes and headed to the training ground to complete today's training. Ever since drinking the Star Mage's mysterious fruit tea, he felt that he was not far from the high-level silver level. 2 days later, Waylon took Kyle and several knights and attendants to Orlando Town to inspect the Purple Horse Ranch. Riding on the red phosphorus horse and admiring the surrounding scenery, Waylon couldn't help but recall the time when he robbed the Purple Horse more than a year ago. At that time, he had made a big detour and sent wrong information to the other party from the border of Sirop province, hoping to take revenge on the Hall's family. As a result, more than a year passed, and there seemed to be no news of the Centaur tribe harassing and retaliating against the pioneer knights of the Hark's family, which made him a little disappointed. Forget it, why think so much? Since I missed this opportunity, I'll just look for another one. Even though I didn't succeed in trying to kill me, I still hold a grudge. Putting this matter behind him, Waylon quickened his pace, preparing to visit several border outposts after inspecting the blue and purple horses. Outside Orlando Town, Orlando put on his armor, leaned against a big tree, and waited quietly. Around him were his own knights, a total of 35 people, more than half of whom had reached the level of bronze knights. All of them wore armor mixed with mountain copper, and their weapons were also mixed with a small amount of mithril. According to the level of division, everyone's equipment was of excellent grade. A fire lion is engraved on the left side of each knight's breastplate, which symbolizes their tenacity and loyalty, as well as their fighting spirit and war beast form. Captain, the Lord and his men are here. A bronze knight reported to Orlando. Orlando took the helmet handed to him by the knight, put it on his head, slightly ruffled the red ribbon tied around his neck, and shouted, "Mount your horses." The 35 men moved in unison, standing steadily on their purple horses, forming a line and waiting for Waylon's inspection. Orlando stroked his red phosphorus horse and then rode on it. "Hail, my lord." All the knights drew their long swords, held them in front of their chests, and saluted Waylon. A young face, determined eyes, and an upright posture. Although they are all underage, they already have the appearance of a knight. Very good. He values these 35 knights very much. However, judging from their military posture and strength, Waylon clearly distinguished that 5 of them should have been incorporated into the Knights of Orlando in the last 6 months, and there was some gap between them and the other 30 knights. The red ribbon is not tied properly. Waylon rode his horse to Orlando's side and straightened the red ribbon around his neck. "Thank you, my lord." Orlando smiled and thanked sincerely. "Little rascal. Although I am not very old, I am only less than 20 years old. Come on, take me to the Ching Zima ranch. I've given Ching Zima to you for over a year. Let's see what the results are. Please follow me, my lord." Afterwards, Orlando led the way, followed by Waylon, Kyle, and several knight attendants, and the remaining 35 knights followed at the end, all the way to the ranch 7 kilometers away. On the way, with Orlando's explanation, Waylon roughly understood the scale of the Kingzima ranch. The entire Chingzi Horse Ranch covers an area of 5,000 acres, with 51 soldiers, 125 herdsmen, 387 Chingzi horses, and a village nearby. Half of the tax fields in the village are planted with wind green grass, a plant that Chingzi horses love very much, which serves as the Chingzi horses' reserve food and food reserves needed for combat. There were no monster clans, nor were there any warcraft or wild beasts. The farmlands were full of busy farmers with smiles on their faces. When they saw Waylon and his party, they stopped what they were doing and bowed to express their respect to the Lord. Seeing this scene, Waylon felt even happier. More than 10 minutes later, the group slowly arrived outside the Chingzi Horse Ranch. At the gate of the ranch, 10 soldiers stood guard diligently and did not slack off. My lord. The leading officer stepped forward, pounded his chest, and saluted Waylon, then ordered someone to open the ranch gate. Chapter 93 Purple Horse Ranch. Stepping into the Purple Horse Ranch, Waylon discovered the shiny green grass, a stream not far away, and some low trees occasionally. From time to time, a group of purple horses ran past freely. Found this picture online. This picture is really beautiful. If it weren't a ranch, I would have thought I was in a resort. Waylon opened his arms, enjoying the breeze, feeling very refreshed. If my lord needs it, I can have someone build a small manor here so that you can come here to play in your spare time. Orlando said to Waylon after careful consideration. That's settled then, Waylon replied with a smile, then added a reminder. Do it without hindering the development of Orlando Town. After all, development is our priority right now. I understand. Orlando kept this in mind and planned to give his master a surprise the next time he came. At this moment, a herdsman rode a purple horse to Waylon, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, My lord, I am Hal, the manager of the Purple Horse Ranch. Get up and show me where you live. Yes, sir, please follow me. Hal stood up, brushed off the dirt on his body, mounted his purple horse, and led the way. After a kilometer walk, everyone arrived at a gathering place where stables were neatly arranged, with many blue and purple horses taking care of their cubs in the stables. Waylon dismounted, handed the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, and went to the stable to observe. The stable was very clean. The environment is very good, the hygiene is good, and you are very responsible. Sir, this is what we should do. Hal, the manager of the Qingzi Horse Ranch, replied respectfully. Waylon walked over and petted a small purple horse, asking, Tell me about the ranch. Yes, sir. Hal had a herdsman bring a map of the Purple Horse Ranch, respectfully spread it out on the stable floor, and began to report. Lord, you see, we've divided the ranch into 3 areas. We're currently using Area 1, which covers 1,500 acres and has a stable, a herdsman's living area, a hayfield, a military camp, and 3 rest areas for patrolling soldiers and herdsmen. A total of 387 blue and purple horses are being bred in land number 1, including 20 stallions, 170 mares, and 197 foals. We expect to produce 80 war horses by the end of this year. In addition to the nutrients needed by the pony, the ranch can produce 500 kilograms of mare's milk every month. Due to storage difficulties, we make it into mare's cheese. Oh, give it to me and let me try it. Speaking of cheese, Waylon couldn't help but feel greedy and gave Hal an order. Please wait a moment, my lord. After a while, a piece of horse cheese was brought up. Waylon picked up the fork, picked up a small piece, put it in his mouth, and tasted it slowly. It tasted very good and had a special flavor. How do you usually deal with these cheeses? Waylon picked up another small piece and put it into his mouth, asking while eating. Some of the mare's milk is used by the ranch itself, and some is made into cheese for storage. A few minutes passed, and Hal felt uneasy when he saw that Waylon was reluctant to speak, and he lowered his head in fear. Orlando, do you know about the milk production at the Kingzima Ranch? I know. I asked him to handle it on his own as compensation to the soldiers and herdsmen of Kingzima Ranch. Orlando replied respectfully. Is that so? Hal? The villain is here. Since Orlando has told you to handle it on your own, I will not interfere. I allow you to sell the mare's milk and cheese. Apart from the taxes, the rest of the profits belong to the ranch, and you can distribute them as you wish. But Waylon suddenly raised his voice, frightening Hal so much that he fell to his knees. If you dare to disregard the safety of the purple horse and overproduce mare's milk, you know the consequences. Yes, I know. Thank you for your gift, Lord. Well, get up. After dealing with this small matter, Waylon selected a purple horse and took Orlando with him to have a good stroll around the ranch. Running freely on the green grass is very refreshing. Then the 2 men got off the purple horse, let the horse eat grass on its own, and they both went to the stream and sat down. Good boy, your strength is growing very fast. You have reached the middle silver level so quickly. My lord, you are not slow either. I feel that you are even stronger than me. Upon hearing this, Orlando responded with a smile, without the previous restraint he had shown in front of others. Don't stop the recent land reclamation efforts. Accelerate the reclamation of the land. My lord, has something happened? In my estimation, the famine will be at its worst in the middle of this year. A large number of freedmen may then flock here, and we must absorb this population. I see. Waylon picked up a stone and threw it into the water with a deep look in his eyes. He knew a lot about the nobility. During this turmoil, most nobles would only rescue serfs because they were their property and could not afford to lose them. As for the free people, they either sold themselves into slavery or left their homeland. At this stage, Wei was in urgent need of high-quality population, so he set his sights on this group of free people. Under the general environment, the price of slaves in the Cartero province plummeted, but why spend money when you can replenish the population for free? The two chatted about other topics, and near noon, they rode their purple horses back to the gathering place. After lunch, Wei went to inspect the border post in the southwest. My lord, each outpost is manned by 8 soldiers. 2 are on permanent standby at the outpost, and the other 6 are divided into 2 groups to regularly patrol the border, record the situation, and report to Orlando town every month. Wei looked at the outpost built in the jungle. It took advantage of the shade of trees, and the outer walls were painted a similar green color, which provided a certain degree of protection. At this moment, 2 soldiers from the outpost immediately ran out and saluted Wei, saying, "Greetings, Lord. Guard Chucks, Enko, of outpost number 6 salutes you. Show me the post." "Yes, sir." 2 soldiers walked respectfully in front to lead the way, and Wei followed closely behind them, entering this 3-story outpost that covered an area of only 150 square meters. My lord, there are 5 rooms on the first floor. 2 of them are used to store food and other daily necessities. 1 is used to store weapons and equipment, and the other 2 are where we live. There are 4 rooms on the second floor. 3 of them are where we sleep, and the other 1 is where we raise pigeons, but it's not in use yet. Afterwards, Wei came to the top floor, the observation platform of the outpost. Standing on it, he could peek out at the vast wilderness and scout the movements around him. After getting familiar with the outpost, Wei encouraged the 2 soldiers and then inspected other outposts. Chapter 94 Breakthrough to High Silver Level. After completing the inspection that day, Wei stayed in Orlando town for 1 night and returned to the castle with his men the next day. For the next half-month, Wei put everything aside and focused on cultivation, preparing to break through. On January 28th, Kyle, as usual, stood by with a towel in his hand, quietly watching Wei practice and fulfilling his duty as a guard. Wei threw himself into the martial arts performance, constantly swinging the knight's sword in his hand. The wood-attributed fighting spirit continued to cover his entire body, relieving the tearing pain in his body. Beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead, but it still did not force him to stop. Relying on external energy to advance from the lower silver level to the middle silver level made his foundation somewhat unstable. Therefore, when he advanced again, the pain he experienced was more than 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary middle silver level advancing to the higher level. Shit, that hurts. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Wei let the wood-attributed fighting spirit flow into his body to transform his body. He made up his mind that he would never take shortcuts in the future, otherwise the pain that would follow would be something he could not endure. More than 10 minutes later, Wei lay breathlessly on the stone slabs of the training ground, feeling a slight chill and a thin layer of wood-attributed fighting spirit covering his body. This was the sign of promotion to the high-level silver level. The first condition for advancing to the gold level is to integrate this layer of Do Chi shell into the outer layer of the skin. The second is to strengthen various parts of the body so that the body can carry Do Chi for a long time. The last is to integrate the Do Chi vortex in the body into the heart, making it a new carrier of Do Chi. For the knight profession, or the melee-type extraordinary profession, if the level below gold is a competition of skills, it is a competition of who can better attach the fighting spirit to the weapon to fight and wear out the opponent. Then for those at gold level and above, their bodies become several times stronger and they become real fighting machines. They can release their fighting spirit outside their bodies and form their own unique fighting skills. Their destructive power is dozens of times stronger and can easily change the outcome of a small battle. In Weilin's view, humans of gold and above and other humans are like 2 different races, but they are indeed one race. Their descendants are still ordinary humans, except for those alien humans who have received alien blood. Seeing that Weilin's promotion was completed, Kyle hurried over and helped him sit on the stone bench next to him. "Master, here." Kyle opened a bottle of ice blue potion and handed it to Weilin. Weilin took the ice blue potion and drank it in one gulp. He immediately felt a cool sensation and the pain in his body eased a lot. If Kyle hadn't been beside him, he would have groaned for the sake of his face. After taking a full half-hour to recover, Weilin stood up from the chair, feeling that his body was full of strength and he could beat 3 or 5 of his previous self. Breakthrough is good. Other attributes of the silver high-level knight have a lifespan of 150 years, and he feels that he can live for at least 200 years. Perhaps this is because the combat ability of the wood attribute Do Chi is relatively weak, but it is compensated in other aspects. My lord, Lord Chief Steward Baird requests an audience. A castle guard trotted up to Wei Lin and saluted, beating his chest. Send him over. Wei Lin put on his shirt and gave instructions to the soldier. A moment later, Baird entered the training ground with a smile on his face. The moment he saw Wei Lin, he was stunned. Then he bowed respectfully and said, Congratulations, Master, on your further advancement in cultivation. Everyone has good talents, and I believe you will catch up soon. Wei Lin responded with a smile. What do you want from me? My lord, Lady Layla has completed the construction of the Ice Blue Potion Workshop and is now waiting for you to inspect it. Kyle, go get the box from the third row, second compartment on the bookshelf in my study. Yes. Wei Lin asked Baird to wait for a while, then went to wash up and changed into a white uniform. There is a heavily guarded manor outside Qixing town, surrounded by tall walls. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers patrol back and forth to ensure that not even a mosquito can fly over. Wei Lin passed through 3 gates and entered the underground core of the manor, the potion workshop. My lord, the floors and walls of the potion workshop are mixed with a small amount of orichalcum. Lady Layla has also carved a number of warning magic circles. If any unexpected situation occurs, we will be informed immediately. Move the military camp to the side and strengthen the defense. In addition, all staff members must be strictly screened, preferably selected from the military, to prevent any leaks. Yes, I will deal with this matter as soon as I get down. Wei Lin walked forward while talking to Baird, who was half a body length behind him. After walking for more than 30 meters, Wei Lin arrived at the lowest level of the manor, where the potion workshop was located. As soon as the door was opened, what appeared in front of him was a potion workshop covering an area of more than 100 square meters, consisting of 12 magic machines. Due to the obstruction of the outer shell, Wei Lin could not see the structure inside clearly. Having said that, even if he could see the operating structure inside, he would not be able to understand the principles behind it. Sister Layla, thank you for your hard work. More than a month later, when Wei Lin saw Layla again, he found that she looked much more haggard. How is it? Is it fast? Layla looked at Wei Lin with a smile and pointed at her masterpiece. Come on, Sister Layla. You are the most powerful priest and magician I have ever met. Cough, cough, cough. Layla blushed a little and immediately changed the subject. Baird, go get a piece of ice blue grass. Yes, Master Layla. A few minutes later, Baird took out a piece of ice blue grass from the warehouse next door and gave it to Layla. Under Wei Lin's gaze, Layla placed the ice blue grass at the entrance of the potion workshop. With the influx of energy from the small elemental pool, the potion workshop began to work. The ice blue grass was lifted up by a suspended magic circle and entered the potion workshop. Every time it passed through a magic machine, corresponding residue was sent out and ice water was sent in. 3 minutes later, Wei Lin came to the last magic machine and looked at the 2 transparent medicine bottles placed in the groove. I saw a ball of light blue ice blue potion being divided into 2 transparent medicine bottles. Wei Lin walked forward, picked up a bottle, put it to his nose, and took a light sniff. The smell was somewhat different from the potion made by Layla herself. Seeing Wei Lin notice something unusual, Layla explained, potions made in the potion workshop are a bit less effective. They're only about 80 as effective as the ones I made myself. 80% of the time, the effect is good. Wei Lin was not dissatisfied. If the potion workshop could perfectly replicate handmade products, the profession of potion maker would not have appeared in this world. Kyle, bring the stuff over here. Chapter 95, Ice Blue Potion Mass Production, Signing of Business Contract. Kyle, who was standing behind Wei Lin, came to the 2 of them holding a wooden box, pointed the box opening at Layla, and slowly opened it. An exquisite dagger was placed in a wooden box, emitting a silvery white luster. Is this dagger made of mithril? Layla asked uncertainly. Sister Layla is indeed knowledgeable. 80% of this dagger is made of mithril. Wei Lin picked up the dagger and handed it to Layla. This is too precious. Layla took the mithril dagger in her hand and roughly estimated its weight, which was about 1 kilogram. According to the price of mithril she knew, 1 gram of mithril was 4 gold coins. This dagger contained 80% mithril, which was equivalent to 400 grams, and was worth 1,600 gold coins. However, the price of mithril is set by the official government of the kingdom. In private transactions, 1 gram of mithril is generally worth 10 gold coins. If this dagger is put on the market, it can be sold for at least 4,000 gold coins. This dagger, converted into gold coins, would cost more than a magician like you, who is also a priest proficient in potion crafting. Also, this mithril dagger is only of basic shape, at best fine grade. If you want to unleash the true value of mithril, You'll need to hire a magic craftsman and a forging master to process it. But you've already paid. Layla still declined and refused to accept it. Do you think I feel good about inviting you over with a toy? I probably won't have the face to face Aunt Flora next time, Waylon said with embarrassment. Seeing this, Layla struggled internally for a while and nodded to accept the gift. Sister Layla, how is the output of the potion workshop? Is there anything we need to pay attention to? Waylon patted the outer shell of the magic machine and asked. Layla placed the mithril dagger in the box and replied, the potion workshop can process 1 ice blue grass in 3 minutes, yielding 2 bottles of ice blue potion. The separated potion residue is not as perfect as handmade ones, so it still contains a small amount of potion ingredients. Residual potion ingredients. Waylon touched his chin, and an idea popped into his mind. Maybe he could make a facial mask and sell it to those noble women to make some extra money. Layla didn't know what Waylon was thinking, so she continued, although the potion workshop can continue to operate with the small elemental pool functioning, I still recommend stopping for 3 hours every 12 hours to prevent damage to some magic circles caused by high-intensity operation. Baird, take note of this. Yes, my lord, I will include this in the processing manual. Baird replied immediately after hearing this. After finishing the trip to the potion workshop, Waylon asked someone to inform Hooker of the Nankel Chamber of Commerce that trade negotiations would be held at the Qixing Town garrison tomorrow morning. At this moment, Hook has been in Qixing Town for more than a month. Every day he eats, drinks, plays and sees the scenery everywhere in Qixing Lake. Master, a knight asked me to tell you that we should go to the Qixing Town garrison tomorrow to discuss the potion matter. As soon as Hook entered the door, the servant waiting at the inn came forward and said respectfully, it seems that the ice blue potion can be mass-produced. My happy days are coming to an end. Hook patted his stomach with some regret, looked at the servant who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and said, Master, I am in a good mood today. If you have anything you want, just ask. Master, I want to know why you are willing to wait here for over a month. Even if Lady Layla is the daughter of Lord Madmonkey, there is no way she would keep you waiting for so long. It's very simple, Hook replied, stroking his beard. First, the third largest shareholder of the Nanker Chamber of Commerce is Lord Oster, Count of Indusi. According to seniority, the lord of this place is Lord Oster's nephew. Second, based on Lord Layla's close relationship with the lord of this place, I infer that Lord Madmonkey must be close to him. Third, the ice blue potion has great commercial value. If we sell it to someone who needs it, doubling or tripling the price would be a conservative estimate. Master, you are wise. Although the servant still had doubts in his heart, he pretended to be enlightened and complimented Hook. The master is in a good mood today and allows you to eat at the same table. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The next morning, Hook arrived at the Qixing Town garrison early to wait. It was almost 9 o'clock when Waylon entered the main hall of the garrison. Hook, you're here early. Lord Waylon, it's been a month since we last met, and you're still as charming and dashing as ever. Come, sit down. Waylon came to the main seat and sat down first. He turned his head to look at Hook and said to him, I called you here today to discuss the trade of ice blue potion. Kyle, give the sample to Hook. Hearing his master's order, Kyle placed a wooden box in front of Hook and then stood behind Waylon. Hook gave Waylon an apologetic smile, then carefully opened the wooden box. Inside were 12 bottles of ice blue potion. He took one out at random, opened the cork, and sniffed it gently. Lord Waylon, please forgive me for testing the ice blue potion in some other way. Waylon was a little curious about what method this businessman would use to test the ice blue potion. Hook silently chanted a spell, and a magic circle appeared on the floor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a bird-like creature appeared in front of Waylon, causing his expression to instantly turn cold. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hook stood up and hurriedly explained, Please don't misunderstand me, sir. I swear by the god of wealth and the goddess of life that I have absolutely not sought any information from your territory. This white-feathered bird is my summoned beast. It's good at analyzing various potions. Go on. After hearing the other party's explanation, Waylon's expression eased a lot. However, this also reminded him that he must strengthen the protection of important facilities, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Afterwards, Hook communicated with his summoned beast in bird language, but he didn't understand a word. 10 minutes later, Hook turned to Waylon and said, Lord Waylon, I already know the various properties of the ice blue potion. Our Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase it for 3 gold coins, and we will pick it up at your door. I wonder what your annual production is. The price is exactly the same as before. It seems that Hook did not lower the purchase price because the effect of the ice blue potion has weakened. 6,000 bottles. I can supply you 6,000 bottles every year. Waylon did not report the production volume, but directly gave the shipment volume. After hearing this, Hook's eyes moved rapidly, and he quickly figured it out in his mind. The purchase cost of 6,000 bottles of ice blue potion is 18,000 gold coins, and the cost of the teleportation array between the two provinces is estimated to be 6,000 gold coins. Based on the minimum selling price of 8 gold coins per bottle, the minimum profit can be 24,000 gold coins. Lord Waylon, our Chamber of Commerce is willing to sign a 10-year business contract with you. Waylon felt something was wrong, but he still signed the business contract, but the term was reduced from 10 years to 3 years. After both parties wrote down their names, the business contract suddenly emitted a golden light, and then returned to calm after a few seconds. This was the last step in completing the business contract with the help of the majesty of the gods to ensure that both parties would not breach the contract. Chapter 96 Farewell. Release the Black Pig and Luanyo Camel. After signing the business agreement, both parties agreed to pick up the goods in March of each year. That afternoon, after completing the mission, Hook left Qixing Lake with his servants and guards and returned to Kuz province. 3 days later, after 3 days of trial operation of the potion workshop, the ice blue potions produced met the standards, which meant that Layla was about to end her journey and return to the 16th Nights. For this purpose, Waylon specially held a small banquet to see Layla off. Sister Layla, you will be returning tomorrow. Well, I've been out for almost 2 months. If it weren't for the recent lack of war and the fact that I asked my father for leave, this would be considered a serious dereliction of duty. Upon hearing this, Waylon said, I've signed an order with the Nankur Chamber of Commerce for 6,000 bottles of ice blue potion. Excluding the amount I've reserved for myself, I still have quite a bit on hand. You can explain this to Lord Madmunch when you return. If he's willing, I can sign an agreement with the 16th Knights to purchase the ice blue potion, but the quantity might not be large. Thank you, Varen. I'll tell my father. Waylon raised his glass in gesture, and Baird and others raised their glasses. Let us bid farewell to Reverend Layla and thank her for bringing wealth to our prayer lake. Send off to Lord Layla. Everyone said with sincere blessings. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone started to eat and drink freely, and then ended the small banquet. The next morning, Waylon handed a gift box to Layla at the city gate. Sister, this is a gift from my aunt. Please give it to her. Layla solemnly took the gift box, placed it on the horse's back, and promised Waylon, don't worry, I will hand it to Flora personally. I'm sure she will be very happy to receive a gift from her nephew. Goodbye, Sister Layla. When Waylon saw the team depart, he waved and formally said goodbye to Layla. When Layla heard Waylon's voice, she waved her hand as a formal farewell. Kyle, next time we meet, maybe I'll have to call Layla Andy. Looking at Kyle beside him, Waylon couldn't help but joked. Kyle rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Master, why is this happening? Ha ha ha, you'll know next time. Looking at Kyle's expression, Waylon patted his shoulder and decided not to tell him the answer. Train well and lay a solid foundation. In a few months, I'll give you a chance. Yes, I will try my best. After seeing off Layla, Waylon had a few days of free time, and then he started a busy schedule with the returning Randolph. In the castle study, Randolph ran around everywhere inside and outside the Praying Star Lake and collected a lot of information. Master, the 2 ranches have been renovated and everything is ready. We just need to wait for the black-skinned pigs and Luanyo camels to arrive before we can put them into use. I have also completed my research into the environmental requirements of the 3 plants, the green ivy, the red tea tree, and the luminescent grapes. Among them, the green ivy tree has the lowest environmental requirements. A hill 20 kilometers north of Orlando town perfectly meets these requirements and is also within our territory. I've already ordered people to seal off the hill and clear away the trees, shrubs, and weeds. Next is the red tea tree. Cultivation requires silver-level flesh and blood, and the geographical environment is not very demanding. I chose a canyon covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers west of the ice frost zone. It is outside the scope of our territory, so we need to expand it. Oh, tell me what's so special about this canyon. Waylon pointed to the location on the parchment and asked Randolph. Upon hearing this, Randolph explained, this canyon is the remains of a battlefield where no fewer than 30,000 people perished. A bloody aura permeates the air, and the surrounding magic energy is tainted by blood. The soil is rich in special magic energy, similar to that found in the flesh and blood of silver-level monsters. This is enough to satisfy the red tea tree's need for silver-level flesh and blood, eliminating the need for us to hunt silver-level creatures. From now on, this is our territory. We'll send someone to plant the flag tomorrow. This canyon seemed to be born for cultivating black tea trees. Waylon made up his mind that whoever dared to compete with him would be killed. Randolph then went on to explain, "My lord, glowing grapes require a certain magical environment. I have searched the surrounding areas, but have not found a suitable environment." "Not at all?" Waylon asked somewhat unwillingly. "No, my lord. You know that the eastern part of the Grey Wasteland is a notoriously low magic energy area." Randolph shook his head and replied helplessly, "Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. I'll take care of the growing of the luminous grapes later." "Yes." Afterwards, Waylon took the storage book and went to the ranch to release the black-skinned pigs and Luonyo camel beasts stored in the book. Standing outside the pasture fence, Waylon opened the storage book, tore off the page about the black-skinned pig, and threw it to the center of the pasture. A ray of light instantly enveloped the pages of the book, slowly forming a space ball that began to expand rapidly. After a while, ugly black-skinned pigs with black hair were spit out by the space ball into the muddy ground of the pasture. After these stupid pigs covered themselves with black mud, they began to mate on the spot. A black-skinned pig looked at Waylon and the others, rushed towards the fence, and howled impatiently. "Grass." Waylon looked at the black-skinned pig in front of him and hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid being splashed with mud. "I thought the message was a joke, but I didn't expect these black pigs to be in heat all the time. My lord, on the other hand, this will also help us expand the scale of black-skinned pig farming," Randolph said, standing aside. "That's true, but I'd like the ranch staff to be more careful. I don't want any bad rumors to spread in the territory." "I understand." Afterwards, Waylon went to another pasture and released the Luonyo camel. When the Luonyo camel beast appeared, it scared the onlookers. It is 3 meters and 5 meters long, 2 meters and 2 meters high at the shoulder, and has 6 legs. It is a huge creature. On the clean grassland, 6 rhododendrons were eating grass. From time to time, they raised their heads to look in the direction of Waylon, and then buried their heads in eating grass again, looking very docile. Waylon was a little curious, so he stepped over the fence and walked towards the Luonyo camel beast. "Lord, be careful." Randolph saw this and hurriedly reminded him. Waylon waved his hand to reassure him, then walked to the side of the Luonyo camel and touched its head as it lowered its head to eat grass. "Moo." The Luonyo camel beast docilely took advantage of Waylon's palm and made a sound. Very mild. It seems that it can be used for more than just logistics transportation. Waylon touched his chin, and many ideas popped into his mind. After instructing the ranch staff to take good care of the Luonyo camel beast, Waylon set off for Qingtingsha Mountain. Chapter 97. Charles, the money-giving boy. Qingting Mountain. Waylon gave this nameless hill a new name. The entire Qingting Mountain is more than 80 meters high and covers an area of about 3 square kilometers. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain and looked up, we saw that a large area had been cleared, and even the road up the mountain had been paved with stone slabs. Not far from the foot of the mountain, a temporary camp was built where many soldiers were training. Waylon did not go to the camp, but only took Kyle and Randolph up the mountain, planted green ivy trees in a suitable location, and then left. The next day, a force of 500 men set out from the town of Orlando and headed northwest, preparing to occupy the canyon. At the same time, a pioneering team from the north arrived near the canyon. "Master, this is the location we have chosen." Outside a luxurious carriage, a knight spoke respectfully. "Are we there yet?" A man in a wizard's robe lifted the curtain and jumped out of the car. Looking at the desolate scene around him, he couldn't help but complain, "What a shabby place. Go look around and see if there's any place that can serve as a gathering place." "Yes, master." The knight took his orders and left. The young noble jumped off the carriage, looked at the 200 or so pale and skinny slaves behind him, and ordered the captain of the guards beside him, "Keep these untouchables away. They're not near my eyes." "Yes, Lord Charles." The captain of the guard, who had been in office for just half a month, replied timidly that he did not want to be like his predecessor, who was burned alive in public after just a slight rebuttal. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to serve a moody and bad-tempered pioneer lord. At this moment, 2 blushing maids came down from the carriage and took down a set of exquisite chairs from the rear carriage and placed them on the grass. 2 servants took milk and bread from a carriage and placed them carefully in front of Charles. "It tastes terrible. I really miss the days in the capital." Charles took a bite of the soft bread and threw it away. The hungry slaves all looked at the white bread on the ground. Even the guards standing around swallowed their saliva, trying hard not to look at the tempting white bread. What a bunch of untouchables. Looking at the reactions of others, Charles spoke without hesitation, with the arrogance and disdain unique to aristocrats. "If I hadn't offended someone at the Magic Academy, A noble person like me would not have come to this damn place. Suddenly, the knight who had gone to investigate returned to the caravan and reported to Charles. Master, a large number of troops have appeared around us. We may have to change our location. Changing places? Impossible. Charles shouted directly after hearing this. I've offended people in the capital, and I left in humiliation. Is there anyone in this shabby place that I can't offend? Young master, this is the border, different from other places. Seeing this, the knight immediately advised. Shut up, you're just a servant. Why do you need to speak? Charles poured the unfinished milk on the knight and scolded him mercilessly. Faced with such humiliation, the knight clenched his fists, lowered his head helplessly, and did not dare to look at this mad dog. With the reputations of my father and uncle, how could I be afraid of this rural noble from a remote village? Charles said this with a proud look on his face, and then ordered the knight to lead the way. For this brainless second-generation rich kid, the knight can only lead the way in humiliation, hoping that this fool won't get into trouble. At this moment, Waylon was surveying the situation in the canyon. As Randolph said, this place was surrounded by special magical energy, and the energy contained in the soil was close to the energy contained in silver-level flesh and blood. We can first build an earthen fort here, station a squadron of soldiers there, plant some black tea trees, and then relocate some people here to completely control this territory. My lord is right. Randolph nodded in agreement. Suddenly, there was a noise in the camp. Let's go, something's wrong. Outside the temporary camp, Charles's knights were beaten so hard by Orlando that they vomited blood. Charles collapsed to the ground in fear and said in horror, I'm telling you, my father is an earl, a big shot in the capital, and my uncle is Fisk, the governor of Cartero province. You can't afford to offend him, so don't come here. After hearing this, Orlando hesitated. Seeing the other party hesitate, Charles suddenly became arrogant again. You lowly person, why don't you apologize to this young master quickly? The low-level silver knight who was vomiting blood lay on the ground with a look of despair, feeling that he was doomed this time. If there is a next life, I will definitely be a good person and stay away from mental retardation. What happened? When Orlando was in a dilemma, he suddenly heard Waylon's voice and immediately relaxed. My lord, this nobleman brought his men to the camp and kept demanding we leave. He was also rude and insulting. I couldn't help it and took action. Waylon frowned and looked at the young noble on the ground. Seeing the real boss coming, Charles said even more arrogantly, You've caused a big disaster. My uncle is Fisk, the governor of Cartero province. I want you to. Since you have the ability, let your uncle give it a try. Now take your men and get out of here, or I'll let you feed the goblins in this wilderness. You. Sir, it was we who offended you. Please forgive me. The knight who was vomiting blood suddenly stood up, covered Charles's mouth, quickly apologized to Waylon, and then quickly left the place with his men. After seeing the other party walk away, Orlando asked doubtfully, Master, are you just going to let them go like this? They were told to leave, but they weren't told to leave with their belongings. My lord, what do you mean? Send someone to follow them and get the things back tonight. Remember to wear masks. Yes. Orlando received clear instructions and went down to prepare. Randolph saw this and said with a smile, My lord, if this noble goes to complain to Governor Fix, will his bottom be beaten to pieces? Ha ha, Randolph, I want to know that too, Waylon said with the same malicious humor. Actually, I want to know if his father will kick his ass. Just wait, Governor Fisk will soon send someone to mediate and clear up this misunderstanding. Randolph was somewhat expectant. After all, the people of the Das family were not stupid and would send someone to reconcile as soon as possible, otherwise they would not be able to withstand the anger of the Esk family. At night, Orlando led his men out of the camp and headed north. The next morning, carriages arrived at the camp, adding a lot to Waylon's wealth. On the other side, the impoverished Charles, wearing only a single piece of clothing, returned unwillingly to the provincial capital of Cartero province with more than 20 unarmed soldiers, several servants, and a seriously injured silver knight. Chapter 98. Fisk, the righteous governor of Cartero province. Master, that kid brought a lot of things. Oh, something. Waylon looked at Orlando, who looked excited and couldn't help asking. 30,000 gold coins, 26 magic books, 56 magic scrolls, over 300 sheets of special paper for making magic scrolls, over 50 bottles of various potions, over 20 gorgeous dresses, 3 sets of exquisite tables and chairs, 6 sets of exquisite tableware, 2 staffs, 8 sets of wizard robes, a bunch of miscellaneous personal belongings, and more than 10 carriages in total. In addition, there are 2 luxurious carriages, more than 60,000 kilograms of grain, and I also brought back his more than 200 slaves. I didn't spare the 20 or so people I let go. I looted them all, leaving only a single piece of clothing. After hearing this, Waylon was greatly surprised. They were not here to expand the territory, but clearly to have fun. By the way, my lord, there is another box of things that I don't understand, Orlando said, touching his head. Bring it up here so I can see it. Orlando's words piqued Waylon's curiosity. Then, two soldiers brought up an exquisite wooden box. Waylon stepped forward, opened a crack, and then quickly closed it. This kid is quite creative, with so many sex toys. My lord, what are these? Waylon turned to look at Orlando's innocent yet naive eyes, and said in a serious tone, You're still a minor, and not married yet. Why are you asking so many questions? These things are beyond your age to understand. The best thing to do is to train hard and improve your strength. Yes, my lord, I understand. Orlando stood at attention and listened to Waylon's teachings. You guys take this box and burn it. Forget it, don't burn it. These can also be exchanged for some money. Waylon took a few more glances at it, and thought it would be a pity to burn it. Instead, he could give it to Raymondo and let him sell it to those nobles and make a fortune. After the morning episode, Waylon began to have people clear the canyon, preparing to level a piece of land and plant the black tea trees. After several days of survival in the wilderness, Charles and his party borrowed a few carriages and some clothes from a nobleman, and then rushed to the provincial capital of Cardro Province to complain to his Uncle Fisk. In a mansion in the provincial capital of Cardro Province, Governor Fisk was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea with his son Kazak. Sir, your nephew, Lord Charles, requests to see you. A servant entered the hall and reported respectfully. Governor Fisk put down the teacup in his hand and asked in confusion, Why is this bastard back? Father, I think my cousin can't get used to the hard life of pioneering, so he ran back to you in shame to ask for help. Kazak said with a respectful look on his face, but in a rather sarcastic tone. Call him in. Governor Fisk gave the order to the butler without paying attention to his son's tone. After the manservant left, Governor Fisk glared at Kazak and said earnestly, Speak more gently. Don't be so aggressive or irritable. After all, he is your cousin, my eldest brother's son. That bastard caused so much trouble the moment he arrived. If you hadn't stepped in to sort it out, anyone else would have been reduced to that pile of excrement. Okay, stay calm and don't be impatient. Governor Fisk took a sip of tea slowly. Uncle, you have to make the decision for me. At this time, Charles, dressed as a beggar, entered the hall and prostrated himself on the ground crying. Governor Fisk looked at Charles dressed like this and hurried forward to support him, saying, What happened? Why do you look like this? It's been almost a month since I left, and I'm back like this. It's really embarrassing. As expected, Kazak said hurtful words calmly. Uncle, please make the decision for me. Charles cried even harder when he heard that, tears streaming down his face. He really didn't know where a fire magician could shed so many tears. Tell me, who made you like this? I'll take care of it for you, Governor Fisk said indignantly. This action gave Charles a boost of confidence, and he narrated the general course of events with some embellishments. You walked for a month before reaching the border. Uncle, are you paying attention to the wrong thing? Charles looked at Fisk, who was answering the question irrelevantly, stopped crying, and asked with some grievance. It's someone else's territory. Why do you want them to leave? No, Uncle, you. At this moment, Governor Fisk suddenly changed his expression and said righteously, In a few days, let Kazak take you to apologize to others. Uncle, you must be mistaken. I am your nephew. Charles hugged Fisk's thigh and said with tears and snot, If you can't get forgiveness from others, you are not my nephew. Fisk said it very straightforwardly and asked the servant to take Charles downstairs to wash and change clothes. After Charles was taken away, Fisk sat in the chair angrily. This bastard, it took him a month to get to the border, and he thought he was really here for tourism. Also, this bastard couldn't pick on anyone else, but he picked on someone our family can't afford to offend. His brain is full of straw. What a fool. Father, calm down. Don't let your anger ruin your health. Kazak said calmly from the side. Calm down. Don't be so irritable. Kazak, wait a few days. Take this bastard to apologize to others. It doesn't matter whether you get the things back or not. After this is over, send this bastard away. Out of sight, out of mind. Leave it to me, my dear father. Just as Kazak was about to leave, he stepped back and asked Fisk, Father, what should we prepare as an apology? Prepare 3 pieces of cloud silk cloth to apologize and win the other party's forgiveness. Fisk said with some pain in his heart. Yes, Father, I understand. He naturally knew why his father made such a decision. The family of a captain of the kingdom's 16th Knights was an old friend of theirs. As soon as he arrived in Cardro province, he told them in detail which families the high-ranking members of the knights came from and which factions they belonged to. Watching his son's departing figure, Fix murmured to himself, "This family tradition is not good. I must write to my eldest brother, otherwise it will not last many years and will decline." Their Dask family spent 200 years, lost no less than 200 members in battle, and spent a huge amount of money before they got the help of a big man, got a good job, gained a lot of military merits, and were promoted from Viscount to Earl. He did not ask for his family to be as powerful as the Axe family. He only asked for stability and that his family would not decline. Chapter 99, Silver Knights Classification. More than a month has passed since the red tea trees were planted in Mangrove Canyon. During this period, Waylon would inspect the Black Pig Ranch and Loanyo Camel Ranch almost every day, and from time to time, he would go to Qingting Mountain and Mangrove Manor to check on the status of these 4 types of animals and plants. As the 4 pillars of the territory's future, he cannot help but care about them. If something went wrong during the cultivation process and the crops died, he wouldn't even have room to cry. A few days ago, a gold-level warrior from the Nankal Chamber of Commerce came to the Qixing Lake, took away 6,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion by himself, left 18,000 gold coins, and left. Looking at the space equipment the other party was carrying, Waylon was very envious. A piece of space equipment that is only 1 cubic meter in size costs upwards of 200,000 gold coins, and is often hard to find. "My lord, a knight claiming to be from the kingdom's 16th Knight Order requests to see you." Kyle entered the study and reported to Waylon. "Let him in." After more than 10 minutes of rigorous inspection, a young knight entered the study, pounded his chest, and saluted. "Lord Waylon, I am the financial secretary of the 16th Knight Order and the apprentice of Lord Madmunch. You may call me Kak." "Cake, welcome." Waylon asked Kyle to prepare tea, and then invited Kak to sit in the guest room next door. "How is Captain Madmonkey these days?" Upon hearing this, Kak said in a gentle manner, "Master led the knights to support the kingdom's border last year and performed great service. The military has upgraded the 16th Knights to the 3rd-tier Silver Knights, and he is busy expanding the knights' ranks. Congratulate Mr. Madmunch for me." Waylon didn't know how many Silver Knights there were in the Kingdom of Ilia, but he knew the levels of the Silver Knights. The Silver Knights are divided into 5 levels from low to high, namely Athos, Roman, Saint Cielo, Kalilon, and the highest level Micah, named after the 5 most outstanding kings of the Kingdom of Elia. As for the structure of other levels of Silver Knights, Waylon was not very clear, but he knew the true structure of the Micah-level Silver Knights. A Micah-level Silver Knight Order has a Soul-level Knight Commander, 3 Soul-level Knight Deputy Commanders, 100 Gold-level Knights, 1,000 Silver Knights, 3,000 Bronze Knights, 5,000 High-level Knight Servants, and a team of 300 all-Silver-level Priests. The Axe family has 3 Micah-level Silver Knight Orders, the most powerful of which is in the hands of his father Angus, named the Eagle Knights, and can only be commanded in the name of the Eagle Earl. The other 2 are in the hands of Count Oster of Andusi and Count Ivelios of Hurricane. As for how other Micah-level Silver Knights arranged their logistics, he didn't know, but one of the Soul-level deputy captains of the Eagle Knights held a large storage space ring in his hand, which supported the logistics operation of the entire Knight Order. It is impossible to support this Knight Order solely by relying on territory taxes. As far as he knows, there is no powerful aristocratic force that can support a Micah-level Knight Order by relying on its own territory taxes. Almost all of them rely on the income from family industries to support their own troops and increase the loyalty of the Knight Order. In fact, Waylon was very confused about the tax collection system of the Kingdom of Ilia. Some nobles of the Earl rank and below can only rely on exploiting their territories and squeezing the people to maintain their aristocratic status and family power. It is outrageous that a baron's territory with a population of only 20,000 can squeeze out 50,000 to 60,000 gold coins a year. Most earls and above imposed medium or low taxes in their own territories, which averaged less than 5 silver coins per citizen, because the annual taxes in their territories accounted for less than 1/10 of the total income. It can be said that no noble family with face and status relies on taxes to survive. Moreover, the higher the title and the more powerful the family, the more they have to maintain their face. At least on the surface, they have to treat the people of their territory well. "Sir, I'm here to trade with you on behalf of my master and the 16th Knights," Kak said softly, looking at Waylon, who was in a trance. "Oh, okay." Waylon came back to his senses and said to Kak, "How many ice blue potions can you take in a year?" Seeing that the other party pushed the problem to himself, Kak did not get angry. He said calmly, "Lord Vera, the knights have recently expanded their personnel. The military funds given by the higher-ups are limited. We can only purchase about 2,000 bottles at most. But don't worry, after a few years, when the Knight's expansion is complete and military spending increases, they will definitely increase their purchases of magic potions. Fearing that the other party would be dissatisfied, Kak added, "Cake, I'm not angry." Waylon waved his hand and said, "Buying and selling things like this requires mutual consent. Plus, with Lord Medmonkey's help, I wouldn't be so petty. Ice blue potion. The Nankal Chamber of Commerce is buying it for 3 gold coins a bottle. Are you willing to accept it?" "No problem, we totally accept that." Kak answered immediately, then took out 6 gold notes of 1,000 each and placed them on the table. "Kyle, pack 2,000 bottles of ice blue potion." "Yes, my lord." The two chatted for another half an hour, when Kyle came in to report that all the goods had been loaded onto the carriage, and Karker immediately resigned. Waylon tried to persuade him to stay, but when he saw that the other party refused, he personally sent him away from Chishing Lake. Back in the study, Waylon had just sat down when he saw Kyle walking in quickly. "My lord, Lord Baird has sent someone to report that Kazak, the son of the governor of Kadlo province, has arrived in Chishing town and wants to see you, as well as the arrogant nobleman who was in Mangrove Canyon a month ago. No rush. Leave him alone for now and tell him I have something to do and we'll talk tomorrow." "Yes." In a hotel in Chishing town, Kazak's face looked a little unhappy when he heard the other party's words. "Cousin, this country bumpkin looks down on you and dares to neglect you like this." After the servant left, Charles couldn't help but instigated. "Shut up." Kazak yelled at Charles. "It's all because of you, a loser, you're blind. Otherwise, why would I come here?" "Cousin, you. Shut up from now on. I've heard from my uncle that if you can't get the other party's forgiveness, you'll be prepared to be a pig for the rest of your life." After Kazak finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the other party and left the room. After hearing this, Charles sat down on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. "I don't want to be a pig. I don't want to be a reproductive tool. My life has just begun. I don't want it. I don't want it." The slamming of the door woke Charles up, and he couldn't help but crawl on the ground and cry. Chapter 100. Charles, the Money-Giving Boy, Part 2. The next morning, Charles followed Kazak with his head down, step by step towards the castle on the mountain. Along the way, the two had no communication except the sound of footsteps. Kyle, who was guarding the castle gate, watched a group of people approach and said calmly to the noble young man in the lead, "My master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." "Thank you very much." Kazak politely took out a purse and handed it to Kyle. Kyle didn't say much. He took the purse and hung it in the most conspicuous place around his waist, then led a few people to the castle hall. Entering the castle, Kazak secretly looked around. The overall style was rough yet elegant. At this moment, Kazak saw the half-elf Eunice walking by and couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and then he retracted his gaze. He didn't know whether this half-elf had become the lover of this member of the Ikes family, so he decided not to pay too much attention to it to avoid causing trouble. "This time I am here to apologize, not to arouse others' hatred." At the main gate of the castle hall, 2 guards watched Sergeant Kyle arrive. They first saluted by beating their chests, then said, "Lord Kyle, please have these men leave their weapons outside." I know. Kazak quickly placed his sword on the weapon rack next to him, and then asked his followers to hand over the weapons. "What's this?" "These are 3 bolts of cloud silk cloth, a gift for your lord." Seeing this, the 2 guards looked at Kyle, and when he nodded, they let him go. Entering the hall, Waylon sat on the castle stone seat, looking down at the people coming in. On both sides stood high-ranking knight attendants wearing full body armor and holding swords, which was very oppressive for Kazak and others. "Greetings, Lord Waylon. I am Kazak, son of Governor Fisk. I have come here today to apologize to you with my bastard cousin. I hope you will forgive his disrespect to you." Charles lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and knelt on the ground, saying humbly, "Please forgive my previous arrogance and rudeness, Your Excellency. I am willing to pay any price for this." Wearing a mask, Waylon looked at Charles, who was arrogant and wanted to take revenge on him a month ago, kneeling on the ground and begging for his forgiveness. He felt that it was great to have a united and powerful family. Because of the mask's obstruction, Kazak couldn't observe the other person's expression, so he took the initiative to break the deadlock and said, "Sir, these are 3 pieces of cloud silk cloth, a specialty of our family. I hope to earn your forgiveness." Waylon raised his head slightly and looked at the followers standing behind Kazak. He saw that the other party took off the cloth bag, revealing the pure white cloud silk cloth inside. This specialty of the Dosk family is usually supplied to the royal family and several ducal families, yet you are willing to use it as an apology. As long as I can gain your forgiveness and avoid hostility between our two families, it's all worth it. Kazak responded very politely. Waylon didn't accept it directly. Instead, he asked, I heard that your cousin met with an accident after leaving. Aside from about 20 people who survived, everything else was stolen. It's because of his arrogance and lack of strength that he lost these things. We consider ourselves unlucky. Kazak's words directly concluded the matter and indicated that he would not pursue the matter further. That's right. Monsters are rampant in the border areas, and coupled with the drought, thieves are rampant. Your Excellency is right. Khazar said obediently. Whatever the other party said was what he would do, and he would not refute it. Kyle, burn the letter in my study later. Hearing his master's words, Kyle was a little confused, but then he reacted and answered loudly, yes. Hearing this, Kazak was shocked. Fortunately, he arrived quickly, otherwise it would be over. Charles felt even weaker in the knees and feet, feeling like he had just survived a disaster and his life was almost ruined. I've accepted the things, and this matter is over. Thank you, sir. We will not disturb you any further. Then, Kazak had his things put away and took Charles out of the castle. Everyone stepped back. Seeing the guests leave, Waylon took off his armor, waved his hand, and asked them to leave. Soon, Waylon and Kyle were the only ones left in the hall. My lord, this is the bribe given by the governor's son. Kyle came to Waylon, took off the cloth bag from his waist, and said respectfully, since it's given to you, just accept it. Seeing this, Kyle happily put it away. It's March now. I'll observe for another month to see how these 4 species of plants and animals are doing. If there are no problems, I'll plan to go back. Waylon looked at Kyle with a smile on his face and thought silently in his heart. Since the teleportation fee is 300 gold coins per person, in order to save costs, he plans to bring at most 1 person. This time when he returned to Xia province, it was not just to give away the golden apple tree. He also planned to build a manor in his own territory and plant luminous grapes. If possible, find a few chambers of commerce in Xia province and sell the ice blue potion. At the same time, he also planned to go to Lando City in Kaz province to retrieve the book from the stranger and see if there was any treasure worthy of fate's guidance to tell him this news. Waylon estimated that this journey would last 2 to 3 months. In mid-April, after finishing their current affairs, Waylon and Kyle traveled light to the provincial capital of Kardro province. At the beginning of the month, Waylon once again received explosive news. In June, the Third Icelandic War will break out between the Kingdom of Kuba and the half-elf Kingdom of Iz. When Waylon got the news, he smelled the scent of getting rich. As we all know, war means making money, but it is the countries that do not participate in the war that make money. He still had 12,000 bottles of ice blue potion in his hand. Apart from the 2,000 bottles he had reserved, he could still sell 10,000 bottles. He could even be greedy and increase the price 5 or 6 times. Once this idea popped into his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about it. This time when he returned, he planned to find a way from his father to see if he could contact the military of the Kuba Kingdom. Waylon rode on his red phosphorus horse, looking at the capital of Kardro province, feeling a little melancholy. 2 years ago, he came here with 14 people and started his pioneering career. 2 years later, he owned a territory, and it was only a matter of time before he became a baron. Let's go to the teleportation array. After showing my identity, the guard let me pass. Passing by a charming street, it was not much different from 2 years ago, except that it was still shabby. Outside the teleportation hall, Waylon asked Kyle to lead the horse while he went to pay the fee. 300 gold coins per person, 50 gold coins per horse, and the cost of the teleportation array for 2 people and 2 horses is 700 gold coins. Next, after waiting for nearly 2 hours, Waylon and his companions, along with more than a dozen other nobles heading to Xia province, entered the teleportation array. For mages standing at the 4 corners of the teleportation array began to inject magic into the surrounding instruments. The elemental pool located below the teleportation array was activated, providing energy to the surrounding magic array. After a few seconds, a large number of magic circles were activated. Chapter 101 returned to Windsor Castle. After the white light, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Looking at Kyle's pale face, Waylon supported him and led the 2 horses to the side to rest. Have you recovered yet? Thank you, my lord. I am much better now. Kyle's face turned red again, and he answered with some shame. It's okay. It's your first time using the long-distance teleportation array, so it's normal to feel a little uncomfortable. Waylon patted Kyle's shoulder and comforted him. Afterwards, the 2 of them led their horses out of the teleportation hall, walked on the clean and tidy streets, and looked at the environment of the provincial capital of Xia province, feeling very comfortable. Time is tight. I'll take you here next time. Seeing the hope in Kyle's eyes, Waylon jumped on the horse and smiled at him. My lord, I am obsessed with appearances. The horse's hooves pattered on the bluestone floor, and as they passed through the crowded streets, the two men successfully left the city. After 3 days and 2 nights of travel, Waylon finally arrived at Incheon County, Cheongning Territory, Shiha Province. Everything around is still so harmonious. Compared with the border areas, the civilians living in Eagle Territory are undoubtedly much happier. They have spare money to send their children to school, become professionals, and have channels for advancement. In his own territory, Waylon openly displayed his family emblem. Whether it was the passing army, the traveling merchants, or the busy civilians, when they saw the Ike's family emblem on Waylon's chest, there was no fear or terror in their eyes, only respect and gratitude for everything the Ike's family had given them. Kyle had no idea how many times he had been shocked along the way. He knew that his master's family was powerful, but he didn't expect that they were so beloved. Kyle, there are no serfs in Eagle Territory. As they got closer to Windsor Castle, Waylon was in a good mood and couldn't help but explain to Kyle. In Eagle Territory, every civilian has a path to advancement. They can send their children to take career tests for free and enroll in various academies, such as Warrior Academy, Knight Academy, and Magic Academy. The outstanding ones will be recruited and trained by the EXE family. Baird and his team came up through this channel, so each of them is quite capable. Meanwhile, inside Windsor Castle, Master Waylon has returned to Shiha Province and will arrive at Windsor Castle in 3 hours. A shadow stalker knelt on the ground and reported respectfully. Angus held a few pages of paper in his hand, which recorded some information about Waylon over the past 2 years. Go inform Madam that Waylon is back. Yes, sir. A butler came forward and bowed, then left the study. You go down too. Yes, master. The shadow stalker's figure gradually disappeared. Angus took a few pieces of paper in his hand, walked to the bookshelf, and took out a book titled The Growth Record of Offspring. He opened it and turned to the section about Waylon and put the 3 pieces of paper in his hand into it. It has been 3 years since the eldest son Ilyssus went to be tested by the hurricane Count Ivelios. The second daughter, Orthea, has now become a golden paladin of the Knights Templar, one of the 3 major knight orders of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilia. She has also become a golden priest of the Goddess of Life, which is a relief. The third daughter, Clara, is rebellious and runs off to become an adventurer. She recently appeared in the Elven Kingdom of Airs and is a troublesome daughter. The fourth son, Lysis, went to the Lea Forest to explore and explore. He encountered dangers, but also made great progress, which was quite typical of him. The fifth son, Waylon, was the most unexpected offspring to him. He was able to turn danger into safety along the way. According to the intelligence, there were some things he couldn't understand. The mysterious legendary strong man, the inexplicable surge in wealth, and the luck that was so good that it was almost too good, were so mysterious that he was a little confused. If I hadn't seen him grow up with my own eyes, I would have doubted that this was not my son. No matter what, everyone has their own destiny. Angus shook his head and put the books back on the shelf. We have 5 children, the oldest is nearly 50 and the youngest is 20. But that's nothing, because he was nearly 60 years old when he was forced by his father to marry the youngest daughter of the Duke of Moravia. Then, less than 20 years after his marriage, he was forced by his father to take the position of Earl of Eagle, and he took his mother to travel around the kingdom. However, he was very satisfied with his wife, Elisa Moravia, and loved her very much. He is knowledgeable, gentle, and considerate, has a mild personality, and is also quite capable. However, after the Ilyssus trial is completed, the marriage should be put on the agenda. Inside a bastion of Windsor Castle, Angus's wife, Alyssa, was delighted to hear her son had returned. She instructed the head maid, "Go tell the kitchen to cook part of the carcass of the Ozark my father sent me." "Yes, ma'am." The head maid, Lelia, replied and then left the room. After a long journey, Waylon looked at the nearby Windsor Castle and missed it very much. Master Waylon. As they walked into the castle entrance, the knight on duty saluted with his chest and spoke respectfully. Waylon knew very well why the people around him were not surprised. "I'm afraid that when I first stepped into the Eagle Territory, my father Angus already knew my whereabouts." After skillfully handing the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse to the servants, Waylon stepped onto the stone slabs of Windsor Castle and walked all the way to the main castle. "Kyle, please wait here. I'll go see my father." "Yes, my lord." Kyle came to the stone bench next to him and sat down quietly. Waylon took a deep breath, patted the storage book hidden in his chest, and walked towards his father's study. Arriving in front of the familiar study, Waylon knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Hearing his father's familiar and majestic voice, Waylon pushed open the door and walked into the study. Father. Well, I'm back safely. Angus put down the pen in his hand, looked up at Waylin, and smiled gently. Looking at his father's kind expression, Waylin's nervous mood gradually calmed down. Father, I came back this time mainly to give you something. As soon as Waylin finished speaking, he took out the storage book hidden in his chest, walked to his father's side, opened the first page, and explained, "This is a golden apple tree. I found it by chance, but I don't have the ability to maintain it. This plant can only grow in a high magic energy environment. It needs the constant care of a druid to relieve the plant's mood. The fruit of the golden apple tree can enhance one's cultivation talent." Listening to Waylin's explanation, Angus was shocked and said in a deep voice, "Where did you get this treasure?" Seeing this, Waylin gave a brief account of what had happened, but omitted all the important parts. Angus did not expose this flawed explanation. Everyone has their own secrets. Even if you are Waylin's father, you should respect his privacy. Eagle leader, that's about it. Chapter 102 on the golden apple tree. What do you want to get by handing this over to the family? Angus looked at Waylin and asked. I want a manor. It must be in a medium magic environment. Looking directly at his father, Waylin gave the answer he had thought of long ago. Is it that simple? Angus' tone didn't change much, just like any other conversation. It's that simple. Waylin answered with a clear conscience. Looking at his youngest son, Angus was silent, then said, I will give you the manor, and besides that, the family promises you 3 things. Anything? Waylin asked in disbelief. Of course not. Angus stroked Waylin's head and said gently, within a certain range of tolerance, the family will try its best to meet your conditions. Thank you, father. Waylin felt the long-lost father's love and felt a little comfortable. Your mother should have prepared dinner. As the sky was getting dark, Angus said to Waylin. Upon hearing this, Waylin said to the old butler beside him, Uncle Winster, my knight is still waiting for me outside the main castle. Please make arrangements. Please leave it to me, Master Waylin. Seeing his master nod, the old butler took over this small matter meticulously. Let's go. Your mother might not be able to wait any longer. Afterwards, Waylin followed Angus to the hall of the number 1 subfort. On the way, he suddenly remembered something and said to Angus, Father, I met Mad Monkey Columbo in Cartero province. He asked me to say hello to you. Him. Angus couldn't help but slow down his pace, sighing. I heard he's now the leader of the kingdom's 16th Knight Order. Even though it's a Knight Order rebuilt after destruction, it's quite an achievement. Father, Lord Mad Monkey has now broken through to the gold level and been promoted to the soul level. Why are you still at the high gold level? Waylin asked bravely while observing his father's expression. Angus suddenly stopped, looked into his son's clear eyes, and said, Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Seeing this, Waylin followed his father to sit on the chair next to him. 40 years ago, I hadn't yet taken over the title of Earl of Eagle from your grandfather. Of course, you weren't even born then. Back then, the Third Kingdom of Holy Dawn launched a campaign to conquer the Black Orcs in the human world of the East and West Naps regions. To avoid your grandfather's succession, I joined the expeditionary force formed by the Church of Life. In the year 9677 of the glorious calendar, a coalition of nearly 3 million humans gathered at the border between the Kingdom of Belfaz and the Principality of Dawn. The Principality of Libovi, the Kingdom of Belfaz, and the Principality of Dawn accounted for 80 of the coalition's forces, and the majority of their basic soldiers were provided by them. Waylin heard a different emotion in his father's tone. He also understood that the basic soldiers his father mentioned were just a modified term. In other words, the 2.4 million cannon fodder in the coalition forces were provided by these 3 countries. In addition, the Holy Dawn Third Kingdom has sent 400,000 troops, which is undoubtedly the main force of the coalition. The remaining 200,000 are expeditionary forces from various countries, and they are also full of hidden talents. In addition, the Holy Shia Kingdom sent 2 million troops to assist the human coalition in attacking the Black Asian Orcs. The war lasted for 6 years, with fighting occurring almost every day. In the Battle of Sand Mountain, 300,000 human troops faced 200,000 Black Orcs. Due to command errors, our army was defeated. My legion was responsible for covering the army's retreat and suffered heavy casualties, which damaged the foundation. Father, as far as I know, the human coalition should have won the Sand Mountain War. Waylin asked with some confusion. Ha! Angus patted Waylin on the shoulder and explained, Our expeditionary force from the Kingdom of Ilia consisted of only 20,000 men. We wiped out the 60,000 pursuing Black Orcs, leaving less than 1,000 alive. Mad Monkey Columbo was one of them. He was my flag captain at the time. Declaring victory in this war was simply to prevent the morale of the human coalition from declining. Furthermore, given the formidable combat capabilities of the alien people, they intensified their propaganda to boost morale. So, that's how you became the honorary bishop of the Church of Life, Father, and the extraordinary legion commander of the Third Kingdom of Holy Dawn. Yes, among the hundreds of people who survived at that time, I had the highest status and strength, so these two honorary titles were given to me. Seeing his son's inexplicable look, Angus glared at him and said, "What are you thinking? You paid for it with your life. You better take it easy on me in the battlefield next time." "Yes, Father, I understand." Waylon extinguished the fantasy in his heart, lowered his head, and answered honestly. "By the way, Father, how are you injured?" Although the foundation was damaged, it has been almost repaired in the past 40 years. It's even a blessing in disguise. The foundation has become much stronger. I feel that the day of breaking the mirror will come in the next few years. Kindness. Waylon nodded and stopped asking questions. Then, the two men stood up from the stone bench and walked towards the number 1 Deputy Castle Hall. "My dear Angus, does it take so long to travel such a short distance?" Alyssa looked at Angus, her gentle tone carrying a hint of reproach. "I talked to Waylon about some past events, which took up some time." Angus showed his tender side and smiled apologetically at Alyssa. "Mother, long time no see." Waylon stepped forward and saluted Alyssa. "You've grown taller, and your strength has increased a lot." Alyssa walked forward and gently hugged Waylon, then said, "My dear Waylon, your grandfather sent a gold-level magical beast a few months ago. I specially cooked a lot today. You should eat more." "I understand, Mother." Looking at Alyssa's warm smile, Waylon felt that his tired heart was healed. In a happy atmosphere, the family of 3 completed this ordinary yet warm dinner. After the dinner, Waylon said goodbye to Angus and Alyssa and returned to the number 7 subfort on his own. He returned to the room where he had lived for more than 10 years and began to rest. The next morning, Waylon came to the main hall of the castle and waited for his father Angus. "Waylon, come with me." Angus came to the main castle hall and took Waylon to the number 6 subcastle. Grown-ups. The 2 silver knights standing at the basement door saluted with chest beats. Angus took out his special token, and the 2 silver knights opened the door to the basement. Waylon was a little curious, but he followed his father into the basement without saying a word. Chapter 103 Under the Golden Apple Tree. After walking up more than 20 steps, the 2 came to a spacious space. There is a teleportation array in the center of the basement, and there is a small element pool around it to provide energy for the teleportation array. Angus turned his head and looked at Waylon seriously, saying, "You will be exposed to some family secrets from now on. Remember not to share them with others." "Father, I understand." Then, the 2 stood in the center of the small teleportation array, and the teleportation array started automatically. A white light flashed, and the 2 figures disappeared. Bayan Plantation, the secret plantation of the X family, is located in Bayan Canyon, Incheon County, Eagle Territory. There is a huge magic crystal vein underground, which makes the entire plantation contained in a high magic energy environment. The entire White Rock Canyon covers an area of 30 square kilometers and is covered by a layer of light curtain to shield the surrounding temptations. Less than 100 kilometers away from here is the Falling Stone Plain, where the Eagle Knights are stationed. The scene changed, and when Waylon opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the dark basement, but in the garden. "Come with me." After hearing this, Waylon followed his father. We saw many magical plants along the way, and there were many people taking good care of them. This is our family's secret plantation, where we gather many extremely rare and precious plants. Most of them are consumed by the family, and only a very small portion is sold. Even so, it can still bring the family 30 million gold coins in revenue each year. As for those that were sold, it was because they had certain interests connected with the allied families. Otherwise, not a single thing would be sold, and all would be consumed within the family. As Waylon walked, he listened to his father's words and made silent estimates in his mind. This palm-sized place may be more important than the entire Eagle territory. "Angus, you're here." An old man with a white beard and casual clothes stopped his work and said to Angus with a smile. Angus bowed and saluted, then introduced him to Waylon. "Waylon, this is Arlo Axe, your grandfather's 4th brother, a master druid. Junior has met Grandpa Arlo." Waylon came to Arlo and bowed to express his respect. "You're so good. Here, a meeting gift." Arlo took out a few seeds from his worn pocket and handed them to Waylon. Looking at the seeds emitting a faint glow, Waylon took the seeds from Arlo and put them away carefully. Without a second thought, he considered the things given by the druid master to be good things. He was already impatient to go back and cultivate them. "4th Grandpa, I came to see you today for something. Wait a moment, until I'm done. After saying this, Arlo stopped paying attention to Angus and his son and gently stroked the magical plant. After a moment, the magical plant swayed its branches, as if responding to Arlo. Okay, you are all good kids. You must thrive today too. Waylon watched as his fourth grandfather tirelessly communicated with other plants, praising them from time to time and drawing responses from the magical plants. An hour later, Arlo stopped, came to Angus, and said casually, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Then Angus gave a brief statement. "Come, my dear grandson, follow Grandpa. Let's find a warm home for the golden apple tree." Before Angus finished speaking, Arlo took Waylon's hand and headed deep into the plantation. After walking a long distance, the three of them came to a place with extremely high magical power. This is the core of the magic crystal vein. It should be able to meet the requirements for growing golden apple trees. Upon seeing this, Waylon took out the storage book from his arms, tore off the page containing the golden apple tree, and threw it into the open space in front. The pages of the book were wrapped in light, blending into the soil and slowly spreading upwards. In less than a minute, a huge ball of light was formed. Suddenly, the light dissipated, and a 13-meter-tall tree, which was hugged by three people and was golden in color, appeared in front of everyone. As if liberated from the confined space, the golden apple tree shook its branches and leaves as if in celebration. Arlo approached the golden apple tree, gently stroked the trunk, injected his own magic power into it, closed his eyes, and communicated with it. Seeing this, Angus and his son looked at each other in confusion and could only step aside and continue waiting, not daring to disturb Arlo's communication with the golden apple tree. After more than 10 minutes, Arlo opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good boy, this is your new home. Don't be lonely or anxious. Grandpa will come to talk to you every day. Call." A magical breeze blew across Waylon's face, opening his eyes and making him realize that plants also have thoughts. "Waylon, thank you for letting the golden apple tree join the new family of Bayin Plantation. I have another child." Arlo walked forward and took Waylon's hand, saying slowly, This is what I should do, Grandpa Arlo." Waylon took a deep breath and answered Arlo, "Fourth uncle, since there's nothing else, let's go back first." "Then I won't keep you here," Arlo said with a smile, waved goodbye, and then sat under the golden apple tree to chat. On the way back, Waylon couldn't help but ask, "Father, how old is Grandpa Arlo?" "Let me think about it. My father is 262 this year. My fourth uncle was born 40 years later, so he should be 222 now. The first-generation ancestor of the X family rose from nothing to something, from a commoner to an earl, in just 120 years, and he got married when he became an earl. The reason, Waylon read in family history, was just a promise to a friend. When watching this passage, Waylon thought that his ancestor was the destined son of this world. He did not expect that he would never be able to break through the gold level in his entire life and died of old age after 150 years. Perhaps it was because their ancestors set a bad example that most of the descendants of the Axe family got married very late. In the main branch of the Axe family, the first person to get married was actually his father Angus, who got married at the age of 60 and is now 110 years old. The conditions of the other branches vary, but most of them are in their 30s. But then again, although the members of the Axe family got married relatively late, the family size was not affected by the prosperity of each generation, and the inheritance was even orderly, avoiding internal strife. Perhaps it won't be long before this record is broken by his elder brother Illusus. Then Grandpa Arlo is a master druid at the soul intention level, and should have lived for at least 500 years. Why does he look so old? He's old-fashioned. My fourth uncle has been looking like this for more than 30 years. Angus shook his head and said nothing more. The two then returned to Windsor Castle through the teleportation array. Chapter 104 Shueihua Manor. On the afternoon of the same day after returning to Windsor Castle, Waylon once again went to his father's study. "Waylon, here are some information about manors that meet your requirements. You can choose one as your private property in Eagle territory." Angus handed Waylon some papers and let him choose. Waylon passed the paper and read the information carefully. It records the manor's geographical location, profitability, staffing, and various outputs. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Waylon finally chose a manor called Shueihua Manor located at the northern end of Yuan County. "Tomorrow, I will have Winster register Shueihua Manor in your name. The family will not interfere with how you deal with it." "Thank you, father." "Don't thank me. This is what you deserve." Angus looked at Waylon and shook his head. "Father, do you have the resources to take over the Kuba Kingdom's military?" Waylon raised his head and looked at Angus. I don't have it, but Aunt Mealy, Earl of Blood Moon, should have connections with the military of the Kingdom of Kuba. You can go to Tonks province to visit her. Angus did not ask the reason. I understand, father. How long will you be gone? A few days. When will you be back? I don't know. Maybe 3 to 5 years, maybe more than 10 years. Before you leave, spend more time with your mother. Don't be reckless and be patient. We will always be your solid support. I understand, father. Confused, Wei Lin left the study. For the next week, Willing stayed at Windsor Castle with his mother. Warm times are always short. Outside Windsor Castle, Wei Lin looked at his father and mother standing on the city wall, waved his hand, said goodbye formally, and then drove the red phosphorus horse towards Shuiwen Manor in Yuan County. After 2 days' journey, Wei Lin took out his father's written order and added the order signed by the highest governor of Yuan County and officially obtained the ownership of Shuiwen Manor. Master Wei Lin, let me introduce you to the basic situation of Shuiwen Manor. Rokus, the steward of Shuiwen Manor, said respectfully. Yeah. Wei Lin nodded and motioned for him to continue. Shuiwen Manor covers an area of 3,000 acres and has a history of 180 years. I am the 9th steward of this manor and have been managing Shuiwen Manor for 18 years. Currently, Shuiwen Manor employs 3,235 people, has 350 horses, 3 wineries, 6 warehouses, and 2,500 acres of grape plantations. Shuiwen Manor's main business is winemaking. Every year, they produce 210,000 bottles of Shuiwen wine. After donating 10,000 bottles to the family, they sell the remaining 200,000 bottles to the family-run Eagle Chamber of Commerce at 3 silver coins a bottle, generating a profit of 60,000 gold coins. After deducting costs and other expenses like hiring staff, the net profit is 25,000 gold coins. Well, I'm not here to take away your management rights. You should continue to operate the same way as before. You don't need to make any major changes. Yes, Master Wei Lin. Butler Rokus breathed a sigh of relief, but remained calm on the surface. In the next few days, clear 20 acres of land. I will plant a crop here. I will complete your orders as soon as possible, Master Wei Lin. Afterwards, Wei Lin and Kyle followed the Butler Rokus to the rest residence. As for why he is not worried about the Butler Rokus embezzling and reselling assets, the intelligence force under his father's command is not a pushover. If you embezzle today, you will lose your head tomorrow. Besides, the X family has been very kind to these people, and with a sword hanging over their heads, they naturally have to do their work with peace of mind and take charge of their own affairs with all their heart and soul. On the 3rd day after arriving at Shuiwen Manor, Rokus was waiting outside Wei Lin's residence. The moment he saw him appear, he stepped forward and respectfully reported, Master Wei Lin, the 20 acres of land have been cleared. Take me there. Wei Lin asked Kyle to go into the house to get the storage books, and then followed Rokus to the destination. Looking at the newly erected fences around him, Wei Lin couldn't help but take a few more glances at the middle-aged man Rokus. Well done. It is my honor to serve you. At this time, Wei Lin took the storage book from Kyle, tore off the last page, and threw it to the open space in front. After a while, 2 glowing grapes were wrapped around the bracket. They were so big that they almost occupied an acre of land. Rokus, I heard that your son is attending the Knight Academy this year. Yes, Master Wei Lin. Rokus replied nervously. These 2 plants are my treasures. If you take good care of them, in 5 years I can write a letter of recommendation for your son to attend Windsor Castle for training as a knight squire. Thank you, Master Wei Lin. Thank you, Master Wei Lin. Rokus knelt on the ground and said with tears of gratitude, Get up. Upon hearing this, Rokus quickly got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his body, and stood aside respectfully. These 2 plants will be handed over to your Shuiwen Manor. Take good care of them. Make wine from the grapes every year and send it to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. You don't have to worry about anything else. As you command. Due to the harsh growing environment of the luminous grapes, Wei Lin could only plant them here and transport them to the provincial capital of Shiha province through his own Chamber of Commerce and send people to retrieve them every year. Over the next few days, Wei Lin stayed at Shuiwen Manor to check on the growth of the luminous grapes. During this period, Rokus tried his best to please Wei Lin and took every aspect into consideration in the hope of leaving a deep impression on the other party so that he, a small figure, would not be forgotten. A week after arriving at Shuiwen Manor, Wei Lin discovered that the glowing grapes were growing well, so he prepared to leave and go to Tonks province to visit Earl Blood Moon, open up the ice blue potion trade route, and make a fortune. After Wei Lin left, Rokus breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his 8-year-old son's head and said to him solemnly, Anthony, your father is lucky this time. We met a big shot from the family and finally got this opportunity for you. Father, given your status and my talent, if I train hard over the next 5 years, I could have the opportunity to go to Windsor Castle. Why are you still doing this? You'll understand later. For the next 5 years, train hard and don't let your father down. Father, I will fight for your honor. It's not for me to make you proud. It's for you and for our family, got it? I understand, Father. Young Anthony nodded solemnly. After arriving at the provincial capital of Shia province, Weilin paid 700 gold coins and traveled through the teleportation array to Tonks province, the southern border province of the kingdom. Chapter 105 Tonks province and Blood Moon territory. Tonks province covers an area of over 500,000 square kilometers and has a forest coverage rate of 80. Most of the nobles here rely on the output of precious wood and exotic plants as their economic support. A long time ago, the Tonks province was small, covering an area of less than 200,000 square kilometers. It was not until more than 60 years ago that a war broke out between the Kingdom of Elia and the half-elf Kingdom of Iz, and the Kingdom of Elia won the war, biting off a piece of meat from the half-elves and forming the present-day Tonks province. This war gave birth to a Countess Blood Moon, Mealy Acres, who used her wisdom and ruthless tactics to destroy a legion of half-elf rangers and reverse the situation of the war in one fell swoop. On the way to the Blood Moon territory, Weilin recalled some information about his family elder. She is 1 generation older than his father and is his grandfather's cousin. She is a member of the collateral branch of the clan, and her origin can be traced back to the 3rd son of the 2nd Earl of Eagle. What do you call me when we meet? Calling me Grandma feels weird. Master, there is an outpost ahead. Kyle looked ahead and interrupted Weilin's thoughts. Weilin shook his head, throwing these strange thoughts out of his mind, raised his head and looked at the outpost a few hundred meters away, and then looked at the noble flag erected on it. A blood moon was located in the center of the dark red noble flag, and in the center was a broken ranger scimitar. We're here. This should be the border of Blood Moon territory. Please show me your pass or noble family crest. A knight in dark red armor came up to Weilin and said to him politely. Seeing this, Weilin took out the emblem of the Ikes family and handed it to him. The knight took the badge and carefully examined it. He looked at Weilin from time to time, his eyes gradually becoming full of awe. He respectfully handed the noble badge back and said, Sir, may I ask what brings you here? Do you require any assistance from us? I'd like to take this opportunity to see the scenery of the Blood Moon territory, so I won't bother you anymore. Weilin put away the family emblem and responded gently. Sir, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, the knight returned with a red pass and handed it respectfully to Weilin. Knight, what are you doing? Weilin looked at the red pass in his hand and asked with some confusion. Sir, this is what our lord has ordered. For members of the X family, we have given them a red pass. To enter the towns along the way, you only need to show the red pass to the local governor. May I ask one more question? Why did you set up an outpost here? I remember that Blood Moon territory is still some distance away from the border. Upon hearing this, the knight explained with a bitter expression, Perhaps our lord is too merciful. Compared to the surrounding noble territories, Blood Moon territory is like a paradise. Every year, countless serfs and freedmen flee here with their families. Many surrounding nobles have protested repeatedly, and coupled with instructions from the capital, my master has no choice but to set up outposts on the border with other nobles to conduct inspections and give an explanation to the surrounding nobles. Knight, thank you for clearing up my confusion. It would be my pleasure, my lord. Then the knight let them go. After successfully passing the outpost, you will officially enter the Blood Moon territory. Looking around, there were towering trees everywhere. Weilin understood that this was the Blood Moon territory, the most essential part of the entire Tonks province, and the territory belonging to the Blood Moon Earl Mealy. Sir, why is it that your family can only treat civilians and serfs kindly within a limited scope? Kal bravely asked. It's simple. We have the family's endorsement and support. Lower nobles, namely barons and viscounts, must rely on other earls and marquises to survive in the kingdom and gain military merit. Therefore, they need to pay tribute every year. Otherwise, even if you have the ability, if you are assigned the mission of escorting military rations and earn a few tenths of a military merit in a single military operation, it may take hundreds of years for you to be promoted from baron to viscount, and you will still be ostracized by your peers for that. Besides that, precious materials, like the red phosphorus horse I'm riding, are only circulated among earl families and above. Lower noble families have no chance of obtaining one. Even if an earl or marquis showed mercy, they would have to spend several times the price to barely buy it, and it can't even reproduce. Finally, and most importantly, our family has a very good tradition. We haven't had many conflicts, and we've always implemented the lowest tax rate for our territory. We even use other means to support the development of the territory, obtaining a sufficient number of high-quality soldiers from them, which continuously feed back to the family, forming a virtuous cycle. Did you see the knight in dark red armor just now? Hearing this, Kyle nodded heavily. I'm sure he's just an ordinary bronze knight in the Blood Moon territory. But if he were placed in the homes of other lower-ranking barons and nobles, while he might not be as good as the direct heirs they've cultivated at great expense, he'd still be much stronger than their other offspring. That means he might be even better than Duke. Yes, if Raimondo hadn't trained Duke, he might not have been able to defeat the knight in dark red armor. Okay, don't worry about it. With my training, you don't have to worry about the future. Yes, my lord. Kyle touched his head and smiled innocently. Passing through the towns along the Blood Moon territory, Waylon enjoyed what was called VIP treatment. Almost every time we passed through a town, we ate and took things. If the two of them had not traveled light and tried their best to refuse, they would have had to get several carriages to transport the goods. After a while, Waylon arrived at the center of the Blood Moon territory, Blood Moon City, a city built around the Blood Moon Castle. After showing the red pass to the guard on duty at the city gate, Waylon took Kyle into the young city. The roads are clean and tidy, and every resident has a smile from the heart. The atmosphere is full of the flavor of life, which shows that Earl Blood Moon is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Crossing the wide streets, Waylon headed straight for Blood Moon Castle in the eastern district of Blood Moon City. Compared to the bustling and lively other three districts, this place is much quieter, with fully armed guards patrolling everywhere. Suddenly, a black shadow flew by. Waylon looked up and saw a knight riding a two-winged dragon flying through the air. Dragon Knights. Count Blood Moon has 12 Dragon Knights under his command. Each of them is gold level. I didn't expect to see one today. Looking at the Dragon Knights flying freely in the sky, Waylon was very envious and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that his father only has a group of Griffin Knights of more than 100 people who can serve as a trump card, which does not seem to be as powerful as the Blood Moon Earl. When I have the strength, I will definitely form a flying knight group. Chapter 106 Blood Moon, Count Miele. After the beautiful fantasy, Waylon had not yet reached the castle gate, but saw a young man in black clothes standing at the castle gate, looking at him with a smile. Excuse me, who are you? Waylon handed the red phosphorus horse to Kyle and walked forward to ask. Drigos, the eldest son of Count Blood Moon. So, uncle, you are waiting here for me. Almost. My mother received a message from cousin Angus half a month ago, saying that you were coming to Blood Moon territory. I just didn't expect you to arrive now. Drigos looked at his eldest nephew with a smile on his face. Well, the Blood Moon people along the way were so hospitable that it took us a while longer to get there. Drigos waved his hand to summon a knight and instructed him. Take my nephew's followers and go down to settle them. Do not neglect them. Yes, Lord Drigos. Come on, follow me. Waylon followed Drigos into Blood Moon Castle. Stepping into the castle, Waylon was deeply shocked. In the center of the castle is a huge fountain, surrounded by herbs and many small creatures flying among the flowers. Who is he? Hearing the source of the sound, Waylon looked left and right, but couldn't find anyone. Here. Waylon lowered his head and watched a small humanoid creature the size of a palm appear in front of him. Drigos smiled and explained, Sister Verite, this is my nephew Varen. He's here to visit my mother. Xiaomi Yali's descendant. You smell so good. Villet circled around Waylon a few times, then sat on his shoulder. Did you bring anything? When Waylon heard this, he was stunned, and then he took out the ice blue potion he carried with him from his arms. The moment she took out the ice blue potion, she saw Viret waving her little hands and using the invisible wizard's hand to bring the potion in front of her. It's an unexpected product, produced under unconventional conditions. It's amazing. Then, out of thin air, Villet took out a fruit that was emitting an attractive luster and was as big as her body. Little Waylon, can I exchange this for your things? Serve it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. You are such a nice person. I can feel that you are sincere. Villet flew around Waylon a few more times, then took out another fruit and said happily, one sweet fruit is for exchange, and the other sweet fruit is a reward for you. 2 fruits flew in front of Waylon and fell into his arms. Then Villet disappeared in front of the 2 of them with the ice blue potion. Uncle, what's going on? Waylon looked at Drigos in confusion, holding 2 sweet fruits. Drigos smiled and replied, Wellin, Sister Verite is from the mysterious fairy clan. She just returned to her secret garden. Over 100 years ago, she signed an equal contract with my mother and now lives in our family. Oh, Waylon nodded, put the 2 sweet fruits in his pocket, and continued to follow Drigos. Passing through the inner city wall, Varen followed Drigos to a training ground. In the center of the training ground, a man and a woman in training uniforms were simply competing in swordplay, so fast that Waylin could only see the shadows of the knight's swords. In an instant, the middle-aged man flew out of the training ground and fell in front of Waylin. "Vitris, you're cheating." Seeing this, Drigos stepped forward and helped the middle-aged man up. "Okay, my dear Miali, you win the 3,927th competition. Look, I'm injured." The middle-aged man handed the knight sword to Drigos, covering his chest with his hands and making a painful expression. "Since you are still like this, I decided to send you to the border for a few months." Miali glared at Vitris and said calmly, No, my dearest lady, I just got back." Vitalis immediately became full of energy, knelt on one knee, held Miali's hands, and spoke very sincerely. "Father, mother, please stop making trouble." Looking at his two parents showing their love, Drigos covered his forehead and said helplessly, "Get up, let's see how you perform tonight." Yes, I will definitely behave well." Vitalis quickly stood up, took the knight's sword from his wife's hand, and put it on the weapon rack next to him. At this time, Miali turned her gaze to Waylin and waved to him with a smile. Seeing this, Waylin had no choice but to walk towards Earl Bloodmoon. "Waylin has met my aunt. He looks a bit like Angus, but more like your mother, Alyssa." Miali looked him up and down and said kindly. Vitalis came to Miali and agreed. "Madam, you are right. This boy really looks more like Alyssa. Meet my uncle. Good boy. In a few days, your aunt will take you to a fun place." Vitris put his arm around Waylin's shoulder and whispered to him, "Vetris, don't think I can't hear you." Miali pulled Vitris's ear and said with a smile, "If I find out you go to that kind of place again, I'll break your legs." "Promise I won't let you find out." Vitalis muttered softly. "What did you say?" Feeling the increasing force coming from his ears, Vitalis immediately admitted his mistake. "No, nothing. I didn't say anything, ma'am. You heard it wrong. It's better this way. If you lead Waylin astray, I'll let mother deal with you." No, ma'am. Please don't tell your mother. You don't want your dear husband to be bedridden for 3 months, do you?" Vitris begged for mercy immediately when she thought of her mother. Waylin, who was standing aside, was really fed a mouthful of dog food. However, judging from the strength of my great-aunt and uncle, they are at the middle level of soul consciousness and have a lifespan of 800 years. With their lifespan of less than 200 years, their life has just begun. "Waylin, remember to stay away from this perverted old man." Miali turned to look at Waylin and said kindly. Seeing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Drigos stepped forward and said helplessly, "Okay, mother, I believe father would not do such a thing." "Well, Drigos, my son, keep an eye on your father." Seeing her eldest son talking, Miali glared at Vitalis fiercely again, causing him to smile apologetically again. "Don't worry, mother. I've already made arrangements with all the entertainment venues in the city. As long as my father goes there, they will definitely close." No, Drigos, how could you do this? You can't do this to your father." Waylin looked at his uncle and found that he was really a little sad this time, and it didn't seem like he was acting. But Miali and Drigos ignored Vitris, who was kneeling on the ground crying, and took Waylin to have a good look at their castle. Chapter 107 Secret Trade Fair. After spending several hours, Waylin, accompanied by Earl Bloodmoon and his family, toured the entire castle. Although the Bloodmoon Castle covers an area of only 1/4 that of Windsor Castle, it is very suitable for living. It can be seen that this aunt of mine is a person who knows how to live. But then again, Countess Bloodmoon is the founder of the Bloodmoon territory after all, so how she wants to design her castle naturally depends on her own preferences. Although there are other castles with beautiful environments in Eagle territory, Windsor Castle was built by the ancestors, and a family motto was established that the main branch of the Ikes family must take Windsor Castle as its foundation, put an end to enjoyment, do things by themselves, and not let others do the trivial matters of life to avoid corrupting their own fighting spirit. But every few years, the Earl of Eagle would move his family to other castles to stay for a few months. "Wellen, what do you think of Bloodmoon Castle?" Miali looked at her nephew and asked kindly. Waylin replied respectfully, "Auntie, Bloodmoon Castle is beautiful. It is the most beautiful castle I have ever seen. Good vision." Miali's vanity was greatly satisfied, and the smile on her face became brighter. "By the way, I heard from your father that you want to contact the Kublai Kingdom military?" "Yes, Auntie. I speculate that the situation between the Kingdom of Kuba and the half-elf Kingdom of is becoming increasingly tense, and a war may break out. I would like to take this opportunity to trade, make money, and develop my territory." Waylon did not hide anything and told the truth directly, stating the purpose of his visit. Miali, Vitelis and Drigos looked at each other, and all of them could see shock in each other's eyes. Waylon, do you know why I returned to Bloodmoon Castle from the border this time? Vitris was no longer as nonchalant as before, and said with a serious face. Before Waylon could reply, Miali spoke first. Your uncle came back this time because the Kublai Kingdom military secretly contacted us to purchase a batch of military supplies. Waylon, I can only say that you are worthy of being the descendant of Cousin Angus. He is known as the military god of the kingdom, so your vision is naturally not bad. Drigos was very emotional. They only found out about this kind of thing recently, and they didn't expect that their nephew had already arrived. Waylon was bewildered, but he had to feign composure, saying with a smile, It's nothing. I'm just short of money lately, and it's hard to borrow from my family. So I did some random analysis and discovered that a war was about to break out between the kingdom of Kuba and the half-elven kingdom of Iz. Then, in a fit of rage, I rushed over here. You are a genius, Waylon. I believe you will shine brightly and even surpass your father. Uncle, you're joking. Waylon responded skillfully. Miali said, military representatives from the Kuba kingdom will arrive in Bloodmoon City in a week. I've also secretly notified the earls and marquises from the surrounding provinces, and they'll be here to discuss matters. You can follow Drigos to the trade fair. Whether you can sell it or not is up to you. Thank you, Auntie. Waylon said gratefully. For the next week, Waylon lived a very comfortable life. He even experienced the feeling of riding a flying dragon and being a pseudo-dragon knight. On the evening of June 3rd, Waylon followed Drigos to an underground cabaret in Shiching district. Lord Drigos. A powerful knight came to Drigos and reported respectfully. Drigos looked at the golden knight Carol and asked expressionlessly, Carol, how is the trade fair going? 8 earls, 3 marquises, the Duke of Moravia, and the Duke of Stoya have all sent representatives. In addition, the capital has also sent 3 shadow knights. Ensure the safety of the underground musical theater. If this deal were to be exposed, it would affect the diplomatic relations we have worked so hard to establish with the half-elf kingdom of Iz. Please rest assured, sir. I swear on my life that no accidents will happen. Waylon wore a mask the entire time and followed Drigos silently. At this time, Drigos took Waylon to the backstage of the underground opera house and whispered, Waylon, the Kuba kingdom has plenty of money. When they ask you for a price, you should first increase it tenfold and then bargain with them. Uncle, this is not good. Although he said this, Waylon remembered Drigos' words deeply. These dog owners have made a fortune over the years by leveraging their advantageous geographical location. It would be unreasonable not to make a killing from them. The trade fair has officially begun. Please maintain order. A voice full of temptation came, almost making Waylon lose his mind. If Drigos hadn't patted his shoulder at the critical moment, I'm afraid that love would have appeared in his eyes. Uncle, I am embarrassed. It's okay. Andrea is the bishop of the god of opera and art. It's normal for you to react like this. Drigos patted Waylon's shoulder and told him not to mind. Let's go, the transaction begins. Waylon followed Drigos into the front desk of the underground opera house. As the curtain opened, hundreds of people were seen gathered in the center of the opera house, each with a product placed in front of them. The next to enter were the military representatives of the Kingdom of Kuba, who acted as customers and bargained with the nobles of the Kingdom of Ilia, who acted as merchants. If we ignore the identities of both parties and fill the surrounding stands with audiences, it will look like a group drama. God of Plenty, this is too expensive. Goddess of Life, expensive things have their reasons. How about I give you a 95 discount? If you give me a 20 discount, I can consider it. No, 20 off is too cheap. 10 off is my last resort. Make a deal. Watching a transaction being completed like this, Waylon couldn't help but open his eyes. He remembered that the Fire Spirit potion was only 200 gold coins per bottle in the kingdom, but both parties completed the transaction of 2,000 bottles of Fire Spirit potion at a high price of 800 gold coins per bottle, earning an extra 1.2 million gold coins. Both parties showed expressions that they had made a fortune, but this is normal. Good things are traded between nobles of the same level, and inferior products are sold abroad at a higher price. Just as Waylon was feeling bored, a young noble from the Kuba kingdom came over and asked, Is your ice blue potion really as effective as you described? Well, if you have any doubts, you can have someone verify it on the spot. Upon hearing this, the young noble of the Kuba kingdom whispered in his follower's ear. A moment later, the departing attendant came to Waylon with a potion master. The potion master asked politely, and when Waylon nodded, he cast a spell on the spot and began to test the effect of the ice blue potion. Chapter 108 Xiaomeng Lake. After the potion master fiddled with it for half an hour, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, took another bottle of potion to replenish his magic power, and then nodded to the young noble of the Kuba kingdom, which was consistent with the description. "Sir, how much do you offer?" The young noble looked at the description on the wooden board again and asked in a very surprised manner. 30 gold coins a bottle. How about that? Deal, the young noble said without hesitation. I'll take whatever you have. As Waylin was dazzled, a transaction form was completed, and the only columns left for Waylin to fill in were the quantity and signature. In a daze, Waylin wrote down the amount of 10,000 and signed the number he represented at the trade fair. As long as Waylin delivers 10,000 bottles of ice blue potion to the Blood Moon territory in 1 month, he can get these 300,000 gold coins. 3 hours later, when the trade fair ended, Waylin's head was still a little confused. "Wellin, how's the situation?" Drigos came to Waylin's side, looking refreshed, obviously having made a fortune. "It's okay, but it feels a little unreal." "It's okay. Those tycoons are rich. They have the protection of the god of harvest and the advantageous geographical location. They are extremely wealthy. I'm not worried about them." "I understand, uncle." The day after the trade fair ended, Waylin asked Kyle to take a golden knight equipped with space equipment under the command of Earl Blood Moon to the Praying Star Lake to retrieve 10,000 bottles of ice blue potion. The transaction has not been completed yet, so he cannot leave Blood Moon City directly. Not only him, but also the representatives sent by other nobles were the same. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Waylin got out of bed, opened the door, and found his uncle standing at the door stealthily. "Uncle, what are you doing at this hour of night? Come on, I'll take you to a fun place." When Waylin heard this, he said with a vigilant look on his face, "Grandpa, if Grandma finds out about this, you won't be able to save your legs. It's not the kind of place you think. How could a man as pure as your uncle take you to such a place?" Vitris said in a somewhat obscene manner, "I'll take you to visit Xiaomeng Lake." "What is that place?" Waylin asked with some confusion. "You'll know when you go there." "Would my uncle lie to you?" Half-heartedly, and driven by curiosity, Waylin followed Vitalis in the dark to the dragon stable. "Littlinen, be quiet and don't make any noise." Vitris stroked the flying dragon and comforted it in a low voice. Afterwards, Waylin followed Vitris on the flying dragon and quietly flew out of the Blood Moon Castle and headed towards Xiaomeng Lake. "Grandpa, won't my aunt notice that you're not here tonight?" The cool breeze suddenly calmed Waylin's mind and made him realize that there was a huge loophole. "Don't worry, Miali and Drigos are out and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. We will be back before tomorrow night. I guarantee everything will be fine." Vitalis turned his head and patted his chest to assure Waylin. At this moment, a team of thousands of people is moving forward quickly on a pipeline. In one of the luxurious carriages, Miali was half lying inside the carriage, rubbing her temples. "Mother, the early warning array I set up has been triggered." Drigos rode to the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said respectfully. Miali turned sideways to look at Drigos and said expressionlessly, "That old guy must have gone to Xiaomeng Lake. I'll deal with him when I get back." Drigos mourned for his father in his heart for a few seconds, then ordered his troops to speed up and try to reach Nanya City before dawn. At this time, Vitalis, who was riding a flying dragon in the sky, had no idea that a domestic violence was waiting for him. 2 hours later, a huge lake appeared in Waylin's sight. "Beautiful Xiaomeng Lake, here I come." Waylin looked towards the shore. It was brightly lit, and there was a crowd of people moving about. "Grandpa, why are there so many people here?" Waylin, Xiaomeng Lake, is a holy place for love. Every year, many young nobles come here hoping to find their true love. "Love sanctuary, why did you bring me here?" "Of course it's to appreciate things worth appreciating. Since I can't go anywhere else, your uncle and I can only come here to appreciate beautiful things." When the flying dragon docked at the dragon stable in Xiaomeng Town, Vitris handed Waylin to the mayor of Xiaomeng Town, asking him to treat him well, and then disappeared in the town. "Master Waylin, please follow me." The mayor of Xiaomeng Town is named Fiona Dolence, who has the same surname as her uncle-in-law. She is dressed in exquisite and appropriate aristocratic attire, wearing a pair of soft flat-heeled cloth shoes, with long hair. She has a charming face and an otherworldly temperament that always retains that holiness. Waylin admitted that, apart from his mother, Astanasha and Count Blood Moon, this woman was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. "Mayor Fiona, could you tell me some of the history of Xiaomeng Lake?" "It's an honor to serve you, Master Waylin," Fiona replied calmly, and neither humbly nor arrogantly. While walking on the bustling streets, I listened to Fiona explain the history of Xiaomeng Lake. More than 60 years ago, Xiaomeng Lake was still the land of the half-elves, and the word xiaoming in the half-elven language means sincere and beautiful love. So, this lake, translated into the common language, is the lake of true and beautiful love. Master Wayland is right. Because of this nature, the name Xiaoming Lake has been retained and has not been abolished. Over the years, Lord Bloodmoon Count Mealy has taken this opportunity to vigorously promote and develop Xiaoming Lake, establishing numerous dream gardens. In just 50 years, this place has become a famous love sanctuary in the southern part of the Inner Kingdom, attracting countless young nobles and bringing immeasurable economic development to Xiaoming Lake. Now, many nobles come here because of its reputation. Some hope to find the love of their life, while others come here with their families. On the streets, beautiful and charming aristocratic girls, handsome and cool aristocratic young men, mature and plump aristocratic young women, elegant and steady aristocratic men, walked in groups, slowly towards the lake. Master Wayland, where do you want to go now? I'm just taking a look. Mayor Fiona, you go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about me. Wayland waved his hand and prepared to explore the place alone. If you need anything, you can always come to the garrison and find me. Kindness. After Fiona left, Wayland came to the roadside, picked up an ordinary cat-faced mask from the street, and asked the vendor, how much? Chapter 109 Strange Friends. Sir, this mask is carved from a century-old tree. The exterior is decorated with precious true color ink, and the interior is coated with a layer of century-old resin. It fits snugly to the skin without creating any barrier. The price is 3 gold coins. Wayland listened to the merchant's explanation, then took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and threw them to him. Then, with a smile on his face, he joined the team and headed for Xiaoming Lake. Wearing a cat-faced mask, Wayland put his hands behind his head and walked with a very unique gait. The surrounding nobles did not reject this. Perhaps in this place, it would be reasonable to put down your noble airs and the heavy bags on your back. Even at night, the surroundings are lit up by magic street lights, and with the embellishment of the night sky, it is even more magical. On a stage not far away, a group of gorgeously dressed girls were performing an artistic dance. It was not difficult to see that this group of girls belonged to the Church of the God of Opera and Art. Wayland even saw the figure of his great-uncle Vitalis. Many nobles painted by the lake, recording this scene where the beauty of nature and humanity coexist harmoniously. Walking around, Wayland felt very peaceful. Gudom. Wayland suddenly took a few steps back, and the silver-haired woman opposite him had the same reaction. It's just that the other person was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. I'm sorry, young lady. Fine. The silver-haired woman spoke gently and continued forward. Looking at the other person's departing back, Wayland didn't think much about it and continued to stroll around, occasionally looking at some nobles painting the scenery by the lake and having a brief exchange with the other person. After an unknown amount of time, Wayland found a remote corner with few people, lay quietly on the grass, and admired the beautiful scenery. Excuse me, can I sit here for a while? Wayland listened to the familiar voice, turned around, and found that it was the silver-haired girl he met 2 hours ago. He nodded to her. Seeing the other party nod, the silver-haired girl found a suitable place to sit down. The two sides remained silent until the silver-haired girl spoke first. Did you come to Xiaoming Lake because of its reputation as a holy land of love? I said that I was dragged here by force by my elders. Do you believe me? Wayland continued to lie on the grass and replied with his eyes closed. After hearing this, the girl laughed like a silver bell and said, It seems that you are the same as me. Why, you came here by accident too. Well, more or less. I followed my uncle to the Blood Moon territory to handle some business. However, it happened to be the Blood Moon territory's Summer Dream Festival on June 6th. Afterwards, my uncle, how should I put it, had some. Let's just say he was a bit young. My aunt asked me to keep a close eye on him before she left, so I followed him here. Unexpectedly, he suddenly disappeared. As expected, your uncle should be at the stage show held by the Opera and Art Church. Really? But you're right. There's no other place here that he would be interested in. The two were silent for a while, and then the silver-haired girl spoke again. Where are you from? Chia Province, what about you? Ilia Province. The royal capital? About the same. The two chatted slowly, from the situation between the kingdom and its neighboring countries to the geographical environment of the kingdom's provinces. You don't know, that thief used teleportation magic and actually teleported himself to the uncle, the governor's bathroom. That thief was really stupid enough to fall into the trap. What do you think of your future significant other? Why, your family is urging you to get married. Pretty much. My family. People tend to get married early anyway. Then I have more freedom than you. My father got married very late. He can't bring himself to ask his son for anything. Puff. However, I have made a request to my family. I will only marry him if he defeats me at the same level. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything. Does your family agree? Waylin said with some surprise. Well, my father, my grandfather, my grandmother, and my other elders all agreed. That's not bad. Only men who are stronger than me can possess me. Otherwise, I will beat them to a pulp. The silver-haired girl said, waving her fist. When Waylin heard this, he moved a little to the side. What do you want from your other half? Just be virtuous, gentle, and average-looking. I'm just an ordinary person who's lucky enough to be mine. I don't ask others to do anything, but they have to be good to my parents. Hey, your requirements are really low. After all, we're here to live together, not to marry someone and break up the family or ruin their reputation. You're right, everyone has their own ideas. At this moment, the silver-haired girl's bracelet suddenly lit up. My uncle showed up, and I'm going to find him. Goodbye. Waylin raised his right hand and waved to her. The silver-haired girl looked at Waylin, who was still lying on the grass, and said happily, I remember your breath. Next time, if we can meet again, I will tell you my name, and we can be friends then. Likewise, I hope we'll meet again. After the silver-haired girl left, silence returned to the area. Another half-hour later, Vitris came to Waylin, sat next to him, and said with a smile, Well, Waylin, how do you feel about Xiaoming Lake? It's wonderful. Waylin sat up and looked at Vitris, took off his mask, and replied with a smile, I made a strange friend. Not long after, daybreak came. Vitris seemed to have a premonition, and he took Waylin back to Blood Moon Castle at noon. When he found that his wife had not returned yet, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt something was wrong. After he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Seeing this, Waylin shook his head. He felt that the mistake might be with Fiona Dolans, the mayor of Xiaoming Town, but it was not easy to tell his uncle. On the afternoon of the third day, when Waylin saw his uncle again, he found that he had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Uncle, what are you doing? I've been staying up late these past few days and I look a little haggard, but it's nothing serious. Okay, Uncle, take care of yourself. After Waylin left, Vitelli's covered his eyes and gasped. The fighting spirit in Miali's eyes will last for at least 3 days. Next time, I must observe carefully before setting off. I must not repeat the same mistake. This trip is worth it. What's not a loss? Countess Miali of Blood Moon clenched her fists and stared at her husband with a forced smile. No, nothing. Vitellis climbed down from the city wall and ran towards the city. Humph, you want to run. Miali used her fighting skills, Sui Feng Yuing, and appeared directly on the path that Vitris had to take, and knocked him away with one punch. Immediately afterwards, there were wailing and screaming. The knights and soldiers on duty around were already used to it, and continued patrolling. Chapter 1, 10 Misunderstanding. Half a month later, 10,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion were delivered to the Blood Moon territory. After completing the transaction with the young nobleman from the Kuba Kingdom, Waylin received the first large transaction payment in his life, 300 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 yuan. Looking at so many gold notes in his hand, Waylin felt it was a little unreal, but it really happened. Big dog, I wonder if there will be another opportunity like this next time. The transaction was completed, which also meant that Waylin was about to leave Blood Moon Castle and start his next journey. Next, he will go to Lando City in Kuz Province to retrieve the book written by the foreigner. On June 22nd, Waylin submitted his resignation to Countess Miali of Blood Moon. Faced with the reluctant gazes of his family, Waylin almost agreed to stay for another month. Aunt, uncle, cousin, I've had a very happy month. I hope you can come to my territory as guests in the future. Don't worry, Waylin, we will visit your territory in the future. Miali said reluctantly. Your uncle and I will be there too. Remember, seeing his wife's unfriendly look, Vitellis quickly changed his words and said, remember to welcome us. Be careful on your journey. May the goddess of life bless you. Drigos didn't say anything, but just gave a blessing. Waylin rode on the red phosphorus horse, waved goodbye to Earl Blood Moon and his family of 3, and officially embarked on his next journey. A few days later, the two arrived at the provincial capital of Tonks Province. Kyle, this time you go back to Kardro Province first. I'm going to Kuz Province. Yes, my lord. Kyle saluted solemnly, and then stepped onto the teleportation array to Kardro Province. After 3 hours of waiting, Waylin boarded the teleportation array to Kuz Province. Kuz Province, a province directly governed by the royal family, covers an area of about 600,000 square kilometers and has a population of about 20 million. Its people are tough, and it is an important place for the royal family to recruit soldiers. In addition, it is close to the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and part of its territory was once snatched back from the dwarves. It has a very large standing force station there, with about 2 legions of 200,000 people. Unlike duchies and ordinary provinces, as a province directly governed by the royal family, the province of Kuzul adopts the county system. There are a total of 23 counties and 157 counties in the province, which are managed by officials directly sent by the royal family. At the same time, in order to prevent officials from misbehaving, with the support of the royal family, local military families loyal to the royal family formed a parliament to check and balance local officials to prevent one family from dominating the market. After entering the provincial capital of Kaz province, Waylin went straight to the commercial district, hoping to buy a map. Apart from knowing the name of Lando City in Kaz province, he had no idea where that damn place was. From the teleportation array hall to the western district of the provincial capital of Kaz province, there are no less than 20 fighting arenas along the way. A large number of people use their military fighting skills to compete in combat skills on them, which arouses cheers from the people below. Don't hang a chain on Grandpa when you go to take the registration exam for the Warrior Academy today. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face said to his grandson sitting on his shoulders. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely join the Kurzel First Warrior Academy and bring honor to you and Father. The child said with a determined look in his eyes. After I graduate, I will join the King's army and serve His Majesty, just like you and Father did. Good boy, you have great potential. The goddess of life will definitely protect you. Passers-by nearby exclaimed in admiration. Ha ha ha, thank you very much, thank you very much. The middle-aged man responded politely to those around him, then quickened his pace and walked forward. Waylin, who was in the crowd, watched this scene and could only sigh that the royal family indeed had a very high reputation in the Kuzul province. He levied extremely low taxes, taught low-level warrior breathing techniques for free, founded various academies to recruit talents, rewarded meritorious warriors, and publicized the deeds of brave warriors in various places. If he had lived in the Kaz province since childhood, he would probably be no different from the people around him. After passing through the crowded streets, Waylin finally arrived in Xiqing district. Sir, what can I do for you? A businessman said enthusiastically as he looked at Waylin who walked in. Do you have a regional map of Kaz province? Waylin looked around and asked the merchant. Please wait a moment, I'll go look for it. The businessman said something politely and walked towards the back. Tom, go out the back door and find the security team. Tell them there's a young man who's suspected of being a spy here who's looking to buy a map. Yes, boss. After the shop assistant left, the businessman pretended to look for a map in the back warehouse to delay time. Waylin felt that time was getting longer and longer, and something was not right, but he had done nothing wrong, so he had nothing to be afraid of. So he found a place to sit down and waited patiently. Suddenly, several security guards in black uniforms appeared outside the store, holding swords and observing secretly. Captain Wells, that's the man who came to our store and asked if we had a map. Tom, the shop assistant, pointed at the unhurried Waylin and whispered, Arnold, Alman, you two follow me, and the others will block the exit. The other security guards nodded and dispersed. Wells then entered the store with 2 of his trusted men and said sternly to Waylin, who was sitting on a stool, Sir, please stand up and remove your weapon. Waylin looked at the 3 security guards who appeared in front of him in confusion, stood up, and took the knight's sword tied at his waist. Sir, please show me something that can prove your identity. Wells ordered someone to bring the knight's sword and turned around to continue asking. After hearing this, Waylin took out the family crest of the Ikes family from his bosom and handed it to the tall security captain in front of him. Captain, this looks like the emblem of a great noble. Have we made a mistake? There was an exquisite carving on the alman, with an eagle engraved in the center. Do you know which family this belongs to? Wells looked at Alman and asked. I don't know. Arnold, what about you? Captain, I don't know for sure, but I served in the kingdom for 3 years, and I think I saw this family crest on my former captain. Sir, since none of us knows about this family emblem, and family emblems can be forged, they need specialized personnel to authenticate. Besides, what you said cannot be used as proof of identity. Please come with us to the sheriff's department. If there is no problem afterwards, we will compensate you. Seeing this, Wells had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Okay, I'll go with you. Afterwards, Waylin followed Wells and his group to the sheriff's department. After entering the sheriff's department, Wells ordered his men to treat Waylin well, and then took the badge to find someone to identify it. Chapter 111. Resolving Misunderstandings and Purchasing Private Houses. Old William, please identify this thing and see if it is the emblem of a noble family. Security Captain Wells knocked on the door and said to the inside of the room. When the old wizard heard the sound, he suddenly put the things into his wizard robe, looked at Wells with a bad face, and said, "Wells, one day, you will scare me to death. You old men have no shame. You are so old, but you are still looking at things." Wells was not surprised. He came to the old wizard and said, without hesitation, "You're being rude. Elderly people watching this kind of thing can bring them physical and mental happiness and prolong their lives. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, among these." Okay, you're right. Let's get down to business." Wells waved his hands repeatedly to show that he understood. "That's good to know." The old wizard warned Wells, "Remember, don't tell my granddaughter." "I understand. I won't tell the deputy director. Don't worry." Seeing this, the old wizard took the family emblem from Wells' hand and came to a magic instrument, placed the family emblem on it, and then input his own magic power. Then, a series of information points appeared in the old wizard's mind. "Old William, what's the matter?" Seeing the magic instrument stop, Wells asked impatiently. "It's true." The old wizard opened his eyes and said to Wells, "The other party is from the X family. He is the fifth son of Angus, Earl of Eagle. His mother is Alyssa, daughter of the Duke of Moravia. Their family also has considerable influence in the military. I hope you haven't offended them." Wells was stunned when he heard this, trying to recall if he had done anything out of line. Then he said thankfully, No. I politely invited him back." "How did you catch the other person and invite him back?" "Someone reported to us that he wanted to buy a regional map. We suspected he was a traitor trained by the dwarfs, so we took action. Be nicer and give him a less important map." "I see. I have to go back quickly." Wells picked up the badge and quickly left the room. On the other side, Wayland sat quietly in a chair, watching the four people standing next to him forming a corner to block his way, thinking in his mind how to break this blockade. "Sir, I'm sorry. We are short-sighted and have wasted your precious time. On behalf of the 15th security team, I apologize to you. I hope you won't be angry." Wells walked in with a map and a family emblem and apologized to Wayland sincerely. "I've checked it out." Wayland took back the family emblem, put it in his inner pocket, and asked Wells, "It's our fault." Wells thought the other party was angry. He bent down and presented the map to Wayland with both hands. "This is a relatively detailed map, and it also contains a pass. It's our apology. I hope you don't mind. It's our fault for causing you trouble." "Never mind. It's not a big deal." Seeing the other party accept the pass and map, Wells breathed a sigh of relief. "Where's my horse? Arnold, go and get the master's horse." "Yes, Captain." Wayland rode on a red phosphorus horse, holding a map, and headed towards the east gate of Kuz province. Watching the other party leave, Wells breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said congratulatorily, "Fortunately, the other party was generous. Otherwise our 15th team would be in trouble." After learning about the situation, several other security team members were all relieved. They were relieved that they had a good attitude during patrols and were not impatient when encountering problems. They were also relieved that the other party had a good family background and did not hold them accountable. Riding on the red phosphorus horse, Wayland opened the map and searched for the city of Lando. Lando County has 1 city and 6 counties under its jurisdiction, covering an area of approximately 26,000 square kilometers. After estimating the distance again, he found that it would take at least 3 days to reach Lando City, crossing 3 counties and passing through 9 counties. "It's so far, forget it. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back." Wayland gritted his teeth, placed the map in the cloth bag in front of the saddle, put on a visor to block the wind, and set off on his red phosphorus horse. 3 days later, Wayland looked at the town that appeared in his sight and breathed a sigh of relief. After taking out the pass and successfully entering the city, Wayland began to search according to the places he remembered. Number 76, District 3, Lando City, Kuz Province. Wayland looked at the house built with wood and mud, compared it with the number next to it, and was sure that this was the place. Dong dong dong. "Here I come." After a while, a man with a broken arm opened the door and looked at Wayland warily. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" "You are the owner of this house." "Yes." The man with the broken arm looked Wayland up and down and said, "You were the one who was introduced by old Thor to look at the house." Yes, that's me." Wayland agreed immediately. "Okay, come in." The man with the broken arm opened the door, and Wayland immediately led the horse into the house. When I entered the house, I saw that it was bare and had nothing in it. Old Thor should have told you that for 100 gold coins, this house will be yours. No bargaining. The man with the broken arm added. "Excuse me, your house shouldn't be worth more than 100 gold coins, so why are you asking such a high price? If you want to buy it. If not, leave." The man with the one-armed said impatiently. "Okay, I'll buy it." Waylon took a cloth bag from his horse's back, counted out 100 gold coins from it, turned to look at the man with the broken arm and asked, "When are you moving out?" "Right now," the man with the broken arm said calmly, without any greed in his eyes. "Well, the money and goods have been paid. Now this house belongs to me. Please give me the title deed and the property deed. Please wait a moment." The man with the broken arm turned and went into the house, carrying a package on his back. He first handed the land deed and the house deed to Waylon, then took the 100 gold coins and left. Not long after, a mercenary old man came here with a young man. After being sent away by Waylon with a few words, they simply packed up and prepared to rest first and look for clues tomorrow. The man with the broken arm came to a house and looked at his shadow reflected through the window. "Mom, when will Dad be back?" "Dad went to the kingdom of the goddess of life. He will come back when you grow up." "Really? Well, I'll send you to the Magic Academy tomorrow to learn magic and bring honor to our family. But that would cost a lot of money." "A lot of money. Don't worry, Mom will find a way." The man with the broken arm took out 5 gold coins from the cloth bag and put them in his arms. He sealed the bag and quietly stuffed them into the yard through the crack in the door. "I can only help you up to this point." Afterwards, the man with the broken arm left the place with the package on his back. Chapter 112, A Stranger's Autobiography. The next morning, Waylon took out his dry food for breakfast and began searching the houses. From morning till noon, Waylon turned the entire house upside down and explored downwards with his senses, but found nothing. Has the item been taken away? Hidden beneath House 76 in the 3rd district of Lando City, Kaz Province, was a book written by a stranger. After a moment of reflection, Waylon stood up and looked at the devastated courtyard. "Go find a shovel and dig down. I don't believe we can't find it." Afterwards, he went out to a distant merchant gathering place and bought enough food for 3 days, some lamp oil, and a handy shovel. He sealed the gate and began to dig inch by inch. 3 days later, in a deep pit, Waylon, with his upper body naked, threw out the soil. Looking at the distance of 25 or 26 meters from the ground, he felt a little discouraged. "I worked as a miner for 3 days and found nothing. It's amazing." The entire area underneath the house was almost hollowed out, and there was no clue at all. Zheng. Hard. Waylon dug a few more times with the shovel and found a hard shell under the soil. He squatted down and knocked it carefully, and found that it was actually a layer of rock shell, which did not look like a natural formation at all. It seems to be right below. Then he tried digging a few times with a shovel, but it didn't work and the rock shell was not damaged at all. Seeing this, Waylon threw away the shovel in his hand, came to the top of the cave, climbed up quickly, and came to the ground. The red phosphorus horse noticed the movement, opened its eyes, saw that it was its owner, snorted, and laid down on the hay to sleep again. Ignoring his mount, Waylon went straight into the house, picked up his knight's sword from a pile of dirt, bit a piece of black bread, returned to the cave entrance, and jumped down. "Since we can't dig it open, let's smash it open." Waylon drew his knight's sword and, in the dim light, began to smash the rock shell with force. After an unknown amount of time, the 3-meter-deep rock shell was smashed open, and Waylon jumped down with a sword in one hand and a lamp in the other. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, illuminating the space. Waylon moved the knight's sword that was blocking his eyes and looked around. He found that the surroundings were very empty. There was a rock pile 30 meters away from him. A colorful bubble was suspended on it. Inside was a book and a strange object, which looked a bit like a key. He approached the rock pile step by step, being careful to see if anything was happening around him. It took him a full half-hour to cover a distance of just 30 or 40 meters. "Excuse me, is your hometown flat?" In an instant, the scene changed, and a soul with an unclear face floated in front of Waylon and asked him a question. "Flat, that's not right." Waylon shook his head at the familiar dialect, looked at the floating spirit, and replied quickly, "My hometown is round." "Excuse me, who likes married women?" A heart lit up in the soul's chest, and its face gradually became clear, and it asked Waylon again. "Chow chow thief," Waylon said tentatively. The second heart in the soul's chest lit up, and then asked again, "Excuse me, how many words are there in Dream of the Red Chamber?" When Waylon heard this question, his eyes widened. God knows how many words there are in this book. Have no idea. Waylon gave up thinking and replied in a bad-tempered manner. The 2 lit hearts on the soul's chest suddenly went out, and the next moment the entire soul suddenly glowed temporarily, as if it was about to explode. Seeing this, Waylon wanted to retreat, but found that he couldn't move at all. Ha ha. Just when I was in despair, an inexplicable laugh suddenly came. "Hello, my unknown fellow countrymen. It may have been countless years since you saw this scene. The bright light faded away, and Waylon looked around again, only to find himself back in the cave. There was only a handsome young man beside him, but he had a rather obscene smile. "Who are you?" Waylon asked warily. "I guess you want to ask who I am?" The soul spoke to itself without answering Waylon's question. "The fact that you can answer 2 questions shows that your past life was not too far from my time. The magic I left in the cave will last for a maximum of 30,000 years before it disintegrates on its own. The fact that it has activated means that the time difference between you and me is no more than 30,000 years. I don't know what your nature is like, but the fact that you didn't force yourself to answer the 3rd question shows that you are pretty good. But if you insist on answering the 3rd question, you might just see another image of me, but there will be a reward. As for me, I'm leaving this world and heading for the starry sky. Before I go, I want to leave something behind, but I don't know if it can be triggered. The first thing you saw when you came in was a space bubble. If you didn't answer the first 2 questions correctly, you would have been buried in the space turbulence. But now that you see me, it means you've passed the test. Congratulations." Waylon looked at the space bubble less than a meter away from him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He almost died here. Okay, let's get back to the topic. There are 2 items stored in the space bubble. One of the books is called the Book of Druids. I created it myself. After all, one of the 3 legendary professions is a druid. You don't have to envy me. I know you're surprised, but wait until I finish. This book records some of my ideas, magical knowledge, and experiences in cultivating plants. As you know, the time is too long and some plants may have changed, so all I leave you is knowledge. As for the other thing, it's a key used to unlock something. I can't tell you right now. I stole it from an incarnation of an outer god. I don't know if this god has fallen. Perhaps he still has followers alive in the world, endlessly searching for the whereabouts of this thing. But don't worry, this key is fake. You didn't expect that, did you? The young man changed the subject, shocking Waylon. That thing is actually a seed. Yes, you heard it right. It takes about 300 years for this seed to develop and fully bear fruit. If you hadn't died, your strength would have been very powerful, more than enough to become a legend. It doesn't matter if it dies. This seed will remember the information of the first living being that touches it. After the living being dies, it will wither away on its own, leaving this secret forever. Okay, that's all. Do you have any questions? Waylon just looked at him calmly without saying anything. Haha, I believe you can see that this is just a video. Maybe you will ask like an idiot. It's a pity that you can't see the scene at that time. As for my name, Chapter 113 Return and Changes. Hee, I won't tell you. Once you get that thing back, you'll naturally know who I am. If you want to know who I am, then work hard, my fellow countrymen, don't lose face. I'll wait for you in the starry sky. If I were still alive, I would be able to see you again. Okay, that's it. See you again if we're lucky. The young man's figure gradually dissipated, the space bubble automatically dissolved, and the 2 objects naturally fell on the rock pile. Waylon walked forward and picked up the druid's book, but he could only read the first few pages and could not view the rest. He picked up the key-shaped seed, looked at it, and put it in his pocket. What a bad taste. Waylon sighed and went out through the cave he came from. When he left the cave and looked back, he found that the cave entrance had disappeared, replaced by solid rock. Fill the hole first, then return to Praying Star Lake and study according to this book to see if you can become a druid. After spending a day filling back the previously excavated soil, Waylon drew some water from the city's well, washed his body, and then lay down on the straw mat to sleep. The next morning, Waylon led the red phosphorus horse, bought some dry food in the city, and set off. As for the title deeds and property deeds of the houses, Waylon put them in a box, wrote a letter, and put it inside, and buried it in the ground. He probably won't come here in his lifetime, so he'll just leave a mysterious blind box to see which lucky person will get the ownership of this house. After leaving Lando City, Waylon stopped and watched for a while, then put on his armor and set off for Kaz province. It had been more than 2 months since he left Qixing Lake, and it was time to go back. Through the Kaz province teleportation array, Waylon returned to the Kardro province. Coming back here again, Waylon felt that the city was much cleaner and there were fewer beggars around. It was unknown whether they were sold as slaves or optimized by the governor. Without staying for long, Waylon bought some food and went straight out of the city. The closer he got to the border, the more desolate and sparsely populated the surrounding noble territories became, and Waylon found them much more desolate than when he first arrived 2 years ago. Robbery. Several skinny and pale robbers appeared on the road, and it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women by their looks. Are you sure you want to rob me? Waylon stared at the group of bandits. The aura he exuded as a high-ranking silver knight was enough to make them feel suffocated. Sir, we don't dare not. Several robbers knelt on the ground and stammered. Waylon took a look and didn't take any action. He just patted the red phosphorus horses' butt and continued on his way. The impact of the famine sacrifice caused the surrounding nobles to lack food and be unable to feed so many people, which naturally gave rise to many bandits. This situation is helpless. We can only wait for the next 2 years to pass, and then the situation will get better. On the way from the provincial capital to Qixing Lake, Waylon encountered no less than 50 gangs of bandits, the largest of which had 200 to 300 people, and the smaller ones had only a few people, all of whom looked half dead. Except for a few extremely vicious bandits who were wiped out by Waylon single-handedly. He ignored the other bandits as long as they retreated on their own initiative. In essence, they were a group of free people who couldn't survive. If he killed his way here, it would take him 2 months to reach the Praying Star Lake. After 5 days, Waylon crossed the border and returned to his territory. In more than 2 months, Qixing Lake has almost changed its appearance. Near the border of Cardro province, a large amount of farmland has been reclaimed, and many malnourished farmers are farming with a desire for life on their faces. Even the roads have been widened a lot. Waylon remembered that when he left, the road was only 2 meters wide, but now it is no less than 4 meters, more than twice as wide. When I returned to Qixing town, I saw construction sites everywhere. There were a lot of shirtless young men working hard. There were not even a few supervisors around. They just relied on their own initiative. My lord. At the gate of Qixing town's garrison, the soldiers standing guard at both gates beat their chests and saluted. Waylon handed the red phosphorus horse to the guard at the door and entered the garrison. Compared to after leaving, there are a lot more people in the government agencies of Qixing town. Most of them are new faces. However, when they saw Waylon, they all saluted, and it was obvious that they had admired his portrait many times. Where's Baird? After searching around, I couldn't find my steward. My lord, Lord Baird has gone to Orlando town and will not be back until tomorrow morning. A clerk replied respectfully. When he returns, tell him to come find me at the castle. Yes, my lord. Waylon left the Qixing town garrison and rode towards his own castle. After returning to the castle, Waylon briefly learned about the development of the territory from Kyle and found that it was far beyond his expectations. First of all, there was Qixing Lake. The population on the 450 square kilometers of land had more than tripled, so Baird had to divert the excess population to Orlando town and the development area presided over by Andrew. In this way, the number of people under his command has reached nearly 80,000, almost catching up with the population of his cousin Alcott's territory. The influx of so many people forced Baird to continue to expand the size of the militia, recruiting and concentrating young and middle-aged men on a large scale to either open up wasteland, build roads, or expand the urban area. Some people were even arranged to clean up the waterway around Qixing Lake. In short, he could not let this group of people have any time to rest. The treatment is better, 3 meals a day, 12 hours of work, and no additional wages. What is the composition of this group of people? Waylon looked at Kyle and asked. My lord, from what I understand, of the more than 50,000 new recruits, 20 are serfs. Lord Baird bought them back from bankrupt pioneers in exchange for low-priced grain. How many pioneering knights are there in the border areas of Cardro province? I don't know the exact number, but it should be no more than 5, and all of them are on the verge of bankruptcy. Waylon stroked his chin and muttered to himself. It seems that in the next 10 years, no noble descendants will come to this place to open up new territory. Since a year and a half ago, the province of Cadero has been repeatedly plundered by small-scale monster clans. It is close to the southern provincial defense line and borders the tense iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom to the north. Coupled with the influence of the famine sacrifice, it is unlikely that anyone would come here to explore. But this is also an opportunity, as the surrounding areas of his territory have not been greatly affected. If nothing unexpected happens, we can start the review and promotion of titles this year. Within 3 years, we will enclose at least 10,000 square kilometers of land, and then we will stop and develop quietly to prepare for the war with the Dwarf Kingdom 10 years later. Waylon had a rough division of the next 10 years in his mind. Chapter 114 Silver Dragon, Exploration. By the end of this year, if nothing else happened, Waylon planned to use the underground teleportation array to conduct a preliminary exploration of the underground world. If any other unexpected events arose, he would have to put it on hold. After returning to his home, Waylon completely relaxed. I've been away for nearly 3 months, and I'm exhausted both physically and mentally. At night, Waylon lay on the bed in a bathrobe, looking at the starry sky through the window. He really didn't know whether that fellow countryman with a bad taste was still alive, adventuring in that world, or wandering in an unknown place. A young silver dragon visited Qixing Lake and settled in Qixing Town. Kindness. Waylon was filled with questions and sat up suddenly. Silver dragon, what's going on? I searched the little information I had about dragons in my mind. I wondered why a silver dragon, which liked to build its nest on isolated mountain peaks or surrounded by clouds, would come to the Qixing Lake on the low plains. However, since we're settling here, it means there's no danger for now, so we can try it out first. In the near future, Baird must pay attention to the situation in Qixing Town and try to find the young silver dragon. After a few days of rest, Waylon devoted himself to practicing in the morning, handling official business in the afternoon, and having a few drinks with his guardian knight in the evening to strengthen their relationship. He lived a busy and fulfilling life. Half a month after returning to Qixing Lake, there was finally news about the young silver dragon. My lord, after more than half a month of investigation, we found 3 human-shaped lives in Qixing Town that are suspected to be transformed from silver dragons. Baird handed 3 organized papers to Waylon and reported respectfully. Waylon took the 3 pages filled with basic information about the investigation record and read them carefully. A few minutes later, Waylon extracted similar information from the 3 people. He has fair skin, is gentle, and has certain assets. He is not wary of the 3 people who suddenly settle there. He also likes delicious food and has a special preference for beautiful women. Baird, is it possible that these 3 are actually the same person pretending to be someone else? Waylon asked Baird. Baird shook his head and replied, My lord, that's impossible. I had people monitoring the 3 of them separately. They all appeared at the same time, so it's impossible that they were the same person impersonating them. How can you be sure that the personnel you sent to monitor the situation were not blinded by magic? This, I guess, I don't know. Forget it, take me to see it. Waylon folded the paper, put it in his pocket, and instructed Baird. Yes, my lord. The 2 men disguised themselves and blended into Qixing Town. Qixing Town is now the center of Waylon territory, with a population of over 8,000. Therefore, it is divided into South City and North City for ease of management and to facilitate the expansion of the city area. My lord, look, that's one of our targets. Her name is Jetta. She runs a clothing store and can make almost exquisite clothes out of rough linen. Baird pointed to the store 100 meters away and reported in a low voice. A freeman from a Viscount noble family offended the 3rd son of the local Viscount and was forced to come to the Praying Star Lake in order to survive. While observing, Waylon silently recited the basic information that Baird had investigated in his mind. Let's go to the next place. After observing for a full 10 minutes and finding nothing unusual, Waylon moved on to the next target. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Waylon arrived at a small magic shop. This is the shop of the bronze junior magician named Al. Yes, my lord. This magician is more inclined towards healing. He usually charges a small amount of money to treat civilians. He has been here for a month and has a good reputation in the surrounding area. It's a bit strange. Waylon frowned as he recalled the information he had gathered earlier. A man who thought he had no talent for magic and became a bronze junior magician at the age of 30 gave up continuing to study with his teacher and chose to retire in a remote area. The key point was that the magic tower provided by the other party was indeed real. Al, Jetta, the last one is called Al Jetta. Waylon already had the answer in his mind, but he had to meet the 3rd person to be sure. After crossing the central street, the 2 came to a pub in the northern part of the city. This is the last one. The owner is called Al Jetta, a low-level silver adventurer. His extraordinary class is a shield warrior, a subclass of warrior. He's been here for 2 months and opened a tavern here. He's known for his good quality and low prices, selling drinks almost at cost, which has attracted many residents from the surrounding area to come and drink. Tired of adventurous life, I want to live an ordinary life. This was the reason why he came to Qixing Lake. It seemed very reasonable, but there was nothing wrong with it. Let's go in and take a look. The 2 men smeared some dirt on their faces, ruffled their hair, and followed several strong men into the tavern. When I opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit me in the face. Great, Little John, have another drink. A strong man put the glass on the table and said to the 13 or 14-year-old child beside him. Waylon and Baird came to the tavern counter, ordered a glass of wine, went to an empty table, and sat down quietly. After the bartender brought the wine, Waylon took a sip and whispered, The strength of the wine is very low. It seems to be brewed from tree roots. I really don't know how it was brewed. Maybe it's magic. Then the result is obvious. Waylon took another sip of the low-alcohol wine diluted with white water, looked towards the entrance to the 2nd floor, and said to Baird, I'm asked to mobilize the troops. No need. He has no ill intentions. I just want to make friends with him. Let's talk about it later. A few minutes later, Baird paid the bill and the two left the pub. At this moment, a young silver-haired man opened a crack in the second-floor window, looked at the two ordinary people, and said to himself, "It seems that they have been discovered, but I don't know how he found out. However, this should be the lord of this place. His people praise him highly, so I don't think his behavior would be so bad." Since that test, there was peace for nearly half a month. Both sides tacitly agreed not to disturb each other and give each other a buffer period. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was August. Qixing Lake welcomed its first wave of harvest, which greatly alleviated the food pressure and gave great confidence to the free people who had newly joined Qixing Lake. At the same time, a letter from the kingdom's 16th Night Order brought Wei Lin an important message. A retaliatory military operation against the last attack on the Grey Waste is about to begin. The kingdom has mobilized 4 legions, 8 silver knights, and many noble armies who have volunteered to join the war, preparing to attack from 4 provinces: Sirop Province, Lunsa Province, the Duchy of East, and Dani Province. Chapter 115 Letter from 3 people. Due to the small area of the Cardro Province, the noble troops that met the requirements were unified into the Sirop Corps to fight together. As the leader of the kingdom's 16th Knights, Madmonkey served as the deputy commander of the Sirop Corps, unified the command of the kingdom's 16th Knights. The 6th Legion temporarily reorganized from the noble army of Cardro Province, and the 7th Legion formed by the Cardro Province army. The letter revealed a message that if Wei Lin was willing, Madmonkey could arrange for him to join the logistics transport unit, take charge of the transportation of logistics supplies, and earn military merit. It's good to have a wide network of contacts. Even if I don't know something, others will give me the corresponding information. However, his father played a crucial role in this. If it weren't for his father, why would Madmonkey, as the leader of the 16th Knights, write to him personally? He had not originally planned to participate in this military operation, but now that the opportunity had come, it would have been a bit unreasonable not to go. "My lord, a knight wants to see you. He claims to be sent by your eldest brother." Kyle entered the study and reported to Wei Lin. "Take him to the hall. I'll be there soon." "Yes, my lord." After Kyle left, Wei Lin folded Madmonkey's letter and put it in the drawer, straightened his clothes, and got up to go to the hall. At this moment, in the castle hall, a man wearing silver-gray armor stood quietly in the center, waiting for the owner of this place to arrive. "Kalins, why is it you?" Wei Lin entered the castle hall and was a little surprised when he saw the face of the person who came. "Master Wei Lin, long time no see. You have made great progress. I am really impressed." Karens pounded his chest and saluted, saying respectfully, "I never thought that my eldest brother would actually send you here. I remember my eldest brother was undergoing trials under Uncle Iverios, Count of Hurricane. Could it be?" "Master Wei Lin, you're right," Kalin explained with a smile. "Lord Iverios, Earl of the Hurricane, is now the commander of the Dani Corps, responsible for commanding all troops in Dani Province and launching military operations against the Grey Wasteland. So, my eldest brother is going to the battlefield too." "Yes, Master Wei Lin. Lord Ivelios handed over the Hurricane Legion to my lord, Lord Illicis." Upon hearing this, Wei Lin was shocked. The Hurricane Legion is the trump card in the hands of Hurricane Count Iverios, second only to his other trump card, the Hurricane Knights, Amica-level Silver Knights. As far as he knew, the Hurricane Legion was established more than 200 years ago and had a staff of 30,000 people. The lowest-ranking professionals were bronze level, and they were divided into 6 battalions, each with a unique name. Of course, the Hurricane Earl family alone could not afford to support this legion, so the other earls of the X family would send personnel and supplies to this legion every year to ensure the strong combat effectiveness of the Hurricane Legion. "So what are you doing here?" Wei Lin looked at Kalins and asked his purpose. "My lord, Lord Illicis, has learned that you have become a pioneering knight and that you must be able to advance to a higher rank through military exploits. Therefore, he has sent me to invite you to join the Dani Corps. This isn't appropriate. How can I transport the troops over such a long distance?" Wei Lin hesitated and asked. Karens just smiled gently and looked at Kyle next to him. His intention was very obvious. "He is my guardian knight and someone I can trust." After getting Wei Lin's affirmation, Karens finally told him the solution. "Master Wei Lin, you don't need to bring any soldiers with you. You can go to Dani Province alone. When the time comes, my master will transfer a battalion of 5,000 troops under Lord Iverios, the Hurricane Count, to your command. Then you can lead this force to join the noble coalition army." Ahem. Wei Lin looked at Kalins in disbelief. "Does Uncle Iverios know about this?" "Lord Hurricane is certainly aware of this," Karens replied with great certainty. After hearing this, Wei Lin fell into deep thought. Needless to say, It must be his eldest brother who begged Uncle Iverios to help him in this way. After an unknown amount of time, Wayland decided to accept Mad Monkey's proposal and go to the logistics unit of the Serfs Corps to serve in logistics transportation. Although he could earn a lot of military merits by following the path planned by his elder brother, it would be detrimental to his management of his own network of relationships in the Cardro province. Even if his title is quickly promoted in the future, he will be criticized by other nobles. Even if they don't say it on the surface, they will frame him in secret. And it is not difficult to analyze why the eldest brother came up with this plan. It must be that his lazy character was deeply rooted in his brother's heart, forcing him to come up with such a method to help him, but he no longer has the same lazy mentality as before. Kalins, go back and tell my brother that I want to accomplish something through my own efforts. I appreciate his kindness. Master Wayland, you have really grown up. There was shock in Karen's eyes, and he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Listening to what Karen said, Wayland couldn't help but say with some pride, Master Wayland, now that the matter has been dealt with, I will take my leave. Tell my eldest brother that next time we meet, I will give him a precious gift. He can look forward to it. Yes, Master Wayland. After Carr once left, Wayland returned to the study and began to write back to Mad Monkey. After spending half an hour writing the letter and packing it, I was about to ask Kyle to send it out when he unexpectedly walked in with another letter. Master, your third uncle sent you a letter. What's going on today? So many people are sending me letters. Wayland took the letter from Kyle's hand and opened it to check. Dear nephew Wayland. Wayland, I have received the letter from my eldest brother. I didn't expect that you were in Cardro province. Your third uncle is doing well now. He is the deputy commander of the 17th Legion of the kingdom. Although he is the deputy commander of a garrison legion, I have been transferred to the Serfs Corps this time. With my status and strength, I have some power. The noble army of your province has also been incorporated into the Serfs Corps. If you want to participate in this military operation, you can come to me, and I will do my best to help you. Signed by, Acres. Well, Wayland looked at the letter addressed to Mad Monkey next to him and didn't know what to say. There is no doubt that it was my father who wrote the letter, asking my third uncle to take good care of me. Forget it. Let's talk about it after we see Uncle San. Wayland folded the letter and gave it to Kyle, asking him to send it to Mad Monkey. The final assembly date is at the end of December, and during this time we need to handle the title promotion and the Silver Dragon incident. Chapter 116 Silver Dragon, Invitation. Early in the morning, Wayland studied the Druid's book carefully, trying to understand its meaning and then practiced the breathing method mentioned above. It's been almost a month since I got this book, and I'm just barely getting started. This shows how difficult it is to get started with the Druid profession. It took me such a long time to learn the magic of thorns. Looking at the thorns emerging from the soil, Wayland reached out and let them wrap around his arm. Then, with a slight effort, he easily broke free from the restraints. It's too weak. According to the Druid's book, the ultimate development of thorn magic can form a 3-meter diameter, infinitely extending, harder than solid gold, and can bind legendary realms. It seems I still have a long way to go. From this point of view alone, his fellow countryman is a well-deserved big shot. Since he came to this world, he has never heard of the Druid master or legend using low-level magic, such as thorn magic, to the extreme. Take your time. There's still plenty of time. As long as I can become an official Druid within a year, it will be a victory. By silently comforting himself in his heart, Wayland relieved his inner anxiety. Afterwards, Wayland returned to his study and picked up the immersive gaming helmet he had exchanged from the Star Mage Grey. While entertaining and relaxing, he also practiced his command skills and continued to try and error in the virtual world. A low-level magic crystal can power an immersive gaming helmet for 20 hours, and a force vine can produce 10 force crystals a year, which is equivalent to 10 low-level magic crystals. He has 3 energy vines in his hand and can obtain 30 low-level magic crystals a year, which allows him to use the immersive gaming helmet for 600 hours a year without using additional low-level magic crystals. An hour later, Wayland took off the immersive gaming helmet and placed it on the desk, then took a deep breath. Just now, he attacked the enemy with 3 times the number of troops as the enemy, but he was deceived by the enemy and used military tactics to wipe out the 30,000 troops in his hands. Next time, I must be absolutely cautious. But who would have thought that this virtual character could use 2/3 of his own troops as bait? It's really eye-opening. At this moment, there was a knock on the study door. Come in. Wayland placed the immersive gaming helmet on the bookshelf and turned toward the door. Kyle heard the voice of his master and pushed the door open. My lord, Lord Randolph has sent someone to report that the first batch of black-skinned pigs are ready for slaughter. I have compiled the data for your review. Waylon took the data report on the black pig farm from Kyle. 6 months ago, he put 20 black pigs into the farm, including 3 males and 17 females. According to the report given by Randolph, a black-skinned pig can give birth to at least 3 piglets per litter. During these 6 months, the black-skinned pig went into estrus twice and gave birth to 113 piglets. It is estimated that 60 black-skinned pigs can be slaughtered in February next year, and the rest will be kept for breeding to expand the scale of black-skinned pig ranch breeding. In addition, there are a total of 8 black-skinned pigs that can be slaughtered this time, 2 males and 6 females. It is estimated that each black-skinned pig weighs 250 kilograms and can produce 175 kilograms of meat. As for why there are 2 males, Randolph also gave an explanation. It's outrageous. A pig is so possessive that it bites the other 2 males half to death. Waylon shook his head as he looked at this outrageous record. It was indeed a violent animal. However, Randolph has come up with a solution, which is to install fences in the black pig farm, keep the boars alone at ordinary times, and release them when they are ready to mate after 3 months. Order Randolph to do the storage of the black pork according to his ideas, and send another 200 kilograms of black pork to my castle. Waylon thought for a while and quickly gave the instructions. Yes, my lord. After Kyle left, Waylon immediately wrote an invitation letter and asked someone to give it to Baird, asking him to deliver it to the owner of the Adventurer's Tavern in his own name. On the second floor of the Adventurer's Tavern, the silver-haired young man carefully tasted the wine he brewed with new ingredients and nodded with satisfaction. I used pine tree roots, added a certain amount of yam vines, and used my own improved brewing technique to brew this low-alcohol wine from such common ingredients. Even though the taste is a bit off, at least it worked. Looking at the results of his experiment, the silver-haired young man showed a satisfied look, as if he saw an endless stream of gold coins waving at him. Master, Chief Steward Baird, the mayor of Chishing Town, is here to visit you. At this moment, a voice coming from outside the door interrupted the silver-haired young man's thoughts. Please ask him to come in. The silver-haired young man waved his hand, took away all the items, came to the door, opened it, and gave instructions to his servant. On the first floor of the Adventurer's Tavern, Baird followed the servant into the second floor. How are you these days, Mr. Algida? Baird greeted the silver-haired young man with a smile. Thank you, Steward Baird, for your concern. I am living very well here. The silver-haired young man responded with a smile, without any arrogance or contempt, treating the human in front of him equally. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Baird then took out the invitation letter written by Waylon himself and handed it to the silver-haired young man Algida. Boss Algida, my lord has heard that you are an outstanding adventurer and is very interested in your adventures. He invites you to visit his castle in 5 days. The silver-haired young man, Algida, took the invitation and said gently, I accept the invitation. I will definitely visit you on time when the time comes. In that case, my mission is completed. I will take my leave now. Sir Baird, take care. After Baird left, Algida opened the invitation letter. The attitude was so sincere that he felt guilty if he didn't go. Mysterious human lord, I truly look forward to my first official meeting with you. After putting away the invitation, he devoted himself to his research on winemaking. On the other hand, Waylon checked the juice yield of the sweet grass, which was far from his expectations. The knight in charge of this matter, Cassius, could only smile bitterly and said, My lord, this is already the 4th generation of sweet grass we've cultivated, and it's still not working. The juice yield still doesn't meet expectations. Seeing Cassius's helplessness, Waylon knew that they had tried their best. As far as he knew, there were only 2 noble families in Cardro province who, by chance, had cultivated sugar plants with a high juice yield. They occupied the entire market in Cardro province and a small part of the market in Sirop province. As for obtaining the seeds of this plant from the family, the Cardro province is in a low magic energy zone. As far as he knows, the family's plants with terrifying sugar production can only grow in a medium to low magic energy environment like the Shia province. In this case, he can only ask a druid for help. Although he has become a druid now, he has no idea how to cultivate plants, and this requires time to master. This plan is on hold. Yes. Chapter 117 Silver Dragon, Making Friends. 5 days later, the silver-haired young man Algida went to the castle with the invitation letter to keep the appointment. At the foot of the mountain, Ka was already waiting. Seeing the silver-haired young man approaching, he stepped forward and saluted, saying, Lord Algida, my master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Algida said nothing and followed Kyle up the hill on the gravel road. The open space next to the castle was well maintained. Several servants had already set up various barbecue utensils, which were urgently made by the blacksmith at Waylene's request in the past few days. On the wooden table next to it were skewers made of black pork, and some fruits that had just been picked from wild fruit trees were placed in bamboo baskets. Waylene stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at Qixing town below, admiring his territory, and waiting for guests to arrive. At this time, hearing footsteps behind him, Waylene turned around and found that Kyle had already led Algida here. Nice to meet you, adventurer Algida. I am the nobleman of this place, Varenix. If you don't mind, you can call me Varen. Algida looked at the kind and enthusiastic human noble in front of her, and she couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Wellen, this should be considered our first official meeting. Algida handed the gift box to Waylene and said, according to your rules, this is the gift I brought. Waylene solemnly accepted the gift box and praised it from the bottom of his heart. What a beautiful packaging. Then, according to custom, Waylene unwrapped the gift box in front of Algida and found a book inside. Seeing the other party's confusion, Algida explained, this is my experience in cultivating plants. I hope it can help you in your druid practice. Knowledge is priceless. Thank you for your gift. Waylene expressed his sincere gratitude. It's just that I didn't expect that a silver dragon would be so interested in the druidic way. It's really surprising. Algida read shock in Waylene's eyes and just smiled at him without saying anything more. Few people knew the other party's identity, and he felt like a hermit, so Waylene naturally would not discuss the other party's identity in person. The reason I invited this young silver dragon here today was just to make friends, not to offend him. I've held a banquet for you today, but unfortunately it's just you, me, and my servants. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. I am honored that the lord of this place invited me alone. Algida answered modestly. With his attitude, who would have thought that he was a dragon in human skin? The two sides sat casually on the carpet and began to communicate. Kyle asked the other male servants to leave and took on the role of chef himself, starting to grill skewers of meat and some vegetables on the spot. You are so modest. You are very different from your people. Waylene took the skewers of meat handed over by Kyle and handed them to Algida, saying with emotion, my parents think so too. They say I am a natural-born druid and don't have the pride and conceit of my inherited bloodline. Algida smiled, took the skewer, took a big bite, and a light flashed in her eyes. How about this meat? Very chewy, comparable to the meat of some silver-level monsters. Algida, can I call you that? I'm honored. The silver-haired boy smiled gently at Waylene. I really want to know why you came here. While eating the skewers, Algida replied, how should I put it? Maybe it's fate. 6 years ago, I resigned from my parents, left my hometown, crossed the misty forest, and came to the gray wasteland. I am a peace-loving person. After careful consideration, I finally chose to settle in your territory. After living here for 3 months, I think my decision was the right one. Qixing Lake is a beautiful and harmonious place, not only in terms of nature, but also in terms of governance. I really enjoy such a harmonious and beautiful place. If you encounter an unsolvable crisis in the future, you can come to me. Algida looked at Waylene with a smile and continued, of course you have to pay. Of course. I don't ask friends for help for free. Ha ha ha. Waylene, no matter what, I can feel your sincerity. I'm determined to be your friend. Algida said with a big laugh. It's my pleasure. A private banquet. Both guests and host enjoyed themselves. Waylene asked Kyle to pack the remaining black pork kebabs and let Algida take them back. Watching Algida depart, Waylene couldn't help but sigh. This matter has been resolved. We've added another layer of security to the Praying Star Lake, and we've also earned the friendship of a young silver dragon. Master, have you learned about the other party's origins? Kyle asked bravely. Indeed, I have some guesses about the young silver dragon's identity. Waylene looked at Kyle and replied with a smile. Although we didn't talk for long, I can guess that he should be from the Silver Dragon Kingdom of Berk, and his parents have a high status in the Silver Dragon Kingdom of Berk. Are you talking about the country west of the Misty Forest that was founded by some silver dragons? Over the past 2 years, Kyle was no longer the serf he once was. Not only had he undergone systematic night training, but he had also read extensively on various historical biographies, human geography, and detailed explanations of monster clans on the Sinop subcontinent. Yes, that country. Waylene looked at Algida, who disappeared from his sight, and had a bold guess in his mind. If he could get in touch with the Silver Dragon Berk Kingdom through this young silver dragon and build a large teleportation array, he would gain immeasurable benefits. However, this requires strength to support this idea, and at least one must be promoted to the soul intent level. In addition, it is necessary to gain the other party's trust, otherwise it will be impossible to complete the construction of this trade route. In 50 years, I hope to accomplish this dream. Then, Waylon turned to look at Kyle, patted his shoulder, and said, I never thought you'd become more and more versatile. Kyle said seriously, as the master's personal attendant, how can I take on such an important task without any skills? Or, I'll fire the chef and let you take on multiple roles. Waylon said half-jokingly, I think it should be possible if I squeeze in some training time. Waylon followed up Kyle's question and asked, what if the chef loses his job? I can help him open a bakery to make a living. Kyle thought for a moment and answered thoughtfully, what are you thinking about? Go practice now. Yes. Kyle left the place with a look of grievance and went to the training ground to start afternoon training. Chapter 118, Promotion to Baron, Part 1. Soon, it was early September. On the one hand, Waylon submitted an application for promotion to the kingdom, and on the other hand, he began to gather some elite troops for training, actively preparing for December. So far, Qixing Lake has a total of 3 administrative districts, namely Qixing Town and the surrounding 450 square kilometers of land under Baird's charge, Orlando Town of 600 square kilometers under Orlando's charge plus 200 square kilometers expanding to the south, and the last area is the area Andrew is responsible for developing, totaling 400 square kilometers. Waylon came to the military camp below the castle and taught Kyle how to train soldiers, letting him practice and learn on the spot with these 500 soldiers, while checking the various documents sent by Baird. According to the latest report above, he has nearly 4,000 troops under his command, accounting for 5 of the territory's population. Compared with the territory of his cousin Alcott, the number of troops was comparable, but the combat effectiveness was incomparable. For example, the ratio of warrior apprentices to bronze warriors in the standing army makes people feel stressed. Normally, 1 bronze warrior commanding 10 warrior apprentices is a reasonable standard for the most aristocratic army, while 1 bronze warrior commanding 4 warrior apprentices is the standard for the kingdom's standing army. If Waylon wanted to reach the reasonable standard of the noble army before meeting the Star Mage, it would take at least 5 years. But now, as long as the number of black pigs increases and they are supplied to the army in large quantities for training, he is confident that he can achieve such a ratio within 2 years. My lord, someone from the provincial capital has delivered an official letter. The kingdom's reviewers will arrive in our territory in a month to begin the review work. This is the newly revised promotion rule for pioneers to barons this year. Baird entered the military camp, walked straight to the training ground, and handed the official letter in his hand to Waylon. Waylon placed the documents in his hand on the wooden table next to him, took the official letter, and began to read the newly revised promotion rules. According to the previous promotion rules, a lot has been changed this time. Upon hearing this, Baird confidently said, even if the kingdom doubles the difficulty of the promotion rules, we at Qixing Lake won't feel any pressure at all. Ha ha ha. Waylon closed the official letter and laughed. You're right. The kingdom simply doubled the difficulty. We've already met the requirements. But what? The last time the promotion rules were revised was 150 years ago. Now the difficulty has been suddenly raised. It seems that many pioneers have taken advantage of the situation in recent years. Your Majesty, what you said makes sense, Baird agreed. I think it's because of the monster attack on the western border that the promoted barons performed so poorly, forcing the kingdom to revise its promotion rules. You're right. The kingdom needs nobles who can manage territories and fight wars, not good-for-nothings. Waylon had guessed the reasons, but he didn't expect the kingdom to act so quickly. But can a life church be built in 1 month? Waylon pointed to the newly added one and asked Baird. My lord, the territory is short of everything except people to work, Baird replied confidently. Give me half a month and I'll ensure the mission is completed. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Also, keep the territory safe. I have a feeling the review might be over by the time we meet the reviewers. Yes, my lord, Baird replied firmly. In early October, Waylon once again received news of Destiny's guidance. 1,000 kilometers west of the Praying Star Lake, in an underground cave, a patch of mutated moonflowers grows. The mutated moonflower, also known as the gifted moonflower, is one of the 3 main ingredients in the Moonscar potion, a potion that repairs the soul. Upon hearing the news, Waylon was extremely shocked and wanted to go and get it back immediately. However, let alone a silver knight like him. Even if a soul-level knight went to the heart of the Grey Wasteland, there was a high probability that he would never return. When Waylon thought of this, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him from head to toe, and his excitement faded a lot. Perhaps we can ask Ms. Shia for help, but with the war approaching, the timing is not good. It will take some time. The kingdom was about to launch a retaliatory war against the Grey Wasteland, and he didn't believe that the monster clans would not make preparations. Perhaps the base camp of the monster clan is above the mutated Moonlight Flower Cave, forcing him to make long-term plans. I hope the kingdom can penetrate 1,000 kilometers in one go. That way, we can easily obtain the mutant moonflower. If not, we can only wait until this war is over before asking Ms. Xia to retrieve the mutant moonflower. At the same time, 5 disguised outsiders entered the Qixing Lake. Captain Lester, why do we have to dress like this to enter the Praying Star Lake? A young man asked with some confusion. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at the royal child who insisted on coming along and said helplessly, "Because this lord is difficult to review, I plan to test his background first. If he meets the standards, after the team arrives, we will return to the review team and go through the process directly without wasting time. If he doesn't meet the standards, we will give him some buffer time so as not to offend him for no reason." "How dare he target you so blatantly?" the young man said with some dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "He can't, but his elders can. Isn't the Axe family tradition very good? The Axe family has a good tradition, but his grandfather, the Duke of Moravia, is very protective of his son. I can't afford to offend such a powerful person for no reason." "You are right, Captain Lester. The Duke of Moravia is indeed protective of his own people." The young man couldn't help but tremble when he thought of his father's story about his grandfather being beaten by the Duke of Moravia. "All right, after entering the Praying Star Lake, conduct investigations separately and don't do anything out of the ordinary." "Yes, Captain," the other 3 responded. After the 5 people entered Qixing Town, they went around to investigate separately. Lester went directly to the town's gathering place, the Adventurer's Tavern. If you were to ask where it's easiest to get information, it would definitely be here. He definitely didn't come here just to drink. As soon as he entered the pub, Lester sat down at the pub seat skillfully, asked the pub staff to serve drinks, and quickly became friends with the people around him. The Church of Life is so beautiful. It's a pity that there is no priest now, so we can't enter the church to pray to the goddess of life. A man put down his wine glass and spoke loudly. "I really hope that our benevolent Lord can invite a priest back." A middle-aged man not far away echoed, "Have you heard? The taxable grain standards for farmland are going to be lowered again." "Thank you, Lord, and thank you, Steward Baird. I can get some extra money this year to buy some clothes for the child. Other places are suffering from famine, but we are safe here. It must be that our Lord is under the protection of the goddess of life." Chapter 119, Promotion to Baron. Even though I've only been here for 3 months, life here is several times better than before. I heard that a soldier academy will open next year. I hope the tuition will be lower so I can send my children to study there. Listening to the noisy conversations in the pub, Lester quickly collected information while chatting and laughing with the people around him. From noon to evening, when he left the pub, he felt that the visit was over. Looks like they don't need me to give in and make time. Now it's up to the other 4. Lester stretched, looked at the darkening sky, and muttered to himself, "How relaxing. The next few days will be free time." Over the next few days, the other 4 returned to report to Lester one after another, and the results they obtained were surprisingly consistent. They only needed to wait for the main force to arrive, go through the process, and participate in the review. In mid-October, the inspectors sent from the kingdom arrived at Qixing Lake, and Waylon personally led people to greet them in Qixing Town. As the main members of the inspection team, Lester and the other 5 had already changed into official uniforms, rode on white horses, and headed towards Qixing Town with a correct attitude. At this time, a knight looked at the oncoming inspection team and reported quietly in Baird's ear. "Is it true?" Baird turned to his subordinates and asked. "Absolutely true. You told me to keep an eye out for outsiders over the past 2 weeks. The inspector from the inspection team was drinking in the tavern a few days ago. His 4 subordinates were also spotted by my subordinates and are now in the inspection team. It seems that what the Lord said is not without reason." Then, Baird came to Waylon and reported in a low voice. Waylon gestured to Baird, then rode up on his red phosphorus horse. "Inquisitors from the kingdom, welcome." Lestat rode forward and said to Varen with a smile, "Sir Varen has made the savage land so prosperous. He is truly a man of great talent at such a young age. You're welcome. This is the responsibility of a pioneer. Since Sir Varen is here, how about we start the review now?" Lester asked his subordinates to bring a form and said to Varen, "Since the Inquisitor says so, I am naturally happy to obey," Waylon said gently. "You are such an interesting person, Inquisitor. I really want to make friends with you. How about a glass of pine wine from the Adventurer's Tavern?" Upon hearing this, Lester showed no embarrassment as he was discovered by the other party. He said calmly, "Ha ha, Sir Varen is very interesting. I can't wait. Of course, let's get started then." Upon seeing this, Inspector Lester ordered the other 4 responsible persons to follow Waylon's subordinates to the Praying Star Lake for investigation. As the leader of the review team, Lester wrote Silver High Knight in the Lord's Strength column and handed the document to the recorder. Why don't you check my strength on the spot? Wayland shook his sword and said to Inspector Lester. The Lord is formidable. He led several thousand provincial troops at Lumen's South Mountain and defeated the elite monster clan army marching north from the border of Sirop. His strength is obvious to all. Why should I come to inspect him again? It seems a bit redundant. Wayland looked at Lester carefully and commented, You are somewhat different from the rumored Inquisitor. It depends on the individual, Lester said openly. A knight who has proven himself in war is naturally not comparable to ordinary pioneers. As for those pioneers who are just filling in the gaps and trying to confuse the public, they will naturally be strictly investigated. Now that we're done with business, how about going to the Adventurer's Tavern for a drink? Seeing Wayland mention the Adventurer's Tavern again, Lester said without hesitation, It's just right. I haven't had it in a few days. I miss pine wine. In this way, the subordinates of both sides were busy with the review, and the bosses of both sides met in the pub to have a drink and relax. Where are you from, Mr. Inquisitor? In the tavern, Wayland raised his glass and clinked it with Lester and asked with a smile. My hometown is in Doles County, Ilia Province. My family has been in the military for generations. The highest honor belongs to my second uncle, who is now a knight of His Majesty the King's Royal Guard. Amazing. His Majesty the King's Royal Guard consists of 36 members, all of whom are elite, soul-minded individuals. It's truly a great honor for your uncle to be one of them. No. Hearing Wayland's praise, Lester couldn't help but feel a little proud, and at the same time, he had a very different feeling about this kid from a big family. The rules for pioneers to be promoted to barons have been changed this year. Is there something wrong? Wayland took this opportunity to ask Lester. Lester looked around and whispered to Wayland, Sir, you should know about the monster attack that broke out last year. Could it be that there was a problem with the war on the front line last year? Wayland had some guesses in his mind, but still pretended to be ignorant and asked the examiner. The Lord's political sense is truly sharp. Lester finished his glass of pine wine and continued. Last year, the western border was attacked by monsters. Most of the baronies used as border outposts were vulnerable. Many nobles even fled instead of resisting when they encountered the monsters. His Majesty was furious, beating these useless people for having lost their courage and bravery. He stripped many nobles of their titles and publicly executed some without any connections in the capital. Wayland took the wine from the bartender and poured it for Lester himself. How come I haven't heard about this? This kind of thing must not be publicized, and these nobles were executed for their poor performance in battle. This kind of thing happens every few years in the kingdom, so the news hasn't spread widely. However, starting this year, His Majesty the King has personally ordered the revision of the rules for pioneers to be promoted to baron. In the past 10 years, I'm afraid that few nobles have returned to the west to explore the new lands. After hearing this breaking news, Wayland felt relieved. It was a little different from what he had guessed, but the result was almost the same. Then it seems that your work as reviewers will be much easier in the future. Wayland poured wine for Lester again and raised his glass to him. Seeing this, Lester raised his glass and clinked it with Wayland, saying with a wry smile, A reduction in business means a reduction in staff. Brother, you are so talented. Why don't you come work under me? No thanks, Lester said, waving his hands. I can't go against my family's teachings. I appreciate the Lord's kindness, but with my uncle's connections, I shouldn't have any problems staying in the censorship department. That's a pity, Wayland said with great regret. Come on, have a drink. It's a great blessing in life to meet the sir today. Lester raised his glass and invited. Wayland also raised his glass, drinking and chatting, gradually changing the topic from politics to gossip and scandals among the nobles of the kingdom. Chapter 120, Promotion to Baron, Part 2. The two of them drank from noon to afternoon. Brother Lester has a really good attitude and treats the things around him calmly. Brother Wayland is brave and resourceful. At such a young age, you've already built such a great foundation. If I weren't almost 50 and my son were your age, I'd really like to follow you. Brother, this is not right. There is still a long time to go. Who knows what will happen in the future? Brother, I know what my talent is. High silver is the limit, but I am satisfied. Kyle, take Brother Lester to the guest house. Wayland supported the slightly drunk Lester and said to the personal attendant beside him, No, just let a soldier lead the way. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Lester shook his head when he heard that. Seeing this, Wayland had no choice but to do as he was told and asked a soldier to take Lester and his entourage to the hotel. After leaving the pub, Lester instantly became much more sober. On the other side, Kyle whispered, My lord, this inquisitor is pretending to be drunk. I know. Waylon watched Lester disappear, still smiling. He was pretending to be drunk, just to give me a way out. Should I send someone to notify Chief Baird and arrange for someone to monitor this inquisitor? No, superficial friends are sometimes useful. Afterwards, Waylon had a few drinks with the owner, Algida, and left the Adventurers Tavern with Kyle and a dozen soldiers. The blockade around the Adventurers Tavern was lifted, and soon it was filled with residents who came to drink. After returning to the hotel, Lester lay comfortably on the bed, thinking about the previous conversation and whether there was any disqualification. Under the established rules, he told the other party some non-confidential information in exchange for the other party's friendship. It's so tiring, but there's nothing I can do. As long as the rules are not violated, having more friends means having more paths. This is the principle he believes in doing things. Sir, the other 4 lords are back. The recorder entered the room and reported to Lester. Hearing this, Lester sat up from the bed and instructed the recorder. Call them in and finish the matter first. Yes, sir. A moment later, the other 4 entered Lester's room. The registrar placed various documents on the bed, left the room, closed the door, and stood guard at the door. Lester sat cross-legged on the bed, looking through some documents while inviting everyone to sit down. Seeing this, the 4 of them randomly found stools and chairs and sat around Lester. How are you doing? Lester put down the documents and asked his team members. Captain Lester, I'm responsible for surveying the territory. According to what they said, they have only completed the inspection of the southern border. I'm afraid it will take a few more days. The young man spoke first. I'm responsible for the population census. We've already completed the partial roster provided by the other party. This small town and several surrounding villages alone meet the standards. However, they want me to stop the review here and record the review based on this population number. Another young man reported. Upon hearing this, Lester asked, how much did the other party give? 20,000 people. Since they don't want us to continue reviewing it, then we'll just record it based on this number. It meets the standards anyway, so there's no need to go through the trouble. Yes, Captain, that's all for me. I asked about the progress of the other 2 people, and they all met the standards. Hurry up over there and try to finish it within 2 days. Lester looked at the young man and instructed, also, don't check the other party's confidential area. I understand, Captain Lester, the young man replied obediently. In the next 2 days, except for the young man, who was busy from dawn to dusk, the others were very relaxed. They took their subordinates to have a good time around the Qixing Lake. On the 4th day after the inspection team arrived at Qixing Lake, Waylon sat in the main seat in the Qixing town garrison. On his left sat several of his guardian knights, and on his right sat 5 leaders of the inspection team. Sir Waylon, on behalf of the review team, I congratulate you on passing the promotion examination and completing the final registration procedures. You will be granted the kingdom's legal title of Baron, automatically join the Provincial Council of Nobles, and gain the right to participate in the province's construction and the establishment and amendment of provincial laws. Your territory will become part of the kingdom and be protected by the kingdom. Next, please select the noble flag, noble emblem, and territory name, and hand them over to us to bring back to the kingdom for filing. At the same time, complete the signing of the kingdom's tax obligation documents. After hearing Lester's declaration, Waylon and his guardian knight smiled. Nearly 3 years after leaving Eagle territory, they completed the first and most important step. Baird, bring out the noble flag. Yes, my lord. Baird stood up and saluted. Then he and another silver knight, Cassius, took out the noble flag sealed in the cloth bag and displayed it in front of everyone. The recorder at the side quickly drew on the paper, drawing the appearance of the noble flag in detail. The noble flag is square with a red background. In the center are 2 crossed knight swords, and above the intersection is a star pattern. As for the emblem of nobility, I chose to use the family crest. Lester nodded after hearing this and asked another recorder to write the family crest of the Axe family in the column of noble crest. Then, Waylon continued. The name of the territory is Praying Star Lake. After seeing Lester nod, the recorder wrote Qixing Territory after the name of the territory and then added Qixing Lake in brackets. After some matters were handled, Lester took out a tax liability document with the emblem of the Church of the Goddess of Life and the national emblem of the Kingdom of Elijah on it. According to the regulations, Sir Varon, you will be exempt from tax obligations for 3 years after being promoted to Baron. Among them, tax obligations are divided into 2 categories. The first is material and the second is military. Material taxes. Every year you must pay the kingdom 3,000 gold coins or equivalent in materials. If you pay material taxes, you will no longer have to pay military taxes. Similarly, if you don't pay material taxes, you will be required to pay military taxes. For a period of 5 years, you will be required to lead 1,000 troops to join the Border Defense Corps and perform military defense tasks. The length of time can be arbitrarily determined, but the total time required must be 12 months. You must provide all the necessary supplies yourself, and the kingdom will not provide any additional supplies. Each choice will be implemented for 10 years, and the tax method will be redetermined after 10 years. If a noble is promoted during this period, a new tax system will be implemented. After hearing this, Waylon pondered for a moment and then made his choice. I choose to pay taxes on material goods. Lester said nothing, but nodded and asked the recorder to record the tax method chosen by Waylon. After everything was over, Lester resigned and led the review team away from Chishing Lake. From today on, his status changed from pioneer to baron, and he became a member of the lower nobility of the kingdom. Chapter 121, Praying Star Day. October 18th, 9722 in the glorious calendar, was the day when Kixingling was officially born. From today on, he will become the legal lord of the kingdom and have the legal right to rule this area. For this reason, Waylon named this special day the Star Praying Day and promulgated the first law in the true sense of the territory. Starting from this year, there will be a 7-day holiday every year thereafter. During these 7 days, everyone will put down their work and enjoy their own vacation. The decree was announced that afternoon and took effect immediately. When more than 80,000 people in Chishing Lake learned of this decree, they were a little confused at first and then joined in the carnival. Who would have thought that the first law I issued after becoming a baron would be a law on holidays? After walking out of the Chishing town garrison, Waylon looked at the celebrating crowd around him and said to Kyle beside him with a smile, "The Lord is so merciful that even those third-class slaves can enjoy peace and quiet during these 7 days." Kyle said respectfully after hearing this. Waylon shook his head and sighed. For the nobles, every day can be considered a day off, a vacation. But for the common people, they are always busy and toilsome, and time for relaxation and leisure is an inestimable luxury for them. From today on, this is my territory. I hope that under my leadership, a unique culture can be born, a culture unique to Chishing Lake. I believe this will definitely come true. Kyle nodded heavily and said to his master, "For the next 7 days, everyone in Chishing Lake, except the guards on duty at the border, joined in the carnival and celebrated the holiday promised to them by the Lord. For those who have suddenly broken free from their constraints, this sudden festival brings confusion, curiosity, and fear. They don't know how to celebrate or decorate our home with flowers until an idea emerges, is agreed upon by the majority, and then put into action. At the same time, more fantastic ideas were put forward by the people to fill the 7-day holiday." Upon seeing this, Waylon asked Baird to record the celebration methods of towns and villages across the country and compile them into a book, naming the 7 days of the Star Prayer Week. At the end of the 7 days, the people returned to their jobs after the celebration, bursting with great enthusiasm, which greatly deepened their sense of belonging to this land. In the castle study, Waylon looked at the various fresh customs that Baird had compiled into a book and named it Grace of the Star Week. Open the first page of the book and you will see the names of these 7 days. Follow our hearts and celebrate these 7 days of grace in a simple way. In our ignorance, we named the 7 days of Star Prayer Week to repay the Lord for our gift. Waylon blushed unconsciously as he looked at the words on it, but he still patiently turned to the second page, which recorded the names of the 7 days. Praying to the stars, flowers, music, life, gratitude, bathing, and Waylon are the 7 words used to name these 7 days. Seeing that his name was also named after a festival, he felt a little ashamed for some reason, but then he accepted it with peace of mind. There were only a few words about how to spend each day thereafter. Perhaps after a dozen years, this will be filled with text, and when I look back at it then, I may have a different perspective. He closed the unfinished book, Prayer for the Grace of the Stars, walked to the bookshelf, and placed the book in the first grid on the third shelf. Then, Waylon left the study and wandered around the castle. Every servant around, male or female, bowed to Waylon with all their hearts. Before, there was more fear than awe, but now it's the other way around. Before he knew it, Waylon arrived at the nest of his 2 rock monitors. 2 rock monitors lying in the haystack were leisurely enjoying the caress of the half-elf Eunice, making comfortable noises from time to time. Suddenly, one of them opened its eyes suddenly, climbed out of the haystack, and ran out of the animal shed. Hiss! Looking at the little white cat placed at his feet, Waylon touched its head that was stretched out. "You've grown so fast. In less than 2 years, you've already grown this big." Hiss! Enjoying the caress of his owner, the rock monitor lizard Xiao Bai made comfortable sounds. Eunice, The half-elf, who also works as a rock monitor lizard breeder, saw Waylon and bowed. "Greetings, sir. How are you lately?" Another rock monitor also came over and looked at Waylon with longing eyes. "It feels like home here, and I feel very comfortable. You're quite open-minded." "It is the Lord's grace that gives me this opportunity." The half-elf Eunice answered respectfully with her head lowered. "Take good care of them. I promised you, and I won't break my promise." "Yes." At this moment, Cal hurried over and saluted Waylon, saying, "My lord, Chief Steward Baird sent someone to report that a priest has arrived in Qixing Town. He is a clergyman assigned by the Church of Life in Cardro Province." "So soon. I hope this clergyman isn't so difficult to get along with." Waylon stroked his chin and muttered to himself. At the Qixing Town garrison, Baird looked at the priest, who looked more like a warrior than a soldier, and felt confused, but he still had to keep a smile on his face. "Reverend Lavia, may I ask how such a mighty and strong man like you became a priest?" Lavia held the priest's staff in her left hand and touched her bald head with her right hand. She replied shyly, "How should I put it? Actually, I wanted to be a paladin, but somehow I became a priest." "Oh, is there any touching story here?" Baird asked curiously. Lavia said somewhat embarrassedly, "There is no story, but there is an accident. If Pastor Lavia has something to hide, you don't have to say it. It won't affect your work." "No, it's nothing to be ashamed of." Pastor Lavia said frankly, "When I was studying at the Paladin Academy, within less than a year, I beat up all my classmates one by one. I was eventually forced to transfer to the Priest Academy, then to the Priest Academy, and finally became a priest. Then I began my 10-year pastoral training. A few days ago, I saw that there was a need for a pastor here, so I came here." "Excuse me, Pastor Lavia, what is your best divine art?" Baird asked doubtfully. "Does hitting someone with a priest's staff count?" "This doesn't count," Baird said speechlessly. "Okay," Lavia said somewhat dejectedly. "Then my best skill should be group life recovery magic." Chapter 122 Pastor Lavia. At this time, an official entered the side hall, came to Baird's side, and reported in a low voice. "Pastor Lavia, my master is already waiting in the church. Please follow me." Baird stood up and said to Lavia, "Kindness." Lavia stood up and followed Baird to the Church of Life in Qixing Town. The Church of Life is not located in the urban area of Qixing Town, but between the castle and Qixing Town, mainly to facilitate the expansion and renovation of the church. Half an hour later, several people came to the outside of the Church of Life. Baird came to Waylon and whispered to him the general information about Lavia. It was quite outrageous to learn that the other party, as a priest, actually had the heart of a berserker, but I just didn't know how strong he was. "Reverend Lavia, I am the lord of this place, Varanax. Welcome to the Qixing Territory Life Church." Lavia cut straight to the point without beating around the bush, assuring Waylon, "Please rest assured, sir, I will not interfere with any of your decisions except regarding your missionary methods." Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Waylon felt much more relieved and replied with a smile, "Reverend Lavia is a true man. I wonder if there is anything I can help you with." "Sir, please allocate a few acres of land to me so I can farm in my spare time and have food and drink." Waylon looked at Lavia in surprise and immediately nodded in agreement. "I'll have Baird allocate 100 acres of land to the Qixingling Life Church. As for how it's used, it's entirely up to you. I won't interfere." "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Lavia thanked Waylon. To each his own. For such a self-aware pastor, Waylon didn't mind meeting some of his needs. "Then, let me show Pastor Lavia around the church." "Thank you, sir." Then, Lavia followed Waylon into the main hall of the Church of Life. When they saw the statue of the Goddess of Life, everyone was in awe. After praying devoutly, Waylon took Lavia to the next location. The main body of the Life Church does not cover a large area and consists of a main hall, a pastor's residence, and a prayer room. As for other functions, the church has to build them itself. Pastor Lavia was not disappointed with this simple building, and was even a little excited. Waylon was a little puzzled by the strange behavior of the bald priest, but did not ask too many questions. Anyway, this church and the surrounding land were allocated to him, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. It had nothing to do with him as a lord. Anyway, the teachings of the Goddess of Life advocate that as long as one is pious, one can pray to the Goddess of Life even if there is no statue, no church, and no residence, and it is not limited to formal prayers. "Reverend Lavia, this will be your future residence. The church will be handed over to you in the future. Don't worry, sir. I will manage the church well." Seeing this, Waylon nodded and left. After seeing everyone off, Lavia looked at the statue of the Goddess of Life and prayed for half an hour before starting to move her luggage into her room. After 10 years of wandering and practicing, Settling down to enjoy the pastoral life is a great choice. I hope the goddess will forgive my somewhat selfish thoughts. Lavia repented of her sins in her heart, then borrowed a hoe from a nearby farmer and began to cultivate the land behind the church. Over the next few days, Waylon received news about Lavia every day. It was not until half a month later, when nothing unusual was found, that the surveillance was lifted. On November 11th, Waylon selected a volunteer team from the army to conduct a preliminary exploration of the Underdark world of Colorado. This matter has been delayed since the Underdark world was obtained from a group of goblins 2 years ago. Due to lack of strength, they dare not send personnel to investigate. Before the assembly date arrives, Waylon plans to send a vanguard team to explore and obtain basic intelligence. 2 kilometers north of the icy zone, an earthen fort was built around the entrance to the dungeon. Unlike ordinary earthen forts with external defense, this earthen fort has 12 3-bed crossbows mounted on its walls and uses spears doped with mithril as crossbow arrows, all aimed at the cave entrance. In the open space outside the earthen fort, 6 members of the vanguard team stood up straight, waiting for Waylon's instructions. 1 high-level bronze warrior, 2 mid-level bronze warriors, and 4 or 3 low-level bronze warriors, all of whom are the pillars of the army. This operation is primarily focused on reconnaissance. We will do our best to obtain intelligence while ensuring our own safety. You are all excellent fighters. I am proud of you and hope you come back alive. Baird, pass out the daggers. Baird, who was standing behind Waylon, received the order and had someone open the wooden box, take out the daggers made of mithril, and hand them to the 6 warriors one by one. Be careful, never reveal the location of the teleportation array. Yes, sir. A short period of adaptation will set off in half an hour. After disbanding, the 6 people sat together to discuss with each other and discuss possible unexpected situations. On the other side, Waylon and Baird were also busy. Eden, a very talented warrior. Upon hearing this, Baird spoke up. My lord, he can be said to be the first warrior apprentice in the standing army, and the first warrior to be promoted to the bronze level. He is a talent that I pay close attention to. Waylon asked Baird, have you married yet? He has a wife named Marilyn and twin daughters. If he comes back alive this time, we will increase our training for him. Talent like him cannot be buried. Waylon suddenly thought of something, smiled mysteriously, and said to Baird, in the meantime, have someone check on his wife. Maybe there will be some unexpected results. Master, why is this happening? Baird was very puzzled by Waylon's actions. Destiny is mysterious. His experience made me think of some possibilities. Maybe his whole family is very talented. I understand. Half an hour later, Baird had the huge rock blocking the cave removed. Eden looked at the deep cave entrance, holding a torch, and resolutely went underground. The other 5 members of the vanguard team followed closely and entered the cave. After everyone disappeared from sight, Waylon ordered his men to close the gate of the earthen fort and put all the soldiers on the city wall on alert. This place is right next to Anastasia's icy zone, so if any accidents occur, she can easily suppress them. However, Waylon didn't want to trouble his patron saint with matters that he could handle himself. At this moment, inside the ice castle, Anastasia opened her eyes and looked in the direction where the transmission fluctuations appeared. After paying a little attention, she closed her eyes again and began to meditate. Chapter 123, First Exploration of the Underdark. Eden's 6-member team passed through the winding passage and arrived at a depth of more than 40 meters underground. Captain, that should be the teleportation array, a team member said, pointing to the teleportation array emitting a dim light in the distance. Let's check our equipment one last time. No one knows what we're going to face next. We can only rely on ourselves. Eden stopped and spoke solemnly to his teammates. Everyone nodded heavily, wrapped their faces with cotton cloth, leaving only the eyes exposed, then applied deodorizing potion on their cotton coats, drew out the daggers assigned to them by the Lord before leaving, and held them tightly in their hands. Seeing that his teammates were ready, Eden stepped forward and pressed a device that looked like a button next to him. The next moment, the teleportation array started up, emitting brilliant light. Set off. Eden was the first to enter the teleportation area, followed closely by the other 5. After 3 minutes, the micro-teleportation array shuts down and enters silent mode, waiting to be opened again. Gloom, depression, and fear are their first impressions of the Underdark. Although there were unknown luminous mushrooms around that provided faint lighting, the 6 people coming from the surface could only barely see the road clearly. Half, Kuru, the 2 of you stay here to guard the teleportation array and be ready to pick us up at any time. Yes, Captain. The 2 low-level bronze warriors nodded and took on the task. They are the weakest 2 in the team of 6, so staying to guard this place is the best choice. Afterwards, the other three followed Eden and carefully entered the narrow and dark passage, officially starting to explore the Underdark. With every step forward, Eden would keep an eye on his surroundings to see if any aliens, monsters, or other creatures would suddenly appear. Suddenly, Eden found that there were tree roots blocking the way ahead. He signaled his team members to stop and slowly crawl to the entrance of the cave. They found that there was a large cave outside, and a battle was taking place at that moment. Crack! A big snake bit off half of the gray dwarf's body and swallowed it into its stomach. A tall gray dwarf pointed at the big snake and cursed, spewing unintelligible words, while waving a whip to drive his men to attack. Hiss, hiss. Puff. A long spear pierced through the snake's scales and penetrated deeply into its body. The next moment, several gray dwarves were swept away by the giant snake's tail and fell heavily into the rocks, their life or death unknown. The ensuing battle was unexpected. The big snake dragged its seriously injured body and tried its best to kill all the remaining dozen or so gray dwarfs. Finally, it fell down more than 10 meters away from the cave entrance. Eden looked at the monster with a ferocious face, holding his breath and continuing to lie at the entrance of the cave, using the tiny gaps in the cover to observe the situation outside, not daring to act rashly. He didn't know whether the big snake outside was pretending to be dead or whether those gray dwarves would have reinforcements coming. Sure enough, every few minutes, several gray dwarves drove hundreds of goblins to this place, collected the bodies of their companions, and carried the body of the big snake back to their own tribe. Just when Eden thought that the group was about to leave, several large spiders suddenly rushed out and quickly killed the gray dwarves. The remaining goblins lost their masters and fled quickly. Unexpectedly, the final winners were these big spiders. After eating and drinking their fill, several large spiders quietly hid in ambush, waiting for the next wave of prey to appear. Seeing this, Eden could only wave his hand and let his subordinates retreat and explore another branch of the road they came from. In order to avoid being discovered by the underground natives, the few people could only communicate through writing. The situation is very dangerous. With our strength, I'm afraid we can only explore a few surrounding passages at most. Eden wrote down what he wanted to say on a piece of paper and described it to the others. Seeing this, the three nodded in agreement. Even if they did not directly observe the battlefield just now, hearing all the movements and sounds was enough to make people shudder. After all, this is not the ground, the visual range is wide, and some dangers can be predicted in advance. Deep underground, every step you take may lead to an enemy ambush, and these ambushes are unobservable. After the four of them reached a consensus, they returned to the nearest branch and continued exploring. Over the next 6 days, the four explored the passages leading to other caves starting from the teleportation array. Perhaps because the goblins before were very careful, they had some cover at the end of these passages to avoid being discovered by other creatures. During this short period of time, Iden and his three companions discovered no less than 10 battles. In addition to the well-known races on the ground, such as the gray dwarfs, goblins, gnomes, and dark elves, which they had learned about before setting off, there were many more monsters that they had never seen before. The most recent time, they were nearly discovered by a group of dark elves. If they hadn't covered their bodies with deodorizing potion and taken the green turtle potion in advance, a potion that could reduce vitality to the lowest level, as long as they didn't move, they would look like dead objects to others. Near the teleportation array, the 6 people sealed the cave entrance, lit torches, and began to summarize the reconnaissance situation. The vanguard team was so fascinated by seeing the long-lost light. Things that are normally within reach are such a luxury in this bottomless underground. Starting from the teleportation array, there are 5 main passages, each with 3 to 6 branches, for a total of 21 roads. 6 of these passages have been blocked by falling mud and rocks, leaving only 15 passages. These 15 passages lead to 15 underground caves. Of these 15 passages, the shortest is Passage 6, which is over 1,000 meters long. The longest is Passage 13, which is 6 kilometers long. Among them, the one we named Channel Number 9, which leads to Cave Number 9, is the most dangerous. Eden thought of the dark elf so close to him and couldn't help feeling thankful, otherwise they would have died in that damn place. "Captain, do we need to continue exploring?" a team member asked. Eden looked around and saw that the other 5 people were waiting for his decision. He really wanted to capture an underground creature and bring it back to the surface for interrogation to obtain more information. But once discovered, this teleportation array will definitely be known to the other party, and the next time you come, you might fall into someone else's trap. After making a decision, Eden said in a deep voice, "This mission is over. We are too weak. If we explore further, we might accidentally fall into the hands of the underground natives. They will inevitably have evil wizards proficient in soul interrogation. We cannot let our actions lead to the discovery of this teleportation array. The other 5 people were obviously relieved when they heard this. Afterwards, Eden activated the teleportation array, and the 6 people entered it one after another, ending their journey to the Underdark. Chapter 124 Talented Person Eden. After returning to the ground, the teleportation array instantly became dim, and it would take half a year to open it again. There is no special teleportation array for energy supply, so energy can only be replenished by naturally free magic power. The 6 people checked the whole body again, and after finding no abnormalities, they took off the cotton clothes wrapped around the skin, revealing the limbs and head. Set off. Eden dragged his tired body to give orders, but his tone was relaxed. They came back alive, and not one was missing. Outside the earthen fort, Waylin waited for 7 days. Thousands of troops were mobilized from the surrounding areas and were on standby at all times, ready to immediately engage in battle in the event of any emergency. Master, the vanguard team is back. Kyle entered the room and reported to Waylin. Come on, take me there. Waylin put away the druid's book and walked straight into the earthen fort. After the 6 people climbed out of the cave, they sat on the ground without any image, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun. My lord. When Eden saw Waylin coming towards him, he immediately stood up and saluted by beating his chest. The other 5 people also stood up, beat their chests, and saluted to express their respect. Everyone sit down, don't be nervous. Waylin smiled as he watched the 6 people returning safely, and he was the first to sit down on the yellow ground without any image. Seeing this, the other people sat down stiffly. Sir, this is what we found out. Due to our poor sense of direction, we can only use the west as the direction of the cave entrance. Please take a look. Eden took out a simple map and a book recording the cave situation from the cloth bag. Waylin took the map and the notebook, then spread out the map and opened the notebook to read it on the spot. Not long after, Baird came into the earthen fort, sat next to his master, and looked at the map on the ground. As a scout, you are the most qualified person to speak about the situation in the Underdark. Please explain the situation. Seeing his steward coming, Waylin closed the notebook and said to Eden with a smile. Yes, my lord. Then Eden began to organize his words and explain the situation in the Underdark. He was well organized and had a clear distinction between the main and the secondary, which made Waylin and Baird nod their heads frequently. He was a talented person with great potential. Half an hour later, Eden licked his cracked lips and continued. My lord, Lord Baird, this is roughly the situation. To be on the safe side, I ended this operation as captain. Baird nodded in praise. You did a great job. You didn't rush and rashly. The unknown is terrifying. If we're not careful, we could lose this important transmission node. Very good. Waylin looked at Eden and said with a smile. Next, I hope you will study with Baird for a year to make up for your shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Eden knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Waylin, saying, Thank you, Lord. Waylin stood up and helped Eden up as well. You achieved this through your own hard work. I value you very much. Baird stood up from the ground and said solemnly to Eden, The Lord has given you this precious opportunity to learn by my side, which also shows his appreciation for you. Send men to seal the cave entrance, and leave a squadron stationed here to monitor the situation at all times. Yes, sir. Everyone saluted. Then, Waylin put the map and notebook on the horse and left the fort with Kyle. After Waylin left, Eden thanked Baird with gratitude. Thank you for your cultivation, sir. Baird shook his head upon seeing this and said to Eden sternly, I'm interested in you. At most, I'll promote you and keep an eye on you. But the Lord values you and lets you study with me because he hopes you'll become more than just a soldier. He wants you to develop into a military commander. Without his permission, even if I have a heart for talent, I can't teach you these things. Did you know? I understand that I am willing to be loyal to you for life, until my death. But without your recommendation, I would not be appreciated by you. Eden said to Baird from the bottom of his heart. You, don't say such things in the future. Baird said helplessly. Yes, sir. Eden decisively admitted his mistake without making any rebuttal. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll give you a week off. Come back to me in a week. Baird patted Eden's shoulder and said with a smile. As you command, my lord. After Baird left, the other 5 members of the vanguard team gathered around him and sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations, Captain, on your promotion. I hope you have a smooth road ahead. Brothers, although we have worked together for less than a month, we are comrades in life and death. I, Eden, will never forget you. Captain Eden, take care on your journey. After saying goodbye to the other members of the vanguard team, Eden left the earth fort. At this moment, a knight's servant came to Eden with a horse and said respectfully, "Sir, Lord Baird asked me to send you a horse to ride back to Qixing Town to visit relatives." "Thanks, brother." "You're welcome." After thanking him solemnly, Eden mounted his horse and returned to Qixing Town. On the way, Eden enjoyed the breeze and felt freer and more relaxed than ever before. 3 years ago, he was just a serf. With the original promotion channel issued by the Lord, he became the first person in the army to be promoted to a bronze warrior. He worked hard and achieved what he has today. He was very fortunate to have met Lord Waylin and Steward Baird. Otherwise, he would still be farming in an unknown corner, living a life with no end in sight, and after a few decades, he would quietly leave this world. More than 3 hours later, Eden returned to Qixing Town, handed the horse to the security team, then went to the market to buy some seasonal fruits and walked towards home. I knocked on the door, and Eden was waiting quietly in front of it. Suddenly, the door opened, and a young woman whom he did not recognize came in. Before Eden could ask, the other party spoke first. "You must be Lord Eden." "Well, I'm Eden, and you are?" "Master Eden, I have been assigned by the garrison to take care of your family. You may call me Adona." Seeing this, Eden nodded and then entered the house. Looking at his wife and 2 babbling daughters, Eden's tired heart was healed. "Daddy." Holding his 2 daughters in his arms, he felt that it was all worth it. After returning to the castle, Waylin placed the map and notebook on the bookshelf, waiting to organize a stronger team to explore the dark world next time and then complete the information above. "Kyle, you can spend more time with Eden in the future." "Master, why is this happening?" Kyle asked with some confusion. "Just let you make more friends." After glaring at Kyle and sending him out, Waylin began to deal with his official duties for the next few days. Chapter 125, Collecting 7 Colored Life Flowers. What I need is loyalty. It was almost December and the departure date was approaching. Before leaving the Prayer Star Lake, Waylin planned to dive to the bottom of the lake to see the cave full of 7 colored life flowers. After more than a year, several flowers had matured. At night, Waylin came to the lake alone without disturbing anyone. Due to his ban, no one is allowed to approach the lake without permission, which is why it is so quiet and peaceful here. After taking off his coat and tying up the wooden box, Waylin jumped into the water and followed the route he remembered to the bottom of the lake. He moved away the huge rock blocking the cave, looked at the deep entrance, and rushed in. After passing through a passage of more than 100 meters, Waylin once again emerged from the water and walked onto the shore. Seeing the faint purple light again and looking at the 7 colored life flowers growing on the ground, I couldn't help but feel satisfied. Taking the waterproof wooden box tied around his waist, Waylin tiptoed around to check. Compared to the last bumper harvest, this time there were only 3 flowers with 7 petals, showing colorful colors. Waylin was not disappointed by this scene. He carefully picked 3 7-colored life flowers and put them into the wooden box. Leave one to Kyle and keep the other 2. When the time is right, return them to the family. With a rough idea of the distribution in mind, Waylin closed the box, tied it around his waist, looked back at the cave, and then dived into the water. He left the cave, sealed the entrance with boulders, and then swam towards the shore. He wiped the water droplets off his body with a cloth beside him, then put on his clothes, carried the box, rode the red phosphorus horse, and returned to the castle. The next morning, Waylin yawned and came to the training ground. After returning yesterday, he rested for less than 2 hours, and coupled with the accumulated official business he had dealt with before, he felt a little tired. However, in a few days, when he leaves Qixing Lake and reports to the provincial capital, these official duties can be delegated to Baird, so he won't have to spend more than 3 hours a day handling affairs. "Master, you are here." On the training ground, Kyle, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and saluted when he saw Waylin come in. "Come, let's test your strength today and see how much you've improved." Waylin came to the weapon rack, selected a handy iron sword, and came to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle drew his knight's sword, looked at his master with bated breath, and prepared for battle. "You attack first." Each competition is only for testing combat skills, so fighting spirit cannot be used. Looking at the attack speed of his personal attendant, he found that it had indeed improved a lot compared to 2 months ago. When the knight's sword was only 1 meter away from him, Waylin blocked it with one hand, shocking Kyle so much that he retreated repeatedly, and his hands holding the knight's sword trembled a little. Even if they only competed in combat skills, the physical fitness of the Silver Knight and the Bronze Knight was an unbridgeable gap, so Waylin tried his best to restrain his physical strength to avoid sweeping his personal attendant away with a simple block. "Speed up, don't hesitate." As the battle continued, Waylon blocked Kyle's attacks and made corrections. Exert force quickly. Don't just pretend to attack. It's easy to see through. Your lower body is a little unstable. Go down and practice more. The left side is lacking in observation ability, so focus on training it. The two fought for half an hour, and Kyle was so tired that he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Waylon looked at Kyle, who didn't want to move, with a lingering look on his face. He threw the iron sword backwards, and it landed steadily on the weapon rack. Two servants who were waiting on the side came forward, helped Kyle up, and poured a bottle of ice blue potion into his mouth. The basics are very good, but there are still some areas that need more training. Yes, my lord. Kyle's pain all over his body was relieved, and he said with some shame, "Rest well, and come to my study in 3 days." Yes. After returning to the study, he took a look at the official business next to him, then took out a large piece of parchment, picked up a pen, and began to write the development plan for the next 3 years. He didn't know how long this war would last or how long he would be able to return to the territory, so before leaving, he tried to make a general plan and leave the remaining details to Baird, Orlando, and Andrew to discuss. For the next 2 days, Waylon hardly left his study, constantly thinking about possible situations and writing down his own rescue plans. On the 3rd day after the competition, Kyle recovered as normal. He came to the door of the study and knocked on it. "Come in." Waylon stopped writing and said to the door. Kyle pushed the door open and walked in, bowing to Waylon and saying, "My lord." Waylon then stood up, walked to the bookshelf, took down a small wooden box, and handed it to Kyle. "This is the 7-colored life flower. Take it when you get back. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be able to break through to the silver level." "This, my lord, I said I would give you a chance to have a chance. This is my promise." "Thank you, my lord," Kyle said while holding the wooden box, choking a little. "Your loyalty proves your worth. You've earned all of this through your actions." Waylon patted Kyle on the shoulder and said, "My retainers, my confidants, shouldn't I be the one to train them? I hope you won't leave me behind too much. After all, my future is in your hands. There is no one more suitable than you around me." "Yes, my lord." Kyle didn't say anything, but proved his loyalty with his actions, which was more convincing than countless sweet words. After watching Kyle leave, Waylon also felt a little emotional. The first 2 personal attendants he selected were actually the brothers Orlando and Hebrew. However, after the mysterious sphere was activated, it would be a waste of their talents to keep the 2 of them by his side. Compared to being guards, the 2 of them should play a greater role. Therefore, in the subsequent development, Waylon discovered the knight squire he had accepted, a young man who had been working silently. More than a year ago, he had been bringing Kyle up by his side. Time has proved everything to him, and his vision was not wrong. Resources are not a problem. Talent is not a problem. I just need your unwavering loyalty. For the next half-month, Waylon was completely busy. He gave detailed development plans to the 3 mayors, visited Ms. Anastasia, inspected Chingting Mountain, Black Tea Canyon, Laonyo Camel Ranch, Black Pig Ranch, Ice Bluegrass Plantation, and Ice Blue Potion Magic Workshop, and went to the Church of Life from time to secretly test Pastor Lavia. Finally, it was the beginning of December. Waylon would lead 500 troops, 50 knights and knight apprentices, the low-level Silver Knight Kyle, the mid-level Silver Knights Imogen and Greg, and 300 militiamen as auxiliary troops to assemble at the border between Cardro Province and Sirop Province. Chapter 126, Sirop Corps. After half a month's march, they arrived at the assembly point, Camp Brazil, the headquarters of the Sirop Corps, at noon on the morning of December 26th. Looking down from the hill, the tents stretched for miles, with no end in sight. Many camps are covered by a magic sky curtain, and outsiders cannot see what is going on inside. According to his rough estimate, there are no less than 200,000 people in the Brazilian A camp. The road leading to the military camp was completely blocked, and countless noble troops were scattered across the wasteland outside the camp. From Waylon's secret observation, there were no less than 30 noble flags from various families. There were noble armies from the province of Cardero and noble armies from the province of Sirop. The quality of the soldiers was uneven. Some were fully clothed in armor, armed with swords and spears, and had high morale. Some barely wore half-body armor, and the weapons they held were varied and disorganized. Thanks to the iron mines discovered near the town of Orlando, Waylon brought more than 800 people, 500 of whom were soldiers, each wearing iron armor, and the 300 auxiliary soldiers also had leather armor. After a long wait, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Waylon finally entered this huge military camp after registration. After being led to the logistics camp by the guiding soldiers, he ordered his subordinates to set up camp. When it was dark, Mad Monkey rushed over after hearing the news, accompanied by his Aunt Flora, his cousin Kadechi, and Layla. Long time no see, kid. It's been a year, Captain Mad Monkey. Waylon responded with a smile. Mad Monkey looked at the busy army behind him and praised them generously. This year's progress has been good. The troops they brought out are well organized and better than those brought by some barons. It's just due to some chance, not worth mentioning. Waylon replied implicitly. At this time, Kyle came to Waylon's side and reported, Master, the tent is ready. This is not a place to talk, please follow me. Seeing this, Waylon said to the others. Upon hearing this, the four nodded and followed Waylon to the tent. After entering the tent, Waylon asked everyone to sit down casually, then took the teapot and teacups brought in by Kyle and poured tea for his elders. Waylon, this war is very dangerous. Even as the deputy commander of the Corps, I cannot guarantee your safety, so I can only assign you to the logistics department to escort war supplies and supply the frontline troops. Mad Monkey took a sip of tea and explained to Waylon. I know that you have shown me great care by giving me this precious opportunity. Well, if you have any questions, you can talk to your aunt and my daughter Layla. I have assigned them to the logistics unit and they can take care of you. Also, the other people in the logistics department won't make things difficult for you for my sake. You just need to follow the rules. If any nobles cause you trouble, just come to me. Thank you, sir. Waylon thanked him sincerely. As for the nobles who were causing trouble for him, they could only be from the Harks family. However, his third uncle, Bamendakers, was also in the Serfs Corps, so he was not afraid that the Hux family would cause him trouble. The two sides communicated for more than half an hour, with Mad Monkey mainly responsible for explaining the factions within the Corps and Waylon responsible for listening. The Serfs Corps has been formed for 4 months, and there are 3 main factions within it, each commanding a part of the army. The largest faction belongs to the Orthodox military faction. Its main representatives include the commander of the Serfs Corps, Bulborn Serfs, who is of royal birth, followed by the deputy commander of the Corps, Mad Monkey Columbo, the deputy commander of the Corps and commander of the 17th Legion, Els Wolfgang, the deputy commander of the 17th Legion, and Bamendikes, the deputy commander of the 17th Legion, and other 8 powerful figures. It has the kingdom's 11th Magic Legion, the 17th Legion with 60,000 men, the kingdom's 16th Silver Knights, the 1st Legion of the Serfs Legion, the 6th Legion and the 7th Legion, a total of 130,000 men. The second largest faction belonged to the nobility of Serfs, represented primarily by the deputy commander of the Legion, Count Ademon Hax, Count Orange Castille, and numerous noble armies of Serfs province. Their forces were organized into the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Legions of the Serfs Legion, totaling 110,000 men. The third faction is the Duke of Light's troops, whose main representative is the Duke of Light's third son, Austin Light, who is currently the deputy commander of the Corps and has command of the Duke of Light's 4th and 8th Legions, totaling 80,000 people. However, even so, all troops must obey the command of Bulborn Serfs, commander of the Serfs Corps. In addition to the fact that he is an important member of the royal family, there is another most important reason. The logistics department is in the hands of Mad Monkey. The full-scale offensive will officially begin in January next year. We still have nearly a month left, which is the time for you to move freely. However, the place where your third uncle is a restricted area, so you may not be able to enter. However, he may be on his way to your camp. I think so. Half an hour later, an officer came with an urgent matter, and Mad Monkey could only end this brief communication with regret. Afterwards, he took Kadechi and Layla away, but his Aunt Flora stayed. Aunt. Waylon looked at his aunt's inexplicable smile and said with some fear, Good boy, after not seeing you for a year, your strength has grown so fast, you are now on par with me. Ha ha, it's just luck. Waylon watched Flora's smile soften, and then said, Aunt, were you satisfied with the gift Sister Talela gave you last time? Flora nodded and said, Moonstone, such a precious thing, I really don't know how you got it. It's just a magical experience. Waylon did not give a direct answer. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to understand you. Who knows, in a few years, you'll have broken through to the gold level, while I'll still be stuck at the high silver level. Flora said half-jokingly, I've only been promoted to high-level silver not long ago. How could it be so fast? Maybe my aunt will be promoted before me. Thank you for your good words. By the way, Aunt, have you seen my third Uncle Bamond? Waylon asked Flora. I haven't seen him very often. Lord Bamond is usually stationed at the 17th Legion, which is a strategic military base, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. I spend most of my time in the logistics camp, so I haven't had much chance to meet him. Flora replied. Oh, it seems that it is a bit difficult to meet my third uncle. Waylon shook his head, and said with some regret, "Haha, my nephew, why don't you come out and greet your uncle?" A rough voice came from outside the tent. They were just talking about it, but they didn't expect their third uncle to arrive as soon as he said it. Waylon immediately stood up and walked out of the tent to greet him. Chapter 127 Bombment. Third uncle, long time no see. My third uncle still looked young and approachable, wearing a black uniform with a sword tied around his waist. Behind him followed two unpredictable female swordsmen, both wearing catface masks. As far as he knew, these two seemed to be his third uncle's concubines, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. 7 or 8 years, my dear nephew. Bauman stepped forward and hugged Waylon, patting his shoulder with a smile. You've grown a lot taller and look more and more like your father. Waylon bluntly shattered his uncle's white lie. That's not what my father said. Do you think I don't know? He often said that my third brother was the most like him. You little brat, you're ruining your uncle's plan. Are you itching for trouble again? Bauman clenched his fists and looked at Waylon kindly. No, no, no. Uncle San, leave your iron fist to my cousin. I'm already grown up, so forget it. Waylon held Bauman's hands with both of his and begged for mercy. Uncle San, let's go into the tent. Seeing this, Bauman lowered his right hand and followed Waylon into the tent. As for the two female swordsmen following behind Bauman, they were guarding the entrance of the tent, acting as temporary guards. Greetings, Lord Bauman. Flora stood up and saluted when she saw the two men come in. Seeing this, Waylon explained to Bauman, Uncle San, this is Aunt Flora from... Flora, long time no see. You've grown up so fast. Before Waylon could finish speaking, Bauman said kindly. Unexpectedly, his third uncle and aunt actually knew each other, and Waylon did not continue to introduce them. After Bauman sat down, Waylon came forward with a teapot and poured tea. Uncle San, Lord Madmonkey came to visit me just now and told me a lot. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although he said this on the surface, the smile on Bauman's face betrayed his true thoughts. In front of his younger generations, he did not wear a mask and showed his true feelings. I just didn't expect that you actually knew Madmonkey. It really surprised my uncle. Bauman sighed while sipping tea. Thanks to my aunt, I was able to meet Lord Madmonkey. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. I might still be a pioneer knight. How could I become a baron? Of course. Waylon, you have great potential. I didn't pay much attention to it, but my nephew has become a baron. Bauman praised with a smile. Even Flora on the side looked at him in shock. She knew that the rules had been changed this year and the difficulty had increased several times compared to before. She didn't expect that Waylon could become a baron ahead of time. I still remember when you were little, you were always acting up and saying that when you grew up, you would stay in Windsor Castle and never come out. How come you suddenly changed your mind? People have ambitions. Can a salted fish turn over a new leaf? It's a salted fish that has turned over, but it's still a salted fish. Bauman joked on the side. Puff. Flora couldn't help but burst out laughing. Waylon looked at his uncle with dissatisfaction. His eyes rolled around, and he suddenly said, I heard from Grandpa that uncle. Look what this is, a fist as big as a sandbag. All right. Looking at Bauman's iron fist, Waylon decided that a man of insight would be a wise man. He dresses up as a gentleman, but secretly he is a rough man who likes to solve problems with his fists. Who would have thought? For the sake of his own butt, he decided not to bother with this rude man. Is there anyone who needs my help? Getting back to the point, Bauman said seriously. Not yet. Apart from preventing the Hawks family from causing trouble, it seems that I don't need your help. My aunt can help me solve some things. Waylon thought about it carefully and answered seriously. Upon hearing this, Bauman took out a small magic instrument from his pocket and threw it to Waylon. This is a magical protective device, newly developed by a magician friend of mine. It can form a magical shield that can resist gold-level attacks. It's useless to me, so I'm giving it to you. Wear it on your body, and it will automatically activate when it detects an attack. Thank you, Uncle San. Waylon looked at the magic protective device in his hand and quickly put it into his pocket, thinking that it would be a waste. Is there anything else? I have official business. Yes, Waylon said immediately. I want to pick a time for Uncle San to recognize the members of the Sirop Corps. Well, you can arrange this matter. Let's set it for January 10th. I don't have anything to do that day. Got it. Third uncle, take care. Waylon got up and sent Bauman away, then returned to the tent. Waylon sat back on the bench, picked up the tea and drank it all, then said to Flora, Aunt, I'll contact my uncle and the others. I'll leave my cousin to you. Well, I'll contact him. Then, Waylon took out the magical protective device from his pocket and handed it back to Flora. Aunt, this thing is useless to me. Use it for self-defense first. This was given to you by your third uncle. What are you doing to me? Flora quickly declined. After the battle at Lumen Nanshan, you probably know my trump card, so it would be a waste to keep this kind of thing with me. Waylon persuaded Flora with both emotion and reason, and finally made her accept the magic protective device. Thank you, Waylon. Aunt, we are family. You have helped me so much. This little thing is nothing. Well, that's fine. I'll go back first. Take care, Auntie. After seeing Flora off, Waylon returned to the tent and lay down on the newly made bed. The next morning, Waylon took Kyle for a stroll around the camp. Except for some important areas that cannot be approached, most camps allow other personnel to move around. In the military camp, many nobles began to contact acquaintances, discuss important matters, and strengthen the ties between the two sides. If it weren't for the soldiers patrolling from time to time, Waylon would have almost thought this place had become a city. After turning left and right and asking around for a while, it took Waylon more than an hour to arrive at the headquarters of the 6th Legion of the Serfs Corps. This legion was formed by the noble army of the Kardro province, with a total of less than 30,000 people, and was composed of troops from 17 noble families. Sir, may I ask where Baron Alcott's residence is? Waylon stopped a noble and asked politely. The young nobleman was initially somewhat dissatisfied, but upon hearing Alcott's name, a smile instantly spread across his face. He enthusiastically replied, Baron Alcott's residence is to the northeast. You can go from here, passing the residences of the two barons, and you will arrive. Thank you very much. After Waylon thanked him, he took Kyle and headed northeast. Chapter 128, Organizing a Banquet. It took more than 10 minutes to pass through the camps of the two barons and arrive at a neatly planned camp. Except for the necessary patrol personnel, most of the soldiers are training in the training ground within the camp. Gazing from a distance, Waylon discovered that his cousin was wearing training clothes, holding a whip, and moving among the soldiers, constantly correcting the soldiers' movements and explaining the key points of force. Sir, what can I do for you? A knight stopped Waylon and asked calmly but politely. Kyle stepped forward, showed his noble badge, and explained to the officer, This is the nephew of my master, Baron Alcott, and he's here to visit. The knight looked at the eagle badge in Kyle's hand, saluted immediately, and replied respectfully, Please wait a moment, sir. I will go and report to my master. Yeah. Waylon nodded in response. Seeing this, the knight called the officer at the camp gate and told him not to be negligent. Then he smiled apologetically at Waylon and turned to enter the camp. How many people did my cousin bring this time? With nothing else to do, Waylon looked at the officer and asked gently, Please forgive me, sir. It is my duty to not answer your question. The officer replied respectfully without revealing any information. Ha, you're right. I was presumptuous. Waylon gave the officer an apologetic smile and then changed the subject. I see you're a warrior, mid-bronze level. You've been with my cousin for years. In reply to your excellency's words, I have followed the Baron for 8 years. However, my talent is limited, and I feel a little ashamed of the Baron's training. The officer's expression eased a little. Seeing that the other party no longer asked about military affairs, he told him everything he knew. How is your family situation? Waylon asked curiously, looking at his resolute face. Upon hearing this, the officer replied respectfully, My father is now the Baron's horse servant. My mother is the head maid in the castle kitchen. My wife is a maid in the castle, and we have an only son who is learning the ways of chivalry from the Baron's eldest grandson. He is more talented than me. As a listener, Waylon noticed that the officer had a smile on his face when he talked about his family, but it was not very obvious on his dark face. What did your grandfather do? His grandfather's name was Kate. He was once my warrior. He died in the early days of expanding the territory over 50 years ago. Hearing this unique voice, the officer quickly turned around and saluted. Your Excellency the Baron. Uncle, long time no see. Waylon looked at Alcott, who suddenly appeared, and greeted him with a smile. It's been a year since we last met. You've been promoted to Baron, which is much better than me. Alcott looked at Waylon with a complicated expression, his face a little melancholy. Seeing this, Waylon humbly replied, Thanks to the generous support from my family in the early days, otherwise I would never be able to compare to you, my uncle. Even if you are a direct descendant of the current generation, the family will not give you too much. I don't know the reason, but you must have made contributions to the family to get more assistance. Ultimately, it all comes down to your ability. You don't have to be so humble in front of me. Alcott smiled and responded to Waylon. Ha. Uncle is open-minded. Afterwards, the two entered the camp, talking as they walked. I heard you were assigned to the logistics unit again. Thanks to the help of Mr. Madmonkey, I was lucky enough to enter the logistics system. Otherwise, with my current strength, I would be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Waylon touched his head, his tone a little ashamed. That's a good idea. It'll give you more military experience early on and hone your abilities. Alcott turned around and advised. Also, the logistics unit also has children from military families in the capital, as well as children of other prominent nobles. Make friends with them and expand your network. Uncle, I know, but thank you for reminding me. As they were talking, the two of them came to the tent. What do you want to see me about this time? Alcott invited Wayland to sit down, ordered his subordinates to serve tea, and then asked. Wayland didn't mince words and got straight to the point. My third uncle Bamon's 17th Legion has been incorporated into the Serfs Corps. He's now the deputy commander of the 17th Legion. I'm planning to find a time to get my uncle Edgar, my cousin, and my aunt together so they can meet each other. I just don't know how long Lord Bauman will be free. January 10th, 14 days later, I've already notified Aunt Flora and the others. I understand. I will inform Edgar and Brian as soon as possible. Okay, Uncle. As for Uncle Edgar and Cousin Brian, they had not arrived yet, and Uncle Alcott was in the same regiment with them, so it was easy to notify them. Afterwards, the two chatted about the current situation for more than 2 hours. Near noon, after Wayland and Alcott finished their lunch, they got up and left the camp. At the camp gate, Wayland looked at the familiar officer, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Uncle Alcott still remembers your grandfather's name, which means he still cares about your family. Tell your son to work hard and not let down the expectations your grandfather gave his life for. The officer thanked Wayland from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for reminding me, sir. I understand now. Everyone has his own way out, so work hard. After encouraging the officer whom he had only known for less than half an hour, Wayland took Kyle away and wandered aimlessly in the camp. The next period was boring. Since the war had not yet started, there was no transportation mission, which left Wayland with nothing to do. He could only instruct Kyle on how to train the troops, and gave him 300 auxiliary soldiers to practice with. During this period, Edgar and Brian arrived one after another, and the four of them got together to keep in touch. 6 months later, the 7th batch of exchange students from the Ash Magic Kingdom will arrive in the Ilia Kingdom. Once again, the news brought by fate seemed to have nothing to do with me. Time quickly came to January 10th. In another 20 days, the Serfs Corps would officially march towards the Grey Wasteland to launch military revenge against the Monster Clan. On this day, Wayland had people set up the venue, prepare food and fruit wine, and wait for his uncle and others to arrive. Half an hour later, several people arrived one after another. They sat at the table in order according to the dining system and waited quietly. After a while, Wayland saw his third uncle and stepped forward to greet him. Uncle San, today's banquet is left to you. Don't worry, if your third uncle can't even do such a small thing, he doesn't deserve to be your third uncle. Bauman patted Wayland's shoulder, his tone full of confidence. When the 5 people including Alcott saw Bauman coming in, they all stood up and saluted him, saying, Greetings, Lord Bauman. Whether in terms of status or strength, Bauman is superior to them, so they should be the first to pay their respects. Ha ha ha, sit down everyone. It's rare for us to get together today, so don't be restrained. Bauman went straight to the main seat and said to the 5 people present. 2 female swordsmen with cat faces knelt beside Bauman and served their master attentively. After seeing that all the elders had sat down, Wayland came to the seat below his aunt and sat quietly, leaving the main stage to his uncle and serving as a foil. Chapter 129, The 8-Year War, beginning. Let's raise our glasses and celebrate the moment we're together. Bauman picked up his glass and said to everyone. The 6 people sitting below raised their glasses, and when they saw Bauman drink first, they drank it all in one gulp. Bauman put down his glass, looked at the familiar face on his left, and said with a smile, Alcott, I didn't expect to see you again after so many years. Lord Bauman, it's been almost 30 years since we last saw Windsor Castle. Time flies. Alcott also sighed. It's really been a while. Bauman couldn't help but shake his head and said, The last time we met was when my eldest brother inherited the Earl of Eagle. I didn't expect so many years to pass by. Kaki, Flora, you two are good siblings, and you have achieved success now. Sitting in the first seat on the right, Kadeki said with a smile, Master Bauman, thank you for guiding us siblings back then. If you want to thank someone, thank my eldest brother. Without him calling me back from the army, I wouldn't be able to provide you with special training. It's just that time flies by so fast. In the blink of an eye, the 2 little ones have grown up. I heard that you are engaged to Mad Monkey's daughter. Remember to invite me to drink when you get married. Of course, of course. Kadeki responded somewhat bewilderedly. Then, Bauman turned his gaze to Flora and said gently, Flora, I heard that you are still unmarried. Yes, Lord Bauman. Flora looked directly at Bauman and said calmly, I plan to consider my life's major events after I break through to the gold level. I don't have that idea now. She's still the same little girl, still so stubborn. Bamand recalled the scene from more than 20 years ago, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Follow your heart. After breaking through to gold, if you can't find a satisfactory man, come to me, and I will introduce you to a few." After hearing this, Flora nodded with a blush. This was the first time Waylon saw his aunt blushing. It was really strange. "Brian, why don't you stand up and say hello when you see me?" Bamand stared at Brian, who was sitting opposite Waylon, and said to him, "Well, Uncle Bamand, long time no see." Brian stood up reluctantly, looked at Bamand, and recalled the scene of being beaten before, and couldn't help shivering. "You've been reckless since you were little, and you don't have any business acumen. But it's also your luck that you met the right subordinates." "Uncle Bamand, you are wrong. That was me before. Now I have been reborn." "Well, you are right. I still need to correct myself." Brian looked at the familiar smile opposite him and immediately changed his words. "Study hard from your magic night, and don't be lazy." "Yes, Uncle Bamand." Brian nodded timidly to avoid being beaten later. Finally, Bamand turned his gaze to Edgar and said in a casual tone, "Edgar, although this is the first time we meet, we are blood relatives. If you have any problems that cannot be solved, you can come to me at any time during this period." "Thank you, Lord Bamand." Edgar stood up, bowed, and thanked him respectfully. "Come, have another drink. I'm very happy to see you today." The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours. The unfamiliar relatives became more familiar with each other. Watching his third uncle and cousin talking and laughing, Waylon felt that the banquet was not held in vain. However, this time, Waylon also looked at his third uncle with admiration. Unexpectedly, despite his busy schedule, he still found time to get to know several other tribesmen, and calmly found connections among them, skillfully handling the process to bring the two sides closer together. Waylon was shocked, and said he learned something. 10 days later, the Serfs Corps set out, and a large number of combat troops left the Brazilian A camp in batches and headed for the Grey Wasteland. In less than 10 days, more than half of the camp, covering an area of 40 square kilometers, was empty, leaving only less than 100,000 logistics personnel and auxiliary troops. After several days of meetings, Waylon was appointed as the commander of the 13th Transport Battalion, and together with the 14th Transport Battalion, he was responsible for transporting the military rations of the 6th Legion. In addition to the 800 people in the headquarters, 1,200 regular soldiers and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers would be transferred to his command, as well as 50 Kokolos beasts. According to the requirements given by the Serfs Corps, regular soldiers are mid-level apprentices and above, and auxiliary soldiers are low-level apprentices and ordinary human soldiers. The origin of these 3,200 men was also complicated. They were military service tasks assigned by the kingdom to the baronies in the provinces of Cardro and Sirop that did not meet the military requirements. In other words, these people are important military forces in the hands of local nobles in their hometowns, and are important tools for maintaining territorial security and aristocratic rule. But here, they are just a group of logistics personnel, a group of cannon fodder assigned at random, and they fill in wherever there is a shortage of people. "Kyle, go count the noble children here and give me an accurate number." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Kyle took a team of soldiers and began to clean out the noble children. After a while, he looked at the more than 60 noble children standing in the front row and was speechless. Wearing iron armor and holding iron weapons is already considered to be decent, barely the appearance of a noble. Some of the noble's sons even wore half-body armor, their weapons still considered weapons, and their appearance was slovenly. Waylon walked back and forth, randomly pointing at a nobleman and saying, "What's your name? Which family are you from? What's your occupation?" The nobleman pointed at by the scabbard stood up in fear, his voice trembling as he said, "Your Excellency, my name is Cook Doslan. I come from the Doslan Baron family, am the 6th son of the current Baron, and am a low-level bronze warrior." "How many people did you bring?" Looking at the noble boy in iron armor, Waylon frowned and asked. Noticing Waylon's displeased expression, the nobleman, Cook, replied timidly, "According to the governor's request, I have brought along 5 bronze professionals, 50 regular soldiers, and 350 auxiliary soldiers." "Who are the other 4? Please stand forward." As Waylon finished speaking, 4 noble sons stood up. 2 of them wore iron armor, and 2 wore leather armor. "You are all descendants of the Doslan Baron family, and those 50 regular soldiers are all descendants of your collateral branches." "Yes, sir." A mature and steady middle-aged man replied respectfully. Waylon waved his hand and asked them to return to the team. Perhaps this is the true appearance of the Baron families at the bottom of this world. They send their children to the battlefield to complete the mission on the one hand, and to make the acquaintance of a great noble on the other. And in the eyes of this group of people, he is precisely a big shot. But then again, he is. Chapter 130. Reorganizing the stragglers and asking about the first mission. After gaining a general understanding of the situation, Wayland abandoned the organization he had previously considered and chose to retain the nobles' command over their respective personnel, but to appoint 2 flag officers to supervise and control the army. The combat effectiveness of this group of people is already very low. If they are separated, they will become scattered guerrillas. Afterwards, Wayland explained the reorganization plan to Kyle and sat beside him, waiting quietly. Kyle got this precious opportunity and began to reorganize the 3,200 people step by step, while arranging suitable personnel to serve as flag officers. From the initial unfamiliarity to the final calm response, it only took 5 hours to complete the reorganization. My lord. Wayland took the roster from Kyle, which recorded the roster of officers above squad level. The 800-man headquarters was organized into the 1st Battalion of the 13th Transport Battalion, and the other 3,200 people were organized into the 2nd Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, and the Kokolos Behemoth Transport Battalion respectively. Except for the 1st Battalion, each squadron of the other 3 battalions is equipped with 2 flag officers. As for the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, they were Imogen and Greg, while Wayland also served as the captain of the Kokoros Behemoth Transport Battalion. Looking through the names of the flag officers on the roster, most of them were reasonable, except for a few people. Wayland made temporary changes and then signed his name on the cover of the roster. Make a copy of the roster for your records. Yes, my lord. Kyle held the roster and stood quietly behind Wayland. Wayland looked around, and no nobleman in the army dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads. Lift your head. When everyone heard this majestic voice, they straightened their chests and looked at Wayland's figure. From today on, you are my subordinates. I am your commander, and my words are military orders. If one person retreats, all those on his left and right will be killed. Whoever it is, disobeyed my orders. Cut. The scene was completely silent, and no one dared to speak. A solemn atmosphere suddenly arose, and many people's legs were trembling, but they did not dare to lower their heads. In this camp, even if Wayland executed them in public with other excuses, no other nobles would stand up for them. Their family even had to apologize to the other party overnight to avoid venting their anger on the entire family. Imogen, Greg. I'm here. 2 fully armed silver knights with powerful auras stood out and spoke loudly. 10 days later, I need to see their new look. Yes. After a quick glance, Wayland took Kyle and the surrounding alert knights away from the place. As the commander of an army, he doesn't need to do anything himself and can leave such small matters to his subordinates. The next morning, there was a noisy sound coming from the camp training ground. It goes without saying that it was Imogen and Greg who were training these 3,200 people. In 10 days, Wayland did not ask for much improvement in the strength of this group of people, but only asked for them to be in order and obey orders, and not be like a group of scattered guerrillas. My lord, the roster has been copied. At the entrance of the tent, Kyle was waiting with the roster. Well, come with me. Wayland was very satisfied with Kyle's efficiency and immediately gave instructions. Since only the logistics troops were left in the Brazilian A camp, there were many empty areas in the camp, so naturally the camp of each transport battalion was much larger. After passing through the camps of 2 transport battalions, Wayland arrived at the logistics camp. After entering a tent, Wayland watched Flora carefully checking the data, standing quietly beside her without disturbing her. 10 minutes later, Flora signed her name at the end of the list of supplies and handed it to the messenger, asking him to deliver it to the commander of the 7th Transport Battalion. Auntie, good morning. I'm so sorry. I'm almost bored to death checking the material data every day. Flora stretched and couldn't help complaining. It's boring, but it's safe, isn't it? Wayland took the roster from Kyle, put it on the table, and sat down on a stool. But I still want to be on the front lines. I like the feeling of fighting. Flora feels a headache from looking at documents and checking the logistical material data that needs to be output every day. At this time, the tent curtain was opened, and Layla came in with a plate of snacks. She smiled at Flora and said, Okay, stop complaining. I can hear you complaining outside. Layla, you're so thoughtful. You realized I was hungry so quickly. Flora hurriedly chimed in, taking the plate from her friend's hand, picking up the pastry and putting it in her mouth, a look of intoxication on her face. Ha ha, who asked me to become your sister-in-law? If you didn't have a brother, you wouldn't know who was whose sister-in-law. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born a year later than your brother, little Flora, my lovely sister Flora. Ahem, Aunt, Sister Layla, I'm still here. You can quarrel later. Waylon looked at the two people who were bickering and couldn't help but remind them. For a moment, the two of them suddenly looked at Waylon and then sat quietly as if nothing had happened. Looking at the silent atmosphere, Waylon coughed a few times and spoke to break the damn atmosphere. Sister Layla, how long will it take for my 13th Transport Battalion to carry out its first mission? Oh, let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Layla took out a notebook from the cloth bag she carried with her and opened it to look at it carefully. A few minutes later, Layla found information about the 6th Legion. According to current information, the 14th Transport Battalion will deliver the first batch of military supplies to the 6th Legion in 13 days. Your 13th Transport Battalion will deliver military supplies to the 6th Legion in 28 days. There are no other missions in the meantime. I see. Waylon was not surprised by this result. In the early stages of the war, the 6th Corps' combat effectiveness was relatively weak, and it generally only carried out some cleanup tasks, so the consumption of military supplies was not fast. As far as he knew, there were as many as 5 transport battalions providing military supplies to the 17th Corps, and they were the busiest transport troops in the entire logistics camp, without a doubt. Moreover, the specifications of the transported military supplies are extremely high, so the combat effectiveness of these 5 transport battalions combined is not much weaker than that of the 6th Legion, and may even exceed it. Waylon sometimes thought that if the higher-ups had not wanted to give the nobles of Cardro province an opportunity to gain a lot of military merit, most of the nobles would probably have been able to only spend their days in the logistics troops. Waylon, if you have nothing to do during this period, you can go and take a look. Just take a spot. It's 50 kilometers west of the Brazilian A camp. Auction, this place, isn't it a bit? Ha ha ha. It's obvious that this is your first time participating in a large-scale military operation. Flora couldn't help laughing at Waylon's confused expression. Chapter 131. Commercial camp next to the Brazilian camp. Layla looked at Waylon's pure eyes, covered her mouth and smiled, then explained, large-scale military operations usually last a long time, at least 2 or 3 years, and at most 7 or 8 years. Plus, there are so many nobles, so naturally there will be merchants gathering around here. Among them, some nobles brought some special products from their hometowns and asked their servants to sell them in the surrounding markets. After all, there are always large numbers of nobles gathering here. Flora also explained. And these nobles are all fighting on the front lines. What's the point of these merchants gathering here? We need to take up a good position in advance. The war can't continue. There will always be troops coming down from the front lines to rest. There are also many good things in the Grey Wasteland. Some chambers of commerce specialize in purchasing these things. Waylon nodded. It was true. Then he thought of a rumor and asked, Aunt, I heard that this war will last for a long time. Is it true? Yes, it will take a long time. Flora nodded and said, the higher-ups need to train the troops. This year, they'll start with the western border provinces, and next year they'll gradually rotate to the inner provinces. After Flora finished, Layla continued, I happened to overhear a few words from my father's conversation with the Legion commander, Olborn. He said that this military operation will last for 8 years, and it is expected that 6 magic legions, 10 silver knights, and 15 legions will be rotated in to prepare for the dwarf war 9 years later. That should be right. It seems I have to ask someone to grab a good spot in advance. Maybe I can make a lot of money. Waylon touched his chin and said to himself. 9 years later, the northern treaty between the Kingdom of Elia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom came to an end. By then, the Kingdom of Elia will want to expand northward, and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will want to invade southward, and war will break out no matter what. Aunt, Sister Layla, you guys are busy, I'll be leaving first. Waylon, wait. Flora looked at the little bastard who had disappeared, and then looked at Layla pitifully. Call me sister-in-law, and I'll help. Sister-in-law, please sit down. I've been waiting for you to say this. Flora immediately stood up, made room for her, and lay down on the hammock next to her with the cakes to rest. Seeing this, Layla shook her head helplessly, sat down in Flora's seat, and quickly dealt with the documents on the table. Flora tilted her head and looked at her friend who was working hard. It was really pleasing to the eye. On the other hand, Waylon felt like he had escaped a disaster after leaving his aunt's workplace. Before the army was trained, he had been caught by his aunt several times to deal with matters. This time he was more cautious and took Kyle away before his aunt could react. Let's go back and get the horses and go take a look at that place. Yes, my lord. Soon after the two returned to the camp, they left the camp with 6 knights. 50 kilometers away from the Brazilian Serie A camp, the chambers of commerce that received inside information have already occupied good feng shui locations in advance, and many chambers of commerce and individual stores have already started business. Many noble children from the logistics camp and nobles from the surrounding noble territories were strolling here with their followers. Don't miss it if you pass by. These half-elves from the kingdom of Kuba are only 3,000 gold coins each. You can't afford to buy them at a loss. A merchant was standing in front of the iron cage, enthusiastically introducing them to the nobles around him. Waylon was among the crowd, looking at the half-elf captives locked in the iron cage with great surprise. Merchant, why is your half-elf covered in wounds? How many times can I use it after I buy it? A nobleman asked arrogantly, looking at the half-elf in the iron cage. Sir, although this half-elf is covered in wounds, he has strong vitality. He will be well in a few days and will definitely be durable, the businessman explained with a smile. Where did you come from, this half-elf? You didn't hunt him somewhere, and you brought him back home in such a mess. A noble in flashy clothes asked. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He didn't even know that the Third Icelandic War had broken out between the Kingdom of Kuba and the half-elf Kingdom of Is. He must be a prisoner of the defeated half-elf army in the war. A noble young man in black uniform answered disdainfully. When the half-elf in the iron cage heard the term Icelandic War, his empty eyes lit up a little, but soon dimmed again. You? Looking at the followers behind the other party, the showy noble young man could only hold back his words, lowered his head, and dared not refute. Your Excellency is right. These half-elven prisoners of war will not cause you any trouble. Many nobles took action and began to purchase male or female half-elves. Waylon just shook his head at this scene, and then took his men to other places. My lord, is it really okay to sell half-elf captives in our country? Kyle looked back at the crazy nobleman and turned to ask Waylon. There's no legal problem. The treaty between our country and the half-elf kingdom of Is prohibits the capture and trafficking of half-elves. However, these half-elves are from the kingdom of Kuba. As long as the nobles trade directly with Kuba merchants and don't trade with each other afterwards, this treaty won't restrict them. And most importantly, they pay taxes, so the kingdom naturally turns a blind eye. What should we do if the half-elf kingdom of Is condemns us and demands that we return these half-elf slaves? Kyle asked again. It's simple. They are at war with the Kuba kingdom. Unless they want to fight us too, there's no other way but to acquiesce in this situation. However, after the war, the kingdom of Is half-elf demanded the redemption of these half-elves, and the kingdom acquiesced, provided they could find their compatriots. Waylon patted Kyle's shoulder and said with emotion, during the war, the economy of our southern border provinces was boosted, which was also a major factor. Kyle thought back to last year's trade fair and suddenly understood a lot of things. He respectfully said to Waylon, Thank you, Lord, for clearing up my confusion. After wandering around the simple camp for more than 2 hours, Waylon found a site northwest of the commercial camp and asked the knight to plant the flag on the land. Take some people to the woods to cut some wood, build a fence and a house, and occupy the land first. Yes, my lord. Then he took 4 knights and entered the jungle with their swords. In less than half an hour, a large pile of neatly cut wood was carried back to the camp. The other 2 knights were also busy. They circled the open space around the flag and used brute force to drive the wood into the ground. In less than 3 hours, 6 bronze knights and the silver knight Jakir built this 300 square meter courtyard. Chapter 132. Unknown Noble. Krell. Master, do we need to leave some manpower behind? Kyle patted the dirt off his body and said to Waylon, Leave 2 people behind first, then send someone back to inform Baird, and have him notify Raymondo to organize a caravan to station here, and have them deliver some goods. Yes. Kyle took the order and immediately assigned the tasks. Waylon was very pleased when he saw this scene. He felt relieved to have a capable servant. After deploying a piece of commercial land, Waylon looked at the sky and saw that it had darkened. Not long after, a bonfire was lit in the middle of the yard. The 2 knights took off the iron pots they were carrying on their horses, found a few sturdy wooden sticks, built a simple tripod on the spot, and hung the pot underneath. Then Kyle acted as the chef, and the other 2 knights assisted in cooking delicious food on the spot. Excuse me, can I join? Waylon turned around and saw 3 people at the entrance of the fence. The noble leading them greeted them politely. Yes, you are welcome to join us. Waylon stood up and responded politely. The young nobleman approached with 2 followers and introduced himself politely. Hello, sir. You can call me Claire. Hello, Claire, my name is Waylon, and as you can see, I am now a baron. Waylon introduced himself briefly. Krell sat down beside Valen, while his 2 knights tied up their horses and sat down with Valen's men. Judging from your accent, you seem to be from the central region? Seeing that Waylon didn't say anything, Claire took the initiative to broach the topic and asked kindly. I guess so. Waylon threw a piece of wood into the campfire, looked at the flames, and replied calmly. You are really amazing. You are already a baron at such a young age. Now I rely on my father's power to make a living in the army. Claire flattered enthusiastically. Waylon turned around and smiled. Compared to truly starting from scratch, who among us doesn't rely on the power of our family? Ha ha ha, that's not wrong. Seeing the smile on the other person's face, Krell continued. You are here today for those half-elves. No, I don't have that kind of fun. I came here just to occupy a place. After all, this war will last a long time, and it's a good opportunity to make money. You are truly a far-sighted lord, much better than those nobles who only care about men and women. Claire had already learned from the other party's hint that Waylon's status was not low, but he remained calm on the surface and responded to the other party enthusiastically, without any change in his tone. You're not bad either, my friend from the capital. Waylon looked at Claire and replied calmly. Ha ha, Waylon, how do you think I'm from the royal capital? Claire thought he didn't reveal any information, so how did the other party know? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Waylon did not answer directly, but beat around the bush. That's a lie, Claire answered without hesitation. Waylon's expression froze for a moment. He looked at the faint smile on the other man's face, calmed his fluctuating emotions, and replied, From your attire, the mounts you three rode, and the attire of your two followers. Upon hearing this, Claire examined himself, then looked at his two subordinates, shook his head, and said, It's indeed a lie, and it's also a compliment. What about the truth? Your accent, Waylon answered without hesitation. Accent? That shouldn't be right. Claire asked Waylon curiously. I disguised it specifically. You shouldn't be able to tell. Or, you once went to the capital and lived there for a while. Otherwise, Waylon shrugged and said, Look, Waylon, I fell into your trap. Claire looked at the smile on the other person's face and suddenly understood. If I hadn't revealed myself, could you have guessed where I was from? Your collar. Waylon pointed at his neck and said to Claire. Claire subconsciously touched the silk scarf wrapped inside his clothes. Feeling the material on it, he suddenly realized, cloud silk cloth, so this is the real answer. It seems that my concealment is not enough. I happen to know about it and have observed it carefully. If it were someone else, it would probably be difficult to tell your identity. Waylon explained to Claire. Claire looked at Waylon seriously and asked, I'm curious, Waylon, which province in the central region are you from? I can't tell from your current attire. Claire, it's a wonderful thing to find the answers yourself, isn't it? You're right. Finding the answer yourself is more interesting. Since you are a soldier, and I will be reporting to the course soon, I will be able to find out your identity. Master, the soup is ready. Kyle stepped forward and reported respectfully to Waylon. Prepare a bowl for Krell and his followers as well. Everyone was amazed at the soup Kyle cooked, and even Waylon almost thought it would be a waste of Kyle's talent if he didn't become a chef. An hour later, Claire stood up and said goodbye to Waylon. Time is limited. I have to report to the front line and travel overnight. I won't chat anymore. Claire, take care. Claire rode on his horse, looked at Waylon, and said, Next time, I will get your information. I can't wait. Goodbye, Waylon. Goodbye. After Krell left, Waylon sat by the campfire to rest again. The night passed quickly. Waylon finished his night of practice, stretched himself, looked at the scenery in the early morning, and felt that it was another beautiful day. After strolling around the commercial district again, Waylon left 2 knights to guard the site and wait for the caravan sent by Raymondo to take over, and then left with the remaining 3 people. As the commander of the 13th Transport Battalion, he cannot leave the Brazilian A camp for a long time. If any emergency occurs, he will be held responsible. Arriving at the gate of the Brazilian A camp, Waylon asked the guards at the camp gate and found out that Claire should have reported to the front line, but he didn't know which legion he was from. The next period of time was leisurely, as Waylon observed the training of 3,200 people while practicing druidism. Occasionally, he was caught by his aunt and forced to handle official business. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is February 26th. In the morning, 50 Kokolo's beasts were hung with various compressed military rations, replacement weapons, crossbows, magic potions, diluted holy water of life, clothes, and other supplies. The Kokolo's beast is 13 meters long and 4 meters high. Its 8 strong legs support its body. It can carry half a month's worth of compressed military rations for a 1,000-man team at a time, making it a well-deserved transport beast. Chapter 133, The First Transport Mission, encountered an attack. Waylon rode on his red phosphorus horse and inspected the team back and forth. Everyone was in high spirits. The 3,200 people under his command began to obey orders, and their appearance had improved greatly. Set off. Following Waylon's order, the 13th Transport Battalion began its first transport mission. Following the cleared road, they approached the 6th Legion step by step. According to the information sent back from the front line, the 6th Corps of the Sirop Corps is 200 kilometers away from the Brazilian A camp in a straight line, and the actual distance is 500 kilometers. Therefore, he needed to deliver this batch of supplies to the 6th Legion within 12 days. Entering the Grey Wasteland, you can occasionally find burned monster clan camps, and large areas of forest that easily block the view have been violently blown to ashes. On the 6th day of transporting supplies, Wayland followed the instructions on the map and looked at the big pit in front of him. No one could imagine that this was a hill a month ago, but now it has turned into a huge pit with a diameter of 600 meters, with a lot of burnt charcoal scattered around it. The Magic Army's attack is still so brutal. A good hill just disappeared like that. Wayland put away the map, shook his head, and said, "Then let the team walk around the road next to the huge pit." "My lord, do you think the combined skills of Lord Orlando's knights can achieve this effect?" Kyle asked Wayland while looking at the huge pit. "It's not clear yet, but we'll know later." Wayland shook his head and replied that he also wanted to know whether the knights led by Orlando and Hebrew could achieve this effect, but it would take time to test. Notify everyone and have them brace themselves. From here on, we'll truly enter the Grey Wasteland, and there are many small tribes that haven't been cleared out yet. "Yes, my lord." Nearing noon, everyone took out the compressed rations they carried with them, swallowed them into their mouths, and chewed them slowly to gain energy, and then continued on their way. Compressed military rations, as a mature war material, can be processed in a specific war magic workshop to compress 3 kilograms of food into a ball with a diameter of 4 centimeters, which is enough to support soldiers in a high-intensity battle. Since the advent of this war magic workshop, it has become popular in various countries in an instant. In order to save marching time, they marched almost from dawn to dusk for the past 6 days, with no extra time wasted on making fire and cooking. After marching forward 30 kilometers, the sky darkened. The 13th Transport Battalion set up camp around the cockleless behemoth, keeping the supplies firmly in the center. At this moment, a large number of those who had escaped the previous war gathered in the distant forest, staring at the distant fire with greedy eyes. "Lord Guga, the human army has at least 4,000 people, while the goblins we have gathered are less than 3,000. A lizard man came to a silver high-level lizard warrior and reported with his long tongue sticking out. "That's enough. Our mission is to burn the military rations and slow down the human offensive, not to defeat humans." The lizard warrior Guga knew his mission very well. Attacking the logistics of the human army was his primary goal when he sneaked into this place. As for why no gold-level monsters came in, it was naturally because they were detected by the magic energy biological wave magic instrument. Before they crossed the line, they were all killed, leaving no one behind. Guga's former boss was wasted in this way, and it was discovered that the newly emerged magic equipment of the human army could only detect the traces of creatures of gold level and above on a large scale, and could not detect creatures of silver level and below. In this war, a gold-level warrior could lose his life at any time, not to mention a cannon fodder like him. So caution is the prerequisite for survival. Send out the goblins to attack from the left wing. You lead 50 warriors around to the other side. After the main human force reaches the left wing, immediately launch an attack and launch rockets. The main targets will be the giant beasts that are transporting grain. The lizard warrior Guga used his brain and gave the task to his capable subordinate, a lizard warrior. "Yes, Lord Guga." The lizard warrior felt honored to be valued by his superior. He left this place with his 20 lizard warriors and 30 lizard servants and headed towards the right wing of the 13th Transport Battalion. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, when ordinary lizard men were drowsy, Guga led the goblins and gnolls to attack. 10 lizard warriors and 40 lizard servants drove groups of goblins and gnolls to attack the left wing of the transport camp. Enemy attack. The soldier on guard shouted loudly. The troops quickly stood up, gripped their weapons tightly, and under the leadership of their officers, formed a formation, ready to resist the enemy. In a short time, 3,000 men had gathered on the left flank, with bonfires and braziers scattered around to provide visibility for the soldiers. Another 1,000 men gathered on the right wing, defending it to the death. Wayland stood on the back of a giant cockleless beast, looking at the well-organized troops with a calm expression. If you disobey military orders, everyone around you will be executed. This is no joke. Everyone was highly focused, and no one wanted to die at the hands of their comrades. Hundreds of strong goblins took the black potion provided by the lizard men. Their bodies instantly expanded 3 times in size and turned into pure beasts. They kept running forward to the unique rhythm of the lizard men. Many skinny goblins were trampled into meat paste. Attack! Imogen drew her knight's sword and calmly gave the order. 600 archers kept drawing their bows and shooting arrows until they were exhausted. At this time, if they kill one more monster, they will have less pressure. Royal. Greg looked at the monster less than 100 meters away and shouted orders. The soldiers in the first row stuck their shields into the soil and tried their best to resist the first wave of attack. The soldiers standing in the second row extended their spears through the gap, forming the first line of killing force. Clang! The goblin transformed into a giant beast and slammed into the shield wall fiercely. The foul-smelling green blood splattered everywhere, corroding everything around it. The third row is pushing forward. Greg looked at the soldiers who were constantly being killed and wounded indifferently, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, and kept adjusting the formation. At the same time, the lizard men on the right wing began to move, using their racial advantages to quickly approach the transport camp. Waylon turned around suddenly, looking at the sound coming from the darkness, jumped down from the cockless beast, snatched the spear from a soldier, sensed the front, and threw it suddenly into the darkness. The leading lizard man was about to come down and fire a rocket, but was suddenly pierced by a low-quality spear. The surrounding lizard men were instantly thrown into chaos when they saw the low-level silver lizard warrior being nailed to the ground. Charge forward and set the supplies on fire. That's the glory. The lizard warrior deputy captain took over the command and gave orders loudly. Kyle, guard the right wing. I want to see how strong I am in combat. Waylon drew out his knight's sword, threw the scabbard to Kyle, and then rushed forward. Chapter 134. The First Transport Mission, Arrival at the 6th Legion. As a high-level silver warrior, facing a high-level bronze warrior plus a dozen bronze-level lizard warriors, as well as some cannon fodder that he looked down upon, Waylon felt no pressure at all. He split a lizard warrior in half with one sword, without any pressure. Blood splattered everywhere, and every time Waylon swung his sword, he would take the life of a lizard man. Warriors, surround him below. Other servants, throw your rockets and don't get entangled with him. As the deputy captain, the high-level bronze lizard warrior always hides at the back, ready to retreat at any time. As an intelligent warrior, he was completely different from his brainless compatriots. He didn't want to be like his unlucky captain, nailed to the ground by a spear. When the cunning bronze high-level lizard warrior saw the flames appearing in the inner circle, he grabbed a member of his own clan and ran back quickly. Waylon watched the big fish leave, swung his sword to cut the 3 lizard warriors who were blocking his way in half, pulled out the spear stuck in the lizard warrior's body, and threw it at the fleeing lizard man. Looking at the spear in the air, the high-level bronze lizard warrior threw his fellow lizard in his hand out and ran as fast as he could. What a cunning creature. After cleaning up the low-level lizard warriors and lizard servants around, Waylon looked at the leader who had disappeared with a gloomy expression. He actually used his own people as shields to reduce the power of the spear and change its trajectory. My lord, the lizard men fired rockets and burned some fodder, but there was no other loss. It was within the normal transportation loss range. After extinguishing the sparks, Kyle came to Waylon and reported to him. Be on high alert, there may be more attacks later. On the other side, after seeing the flames coming out from the right wing of the transport battalion, the lizard warriors acting as supervisors automatically retreated, and the goblins who were entangled and used as cannon fodder were directly abandoned. More than 10 minutes later, the goblin who had taken the black potion ran out of life and fell on the battlefield. In just 1 minute, he decayed into a pile of rotten flesh. The remaining goblin cannon fodder lost their restraints and fled in all directions into the dark jungle. As the main person responsible for the attack, the lizard leader Guga began to evacuate the moment he saw the fire. It didn't matter whether the action was successful or not. What mattered was that he took action, and that was enough. If he had really picked up the battle axe and charged forward, he would have died countless times. Despite his crude name, he cherishes his life very much. There are a dozen lizard beauties waiting for him at home. He can't waste his life in vain. A sneak attack that was more in name than reality ended here, and the various troops began to count their casualties. At dawn the next day, the final losses of each unit came to the commander Waylon. My lord, last night, the 1st Battalion suffered 37 casualties, the 2nd Battalion suffered 113 casualties, the 3rd Battalion suffered 69 casualties, and the Kokolos Transport Battalion suffered no casualties. Most of the casualties were ordinary human soldiers who had not yet entered the professional ranks. Waylon flipped through the statistical report, then tossed it to Kyle and instructed, leave some behind to collect and burn the bodies, while the majority continue on. We have limited time, and we can't delay. Yes. The order was issued quickly, and 2 squadrons of 100 soldiers were left behind to clean up the battlefield, while the transport battalion continued to move forward without stopping. As the journey progressed, the attacks became more frequent, but the casualties became smaller and smaller. After taking the valuable monster clan head, Wei Lin ordered the transport battalion to continue moving forward. My lord, the latest news is that we are only 20 kilometers away from the temporary base of the 6th Legion across this hill. Kyle took the note from the messenger Blue Falcon, opened it, and checked it, then reported to Wei Lin. It really has to end. We're getting closer to the border and the attacks are increasing. Looking at the disappearing shadow of the messenger Blue Falcon in the sky, Wei Lin said a little tiredly. Although the task of transporting military rations was safer than fighting on the front lines, the countless attacks that posed no threat to the people caused serious mental exhaustion. Hand it over quickly and go back quickly. After half a day's journey, Wei Lin finally arrived at the 6th Legion's headquarters. Compared to the last time they set out, the number of people in the 6th Legion has obviously dropped a lot. From the number of military tents, it can be seen that the 6th Legion still has about 23,000 to 25,000 people, which is 5,000 to 6,000 fewer than before the war began. Even so, the 6th Legion was only responsible for the second-line battlefield and did not participate in the most intense first-line battlefield. This is the cruelty of war. Military merits must be gained at the cost of lives, not only of ordinary soldiers, but even of nobles. The monster army in the Grey Wasteland doesn't care about international rules or aristocratic manners. If you fall into their hands, you will most likely become military rations. Please show me the order documents. At the entrance of the station, an officer said tiredly, with blood still on his armor. Wei Lin gestured for Kyle to produce the order document from the logistics department and asked, "What happened?" Monsters attacked yesterday afternoon and broke through the camp from the left wing. Many people were killed and injured, and all the medical supplies were lost. There are many wounded in the camp now. The officer replied with a wry smile. There are quite a few medical supplies among the supplies this time. You can notify the Legion to move them as soon as possible. I understand, my lord. Here are your command documents. Upon hearing the news, the officer smiled slightly, handed the documents back to Wei Lin, and then ordered his men to remove the roadblocks and allow the 13th Transport Battalion to enter the base. After entering the camp, after connecting with the 6th Corps' logistics and supplies department, personnel were immediately arranged to urgently unload medical supplies. After Wei Lin put away the stamped order document, he took Kyle to other camps to see if he could find his cousin and the others. After some searching, Wei Lin found his cousin Brian first. "Wei Lin, you're here." Brian, with his right arm in a sling, looked at Wei Lin with a pale face. "Lord Varen." Magic Knight Adrian saluted and then changed Brian's medicine. "Kyle, did you bring the ice blue potion?" Wei Lin turned around and asked. Hearing this, Kyle took out an ice blue potion from the cloth bag he was carrying and handed it to Adrian. "This is a potion to heal injuries." In response to his cousin Brian's question, Wei Lin explained. Then, Adrian removed the cork and served Brian the ice blue potion. After a while, Brian's complexion improved a lot. "Cousin, is this attack so serious? Even you are injured?" Wei Lin asked with a worried look on his face. It was indeed dangerous. If Adrian hadn't arrived in time, I would have died at the hands of that werewolf. Brian couldn't help but reveal a frightened expression as he recalled the scene last night. Chapter 135, The First Transport Mission, an informal bet doomed to fail. You still have to be cautious on the battlefield and don't be reckless. Wei Lin couldn't help but remind him. I'll be more restrained in the future, Brian said with a wry smile. A war involving millions of people is indeed cruel. Even on the second-line battlefield, it's not easy to fight. Military merit is not easy to obtain. During this trip, I encountered frequent attacks. Although I was able to deal with them, I also suffered a lot of casualties. This is the cruelty of war. No matter what you do, there are risks. Brian deeply agreed. In the future, he would have to choose the right situation before being reckless. In future wars, he would definitely follow Adrian's opinion. He didn't want to walk on the brink of life and death again. Lord Wei Lin, do you still have this potion? At this moment, Adrian interrupted their conversation and suddenly asked. Seeing his master nod, Kyle reported to everyone. We brought 50 bottles of ice blue potion on this mission. 13 were consumed on the way, and 1 was given to Lord Brian. We now have 36 bottles. Wellen, how much is a bottle of ice blue potion in gold coins? I want to buy 20 bottles. Brian had a deep understanding of the effects of this potion. The healing effect is similar to that of a diluted life potion, and most importantly, The pain in the body is reduced by more than 3 to 5 times compared to before. It is definitely a very cost-effective potion. 2 gold coins a bottle. Waylon said without hesitation. Really? Don't lie to me. Brian looked at Waylon hesitantly, his tone a little uncertain. Of course I didn't lie to you. I supply the Nankel Chamber of Commerce for 3 gold coins per bottle. Waylon smiled and said nonchalantly. Velen, I want to know how much of this potion you have left in stock. There are still about 2,000 bottles. After hearing this, Brian hesitated and said, Waylon, I hope you can sell me 200 bottles. No problem, cousin. I'll leave you 20 bottles this time, and I'll send the remaining 180 bottles together during the next transportation. Waylon thought about it and agreed. Go get 600 gold coins. Brian then ordered Adrian beside him. Cousin, 2 gold coins for a bottle. There's no need to give so much. Waylon hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Although I'm reckless, I know the value of this stuff. Although it's weaker than the diluted holy water of life, it has a pain-relieving effect that the diluted holy water of life definitely doesn't have. So, I'm actually making a profit. Not long after, Adrian took out 6 gold notes of 100 gold coins each and handed them to Waylon. Lord Waylon, this potion is very valuable. The church's price for the diluted holy water of life is 5 gold coins per bottle. I suggest you raise it to 10 or 15 gold coins per bottle. Thanks for the advice, Adrian. Waylon nodded, agreeing with Adrian's suggestion. Pricing the diluted holy water of life lower than or equal to the price of the Church of Life is to steal business from the church. Although it is only a partial steal, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the church. However, pricing that is 1 to 3 times higher than the church's price can help screen customers without affecting the church's interests in the lower tier market. How are my cousins? Waylon raised his head and asked Brian. They're fine, but the losses are quite high. Uncle Alcott's troops suffered 10 casualties, and Uncle Edgar's troops suffered 15 casualties. It's so serious. Waylon was surprised. That's still considered good. Some noble armies have a casualty rate as high as 25%. How long are you going to fight? If you keep going like this, I'm afraid the troops you've worked so hard to train will be wasted. According to the news received by the Legion commander, Viscount Siglo, the main force of the Legion is advancing smoothly. In about half a year, the first phase of the military objectives will be completed. At that time, they should retreat to the Brazilian A camp. It seems the goal is very clear. First, we will dampen the enemy's arrogance, and then train the troops. It's just a bit cruel to the troops participating in the first phase. Waylon was silent for a while, then said. Brian took it easy and didn't feel angry. Someone has to do this kind of thing. It's just that we're on the border. But then again, the more brutal the war, the more merits you gain. That's true. If you look at it from another perspective, the nobles in the inland provinces might even envy you. Waylon nodded in agreement. By the way, cousin, how many military achievements do you have now? Thinking of this, Waylon asked curiously. A little more than you, with 3 military merits, but still a long way to go before becoming a viscount. Brian replied with a smile. It's indeed a long way off. Let's see who of us becomes viscount first. Okay, let's have a competition. Brian clenched his right fist and extended it in front of Waylon. Seeing this, Waylon also clenched his right fist, palm facing down, and bumped it with Brian, forming an informal bet. It's getting late. I still have to visit my 2 cousins. Cousin, you should take good care of your injuries and don't go to the battlefield for the time being. Waylon stood up and said goodbye to Brian. I understand. Be careful when you go back. Although there are no monsters higher than silver level in the rear, there are still many difficult monster clans. I remember that. After Waylon left, Brian lay on the bed and said to his guardian knight Adrian, I have a feeling that my cousin will definitely become a viscount within 10 years. My lord, then why don't you make this informal bet with Lord Waylon? Ha ha ha, you don't understand. Putting some pressure on my cousin is also beneficial. But I don't think you can put pressure on Lord Waylon. Adrian replied seriously. Oh, why is that? Brian asked confused. Just now, when you were communicating with Lord Waylon, I observed the young man beside him. He possesses the strength of a silver knight, and he is not one of Lord Waylon's 14 guardian knights. This means that this young man was trained from scratch by Lord Waylon. Is it so outrageous? Brian looked at Adrian, his eyes filled with shock. It's just that outrageous. Adrian nodded heavily and confirmed again. Well, actually I was a little bit motivated just now, but now I've decided to just lie down and watch how Waylon rises as a witness. Brian collapsed on the bed again and said without any image. Seeing this, Adrian covered Brian with a blanket and left the tent. In this situation, there is no other way for him to choose to obey the master's decision. What else can he do? On the other hand, after Waylon visited Alcott and Edgar respectively, He placed an order for 600 bottles of ice blue potion with them at a half-sale and half-gift price. On the morning of the third day, the 13th Transport Battalion began to return to the Brazil A camp. Chapter 136, the first transport mission, Smart and Stupid. In a cave under an unnamed hill, a lizard warrior was feasting on a meal while listening to his men's reports and laughing from time to time. That idiot lost his life in vain. His wife and all the women are mine. The lizard warrior Guga said to his capable subordinates with a beaming face. Lord Guga, what should we do with Lord Kalen's troops? A lizard warrior stood up and asked respectfully. Guga waved his hand and said directly, leave it to you to replenish the losses and recycle the waste. Next time there is an operation, let them rush to the front. Your Excellency is wise. A group of lizard men praised him. Suddenly, a lizard warrior hurried into the cave, his face anxious, and reported, Master Guga, we have discovered a human transport team. Huh? There's another human transport team. Which direction are they coming from? Guga swallowed the meat in his mouth with a very serious expression. From the human 6th Legion. When he heard that it had nothing to do with his mission, Guga immediately looked displeased. Go, 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 get out of the way. Without the transport supplies, there's no point in operating this operation. Tell the kids not to act rashly. Anyone who dares to act without authorization will be eaten by me. Yes, sir. The lizard warrior quickly retreated from the cave, not daring to stay for long. Returning to the Brazilian A camp from the 6th Legion was smoother than he had imagined. Along the way, there were only a few monster attacks. 50 kilometers away from the safe zone, a group of 500 goblin cannon fodder were killed, along with the main force of the lizard men. Kyle put away his knight's sword, came to Waylene's side, and reported, Master, it seems that the monster clan also has brains. Right now, a strange phenomenon is forming in this area. The intelligent monster clans are just pretending to be smart, sending out cannon fodder to attack the transport convoys, and then retreating after achieving some results, never stopping. Waylon stepped on the corpse of a low-level silver lizard warrior and pointed at the corpses of more than 30 lizard men around him. He said contemptuously, as for the brainless ones, this is their fate. They're perfunctory, so we can get things done, but I don't know how long this situation can last. After careful consideration, Kyle replied, it's probably related to the fighting on the front lines. If the regiment advances further into the gray wasteland, this strange phenomenon will definitely be broken immediately. That's quite true. Waylon glanced at the dark forest in the distance and continued, once the fools die, they will recruit more brainless monster clans into the safe area. Care these lizard man heads with lime. Yes. Without the disturbance of the monster clan, Waylon was happy to relax. He lay on the Kokolos beast to bask in the sun during the day and meditated and practiced the Druid way at night. On March 17th, the 13th Transport Battalion returned to its base. When they left, the 13th Transport Battalion had 4,000 people, and when they returned, there were still 3,500 people. Although the number of people has decreased, the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved compared to before. The noble children in the transport camp went from being afraid of Waylon to respecting him. This operation was easy for Waylon's army, but it was like a near-death experience for them. Many noble children broke through themselves in this action and made great progress in their strength. After arriving at the Brazilian A camp, Waylon went to his aunt's tent, returned the order documents, and completed the final procedures for the transportation mission. Did you encounter any danger this time? Flora asked while stamping skillfully. There is danger, but it's not a big problem for me. Waylon replied to Flora with a relaxed look. Flora handed the document to the clerk beside him and asked him to file it for safekeeping. Then he said, I'm glad you're all right. The transport battalion that's been delivering supplies to the frontline troops has suffered heavy losses recently. Is it so serious? Waylon asked while sitting on a stool nearby. Flora nodded seriously. The 3rd Transport Battalion returned to the Brazilian A camp the day before yesterday and is currently resting. When they carried out their 3rd transport mission, the entire battalion had 3,000 men, with a bronze warrior ratio of 10 by the time they returned to the main camp. There were fewer than 1,000 men left, and they had lost 50 cockaless beasts, bringing the casualty rate to 60 if it weren't for the battalion commander's 30 years of military experience and extensive combat experience. The 3rd Transport Battalion would have been expelled. After hearing this, Waylon took a deep breath. It seems the battle on the front lines is more intense than I thought. By the way, how is the 6th Legion? It's on the 2nd line, so there shouldn't be any problems. Flora looked at Waylon and suddenly asked. Waylon shook his head and said, the situation is somewhat dangerous. When I arrived at the 6th Legion 8 days ago, they had already suffered an attack. Their camp was breached, and they lost a lot of medical supplies. If I hadn't arrived on time, who knows what would have happened? If you don't want to continue the transportation mission, I can ask the Minister of Logistics, Mr. Bakshi, to replace you. Flora said after thinking it over again and again. No, with the existence of the magical biological fluctuation magic instrument, it is impossible for monsters of gold level and above to run to the rear. As for other silver level monster clans, I can easily deal with them. Waylin refused with a smile. Remember to be careful. If you need more manpower, here is another batch of recruits. No, my transport battalion has finally formed a tacit understanding. Adding new personnel will lower the average combat level of the transport battalion. Okay, go back and rest first. Then I'm leaving, Aunt. Waylin came out of the tent and felt a little melancholy when he saw the increasingly sparsely populated Brazilian Serie A camp. As the battle line advanced, transportation became increasingly demanding, and rest time became shorter. Kyle, tell Greg and Imogen to rest for 3 days, and then intensify their training after that. I have a feeling the subsequent transport missions may become increasingly difficult. Also, write to Baird and ask him to send a batch of weapons and ice blue potions. The situation is urgent, and we may not be able to stay in the Brazilian A camp for long. Also, send someone to tell the people at the commercial camp that the price of the ice blue potion, well, it's 12 gold coins a bottle, and will mainly promote its pain-relieving properties. Kyle took out the notebook he carried with him, wrote it down at a very fast speed, and then put it in his pocket, waiting to make arrangements as soon as he returned. How about I look for 2 people to share some of the work with you? Waylin turned his head to look at Kyle and asked with a smile. Master, not at this stage. I believe I can handle everything. Kyle blurted out with a firm tone. Forget it, it depends on you. We can talk about it if you are too busy. Yes, my lord. Kyle lowered his head and replied that anyone who wanted to steal his job must be eliminated in the bud. Chapter 137 Glowing Wine. After returning to the Brazilian Serie A camp, life returned to normal. Before he knew it, it was April. He had been in the Brazilian A camp for 4 months, and there were still 5 months left before the estimated first phase of the military operation. At night, Waylin lay in bed, looking at the dim light around him, waiting slowly. The war will last 8 years, and the mutated moonflower is 1,000 kilometers away. It's now the base camp of the monster clan, so it's impossible to get it. He wanted to disguise this valuable information obtained last October as information obtained accidentally, and hand it over in exchange for a considerable amount of money. The gifted moonlight flower, as one of the 3 main ingredients of the moon scar potion, has the special function of repairing the soul. No matter how he thought about it, Waylin was reluctant to give it up, but he had to compromise with reality. First, write a letter to my father in code and see what plans he has. Waylin made a decision in his heart. If he couldn't get it by his own ability, then he would rely on his family's means, or report it to the kingdom. After figuring this out, I felt much better. At this time, the familiar voice came again, making Waylin miss it very much. 2 months later, there are 3 mutant griffin eggs in the Brazilian Class A camp commercial camp. They are placed in the 7th, 11th, and 15th boxes of the 23rd stall. They are soaked in ice blue potion and are ready for hatching. Upon hearing this exciting news, Waylin's eyes lit up. Isn't the flying mount that I have been longing for finally here? And it's a mutant griffin, but I don't know how it looks different from an ordinary griffin. The next day, Waylin asked Kyle to guard outside the tent, recalling the family code he had learned before, and began to write a letter to inform his father about the mutated moonflower. With the letter sent, he only needed to wait quietly for news. 10 days later, Baird sent someone to bring the supplies that Waylin had requested, along with 2 letters and 20 bottles of glowing wine. A letter came from Rokas, the manager of Shuewa Manor. Waylin opened the letter and read it quickly. In the second half of last year, the luminous grapes of Shuewa Manor matured, and a total of 120 bottles of luminous wine were produced. The second letter was written by Baird, who took it upon himself to send 20 bottles of luminous wine as gifts for Waylin's social life. The other 100 bottles were stored in the wine cellar, waiting for him to make a decision after he returned. Bring me some wine, let me taste it. Waylin put away the letter and gave instructions to Kyle. After a while, Waylin took out a bottle of glowing wine and looked through the glass. It was light red. He opened it and took a light sniff, and the aroma of wine filled the air. At this time, Kyle found a bowl from somewhere. Waylin poured the glowing wine into a bowl, raised it to his lips, and drank it all in one gulp. Suddenly, Waylin felt his body getting hot, and his head felt a little dizzy. Kyle was quick to support Waylin and took the bottle to prevent it from falling to the ground. My lord, how do you feel? It's very strong. Drinking so much in one breath is a bit too much for even me. Slowly, Waylon practiced breathing techniques. His mind gradually became clear, and he felt better than ever. Take one of the bottles and share it with Greg and Imogen. Keep the others safe. I need to give them away. Waylon took the glowing wine from Kyle again, took out another bottle, and walked out of the tent. Kyle tilted his head and looked at his master's shaky steps, wondering if this wine could make people drunk so easily. Sir, where should I put this box? An officer's words brought Kyle back to reality from his thoughts. The weapons will be stored, and summer clothing will be distributed. Also, give the ashes of the fallen soldiers to the transport team for them to take back. I will handle this box of things myself. Yes. Kyle picked up the box and headed towards Waylon's tent. After more than 10 minutes, Waylon finally recovered and was no longer drunk. Good stuff. I wonder what it tastes like the longer it's stored. As someone who doesn't like drinking, Waylon fell in love with the taste and flavor of the luminous wine. After a while, Waylon arrived at his aunt's tent. The guard standing guard at the door saw Waylon and did not stop him, but let him pass. Aunt, why are you here? Flora asked Waylon with a pair of not-so-obvious dark circles under her eyes. Of course I have something good and want to share it with you. Waylon skillfully put down the 2 bottles of wine in his hands, took out 2 teacups from the tea set, picked up the open bottle, and filled it up skillfully. Try it, remember. Before Waylon finished speaking, Flora picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Why is your wine? I feel like you are shaking it. Waylon was quick to support Flora and prevent her from falling. Why do I feel dizzy? I haven't felt this way for a long time. My body is also a little hot. Flora leaned on Waylon and said weakly, this is brewed from the fruit of a silver grade plant. In other words, Auntie, you just drank that excellent grade wine in one gulp. It would be strange if you weren't drunk. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Flora felt very comfortable, but she had no strength to move her body. Seeing this, Waylon could only help her to the bed and let her lie down to relieve herself. Half an hour later, Flora slowly sat up and felt a sense of relief she had never felt before. Can this wine of yours also repair hidden injuries? Flora looked inward and said in surprise. It seems that Auntie already knows. Waylon said with a smile. Flora got off the bed and skillfully poured herself half a glass of wine. While slowly tasting it, she asked, with this thing, you've made a fortune. Aunt, I don't have any intention of selling glowing wine, Waylon said, shaking his head. The production of this stuff is very small. I wouldn't even have enough to give to others or use for myself. So, the moment you got the wine, you immediately sent me a bottle. Sister Layla is west of the Brazilian A camp. It's a bit far, so I'll send you a bottle first. Hearing this, Flora looked at her nephew seriously and said, thank you, Waylon. Hey, it's okay. The first time you gave me the Dawn token, the second time the Moonstone, the third time the magical protection device, and this time the wine that can heal hidden injuries, yet I haven't done much for you. How should I put it? Aunt, to be honest, in my opinion, my relationship with you may be closer than that with my brothers and sisters. You don't have to feel guilty. Although there are many things you didn't tell me, I know them very well. Since you say so, I will accept it with peace of mind. Seeing his aunt's expression gradually relax, Waylon smiled and raised his glass to clink with Flora. Chapter 138, An Ambush Doomed to Fail. The two chatted from the afternoon to the evening and finished a bottle of glowing wine. During this time, Flora also had someone send over a few plates of beef as snacks. Aunt, I'm going back first. You should have a good rest. I understand. Your second transport mission is still 3 days away. Prepare well. I see. Waylon opened the curtain and looked at the bright night sky. Then he found Kyle sitting on a wooden box not far away. Leave. Kyle, who was in a daze, heard Waylon's voice, stood up immediately, and followed his master naturally. The two of them didn't communicate with each other, and just walked back to the base in tacit understanding. The next morning, Waylon gave Layla a bottle of glowing wine and began to make preparations for the trip 2 days later. On April 15th, the second transport mission began. According to the news received from the commander of the 14th Transport Battalion, monster night attacks on the transport route are becoming more and more frequent, whether heading to the 6th Legion or returning to the Brazilian A camp. Come to think of it, there are many people taking advantage of the situation. Even if the leaders of the monster clans are stupid, they know to send out a supervision team. A mighty group of 3,500 people, carrying 1 month's worth of military supplies for the 6th Legion, once again left the Brazilian A camp and set out on the road to the 6th Legion. In a cave on an unnamed hill, the lizard warrior Guga, the leader of this place, stood trembling in front of a half-dragon. The natural suppression of his bloodline level made him try his best to control his inner fear. Lord Neural is very dissatisfied with your progress. Sir, The human transport team is large in number and powerful. Relying on cannon fodder like goblins, even with the effects of the berserk black potion, it will be difficult to cause effective damage. So, is this the explanation for why, while other teams were annihilated, your men are increasing in number? The high-level silver half-dragon said expressionlessly. Hearing the other party's emotionless tone, the lizard warrior Guga tremblingly took out his treasure, 3 intermediate magic crystals, from the cloth bag he carried with him. Sir, this is a small token of my sincerity. The half-dragon warrior unceremoniously snatched the 3 intermediate magic crystals from the lizard warrior Guga's hand. There was still no extra expression on his face, but his tone was more joyful. I'll give you 1 month. If there's no progress, you'll be prepared to become the pre-march of the Dark War Beast. Yes, sir, I will definitely try my best. Guga was so scared that he was sweating profusely and replied quickly. Dark War Beast, a kind of evil dark magic that integrates the soul into the body. Once you become the original body of the Dark War Beast, you are really dead when you die, and you will not even have the chance to ascend to the kingdom of God or fall into the underworld. At this time, the half-dragon warrior took out a bottle of potion and threw it to Guga. This is an advanced version of the berserk black potion. Its duration is shortened to 1/3, and its combat power is increased 5-fold. Make good use of it. Thank you, sir. Afterwards, the half-dragon warrior left alone. Guga looked at his departing back and felt like he had walked through the gates of hell for a while. If it weren't for his 3 intermediate magic crystals, his head would probably have been taken away by the other party to intimidate the leaders of other regions. Although they are all high-level silver, the gap between the races is unimaginable. Fight it out. Either succeed or die. No matter what, I cannot become the pre-march of the Dark War Beast. Lizard God, please bless your faithful believers. After praying to the gods for half an hour to seek spiritual comfort, Guga began to mobilize his subordinates. 3 months ago, when he arrived here, he had only 2 lizard warriors, 50 lizard soldiers, and 150 lizard slaves under his command. Now, he had 8 lizard warriors, 300 lizard fighters, 800 lizard slaves, and more than 3,000 cannon fodder goblins. He didn't believe that he could not annihilate a human transport team at the cost of these monsters' lives. All of a sudden, a large number of monsters appeared and laid traps on the roads opened up by humans, changing their previous perfunctory attitude of playing dirty and slacking off. At this moment, the 13th Transport Battalion followed the previous plan and maintained the policy of moving at sunrise and stopping at sunset. As long as it was not dark, they would never stop. When they arrived at the giant pit, a blue falcon descended from the sky. Kyle reached up, letting it fall down his arm, and removed the letter from his calf. My lord, the 6th Legion's base has shifted, and we need to change our direction. Kyle quickly reported after reading the letter. How much is the offset? Waylon frowned and asked. As before, we needed to walk from the left side of the giant pit, but this time we need to walk from the right side, bypassing the forest and heading northwest. Then follow the instructions. Waylon nodded, then ordered the transport team to change direction. 6 days later, Guga calculated the time and led all his troops to lurk in the forests on both sides of the road, quietly waiting for the arrival of the human transport team. But from that evening until the next night, there was not a single soul on the road. What's going on? Where is the human transport team? Where is it? As time went by, Guga became more and more irritable and kept questioning his subordinates. Sir, according to the intelligence from the reconnaissance a month ago, this road is definitely the only way for the human transport team to pass. A lizard warrior lowered his head and replied with a trembling body. Where is the human transport team? Tell me where it is. Guga pinched the lizard warrior's neck and kept questioning him. Sir, maybe those humans walk slowly and should arrive tomorrow. Another lizard warrior explained. It'd be better if I could see it tomorrow, otherwise. Guga let go of the lizard warrior who was about to suffocate, and the warning look in his eyes was self-evident. 3 days later, Guga's eyes were bloodshot. He had not slept for 5 days and 5 nights. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would dream that he had become the original body of the Dark War Beast, slowly losing his soul and becoming a Dark War Beast with only instincts, fighting tirelessly until he died, a true death. Or run away. This time, no human transport team showed up, and the thought of escaping kept growing in my mind. He glanced back at his subordinates, wondering if there were any half-dragon spies among them, so he had to be careful. You guys keep watch again. I went back to the cave to rest, and found the human transport team calling me. Captain, we can rest here. A lizard warrior raised his head and said this. Guga's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he attacked the lizard warrior without any warning. In an instant, The sharp claws pierced through the lizard warrior's chest, and a beating heart appeared in Guga's hand, scaring the other 7 lizard warriors so much that they retreated and took fighting stances. Chapter 139 Lizardmen Internal Conflict. Meeting with Claire again. This is what happens when you rebel against your superiors. Guga put the bloody heart into his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and said coldly, "Captain, you're not going to run away, are you?" A lizard warrior standing behind Guga's left suddenly spoke. "Do you want to die too?" Guga turned his head and stared at the lizard warrior, sticking out his blood-red tongue and warning with an expressionless face. The lizard warrior knew he had no way out, so he said directly, "Master Guga, if you run away, we will die." The other 6 lizard warriors reacted and surrounded their former superior. "If I run away, and you run away too, who will know?" Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Guga became alert and gave advice to the lizard warriors around him. The other lizard warriors looked at each other, as if what he said made sense. If the adults ran, they would run too. No one could catch them. "Everyone," the messenger said, "keep an eye on Guga. It will be a great achievement." Seeing that the situation around him was not good, the traitorous lizard warrior spoke loudly, trying to arouse the greed of several other colleagues. "This traitor has only been here for a short time. He might buy you all out in the blink of an eye, and even do a great deed. He might even become the original body of the Dark War Beast." Guga's murderous intent grew stronger, and he used words to distract the other lizard warriors. "Master Guga is right. This newcomer has only been here for a week, and we have been working with you for 2 or 3 months. There is no need to say who is right and who is wrong." A lizard warrior suddenly spoke up. Seeing that the situation was not good, the lizard warrior stepped back a few steps, took out the black potion that the half-dragon warrior had given him before leaving, and poured it into his mouth. Gagana, who is always well prepared, will give him a chance. The moment he drinks the potion, he will suddenly thrust forward, smash his chest, and tear his body apart in a fit of rage. The 6 lizard warriors around him did not make any unnecessary moves. On the one hand, it was because Guga was very powerful, and on the other hand, it was because this traitor was immoral. "Brothers, let's disband." After achieving his goal, Guga left the place with a few trusted lizard warriors who were not very powerful and headed towards the cave. The other 6 lizard warriors looked at each other and each dispersed with their trusted subordinates. In just a short moment, the huge monster army instantly turned into a pile of loose sand. After a few days, Waylon arrived at the 6th Legion headquarters. I don't know if it was because the 6th Legion was moving, but there were few monster attacks along the way and it was basically smooth sailing. After entering the 6th Legion's base, Waylon gave the ice blue potion to his cousin and 2 uncles, and also gave them a bottle of glowing wine. It was already dark when we came out of Edgar's place. "Waylon, you are here." A familiar voice reached his ears, and Waylon turned his head to see that it was the nobleman Claire whom he had met in early February. "Claire, long time no see." Claire walked over, hugged Waylon naturally, and invited him with a smile. "Do you have time to go to my tent for a drink?" "With great pleasure," Waylon replied with a smile. After more than 10 minutes, Waylon arrived at the place where Claire was resting. He looked at the flag hanging next to it with a surprised expression. "Those were assigned to me by my father. They were mainly to protect my safety. They are not my people. Don't be so shocked. It seems that it is just as I thought. Your father is indeed the commander of the corps, His Excellency Bulborn Sylves." Waylon looked around and estimated that the guard team had only 200 people, but all of them were bronze professionals. "Ha ha ha, you're not bad either. Your father is actually Lord Angus, the famous Earl of Eagle. If Lord Mad Monkey hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have been able to find any information about you," Claire said with a smile, holding Waylon's shoulder. "So, what are you doing here?" "Supervisor of the 6th Legion, a position assigned to me by my father," Krell said nonchalantly, without hiding anything. "It's a good position. It will make a great addition to your resume. Your father is paving the way for you." Entering the tent, Claire invited Waylon to sit down, ordered the servants to bring some wine and food, and sat on the cushion without any image. "But I don't really want to do this. This position is too tedious." "Why?" Waylon asked as he took in his surroundings. "I patrol the camp every day, verify the number of noble troops, check the amount of supplies, participate in Legion-level meetings, conduct preliminary checks on reported merits, and supervise everything myself. It's indeed troublesome, but with this resume and your royal status, you will be able to do better in the future." "That's true." Finally, Claire sat up and whispered to Waylon, "I'm going to tell you something. Don't tell anyone else." Waylon looked at Krell and listened attentively. "I heard that the kingdom is planning to assign the 7th batch of exchange students from the Ash Magic Kingdom to the Danny Corps, the East Corps, the Lunsa Corps, and the Sirop Corps. Why, as exchange students, shouldn't they stay in the capital to study? Claire looked around, leaned over to Waylin's ear, and explained quietly. Really? Waylin looked at Claire in shock. My father told me this, so don't tell anyone else. Claire enjoyed Waylin's shocked expression, put his middle finger to his lips, and whispered. But it's good. A fight in the north will also be beneficial to the future war between the kingdom and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. By the way, these exchange students are sent to the front lines to learn war experience. Don't they have to pay tuition? Waylin asked curiously. Claire smiled mysteriously and answered, Of course you won't pay the tuition. Sell us 12 floating battleships at 30 below the market price, and deliver them in 5 years. Waylin suddenly realized what was happening, staring at Claire and saying, Your father paved the way for you, couldn't it be? Waylin, you are really smart. Congratulations. When you get to the capital, you must let a country bumpkin like me see it. Claire jokingly said, Okay, come to the capital and I'll be your tour guide. Afterwards, drinks and food were brought in, and Waylin and Claire ate and chatted. Through Krell's sharing, Waylin learned about the real scene of the war on the front line of the Sirop Corps. Likewise, Waylin shared some funny stories that healed Krell's weary soul. It was not until the second half of the night that Waylin returned to the camp with Kyle's support. He slept very comfortably, and it was not until the next afternoon that Waylin woke up slowly and rubbed his temples. Claire's wine is very strong. You should drink less next time. As night fell, Kyle entered the tent and reported to Waylin. My lord, Lord Orcott has brought a strange nobleman to see you. Please let them in. Waylin replied. Chapter 140 Unexpected Order, Angus's Action. Inside the tent, Waylin looked at the unfamiliar nobleman beside Olcott and smiled kindly. Velen, let me introduce you. This is Viscount Algernon Barrett, my longtime friend. Olcott introduced him to Velen enthusiastically. Uncle Algernon, nice to meet you. It's our first time. Waylin put his left hand on his right chest, bent forward slightly, and said to the strange Viscount, He is indeed a handsome man, young and promising. Algernon also placed his left hand on his chest, bent his body slightly, and saluted Waylin. Uncle Algernon, please sit down. The three of them sat on the cushions one by one. Kyle brought the tea and placed it on the small round table in the middle before leaving the tent. After more than 10 minutes of communication, Waylin figured out the purpose of his cousin bringing his friend here. Algernon accidentally witnessed the effect of the ice blue potion, so he asked Olcott to introduce him to the hope of purchasing a batch of the potion. According to the letter Baird had written to him before, the second batch of ice blue potion has begun large-scale production. In addition to the 6,000 bottles paid to the Nankel Chamber of Commerce, 2,000 bottles have been reserved for inventory. There are currently more than 3,000 bottles available. The rest are still waiting for the second batch of ice bluegrass to mature in the second half of the year. Production is underway, and an estimated production volume of 10,000 bottles is expected. Uncle Algernon, I sell the ice blue potion at 12 gold coins per bottle. However, since you are my cousin's friend, I can give you a discount price of 10 gold coins per bottle. The maximum quantity I can give you is 1,000 bottles. After all, the production is limited. Waylin said to Algernon with a smile. Velen, I appreciate your generosity. Then Algernon took out a document and pushed it in front of Waylin. This is a leisure estate located within my territory. I am now giving it to you. Thank you again for your generosity. Waylin politely declined. Uncle Algernon, that's not necessary. It's not like you didn't pay. Seeing this, Olcott said, Waylin, just take it. I've been coveting that leisure estate for a long time, but he refused to give it to me. Since my cousin likes it so much, I have to accept it. When Algernon saw Varen accept the leisure estate, his expression relaxed. Wellen, you are welcome to visit my territory in the future. Algernon invited warmly. Waylin Shongan responded, Of course. I really want to see the scenery of the leisure estate that my cousin wants. Please tell me when you come, and I will entertain you with all my enthusiasm. Afterwards, Varen signed an order with Algernon for 1,000 bottles of ice blue potion. After Olcott and Algernon left, Kyle entered the tent and packed up the tea set. With the opening of the market for the ice blue potion, I'm afraid that more and more nobles will come to buy it in the future. Waylin looked at the order worth 10,000 gold coins in his hand and felt that making money seemed to be getting easier and easier. Kyle, inform them that we'll leave the day after tomorrow. We should go back. Yes, my lord. Kyle left with the tea set. Waylin put away the order and lay down on the bed to continue sleeping. It was getting dark and he didn't want to practice, so he might as well go to sleep. Half a month later, in mid-May, Waylin returned to the camp to deliver the second transport mission. Calculating the time, There is still half a month left before the 3 mutant griffin eggs arrive, which should be around the time of the 3rd transportation mission. At this moment, the expedited letter has been delivered to Windsor Castle in the Eagle territory. In the study, Angus opened the letter written by Wayland to him, looked at the hidden marks on it, and read out a piece of garbled text through riddles. The gift of moonlight flowers, in a cave 1,000 kilometers from the border. The explosive information caused Angus to lose consciousness for a short time. With the previous experience of Wayland providing information and preventing a crisis from breaking out in Inching City, Angus believed 70 of the content of this letter, but this 70 was enough for him to take a risky action. Winster, the old butler who was waiting at the door of the study, pushed open the door and bowed respectfully to Angus, saying, "Master, prepare a griffin. I'm going to Shia province. Tell Alyssa that I might be gone for half a month." Yes. In the afternoon, Angus rode a griffin and spent 12 hours traveling from Windsor Castle to a manor outside the West River province. After disguising himself, he entered the provincial capital and entered the teleportation array as a member of his tribe, heading to his father-in-law's territory, the Duchy of Moravia. After Angus entered the city of Moravia, he directly activated a magic star in his hand. A moment later, a team of dragon knights descended from the sky, cleared out the people around, and took Angus directly to the Dalakiran Hills, 200 kilometers away from Moravia City. 10 years have passed since Angus last visited the Dalakiran Hills, and the place is still the same as he remembered. As the war fortress of the Duke of Moravia, it is the result of nearly 200 years of his hard work, a large floating city that has not yet been completed. In the airspace next to the Dalakiran Hills, there is a small floating city with a total area of about 400 acres. It is the temporary residence of the Duke of Moravia. This small floating city called Kara is mostly inhabited by students of the Duke of Moravia. Crossing the street, Angus entered a wizard tower more than 20 meters high in the center of the small floating city, which is also the core of the floating city. "Angus, why are you alone? Where is my daughter, little Alyssa?" The figure of the Duke of Moravia flashed dozens of meters away and appeared in front of Angus with a very dissatisfied tone. "Father-in-law, there is something important this time, so Alyssa didn't come. Tell me, what's the matter?" The Duke of Moravia waved his hand lightly, closed the space, and asked Angus. Upon seeing this, Angus told the Duke of Moravia in detail about the mutated moonflower. "You're telling the truth?" The Duke of Moravia asked Angus with shining eyes. "I'm 70% sure." Afterwards, the Duke of Moravia lifted the space blockade, casually opened a space channel, and pulled out a listless young man wearing a black wizard robe. "Teacher, what are you doing?" "I'm doing an experiment." Angus, upon seeing this, bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Clarence." "Angus, why are you here?" The black-robed young man, Claros, looked at Angus next to him and greeted him with a smile. "Master, I have a difficult task for you. Do you think you can?" "No, I still need to do experiments." Soul-level shadow mage Kreluncy refused without hesitation. Suddenly, the Duke of Moravia struck Clarence on the head with his staff. "Teacher, please stop knocking. I'll go. Isn't it okay if I go?" Discovering that the surrounding space was extremely solid and he could not enter the shadow world, Clarence quickly hugged the Duke of Moravia's thigh and pleaded actively. Chapter 141 Shadow Mage Claros. "You are indeed my good student. I have never forced you to do anything." "No, absolutely not." Clara was very moved when he said this, and the sincere expression on his face moved Angus. The Duke of Moravia then nodded at Clarence, transmitting to him the memory of his previous conversation with Angus. "Go quickly and come back soon." The Duke of Moravia mobilized the energy of the large elemental pool under the mage tower to form a long-distance space channel. He picked up his student's collar and threw him in skillfully. As Claros screamed, the Duke of Moravia closed the passage without mercy. "Father-in-law, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Angus suddenly had a bad feeling and prepared to run away. "Since you're here, why don't you keep an old man like me company?" The Duke of Moravia smiled kindly, but his tone was full of jealousy. "It's just that little Alyssa isn't here, so no one will disturb us." Angus couldn't help but take a few steps back, ready to run away at any moment. "Maybe next time. I'll bring Ilyssus to keep you company." "Hee hee, my grandson is here, of course I like it, but you can't run away this time." Suddenly, a space channel appeared under Angus' feet, and the whole figure disappeared in an instant. The Duke of Moravia closed the passage, tapped the ground with his staff, and the mage Tataring appeared before him. "Master, what do you want me to do for you?" Tower Spirit saluted. "Wait until Angus passes those levels, and take him to the Starscar pool. It's been over 20 years, and it's time to improve his strength. Also, send a letter to my little Alyssa. Her husband may be a few months late in returning. Yes, master. After Ta Ling finished speaking, the virtual figure slowly dissipated. After the shadow mage Kralins was thrown into the space channel, he shuttled forward while complaining about his teacher. But I don't have enough strength, otherwise I would definitely. Forget it. I'd better not dream about it. Over 300 years, his teacher had reached the middle level of legend, while he was still stuck at the high level of soul consciousness. In another 100 years, if he fails to be promoted to legend, he plans to go to the main continent and join the interstellar expedition fleet of the Anados Empire to fight in other worlds to see if he can cross this threshold by increasing the world's attention. 6 hours later, Clarence left the space channel and arrived at the western border. After identifying the direction, he dived directly into the shadow world. The other side of the world was gray and white. Claros disguised himself as a black and white crow and headed southwest. The shadow world is the other side of the main world, and everything in it is chaotic. If you are not a shadow creature or have not cultivated shadow-related powers, it is easy to lose yourself if you rashly enter the other side of the world. In addition, Clarence also used his unique soul skill, Invisible Shadow. As long as he did not take the initiative to react, no one would know that this black and white crow was a human in disguise. Even in front of a legendary strong man, the other party could not detect him. Over a distance of 1,000 kilometers, Clarence changed direction 7 times and successfully reached his destination, the shadow world. Through his eyes, Kralunsi looked at the countless monster clans on the other side, as well as many beings with auras similar to his, which made him more cautious. Changing direction slightly, Claros flew around, constantly exploring the situation outside. There were many black and white crows around, watching the strange movements of their kindred spirits around them, tilting their heads curiously, not knowing what they were thinking. Found it. A few days later, Clares discovered the hidden cavity 300 kilometers underground. After careful calculations and finding a suitable exit, Clares passed through the passage and came to this cave. The cave is dotted with starlight emitted by the mutated moonflower, like a dream. 87 blessed moonlight flowers. Kralunsi flapped his wings and flew around the cave, quickly figuring out the number. The Moonscar potion cost 300 high-level magic crystals per bottle, and these blessed moonlight flowers were almost worth his entire net worth. This is just a rough calculation. At a higher level, who would exchange such a treasure for a mere high-level magic crystal? Soon, Claros took out the special space equipment and started from 3 meters underground in the cave, uprooting everything and putting it all into the space. Looking at the brand new cave, Claros nodded with great satisfaction and then returned the same way. Come quietly and leave quietly. At this moment, in the monster clan base camp on the ground, a red-haired strong man stood up and walked out of the camp. The half-dragon guards around all knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Is it my illusion? Looking around and not finding anything, the red-haired strong man muttered to himself. Great Lord Amroth, do you have any questions? A low-level half-dragon mage with soul power came to the red-haired strong man, knelt on the ground devoutly, and asked respectfully. Nothing. Yes, Honorable Lord Amroth. The half-dragon wizard replied. In the Brazilian A camp, troops came down from the front line one after another and began to rest, which also meant that the first phase of the military operation was about to end. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 months, new troops will be added to the Sirop Corps, and some troops will also complete their service and return to their hometowns. During this period, commercial camps outside the Brazilian Serie A camp gradually prospered. Goods from the central provinces, specialties from the border provinces, and unknown items from the gray wasteland all appeared in the commercial camp. On June 1st, Wei Lin, dressed in simple clothes, took Kyle and several bronze knights to the commercial camp. On the one hand, it is to observe the operation of their own chamber of commerce, and on the other hand, it is also the main purpose of this trip, to pick up bargains. After investigation, Wayland discovered that the owner behind the 23rd stall was the Hawks family. It seems that I need to use some acting talent. Master, do you need to put on makeup? Kyle asked after hearing this. You can also put on makeup? Wayland looked at Kyle and asked curiously. Kyle replied, I studied with Eunice at the castle for a while. Okay, let me see how your learning progress is. Wayland looked at Kyle with amusement. Half an hour later, Wayland looked at himself in the mirror. Compared to before, he looked like 2 different people. Tell me the truth. What else can you do? Kyle asked Wayland as he stood up. Cooking, disguise, gardening, pet training, painting, architecture. I know a little of these. Kyle answered while thinking. Wayland suddenly felt like a failure, as he knew less than his personal attendant. Go and change your appearance, and then go out with me later. Wayland said a little discouraged. Yes. Chapter 142 Mutated Griffin Egg. After getting dressed up, the two of them wandered around the commercial camp. Compared to more than 4 months ago, this place has almost become a commercial town, with everything from food, drink, entertainment, and fun. Half an hour later, Waylon and Kyle arrived at the 23rd stall. It is called a stall, but in fact it is an open-air shop, crowded with people who come to pick up bargains. How do you buy this? Waylon came to a wooden counter and asked the clerk next to him. Sir, this is a blind box launched by my master. You only need 6 gold coins to choose one and take it home. The clerk saw Waylon's outfit and immediately introduced it enthusiastically. Oh, what treasures are inside? They are so expensive. Waylon asked curiously as he looked at the carefully packed wooden box. Seeing the other party's interest in buying, the clerk immediately advertised, Sir, you may not know that these boxes contain treasures from Grey Mang Restore, specialties from the central region, and magical materials from the eastern coastal areas. They are worth the money, and you will definitely not suffer any loss. Waylon glanced at Kyle calmly, and Kyle immediately understood and took out 30 gold coins and placed them on the counter. Sir, please tell me the number you want, and I will take it down for you. The clerk took the gold coin and said respectfully, the 3rd, 7th, 11th, 15th, and 23rd boxes. After hearing this, the clerk took out the corresponding boxes one by one and handed them to Kyle. Sir, do you need me to open it for you? When Waylon heard what the other party said, he immediately declined. No, I don't like others opening my things. Please forgive me, sir. I have offended you. Seeing the other party apologize, Waylon didn't say anything else. Since he had achieved his goal, why should he stay here? He wandered around for another 2 hours, then entered an inn, took off his disguise, handed the 5 boxes to his subordinates waiting in the next room, and carried them back to his store pretending to be food. You don't know if the other party will follow you, so it's best to be cautious. However, it was obvious that Waylon was overthinking it. After shop number 23 reported the business records, the noble son of Harks who was in charge of this place just smiled contemptuously. Those bad guys were bought by one man. Thomas Hawks asked the store manager while hugging a half-elf. Yes, sir. That noble picked out 5 new blind boxes at once, 3 of which were the villains you brought back. Ha ha ha, what a sucker. I really want to see him get so angry and frustrated. Okay, go down. I have to do some serious work. Yes, sir. The store manager had the good sense to leave the backyard and ordered his men to guard the gate so that Thomas Hawks would not be disturbed. On the other hand, Waylon bought some interesting things around and put them back in his shop. The surging customers almost filled the front yard, and a large number of noble children waved gold notes in the hope of buying ice blue potions. Through publicity and personal trials by many injured nobles, the valuable value of this new potion has been confirmed. Grown-ups. Duke, the local business manager, stopped recording when he saw Waylon coming in and saluted with his left hand on his right chest. How is it going? Many nobles are buying. Even if I increase the price to 20 gold coins per bottle, it still can't stop their enthusiasm. After hearing this, Waylon was a little surprised. So crazy. Sir, there are potions that can both relieve pain and heal wounds. Since these petty nobles have no way to purchase them, they're basically taking this opportunity to stock up. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Duke did a good job, so there was no need for him to intervene. He could just let the other party handle it with confidence. Back in the backyard, Waylon couldn't wait to take out 5 beautifully packaged boxes. He placed the 3 boxes containing mutant griffin eggs separately on the table, pointed to the other 2 boxes, and said to Kyle, These 2 are for you. What you get depends on your luck. Really, my lord? Kyle asked uncertainly. Is that still true? Waylon, who knew the rules well, nodded nonchalantly. Then, Kyle couldn't wait to open the box on the spot. The first wooden box was opened, and an ordinary pearl appeared in front of the 2. Kyle picked it up and looked at it carefully, and found that the pearl was just an ordinary coastal product, and there was nothing else. Then, not giving up, he opened the second wooden box, which contained a book. When I opened it, I found that it was not the extraordinary knowledge I had imagined, but just an ordinary book of poetry, completely worthless. Are you disappointed? Hearing his master's words, Kyle said angrily, These bastards, 6 gold coins for a box, and all they have is this stuff. It's amazing how these people could come up with this. You know what? The people of the Hawks family are so short-sighted. No other family would do such a thing. It's not surprising that they did it. Waylon belittled him without any hesitation. Then, my lord, you still want to buy it. Kyle was confused after hearing this. Waylon smiled mysteriously, pointing to the 3 wooden boxes on the table and said, Of course there are treasures inside. Otherwise, do you think I would buy such things? I'm not stupid. Later, have someone take out the contents and keep them safe. We'll talk about it after we return to the territory. Yes. That afternoon, Waylon returned to the Brazilian A camp with 3 mutant griffin eggs. 2 days later, the 3rd transport mission arrived as scheduled. The 13th Transport Battalion once again set out to deliver supplies to the 6th Legion. Half a month later, Waylon arrived at the 6th Legion's headquarters again. Compared with the serious atmosphere before, Waylon clearly felt that the 6th Legion was a little relaxed. Waylon had just come out of the 6th Legion's logistics director's office when he ran into Krell. "Waylon, I'm here." Claire raised the wine and packed food in his hand and smiled at Waylon. "Kyle, I'll leave these to you first." Waylon handed the documents in his hand to Kyle, and then led Claire to his resting tent. As soon as they sat down, Claire unpacked and placed the marinated beef on a plate, while Waylon opened the bottle and began to pour wine. Is the first phase of the war coming to an end? Almost. In early July, the frontline troops will begin to withdraw, and in mid-July, the second-line troops will begin to withdraw. Claire picked up a piece of beef with his hand and put it into his mouth to chew. "What are your plans next?" Waylon took a sip of wine and asked. "According to my father's arrangements, I will most likely continue to stay on and be in charge of the affairs of the exchange students from the Ash Magic Kingdom." "What a job." "That's good, but there won't be any leisure time in the next 3 years," Claire said with a wry smile. "By the way, what about you? What are your plans?" Chapter 143, The Cousin with Engagement. "Manage my territory, strive to gain military merit, and upgrade the rank of my title." Waylon smiled at Claire while holding the bowl. Claire drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp and said with a hint of drunkenness, "You have a clear goal." "Of course. Since I've chosen this path, I must continue on. Even if not for myself, then for those who follow me." Waylon shrugged and replied to Claire. "Responsible." Claire praised generously. "When we return to the Brazilian Serie A camp, I'll introduce you to a friend of mine, my lifelong friend." "I'm looking forward to it." The 2 men raised their bowls and clinked glasses, then drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. Gradually, the sky darkened, and 2 of Krell's followers helped him return to his camp. With Kyle's support, Waylon lay on the bed and fell asleep. Looking at the mess in the tent, Kyle took a deep breath, cleaned up carefully, then extinguished the oil lamp and left the tent. At noon the next day, Waylon stood up, holding his head, and said to himself, "Next time, I must not drink so much with Claire." "My lord, a messenger from Lord Orcott has arrived." Kyle lifted the curtain and reported to Waylon. "Let him in." Waylon sat up from the bed, pushed the hair that was blocking his eyes back, revealing his handsome face. "Lord Waylon, my master invites you to his tent tonight for a private banquet." The messenger entered the tent, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "I understand. Tell my cousin that I will be there." Waylon looked at the messenger and said to him, "Yes, I'll take my leave." The messenger stood up and walked out of the tent with his head lowered. He stood on the bed and began to daydream, then rubbed his face and started to wash. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Waylon, wearing a black suit, took Kyle to his cousin's camp. At this moment, an open-air venue has been set up in the middle of the camp. Many nobles have arrived and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Waylon soon found his cousin Brian among the crowd, talking with a young noble. "Cousin." Brian turned around and saw Waylon, then introduced him enthusiastically. "Cassius, this is my cousin Waylon." "Hello, Waylon, my full name is Cassius Lowick. I often hear Brian talk about you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Cassius." Waylon placed his left hand on his chest, leaned forward slightly, and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Cassius." "All right, Cassius, Varen, you've met each other now. Let's go sit over there and chat." Brian put his left and right hands on the 2 men's shoulders and walked towards the round table next to them. After some conversation, Waylon gradually understood some basic information about Cassius. But no one expected that he, as the eldest son of Viscount Monkas Lowick, commander of the 6th Legion, would be directly involved in this dangerous war. "Waylon, I'm going to get married after this war is over," Brian said with some melancholy. "That's good. Cousin, why are you so depressed?" Waylon looked at Brian's face, pushed his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Bullshit. My mother must be fed up with me living a carefree life, so she specifically found a woman stronger than me for marriage. I only recently received the news. 3 months ago, my mother had the entire family send out the marriage certificate." Cassius consoled him. "Relax, Brian. As the 3rd daughter of Count Melito, she must be quite capable. I don't think I'll ever have this opportunity. Cousin, this matter cannot be changed. Just accept it." Waylon could only express sympathy for his cousin's experience. Kalita Akers, Brian's mother, is his father's cousin, and her origin is his grandfather's biological sister. As a small branch of the main line, This branch is basically controlled by his great-aunt Maple Acres. Maple Axe's husband is named Doken, an adventurer of commoner origin. He is a comrade in life whom she met during her adventuring career. Later, under Maple's persuasion, her husband chose to marry into the Axe family. Later, the couple gave birth to 1 son and 4 daughters. The eldest son joined the kingdom's military, the eldest daughter and the second daughter married out, and the other 2 daughters inherited their mother's glorious tradition and chose their own other half from their adventurous career. Kalita Acres is their youngest daughter, and her husband is also an adventurer of common origin named Ryans, who married into the Acres family. After getting married, they had 2 daughters and a son. As their eldest son and the youngest grandson of great-aunt Maple, Brian was loved by their small family. However, excessive pampering comes at a price. She was arranged to marry before she even turned 30. But I haven't even met Count Melito's 3 daughters, yet I made an agreement with him to marry me in 2 years. Cousin, relax. Aunt Maple and Aunt Kalita are personally checking on you. They will definitely not harm you. They might even help you take your career to the next level. Alas, Waylon, you are still free and easy. Brian looked at Waylon with a resentful look on his face, which made him laugh out loud. I have my eldest brother to support me, and my father as a lesson, so it's naturally easy. Okay, Brian, take it easy. There are many benefits to getting married. Cassius comforted his friend again. Gentlemen, please be quiet. Now, please welcome the respected Legion Commander, Viscount Monkus, to speak. The nobles around politely stopped talking, turned their gazes towards the center of the venue, and cast respectful glances at a serious middle-aged gentleman to express their respect and cultivation. Waylon and the other 2 also stood up from their stools, ready to listen to Viscount Monkus's speech. Good evening, gentlemen. I am honored to be the first guest to speak at this private banquet hosted by Sir Alcott tonight. If a Viscount were speaking at a banquet hosted by an ordinary baron, there would be no need for such formalities. But for a baron with a powerful background who was about to be promoted to Viscount, this was perfectly normal. After 6 months of arduous struggle, we are finally about to achieve a staged victory. If nothing unexpected happens, 3 Viscounts will be born in our Cartero province, strengthening our province's overall strength and increasing our voice in the noble council. 10 minutes later, Viscount Monkus finished his speech and the banquet officially began. As for why his cousin Alcott did not speak, it was probably because he wanted to keep this important moment at the banquet for his promotion to the knighthood. Chapter 144 Others Narration. The day after the banquet, Waylon led the 13th Transport Battalion back to the Brazilian A camp. As the last transport mission, after Waylon returned the command documents to Flora, he asked Greg and Imogene to suspend the training of the troops. Half a month after returning to the Brazilian A camp, troops gradually withdrew from the front line. Gradually, the desolate camp became lively again, prompting the commercial camp 50 kilometers away to become more prosperous, accompanied by an increase in the sales of half-elf slaves. In addition, the old and conservative officer of the 14th Transport Battalion even sent someone to invite him. However, Waylon politely declined. He didn't know the other person's character, and it would be inappropriate to contact him rashly. In the following half-month, the other party still did not give up and made frequent demands, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. A mask concealing cursed power appears in the Brazilian A camp, and the contaminated human nobles are plotting to overthrow the Magic Legion. Waylon, who had just been lying on the bed to rest, suddenly sat up with an unpredictable expression on his face. His subconscious told him that he had to escape from here. Then, Waylon shook his head and sobered himself up. No, we have to think of a way. After careful consideration, Waylon decided to go find his third uncle. But a problem lies before him. If his third uncle doubts the source of the information, how should he explain it? Wait a minute, let's think of a solution in the next few days. If there is really no other solution, then consider this option. Waylon tossed and turned until late at night before he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Kyle entered the tent and woke up Waylon. My lord, Lord Krell invites you to his tent before noon today. I see. Waylon sat up from the bed, rubbed his swollen head, and recalled the countless plans he had thought of last night. It seemed that only telling himself his uncle would have the lowest risk. Near noon, Waylon arrived at the tent where Krell was resting. Seeing Waylon's expression, the other party asked worriedly, What's wrong? You don't look well. Nothing, just something confuses me. Waylon sat cross-legged on the right side of the low round table, supporting his chin with his right hand, and responded to Claire. Okay. Seeing that Waylon was unwilling to speak, Claire did not force him. Then, a thin priest entered the tent, took off his priest's hat, revealing a delicate face. Alva, This is Varen, the interesting person I told you about before, who is now almost my friend. Then, Claire introduced the young pastor. Waylon, this is my good friend Alva, a disciple of Bishop Camille. We grew up together. Nice to meet you, Pastor Alva. Waylon spoke first. Me too. This is our first meeting, and I can feel the worry in your heart. My friend, is there something on your mind? Alva said gently. Alva, there are some things. I don't know how to start, because I can't tell where they come from. Waylon looked at the priest of the goddess of life with some hesitation and said in a deep voice, I can feel the fear in your heart. If you don't mind, you can tell me. The goddess will bless you. Alva still maintained a warm smile and cast a magic spell to heal the soul. Waylon, as friends, Alva and I can share your worries. Although we've only known each other for less than half a year, I believe the person I've chosen must be the right one. After a moment of internal struggle, Waylon sighed and said to the two, Claire, Alva, if there are humans within the Brazilian Syria, a camp whose minds have been bewitched by the evil spirit, how can we identify them? The simplest method is to activate camp monitoring. This is the most commonly used method, but also the easiest to conceal. The second method is to have the priest perform a large-scale purification spell on the Brazilian A camp, which can reveal the power of the evil god. Waylon, why are you suddenly thinking about this question? Claire keenly sensed something was wrong and asked Waylon. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Today is the first time Alva and I are meeting, so let's not talk about other things. Afterwards, the three of them slowly started communicating. After lunch, Waylon left first. Claire turned to look at his friend and asked curiously, Alva, do you notice anything wrong? Alva turned to look at Claire and said, Velen's hypothesis reminds me of the Slan mystery incident 300 years ago. That evil god incident. How come you remember this? 600 years ago, the kingdom's 6th magic legion was transformed into corrupted black spirits overnight. The exact cause is unknown, and ultimately, the blame could only be placed on the evil god. So, there's a problem with the Brazilian Syria camp. Alva closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, There are always some people in this world who are favored by the gods. They behave differently from ordinary people. They can quickly rise from their humble beginnings and achieve unimaginable achievements. My teacher and I studied the secret history of ancient times. We compressed tens of thousands of years of history into a very short period of time. You will find that there are countless such people. Some shine as brightly as stars, then vanish from the world at the pinnacle of glory, departing for unknown lands. Some rise to prominence, only to quickly decline in an instant, with no known cause. Even worse, some, born into legendary races, are suddenly wiped out at the height of their power, leaving only traces to be found in hidden corners. So, Alva, you want to say that Waylon has a problem? Claire suddenly asked. Alva opened his eyes, shook his head, and said, No, he doesn't fit the criteria. I just used my special soul skill, the wonderful eyes, to observe him, and there was nothing unusual. Or maybe my cultivation is too low to detect his abnormality. Knowing Alva well, Claire asked curiously, So, what are you going to do next? Naturally, I'll ask my teacher to conduct a thorough investigation of the Brazilian Syria A camp, Alva said calmly. He can't bring it up because he can't give a specific reason, and no one would trust him. So it's perfect for me to do it. Swiftly and bravely, I'll eliminate the danger before it's too late. Well, future Bishop Alva, it's up to you. Claire shrugged and said to Alva. After returning to the tent, after repeated thinking, Waylon made up his mind and sent someone to invite his third uncle over. What followed was a long wait until dark. Waylon, what's the matter? It's so urgent. As soon as Bauman received the news, he rushed over without stopping. Waylon stood up and said straight to the point, Uncle San, please take seriously what I'm about to tell you. As for where it came from, I can't tell you. Looking at his nephew's serious expression, Bauman nodded seriously. It's like this, in the Brazilian Syria A camp. Suddenly, a divine light swept across, followed by a terrifying scream. What a good plan. At this moment, Bauman rushed out of the tent quickly, looked at the cursed spirit fleeing quickly in all directions, and attacked directly. The entire camp was blocked by divine magic, and hundreds of cursed spirits could not escape. They were quickly eliminated under the attacks of many powerful people. Chapter 145. The evil events subsided. A priest, dressed simply and holding a staff, descended from the sky. Everyone around him, from the regiment commander, Bulborn Silves, to the other nobles, bowed their heads in respect. Seeing this, a noble with a strange expression hurriedly ran back. Before he could run a few steps, Bauman took off his head, strode to the priest, and said respectfully, Bishop Camille. The priest nodded and lightly tapped the noble's head. The external disguise was broken, and a strange mask appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, across the Brazilian A camp, hundreds of noble sons had their heads exploded and died on the spot. At the edge of the area, Waylin witnessed this moment with his own eyes, touched his head, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. Not far away, one of the nobles whose head exploded was the commander of the 14th Transport Battalion, an old officer with rich war experience, who died inexplicably in front of him. Bishop Camille looked around and launched a divine spell that covered the entire Brazilian A camp. Except for some nobles with distorted faces and painful howls, he did not find any power of the evil god. Bulborn, the evil god's conspiracy has been broken. Now it's up to you. Bishop Camille, I understand. Bulborn bowed and saluted. A moment later, the guards directly under the command of the Serfs Corps took away all the nobles who had behaved strangely. Waylin looked at the depressed noble, shook his head, and said nothing, then returned to his tent. The divine detection launched by Bishop Camille just now determined the camp of the entire camp. As long as the camp leans towards the evil camp, there will basically be a stress reaction. Normally, there is nothing to worry about, and everyone is in harmony. But once the church finds out that your camp has shifted, you'll be on your own. Not long after returning to the tent, Bauman came to Waylin's residence again and asked the two female swordsmen wearing cat-face masks who followed him to stand guard outside and not allow anyone to approach. Third uncle. Waylin looked at Bauman's unprecedentedly serious face, without any panic in his heart, and spoke calmly. Bauman asked seriously, Waylin, did you know about this in advance? Yes. No explanations, no lies, Waylin said bluntly. The two just stared at each other without any communication. 10 minutes later, Bauman took the lead in breaking the strange atmosphere. I know what you are worried about. If something like this happens in the future, you can come to me directly. You have grown up and have thought a lot. But third uncle still has to say one thing. We are family, and I will not delve into anything you don't want to talk about. Uncle San, I understand. Waylin forced a smile to appear on his stiff face and said to Bauman. Bauman stepped forward, hugged Waylin, and comforted him softly. Afterwards, Bauman left the tent, and Waylin sat alone on the bed, constantly recalling the previous scene in his mind, and the long-lost fear surged in his heart. It was almost like that. If he had accepted the invitation of the commander of the 14th Transport Battalion, he might have become a shell of the evil god's power and been controlled by that strange mask. Danger is indeed everywhere. If it were just a little bit worse, I would have died without a burial place. Be careful, be cautious. In the future, you must be cautious when doing things, and be extremely wary of people who suddenly become hospitable. Over the next half-month, the situation gradually calmed down. As for the nobles who shifted their camp, some of them were seriously executed in public. The next level is to be stripped of their noble status and sent to the church's penance camp. For minor offenses, their personal property will be confiscated as military expenses, and they will be drafted into the military's menial service camp to serve for 10 years to atone for their sins. Some people gloated over the plight of these people, while others felt sympathy for them. As for Waylin, he certainly belonged to the former. The reason for this is that there are problems with 60 of the noble disciples of the Hax family in the Serfs Corps, and the entire family is about to be investigated by both the kingdom and the church. If 50 of the family members showed signs of faction shift, the Hax family would not only face the risk of having their titles demoted, but the entire family would also be taken to the royal capital and imprisoned for 200 years. At that time, it was unclear whether their family's territory still belonged to their family. That's great news. Kyle, please sit down and have a few drinks with me to celebrate. Waylin immediately took out a bottle of ordinary wine, asked someone to serve 2 side dishes, and started celebrating with Kyle. As Waylin's personal attendant, Kyle naturally learned from his master that the Hux family had once ambushed and killed Waylin, but failed. He was also very happy to see his master's enemy family suffer misfortune. I'm seeking revenge. From morning till night, I've been thinking about the misfortune of the Hux family. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. My lord, if the Hux family cleans up its own internal affairs first to reduce risks, will it be able to avoid the scrutiny of the kingdom and the church? Kyle asked doubtfully. Ha ha ha, do you think the kingdom and the church didn't anticipate this? Waylin couldn't help but laugh. He continued, the moment the review order was issued, it meant the Hux family had been controlled. All members were under house arrest. Even suicide was impossible. The sudden collapse of a 1,000-year-old Marquiate family will probably cause panic among other families. I just don't know how the kingdom will deal with it. Thinking of this, Waylin said with some melancholy. But seeing the Hux family suffer misfortune makes me happy. Seeing this, Kyle didn't ask any questions and concentrated on drinking with his master. At this moment, on the other side of the camp, the kingdom's 11th Magic Legion and the 17th Legion completely suppressed the 2nd Legion of the Serfs Corps led by a Hax of the Hax family, and conducted a more detailed investigation of the relevant personnel. Throughout the entire process, Earl Yammond of the Harks family did not resist. As a core member of the family, he knew very well what was going on within the Harks family. Late at night, a man in black robes entered the tent where Yammond was imprisoned. When he took off the mask and revealed his true face, it was Bolborn Silves, the commander of the Serfs Corps. Armand, if your branch doesn't pose any serious problems, I will try my best to find a way to make your direct line independent. Yammond looked at Bolborn and smiled bitterly. Brother Bolborn, it's very difficult. I know exactly what's going on within the family. I should have taken action 100 years ago, but unfortunately, I was soft-hearted. Besides, the Axe family will not miss this opportunity. They will definitely push the kingdom to impose heavier penalties on our family as a warning to others. After hearing what Yammond said, Bolborn fell silent for a rare moment. The Axe family has great power in the military and has close ties with the church. It also has deep ties with the Duke of Moravia. As long as they push from behind, basically all forces will give in. After all, no one wants to get involved in the mess of a marquisate that is about to go bankrupt. Chapter 146. Calculation of Military Merits and Recommendation of Talents. Brother Bolborn, I don't want our 150-year friendship to be tainted by this incident. Please leave and don't interfere anymore. Yammond, wearing the magic shackles, said to Bolborn affectionately. Looking at Yammond, Bolborn couldn't help but sigh. How come such an upright and kind person like you has such a family? Maybe this is my fate. Everything I have depends on the help of my family. Now that I have it, I have to take the corresponding responsibilities. I can't blame others. This is what we deserve. Yammond showed a relieved smile, as if he had let go. Our branch doesn't have much say within the royal family, but we can still ensure that your branch lives a normal life in the kingdom. Leave it to me from now on. I will use my power to try to find some conveniences for you and your direct descendants. Then, Bolborn left the tent without giving Yammond time to refute. Yammond looked at Bolborn's back with a complicated expression and sighed deeply. In the following days, Claire once again invited Waylon to a party. Through several exchanges, Waylon became familiar with Alva, the disciple of Bishop Camille. However, in front of this pastor, Waylon always felt like he was being seen through, and he didn't know if it was just an illusion. At the end of July, the military achievements were calculated. Waylon led the 13th Transport Battalion to complete 3 military food transportation missions. He was awarded 0.6 military merits for the first mission, 0.8 military merits for the second mission, and 0.6 military merits for the third mission. He was awarded 0.5 military merits for fulfilling his obligations and responding to the war, for a total of 2.5 military merits. Including the 2 military merits obtained before, Waylon has a total of 4.5 military merits, and still needs 25.5 military merits. All I can say is that large-scale wars are good, and having a good position is even better, as you can gain military merit at a lower cost. The armies that many nobles had spent more than 10 years to train were destroyed by more than half this time, and they only achieved 3 or 4 military merits. It will take more than 10 years of development before we are able to participate in a war of this scale again. On the morning of August 1st, Mad Monkey sent someone to invite him to attend a small meeting. Waylon immediately accepted the invitation and asked him to reply to Mad Monkey and promised to attend on time. What do you think is the main purpose of this small meeting? Waylon put the invitation on the round table and asked Kyle beside him. Lord Mad Monkey's knights are in the expansion phase and are currently short of men. During wars, there are always some lower-ranking nobles who have outstanding performances but no connections, so this small meeting is held for them. Kyle combined the previous information, thought carefully, and gave the answer. Clever. Through this method, the participants will become benefactors of the lower-ranking nobles, and Lord Mad Monkey's knights will also gain talents to cultivate. After all, no one will promote mediocre people. So, it's a win-win-win situation. Master, what do you need me to do? Kyle asked. Waylon smiled knowingly. You, Imogen, and Greg are the 3 most familiar with the outstanding children of the lower nobility within the 13th Transport Battalion, so I need you to select the best talents from among them and compile a list. I understand. I will give you a list in 3 days. Go ahead. After sending Kyle away, Waylon began to concentrate on his druid training. The next night, Waylon went to the 16th Silver Knights headquarters alone and handed the invitation letter to the knight at the door for inspection. Sir, please wear this mask. The knights exchanged invitations, then took down a half-face mask from the side, with the number 6 written in the upper center. Waylon took the mask, put it on his face naturally, and entered the small tent. At this moment, many invited people have entered the tent. No one talks to each other. They all sit quietly in the seats assigned to their numbers, waiting quietly. Looking around, there are 30 seats in the entire interior, representing the 30 people who were invited. Waylon found the seat numbered 6, sat at the low square table, and waited quietly. Not long after, Mad Monkey entered the tent and whispered something to Kadeki beside him. After a while, various foods were brought out and placed one by one on the low square table in front of everyone. 30 people stood up and saluted respectfully, saying, "Greetings, His Excellency Mad Monkey. Everyone, please take a seat." Mad Monkey sat in the main seat and spoke to the others. After everyone sat down, Mad Monkey began to explain the purpose of holding this private banquet. "I have invited you all here today not for official business, but for personal reasons. You are all generals. The first phase of the war is about to end, and the Knight Order I lead is in a phase of expansion and needs a large number of talented people. The Knights will evaluate the talents you recommend. Based on their contributions, they can be exchanged for corresponding breathing techniques and various special military supplies in our Knight's warehouse." When everyone heard this, they were very excited. Then, a book was distributed to everyone on the low square table. Waylon opened it and saw various supplies and corresponding introductions written on it. Looking back, Waylon was a little surprised to see that the third item on page 67 was actually the ice blue potion, but not shocked. The Knights might see the value of this potion more clearly than he did. Then the banquet began. Since everyone was wearing a mask and could not recognize each other's identities, they only communicated briefly with the people around them. About an hour later, the banquet ended and everyone left one after another. Waylon blended into the crowd and left the Knight's residence. 2 days later, Waylon received a list from Kyle, which listed 20 noble children who could be trained. "Prepare a banquet and invite these 20 people over so I can meet them." Waylon closed the list and instructed Kyle. Yes. That evening, 20 sons of lower-ranking nobles, dressed neatly, entered the tent one by one and sat cross-legged in front of a low wooden table in a reserved manner. Waylon looked up at the 20 people, each of whose faces was filled with anxiety and excitement. They didn't know why a big shot like Waylon would invite them to a banquet, but they definitely wouldn't do such a thing without a purpose. "You've been assigned to the 13th Transport Battalion for 6 months. Although I don't know you well, the fact that you were nominated by your captain shows that they value your future." The calm yet majestic voice made the 20 people sit up straight and gradually raise their heads. "The 16th Knights are short of available reserve junior officers. I will recommend you to them. This is an opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. Thank you for your gift, sir." 20 people knelt on the ground in great excitement and thanked Waylon. "Get up, today's banquet is prepared for you. Get to know each other well," Waylon said calmly. Chapter 147, Mutated Griffin Egg. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 20 noble sons left with great hope. Their departure was accompanied by a further rise in Waylon's reputation. It can be predicted that those who are ambitious but have no connections will try every means to join his army in the next war to gain a chance. It seems that he is just the benefactor of these 20 noble children, but the benefits he gets in the end are indeed huge. Everyone has his or her own circle. Even these lower-level nobles have their own circle of level and communication. On August 10th, as more and more noble troops arrived from other western provinces, the transport battalion where Waylon was located was officially disbanded. After bidding farewell to Flora and Layla, he set out on his journey home. There were 800 people when they came, but only more than 600 were left on the way back, but the combat effectiveness was indeed improved qualitatively. 8 months after leaving Qixing Lake, Waylon returned to his true home. Compared to the Qixing town before leaving, it would be more appropriate to call it Qixing City now. My lord, Qixing town is now divided into 3 urban areas: North City, East City, and West City. Baird stood beside Waylon and explained with some pride. Among them, the North City serves as the administrative center. It houses a city defense barracks, a garrison, a public security office, an underground prison, and over 20 other buildings. In addition, there's a small manor covering 30 acres, which serves as the Lord's place of rest and reception in the city. The total area covers 2,000 acres. Dongqing District is a residential area, covering a total area of 4,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, and is expected to accommodate 30,000 people. Currently, there are 12,000 people. Only those who meet the requirements can enter and live in the urban area. Xiqing District is a commercial area with a total area of 2,000 mu, of which 280 mu are already in use. After listening to Baird's report, Waylon nodded with satisfaction. As the governor of Qixing Town, everything will follow your plan. I hope that under your governance, Qixing Town will become a beautiful and distinctive city. Yes, my lord, Beard replied respectfully. The next day after returning to the castle, Waylin asked someone to bring 20 bottles of ice blue potion and pour them into the basin. Looking at the 3 mutant griffin eggs on the table, Waylin was looking forward to what these little guys would look like when they hatched. Compared to ordinary griffin eggs with agate-like patterns on their shells, mutant griffin eggs have snowflake-like patterns on their shells and are only 2/3 the size of ordinary griffin eggs. Then, Waylin carefully placed the 3 mutant griffin eggs one by one into the basin, filled with ice blue potion, and waited patiently. As time passed, the snowflake-like pattern on the shell of the mutant griffin egg continued to extend, and the rest of the lust-colored shell turned light blue. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 griffin eggs, which were still weak in life, began to shake. Just when Waylin thought the griffin was about to hatch, he saw the shell gradually become translucent, and the appearance of the creature inside could be clearly seen. It looks no different from an ordinary griffin cub at birth, with a bald, hairless body and a pair of enlarged fleshy wings on its back. Kyle, who was watching the scene, recalled the illustrations he had seen in the book. He could not connect the majestic aerial mount with this ugly creature. Master, has this mutation degenerated? Hearing Kyle's doubtful tone, Waylin felt a little unhappy, but he still kept his composure. After these mutant griffins hatched, he would feed them for a few days. If they really mutated in an ugly way, he would stew them directly in an iron pot to avoid the embarrassment of riding them out. After they hatch, keep them for a few days and see how they go. I see. Half an hour later, the mutant griffin egg hatched, and 3 hairless birds crawled out of the eggshell. They drank the remaining ice blue potion while eating the eggshell, starting their first meal in their lives. Looking at these 3 ugly creatures, Waylin felt very unhappy. Why was it not what he expected? Then he asked Kyle to take the basin and the birds out. Goddess, please don't let my expectations be dashed. Leaning back in his chair, Waylin couldn't help but pray to the goddess of life, asking for psychological comfort. In the following days, Waylin resumed his previous routine, practicing in the morning, handling official business in the afternoon, and using the immersive gaming helmet in the evening. It wasn't until a week later that Kyle brought 3 creatures to Waylin, which made him overjoyed. A creature with snow-white feathers on its body, blue feathers on its head and wings. Its appearance is fully grown, and its eye pupils are icy blue, making it more majestic than an ordinary griffin. I walked up and picked one up. It felt so cold that I couldn't help but bury my head in its feathers. My lord, thanks to the goddess' blessing, these 3 little ones have not grown up crooked. Touching the heads of the other 2 griffins, Kyle felt very happy. Okay. Waylin admitted that he was a one-sided person, but the thought of riding on such a griffin in the future instantly made him feel happy. Shaha. The griffin cub rolled its icy blue eyes and cried out. Master, the one in your hand must be hungry again. Seeing the puzzled expression on Waylin's face, Kyle took out the iron box he carried with him and took out a piece of dried meat strips made from black-skinned pig. Waylin took the pemmican and placed it near the griffin cub's mouth. Looking at the unfamiliar owner, the griffin cub tentatively snatched the dried meat strips from Waylin's hand. When he saw that the other party did not react, he ate it contentedly. Shah, I was prejudiced at first, but I didn't expect it to be so handsome after it opened its eyes. Waylin stroked the griffin cub's feathers and couldn't help but admire it. Master, what should we do with these 3 cubs next? Kyle asked Waylin. Give orders to build them a small house. Have someone be in charge of their meals from now on, and try to feed them food rich in magical energy. You must always keep an eye on their condition and be prepared for any emergencies. Yes. Kyle took on the task without any complaint. For him, feeding these 3 mutant griffin cubs every day is also a relaxing thing. Waylin lifted the cub in his hand, checked its gender, and then looked at it seriously and said, My aerial knights are relying on you. You must work hard for me. The griffin cub looked at the expression of the human in front of it, listened to the incomprehensible language coming out of his mouth, tilted its head curiously, and called Shishaha a few times. Regardless of whether the griffin cub in his hand can understand it or not, the mission of reproducing this new tribe falls on its head. After teasing the griffin cub for half an hour, Waylin began to deal with the official business at hand. After a year and a half of development, the area developed by Andrew became larger and larger than the combined area of Qixing Town and Orlando Town. But the infrastructure and industry were less than 1/3 of the former, which forced Waylin to redivide the administrative areas. Chapter 148, the 3rd town in Qixing Territory. As of August, The area opened up by Andrew had reached 2,500 square kilometers. A year ago, the newly developed area was only 400 square kilometers, but now it has expanded to this extent, which fully illustrates what land grabbing means. The newly developed area has a population of over 30,000 people, with villages of all sizes scattered all over the area. Some villages have only 3 to 5 households and a dozen people. These villages exist purely to declare sovereignty. Therefore, Wayland is now facing a serious problem, which is to replan the newly developed area and explore its value as much as possible. The impact of the famine sacrifice has passed, and the population growth rate of the territory will slow down, which will also lead to a slowdown in the expansion of the territory. After all, the larger the land area, the better. Only with a reasonable population structure, loyal governors, and a complete system of rules and regulations can the developed territory truly belong to you. On September 1st, Wayland took several nights to the newly developed area. Under Andrew's guidance, Wayland carefully inspected each area, just like when he first arrived at Qixing Lake, to gain a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the information about this area. My lord, the center of the newly developed area is a tributary of the Huangsha River. I named this tributary the Lansha River. Andrew pointed to a clear river at the foot of the mountain and explained to Wayland. Why is that? Looking down from the hill, the river appears to be no more than 30 meters wide at its widest point, flowing from southeast to northwest. Please follow me, my lord. Out of curiosity, Wayland followed Andrew down the river. After more than 20 kilometers, after crossing a hill, a natural lake appeared in front of everyone. Riding on a red phosphorus horse and looking into the lake, the entire lake looks like a blue scarf spread flat on the earth. I never thought there was such a beautiful place here. Wayland couldn't help but admire. Andrew pointed to the lake in the distance and explained, My lord, this lake is called Blue Veil Lake, so the river that flows into this lake is called Blue Veil River. This place was originally the starting point for a pioneer to establish his territory. 3 years ago, the gathering place he founded was destroyed in a monster attack, and he himself died in that disaster. As a result, this place became unowned land and was occupied by my subordinates 8 months ago. It seems that this person has a bad fate. He has luck, but no strength to protect a naturally formed place. Wayland shook his head and commented to Andrew. Andrew didn't respond and continued. My lord, this is an excellent place to build a city. I suggest using this as the center to establish an administrative district to manage the surrounding areas. Okay, I'll follow your suggestion. Wayland nodded and said, I'll move the Luanyo Camel Beast Ranch from Qixing Town here. You'll have to worry about the rest. I can't give you unlimited resources. I understand, my lord, Andrew replied. Now that the new administrative center has been decided, you can name this town. Wayland looked at Andrew and gave him the opportunity to choose the name of the new town. Andrew pondered for a moment, then finally gave up on the implication in Wayland's words and chose to follow his own heart and name the town. Let's call this town Lansha Town. When Kyle heard the name and saw his master nod, he recorded the name in a new area on the map, Lansha Town, the third town in Qixing territory after Qixing Town and Orlando Town. According to the latest administrative division, 850 square kilometers of the newly developed area will be allocated to Qixing Town, and the remaining 1,650 square kilometers of land will be divided into 2 parts. Part of it is the administrative area of Lansha Town, which covers an area of 1,100 square kilometers. Part of it is a buffer zone, which is under the management of Lansha Town and covers an area of 550 square kilometers. As the name suggests, this area is free to develop. At this stage, Wayland will not invest any resources in its development. How it develops depends entirely on one's own luck. By this calculation, the area of Orlando will become the smallest among the 3 towns, only 800 square kilometers. Within 2 years, we won't be able to expand further because we won't be able to consume enough food. However, this does not mean that we will stop exploring. So, I hope that Lansha Town can develop within the next 2 years. By then, it will at least serve as a hub connecting Qixing Town to the northern region. You may be able to do it. After hearing Wayland's words, Andrew fell silent. He then bowed and promised, Within 2 years, I will definitely develop Lansha Town. I believe in your ability and hope you can surprise me. After finishing the investigation, Wayland returned to his regular routine. Starting from September, Qixing Territory officially formed a structure of 3 towns and 2 districts, namely Qixing Town, Orlando Town, Lansha Town, Binghan District, and Buffer Development District. In mid-September, the 4 ivy trees produced the first batch of sap, which was personally escorted to the castle by Randolph and his men. Waylon came to the training ground, looked at the light green juice in the special iron bucket, and listened to Randolph's report. Master, this is the first time the green vine tree has produced fruit, a total of 16 kilograms. In addition, there are currently 9 ivy trees on Qingting Mountain, including 4 mature trees and 5 seedlings. How long does it take for a green ivy tree seedling to grow to maturity? Is there any calculation? Waylon asked Randolph. Randolph heard this and replied, 25 to 30 years, probably around this range. Growth time is a problem, but it can't be solved at this stage. Waylon recalled the growth acceleration magic recorded in the Druid book. It can be learned by Druids who have reached the silver level, but it is only effective for ordinary crops. For a special plant like the green vine tree, one must at least be a gold-level Druid. Suddenly, Waylon thought of a solution. There was a ready-made Druid in the Adventurer's Tavern, but he didn't know if the other party could do it. Get ready, pack up the green ivy tree sap, and come with me to visit someone this afternoon. Yes, my lord, Randolph replied respectfully. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Waylon took a few people to the Adventurer's Tavern to visit Algida. On the second floor of the Adventurer's Tavern, Waylon and Algida sat down face to face. Kyle and Randolph stood behind Waylon, and the others were waiting on the first floor of the tavern. My friend, it's been a while since we last met, Algida asked doubtfully as she poured a glass of wine for Waylon. Waylon picked up the wine glass, put it to his lips, and took a sip. Algida, your winemaking skills are getting better and better. Thank you for the compliment. Algida was very pleased with Waylon's praise. Chapter 149 Banquet Invitation. I came here today because I have encountered a problem and hope to get your help, Waylon said sincerely. Algida looked at Waylon, her expression unchanged. What's the problem? I have several precious tree seedlings. I hope to use growth acceleration magic to shorten their growth time. Waylon replied to Algida. Waylon, I'm sorry, I don't know how to use growth acceleration magic. After hearing this, Algida shook her head and said regretfully, all right. Algida heard the disappointment in her friend's tone and asked curiously, excuse me, what kind of crop is it? Looking at the silver dragon in front of him who loved brewing wine, Waylon asked Randolph to put the metal barrel on the table and open the lid. Algida smelled the fragrance of the sap of the green ivy tree, leaned over, and observed it carefully. Waylon, could you please give me some of these things so I can use them as ingredients for brewing wine? I can't wait to experiment. These are the materials I use to weave defensive armor. Before Waylon could finish, Algida said with a bit of disappointment, okay, my friend. Algida, I can give you some, but what? Please tell me. As long as you don't want my gold coins, you can put forward other conditions. Algida asked hopefully. Meeting the other person's scorching gaze, Waylon felt a little uncomfortable. Do you have a way to process these juices into silk threads while retaining their properties? That's a difficult question, but I can try. Algida thought carefully and answered. Then I'll leave it to you. No problem, leave it to me. Algida patted his chest and promised. Seeing the other party's eager expression, Waylon submitted his resignation and did not stay any longer. After coming out of the Adventurer's Tavern, after a matter was resolved, my mood instantly improved a lot. Baird, why are you here? Looking at Baird who was waiting beside the tavern, Waylon asked doubtfully. My lord, these are invitations from Lords Alcott and Edgar, inviting you to attend a dinner in Butte County on November 1st. Baird handed the 2 invitations to Waylon. Waylon took the 2 invitations, opened them, and as expected, they were for a dinner to celebrate the promotion of his 2 cousins. After this year, the family will have 2 more viscounts, which means that the family's strength will increase a bit. However, what surprised him was that his 2 cousins actually chose to hold the celebration together to celebrate this important moment. At the end of the invitation letter, he was specifically asked to bring along a few capable subordinates. Waylon knew this very well. Generally, formal dinners have a section of spectacular duels, which are mainly used to show the fighting power of each lord's subordinates, publicize their own strength to other lords, and also provide a stage for those knights to compete for honor. Who do you think is more suitable to go? Waylon handed the invitation letter to Baird, wanting to hear his opinion. Baird read the content himself, thought for a moment, and then replied, My lord, I think Orlando, Hebrew, and Kyle can participate. What's the reason? Waylon asked curiously. First, the 3 of them are young enough. Secondly, the 3 of them are at the top of the territory in terms of strength, and are more than capable of dealing with the extraordinary people under the command of other lords. Third, show your love for talent, lord, and attract more people who have nowhere to climb to the star-praying lake. You, Andrew, Randolph, and the other 12, do you want to participate? Waylon looked at Baird and asked seriously. Baird was suddenly stunned by the question, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. I'll leave everything to the Lord to decide. After an unknown amount of time, Baird, with thousands of words in his mind, finally said this. Waylon looked at his chief steward and said in a deep voice, "The unspoken rule for spectator duels is that no more than 3 people from each family can participate. I will give 1 spot to the 2 brothers from Orlando. I will leave the remaining 2 spots to the 12 of you to decide. Give me your answer in 3 days." Yes. Afterwards, Waylon took Kyle away from Chishing Town, while Randolph and several of his subordinates stayed behind. "Captain," Randolph looked at Baird and said calmly, "Randolph, inform Andrew and the others that we will have a meeting tomorrow night." "I see." On the way back to the castle, Waylon looked at Kyle, who had a calm expression, and asked, "What do you think of my decision?" "I believe that my lord has your considerations. As your personal attendant, your thoughts are my will." Waylon couldn't see any expression on Kyle's face, but he could feel the changes in his heart. "Baird and the other 12 have been with me since the beginning of my expansion. I must consider their interests. As for Orlando and Hebrew, they were my first 2 guardian knights. They are people I trust and will be my future external representatives. I need to create a good platform for them. Kyle, if you stay with me, you will definitely lose a lot of opportunities. If you regret it, I can give you a chance to choose again." As soon as Waylon finished speaking, Kyle replied without hesitation, "Since I have chosen to stay by your side, I will not change my choice. I will uphold the meaning of protection and always stand by your side, unless one day I fall. Let's go home." Waylon looked at Kyle and said simply. In Orlando town, after finishing a day of training, Orlando received a message sent by Baird. After a brief thought, he saw his own brother entering the yard in a very ungraceful manner. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Hebrew met Orlando's gaze and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Hebrew, big brother, here is a good thing that is perfect for you." "Well, big brother, I suddenly remembered that there are some things I need to take care of with the knights, so I'll leave first." Hebrew felt something was wrong. He faced Orlando with a smile and moved towards the gate of the yard. When his elder brother was not paying attention, he ran away. Orlando held the book in his left hand and clenched his right hand in the direction of Hebrew. The fiery red fighting spirit formed a giant hand and directly grabbed Hebrew back. The Hebrew who was thrown to the ground pretended to cover his butt and acted pitiful. "Brother, when did you learn to control the outer demon group?" "Recent." Orlando looked at Hebrew and sternly reprimanded him. "I told you to study hard every day. The core of the tactics contains a complete inheritance of knowledge, but you don't know how to cherish it." "I understand, brother." Chapter 150 Soul Skills. "Well, this time the master needs someone to accompany him to the banquet. I thought about it carefully and decided that it would be you. Leave it to me, brother." Hebrew thought it was some other troublesome matter, but it turned out to be such a good job, so he agreed without thinking. "Don't go to the Knights' headquarters for the next few days. I'm going to give you some special training." "Brother, you can't do this, The giant fiery red hand instantly pressed Hebrew to the ground and stretched out tiny tentacles to block his mouth. Looking at his brother's expression, Orlando smiled with satisfaction. "We'll talk about it when you can beat me, your big brother. Now listen to me." Woo woo woo. Looking at his elder brother's inexplicable smile, Hebrew felt that there would be no carefree days in the future. On the other side, after discussion, the 12 Bairds finally nominated 2 silver knights, Dosius and Cassius, who were mid-level silver and the 2 best fighters among the 12. In the days to come, the 2 will put aside their current affairs and devote themselves to training to hone their skills. At the same time, Baird and others will also take time to compete with the 2. In order to increase the difficulty, they adopted a multi-on-one approach. After all, one-on-one was no match for these 2. Time passed quickly, and October 1st came in the blink of an eye. Waylon rubbed his hands, hoping that fate would not bring him news of a disastrous nature. Otherwise, he would have to worry again, thinking about how to solve the problem. They, ancient and timeless, came quietly and will leave quietly. No living being can discover them. Give them gifts, and they will give gifts in return. I seem to have seen this story somewhere before. Waylon looked at his head and said to himself. Time passed slowly, and as Waylon continued to think, he glimpsed the illusion from the ancient era from his memory. According to legend, 40,000 years ago, a legendary warrior named Keglak, when he was a child, gave his most precious wooden sword as a gift and received the gift of a mysterious creature. No one knows their identities, where they come from, and where they are going. When Waylon saw these words at the age of 7, he thought that they were just embellishments of Keglak's childhood by later generations, explaining how an ordinary serf's son could become a legendary warrior in just 200 years. If it's true, but there's no detailed explanation, Or maybe it's just the other party's imagination, and it just happened to match this information. As Waylon thought more and more deeply, he began to feel sleepy unconsciously. Without anyone noticing, he lay down on the bed holding the virtual game helmet and began to sleep. Open your eyes, or even without eyes, but be able to perceive the surrounding scene. Waylon reached out to touch the helmet floating in front of him, but it was like a phantom, perceptible but untouchable. Hello? The ethereal voice sounded in his heart, allowing him to naturally understand the meaning of this language. Unknown traveler, welcome to the deep fantasy world. Excuse me, who are you? Information is not conveyed through external organs. Whatever is in your mind will be known to the other party. Dream spirit. Mengling, why am I here? There is no reason. You are here, just because you are here. So can I still go back? Of course. This should be the ancient place where they lived, the deep fantasy world. I just don't know if the other person's name is Mengling or the race name is Mengling. Suddenly, the other party's voice sounded again. Excuse me, can you give the thing in your hand to Mengling? Of course. Waylon answered without hesitation. Suddenly, within the range of perception, the virtual helmet disappeared, replaced by 3 light balls, the colors from left to right being red, yellow, and blue. Thank you for your gift. You can choose one of these 3 light balls as a return gift from Mengling. Excuse me, what are these balls of light? Mengling cannot tell you. This is the rule of deep illusion. Mengling cannot reveal information to you. So, is your individual name Dream Spirit, or is the name of the tribe Dream Spirit? Traveler, dream spirits are both a group and individuals. Is that so? Traveler, Mengling needs to remind you that time is running out. After hearing this, Waylon stopped communicating with Mengling and began to analyze the 3 light balls in front of him based on his own subjective analysis. In the end, Waylon chose blue. The next moment, a ball of blue light flew towards Waylon and eventually merged with him. Traveler, the time has come. I hope to meet you next time in Mengling. Suddenly, Waylon felt that everything around him was dark, and he slowly lost consciousness. The next morning, Waylon got up from the bed in a daze, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Suddenly, Waylon stroked the potted plant on the windowsill and inexplicably cast a druid spell. The plants in the pots grew rapidly and then withered quickly in a very short period of time. Waylon looked at his hands in disbelief, and the information about the druid spell he had just cast automatically emerged in his mind. This is the soul skill, the cycle of life and death. When did I awaken? Today is October 2nd. I seem to have received some information last night, but I can't remember what it was. He picked up the gaming helmet on the bed and wanted to turn it on, but when he pressed the start button, it didn't start as usual. Broken. Waylon felt a little regretful, then took out a spare one and tried it. After finding that it could be used normally, he no longer cared about how the virtual game helmet was damaged. Waylon chose not to think about the news he received last night. Everything tells me that I have obtained what I wanted through the information given to me by fate. In the following days, Waylon happily experimented with his newly awakened soul skill, reincarnation. Compared to the spell of accelerated growth recorded in the Druid's book, reincarnation is more like an attack spell. The growth acceleration spell uses magic power to fill the energy for the rapid growth process of plants. The soul skill, reincarnation of life and death, draws energy from the main body. Although it can show its greatest side in a short period of time, it can also drain the opponent's vitality at an extremely fast speed. But this is only the most superficial use. Waylon is currently unable to separate life, death, and reincarnation from the cycle of life and death and allow them to function independently. However, after experimenting for half a month, he figured out the development direction of this special skill. Now the main thing is to become proficient in its use. The first step is to separate the forces of life and death. Life acts on one living thing, and death acts on another living thing, to achieve the purpose of rapid treatment. Chapter 151 Short-Term Troubles. On October 18th, the second star praying day arrived. After these 7 days, Waylon left the praying star lake with a team of bronze knights, Hebrew, Dosius, and Cassius, and his personal attendant Kyle, and headed for the territory of Gut, the territory of Orkot. We passed through many noble territories along the way, and compared to a year ago, we were much weaker. Only a few territories still retained their previous population size. Most of the noble territories have suffered serious population loss, and large tracts of land are uncultivated. The 2-year-long famine sacrifice dealt a heavy blow to the unprepared small nobles in the border areas. When passing through certain territories, you can even find black and yellow bones on the roadside. You don't have to guess what these bones are. After 10 days' journey, Waylon and his party successfully arrived in Gut territory. From the moment they entered Olcott's territory, every citizen's face was filled with smiles and excitement, and they were proud of the rise of their lord. Sir, please show me your invitation. In a guest house not far from the border, a high-ranking bronze knight came up to Waylon and saluted him with neither arrogance nor servility. Upon hearing this, Kyle dismounted and handed the invitation to the bronze knight. The other party smiled apologetically at Kyle, then took the invitation letter with both hands, checked it carefully, and after finding that the information was correct, he respectfully handed it back to the other party. Then, a mid-level bronze knight noticed the captain's look, stepped forward, pounded his chest, and saluted, saying, "Respected Baron, welcome to Gut territory. From now on, I will be your guide." Kindness. Waylon nodded without saying anything. Following this mid-level bronze knight, Waylon officially stepped into the core area of the Gut territory. It can be seen that the road from the border to the Gut castle has just been repaired, and the road is smoother than when I arrived here 3 years ago. After more than 3 hours, the roadside decorations gradually increased. Looking into the distance, the outline of a castle appeared before our eyes. However, their destination was not just the Gut castle, but a manor located 6 kilometers west of it. "Sir, this is the place for rest and banquet. A servant will take you to the room later." The mid-level bronze knight got off his horse and said to Waylon, "Thank you for your hard work." Waylon smiled. "It's my honor." The mid-level bronze knight answered respectfully, and then returned to the border guest house along the same route. Not long after, a butler-dressed man came to the entrance of the manor with 2 male servants and saluted respectfully, saying, "Respected Baron, please follow me." Waylon brought Kyle and the other 4 into the manor. As for the guards and mounts, they followed the 2 servants to a station outside the manor, which was specially used to accommodate the entourage of each noble. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Waylon arrived at a small courtyard. "My Lord Baron, this is your resting place. If you have any questions, you can tell the servants inside." The butler pushed open the gate of the courtyard, and 6 beautiful maids stood in the courtyard waiting quietly. "I see." Upon seeing this, the butler bowed respectfully and left. Waylon naturally entered the courtyard, and Kyle followed him and began to take over the 6 maids and arrange various affairs. Hebrew, who was ignorant about the opposite sex, was staring at the maid who was working with her head down when Waylon lifted his ear. "You can take a look, but don't do anything." "Yes, Lord, I understand." Hebrew covered his ears, his tone a little lost. "You guys keep an eye on him." Waylon was a little worried and gave instructions to Dosius and Cassius. "Yes." The 2 of them saluted. After a while, Hebrew watched his master enter the house, then came to Dosius and Cassius and asked curiously, "Aren't you tempted?" Hebrew, "We have also experienced the stirrings of love, but you must learn to control your desires." Dos looked at the silver-level, mid-level knight who was 10 years younger than him and advised with a smile. Seeing this, Cassius offered a rare piece of advice. "You must understand the difference between your status and theirs. To be frank, your future wife will definitely be of no less power and status, so you must control your desires." "Why do you 2 talk so much like my big brother?" Hebrew muttered softly. But Dosius and Cassius were ordinary people, so they naturally heard the Hebrew's complaints. They just smiled and said nothing more. Their duty is to keep an eye on this immature child and prevent him from doing anything wrong. Waylon came to the room, took a quick look, then sat on the bed and began to think. There are 2 main purposes for participating in this banquet this time. One was to congratulate his 2 cousins on their promotions and to demonstrate his military prowess. The other was to find suitable children of nobles or knights to marry for his 12 bachelors. As long as Waylon spreads a little news, those small nobles will rush to send suitable unmarried women to him for marriage. But this is not what he wants. In his eyes, an ordinary and common woman was not worthy of being his guardian knight. As their suzerain, Waylon is responsible for them. 12, that's a bit overwhelming. I hope I can gather enough information this time. Otherwise, I'll have to seek some resources from the elders. As for the marriage between Orlando and Hebrew, Waylon has a longer-term vision, so he does not allow his pair of wings to do anything out of line now. The next morning, Olcott's eldest son, Cowell, visited. Compared with 3 years ago, my cousin has become much more mature and stable. I don't know if it is the result of corporal punishment or if he has really grown after experiencing some things. "Wellin, long time no see. It's been 3 years, cousin. You've almost changed." As my father's title has been promoted, he naturally needs to be more mature, Cowell said with a hint of melancholy in his tone. Looking at Cowell, who was still at the lower silver level, Waylon couldn't help but remind him, "My uncle's business will be handed over to you in the future. Work hard, cousin." "I know. Let's not discuss this today. I'll take you to visit Gutling." You only stayed for 3 days last time. As the host, we can't be so perfunctory this time, Cowell said with a smile. Since my cousin has invited me like this, it would be wrong of me if I don't go. Haha. Come on, let me take you to experience the culture of gut territory. Afterwards, both of them did not bring any followers. They dressed simply and rode ordinary horses to visit other towns and villages in the gut territory. When Alcott, who was far away in the castle, learned of his eldest son's actions, he was very pleased, and his mood instantly improved a lot. Chapter 152 Grandpa and Grandma. In the next few days, Waylin followed his cousin and saw a different gut territory. On the other hand, I witnessed the achievements of my cousin's governance over the past 50 years, nearly 60 years. The area of the gut territory is 3,500 square kilometers. For a baron, such a territory is very vast, but for a viscount, it seems a bit small. However, all these problems can be solved by the laws of the kingdom. There is no arable land around the gut territory, so the only option is territory exchange. Alcott could open up a barony on the border and compensate the smaller nobles in other ways by moving their territories to the border, thereby achieving a disguised means of expanding his territory. As for whether the other party agrees or not, it depends on whether the nobles who want to exchange the territory have strong enough power and deep enough background. During these few days of getting along, I learned from my cousin that Uncle Alcott wanted to exchange territories with the 7 barons bordering the territory of Gut. The 7 baronies have a combined area of 5,500 square kilometers and will take 15 to 20 years to complete. For Waylin, there is no such worry. There is a large area of unowned land around, and no pioneers will come to the western border to open up in the next 10 years, so he can enclose land in any way he wants. However, this also reminded him that within this precious time frame, he should develop as much territory as possible. With the family's endorsement, as long as he didn't get a territory of 50,000 or 100,000 square kilometers, there would be no problem if he got an area of 20,000 or 30,000 square kilometers. After his title was promoted, no one dared to raise any objections. After the short sightseeing tour, when we returned to the manor, it was the date of the banquet. Compared with 3 days ago, there are more and more nobles here, and many noble followers are placed outside the camp. Entering the outer circle of the manor, there is a grassland surrounding the manor, covering an area of more than 100 acres. A large number of young nobles are sitting on the ground and communicating with each other. Many servants were walking around, serving tea and snacks, and providing dedicated service. Crossing the grassland and entering the central area, the nobles in the outer circle are much more serious. They are either talking with their friends with their wives, or visiting prestigious nobles with their eldest sons, or the ladies gather together and communicate in a low voice. In the left corner, Varon spotted his cousin Brian and Edgar's eldest son, Alec, surrounded by a group of nobles, judging each other. "Wellin, come with me." A servant whispered in Cowell's ear, then took Waylin's hand and led them into the core of the manor. Seeing this, Waylin had no choice but to give up the idea of looking for his cousin. Passing through the gate guarded by knights, Waylin entered the core area of the manor. In a spacious house, Alcott and Edgar should have been the hosts, but at this moment they were sitting in the lower seats. They did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction with the people sitting in the upper seats, and even felt quite honored. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man, and next to him was a young woman. He sensed the entire manor from time to time, and couldn't help but smile when he saw the person he cared about slowly approaching. Waylin entered the house and looked at the middle-aged man and young woman facing him, his expression frozen instantly. "Little Waylin, long time no see." The next moment, a veiled woman appeared in front of Waylin and touched his messy hair with her hand. Grandma, why are you and Grandpa here?" Looking at the young and beautiful woman in front of him, Waylin asked in surprise. "Of course I came to see you, believe it or not." Clotilde was in a good mood as she pinched her grandson's face. Then, Waylin followed his grandmother to his grandfather Ignatius. "My dear Varon, we haven't seen each other for 6 years. We are deeply sorry that we were not present on your coming-of-age day," Ignatius said kindly. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Waylin accepted his grandfather's apology generously and then asked. "Alcott and Edgar were promoted to viscounts. Your father is with your grandfather and cannot come back for the time being. It just so happens that we recently returned to the kingdom of Ilia, so I will attend this banquet on your father's behalf," Ignatius explained calmly. "Are you happy, my dear Waylin?" His grandmother Clotilde's smile was still so healing that Waylin didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Okay, Clotilde, take Waylin outside. I have something to discuss with Alcott and Edgar." Ignatius waved his hand and said to Clotilde with a smile. "I see." As soon as Clotilde finished speaking, She disappeared into the room with Varen. After watching his wife and grandson leave, Ignatius continued, "According to the family's rules, once you become viscounts, some of the family's information will be revealed to you. Starting from your generation, your direct descendants can choose to study under various earls. Whether you choose to explore or join the kingdom's military, 70 of the corresponding resources will be provided by the family. At the same time, as viscounts, you will also fulfill your obligations to discover and contribute talents to the family and maintain the talent replenishment of the main legion under the family earl's command. Finally, both of you can choose a renewable resource from your family to serve as your pillar industry. Based on this, you can join the upper-level trading market in advance and use it to support your small family. My son Angus will contact you later. This will take time." "Lord Ignatius, we are clear about this." Alcott and Edgar answered respectfully, but their eyes showed unconcealable excitement and ambition. "Next, I'll tell you about the kingdom's upper-class market and give you some useful information for reference, as well as some foreign business channels, including those families in neighboring kingdoms that maintain close relationships with us. As the backbone of the X family, the Viscount is qualified to know some of the family's secrets. As for Cowell, after sending Waylon to the room, he left on his own. In an empty garden, Varen and Clotilde appeared among the flowers. "Little Waylon, how have you been these years? Have you missed me?" Clotilde's tone was a bit like teasing a child, which made Waylon slap his forehead speechlessly and said helplessly, "Grandma, I'm grown up." "Well, you were cuter when you were a child. You're not fun anymore when you grow up." Clotilde covered her face with her hands and pretended to be sad. Chapter 153, A Belated Coming-of-Age Gift. "Okay, Grandma, don't try to fool me. I won't fall for it now." Waylon exposed her deception without mercy. "Okay, next time I'll tell Angus to deal with you." Clotilde looked at Waylon seriously, wanting to see his reaction, but was greatly disappointed. "Forget it. We've all grown up and aren't cute anymore." Waylon looked at Clotilde, who looked a little aggrieved and didn't know what to say. "My grandmother is good in every way, except that she is a little girly, and sometimes her actions are ridiculous. Grandma, tell me where you and Grandpa have been these past 6 years." Okay, my dear Waylon. Let Grandma tell you the adventure story of your grandfather and I." Upon hearing this, Clotilde waved her hand and took out a set of pink chairs from her space ring. Then she waved her fingers, heated the teapot, and poured 3 cups of tea. Waylon sat on the pink chair skillfully. Compared to when he was a child, this time he didn't need to dangle his feet in the air. 6 years ago, your grandfather and I traveled to the west of the Synops subcontinent and visited the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Moon Elf Kingdom. There. It wasn't long before Varen was completely absorbed in the adventure stories. Through words and his grandmother's superb language skills, she could occasionally use flowers to create the shapes of strange creatures, which shocked him greatly. Although an adventurous life is exciting and very desirable, Waylon advocates stability, and this kind of adventurous life is not suitable for him. However, through the stories told by my elders, I learned that there are so many beautiful scenery and unique cultural stories in this world, which is also quite interesting. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding flowers emitted little lights under Clotilde's magic, illuminating the surrounding scenery. While traveling through the center of the Moon Elf Kingdom, we encountered a fairy dragon. We fought alongside her, along with several other Moon Elf temple knights and priests, to disrupt a conspiracy of the corrupted cult. During that operation, your grandfather— Ahem, Clotilde, there's no need to talk about this." Ignatius suddenly interrupted. Waylon turned to look at his grandfather, wondering what had happened to make him behave like this. "Waylon, aren't you curious?" Clotilde said to Waylon with a smile. Waylon nodded very honestly. "Because your grandfather is very powerful, the fairy dragon hopes to give birth to your grandfather's offspring." Clotilde said it with a smile, without any jealousy or dissatisfaction in her words, as if she was telling a normal story. "Did that work?" Waylon looked at his grandfather Ignatius expectantly, but seeing the other's evasive eyes, the answer seemed obvious. However, what surprised him even more was that there was no crack in the relationship between his grandfather and grandmother because of this. You have to know that Clotilde's girlish heart makes it difficult for her to hide her thoughts in front of her relatives. In other words, she has no talent for acting. However, in front of outsiders, she always maintains a cold and aloof appearance, just like her master. "Grandpa and Grandma, it's getting late. I have to attend a banquet hosted by my 2 cousins, Alcott and Edgar, tomorrow. I still have a lot of things to take care of, so I'll leave first." Seeing this, Waylon also tendered his resignation, not wanting to disturb the 2 elders' world of 2. "Waylon, my dear grandson, this is for you, a belated coming-of-age gift." Ignatius placed an exquisite ring in Waylin's hand with a kind smile that made Waylin a little dazed. My child, I hope you can go further on the path you have chosen. See you next time, my dear Waylin. Suddenly, the figures of Ignatius and Clotilde disappeared from sight. Holding the exquisite ring in his hand, Waylin tentatively sensed that he had indeed entered a new dimension. It contains rare fruits and seeds, as well as several ancient books. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. I hope you have a happy life. Putting the ring on his finger, Waylin sincerely blessed the two of them and then got up and left. As soon as he came out of the courtyard, he ran into Alcott and Edgar. They were waiting quietly outside the courtyard. When they saw Waylin, they came forward and asked, Waylin, are Ignatius and Clotilde still in there? Uncle, my grandpa and grandma have passed away. Alcott, the two adults are very busy, so we can only wait until next time to entertain them. Edgar said regretfully. Alcott nodded in response. It can only be so. The two gentlemen came mysteriously and left mysteriously. Afterwards, Waylin followed his two cousins and left the courtyard. After returning to his residence, Kyle came to greet him and respectfully reported, My lord, Lord Brian, and another noble visited this morning. Seeing that you were not there, they left. I understand. You should go and rest too. Yes. After Waylin had a simple dinner, he sat on the bed and studied the ancient books that his grandfather had left in the space ring. With a thought, 3 books appeared in his hands. When I opened it and looked at it, the handwriting was beautiful and fluent, the lines were soft and powerful, the characters were dignified and elegant, and every stroke looked delicate and exquisite. I thought it was written by my grandmother. The first book records some knowledge about seeds and fruits. Compared with the things left in the space ring, they basically match. I was worried about how to distinguish these strange fruits and seeds, but I didn't expect the problem to be solved so quickly. The other 2 are related to cultivation. One of them is called Aoki breathing method, which is closely related to the breathing method he is currently practicing and is more like an improved version. There is another book about the training method of a kind of combat skill, but it needs to break through the gold level before it can be practiced, and it will probably take a few years for it to be effective. After putting away the Aoki breathing method and combat skills, Waylin opened the first book, took out the fruits and seeds from the space ring, and began to learn the relevant information in detail. Holly wheat originates from the Aegean province in the northern part of the magic kingdom of Ash. It's planted once a year, with a growing period of 8 months. 1 acre of land can yield 400 kilograms of wheat. Bread made from this wheat has a delicious and delicate taste. Research suggests it has a life-prolonging effect on ordinary people, extending their lifespan by an average of 3 to 5 years. Qingyang fruit. The fruit produced by the Qingyang tree blooms once a year, bears fruit once a year, and matures once a year. It takes 3 years to harvest a batch of fruit. It can be brewed into fruit wine and has the effect of delaying aging. However, the tree species has a low chance of survival and needs to be cultivated by druids. It took Waylin more than 2 hours to figure out the information about the 6 kinds of fruits and 13 packets of seeds. Chapter 154 Baron Weskier. 6 kinds of fruit tree seeds and 7 kinds of grain crop seeds. In addition to holly wheat and Qingyang fruit, the seeds of several other fruit trees and grain crops have a prominent feature, a short growth cycle and high yield. Correspondingly, the taste is not good, but they are a good staple food for civilians. It can improve the territory's food structure and plan the planting areas more reasonably. Waylin closed the book and muttered to himself. Compared to these things, this 6 cubic meter space ring is also extremely precious. Finally, Waylin put the book, fruit and seeds into the space ring and began to rest. He still had things to deal with tomorrow. At dawn the next day, Kyle entered the room carrying a basin of hot water. Lifting the blanket and shielding his sight with his hands, Waylin looked at the sunlight coming in from the window and slowly sat up. How are Hebrew, Dosius, and Cassius? Waylin asked while washing his face with warm water. I got up an hour ago and am preparing for today's spectacular duel. Kyle handed over the towel with ease and answered respectfully. Let's go. After washing up, Waylin took Kyle to have breakfast and then took a few other people to an artificial stream on the left side of the manor, where the banquet would be held. At this moment, many nobles arrived early and greeted each other politely. According to the data provided by the governor of Cardro province this year, there are 63 noble families in the entire province. The classification criteria are based on whether they can participate in military warfare, and only 18 noble families meet the requirements. In other words, in the province of Cardro, only these 18 noble families have the right to speak, which is less than half of the number of nobles in the entire province. It is well deserved to be called the weakest province in the kingdom. Among these 18 noble families, There are 8 viscounts and 10 barons, including Alcott, Edgar, and another viscount who was promoted from baron. Wei Lin, who had just been promoted from a pioneering knight to a baron, was surprisingly one of them. When the minor nobles around saw Wei Lin, they straightened their postures and took the initiative to salute. Wei Lin returned the greeting with a smile, being humble and polite, and not showing any arrogance due to the inequality in their status. Sir Baron, long time no see. Baron Weskier, it's been 2 years, and you're still as strong as ever. Wei Lin took the initiative to hug the middle-aged nobleman and greeted him warmly. Weskier Grosvenor exclaimed sincerely, "When we first met, the knight was still a pioneer, but I never thought he would become a powerful baron now." As a minor noble, he had witnessed the other party's rise. "Let's go over there and talk." The two of them sat down on a leisure chair and began to communicate. "Duke, your second son, is a very hard-working knight. This is what my trusted guardian knight says about him." Upon hearing this, Weskier smiled and said, "It is an honor for me as his father that Duke has been recognized as your guardian knight. As a lord beyond the borders, I am very eager for talents. I wonder if the Baron has any recommendations." Hearing Wei Lin's words, Weskier felt that his opportunity had come. He asked respectfully, "I wonder what kind of talent you are looking for, Excellency? I, a descendant of the Grosvenor family, hope to be able to meet your needs. I admire knights like Duke, who work hard." Wei Lin did not give a direct answer, but gave Weskier an example. "I am honored to receive your answer." Wei Lin looked at Weskier and continued, "As my first business partner, I can give you 500 bottles of my territory specialty, the ice blue potion, for distribution." "Thank you for your generosity, Sir Baron." Weskier instantly felt like pie in the sky that he could get the sales rights of this precious potion. He felt that his original choice was very wise. After the first phase of the war between the Sirop Core and the ice blue potion, it had already proven its worth. In the market, a bottle of ice blue potion costs 15 gold coins, but the prerequisite is that you have a channel to buy it. Small nobles like them have some spare money, but no channel to buy it. As for the commercial camp next to the Brazilian A camp, small nobles like them would not dare to snatch the ice blue potion from those powerful nobles. Unconsciously, Weskier had placed himself below Baron and was willing to do so. Any talent recommended by the Baron, as long as they catch my eye, will be worth the right to purchase a purple horse. Please rest assured, sir, I will do my best to select talents for you. Upon hearing the news, Weskier was so excited that he was incoherent. He felt that he must have been blessed by the goddess of life to have such an opportunity. "Ha ha, Baron Weskier, there's no need to be like this. You and I have the same rank. There's no need to talk to me like this." Wei Lin looked at Weskier and couldn't help but say, "My lord, it's my pleasure." At this time, Kyle came to Wei Lin and reported in a low voice, "Baron Weskier, my cousin wants to see me, so I'm going over there first. We'll talk next time." Looking at Wei Lin's departing back, Weskier had a premonition that next time he might have to kneel on the ground and talk to Wei Lin. He shook his head and stopped thinking about those trivial things. With the distribution rights of the ice blue potion and the purchase quota of the purple horse, the opportunity for the Grosvenor family to rise was now. They came to a pavilion where there were 5 people in total: Brian, Edgar's eldest son Alec, Alcott's eldest son Cowell, Viscount Moncas's eldest son Cassius, and another young nobleman. "Cousin, who is this?" Brian saw this and explained with a smile, "This is Mordred Barrett, the eldest son of Viscount Algernon Barrett, a good friend of Alcott's uncle." "Nice to meet you, Sir Valen." Mordred stood up, put his right hand on his chest, bent his body slightly, and said with a smile, "I'm glad to meet you, too, Mordred." "Well, and Mordred, let's sit down and talk." Brian invited the two to sit down. Afterwards, several servants entered the pavilion carrying tea and cakes, which they placed neatly on the stone table for the 6 people to enjoy. As they chatted, the topic turned to the spectacular duel. "Wellen, who are you going to send to fight?" Brian asked curiously. "Can't I?" Wei Lin said half-jokingly, causing the others to laugh. "If you go up to duel, we will be chased by our father's stick." Cowell laughed on the side. Hearing this, Mordred smiled and responded, "Velen, if you go up to duel, I bet few people would dare to compete with you." All right, liven up the atmosphere. If I were to compete, it would ruin the purpose of watching the duel." Wei Lin waved his hand and responded to everyone with a smile. Chapter 155, Spectacular Duel. A few of them sat together and chatted until noon without realizing it. At this moment, more and more nobles gathered around, at least 600 people. Although Fix, the governor of the province of Cartero, did not come in person, he sent his eldest son Kazak to offer congratulations. It is no exaggeration to say that almost all the nobles in the entire Cartero province were present. Wei Lin even saw his neighbor, Baron Brandon of Cleveland, from whom he had squeezed his first pot of gold. The two looked at each other, and both saw the kindness in each other. Being in the same camp, unless they are mortal enemies, both sides will avoid mentioning such matters, and at most they will just avoid each other when they meet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the banquet co-hosted by Edgar and me. After 50 years of struggle, from a young man just starting out, to now halfway through my life journey, I have achieved my life goal and been promoted from Baron to Viscount. Here, I would like to thank my lifelong friend Algernon Barrett for his help. Without him, I would not be where I am today. 10 minutes later, after Alcott finished his speech, all the nobles at the banquet applauded to celebrate this moment. Then Edgar gave a speech. Wayland stood below and listened carefully to the struggle of 2 generations of his cousin, feeling a little emotional. For ordinary lower-level nobles who have no opportunities, the journey from Baron to Viscount is almost a struggle of 5 or 6 generations. For noble children with family background, it cannot be achieved in just a dozen years. Wayland was very grateful that fate had guided him, giving him a different opportunity to speed up this process. Let us raise our glasses together to celebrate Viscount Alcott and Viscount Edgar. Viscount Moncas, the leader of the nobles in Cardro province, came to the center of the venue and said to everyone present with a smile. The nobles present raised their glasses, offered blessings, and drank the wine in their glasses. Next, the formal social interaction began. The knights from various noble families who were preparing for the appreciation duel came to the courtyard next door to begin preparations. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the servants cleared the center of the banquet hall and laid blankets around it. The other nobles took their seats in order of status around the center of the duel. Varon, along with his cousin Brian, Cassius, and Mordred, sat in a position with an excellent view, waiting for the spectacular duel to begin. As for Cowell and Alec, they took the stage to host the appreciative duel. A total of 163 professionals participated in this spectacle duel, including 113 bronze professionals and 50 silver professionals. Cowell calmly told the nobles present in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, which made Alcott nod with satisfaction. There is only one rule of the game. You must not harm the opponent's life, and you must show your ability to the best of your ability under the condition of stopping at the right time. The opening duel was between 2 silver knights, one from Viscount Moncas and one from Alcott. Looking at the extremely superb fighting skills on the stage, Wayland had already guessed the result. 10 minutes later, as expected, the knight under my cousin came out on top and won the first spectacle duel. Or perhaps it was Viscount Moncas's instruction. In any case, in the eyes of many nobles, the military strength of this new Viscount was well-deserved. As the duel continued, more and more famous and talented knights emerged. The next match will be between Knight Cassius of Qixing territory and Knight Felicia of Shuihu territory. Alec read aloud. Cassius, the eldest son of Viscount Moncas, who was sitting next to Varon, heard the knight with the same name as himself and looked at the center of the duel curiously. Start. When the two heard Alec's voice, they immediately drew their swords and began to attack. Cassius's attack was so fast and fierce that Felicia, a female knight who had just entered the intermediate silver level, could not withstand it. She retreated repeatedly, widening the distance between the two sides. This is your nephew's knight. He is worthy of the systematic training. His combat skills and the use of fighting spirit are overwhelming the Water Lake Territory knight. Viscount Moncas turned his head slightly and said to Alcott beside him. Alcott smiled and replied, Sir, you must understand that my nephew is the descendant of Lord Angus. He is the guardian knight chosen by his father. His talent may be a little lacking, but his combat comprehension is definitely not bad. It's really impressive. That Water Lake knight is about to be defeated. As soon as Moncas finished speaking, Cassius struck out with a powerful blow, sending the female knight Felicia flying. The winner is Cassius, the knight of the Praying Star territory. On the grass outside, Brian said in amazement, Waylin, that's amazing. That Cassius, I think he has golden talent. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. Cassius, the eldest son of Viscount Moncas, spoke with envy, and his favorable impression of the knight of the same name increased greatly. Ha ha, I thank you all for your praise on his behalf, Waylin said with a hint of pride. Cassius's crushing victory over a knight of the same level was a source of pride for him. Immediately afterwards, Dosius crushed his opponent with the same strength, making Qi Xingling famous among many nobles, and his reputation soared. The sky gradually darkened, and the spectacle duel entered its final round of the first stage. First, let us welcome our hero, Lord Devonshire, a Knight Temple member from the Church of the Cardro province. As Cowell finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a strong aura strode into the center of the duel venue. The noble children around couldn't help but cheer and celebrate Devonshire's appearance. Brian saw Wayleen's puzzled expression and explained, Devonhill, although only at the mid-silver level, has mentored many children of minor nobles for free during the 30 years since he became a Knight Temple Knight of the Cardrow Provincial Church. He enjoys a high reputation among the lower nobles. I see. Waylon suddenly understood. Alec then spoke. In this world, young prodigies always attract much attention. They possess extraordinary talent and unlimited potential. Next, let us welcome Knight Hebrew from Chishing territory. He is only 17 years old, but he has already reached the mid-silver level. The lower nobles around felt a little ashamed when they heard Hebrew's introduction. After a while, Hebrew stood in front of Devonshire and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He didn't feel relaxed and happy, but rather a little heavy. Phew, I will definitely defeat him. Start. As soon as Cowell finished speaking, both sides fought with all their strength. The afterimages of the figures, the shadows of the long swords, and the ripples of fighting spirit that were constantly radiating outwards made it impossible for the less powerful nobles to look directly at the duel scene. Even Waylon hadn't expected that Hebrew had grown to this point. Boy, I'm going to speed up. Devonshire laughed and said to Hebrew, Come on, this strange uncle. Hebrew gripped his knight's sword tightly and responded calmly. Chapter 156 Spectacular Duel Part 2. Devonshire suddenly accelerated. As fast as lightning, the sword light cut through the air and pounced on Hebrew. Hebrew lowered his center of gravity, advanced instead of retreating, held the sword with both hands, and swung it to block. The speed of the two men's fight became faster and faster, and the nobles below the silver level could no longer see their dual movements. Time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of swords clashing echoing around. Their eyes revealed respect and determination for each other. At this point, it was no longer just a duel for appreciation. The light blue fighting spirit and the fiery red fighting spirit intertwined with each other, which meant that the two were constantly switching between offense and defense. From constant defense to success, the Hebrews understood faster and faster and gradually gained a firm foothold. Watching the opponent's increasingly proficient swordsmanship, Devonshire's eyes revealed admiration, but his hands did not slow down. Instead, he launched attacks more fiercely. Having been stuck at the middle silver level for 20 years, Devonshire has perfected his swordsmanship. Bang! Hebrew suddenly felt a huge force and flew backwards, falling out of the duel arena. The next moment, warm applause broke out all around, celebrating Devonshire's victory and expressing affirmation for the young Hib's talent. Cal stepped forward to help Hebrew up, fed him a bottle of ice blue potion, and then helped him to the side to rest. Are you okay? Cassius and Dosius came over and asked with concern. It's okay, the uncle held back. Hebrew still couldn't hide his inner shock. Devonhill, who was just evenly matched with him, suddenly burst out with a power that he could hardly withstand. Don't underestimate anyone. Unconsciously, the Hebrew's mentality was changing. As the last duel ended, everyone gradually dispersed and returned to their residence to rest. Nobles in groups of 3 or 4 excitedly speculated who would win the championship of the spectacle duel tomorrow. Some guessed it would be Devonshire, some guessed it would be Cassius of Chishing territory, and some guessed their favorite candidates. In a corner of the duel arena, Waylon and his companions did not disperse. The 4 people present were all silver professionals, so they naturally paid close attention to the duel just now and did not miss any exciting moments. Devonhill is still holding back and hasn't used his full strength. Cassius, the eldest son of Viscount Moncas, spoke first, his tone full of shock. Upon hearing this, Mordred also sighed. This Devonshire is also a genius in a sense, but it's a pity that his talent limits his development. It's a pity that I can't use it. Waylon sighed to several people. Brian looked at Waylon and couldn't help but say, You have several outstanding subordinates, and you are still thinking about recruiting talents. Everyone has a desire to admire talented people. Not to mention Waylon. Don't you have this idea, Brian? Cassius joked. Come on, Cowell, Alec and the others are here. Let's go have a drink. You go ahead. I won't go. I have to go see the Hebrews. All right. After saying goodbye to a few people, Waylon returned to his residence. Seeing Hebrew sitting in the yard in a daze, he walked over and asked, Defeated genius, how do you feel? Master, you are back. Hebrew turned to look at Waylon with a surprised tone. Your elder brother told me that you've been getting cocky in the past year. I specifically asked Cowell to arrange a capable person of the same level for you, but I didn't expect that he might have gone too far. Waylon said calmly as he sat opposite Hebrew. There are always people who are better than you. This defeat will not discourage me. Since the opponent is stronger than me, I will work hard to practice and hone my skills. Eventually, I will defeat him and wash away this shame. Hebrew's tone was so firm that Wei Lin looked at him differently. I originally thought I would have to enlighten him, but I didn't expect that Hebrew had already figured it out on his own, which saved me a lot of effort. Get some rest. You still have a duel tomorrow. Watch more and learn more. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you surpass him. Yes. Afterwards, Wei Lin put his hands behind his back and slowly went back to his room to rest. The next morning, Hebrew, who usually got up the latest, got up early, which was unusual for him. He waved his knight's sword over and over again in the yard, surprising others. After washing up and having breakfast, Wei Lin gathered with several other people in a familiar place to continue watching the duel. As hosts of the appreciative duel, Cowell and Alec had already had the list drawn up. After screening, there are a total of 12 duels between silver professionals and 24 duels between bronze professionals today. In boredom, the duel between the bronze professionals came to an end. Apart from the lower-ranking nobles who were watching with excitement, other nobles of status had little interest in it. Apart from a few stunning duels, other bronze-class duels seemed boring to them. In the afternoon, there was a duel between silver professionals, which attracted everyone's attention. In the 7th game, Aegeus faced Devonshire and was defeated after 200 moves, having lasted longer than Hebrew. Looking at this outstanding knight temple, Wei Lin wanted more and more to recruit him and make him his chief knight instructor, specifically responsible for training knight squires and eliminating the master-apprentice system of knight squire training. Cousin, what is the background of this Devonshire? Brian turned to look at Wei Lin, a bit puzzled, but still patiently explained. Devon Hill. His exact birth date is unknown. He was born into a branch of the Drezier family. For unknown reasons, he voluntarily gave up his family name at the age of 20. The following spring, he passed the church's assessment and became a Knight Templar. He served in the province of Cartero for 30 years. During this period, he mentored many children of lower-ranking nobles for free. Now, many barons or baronaires consider him their mentor and hold him in high esteem. He has a good reputation in the provincial capital, and he has recommended many talented children of commoners to join the church for free. Now, more than half of the church knights in Cartero province have some kind of mentorship relationship with him. Is that so? Wei Lin stroked his chin in thought. You're not really thinking about him, are you? Brian came to Wei Lin and asked in a low voice. After hearing this, Wei Lin nodded. That's a bit difficult. This man is pure and simple. It can be said that apart from his armor, the only valuable thing he has is the house allocated to him by the church. If the church didn't forbid the sale, he would have sold the house. As for your desire to poach him, I find it unlikely. Let's give it a try. Wei Lin still said with some hope. Seeing this, Brian stopped trying to persuade him. He thought his cousin would probably give up after failing. Chapter 157 Standing Army Winter Training Plan. Throughout the afternoon, Wei Lin was thinking about how to recruit Devon Hill, his future chief instructor of knights. As for gathering information and finding a partner for his guardian knight, he had put it out of his mind. Before they knew it, the appreciation duel came to an end. Devonshire won the championship, a knight of Alcott's cousin won the runner-up, Cassius won the 3rd place, and 6 others won the championship, including Issus. As night fell, a grand banquet was held, and every noble participated in this social dance. They searched everywhere for Devonshire in the crowd and finally found him in a corner. My strange sir, what can I do for you? Devonshire opened his eyes and asked warily at Wei Lin, who appeared in front of him. Lord Devonshire, you are very alert. Seeing that the other party had no hostility, Wei Lin shamelessly sat down not far away. Let me introduce myself. My name is Varanax. I admire your abilities and hope. Before Varan could finish, Devonshire bluntly refused. I'm sorry, Sir Varan, but I have no intention of leaving the church, nor do I want to mentor someone specifically. Well, have a nice night. Seeing the other party's indifferent expression, Wei Lin smiled awkwardly and then left. However, he did not give up in his heart. Only when you have talented people with personality under your command can you feel a sense of accomplishment. After this banquet, Wei Lin plans to go to the provincial capital to conduct a detailed investigation of Devonshire, hoping to find a breakthrough. Back at the banquet, Brian raised a glass of wine, looked at Wei Lin, and said with a smile, So, failed? Not really, we've only just begun. Wei Lin responded with a smile. Well, Devonshire is a man of few desires, and it's hard to impress him with external things. If we can find out why he gave up his last name, perhaps there's still hope. Good idea, cousin. Looking at his excited cousin, Brian shook his head and changed the subject. Don't think about it today, just relax. No. Afterwards, many minor nobles gathered around and started chatting with Wei Lin. It was nothing more than some flattering words. Wei Lin spoke politely, skillfully, and established a good superficial relationship with the other party. After all, he will have to build good relationships with these small nobles in the Kardro province for a long time in the future, which will also make it easier for him to dump his products in the future. On the third day after the banquet, Waylon said goodbye to his uncle and returned to Qixing Lake. On the third day after returning to the castle, Randolph came to Waylon's study with a new report. Master, this year we have a total of 500 black-skinned pigs ready for slaughter. Each one weighs at least 300 kilograms. Excluding the bones, we can produce 110,000 kilograms of meat. The Luanyo Camel Beast Ranch, as per your instructions, will be relocated to Lansha Town at the end of this year. Currently, the ranch is located in Qixing Town. There are a total of 11 Luanyo camel beasts, 5 of which are newly born cubs this year, 2 males and 3 females. A total of 12 kilograms of tea leaves were harvested from the 6 red tea trees in Red Tea Tree Canyon. 20 branches have been transplanted so far, and 16 have taken root and survived. We will need to observe their normal growth for another 2 years to determine whether they have fully survived. In addition, there are still 80 bottles of luminous wine, in addition to those distributed. There are also 3,000 bottles of ordinary wine, 1,800 of which were distributed to the 3 towns, and the remaining 1,200 were stored in the castle warehouse. Waylon looked at the report while listening to Randolph's report. I'm relieved to have you in charge of these things. Waylon patted Randolph's shoulder and praised him. Keep 1 kilogram of black tea and 10 bottles of luminous wine. I'll give you another 600 bottles of wine. My lord, you. Don't be impatient. Wait until I finish. Waylon interrupted Randolph and continued. Not all of these things are for you. You can keep some of them, and the rest can be rewarded to the ranch workers, manor farmers, and garrison soldiers. As for the black-skinned pork, the production is too small, and I still need to train soldiers, so I won't leave any for you this time. On behalf of 500 soldiers and more than 1,000 workers and farmers, I thank the Lord for his grace. Randolph beat his chest and saluted, saying loudly, Keep up the good work, and I hope you can achieve even better results. After Randolph left, Waylon began to write the order and asked the messenger to send it to the 3 towns. When the black-skinned pigs are slaughtered, it is time for Waylon to start the winter training plan. He would need 3 months to improve the quality of the standing army. Black pork has tender meat and contains magical energy, which is useful for extraordinary cultivation. This was the original intention of exchanging this livestock. Less than 3 days after the order was issued, all the regular troops in Lansha Town and Orlando Town, except for a small number of troops left behind, were transferred to the camp 20 kilometers west of Qixing Town. At the same time, 50 black-skinned pigs were slaughtered and transported to the winter training camp. In the winter training camp, Waylon, wearing silver-white armor, stood on the martial arts stage, looking at the 4 clearly divided teams below. On the far left are the castle's direct troops, excluding the 500 troops under Randolph's command. There are 800 people in total, and all the casualties from the last battle have been replaced. Next came the troops from Qixing Town, numbering 1,200 men, fully armed. Some wore iron armor, while most wore leather armor, with spears at their feet. Leading the troops in the front was Eden, a high-level bronze warrior who had been studying with Baird for over a year. Next came the standing army of Orlando Town, with a strength of 800 people. Relying on the large iron mine in Orlando Town, all members were armored and armed to the teeth. They were temporarily commanded by Cassius, appointed by Varen. Finally, there was the standing army of Lansha Town. Compared to the other 2 towns, their weapons and equipment were inferior, and they numbered only 800 men. However, every one of them bore a murderous look on their faces. For the past year, they had been fighting for territory with the monster clans, with small battles every 3 days and large ones every 5 days. Their commander was Igius. All of these 3,600 people have entered the profession of soldier. As an extraordinary profession that is easy to get into but difficult to climb, it is common for most people to practice for 50 or 60 years but never reach the bronze level. Apart from the influence of talent, the most important factor is the influence of training materials. However, the warrior profession, which is considered a dead end by the nobles, is a bright road in the eyes of the common people. Starting from today, for 3 months, it will be winter training time. We have training supplies and healing potions. I have only one request. Within 3 months, each of you must achieve a qualitative improvement in your strength. Those who fail to meet the requirements will be removed from the standing army and transferred to the militia. For me, useless people don't deserve to be in the standing army. Waylon's voice was not loud, but all the regular army soldiers present heard it clearly and understood that if they did not advance, they would be eliminated. Chapter 158 Training Plan and Land Purchase Preparation. For most of them who were born as serfs, leaving the standing army meant that the road to upward mobility would be closed to them, and their descendants would not enjoy the preferential policies of the territory. No one made a noise, no one spoke, they just stood there silently, listening attentively to the Lord's speech. After a few minutes, Waylon stopped speaking and began to reorganize the 3,600 people. As Waylon's attendant and steward, Kal led several clerks and began to reorganize the army. 10 people formed a squad, 55 people formed a squadron, 610 people formed a battalion, and 3,600 people were organized into 6 battalions. In the afternoon, winter training officially began. Cassius, Aegeus, and Eden served as deputy instructors, and 5 talented bronze warriors served as captains to officially start training the 3,600 people. In a wooden house, Waylon called 3 deputy instructors over and started a meeting. 3,600 people, 6 mid-level bronze warriors, 87 low-level bronze warriors, 327 high-level warrior apprentices, 2,126 mid-level warrior apprentices, and 1,054 low-level warrior apprentices. The standing army is broken down as follows. 600 men will be trained as shield warriors, 1,800 will be trained as lancers, 600 will be trained as swordsmen, and 600 will be trained as archers. Kal stood beside Waylon and carefully reported the results that needed to be accomplished in this winter training plan. Shield warrior, lancer, swordsman, and archer are the 4 most common professions for the warrior class to develop into a silver class. Therefore, in this winter training plan, Waylon directly subdivided it, stipulated the development direction of each soldier, and trained them in the corresponding direction so as not to waste the resources invested. Then, Kal closed the report, stepped aside, and waited quietly. Waylon looked at the 3 people present and said, "You all know the effects of black-skinned pork. The production is low in the early stages, but it will definitely not be low in the later stages. Therefore, subdividing the development direction of soldiers in advance can greatly accelerate the construction of the army. During the training period, each of you will be responsible for inspecting the soldiers of 2 battalions and changing the soldiers' training sequence in a timely manner. Eden, have you thought about the direction of development?" Waylon looked at Eden, a high-level bronze warrior sitting in the second row, and asked with a smile. Seeing this, Eden stood up and replied, "Sir, for the silver class, I will choose to be a swordsman." Waylon looked at Eden and asked, "How long will it take for the breakthrough?" Eden thought for a moment and replied, "In 3 to 6 months, I feel I can become a silver warrior." Talented. Waylon praised him and waved him to sit down. During this winter training, we will try our best to discover good talents. For every person you find who passes my assessment, I will reward you with 10 gold coins. Yes. The 3 answered in unison, with Eden answering the loudest, while the other 2 took it calmly. Okay, go down and start your work. I'll come back in 3 months to check on the final progress. Yes, my lord. After the meeting, Waylon returned to the castle with Kyle. On the way, Waylon patted the red phosphorus horse, slowed down, and said to Kyle, "Eden is a very talented person. So, my lord, you want to invest more resources in him through me." Kyle quickly analyzed the underlying meaning of Waylon's words and asked, "Smart. When you go back, take out 4 bottles of luminous wine and a pound of black tea from my private vault in my name. You keep half of them, and give the remaining half to him." Waylon nodded and said to Kyle, "I understand." Kyle quickly understood his master's intention and replied respectfully, "Practice well. After taking the 7-colored life flower, your talent will be no worse than mine. Don't spend a day trying to learn those useless life skills. Also, select 6 bronze knights." Yes. Kyle replied respectfully that he would have to be more secretive when learning other life skills in the future and would not let the master find out. Not knowing the other party's true thoughts, Waylon patted the red phosphorus horse, quickened his pace, and returned to the castle. He would be visiting the Dukedom of Light Inn for the next 3 months. 2 years ago, through the guidance of fate, he received news that in 3 years a natural space passage would be formed in the county town of Maple Leaf County, the Duke of Light End, a space passage connecting to the underground world. There is less than a year left until the natural space channel is formed, so we can start planning. In addition, he also went to Devonshire's hometown to inquire about information and see how to poach the Knight Chief Instructor whom he had designated. Waylon was very envious of this temple knight, with rich teaching experience. Therefore, Waylon named this long journey plan Poaching Plan in his mind. Because it was too embarrassing, he did not intend to tell this plan to others. 3 days later, after finishing his instructions on some matters concerning the territory, Waylon put 1/7 of the territory's cash and nearly 50,000 gold coins and gold notes into his space ring, and then left Qixing Lake with Kyle and the other 7 people. 8 days later, the group of 8 arrived at the provincial capital of Cardero province. This time, Waylon did not reveal his identity. He randomly found an inn to stay in, and then sent the 6 bronze knights out to find out the news about Devonshire. Master, there is a slave auction being held in the western part of the provincial capital soon. Should we go and take a look? Kyle entered the hotel room and reported to Waylon. A slave auction? Waylon took the brochure from Kyle's hand with some curiosity and opened it. He saw many shocking pictures printed on it, and below the pictures were text introductions and estimated prices. There are half-elves, female lizard men, snake women, centaurs, and some foreign dancers, everything you can think of, both the necessary pictures and the unnecessary ones. Waylon squinted his eyes and continued to look through the brochure, and found that most of the people listed were women, and some of them had certain characteristics. Those without special skills were not qualified to be printed in the brochure. It seems that our governor is going to make a lot of money this time. Waylon closed the brochure and said to Kyle, who looked calm, Your Majesty is referring to the nobles of other provinces, as well as those who have just returned from the battlefield and members of military families. That's right. Waylon smiled and placed the brochure on the table next to him. He continued, Let's not get involved in this kind of thing. We have more important things to do. After 3 days, when we have gathered enough information, we should set off for the capital of Maple Leaf County, the Dukedom of Lightend. If we go too late, I'm worried we won't be able to grab the land. Yes, I'll make them speed up. Kyle bowed and saluted, then left the room. Chapter 159 Vision. 2 days later in the evening, Waylon got detailed information about Devonshire. Devonshire information. Looking at the exaggerated interpersonal relationships above, Waylon was amazed. Without hesitation, taking over Devonshire would be equivalent to gaining the friendship of the Church of Life in Cardero province. Things are a bit difficult, but the more difficult it is, the more sense of accomplishment I will have if I can dig him over. Waylon put away the information and said to himself, Pass the order down, pack your bags, and set off for the Dukedom of Lightend tomorrow. Yes. Kyle pounded his chest and saluted. The next morning, a group of 8 people left the hotel, leading their mounts, and headed to the teleportation hall. From the province of Cardero to the Dukedom of Lightend, it costs 200 gold coins per person and 30 gold coins for a mount. After paying 1,840 gold coins, Waylon and a few others began to wait. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how the snake girl will play. I heard it's a bit expensive. I brought 3,000 gold coins this time. I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough, we can just pool our money and play together. Several fair-skinned nobles, accompanied by a dozen guards, passed by Waylon, their topic of conversation being the slave auction, and they left the teleportation hall at a leisurely pace. Seeing this, Waylon shook his head. Not surprisingly, these noble children had high status in their respective families. Otherwise, more than half of the dozen guards would be silver knights. However, this is also the reason why the development of some families stagnates. They are too indulgent to their children, resources are unevenly distributed, the collateral branches want to replace the direct branches, and the direct branches try their best to suppress the collateral branches. After all, not every family has a strict training system for their offspring like the Ikes family. Let's go, it's our turn. Following the instructions from the magic crystal in the distance, Waylon led Kyle and the others into the teleportation array. For mages, input magic power into the surrounding instruments, and the element pool located below the teleportation array was activated to provide energy for the magic array. The scene changed, and when I opened my eyes again, the scene was different. Except for Waylon and Kyle, the other 6 people had stress reactions. It was their first time using the teleportation array, and their bodies were completely unable to adapt. They looked pale and exhausted. Seeing this, Waylon could only take a short rest in the teleportation hall. Half an hour later, after the 6 people had recovered, they left the teleportation hall and entered the center of the Dukedom of Lightend, Lightend City. The Dukedom of Lightend covers an area of 630,000 square kilometers and has a population of 13 million. Its ruler is Duke Lightend, a legendary mid-level dragon knight. The teleportation hall is located at a higher geographical location. Standing on the edge of the platform and looking towards the city center, you can see 4 huge statues in the center of the city. The young man in the middle is Duke Lightend, and the other 3 are his wife, a high-level silver dragon of soul, a royal princess, and his teacher. Every time I read the story of the rise of this legendary duke, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sir, do you need a map? A neatly dressed girl wearing a gray hat came to Waylon and asked respectfully. Waylin looked him up and down and asked, "Do you have a map of Duke Lyten's territory?" 5 silver coins for one, and a sightseeing guide for free. The girl's tone was a little excited, but her behavior was very restrained, for fear of leaving a bad impression on the other party. "Give him 5 silver coins." Waylin took the sample, looked at the markings on it, and could barely make out the administrative plan, so he gave Kyle instructions. "Thank you, sir." The girl respectfully took the silver coin, put a book in Kyle's hand, and left the place quickly, fearing that Waylin would return. "Let's go, find a place to rest first." Waylin looked at the sky, and it looked like it was going to rain. As expected, as soon as we found the hotel, it started to rain heavily and the ground even shook slightly. Seeing this, Kyle hurriedly protected Waylin behind him. The other 6 bronze knights looked at each other, wondering why the 2 adults behaved like this. It seems the vision has begun. Waylin patted Kyle's shoulder and told him not to panic. This kind of movement is completely imperceptible to people below the silver level. "My lord, is this the reason why you came to the dukedom of Lyten this time?" Kyle stood aside and asked in confusion. "Why else do you think I brought so much money here?" Having the other 6 bronze knights guard the door, Waylin and Kyle began to study the map. The tourist map is worthy of its name, as it records various attractions, such as the place where Duke Lyten and Lady Dragon Serafina first met, the place where Duke Lyten moved mountains and blocked lakes, and other 20 or 30 places, which are really touching. Although it seems outrageous, every year many nobles spend huge sums of money to travel here to admire the legendary deeds of the Duke of Lyten and hope to have such a brilliant life. Apart from these tourist attractions, Waylin spent 10 minutes and barely figured out the administrative planning of the dukedom of Lyten. The names of small areas are unclear, and the largest administrative area has 37 counties. It is about 350 to 400 kilometers from Lyten City to Maple Leaf County. It needs to pass through 6 counties, and it takes about 4 to 5 days to reach the destination. After finalizing the target, the next step was to prepare dry food and rush to the Maple Leaf County capital without stopping for a moment. Contrary to expectations, the phenomenon continued and heavy rain continued for 3 days without stopping. The whole city was shrouded in rain. Due to the continuous heavy rain, the drainage system of Lyten City almost collapsed, the water level continued to rise, and even the first floor of the hotel where they lived began to flood. Roar! A loud roar resounded through the sky, and the dark clouds that had not dispersed for a long time were dispersed, and the sun once again enveloped the city of Lyten. Opening the window on the 2nd floor of the hotel and looking at the giant beast more than 30 meters in the sky gives people a very intuitive feeling. As the Duke of Lyten and his wife soared in the sky, the city erupted in unparalleled praise. "It's so powerful. Just a roar can dispel this strange phenomenon." Kyle looked at the silver giant beast flying in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. "Okay, it's time to go." Duke Lyten should have discovered this strange phenomenon and will soon begin to investigate his territory. "We have to speed up." Waylin patted Kyle's shoulder and instructed him. "I'll tell them to pack up and leave right away." Kyle reluctantly withdrew his gaze and left the room. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Waylin and his group of 8 left Lyten City and headed northeast. In a castle built of huge stones on the top of a mountain outside the city of Lyten, the silver dragon landed again and transformed into a beautiful elf. "Teacher, Lilith, how is it? Have you found anything?" A young man landed on the stone floor and walked towards the 2 voluptuous women. Chapter 160 Maple Leaf City Layout. Lyten. This vision is related to the formation of the space channel recorded in ancient history. The beautiful woman in a long dress said softly to Lyten with eyes full of doting. Another woman in formal attire blinked and said to her husband, "It's roughly northeast, but I can't tell how far it is." "Is that so?" Lyten stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The silver dragon girl hugged her husband from behind, and the soft touch interrupted his thoughts. "Don't worry, Lyten. With us here, any crisis can be resolved." "Salina, thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Lyten touched the silver dragon girl's head lovingly, telling her not to worry. "Teacher, I leave the army to you to command. Lilith, the coordination of all places is now left to you." "Kindness." The 2 women nodded and then left the platform. Lyten came to the edge and looked down, where he could see the entire city of Lyten. "Salina, let's go to the northeast." "Okay." The silver dragon girl returned to her true form, carrying her husband into the air and heading northeast. On the way to Maple Leaf County, Waylin looked up at the sky and saw a silver dragon flying through the air. "I didn't expect the search to start so soon. We have to speed up." Looking at the figure in the air, Waylin felt a little heavy-hearted and urged his men to speed up. They were all knights who had been traveling nonstop for several days without sleep. Their bodies could hold up perfectly, but they were a little tired mentally. The group no longer paid attention to anything else and focused on their journey towards Maple Leaf County. After 2 days and 1 night of riding, the group finally arrived at the county seat of Maple Leaf County. Looking at the stone city in front of them with its rugged northern architectural style, after being searched by the guards at the city gate and paying an entrance fee of 16 copper coins, Waylon and his 8 companions successfully entered the city. Kyle handed the purple horse to a bronze knight, walked to the side of the road, took out some preserved fruit from his pocket, and gently asked the child sitting by the roadside, "Excuse me, do you know where the house transaction is in the city?" "Over there, after passing 2 streets, you can see a place called Rhine House of Architecture. There are houses for sale there." The child clearly answered the information Kyle wanted to know, but did not take the candied fruit he handed over. "Why, you don't want it?" Looking at the kind uncle in front of him, he turned his head to look at the counter and found a middle-aged man nodding. He happily took the preserved fruit from Kyle's hand and put it into his mouth to chew slowly. Kyle patted the child's head, then returned to the queue and reported the situation to Waylon. "Let's go to the Rhine House of Architecture first." Afterwards, the group led their horses towards the city center. The residents around here were somewhat curious about the strangers from outside the area, but that was just curiosity. After crossing 2 streets, Waylon looked at the small shop called Rhine Building House. He asked Kyle and the others to wait outside and went into the shop alone. "Welcome to the Rhine House of Architecture. What can I do for you?" The idle businessman watched the wooden door of the shop being pushed open, and his expression immediately changed. He stepped forward to greet them enthusiastically. "Buy a house and buy land. So you are a distinguished guest. Please take a seat here. I will bring you the product catalog right away." The merchant warmly invited Waylon to sit down, then went to the back of the store, took out 3 2-finger-thick books, placed them in front of Waylon, and then went to make tea and brought it to the small wooden table. Waylon picked up one of the books and began to flip through it. It contained information about the houses for sale in Maple Leaf County, including their geographical locations and prices. Shop number 134, Avenue 2, West District, Maple Leaf County, occupies 120 square meters, priced at 85 gold coins, and includes a set of furniture. Number 2352, Avenue 3, East District, Maple Leaf County, covers an area of 180 square meters. The price is 65 gold coins, and a wooden cart is included. Inside the store, there was no other noise except the sound of books being flipped through. After briefly reading the first book, Waylon began to read the second book, which recorded the information on land sales outside the city. Blackstone Village is 15 kilometers away from Maple Leaf County. There's a 300 square meter house and 30 acres of land for sale. The asking price is 320 gold coins. The last book contains information on the sale of houses and land in the county towns under Maple Leaf County, but it is not as detailed as the previous 2 books and only provides approximate locations and prices. If I buy all the land in a village, how many houses and land can I own at most? Waylon put the last book on the small wooden table and asked the merchant, "Sir, according to the decree issued by the Duke, the houses and land owned by an individual or family cannot exceed 1/5 of a settlement. Otherwise, they will be punished by the local governor and the excess property will be confiscated." The merchant replied respectfully. Waylon didn't say anything, but asked the merchant for paper and pen and wrote down a few messages. "I need these 3 city houses today. Can you help me with that?" The businessman took the paper and looked at it. He roughly estimated the price in his mind and how much he could earn from it, and his attitude became more respectful. "Yes, sir, as long as the gold coins are in place, you can own these 3 houses immediately." "Well, let's get 3 sets first. I'm also interested in buying land outside the city later." Waylon looked at the table and said to the businessman, "Don't worry, sir. If you need to go outside the city to survey the land and house information, I can lead the way for you." The businessman was extremely excited when big business came to him. He almost knelt on the ground to talk to Waylon. "That's it for now. I'll let you know when we get outside the city." Waylon waved his hand, signaling the merchant to get down to business. Afterwards, Waylon asked Kyle to follow the merchant to the city lord's mansion to apply for the transfer declaration and register the 3 houses under his name. As for him, it was not convenient for him to show up at the moment. Otherwise, how could he explain that a noble traveled thousands of miles to a remote city to buy houses and land? Wouldn't this clearly tell others that there was a problem here? That night, Waylon moved into one of the 3 houses, which covered an area of 320 square meters and was sold for 165 gold coins. It was located away from the city center and had 6 rooms, a main hall, a stable, a kitchen, a toilet, 2 warehouses, and a basement, which were the entire buildings of the house. For the next few days, Wayland stayed in this house and sent the other 6 bronze knights out to taverns, shops, shopping malls, streets, and other places where people gathered to collect intelligence. He needed to have a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the information of the entire Maple Leaf City so that he could think about how to plan the next step and maximize his benefits after the Space Channel appeared. At the same time, in a duke's territory, how to lay out related industries so as not to be too dazzling and attract the other party's attention. Chapter 161 Maple Leaf City Layout, Part 2. After 2 days of information collection, it was found that Maple Leaf County had a population of over 30,000 people. There were 3 major chambers of commerce, namely the Lisbon Chamber of Commerce, the Hansa Chamber of Commerce, and the Dongquan Chamber of Commerce, which respectively controlled the purchase and sale of daily necessities, weapons and equipment, and livestock in Maple Leaf County. The backers behind these 3 chambers of commerce are the governor of Maple Leaf County, the general tax officer of Maple Leaf County, and the commander of the City Defense Army. The 3 are clearly divided, and each controls the 3 most important industries. As to whether the Duke's mansion is behind all this, it is still unknown. But the good news is that there are no so-called gangsters here. Perhaps this is related to the Duke of Lyton's 2 royal princesses who are good at governance, and his teacher, who is good at commanding the army. There is almost no soil for gangs to survive in the entire dukedom of Lyton. Therefore, the business environment is relatively clean. Although there are some dirty deals involved, they are not serious. Wayland spread out a piece of white paper and began to write and draw, imagining the industries he could get involved in after the Space Channel was formed. You can't interfere with weapons and equipment. You can consider selling various potions, but try to only sell ice blue potions. You can also introduce 2 or 3 low-end potions as appropriate. Don't get involved in too many potion businesses. Magic scrolls. Although you can obtain resources in this area, you should not touch them. The main external business of the Dukedom of Lyton is magic scrolls. Touching them is like stealing other people's jobs. No. As for housing, we can acquire some houses and hotels and renovate them in advance to serve mid and low-end adventurers. You can buy a piece of land outside the city and cultivate some fast-growing animals to sell to adventurers to explore the way. Almost all highly profitable industries were excluded from Wayland's plan. In order to compete with the Duke for business, Wayland was afraid that the business he had worked so hard to build would be taken over by the Duke with just a piece of official document. After some deletions and revisions, there are only 5 industries that can be involved, namely potions, hotels, exploration pets, restaurants, and taverns. Among them, the 3 most important directions are potions, inns, and taverns, and the other 2 are less important. There will be 3 potion shops tentatively, one of which will sell ice blue potions, and the other 2 will be tentatively scheduled. As for hotels, we'll acquire 30 residential buildings and 10 hotels. We'll also try to buy 1 or 2 small manors outside the city. We've decided to open 3 taverns, 2 inside Maple Leaf City and 1 outside. For a Pathfinder pet, we need to find a source of supply. First, we need to buy a 100-acre pasture outside the city. For restaurants, we're tentatively planning to have 6, 3 low-end, 2 mid-range, and 1 high-end. Wayland wrote down the industrial layout that needed to be completed this month on another piece of white paper. At the same time, the hotel, tavern, exploration pets, and catering were to be affiliated with the 6 Bronze Knights, and the potion shop was to be affiliated with Kyle. After the Space Channel was formed, the business affairs in the 5 directions would be merged into a chamber of commerce and handed over to specialized personnel for management. As for the candidate, Wayland had already decided on him in his mind, but he was currently in the commercial camp next to the Brazilian Serie A camp, responsible for selling ice blue potions. That evening, Wayland summoned Kyle and the 6 Bronze Knights to his room for a brief meeting, giving them instructions on various matters. Next, I will give you some funds. Starting today, the 6 of you will lurk in Maple Leaf City, and the shops you open will be in competition with each other. You must complete your respective tasks within 6 months at most. In a year at most, a businessman will come with my token and acquire or merge your respective businesses. All you have to do is cooperate then. Yes, sir. The 6 Bronze Knights stood up, touched their chests, and saluted, saying respectfully. Wayland looked at the 6 ordinary faces and assured them, complete this mission, and I will fully allocate resources to you to help you break through to the silver level. Loyalty is honor. Thank you for your gift, sir. The 6 people took a step back, knelt on one knee, and said with their heads down. Then, Wayland took out 5,000 gold notes and gave them to the 6 people, patting their shoulders, calling out their names clearly, and sending blessings to each Bronze Knight, wishing them success. Tonight, You will each go your separate ways and have no further contact with each other." "Yes." The 6 people saluted again and then left the house. The next day, they appeared in the city with different identities and began to acquire shops or houses and carry out industrial layout. That day, Waylon acquired 3 stores, all registered under Kyle's name, and prepared to leave. At this moment, in a shop, an enthusiastic businessman was waiting for the arrival of his last distinguished customer. For half a month, there was no business from the other party, so he could only regretfully guard the shop and continue to live his life. After returning to the city of Lightend, they spent 1,500 gold coins and were transported by 2 horses to the province of Khalid in the east of the kingdom, a peculiar triangular province. After entering the provincial capital of Khalid province, Waylon bought a map and headed east. Although the area of the Khalid province is only 380,000 square kilometers, it houses 8 earl families. The overall strength of the Drazer family is at the bottom among the 8 earl families. Its territory is less than 30,000 square kilometers, its population is only about 1 million, and its army is pitifully small. It has to use all its power to support an Athos-class Silver Knights. If it weren't for the title of a 1,000-year-old earl family and the political resources left by their ancestors, the Delasier family would have fallen apart and their title would have been downgraded long ago. From an earldom to the territory of the Drazel family, the contrast is immediately maximized. Everywhere were skinny civilians and serfs, and from time to time, officials in brightly dressed clothes would brandish whips and beat the working serfs. Passing by a small town, Waylon was instinctively disgusted with the Drazer family due to the filthy environment, the extortionate and nagging guards, the domineering officers, and the nobles who indulged in sensual pleasures. "Let's go. Let's not go to the town, but find a village to stay first." Looking at the dilapidated city wall, Waylon tightened the reins and instructed Kyle. After several hours of travel, Waylon and his companion arrived at a remote village. An old man with a cane came to the village entrance and asked respectfully, "My lords, what can I do for you?" "You are the village chief." Kyle rode forward and asked, "This is Mysher village, and I am the village chief here." The old man answered with his head down. Then, seeing Waylon nod, Kyle took out 3 silver coins from his pocket and threw them in front of the Mysher village villager. "We too will stay for a few days. This is your reward." "Yes, sir, please follow me." The old man picked up the silver coins on the ground and spoke in a more respectful tone. Chapter 162. The Millennium Family, the Drazer family, the aged and dead warrior. Compared with other settlements, Mysher village has a sense of tranquility and is cleaner than towns, but not much better. Following the village chief, we came to the cleanest house in the village, which consisted of several wooden houses and a stable. Before the 2 of them could settle down, the area around the house was already filled with children and adults, most of whom were looking at the majestic red phosphorus horse and purple horse with curiosity and talking in low voices. "My lord, since entering the territory of the Drazer family, I've seen a scene of devastation. It seems that it's difficult to gather information." Inside the cabin, Kyle was making tea with black tea leaves while he spoke. "It's really hard to gather information. I even doubt whether the Drazer family still remembers the name Devonshire." Waylon frowned, no longer holding out much hope of finding out Devonshire's background. "My lord, how about I call the village chief over and knock on his side? He has lived for so long, he should know some clues." Kyle thought for a moment and said to Waylon, "Yes, if we can get some useful information, that would be great. If that doesn't work, we can only..." At this point, Waylon's eyes became fierce. If it really didn't work out, he wouldn't mind kidnapping. As long as it was done secretly, no one would know. Not long after, Kyle invited the chief of Mysher village into the wooden house. The old village chief took a look at the exquisite knight's sword placed on the wooden table, quickly lowered his head, and dared not look at it anymore. "Old village chief, do you have a name?" Hearing the gentle voice, the old village chief calmed himself down and replied respectfully, "My name is Tom. You can just call me Old Tom." "Old Tom, my followers and I are traveling and accidentally arrived here. Do you know any strange events or secret stories here?" Waylon took out a gold coin and spun it on his fingertips, his eyes always fixed on the old village. "My eyes are blurry and my memory is not good. I can't remember these things clearly." Old Tom kept his head down and replied respectfully. Click. The crisp and sharp sound instantly made Old Tom tense up. Very alert. "Your Excellency is joking. I have served in your lordship's army for 20 years. This is just muscle memory." Old Tom grinned, his mouth full of yellow teeth emitting an unpleasant smell. Waylon asked calmly, "Judging from your age, you're at least 70. Considering you joined the army at 20 and left at 40, 30 years have passed in between. I'm surprised you're still so alert. The next moment, a powerful pressure pressed old Tom to the ground. He didn't want to use such means, but the old man didn't tell the truth. Tell me about it. I'm very interested in your story. The next moment, old Tom felt the heavy pressure ease a lot. He barely supported his body with his limbs and knelt on the ground. Sir, I am of humble status and limited knowledge, so I cannot answer your question at all. Old Tom answered in a very humble tone with his head lowered. Based on his many years of military experience, it would not be difficult for these two people to raze Mysore village to the ground. He could only humbly beg the other party to lose interest and let him go. I'm curious about what happened 30 years ago. Wayland stared at old Tom and said word by word. Unfortunately, I didn't see any extra expression on the other person's face. I don't know if he really didn't understand or was just pretending. I don't know what you were talking about, sir. Please forgive me. The cabin instantly fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, Wayland said impatiently, Forget it. Get out now. Yes, sir. Old Tom dragged his dying body out of the cabin and limped out of the yard. Did you see anything? Wayland looked at Kyle and asked. A bit like a death warrior. No, he's a dedicated warrior, guarding some secret. Wayland came to the wooden door and looked at old Tom leaving. He said in a deep voice, I originally just wanted to get some information, but I didn't expect to accidentally stumble into an incident. Master, what should we do next? Kyle stepped forward and asked in a low voice, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. Go ask around in the village to see if this old Tom has any descendants. Wayland turned his head and whispered in Kyle's ear, Remember, whether there's a blood relationship. I see. Kyle, holding a knight's sword and a money bag, swaggered out of the cabin and headed towards the village. I'm curious, what secret has this assassin been guarding for 30 years? Wayland was just curious about the secret that old Tom was keeping. He had a hunch that it must be related to Devonshire. After all, whether there is a connection between old Tom, who left the military camp 30 years ago, and Devon Hill, who gave up his family surname at the same time 30 years ago, still needs to be explored. In the evening, Kyle returned to the cabin from Wheatstone Village and reported to Wayland. My lord, Elder Tom of Wheatstone Village had 3 sons and 2 daughters. 1 son and 1 daughter died young. Now 2 sons and 1 daughter are still alive, and they are all young. The eldest was only 28 years old and was sent to the army. The youngest son is the captain of the village guard, commanding all the men in Mysore village. My only daughter is 20 years old, but she's still unmarried, which is a bit unusual. When did those 2 children die? If they are alive, how old are they now? Wayland asked. Kyle thought for a moment and then answered. The ones who died were my second son and my eldest daughter. I heard they fell into the river when they were 6 years old and disappeared. Their bodies have never been found. If they were still alive, the eldest daughter would be 30 years old and the second son would be 25. No body, Wayland said, staring at Kyle. Yes, Kyle nodded. There's also a rumor, I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that 30 years ago, a midwife from Wheatstone Village delivered old Tom's eldest daughter, and the next day, she and her family left Wheatstone Village. It seems that the key lies in the eldest daughter whose body is missing. For a moment, Wayland had a bold guess in his mind, that is, civil unrest. However, it is too early to make any decisions now. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave here and head to Candela, the center of the Dreeser family. Things are getting more and more interesting. Yes. Late at night, a red-headed crow flew out from the edge of Mysore village and headed towards the mountains in the north. Old Tom took a longing look at the night sky and returned home with a hunched back. The next morning, when Wayland and the other man were leaving, they suddenly heard that old Tom had passed away the night before. A group of villagers rushed to the village chief's house to bid farewell to the old village chief. Wayland did not have any extra emotions about old Tom's death and took Kyle to Candela. Chapter 163. The Millennium Family, the Dreeser family, first visit to Candela. In the deep mountains at the junction of 2 earldoms, a red-headed crow passed through a narrow cave and entered a hidden valley. Ga. A guard who was resting on the watchtower opened his eyes, stood up, took out the red potion he was carrying, pulled out the cork, and placed it in front of the red-headed crow. The special fragrance made the red-headed crow feel nauseous and vomited out the sealed blue jade bamboo tube stored in its stomach. The guard picked up the small blue jade bamboo tube on the ground, put down a piece of meat, and left the watchtower and walked towards the center of the gathering place. The red-headed crow swallowed the meat with bright red blood and left the place contentedly. In a house in the center of the valley, a young girl was practicing diligently, and the free magic energy around her was gathering towards her. A middle-aged knight entered the courtyard holding a cleaned blue jade bamboo tube. He stood respectfully beside the girl, looking at her quietly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Half an hour later, the girl stopped practicing, opened her eyes, looked at the middle-aged knight not far away, smiled, and asked, "Uncle Muller, what's going on?" "My lord, old Tom from Mysore village sent a letter from Lenu." The middle-aged knight bowed and saluted, presenting the blue jade bamboo tube with both hands. The girl quickly stood up and walked to the middle-aged knight Muller, took the blue jade bamboo tube, removed the bamboo stopper, and took out the note inside. "Young master, 2 strange knights arrived in the village yesterday. I'm afraid they're part of a new round of raids by the rebels, and they've already discovered my identity. My time is running out, and I'm lucky to have survived for over 30 years. I hope the young master will return to the family soon, restore order, and complete the work you left unfinished." "Master, what's the matter?" Muller asked anxiously as he saw the girl's face becoming increasingly heavy. The girl closed her eyes, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. She clutched her chest, feeling her heartbeat and the magic power circulating in her body. "Uncle Mueller, my adoptive father is gone." "What? How is this possible? Could it be that Mysore village has already?" The girl handed the note to the middle-aged knight and sat on the ground helplessly. Her childhood memories kept emerging in her mind, and they were already a little blurry. Mueller read it carefully, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. He looked at the dazed girl and softly consoled her. "Master, old Tom's sacrifice will not be in vain. He used his life to protect your traces. Don't let my sworn brother know about this for now." "Yes." The middle-aged knight swallowed the note, saluted the girl, and then left the house. The girl crawled on the ground, her heart becoming heavier and heavier. She couldn't help crying out loud, and her hatred for the traitor who replaced the heir with a concubine 200 years ago grew stronger. The journey to Candela was smooth. The mid-route attack that Waylin had expected did not occur at all, which made him doubt his own judgment. "My lord, the one ahead is Kendra." Looking at Waylin, who was distracted, Kyle reminded him softly, "Well, let's go into the city and settle down first." Waylin patted the red phosphorus horse and asked it to speed up. Candela, the most important city of the Drazzle family, is somewhat different from the towns along the way. At least the environment is cleaner, the guards are conscientious, and there is no extortion. After paying 2 copper coins as the entrance fee, Waylin successfully entered the city. After settling down in an inn near the noble district in the city, Kyle went out to gather information, putting his master's affairs first. Even if Waylin wanted him to rest for a day, it would be of no use. After Kyle left, Waylin lay alone in bed, waiting for the guidance of fate. January 1st, 9724 in the glorious calendar marks the beginning of a new year. In this world, there is no tradition of celebrating the new year. Unless the nobles are willing to establish a legal holiday to celebrate the first day of the new year and implement it in their own territories, ordinary people will have no time to rest and will have to rush for their lives all day long. 3 precious mermaid pearls are hidden under a reef outside the small town of Kalika in Donyan County, Sina Province, Ilia Kingdom. Mermaid pearls. Ancient history records that a mermaid can only produce 7 mermaid pearls in her lifetime. They can help high-level silver players break through to the gold level. They are a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. Waylin touched his chin, wondering why there were 3 mermaid pearls under the reef. Did they drift there accidentally, or were they placed there on purpose? The mermaid pearl is not very important to Waylin. After taking the 7-color life flower, there is no bottleneck for him to break through the gold level. However, this thing can be given away as a gift. After making a mental note of the place name, Waylin prepared to take the things away after investigating the information about Devonshire. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Kyle returned to the hotel, feeling a little lost. "My lord, there's very little information circulating about Devonshire. Most of it is that Devonshire had an affair with a mistress of Frederick Dreesier, the current head of the Dreesier family and the current Earl of Cowsham. The Earl discovered this, and, ashamed, Devonshire voluntarily gave up his family name and left Cowsham." "Haha, this sounds fake." Waylin poured a glass of water for Kyle, his tone full of contempt, and he felt even more disgusted with the Drazzle family. Isn't it funny to ask how a person with questionable character could become a Knight Temple? "Master, what should we do next? Should we kidnap a few people from the Dreesier family?" Kyle looked at Waylin, eager to try. Waylin shook his head and decided to wait a few days. Over the next few days, the two stayed in the hotel to rest, occasionally going out to visit several landmark areas in Candela just to relax. 3 days later, Waylin closed the windows and locked the door of the room. There are so many more spies. Waylin looked at Kyle's reply on the drawing and drew the appearances of all the spies whose identities he had confirmed in the past few days, which were almost the same as the real people. Master, how about I bring a few of them back tonight and interrogate them strictly? No need. Now they are in the light, and we are in the dark, switching between offense and defense. Waylon leaned his hands on the table, staring at the portraits of 8 people on the white paper, thinking in his mind. Are these people spies from the Drasil family, members of the forces of that assassin Old Tom, or members of some evil cult, or maybe all of them? So how do we deal with this? Kyle asked with some confusion. We'll leave the city in 2 days and see if these people will follow us. If this matter is really troublesome, Waylon decided to give up recruiting Devon Hill as his chief night instructor. He doesn't want to be inexplicably involved in an irrelevant conspiracy. I hope the information I need is not involved in it. Otherwise, I will have to give up the poaching plan and go home. Chapter 164. The Millennium Family, the Dracial Family, A Strange Ambush Scene, Part 1. At this moment, 3 different places in the city were secretly monitoring Waylon and reporting the situation to their immediate superiors. 2 strange silver transcendents, thinking they entered Candela quietly. On the 3rd floor of a lavishly decorated tavern, a middle-aged man with a pale face shook the red wine in his glass and whispered to his subordinate, who was kneeling in front of him. Sir, how should we proceed next? The man in civilian clothes asked respectfully. Keep observing. The investigators from the royal capital disappeared in Candela for no apparent reason. Doesn't this clearly tell them that something is wrong with what happened 30 years ago? The middle-aged man smiled lightly, a smile that drove the lady crazy. The spy who was a subordinate was trembling with fear. Whenever his boss showed such a smile, a vicious conspiracy had already emerged in his mind. Go down, and don't let them find you. I don't want to lose such an excellent subordinate like you. Yes, sir. The spy suppressed his inner fear and slowly left the room. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. After finishing the wine in his glass, the middle-aged man ordered his servant to prepare the carriage and left the tavern for the castle outside the city. The 3 of them gathered in a basement in the slums of the western part of Candela. Number 7, Number 13, what's the situation? Asked a black-robed man wearing a blood-red mask. Captain, after 3 days of observation, I found that these 2 people are not like the group of rebels. They have been doing nothing these days and have been traveling everywhere. However, on the day they arrived in Candela, the younger one of them went out at night to gather information. The young man, standing on the left, answered. What news? The black-robed man asked anxiously. News from 30 years ago, mainly about a man named Devon Hill. I speculate that these 2 people may be investigators from the provinces or the royal capital. The black-robed man shook his head and said, Your speculation makes sense, but we can't rule out the possibility that this was a bait thrown by the rebels to force us to reveal ourselves and thus reveal our lord's exact location. Sir, what should we do next? Another young man asked. It's impossible to do anything. Let's continue to observe. I will report this to Master Mueller first and then make a decision. Yes. The 2 men saluted and then left the secret room. After the 2 left, the man in black robe came to the bookshelf and pushed the 3rd book in the 2nd compartment of the 3rd row into the bookcase, and a dark passage appeared. Blowing out the oil lamp in the basement, the man in black robe entered the cave. After a while, the entrance was closed. Your Excellency the priest, these 2 are not from the Church of Life. After my observation, I found that they do not have any disgusting breath of life. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground with fear in his eyes as he reported to the gloomy-looking man who had lost his left arm. Are you sure they are not in disguise? You, a dirty thing with such low cultivation level, can't tell whether they are the damn Knights of Judgment. The gloomy man had a crazy expression. He pinched the middle-aged man's neck and lifted him up with one hand. Damn those Knights of Judgment. It's all because of them. I'm going to kill them and tear them apart. The middle-aged man felt that breathing was becoming more and more difficult. He looked helplessly at the madman in front of him, but he did not dare to beg for mercy loudly, for fear that he would turn into a zombie in the next moment. Bump! The gloomy, armless man threw the middle-aged man away, and he fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air frantically, feeling relieved that he was still alive. Keep monitoring them, if that fails. Suddenly, the gloomy man turned around, picked up the frightened middle-aged man, and said gently, You will become the food of my most lovely baby. Yes, sir, I will definitely not let you down. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely and answered in a trembling voice. Why, are you afraid of me? The gloomy man's expression suddenly changed, and his tone became even colder. Get out, you vile thing. Yes. The middle-aged man crawled out of the room and left the manor in a panic. A ghoul crawled out from a dark corner, its skin pale, almost bloodless, its eyes sunken, emitting a red or yellow glow, revealing not evil and hunger, but fear. Come, my darling, come here. The gloomy man knelt on the ground with a smile on his face. He grabbed a piece of maggot-infested meat from the barrel and spoke to the zombie. Looking at the devilish man in front of him, the ghoul retreated in fear. Come here, don't make me say it again. The cold tone made the slow-witted ghoul stop retreating, and he stood in front of the gloomy man on all fours. Come eat. The ghoul chewed on the maggot-infested flesh and crawled in front of the gloomy man, not daring to move. My love, my baby, only in this way will you not leave me. Thank the god of withering. It is he who allows you to stay with me forever. Stroking the pale skin of the ghoul, the gloomy man showed a sick smile. 2 days later, Waylon left the foggy city of Candela according to his previous plan. At the same time, 3 different forces took action, holding different purposes and doing the same thing. One night, 3 days later, Waylon and Kyle rested under a big tree as usual. However, the two of them were in a state of tension all the time, and according to their speculation, this was the best opportunity to take action. It is far enough away from Candela and is surrounded by mountains. There was no attack tonight, so this matter should be over. Waylon wiped the knight's sword and said to Kyle beside him, Lord, if there is no attack tonight, what should we do next? Kidnap someone and gather information. Waylon didn't hesitate and gave the answer directly. Suddenly, there was a sound around them, and the two stood up subconsciously. Let's go and take a look. The 2 men left their horses here and headed quickly towards the southwest. Traitor die. A low-level silver swordsman charged with a greatsword and cut 3 bronze warriors belonging to the Black Crow Corps of the Drazzle family in half. Go ahead, clear out the remaining culprits first. The leading shadow stalker gave orders, displaying the strength of a high-level silver, and headed towards the low-level silver swordsman. Go, everyone go. The gloomy man looked at the chaotic scene, which made him more and more excited. He frantically commanded the believers of the Withered Order and the zombies to rush forward, making the situation even more chaotic. For a moment, the small open space was in chaos, with the 3 groups fighting each other and blood and flesh flying everywhere. Waylon and Kyle hid behind a big tree, watching everything that was happening in confusion. It seems like they are here to kill us, Kyle said uncertainly. It should be, but I didn't expect them to fight first. Looking at the chaotic situation, Waylon actually felt a little absurd. The real boss is here, and you guys actually started fighting first. It's a bit disrespectful to him. Chapter 165. The Millennium Family, the Dracial Family, A Strange Ambush Scene, Part 2. My lord, these people are fighting each other. Let us send them off later. Kyle was a little excited. Looking at the bloody fight in the valley, he gripped his knight sword tightly, wanting to join the battle. That's right. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I am not a magnanimous person. Waylon stared at the scene of blood flowing like a river with a cold look on his face. He would certainly not let go easily of those who wanted to kill him. Half an hour later, a steady stream of reinforcements joined the battlefield, making Waylon and Kyle more and more confused. My goodness, this group of people actually have a reserve army. How insidious. 3 bunch of old bitches. Seeing this, Waylon could only suppress the idea of revenge in his heart and quickly leave the place with Kyle. The scale of the melee was getting bigger and bigger, and he was afraid that he would be dragged into it if he was not careful. Master, where are we going next? After returning to the camp, Kyle untied the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse and asked Waylon. Waylon listened to the distant struggle and an idea popped into his mind. Let's change our appearance and return to Candela. Yes. Kyle chose to obey the decision of his master. After leaving this place, the two came to a village, bought some clothes, collected some paint, and then came to a small river to change their appearance. Xiaohong, be good and don't move. Waylon comforted his mount, telling it not to resist, and then painted it with light gray paint. Half an hour later, the red phosphorus horse looked at its reflection in the water, raised its front legs in dissatisfaction, and wanted to jump into the river. Isn't the painting beautiful? Waylon held the reins with one hand, preventing the red phosphorus horse from moving. Master, leave it to me. Kyle looked at the red phosphorus horse that looked like it was losing hair, took the wooden bowl helplessly, and repainted the red phosphorus horse. 10 minutes later, looking at the beautiful patterns in front and behind him, the red phosphorus horse lowered its head and rubbed Kyle. It's just a little bit worse than Kyle, this horse who doesn't know his worth. After the 2 men and 2 horses were dressed up, all their weapons and items were put into the space ring. Compared with before, it cannot be said that they are completely unrelated, but it can only be said that there is no connection at all. Disguised as adventurers, the 2 returned to Candela. In the valley, the stream was dyed blood red, and broken limbs covered the valley floor. Neither side knew how long the fight lasted or how many people died, but they only knew that the scale of the fight was getting bigger and gradually out of control. 500 or 600 people fell here. Most of them were low-level professionals. Most of them were silver transcendents who were injured, and very few were killed in battle. "Sir, an army is approaching." A ranger came to the middle-aged knight and reported breathlessly. "Everyone retreat." The middle-aged knight's eyes were full of unwillingness. If he was given another hour, the traitor's Black Crow army would surely be destroyed here. On the other side, only the gloomy man and his ghoul servant were left in the withered cult. Seeing the other group retreat, he simply abandoned the injured ghoul, sang a cheerful little song, and left from the northwest with his little baby and several powerful ghouls. As for the other believers of the withered cult, aren't they just consumables? The three-way melee ended with the arrival of the army. The leader of the Black Crow army looked at the less than 100 people around him and found that 3/5 of his men were missing. He almost fainted. These are all his hard work. It will take at least 15 years to recover. "Sir, what should we do next?" "Let's go, leave this place." As the knives of the dark side, they cannot be exposed to the sunlight. They look at the remnants unwillingly and leave this place angrily. As for the real purpose of the three parties coming here, it has been selectively forgotten. For them, killing each other is the most important thing. Lord Kashi, the valley is full of corpses, all with unfamiliar faces. There are different patterns engraved on their clothes, which can be roughly divided into 3 types. An officer came to a low-level silver knight and reported respectfully. "In addition, we also found the bodies of many ghouls. Burn all the corpses of the cultists and collect the corpses of the ghouls and take them to the church to claim the reward." The silver knight took a look and then gave the order to the officer. Yes. As a close confidant of Kashik, he naturally knew why everyone was defined as a cultist. Kashik has no interest in the various forces within. He only cares about whether he can gain benefits from them. Anyway, since they have nothing to prove their identity, they can just be regarded as cult members. Since the other party does not want to reveal their identity, he is too lazy to investigate further for fear of retaliation from the other party. 2 days later, Waylon and Kyle returned to Candela again. This time, the two of them came to a store that sold houses with ease. Kyle imitated the local accent to talk to the other party and spent 30 gold coins to buy a house in the slums without arousing anyone's vigilance. After entering the house, they added high-quality fodder to the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse, and then the two of them went into the house. "Let's go out tomorrow morning to scout the area, collect information about the noble children of the Drazzle family, and select targets." Waylon took off the headscarf wrapped around his head and said to Kyle, "My lord, should we wait a while? After all, the ambush just happened and things are very tense right now. Should we slow down a bit?" "No, the more it is now, the faster we have to act. The main thing is to catch the enemy by surprise." Waylon rejected Kyle's suggestion and decided to continue with his plan. "I understand. I will select the possible kidnapping targets tomorrow morning." Kyle nodded and said respectfully. After the two of them rested for a night, Kyle put on a gray suit the next morning, imitated the walking posture of a gangster, and wandered aimlessly on the street. At the junction of the aristocratic district and the high-end commercial district, Kyle squatted on the street, imitating the local accent and talking with other gangsters. "Have you heard? Master Quiet and Alexander, the son of the leader of the Kaohsiung Knights, spent over 3,000 gold coins last night fighting for a snake girl." 3,000 gold coins are enough for me to live a carefree life," a gangster said enviously. "Who says it's not?" Kyle echoed. "This Master Quiet is really rich. He can actually take out so many gold coins at once. It's just some money. If he wasn't the Earl's younger brother, he would not be strong enough to reach the title, and if the Earl needed face, he would have buried it somewhere long ago." An old gangster pretended to be mysterious and had news that others didn't know, and showed off to others. So cruel. A young boy who was not very worldly wise was greatly surprised. There are many more cruel things than this. The old man lowered his voice and said, "The dirty deals between nobles are beyond our imagination. Old John, tell me about it." An older young man said with a lick on his face, his eyes full of curiosity. Kyle squatted in the crowd, pricked up his ears, and collected information quietly. Chapter 166. The Millennium Family, the Drazer Family, the worst stratagem, kidnapping. Listen, take Master Quiet as an example. As the Earl's younger brother, he must know a lot of secrets, but he still lives a carefree life. I guess. Kyle pretended to be curious and listened to the old thug's explanation, extracting the key information in his mind. Finally, he went to several places and got other news from these idle people. Regardless of whether it is true or not, as the local boss, he has a thorough understanding of the identities of these nobles. After all, short-sighted gang thugs and hooligans won't live past the age of 40 or 50. At night, Kyle returned to his home in the slums, reported the intelligence to Wei Lin, and listed the targets for kidnapping. Quaid, Richard, and Arabella. One is the younger brother of Count Frederick of Kaohsiung, and the other two are close relatives. They are all involved in family affairs, but they are now marginal figures. Even if they disappear for a short time, it will not cause chaos. After some consideration, Wei Lin finally chose the lucky man Richard. We will begin the operation tomorrow night and leave the city early the next morning to conduct interrogations outside the city. Yes. In a magnificent castle outside the city of Candela, Count Kaohsiung picked up an exquisite vase and smashed it hard on the head of a man in a black robe. Useless. With so many people, we can't even wipe out those remaining evildoers. What's the point of keeping you around? Master, please forgive me. If it weren't for those zombies, I would have strangled all the remaining evildoers. The leader of the Black Crow Corps knelt on the ground, and in a panic, he pushed the responsibility onto the cultists. Looking at this silver-level high-ranking shadow lurker who had followed him for 30 years, Count Kaohsiung's tone suddenly softened. Take your men and find those remnants. Master, the Black Crow army suffered heavy losses. We cannot complete the task you assigned us with our strength alone. The man in black robe buried his head in the floor, and his trembling voice perfectly explained his inner thoughts. I'll leave the Kandra guards to you. I'll also pull out the guards from the family members and hand them all over to you. I just want those remaining villains to be completely wiped out. Yes, master. The man in black robe got up from the ground, took the token from Count Kaohsiung, and quickly left the study. It's been 200 years, and you still haven't given up. Damn it. Standing by the window, looking at the bright moon in the sky, Count Frederick of Kaohsiung clenched his fists. The anger in his heart that had nowhere to vent made him more and more irritable. Old William. Master. A gray-haired butler walked out from the shadows. Go and prepare 30 prisoners. Yes. The butler lowered his head and answered softly, then left the study. Count Kaohsiung waited for a while, then opened the secret room, picked up a knight's sword with evil patterns, and left his study with a tyrannical mood. The next night, Wei Lin and Kyle were waiting outside the manor where Quaid lived. Looking at a luxurious carriage parked outside the manor, a middle-aged man with a pale face stepped on the servant's back, got off the carriage, and entered the manor with a weird smile on his face. Master, the target has appeared. On a rooftop 2 kilometers away, Kyle spoke to Wei Lin, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the news of Quaid's appearance, Wei Lin immediately jumped off the roof, followed by Kyle, and the whole process was silent. Arriving outside the manor, Wei Lin took out a black turban, black robe, and knight's sword, and began to put on the assassin's unique attire. With their strength, this is not necessary at all, but since it is the first kidnapping, some sense of ritual is still needed. The two of them jumped over the 4-meter-high stone wall with a light leap. After dealing with a dozen patrolling manor guards, the two came to the villa in the manor. No. At the corner of the wall, Wei Lin listened to the sound coming from inside and felt confused. If the woman's voice was normal, it would be normal for Quaid, a member of the decadent aristocracy, to play with women, but the man's voice was surprising. Wei Lin gestured to Kyle to be patient and climbed up to the second-floor balcony to see what was going on. After entering the balcony, Wei Lin looked at the strange scene in the room on the second floor through the glass window and felt that his eyes were polluted. Contrary to the normal plot, the woman was tied to a chair and the man was pressed on the bed. Looking at this scene, Wei Lin felt nauseous. He covered his eyes and jumped down. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Kyle looked at Wei Lin, who suddenly jumped down, climbed up on his own initiative, watched the scene that refreshed his 3 views, suppressed his nausea, entered the house, knocked the 3 people unconscious, and put them into 2 sacks. The whole process took less than a minute. 2 ordinary people, plus the weakling Quaid with mid-level bronze strength, were subdued by Kyle in an instant. After leaving the manor, he untied the sack containing the man and woman, threw it into a small alley, and then took Quaid back to his home in the slums. Given the drink, Wei Lin took out a bottle of dark potion from his space ring and handed it to Kyle. As a sleeping potion, it causes great damage to the body, but for the 2 people who did not intend to leave anyone alive, it was just right to use it on Quaid. The next morning, the 2 men disguised themselves as traveling merchants, pulled 2 carts full of goods, bribed the guards with 4 silver coins, and easily left the city. It was a good thing for both of them that the news of Quaid's disappearance had not spread. After leaving the city of Candela, Wei Lin distributed 2 carts of yam to the beggars and poor people around him, and quickly left the place with a gray cloth bag. It was not until noon that the news of Quide's disappearance was known to the Candela City Lord's mansion. They hastily issued an order to block the city gates and search the city, and hurried to the castle to report to the earl. As for what happens next, it has nothing to do with Waylon and the others for the time being. After a day and a night, the two stopped by a deserted stream. This place has beautiful scenery and is suitable for burying people. Waylon looked around and said to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle nodded in agreement. Then, Kyle tied the naked Quaid to a tree and drew his knight's sword to pierce his thigh. The intense pain instantly sobered Quaid up, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Kyle impatiently punched him, which calmed the old pervert down instantly. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Let me go now, or you will not be able to leave your body intact. Quaid shouted loudly, a little unconscious, but was met with Kyle's sandbag-sized fist. A few minutes later, looking at Quaid, whose head was swollen like a pig, Waylon asked with a stern face, Tell me, how much do you know about Devonshire? Key name, we will come back with a price. Quaid said incoherently. Seeing this situation, the only thing they could do was to relax the stubborn Quidson's limbs. Chapter 167. The Millennium Family Drazel Family, Druid's Book, Soul Mastery. Click. One of his hands was broken, and just as Quaid was about to scream, he was punched again, knocking out several of his teeth. Tell me, and I'll let you go. Waylon looked at Quaid with a very kind tone. You swear in the name of God. Quaid stared at the two men, hoping to get their assurance. Seeing that the other party was not going to fall into the trap, Waylon shook his head and could only let Kyle continue to beat Quaid. Half an hour later, looking at the half-dead Quaid, Waylon took out a bottle of ice blue potion from the space ring, took out the cork, moved Quaid's mouth away with disgust, and poured the potion down roughly, just to ensure that he would not die. The two came to the campfire and continued their discussion. Master, this guy won't talk. Why don't we just put an end to it and bury him directly? We'll interrogate him for a while. If we can't get him to talk, he'll be fine. Waylon glanced back at Quaid and said coldly, Find a good place to bury him. Half an hour later, the bleeding from the wounds all over Quaid's body stopped, and he slowly regained consciousness. The pain coming from all over his body was unbearable for him, who had lived a life of luxury for many years. Looking at the backs of the two people, he felt more and more resentful. Now that you're awake, let's continue. Waylon came to Quaid and asked expressionlessly, How much do you know about Devonshire? Haha, you bunch of remnants. Don't even think about getting an ounce of information from me. Quaid spat out the saliva in his mouth and said with disdain, Fight, just leave a glimmer of hope this time. Waylon shook his head, gave Kyle an instruction, and then sat aside, quietly warming himself by the fire. A heart-wrenching cry came from the quiet stream, scaring the surrounding animals and making them flee in all directions. An unknown amount of time passed before Kyle washed the blood off his hands by the stream. He said somewhat discouragedly, My lord, this guy looks like a coward, but I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. That's normal. If he wasn't so stubborn, he wouldn't be able to live so freely in the Drazel family under the rule of Count Kausham. Waylon picked up a piece of wood and threw it into the campfire. His patience had been worn out. Here, drink it for him. Keep him alive. I'm going to do an experiment. Waylon took out a book and a bottle of ice blue potion from the space ring, handed the potion to Kyle, and started reading the Druid's book. On page 7 of the book, there is a Druid spell called Soul Stealing, which sounds like a spell style created by a fellow villager. There are 3 prerequisites for casting this spell. The first is that the object of the spell must be in the best physical and mental condition. The second is that the object of the spell must be 1 major level lower than the caster. Soul Stealing originated from a kind of demonic magic, but was modified by this fellow villager according to his own understanding, but its roots still belong to the category of demonic magic. Therefore, the third prerequisite for casting a spell is to find a medium, which can be a creature or an object, to remove the temporary curse bestowed on the caster by the world by playing with souls. It doesn't matter how powerful he is. A mere curse has no effect on those at the soul intent level or legend level, but for a weakling like him at the silver level, it is a bit dangerous. If you fall while walking, you may suffer serious injuries. This kind of thing is impossible for a silver high knight with his physique, but carrying the temporary curse bestowed by the world, everything is possible. In addition, this magic can only be used once every 6 months, otherwise a terrible disaster will occur. Go and get a bear nearby. Yes. Kyle obeyed the order and left. 2 hours later, Kyle returned to the camp carrying a bear. Waylon drew his knight's sword, seized the bear by its forepaws, and released a bowl of blood. Coming to the stream, according to the records in the Druid book, he began to paint special ancient patterns on his face with hot blood, and at the same time injected druid magic into these patterns. After completing all this, Waylon had a special feeling, as if his status had been exchanged with the bear. This effect could only last for 10 minutes. Because this pig bear is only a low-level bronze life form, which does not match the extraordinary level of Waylon, the casting time that can last for 8 hours is shortened to half an hour. The pig bear lay on the ground, looking at the human covered with blood-colored patterns, as if he saw his own kind, and his confused eyes became even more confused. No matter what you see later, don't disturb me, Waylon solemnly warned Kyle. Yes. Quide looked at Waylon, whose face was covered in blood, and had a bad feeling. He said with horror, "What are you going to do? Even if you die, you can't get any useful information from me. That's not up to you." Waylon stretched out his right hand towards Quide and activated his soul skill, reincarnation of life and death. In an instant, Quide's injuries recovered at an extremely fast speed, and both his body and soul, and even his strength, were improved. Before Quide could carefully feel the changes in his body, Waylon immediately used the soul-stealing technique. Kyle looked at Waylon, whose eyes had turned red. His whole body was emitting a light black ominous aura. Even the pig bear beside him was shrouded in the ominous aura. Waylon grabbed an illusory soul from Quide's body. Its dull expression was no longer as lively as before, and it looked like a puppet. "Tell me the basic information about Devonshire." Waylon looked at Quide's soul and began to ask questions. Devon Hill, born in Mutuo Town, his parents are deceased, and he is a collateral branch of his family. A few minutes later, Waylon matched the information he had collected one by one, proving that what Quade said was indeed true. With less than 20 minutes left, Waylon quickened his pace and continued asking questions. Why did Devon Hill abandon his family name and leave the Dreesier family 30 years ago? 30 years ago, the castle guards led by Devonshire, in conjunction with the Black Crows, participated in the elimination of remnants of the remnants, led by his sister and a man. Unknowingly, Devonshire killed his sister and brother-in-law with his own hands and accidentally killed his niece. After the operation, Devonshire spent his days in a daze. A month later, he resigned as captain of the castle guard, renounced his family name, and left Kaohsiung. His whereabouts are unknown. Who is the leader of the remnants you are eliminating now? Waylon calculated the remaining time and asked. Quide maintained a dazed expression as he continued. Multiple testimonies have confirmed that the infant killed 30 years ago was a servant's child. The remnant's bloodline still survives in the world. The Black Crow's mission is to identify the remnant's leader and completely sever the legitimate bloodline. Why did you send people to kill us 10 days ago? Because you are the kingdom's investigators. Our family is afraid that the events of 200 years ago will be exposed, and that the remaining personnel will come into contact with you and obtain information that can subvert us. Therefore, we must strangle you in the wilderness. Chapter 168, Shallow Sea Treasure Chest. Waylon was speechless after hearing this answer. It seemed that he had taken the blame for the kingdom investigator. He thought it was for some other reason. What is the code word for the Black Crows? Yes. Suddenly, Quade's soul returned to his body. The blood-red pattern on Waylon's face faded, and the soul-stealing spell ended prematurely. Waylon felt his body and found no changes, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jump! A huge rock fell from the mountain and hit Pig Bear right on the head. The confused Pig Bear was shot in the head on the spot, blood splattered everywhere, and he died in a way that could not be deader. Kyle stepped forward tentatively and took a piece of black crystal, a special magical material, from the tip of the boulder. Just now he was still wondering how an ordinary boulder could kill a low-level bronze Pig Bear, until he saw the black crystal in Kyle's hand, and Waylon couldn't help but feel a little scared. Not long after the soul-stealing spell ended, misfortune struck. After looking at the druid's book again, Waylon felt that this fellow was really a big shot. What did you do to me?" Waylon turned his head and looked at the rapidly aging Quide, sighing that death in the cycle of life and death had begun to appear. A moment later, Quide, who had just had a middle-aged face, now looked like he was about to die, with gray hair and wrinkled skin. For several minutes, Quade's eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. "Bury it." Kyle received the order and began to carry out the aftermath work. A large pit was dug by the river, and the bodies of Quide and Pig Bear were buried in the pit so that they would have company. After all this was over, the sky gradually became clear. The two men simply dealt with the campfire and set off to leave this place and head for the provincial capital of Khalid Province. After getting the information he wanted, Waylon had no need to stay any longer. As for what the entanglement was and how it related to him, after Quade's disappearance, Count Frederick of Kaohsiung had to withdraw guards from the Black Crow Court to strengthen the defense of his own troops. He had sufficient evidence to suspect that it must have been done by the remnants. To this end, the entire Kaohsiung area began a comprehensive search, arresting all suspicious persons and looking for Kuwait's whereabouts. Just one day before the blockade of Kaohsiung, Weilin took Kyle away from the earldom. The struggle between the direct and collateral branches continued in Kaohsiung until one side was completely defeated, but all this had nothing to do with Weilin. After leaving the province of Khalid, Weilin headed to the eastern coastal province of Sinna. After a week, the two successfully arrived at the small town of Kyalika in Dongyan County, a small town by the sea. Standing on the beach, Weilin looked at the vast ocean. This was the first time in his life that he saw the ocean in this world. Fishermen were fishing on the seashore in small wooden boats, and the kingdom's navy fleet was patrolling the sea area with magic warships, guarding against the intrusion of sea monsters or sea creatures. Compared to the western border, the eastern coast is peaceful. What do you think of the sea? Weilin turned to look at Kyle and asked with a smile. It's spectacular. This is the first time I've seen it. Kyle's eyes were full of longing. It's a rare free day today. Let's go out to sea and take a look. Weilin was in a good mood and did not rush to get the mermaid pearl. Instead, he rented a fishing boat and prepared to go out to sea. In the endless sea, strange fishes jump out of the water from time to time. There's something under the water. Kyle, who was rowing the boat, suddenly said. Standing at the bow, Weilin came to the center of the fishing boat and found a treasure chest in the water through the sea water. Wait a minute, I'll go down and take a look. Weilin took off his shirt and shoes, jumped into the water, and went underwater. He used his hands to drive away the surrounding fish and spent some effort to finally clear the coral and soil around the iron box. Then he put it directly into the space ring and swam upstream. Back on the fishing boat, Weilin wiped the seawater off his body, put on his clothes, and took out the iron box from the space ring. Seeing this, Kyle tried to pry the lock off with his bare hands, but he accidentally touched the magic protection and was thrown back into the water. Weilin pulled Kyle out of the water and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Fine. It looks like I've found a treasure." Weilin looked at the treasure chest, then picked up the lock and examined it carefully. An extremely complex magic circle instantly popped up on it. There's no way to get the contents out without unlocking this magic lock. Who would bury something here? This question popped into Kyle's mind, and then he asked Weilin. Weilin stroked his chin and spoke to himself. Either the magician himself, or someone stole it and hid it here, but such a thick layer of sediment doesn't seem very plausible. It's also unreasonable to think that something this heavy could have been washed here by water. Could it be something from a sea creature, temporarily hiding here? Kyle thought about it and proposed a possibility. It's possible. Regarding this unrealistic answer, Weilin thought of the mermaid pearl that had not yet been obtained. Such treasures might appear under the reefs, so it was reasonable for the sea creatures to hide something there. Although this guess is abstract, the most unlikely answer is often the truth. He put the unsolvable treasure chest back into the space ring and prepared to take it back to let the silver dragon, who loved brewing wine, see if he could unlock the magic lock. Next, with the mentality of picking up bargains, the two of them wandered around this sea area. With Kyle's keen observation skills, it's not easy to discover the treasures hidden in the seabed. After searching for a while, Kyle found 3 more treasure chests with magic locks, which were put into Weilin's space ring one by one. As the sky darkened, the two returned to the shore. After returning the fishing boat, they began to search the reefs on the seashore for mermaid pearls. Taking advantage of the night, after spending more than 3 hours, they finally found 3 mermaid pearls under a reef. Weilin looked at the mermaid pearl in his hand, which was as big as a baby's fist. It had a light purple luster inside and emitted a faint light. The surface was as smooth as a mirror and crystal clear. I really don't want to give it away. For a moment, Weilin wanted to collect it, but then he thought that it could help high-level silver players break through to the gold level, and he gave up the idea. The 7-colored life flower takes a long time to mature. According to his estimation, if 7 flowers can mature in the next 10 years, it will be considered a high yield. Moreover, this kind of thing is only suitable for consumption by one's own direct descendants and is not suitable for giving as gifts. But mermaid pearls are different. Every 10 years, the Kingdom of Elia will purchase a batch of mermaid pearls from the mermaid kingdom of the light-scale sea in the ocean. However, the quantity is not large, no more than 100 at a time. Since he had only seen mermaid pearls in books, Weilin had no idea about the quality and effects of the 3 pearls in his hand. Chapter 169: The Thief Who Climbed Through the Window at Night. After putting the mermaid pearl into the space ring, Weilin took Kyle away from the beach and returned to the hotel in the town. Just got into bed and got ready for sleep. Clang. The window was opened, and a man in black climbed into the hotel room. Waylon stared at the person in black. Her chest was bulging, and she had long hair. Her features could not be seen clearly, but she was undoubtedly a woman with blue hair. The other party was also a little confused. She remembered that this was the room she booked. So how could there be a man here? Search for me. Don't miss any suspicious corner. The noisy shouts and messy footsteps woke up all the pedestrians in the hotel. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, which instantly piqued the man in black's nerves. She took the initiative to build a wall and rushed towards Waylon with the back of the dagger, trying to kidnap him. Looking at this weakling of the mid-bronze class, Waylon got out of bed, knocked his weapon away, grabbed his neck with one hand, and pushed him down on the bed. Kyle, who was outside the door, heard a slight noise and pushed the door open. Looking at the extremely strange scene, he immediately closed the door and locked it. Bring me a rope. Hearing this, Kyle took out a rope from a wooden box beside him, walked up to the man in black and tied him up and blocked his mouth with a cloth. Waylon moved his wrist and pulled off the other person's veil. His face was ordinary, but very attractive. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. My lords, the patrol needs to search every room. The boss asked me to notify you and your entourage to gather downstairs. The hotel clerk said respectfully. No, I'll take my leave. Kyle picked up the dagger, looked at the blue-haired woman in front of him, and asked, Master, what should we do? Waylon didn't answer. He picked up the package beside him and put it on the bed. When he opened it, he saw some gold and silver items. However, one of the account books seemed out of place. I picked it up and opened it to check. It recorded some transactions. The code names of both parties were water and fire, and there were no specific names. This is what the patrols are looking for. So, this blue-haired woman stole something she shouldn't have. Kyle, holding the dagger, quickly figured out the whole story. Master, should we just hand her over to the patrol? Waylon didn't answer directly. He tossed the account book to Kyle, squatted in front of the blue-haired woman, and removed the black cloth from her face. I'm curious, you discovered this thing by accident. You're just a pure thief. Or perhaps they came specifically to steal this account book. The gold and silver items were just a cover. Answer me, and I may consider letting you live. Waylon had no intention of killing the blue-haired woman who held him hostage with the back of her knife. Whether to hand her over to the patrol or let her go was still to be determined. I discovered it by accident. I just wanted to steal some money, so I took this account book. I didn't expect the other party to pursue me so relentlessly. Hope ignited in the eyes of the blue-haired woman as she told Waylon. So what's the purpose of stealing gold and silver? For my husband. The woman stated her true purpose without hesitation. Waylon looked at the thief with some surprise. Suddenly, he became interested in her family. He stood up and said to Kyle, throw this account book into an empty room. As for us, we won't go down. On the first floor of the hotel, most of the guests were bleary-eyed. Although they cursed the patrol team 1,000,000 times in their hearts, they still had to behave themselves. Not having enough strength to show off, are you afraid that you won't die fast enough? Is everything here? The patrol captain asked the hotel manager. The hotel manager looked around and said calmly, there are still 2 people who haven't come down, but I don't recommend searching their rooms. What's the reason? Asked the patrol leader with some confusion. This hotel is the mayor's property. As the manager of this place, he naturally has the mayor's trust. He will naturally consider the other party's proposal. I don't know the identities of these 2 people, but I recognize their mounts. One is a purple horse and the other is a red phosphorus horse. The hotel manager said slowly. Thank you for the reminder, brother. The patrol captain showed gratitude and thanked the hotel manager. He didn't know what breed of horse the purple horse was, but he was very familiar with the red phosphorus horse. The eldest son of the mayor's immediate superior has a red phosphorus horse, which is extremely precious and is only ridden on important occasions. Give orders not to disturb the 2 adults in rooms 666 and 667. The patrol captain said to his confidant. Yes, captain. The officer received the order and passed it down. 10 minutes later, the search began. Since it was the mayor's property, the soldiers were much more restrained and did not dare to search private homes as recklessly as usual. Not long after, an account book was presented to him by his subordinates. The goal was achieved, and the patrol leader waved his hand and called the team back. Seeing the patrol leave, the hotel manager apologized to everyone. Although many guests were dissatisfied, no one could have predicted such an emergency, so they yawned and returned to their rooms to sleep. Hearing no more noise outside, Waylon yawned and asked Kyle to take the blue-haired woman back to his room. After returning to his room, Kyle threw the thief to the floor, found a carpet and spread it over him, then extinguished the oil lamp and went to bed. In the darkness, the blue-haired woman recalled her experiences tonight. No matter how stupid she was, she realized that the identities of these two people were definitely not low. She curled up her body, closed her eyes in joy and confusion, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, as soon as he left the room and went to the first floor to eat, as soon as he sat down, he saw several servants bringing some local delicacies and placing them in front of Waylon. "Sir, please calm down. The patrol last night was just a routine task. This is the hotel's apology to you." The hotel manager came to Waylon and apologized politely. "Okay, remember to feed my horse some grass," Waylon said nonchalantly. When the hotel owner heard this, he immediately agreed and then left. Not long after, Kyle brought the blue-haired woman from last night downstairs, attracting strange looks from everyone around. Waylon stared at the blue-haired woman in that tight suit with his eyes wide open and almost spit out the soup in his mouth. "Kyle, this kind of hobby of yours is not good." Waylon couldn't help but remind him. "If there's no other clothes, let her make do with it. She doesn't mind anyway." Kyle asked the blue-haired woman to sit down first, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. "Sir, I don't mind." The blue-haired woman said this incoherently, and when she saw that something was wrong, she quickly lowered her head. "Why didn't I notice that this woman had such a good figure yesterday?" Waylon felt a little embarrassed looking at her and withdrew his gaze. He didn't have a hobby of liking married women. Chapter 170 True Love. "What's your name?" "My name is Eleanor Tulum. I don't have a last name. I inherited my husband's last name." The blue-haired woman lowered her head and answered in a low voice. "Eat, and then take me to your house." Waylon picked up a piece of white bread and handed it to Kyle, saying to the blue-haired woman, "No problem. You will survive. If you dare to lie to me, then there's no point in surviving." "Yes," the blue-haired woman, Eleanor, replied softly, her tone a little nervous. The three of them worked quickly and finished their breakfast in less than 10 minutes. Later, under Eleanor's leadership, Waylon and Kyle left the town of Kalika and came to the western suburbs. We walked through an overgrown path and came to an abandoned house. Cough, cough, cough. Before they could get close, they heard coughing coming from the abandoned house. Seeing this, Eleanor ran into the house anxiously. Waylon and Kyle looked at each other and entered the yard, only to see Eleanor helping her husband, a haggard middle-aged man sitting on the doorstep, with a pale face and a look as if he was about to die. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and only the side near the door had been simply trimmed. It was obvious that the couple had just arrived in the town of Kalika not long ago. Ahem, my lords, I'm very sorry that my wife has caused you any inconvenience. If you have any dissatisfaction, I am willing to take the punishment on her behalf." The middle-aged man covered his chest and said weakly. Waylon waved his hand to stop Kyle and said expressionlessly, "If I ask you to pay with your life, you will be willing to do it." "Nature." The middle-aged man held his wife's trembling hands without any hesitation. "I've suddenly become interested in you." Waylon suddenly smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. "Tell me your story." Seeing this, Kyle moved a stone from the side, wiped off the moss on it, and let Waylon rest. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sat down on the stone slab in a very ungraceful manner, while Eleanor knelt beside her husband and stroked his back. "Celtic Tulum, that's my name. I was originally a silver-level, mid-level water magician. Now, as you can see, I've become an ordinary person with no power at all. So, the cause of what happened to you now is your teacher, your family, or your good friend?" Waylon asked curiously. Celtic smiled, glanced at his wife, and soothed her trembling body. "None of this. I did all this voluntarily. I am an orphan. I was adopted by my teacher, a wandering wizard, and grew up gradually. During an adventure, my teacher lost his life. I buried my teacher and continued my adventurous life. 10 years ago, Eleanor appeared in my life, bringing joy to my dark body and cleansing my lonely soul. We met in the provincial capital of Saskatchewan. At that time, Eleanor was a crying little girl. She had the same background as me. She had lost both her parents. I did the same thing as my teacher, adopted Eleanor, and took her on an adventure. Gradually, she grew up, but accidents also happened. Waylon and Kyle gradually immersed themselves in Celtic's story. Eleanor, who was standing beside them, hugged her husband's left arm, feeling a little guilty, with tears streaming from her eyes. Aphrodisiac. A wandering wizard discovered something strange about Eleanor's body. After investigation, he found that a part of her soul was missing, and her lifespan was doomed to only 20 years. Afterwards, I took Eleanor to the church for a thorough examination. As the wizard said, Eleanor suffers from amnesia and is destined to live no longer than 20 years. However, I would not let my Eleanor leave me, so I paid a price to complete Eleanor's soul. Having said this, Celt took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his wife's tears, and comforted her softly. So, you used your own soul to complete your wife's soul. Waylon looked at the two of them with a low tone. After hearing this, Kyle opened his eyes wide and looked at the two of them in shock. Not long ago, he saw with his own eyes the consequences of playing with souls, but he didn't expect that the man in front of him was still alive. But I don't regret it, because Eleanor survived, I won't lose my love, and I won't feel lonely. Kelt smiled very calmly. Waylon thought that there would be no such thing in the world as using his own cultivation and lifespan to prolong the life of his lover, but a real example was right in front of him. As for whether the other party would deceive him, Waylon believed in his own judgment. He was very interested in Celtic, a helpless wandering wizard who became a silver-level, mid-level water magician through his own efforts. He must have great talent. In addition, he was shocked by his dedication to his family and his high moral standards. Therefore, Waylon developed a liking for this talented and virtuous man. However, he did not have the potion that could repair the soul, so he could only express his regret. If you two have nowhere to go, you can follow me back to my territory. Waylon looked at Celtic and Eleanor and said, with my abilities, I can still provide you two with a stable home. Your Excellency, we are willing. Eleanor knelt on the ground and thanked Waylon. Seeing this, Celt just smiled helplessly. He knew that his wife didn't want him to be displaced. Your Excellency's kindness, my husband and I are deeply grateful. Although I have lost my cultivation, I still have knowledge. I am willing to compile all my knowledge into a book and give it to you to repay your help to us. Celt helped Eleanor up and said to Waylon, it's an equal exchange. I accept the truth you mages believe in. Waylon nodded and replied to Celt. Kyle then came in and helped the two pack up their belongings. After a while, Waylon put the 3 packages into the space ring and left with Celtic and his wife. After returning to the town of Kalika, Waylon first asked the hotel manager for a room, and then asked Kyle to buy a carriage and purchase some supplies. After staying in the hotel for one night, the group of 4 set out on their journey to the provincial capital of Sinna province. Because they were traveling with the Celtic couple, the walking speed was not fast, but the slow journey also gave Waylon a different feeling. Half a month later, the 4 arrived at the capital of Kardro province through the teleportation array in the capital of Sinna province. However, after returning to the province, the atmosphere on the streets was a little strange. There were fewer residents, and the number of patrolling guards was several times more than 2 months ago. Kyle took out the noble flag of Qixing County and stuck it on the carriage. Without stopping for long, Waylon headed straight for the city gate. The soldiers at the city gate saw the noble flag on the carriage and knew it belonged to a powerful local noble, so they let it pass without checking. Chapter 171, Accidentally Obtaining an Ancient Magic Device. After getting some background information about Devonshire, Waylon was a little confused about this person. Did she leave the family out of guilt and come to the border area of Kardro province to spend the rest of her life? Or was she accumulating strength for her niece whom she had never met and trying to overthrow the current ruler of the Delasier family through the power of the church? Waylon planned to return to Qixing Lake and discuss these things in detail with Baird and others before making a decision. He was still unwilling to give up on this talent. If things are not as complicated as you think, and the other party really came here just to escape from the world, then you can use some means to dig him out of the church. The journey back to Qixing Lake with the Celtic couple was very slow. After the last spectacle duel, Lord Qixing became well known to the nobles of the Kardro province. Therefore, when passing through the surrounding noble territories, he was warmly received by them in the hope of leaving a good impression in Waylon's heart. Compared with 4 years ago, I was taken care of in every possible way on the way from the provincial capital to Qixing Lake this time. As they passed a barony of only 400 square kilometers, several young men in aristocratic attire stood in the middle of the road. Upon seeing Waylon's figure, they stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Greetings, benefactor." Waylon rode on his red phosphorus horse, looking at several young nobles. He had an impression of them in his mind. They were some of the talents recommended to the 16th Knights. However, he did not know the names of these people. Seeing this, Kyle patted the purple horse's butt, came to Waylon's side, and whispered to his master the names of the 3 people. Cook, Gregory, Rachel, how have you been doing since I left the Brazilian Serie camp? Waylon pondered for a moment and said to the 3 people who remained polite, "Thanks to the recommendation of our benefactor, the 3 of us were fortunate enough to join the 16th Knights and become junior officers." The blond boy standing in the middle was very grateful and raised his head to say to Waylon, 20 of us in this group have passed the test and become members of the 16th Knight Order." Waylon kept smiling and encouraged the 3 of them. "You have lived up to my expectations of you. My lord, to express the Doslan family's gratitude to you, the family has asked the 3 of us to wait here. We hope to invite you to visit the castle." The young man on the left took this opportunity to speak in a very humble tone. Waylon calculated the time in his mind and found that there were still 12 days left before the end of the standing army's winter training. According to the current speed, it would take at most 8 days to get from here to Qixing Lake, which wouldn't take much time, so he nodded and agreed to their request. When the three heard this, they looked happy. One of them stepped forward to lead the horse, and the other two led the way. The first impression one gets when entering this small barony is one of peace and stability. The kingdom's taxes, tributes from the upper nobility, and the basic expenses for the cultivation of family members restrict the upward development of small nobles. Being able to manage one's own territory so well in such an environment can be considered diligent. On the way to the castle, Waylon also learned from the noble young man cook who was leading the horse that although the Doslan family was established less than 200 years ago, it has gone through 7 generations of title inheritance. The frequency of family title changes is unimaginable. Originally, the Doslan family's territory was located in the central Pata province, and it came to the Kardro province due to territory exchange. Although they have only been here for 100 years, the family is thriving. There are fewer nobles than in other places, and the environment is much better than the upper class in Pata province. This can be considered an opportunity. After passing through the only small town in Dufferin territory, the group arrived at a castle built of a mixture of wood and stone. Waylon got off the red phosphorus horse and followed the servant to the hall. Sir Waylon, I am the current head of the Dothlin family, Baron Culliver of Dothlin. I am very pleased to invite you to be my guest. A middle-aged man came forward enthusiastically, his tone full of humility, putting himself in a lower position. A middle-aged lady standing by held up her skirt and bowed to Waylon with a sincere smile. It's my pleasure. Waylon responded politely with a smile. Come in, Sir Varon. Culliver Duthrin led the way enthusiastically and invited Varon into the hall. The protagonist arrived, and the banquet officially began. The banquet was simple, but Waylon could feel the sincerity and enthusiasm of the Duthrin family. Waylon held up his wine glass and talked to the middle-aged man, Culliver Doslan, very naturally, without any age difference. Cook, Gregory, and Rachel are all promising talents. They have performed well under my command and are diligent. Although they have my recommendation, it would be difficult for them to join the knights without their own efforts. Sir, you're joking. For us, an opportunity is more important than anything else. Culliver said in a somewhat vicissitudes of life tone, speaking out his true feelings. Waylon felt a little touched by his words, but they were just some feelings because he had not experienced these things. Who are your superior nobles? Waylon asked curiously. Culliver was silent for a moment and said with difficulty, the Freeland family. This family. Waylon suddenly felt a little sympathy for the Doslan family. He didn't expect that the family they were looking for as a backer would be this family. The Freeland family is a count's family in the central province of Pata. They are known throughout the kingdom for their corruption and old-fashionedness. They are conservative nobles who advocate following ancient systems. They are disliked by most counts' families and marquis families, and they also have a bad attitude towards their vassal families. In this world, changing one's allegiance is a big deal. Unless the Freeland family is demoted or placed under house arrest in the royal capital, it is impossible for the Doslan family to change their allegiance. Your family is quite strong to be able to develop under such conditions. Waylon thought for a long time and finally uttered a sentence. Culliver replied with a wry smile. Our ancestors chose the wrong people to back us, and we, the descendants, will have to bear the consequences. I will write a letter to my aunt and ask her to recruit the children of the Doslan family. I can't help with anything else. After pondering for a while, Waylon finally decided to help the other party. Thank you, sir. Culliver bowed and saluted. Then, Culliver waved his hand to call the butler over and asked him to go to his study and get the antique. Not long after, the butler came into the hall holding a strange item and placed it solemnly in front of Waylon. Sir, this is an item I came across by chance, but I'm not experienced enough to understand the underlying principles. I hope you like it. It has an arc-shaped appearance, delicate carvings, and occasionally emits a faint light, like an ancient magic device. I like this gift very much. In front of Culliver, Waylon directly put this ancient magic device into the space ring. Chapter 172 Rewards from the Family. Looking at this scene, Culliver felt at ease and his face became more respectful. After the banquet, it was already evening. After a night's rest, Waylon embarked on the journey back to the Praying Star Lake with the farewell of the Doslan family. 8 days later, Waylon returned to the Praying Star Lake. Every time he returned to the territory after a long journey, Waylon felt refreshed. The caravans coming and going and the endless stream of merchants made the road where two four-wheeled carriages could run side by side extremely congested. Looking at the noble flags on the carriages, it seems that it is because Qi Xingling has made a big splash in the spectacular duel, and coupled with his status and background, even in remote areas, there are so many noble caravans coming to do business. As a last resort, Wei Lin had to give up going to Qixing town and take another path to return directly to the castle. After returning to the castle, Kyle immediately took up his post, instructing the servants to settle the Celt couple, send guards to Qixing town to report to Baird, and many other matters. With such a capable assistant, Wei Lin was happy to have some free time and returned to his study to study ancient magic devices. In the Qixing town garrison, after Baird received the news from the castle, he put aside all his affairs and went to the castle to report on his work. In the study, Wei Lin took out the ancient magic device from the space ring, placed it on the floor, squatted on the ground to observe it, and knocked it from time to time. Looking at the texture on it, Wei Lin touched it curiously. Apart from the regular emission of faint light, no other information can be seen. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the study door. "Come in." Wei Lin stood up and watched Baird push the door open. The two men sat down nearby. Baird placed 2 letters and a large pile of official documents in front of Wei Lin and began to report. "During the 3 months you were away, there were 2 letters. One was from the 16 Knights, and the other was from Windsor Castle." Upon hearing this, Wei Lin picked up the 2 letters and opened them to check. The first letter came from the 16th Knight Order and mainly talked about 2 things. The first thing is that all the 20 people he recommended passed the assessment, and therefore obtained 400 contribution points. They can go to the warehouse of the 16th Knights to exchange for corresponding materials within 3 years. If this period is exceeded, it will be invalid. The second thing is about the ice blue potion. The other party hopes to increase the purchase amount and plans to purchase 5,000 bottles of ice blue potion from Qi Xingling every year at a price of 10 gold coins per bottle, which is more than double the previous purchase price. The 16th Knights will send someone to discuss the purchase of the ice blue potion. You will be responsible for this matter. I will not show up." Wei Lin raised his head and said to Baird, "What is the price range?" Baird took on the task and then asked, "Keep it between 4 and 6 gold coins. As for the 16th Knight's offer of 10 gold coins per bottle of ice blue potion, find a way to refuse it." "I see." Baird nodded without objecting. Things are different now. Under Wei Lin's decision, Qi Xingling can make money very easily. For them, maintaining good relations with the 16th Order is more important than making excess profits. After finishing the first letter, Wei Lin opened the letter sent from Windsor Castle. Wei Lin carefully examined the text written in the family code, reading every word to ensure that he would not miss any important information. First of all, the gifted moonlight flower has been retrieved. My grandfather's family owns 40, the shadow wizard Kralunsi owns 30, and the family owns 30. A total of 87 gifted moonlight flowers were collected this time, and the family received 26 of them, 7 of which were mature and 19 were immature. As a reward for providing information, he had 3 options. First, the family will provide support to 3 teams of Silver Knights, 30 mid-level Silver Knights, and 6 high-level Silver Knights. Second, the family supports a team of spellcasters, including 1 silver high-level Arcanist, 3 silver mid-level Druids, and 5 silver low-level Elemental Mages. Third, material rewards, including 30 high-level magic crystals, 300 intermediate magic crystals, 20 red phosphorus horses, a gold-level magical beast corpse, 15 sets of excellent level full knight equipment, and other 13 kinds of materials. Overall, the third item has the highest value. However, for Wei Lin, he could obtain supplies with the guidance of fate, but useful subordinates were scarce. He could use the 10 wizards to establish a low-level wizard academy, train his own wizard team, and research various magical items. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Wei Lin made some choices and finally chose the second option. He immediately took out a piece of paper and a pen, wrote down his choice, sealed it, and gave it to Baird, asking him to arrange for someone to deliver it after he left the castle. After the important matters were dealt with, Baird began to report on his work. "My lord, starting in 9724 of the glorious calendar, nobles from all over the province, both large and small, have sent caravans to Qixing Lake to discuss trade. According to my statistics, 23 noble caravans have signed trade agreements with Qixing Town, 31 noble caravans have signed trade agreements with Orlando Town, and 11 noble caravans have signed commercial agreements with Qixing Territory." Upon seeing this, Wei Lin flipped out a few forms from the top layer of the document, glanced at them briefly, and then signed his name on them to indicate that he approved of the document. Baird was very excited about the Lord's trust. No matter how many times this scene occurs, it always makes me feel refreshed. I'll leave the business side of things to you. As long as you can guarantee profitability, just give it to me for signature. Baird took the document from Waylon, placed it on his knees, and continued his report. Also, Andrew reported that the governing structure of Lansha Town has been completed. They are currently merging villages and relocating people to develop the area surrounding Lansha Town. This is expected to be completed by August of this year. At the beginning of this year, the population of the 3 towns and their affiliated villages was counted. Well, I'll look at these things later. Waylon roughly flipped through the documents, then put them aside and said to Baird. Seeing this, Baird continued, the 6 fruit tree seeds and 7 grain crop seeds you gave me last November have all been cultivated. Among them, the holly wheat and qingyang fruit seeds you specifically requested have a survival rate of 60. We can preliminarily confirm that they can be planted in this area. After hearing this, Waylon thought for a moment and said, all the qingyang fruit seedlings will be handed over to Lansha Town. Let Andrew build a manor to focus on cultivating these fruit trees. Later, I will send druids to accelerate the growth of the qingyang trees. As for other fruit tree seeds and grain crop seeds, you will be responsible for planting them in areas suitable for their growth. I understand. Baird stood up and saluted, then left the study. Chapter 173 Winter Training ends, changing the military organization. After Baird left, Waylon squatted down to study the ancient magic device. Half an hour later, he finally gave up and put the treasures into the space ring along with 4 treasure chests with magic locks, and prepared to bring them to Algeta to help him take a look. If the other party cannot solve it, then we can only wait for the spellcasting team supported by the family to arrive at the Qixing Lake before dealing with these things. After 2 days of rest, Waylon set off for the winter training camp. As the winter training was coming to an end, the regular army soldiers in the winter training camp did not slack off at all. They witnessed with their own eyes that unqualified comrades were expelled from the army and transferred to the militia, which greatly increased their sense of crisis. Before he even got close to the winter training camp, Waylon could already hear the roar, which was full of energy. Looking from a distance, thousands of shirtless soldiers were carrying huge rocks weighing more than 200 kilograms and running quickly around the perimeter of the winter training camp, their speed faster than that of an ordinary person running at full speed. After stopping on the hill for a while to watch the soldiers run a full circle, he drove his horse back to the camp. Sir, the soldier on duty at the gate of the winter training camp bowed and saluted, his eyes revealing determination. Waylon nodded in satisfaction and rode his horse into the winter training camp. He dismounted, handed the mount to the bronze knight who was following him, and went to the wooden house in the middle of the camp with Kyle. At this moment, Cassius was the only one left at the center of the winter training camp, while the other 2 deputy instructors were coordinating the training. Seeing the door open, Cassius stopped his sword training and saluted Waylon, saying, "My lord. Well done. I can see that the results of your training are beyond my imagination." Waylon walked forward and said with a smile. Cassius's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "With the supply of black pork, 3 months of training at the winter training camp is equivalent to 3 years of normal training. Come on, come inside and tell me about the results of the training over the past 3 months." Cassius nodded, put on his coat, and led Waylon and the other man into the cabin. "My lord, according to your plan, after removing the eliminated soldiers, we now have 26 mid-level bronze warriors, 567 low-level bronze warriors, and 2,326 high-level warrior apprentices. The rest are all mid-level warrior apprentices. These people are talented and will soon join the regular army. We will have to observe." Although he had already browsed through the relevant documents in the castle, Waylon was still shocked when he heard Cassius's face-to-face report. 3 months ago, the number of bronze warriors in the 3,600 standing army was only less than 150, but now it has quadrupled. However, the number of mid-level bronze warriors has dropped drastically, which has a lot to do with talent. Given sufficient resources, there is no doubt that talented people are more outstanding and can reach higher levels in a shorter period of time. Let me ask you, how long will it take for all the standing army members to reach the level of bronze warriors? Waylon suddenly had an idea in his mind and asked Cassius, "If we triple the supply of black pork, we can achieve this goal in 1 year." Cassius thought for a moment and answered, "I'll try to figure it out." Waylon planned to go back and discuss with Randolph to see if he could triple the scale of black-skinned pork production within a year. Since raising black-skinned pigs requires food, Waylon even plans to bring in his cousin and 2 uncles to exchange meat for food, thus expanding the scale of breeding in disguise. The thought of himself leading his army out, with all of them being bronze warriors, would surely blind many people's eyes. Just thinking about it gave Waylon a great sense of satisfaction. I planned to reorganize the standing army and have it commanded by the castle. What do you think? Waylon looked at Cassius and told him the purpose of his trip. 3,600 people. I suggest retaining the organization of squadrons and companies, reducing the organization of battalions to 550 people. Then, we set up a battalion with 5 battalions, and incorporating 150 to 200 knights or knight squires. The battalion commander will be a silver knight, who will be in direct command. Cassius thought for a few minutes and answered slowly. This plan coincided with the organization that Waylon had in mind, but there were still some shortcomings. He considered incorporating mages into the army. This idea came from the mage academy that had not yet been established. However, at this stage, Cassius's plan is the best choice. 3,600 people can be organized into 7 battalions. Considering that the 3 towns need defensive forces, Waylon plans to organize the 7 battalions into 3 battalions. The standing army of Qixing Town is directly under the jurisdiction of the castle. Orlando Town and Lansha Town are far away from each other and are governed by Orlando and Andrew. As for the vacancies, they will be filled in the future for military expansion. 2 days later, winter training officially ended and reorganization followed. Under the organization of Cassius, Aegeus, and Eden, it took 2 days to complete the reorganization of the standing army. The 1st battalion was named the Qixing Battalion, which had 3 battalions with 1,500 people under its command, including 300 bronze warriors. It was on par with the kingdom's regular legion infantry and was the most combat-effective unit, with high hopes placed on it by Waylon. The 2nd and 3rd battalions each have 2 battalions with a total strength of 1,000 men. Each battalion has more than 100 bronze warriors. They are organized according to the organization of the noble army that is qualified to participate in the war. They only have code names, but no names. Waylon also gave out the orders of the military commanders of the 3 battalions on the spot. Cassius serves as the commander of the Qixing Battalion and is directly under the jurisdiction of the castle. When necessary, he must obey the orders of Baird, the governor of Qixing Town. Aegeus served as the commander of the 2nd Battalion, serving as the garrison of Orlando Town, and accepted orders from Orlando, the governor of Orlando Town. Eden served as the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion, and Andrew served as the commander of the 3rd Battalion concurrently, serving as the garrison force in Lansha Town. Waylon also made a promise on the spot, telling Eden when he could become a silver warrior and when he would be promoted to a regular soldier. This promise aroused Eden's ambition. Standing at the front of the queue, he clenched his fists, determined to break through the barrier and become a silver warrior no matter what. For myself, and even more for my family. The 3 days after the reorganization is completed is the army's running-in period. 3 days later, the winter training program officially ended, and the troops from the 3 battalions went to their respective defense zones one after another. After finishing the winter training, Waylon first visited the guardian of the territory, Anastasia, and then went to the adventurer's tavern with ancient magic devices and 4 treasure chests with magic locks, asking the silver dragon Algeta for help. Of course, gold coins are indispensable. Waylon asked someone to prepare 4,000 gold coins in advance and put them in a wooden box. On the 2nd floor of the adventurer's tavern, Waylon came to this place for the 2nd time. This time, as expected, Silver Dragon Algeta brought out the newly brewed wine from the past 3 months. Chapter 174 Opening the Treasure Chest, Part 1. Try my new wine. Algeta filled the glass with wine like a gentleman and pushed it in front of Waylon. Looking at the wine with red and green hues, Waylon was unsure what it was made of. It does smell like alcohol, but the color makes it a little hard to drink. Under the other party's expectant gaze, Waylon picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and found it tasted good. He closed his eyes and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, a warm current swept through my body and my spirit was relieved. This wine is good. What is it made of? Waylon put down the wine glass and asked curiously. I added several other fruits to the green vine tree juice you sent me last time and brewed it. I didn't expect it to have such a remarkable effect. It will definitely be a bestseller in the Brizette subcontinent. Silver Dragon Algeta said with some pride. The Brizette subcontinent, located in the north of the Sipnas subcontinent, is a subcontinent with 2/3 of its area covered by ice and snow. It is home to many ice and snow creatures, and is also the base camp of faith for ice and snow gods. The distance between the 2 subcontinents is nearly 1.2 million kilometers, and even for a legend to cross alone, it would take 2 years. So, how are you doing with the task I asked you to do? Waylon stared at Algeta and asked. When Algeta heard this, her expression froze for a moment. She touched the non-existent horns on her head and said very tactfully, "Well, I was a little obsessed with it. I used all the green ivy sap you gave me to make wine. Don't be angry yet. I was wrong. Next time, I will help you process the sap of the green ivy tree into silk thread instead of using it to make wine. I promise you." Seeing the other party's sincere apology, Waylon pretended to have a stern face and said, "I can forgive you, but you have to do me two things. One thing, if you order more, I'll charge you." Algida stuck to his bottom line and refused to give in. "Forget it, I'll pay. My family has provided me with some spellcasters, so I won't bother you with the processing of the green vine tree sap," Waylon said calmly. Algida's expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with pleading. "Okay, 2 is 2. When will it start?" "In that case, I will agree reluctantly." Looking at the other party's cunning smile, Algida felt that she had been fooled, but when she thought about the green ivy tree sap that would be used as a raw material for brewing wine later, she instantly put aside the slight dissatisfaction in her heart. Then, Waylon took out the ancient magic devices and 4 treasure chests with magic locks from the space ring. Looking at the arc-shaped ancient magic device, Algida was instantly attracted and stared at the texture on it, unable to extricate herself. Seeing this, Waylon waited quietly without disturbing Algida. After an unknown amount of time, Algida came back to her senses from her thoughts. She looked at Waylon, her mind indecisive, and said through gritted teeth, "Waylon, what do you want in exchange for giving me this?" The sudden words made Waylon a little confused. Could this arc-shaped ancient magic device have such a great attraction to this silver dragon? "I want to know what it is that makes you say such things." Waylon calmed down and asked Algida. Algida glanced at Kyle, who was standing behind Waylon, and her meaning was clear. Seeing this, Waylon waved his hand and asked Kyle to go out first. Once the door closed, only 2 people remained in the room. Algida cast a barrier, staring at the ancient magical device. He slowly said, "I have seen its origin through the memories of my ancestors. This item is one of the millions of parts of a world-destroying artifact forged 60,000 years ago by 30 legendary high-level arcanists. After years of erosion, this item has lost its original function, but it is of great help in studying the history of 60,000 years ago." Waylon stared at the ark in confusion and asked, "Your ancestors weren't involved in that artifact, were they?" Algida nodded under Waylon's shocked gaze. In the millennia after the artifact was built, it destroyed hundreds of planes of existence. But in the end, an unknown entity took action and destroyed the artifact. The core components were damaged, and the other parts were scattered in the interstellar space, unknown to anyone. The 30 legendary high-level arcanists who participated in the construction of this artifact were simultaneously struck by a terrible curse and died one after another within 100 years. "This thing shouldn't be cursed itself, right?" Waylon asked with some fear. "That's not the case." Algida shook her head and said, 60,000 years ago, after the death of 30 legendary high-level arcanists, this matter ended. The curse did not spread, so there is no need to worry. Since you need it, I'll give it to you. There's no use for me to keep it." Waylon waved his hand generously and said to Algida, "Thank you." Algida put the arc-shaped ancient magic device into the space equipment and unsealed the barrier. Then, Waylon placed the first treasure chest on the wooden table and turned the lock towards the other party. Algida reached out and touched it, and a sophisticated magic circle appeared above the magic lock. Looking at the tiny yet sophisticated magic circle above, Algida quickly immersed herself in the process of decryption. Waylon sat quietly on the stool, watching layer after layer of magic circle being deciphered and turned into starlight and dissipated. Half an hour later, as the core magic circle was lifted, the magic lock fell off the treasure chest. What follows is the exciting unboxing process. Algida asked Waylon to stand behind her and cast several protective spells on herself. Then she used the magician's hand to slowly open the treasure chest protected by the magic lock. There was no golden light as imagined. Everything seemed so ordinary, and the treasure chest was filled with books. Algida waved her hand lightly, and the books in the treasure chest floated in the air. After counting carefully, there were 30 books. However, the text on the cover is not the common language, nor does it look like the language of elves and dwarves. Instead, it is somewhat similar to the secret language used by arcanists. "You need me to translate these books for you." Algida turned her head with a smile on her face. "How much is it per copy?" Waylon asked, covering his forehead as he looked at the greedy silver dragon. "Not much, 1,000 gold coins for one book. We can write in common, dwarven, elvish, dragon, giant, or even angelic language, but you have to pay extra." Algida quickly quoted the price. "Common language is enough, Why do I need other language versions? To sell it for money. Algeta answered as a matter of course. That's right. Waylon was suddenly enlightened and immediately added the Dwarven and Elvish versions, totaling 90,000 gold coins. Subsequently, a contract was quickly formed under the drafting of Algeta. Chapter 175, Opening the Treasure Chest, Part 2. After writing his name on the contract, Waylon suddenly remembered that in a month or two, wouldn't he have a silver-level high-level arcanist? Seeing that Xylonglong had already put the contract away, there was no chance to regret it. Then, Algeta did the same thing and opened the second treasure chest. The dazzling luster fits the two people's fantasy of treasure. Waylon thought he was well prepared, but when he saw thousands of intermediate magic crystals appear in front of him, he admitted that he was a poor guy. An intermediate magic crystal is equivalent to 5,000 gold coins, so it is worth at least 5 million gold coins here. Waylon, congratulations on getting rich. Algeta's eyes were shining and her gaze was sharp, and she was almost hugging her thighs to beg for a reward. If it were any other dragon, they would have thrown away their moral bottom line and started robbing directly. This shows that Algeta can control her inner greed and is a trustworthy silver dragon, except in winemaking. Okay, I'll give you 5, no more. Waylon couldn't stand the dragon's pleading look, so he had no choice but to reward the other party as a reward for opening the treasure chest. After getting Waylon's permission, he immediately used the magician's hand to take out his own intermediate magic crystals from the treasure chest. Not one more, not one less, exactly 5. I put away my share, closed the treasure chest reluctantly, put it aside, and forced myself not to think about it anymore. Looking at this greedy dragon, Waylon suddenly had an idea. He might as well use this magic crystal to exchange for an equal contract with Algeta. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. He still hoped to have a female dragon as his mount, so that he could have time to ask Algeta if she had an older sister or something. Just as Waylon was daydreaming, the third treasure chest was opened, and 4 crystals of different colors appeared in front of the two. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the elemental core of the puppet knight, the gold rank, representing the 4 elements of ice, fire, wind, and earth from left to right. Under Algeta's operation, 4 elemental crystals floated in the air and explained to Waylon. Puppet knight. According to you humans, it should be called the elemental knight. Algeta patted his head and explained to Waylon somewhat embarrassedly. After changing the name, Waylon immediately understood what it was and asked Algeta curiously, Elemental Knight, can you make it? Well, no. Algeta spread her hands and gave Waylon a blank look. Do you think I'm a genius and know everything? Although I am a genius, I just can't do this. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now and open the last treasure chest. Waylon really wants to get an Elemental Knight, but this requires very high magical attainments and craftsmanship. It is difficult to build an elemental knight with an elemental core if you are not an arcanist specializing in this direction. Both of them attached great importance to the last magic treasure chest. The first 3 treasure chests all contain various valuable items, and the last treasure chest must be no bad either. After some operations, the magic lock of the last treasure chest was opened. Under the expectant gaze of the two, the treasure chest was slowly opened. A colorful core appeared in front of the two of them, and both of them were confused. Waylon was confused because of his ignorance, while Algeta was confused because she knew too much. Waylon, did you rob an arcane wizard's lair and get all these things? Algeta rubbed his eyes and reconfirmed the colorful core in the treasure chest. What is this? Forgive his ignorance. This was the first time Waylon had seen this thing. Do you know what the core of a wizard tower is? Algeta did not answer directly, but pretended to be a scholar and asked seriously. What is it? He is not a mage, but a novice druid. How would he know these things? The tower spirit core. So, this thing is the core of the tower spirit. Waylon realized it belatedly, his expression a little confused. Algeta nodded and said, yes, this is the tower spirit core. It is an extraordinary tower spirit core that can support a 9-story tower and 6 7-story auxiliary towers. It only takes 1 gold-level mage to preside over the 7 mage towers with the tower spirit core as the core to withstand the frontal attack of more than 6 soul-level transcendents. By the way, is this thing marked? Waylon suddenly asked if there was a mark on it. He would not be able to resist if the arcanist who had raided his lair came to visit him. Wait a moment, let me help you take a look. Algeta took out a staff and muttered dragon magic to herself. A ball of gray mist appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the tower's spirit core, elemental core, thousands of magic crystals, and arcane books. Half an hour later, Algeta stopped detecting magic, sweat on her forehead, and she looked like she was almost drained of energy. Seeing this, Waylon immediately helped the other person sit down next to him. I'm so tired. Algida lay on the sofa, looking exhausted. What's the situation? Waylon asked anxiously. Is there really a problem? It's okay, there's no mark on it. It's just that using this magic consumes a lot of energy. Algida wiped the sweat from her head and said to Waylon, it seems that this magic is really powerful, as it can turn a dragon into this. Seeing that the other party was fine, Waylon also breathed a sigh of relief and said to Algida, in consideration of your help, you can take 5 more intermediate magic crystals. Real. Algida immediately became alert and operated the magician's hand at an extremely fast speed, taking out 5 intermediate magic crystals from a treasure chest and putting them into his own space for preparation. Waylon was amazed by the speed. After doing all this, Algida lay down completely on the sofa and chatted casually with Waylon. After a series of events, their friendship took another step forward. When they met in the past, although the two regarded each other as friends, the necessary etiquette and courtesy still existed. When the two meet in the future, there probably won't be this kind of formality. Tell me, if I have the ability to open a trade route from Qixing Lake to the Silver Dragonberg Kingdom in the future, can I succeed? I want to invest, Algida said without thinking. Okay, you don't have to pay. As long as you can open up the internal passage of the Silver Dragonberg Kingdom, you can just sit back and collect the money. No problem. Tell me when you are able to do so, and I promise to solve the internal trade issues of our kingdom. Algida rubbed his hands excitedly, very excited. Seeing that this greedy silver dragon was even more excited than me, I really didn't know what I was worried about before. However, in order to open up a trade route to the Silver Dragonberg Kingdom, he would have to wait until he became an earl. Chapter 176. The core figure of the trial plan, Lavia. Coming out of the adventurer's tavern, Waylon threw 2 intermediate magic crystals to Kyle. Kyle looked at the magic crystal worth 10,000 gold coins in his hand and was shocked. Master, why is this happening? Reward. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain those 4 treasure chests of great value. Waylon said to Kyle with a smile. Seeing his master say this, Kyle didn't refuse and put it directly into his pocket. From now on, he will become the richest silver knight in Qixing territory. After returning to the castle, Waylon instructed Randolph to expand the scale of black pig breeding. Except for the necessary storage and army rations, the rest of the harvested grain could be used as food for the black pigs. 7 days later, Waylon brought together Baird, Orlando, and Andrew to discuss the final decision on poaching. Looking at his 3 capable subordinates, Waylon briefly told them the information about Devonshire. My lord, according to the information you provided, Devonshire has only 2 purposes. One is to find external forces for his niece whom he has never met and restore order. The second possibility is that he has given up on the Dreesier family and hid in a remote area to seek a peaceful life away from the family's infighting and disputes. Orlando quickly analyzed the 2 possibilities based on the information provided by Waylon. Waylon looked at his 17-year-old guardian knight with surprise. It was almost the same as he had guessed. As expected, geniuses need to be released and cultivated so that greater rewards can be achieved. The situation is basically as Orlando said. Now we need to discuss whether Devon Hill is worth our effort to win. The 3 of them fell silent after hearing this. Waylon was not anxious about this situation. He sat in the main seat and waited calmly. Brainstorming is more effective than one-sided thinking. 10 minutes later, Baird looked up at Waylon and spoke first. My lord, Devonshire has a unique vision. Judging from the personnel composition of the Church of Life in Cartero Province, he is truly unique in personnel training. If he truly has come to Cartero Province away from the internal strife of his family, recruiting him would greatly accelerate the training of our knights. In addition, Devonshire will become the chief knight instructor of Qixing territory and will inherit his connections in the Church of Life in Cartero Province. This will only benefit the territory. Seeing this, the other 2 nodded in agreement. In that case, our next priority is to test Devonshire's true intentions and see his true face. Waylon looked around and saw that the other 2 agreed with Baird's proposal, so he continued. After some discussion, the 4 of them finally came up with a tentative plan. However, the key person in the temptation did not belong to Qixingling, but the pastor of Qixingling Life Church. The next morning, Waylon brought 2 bottles of luminous wine and went to the Life Church outside Qixing town to visit Pastor Lavia. Standing on the side of the Church of Life, Waylon watched Pastor Lavia loosening the soil in the vegetable field with farm tools. Several children were walking around the vegetable garden, helping Pastor Ravia to eliminate pests on the leaves. Waylon was holding a glass of wine and standing next to Kyle without disturbing each other. After finally loosening the last piece of soil, Lavia stood up and looked at Wei Lin standing next to her with some surprise. Sir Valen, why are you here? Come and see the only priest in my territory. Wei Lin shook the glowing wine in his hand and said to Lavia with a smile. According to Baird's secret observation, Pastor Lavia has been going to the town to buy wine over the past year, in addition to managing the vegetable garden around the Church of Life. Lavia looked at the wine in Wei Lin's hand and licked her lips somewhat unhappily. Lavia didn't care at all about why Wei Lin knew that he liked drinking. It was not something shameful anyway. Children, come here. When several children heard what Lavia said, they gathered around him. Lavia took out some preserved fruits from her pocket, distributed them to the children, and told them that it was time to go home. After sending the child away, Wei Lin entered the residential area behind at Lavia's invitation. When I opened the door, I found it was very spacious. There was only a wooden table and a few chairs, and no other furniture. Reverend Lavia, you really have the demeanor of an ascetic monk. Wei Lin couldn't help but say as he looked at the spotless front hall. Ha ha ha, this is good. It's much better than my priest training. Lavia touched his bald head and said nonchalantly. Wei Lin placed 2 bottles of glowing wine on the table and sat down on a chair at random. Lavia went into the back, poured a few bowls of wine, brought them to the front hall, and said awkwardly, I didn't expect anyone to come visit me, so I don't have anything to treat you. Fine. Wei Lin didn't mind this, as he was not a noble who enjoyed luxury. It doesn't matter to him whether he drinks tea or wine. Sir Wei Lin, is there anything you want to talk about? Lavia found a place to sit down and asked Wei Lin. Seeing this, Wei Lin said, Reverend Lavia, my territory is expanding. The battle between my army and the monster clans has never stopped and will continue in the future, so I need priests. Reverend Lavia, although my stay at the Praying Star Lake was brief, and this was only my second meeting with you, my subordinates and my subjects have a favorable impression of you and call you a priest of noble character. Well, I'm not as good as they say. Lavia touched his bald head and blushed a little at Wei Lin's praise. Seeing this, Wei Lin continued, No, this is not a compliment. It's just stating the facts. Sir Wei Lin, you are not going to drive me away, are you? Lavia asked Wei Lin with a strange train of thought. Why do you say that? Wei Lin looked at the other party in confusion. What was this pastor thinking about? No, that's good. I quite like this place. Lavia realized that what she said was inappropriate, smiled awkwardly, and did not answer why. The other party was unwilling to answer, so Wei Lin stopped asking. Reverend Lavia, I want to invest money to establish a pastoral college. I would like to invite you to be the pastoral teacher to train pastors for Qixing territory. Be a teacher. Lavia sat up excitedly, then sat down awkwardly. My teacher once said that if I became a teacher, I would be misleading the students. I'd better not do it. Lavia seemed to be rejecting Wei Lin, but also seemed to be hinting to herself in her heart. No, I think you are very suitable. In my opinion, no pastor is more qualified than you to be the dean and teacher of the pastoral college. Wei Lin's answer healed Lavia's heart. Chapter 177. Hebrew, the core figure of the test plan. Thank you, Sir Varen. You are the first person to acknowledge me besides my parents and sister. Lavia sat upright and thanked Varen. Looking at Lavia, who showed her sincere feelings, Wei Lin felt guilty, but in order to implement the plan, he had to do this for now and compensate Lavia later. You are the only teacher at the Priest Academy, and we are a bit short on resources. So I would like to ask you to go to Cardro province to find a few priests to come to the Praying Star Lake to train priests and spread the faith of the goddess of life. The fox's tail was exposed, but the simple-minded Lavia didn't notice the clues. She patted her chest and said, Don't worry, Sir Wei Lin. I will go to the Life Church in the provincial capital in a few days to seek a priest willing to come here. As long as they are willing to come here, I am willing to give up the position of chief priest of Qixing territory. Absolutely not, Wei Lin said, stopping him. I trust you as the chief priest of Qixing territory, but others may not be qualified for this position. If a priest of bad conduct were to take this position, it would be a misfortune for the believers. Then what should we do? With my experience, I can't tell whether those priests are truly coming to Qixing territory. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin slowly said, There's a temple knight named Devonshire in the Life Church in the provincial capital. He's a man of high moral character and has seen countless people. If you go to him for help, you'll definitely get a lot of help. Devon Hill, I've made note of that. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Reverend Lavia, in case you can't find someone, I'll have one of my guardian knights accompany you. Is it the one behind you? Lavia asked doubtfully. Wei Lin shook his head and said, No, it's not him. The knight who accompanied you is still in Orlando town. After hearing this, Lavia nodded and said, Sir, I plan to leave for the provincial capital in 3 days. I understand, Reverend Lavia. I will have my guardian knight rush to Qixing town as soon as possible. Afterwards, Waylin chatted with Lavia about some topics about his hometown. Near noon, Waylin prayed in the church and then left Life Church with Kyle. In Orlando town, Orlando comes to his brother's residence. When he pushed open the door, he saw a Hebrew, shirtless, holding a knight's sword, training frantically on the training ground to improve his fighting skills. Ever since he was defeated in his last fight with Devonshire, he has become more determined and has been working harder, training day and night in an effort to defeat the middle-aged man. Orlando was very pleased to see the changes in his brother, who was no longer as proud and complacent as before. "Brother, you're here." Hebrew stopped training, put the knight's sword on the weapon rack, took the towel from the servant, wiped the sweat off his body, and greeted Orlando with a smile. "Well, let's see if you've been lazy." Orlando came to his brother, patted his shoulder, and said with great satisfaction, "You have fighting spirit. Ever since the Lord took me out last time, he taught me that there are always people better than you. I feel ashamed of my previous behavior. I have seen your efforts, so as your elder brother, I have asked the Lord to let you accompany Pastor Lavia to the provincial capital." Orlando said calmly with a smile on his face. "Why did you follow Pastor Lavia to the provincial capital?" Hebrew asked his eldest brother with a puzzled look on his face. Orlando's lips curled up slightly, and he continued, "I know you want another duel with Devonhill the most, so I've secured an opportunity for you. Pastor Lavia is going to the provincial capital to recruit priests, and he'll visit Devonhill first. I'll have you accompany him. As for whether you can fight him again, it's up to you." "What, brother? You are telling the truth." Hebrew looked at Orlando in disbelief. "That's not true." "Thank you, big brother. I will definitely defeat Devonshire and test the results of my training." Orlando looked at his brother, who was so happy that he didn't know what to do, and felt that his master's plan had completed another link. As the two core figures of the trial plan, they were kept in the dark, and it goes without saying how bold this plan was. That afternoon, Hebrew couldn't wait to go to Qixing town, waiting for another battle with Devonshire. 3 days later, the bald priest and the young knight set out on a journey to the provincial capital. 10 days later, the two arrived in the province of Cartero. After paying the entrance fee, Lavia took Hebrew straight to the Life Church in the East City District. After spending these few days together, the two simple people have become friends who can talk about anything. Even Hebrew learned that Lavia had the heart of a warrior, and they agreed to have a good duel after returning to the Praying Star Lake. "May the goddess be with you." In the church, Lavia greeted a priest. Compared to Lavia's plain attire, the other priest's robe was clearly a level higher. "Strange pastor, what can I do for you?" "Thank you for your help. I would like to meet with the temple knight Devonhill." Lavia responded politely. The strange priest smiled and gestured, then called a temple knight and instructed him. "Gale, take this strange priest to teacher Devonshire's residence." "I will obey your will." The temple knight in silver armor saluted. Lavia thanked him again, then took Hebrew and followed the temple knight named Gale out of the Church of Life. After crossing the long street and crossing the central avenue, the three of them arrived at Avenue Number 2 in Qixing District. After passing a few streets, we arrived outside Devonshire's residence. The temple knight stepped forward and knocked on the door. When he heard someone respond from inside, he stepped back, leaving a gap. Not long after, the door opened, and a little girl about 11 or 12 years old poked her head out. Seeing her adoptive father dressed the same way, she asked curiously, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" "Excuse me, is Lord Devonshire at home?" the temple knight asked. "My godfather is out and will be back in a while," the little girl answered crisply. Seeing this, the temple knight could only ask the little girl to close the door first, and the three of them stood in front of the door waiting for Devonshire to come back. Half an hour later, Devonshire came in from the alley carrying a large bag of things, and the first thing he saw was two acquaintances and a pastor. "Lord Devonhill, this priest wants to visit you. Pastor Allen asked me to bring them to you." After the temple knight explained the whole story, he saluted Devonhill and then left. "Mr. Devonshire, my name is Lavia, and I have something to ask of you." Devonshire saw the other party's sincere expression, but looking at the Hebrew next to him, he felt a little suspicious, but still invited the two into his home. Chapter 178. Devonshire discovers the clues and duels again. "Father." 3 women and 3 men ran to Devonshire. Devonshire touched the heads of the children one by one with a kind smile on his face. "Be good. Father has something to discuss with them. You go back to the house first." Several children ran into the house carrying fruits and vegetables purchased by Devonshire, so as not to disturb the conversation between the adults. "Reverend Lavia and Hebrew, you can sit wherever you like." Turning to look at the two of them, Devonshire regained his previous composure, speaking politely, neither too close nor too distant. The two simple duos of Lavia and Hebrew were not dissatisfied. They found a bench, placed it in the yard, and sat opposite Devonshire. "Mr. Devonshire, I came here hoping to get your help." Lavia was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. "As a fellow clergyman of the goddess of life, it is my honor to provide you with assistance within my ability." Devonshire replied calmly after hearing this. "Thank you very much." After expressing her sincere gratitude, Lavia told the story of what had happened. After listening to this, Devonshire searched for information in his mind and considered it carefully. "If you follow my request, I recommend Henry Abel, Lonnie Coppersand, and Alia Shawn. They all meet your requirements in every way. However, I am unable to help you with how to get them to serve as priests in Shishing territory. I can only rely on your efforts. Thank you for your help and for giving us a way forward." Then, Devonshire looked at Hebrew and asked, "What about you? Boy, what's the matter with you?" To this naive boy, the expression, "I want to duel with you again," was almost written on his face without any concealment. "Uncle, I want to duel with you again," Hebrew said excitedly. "Okay, I have time in the afternoon. You wait for me at the duel arena in the north of East City District. Now I have to cook for my children." Devonshire stood up and ordered the two to leave. Then he picked up his apron and tied it in front of him and went into the kitchen. The two men looked at each other, stood up from the bench, put the bench in the corner, and left Devonshire's house. "Hebrew, do you sense that there is something wrong with Lord Devonshire? Is there?" Immersed in the joy of the upcoming duel, Hebrew was a little confused by Lavia's words. "Perhaps you don't have enough experience. I've seen Lord Devonshire in similar situations during my travels. He felt heartbroken, but the presence of those children gave him more concerns." Lavia explained to Hebrew. "Well, I don't know. You're the best." "Ha ha ha, no. Lavia was very pleased with Hebrew's flattery. "Let's find a hotel first. I'll accompany you to the duel arena this afternoon. I can also help you if anything unexpected happens." "Yeah." Hebrew nodded happily. After the two left, Devonshire couldn't help but have wild thoughts. He is a sensitive person who always likes to think of things in the worst direction. A priest and a lord's confidant. Could there be some conspiracy? The lord who wanted to recruit me a few months ago, is he setting his sights on me? As his thoughts became more and more divergent, Devonshire cut the vegetables faster and faster and used more and more strength. "Father, here are some fruits." The crisp voice brought Devonshire back to reality. He stopped what he was doing, smiled, took the fruit from his daughter's hand, touched her head, and let her go out and play first. "I don't want to be calculated. I hope I am overthinking it." Bringing the fruit to his mouth, Devonshire looked at his daughter's back, and his lonely heart was healed. He knew 10 years ago that his sister's daughter was not dead, but he didn't want to have anything to do with that family that was full of conspiracy, tyranny, and disgust. Whatever the final outcome of the Drezier family was, it had nothing to do with him. Now he just wants to take care of his 6 lovely and lively children, occasionally give some guidance to young people who are destined to meet him, and live a secluded life. "In the past 50 years, I lived in conspiracy for the first 20 years, lived in guilt for the next 20 years, and only 10 years were my own time." No matter what, he just wanted to live for his own little family and didn't want to care about anything irrelevant. After preparing the meal and having lunch with his 6 children, he let them rest. He took his sword, left the house, and locked the door. On the other side, after Lavia had a fight with Hebrew, he came to the duel arena early to wait. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hebrew saw Devonshire appear and immediately stood up to greet him. "Uncle, you're here. Wait for me here." Devonshire nodded in response, then walked towards the agency that managed the dueling arena and applied for the right to use an indoor dueling arena in his own capacity. After obtaining the right to use the dueling arena, Devonshire took Hebrew and Lavia to a dome-shaped building nearby. After passing through several gates, they arrived at a small dueling arena covering an area of over 100 square meters. The surrounding area is in a closed environment, which means it will not be on display to the public. The door was closed, blocking out the crazy shouting outside, and the entire duel room became quiet in an instant. Lavia came to a small stand, placed the priest's staff across her knees, prayed to the goddess of life, and then stared at the center of the duel arena. As a priest with a warrior's heart, he didn't want to miss the exciting duel. The two men took off their coats, put on their protective gear, and stood aside. "You attack first." Devonshire held the sword in both hands. His eyes became sharp and said to Hebrew. After hearing this, Hebrew did not hold back at all. He drew out his knight's sword, and light blue fighting spirit surrounded his body. The ice-attributed fighting spirit expanded outward along the knight's sword, and the surrounding temperature dropped a level. Seeing that this kid was serious right from the start and his strength had improved qualitatively compared to a month ago, Devonshire no longer held back and released his fiery red fighting spirit. forming layers of protection to prepare for the Hebrew attack. Zheng. In an instant, the two men fought together, waves of momentum vented outward, and the whole room was filled with the sound of knights, swords clashing. Lavia, who was watching the fight, put on a shield and watched the two duels with great interest. He subconsciously touched his waist and found that he didn't bring any wine, which made him feel a little regretful. The fight spread from the center of the duel arena to the edge, and then back to the center, leaving numerous sword marks on the surrounding walls. The battle between ice and fire made Devonshire and Hebrew more and more excited. The next moment, the two separated. Devonshire looked at the young genius and laughed. Next, I will use all my strength. Take it, kid. Chapter 179, An Unexpected Development, Devonshire's Transformation. Come on, this is what we've been waiting for. Hebrew stared at Devonshire, not missing any of his subtle movements. Devonshire kicked the ground hard, cutting through the air and forming a terrifying storm. In this small duel room, a sonic boom was triggered at an extreme speed, which was enough to show how fast the attack was. Hebrew took a step to the right, raised his sword and blocked the opponent without taking a single step back. In Devonshire's surprised eyes, Hebrew was a little proud, but not arrogant. In just 3 minutes, the frequency of the fights between the two sides increased several times, making it a bit difficult for Lavia, who was a spectator. He was a mid-level silver priest and also had several fighting skills, but he didn't expect that he couldn't see the opponent's fighting process clearly. Finally, in the final competition, both sides took 3 steps back and stared at each other. Boy, you have terrifying talent. I have met many people in my life, but no one can compare to you. Devonshire put his slightly trembling left hand behind his back and looked at Hebrew with complicated eyes. Actually, my older brother is better than me. When I practice with my older brother, I am usually the one who gets knocked down. Hebrew smiled happily and explained to Devonhill. Devonshire looked at this hateful boy, the corners of his mouth twitching constantly. Do you know that your words are hurtful? Devonshire liked this simple boy more and more and had an inexplicable liking for him. It was a very strange feeling. By the way, Uncle, why don't you come to Qixing territory? My master has a lot of good things that can help you improve your strength, but I can't tell you what they are. Hebrew put away his knight's sword, his mind working quickly, and suddenly suggested. Devonshire shook his head and refused. No, I still want to live my retirement life in peace. Uncle, you are not required to fight in Qixing territory. Besides, at your age, my master will not let you go to the battlefield. At most, he will train the troops. Boy, do you know that I really want to beat you up right now? Devonshire felt his emotions fluctuating greatly, but he also enjoyed the process. Hebrew looked at the other man, gritting his teeth, and laughed out loud. Uncle, seeing you reminds me of when my eldest brother forced me to do something. I had the same reaction. Okay, kid, I'm going back. Devonshire smiled self-deprecatingly and packed up to leave. Uncle, you haven't promised me yet. Do you want to go to Qixing? Hebrew walked forward and asked. Devonshire turned to look at the silver-haired boy and asked seriously, Did your lord ask you to do this? What? Hebrew was full of questions and looked at the other party in confusion. Judging from the other party's expression, Devonshire immediately confirmed that the invitation was made spontaneously by the young man, which indirectly showed that the Lord of Qixing had a good character, at least in terms of treating his subordinates. Otherwise, he would not let this simple young man spontaneously recruit talents for his lord. Go away. I've lived here for 30 years and don't want to leave for somewhere else. Devonshire refused again. Seeing this, the Hebrews shamelessly chased Devonshire and kept persuading him, making the other party laugh and cry. Okay. In 3 days, as long as you can defeat me head-on, I will accept your invitation. Devonshire couldn't stand this young man anymore, so he said this in a fit of anger. That's what you said, uncle. When Hebrew heard this, he immediately accepted the duel request and did not give the other party a chance to return. After getting rid of the Hebrews, Devonshire took his knight's sword and some items and left. Lavia, who had witnessed the entire process, ate a lot of melons and walked up to Hebrew, patted his shoulder and said, It's a wonderful fight, but I may not lose to you. I'll wait. The two left one after another and returned to the hotel. The next day, Lavia traveled around to persuade the 3 priests, while the Hebrews went to an open field to summarize their experience and work hard to defeat Devonshire. 2 days later, Lavia lay in bed with a relaxed look on her face, but when she thought about her experiences of the past 2 days, she shed tears of sadness. Fortunately, the 3 invited pastors were not greedy people, and the requests they put forward were all within an acceptable range. Meanwhile, Hebrew finished his day of training and returned to the hotel. Lavia turned her head to look at her companions. There was always an indescribable change, but she couldn't tell what it was. After greeting Lavia, Hebrew put his knight's sword on the table and went to rest on another wooden bed. I accidentally learned about the outer demon group today, which greatly increases my chances of winning the duel tomorrow. Haha, when Big Brother and the Master see me bringing Devonshire back, they will definitely be very confused. Hebrew turned sideways to look out the window, and couldn't help but imagine what reward he would get. With this good mood, Hebrew fell asleep quickly. As night fell, Lavia got up, lit the oil lamp, covered Hebrew with a quilt, and went to the wooden table. She took out a piece of paper from her bosom, calculated her savings, and deleted and revised the shopping list. The next morning, the duel was still the same as 3 days ago. Hebrew and Devonshire stood in the center of the duel arena and started fighting the next moment. As time went on, Devonhill had more and more trouble dealing with Hib's offense. We were evenly matched last time, but there has been such a big change in just 3 days. Where did this monster come from? Devonshire's chaotic thoughts disrupted his defensive steps. Suddenly, the light blue fighting spirit was like tentacles, tearing through the protection formed by the fiery red fighting spirit and attacking Devonshire from behind. The process was very short. Before Devonhill could react, he was hit hard on the back. With a muffled groan, Devonshire used all his strength to repel the Hebrew. He half knelt on the ground, with surprise in his eyes. "Uncle, are you okay?" Hebrew greeted with concern. "I'm old and can't beat you young people." Devonshire came to his senses, stood up from the ground, and looked a little lonely. "So I won." Hebrew suddenly reacted and asked uncertainly. "Yes, you win." When Devonshire said this, the shackles in his heart suddenly broke, and he felt a little melancholy, but more of a sense of relief. Maybe living in a different way can also be a kind of fun. Devonshire quickly accepted the current situation by constantly comforting himself in his heart. When Hebrew got the other party's affirmative answer, he cheered like a child. This was the first time he made a decision on his own, and the first time he succeeded. Joy filled his heart. Under the protection of his master and elder brother, this was a feeling he had never experienced before. Chapter 180. The Principality of Braham is about to fall into chaos. On April 1st, 9724 of the glorious calendar, half a month had passed since Lavia and Hebrew left. Wayland stood at the windowsill of the castle and waved to the little griffin flying in the night sky. The flying little griffin looked at the room where its master was, flew over in a hurry, and dived into Wayleen's arms. It has been almost half a year since the mutant griffin egg hatched. The little griffin in front of us has grown very fast and is now the size of a wolf dog. Caressing the blue feathers on the little griffin's head, the delicate and soft feeling made Waylin unable to let go. "Shaha! Shaha!" The little griffin kept protesting, as if it was afraid of having its head shaved bald. But the protest was in vain. While stroking the griffin's feathers, Waylin looked at its growth condition. The body was very strong, and the wings were particularly prominent. It seemed that the half-elf Eunice was an excellent pet keeper. "Shah!" The cry suddenly changed. Waylin followed the griffin's gaze and found that the griffin had set its eyes on his glowing wine. "You want a drink?" Waylin took the unfinished wine and shook it in front of it. The griffin stared at the wine bottle and nodded continuously. Looking at the strange little creature in front of him, Waylin found a bowl, poured half of it into it, and placed it on the floor. The griffin smelled the aroma of the glowing wine, stretched out its tongue, and licked the wine in the bowl continuously, barking from time to time. Before long, half a bowl of wine went into the griffin's stomach. It raised its head again, staring at the wine in Wayleen's hand with eager eyes, refusing to look away for a moment. Waylin smiled, poured him another half bowl, and warned, "Just this half bowl, no more." "Shashasha." The griffin pecked his head and continued drinking, then left Wayleen's room contentedly. Looking at the griffin swaying in the air, Waylin was really afraid that the little guy would fall down, but when he saw that it landed safely, he stopped paying attention to it. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. 2 years later, Grand Duke Braham of the Braham Principality passed away at the age of 1627. The eldest prince, Kaya Braham, and the third prince, Alan Braham, competed for the title of Grand Duke, bringing in their mothers' clans to fight against each other, ultimately leading to the outbreak of war between the kingdoms of Ilia and Basio. The explosive news made Waylin sit on the bed for more than 10 minutes. The Principality of Braham covers an area of approximately 2 million square kilometers. It was a piece of land that the alliance of the Kingdom of Ilia and the Kingdom of Basio snatched from the dwarves thousands of years ago. Eventually, a compromise was reached and a principality was born. This principality is a mixture of various forces. Under the rule of Grand Duke Braham, the 3 major forces representing its own power, the northern faction and the southern faction, have reached a delicate balance, and various smaller forces survive in the cracks. The collapse of the intermediate hub directly led to an imbalance in the situation. Neither the kingdom of Ilia nor the kingdom of Basio will watch the principality of Braham fall into the hands of the other, and war is bound to break out. What surprised Wayland the most was that Grand Duke Braham died so young. It was hard not to imagine some conspiracy. The most likely cause was the dwarves, who were trying to delay the two human kingdoms' two-pronged attack on him, and buy him more time to prepare. What can I gain from this news? This news has no value to people at his level. He has not reached that level yet. Finally, after some thought, Wayland decided to tell his father. With proper planning, this event might become another step forward for the family. The next morning, 3 knights went to the province of Cardero with a letter to bring this important news to their father. On April 10th, Hebrew sat in the carriage and had a great time playing with Devonshire's 6 adopted sons and daughters. Looking at the admiring eyes of these little ones made him extremely happy. "Brother Hebrew, can you tell us the story of your battle with the monster again?" The youngest girl hugged Hebrew's arm and kept begging. Okay, I'll tell you some more stories." Hebrew rubbed her face and told her about his experiences in a soft voice. Outside the carriage, Lavia and Devonshire walked side by side, followed by the carriages of 3 priests and their families, and some civilians who had received favors from Devonshire and voluntarily followed him. There were more than 20 carriages and hundreds of people. "Pastor Lavia, with your physique, you are more suitable to be a knight or a warrior. Why do you choose to be a priest?" Devonshire looked at Lavia again and finally asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. "It's a sad story." Lavia recounted her experience. "Actually, being a pastor is not bad." Devonshire changed his mind after listening to Lavia's story. "Well, this kind of life is fine. I'm used to it." Lavia didn't seem angry at Devonshire's words. She smiled and replied, "Look at someone I don't like, beat him up, and treat him at the same time. I'll make sure no one else sees any damage." The bald pastor's words made Devonshire's mouth twitch, but it also showed that the other party was not that cunning and was a friend worth making close friends with. Not long after, the convoy entered the territory of Chishing Lake. The crowded roads and noisy crowds surprised Devonshire, but he didn't show it on his face. He never expected that a barony that had been developed for only 5 years would be so prosperous. Passing by the wheat fields, the free people working hard in the fields smiled from the heart. There were no managers waving whips to urge them to work, and no officials or knights oppressing civilians, all of which made Devonshire have a particularly good first impression of Chishing territory. After crossing the crowded 3-way intersection, led by Lavia, the group first went to the Church of Life to rest. On the other hand, Wayland was a little confused when he learned that the 2 Hebrews had returned and brought a large group of people with them. "Let's go to the Church of Life." Wayland was full of doubts and immediately asked someone to bring his mount over so that he could go down the mountain to take a look. Outside the Life Church, hundreds of people began to set up tents as temporary shelters. Hebrew sat on the roof of the carriage, constantly looking at the road leading to the castle. Although his face remained calm, he longed for Wayland's arrival more than anyone else. Devonshire sat aside, looked at the silver-haired boy, shook his head, and said nothing. He also had this mentality, but it was more than 30 years ago. Now he probably doesn't have the same excitement as when he was young. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Hebrew jumped down from the top of the carriage, straightened his clothes, and prepared to welcome his master. Coming down the mountain, Wayland immediately spotted Devonshire in the crowd. "My lord." Hebrew stepped forward to lead the horse, his face filled with unstoppable excitement. Chapter 181 Rewards and Official Appointments. "Good boy, Hebrew, you are really good." Although he was puzzled as to why Devonshire appeared here, it was definitely related to his guardian knight. Hey, I should do it." After receiving Wayland's praise, Hebrew smiled widely. He would have something to brag about in front of his elder brother in the future. Wayland patted his shoulder. He didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. "Reverend Lavia, is everything going well?" Reverend Lavia bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. Everything is going well. I've established a priest academy in Lanshaw Town. If everything goes well, we can start teaching in the second half of this year. However, you will need to find students. I'll have Baird cooperate with you. It is our duty to recruit trainee priests," Pastor Lavia responded. After a brief exchange of introductions with the other 3 priests, Wayland walked towards the left side of the camp. "Mr. Devonshire, long time no see." Wayland greeted the other party politely. "Meet Sir Valen." Devonshire stood up, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed in formal aristocratic etiquette. "At the invitation of Hebrew, I asked Bishop Mitt to transfer me to Chishing territory to assist Pastor Lavia and manage the Life Church here." The other party's friendly smile made Wayland realize that his goal had been achieved, but the current situation was not suitable for directly stating his purpose. I am delighted to have you here. I will be hosting a banquet in the castle tonight. I hope to invite you and several other priests to attend and meet the other archons. It's my pleasure. After the other party accepted the invitation, Waylon did not linger any longer and returned to the castle with Hebrew. He first asked the guards to notify the governors of the 3 towns, and at the same time ordered the servants to decorate the hall and prepare the food needed for the banquet. This time, I found a great talent. Just tell me what you want. In the study, Waylon motioned Hebrew to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, and asked with a smile. Hebrew sat upright, and upon hearing Waylon's words, he expressed his thoughts without hesitation. Weapons. I want to replace the weapons of my knights. The Ice Bear Knights currently have 90 members, 66 of whom are Bronze Knights, and the remaining 24 are high-ranking knight apprentices. Within a year, I will gradually equip your subordinates with a set of fine-grade knight equipment. Thank you, my lord. Hebrew stood up and saluted. A set of excellent grade knight full-body armor is worth 3,000 gold coins. An excellent grade knight sword is worth 1,500 gold coins. An excellent grade dagger is worth 500 gold coins. 3 excellent grade javelins are worth 500 gold coins. A knight lance is worth 2,000 gold coins, plus a matching saddle is worth 500 gold coins. A complete set of excellent grade knight equipment is worth 8,000 gold coins. I want to re-equip all the Ice Bear Knights, which is worth 720,000 gold coins. Qixing territory has an iron mine, so there is no need to worry about forging materials, but it needs magic craftsmen to engrave magic runes for the knight's equipment, plus some magic materials, with a total value of about 300,000 gold coins. In other words, the money that actually needs to be spent on the 90 members of the Ice Bear Knights is only 300,000 gold coins. These 300,000 gold coins can be used to support 3,600 standing troops for 8 years. For a small noble, this is an astronomical figure, but for Qixing territory, it is within the affordable range. Thinking of this, Waylon became more eager to train magic craftsmen. Only when there are magicians can magic craftsmen be trained, and the prerequisite for all this is that there must be a magician academy. The only wizard who could teach students in Qixingling was the wandering wizard Kelt Tookum, but due to his own disability, he could only teach the most basic magical knowledge. Waylon was increasingly looking forward to the family-supported team of spellcasters. I attach great importance to the Ice Bear Knights, so don't let your guard down. Waylon looked at Hebrew's jumpy look and couldn't help but remind him. Hebrew patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, my lord. The Ice Bear Knights will definitely become a sharp blade in your hands. Okay, go down and rest. Your eldest brother will be here soon." Yes. Hebrew left the study with an excited look on his face. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will definitely show off to his older brother. Children's mentality is sometimes quite interesting. The door of the study was closed, and Waylon half lay on the sofa, starting to think about what to do next. After Devon Hill, the Knights' head coach, was recruited, the next step was to select talented youngsters on a large scale. In addition, all the Knight squires in the territory were sent to Devonshire for training for 1 year, completely eliminating the development of the Knight Master-Apprentice system in Qixing territory. Therefore, regular knightly orders must also be put on the agenda to accommodate the knights who will grow up in the future. Knight apprentices will be transferred from various Silver Knights, numbering about 100. Another 400 will be selected from Qixing territory, bringing the total to 500, and will be handed over to Devonshire for training. During this process, Waylon planned to arrange Greg and Imogen to serve as deputy instructors, specifically responsible for promoting the idea of loyalty, and Devon Hill, the chief instructor, would only be responsible for training. Before we knew it, night fell and the party began. Waylon attended the banquet in a formal suit and introduced his 15 guardian knights to Devonshire, who were the core layer of Qixing territory. Devonshire did not resist all this and gladly accepted the status given to him by Waylon. 3 days later, the Knight Academy was officially established in the town of Orlando. In the castle hall, 20 bronze knights wearing silver-white armor stood on both sides, holding their swords and looking ahead. Baird, Orlando, Andrew and 14 others stood sideways on the left and right. Kyle stood behind Waylon, holding a tray. All of this gave Devonshire enough face, expressing Qixingling and Waylon's attention to him. Waylon picked up a token from the tray and handed it solemnly to Devonshire. Feeling the heaviness of the token, Devonshire took it with both hands, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "As the chief instructor of knights, I will fulfill my obligations and diligently complete my mission. Goddess, I will remain loyal to my duties until I am relieved of my duties as chief knight instructor." This declaration meant that Devonshire accepted the position of chief instructor of knights, but it did not mean that he would be loyal to Waylon. What Waylon valued was the other party's ability to train knights, discover talents, and guide apprentices. In addition, there were special knights responsible for loyalty education, so whether they were loyal to him was no longer important. Sir Devon Hill, the task of training the future backbone of my territory is now entrusted to you. Waylon helped Devon Hill up. I will definitely fulfill your wishes, my lord. Devonshire saluted for the first time as Waylon's subordinate, completing the last step of the ceremony. Chapter 182, Subduing 9 Mages. Before finding out Devonshire's true side, Waylon would only treat him as an ordinary chief instructor of knights and would not let him participate in the development of the territory. The term is 2 years. If the other party has no problems and is willing to swear allegiance to him, he will not hesitate to train him. Half a month later, one afternoon, a team of more than 20 people slowly entered Qixing territory. The leading arcanist sensed that the surrounding magical environment was a level lower than that in the central region. He had no aversion to areas with low magical energy. At the age of 130, he has less than 30 years to live. As we enter old age, our souls begin to decay and there is no hope of a breakthrough. He was well aware of his own talent and had given up hope of breaking through to the gold level. So he took the initiative to request a transfer to the border area and join the Earl's son in exchange for the opportunity for his most talented grandson to enter the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Everything was worth it. Teacher, the territory ahead is Qixing territory, the territory of young Master Waylon. A bronze mid-level arcanist holding a scepter and wearing a gray robe saluted the arcanist. Get ready to welcome our new lord. The arcanist glanced into the distance and then got into the carriage. The mid-level bronze arcanist stepped down, rode on his horse, and slowly followed the carriage. As soon as this strange team entered Qixing territory, Waylon received the news. He had received relevant information about the 9 silver mages supported by the family 6 days ago and was very clear about the quality of this team. His combat ability is not very strong, but he has sufficient teaching ability and rich magical knowledge. From another perspective, the family completely handed over the responsibility to an experienced team of teachers to help him hatch his own team of mages. In front of the gate of Qixing town, Waylon stood in the middle of the road, looking ahead. Behind him were 20 bronze knights, riding tall purple horses, neatly arranged behind Waylon. 200 fully armed soldiers stood on both sides of the road, with spears in hand and armor shining in the sun. The team of more than 20 people was 800 meters away from the city gate. The arcanist ordered the convoy to stop, wearing a starry robe and stepping on the stone road. 3 mid-level silver druids and 5 low-level silver elemental mages gathered around and saluted the high-level silver arcanist, highlighting his leadership. The rest of you wait, my colleagues. Please come forward with me to meet the Lord. We know. Everyone responded. The 9 people took a step forward. The arcanist glanced around and saw that every soldier was wearing black armor, holding a spear, a short sword at the waist, and a mask on the face. Their strength was almost all at the low bronze level, and none of them was a warrior apprentice. With every step forward, the 9 people showed more respect for this lord whom they had never met. In less than 6 years, he has achieved such success. He is truly a young hero. Durin Ovich greets the lord. The silver high-level arcanist opened his star robe, knelt on one knee, and said to the young man on horseback. The other 8 people gave their names one after another, and along with Durin, they knelt on one knee and saluted Waylon. Everyone, please stand up. After the first ceremony was completed, Waylon said to everyone. Darian was the first to stand up, and the other 8 followed closely behind, looking at the young man in front of them who was only 24 years old. Qixing Lake welcomes you. The 9 people thought that what followed would be polite remarks, but Waylon did not play by the rules. He changed the subject and spoke in a deep voice. Your talents are limited, but are you willing to stop here? Hearing this, the 9 mages showed more or less lonely expressions. Who doesn't want to go further, gain a longer life, and explore unknown secrets? But their talents limit their upper limit. The probability of changing one's fate is extremely small, 1 in a billion. For ordinary mages like them, it is out of reach. Waylon saw all the changes in their expressions. What he wanted was a group of qualified teachers and a group of outstanding mages. As long as I can see your value, talent is not a problem, and resources are even less of a problem. Upon hearing this, Kyle lifted the red cloth, and a mermaid pearl appeared in front of everyone. Seeing such a treasure appear before his eyes, Dreen's eyes widened, and the greed in his heart grew wildly. For this reason, he had to use the arcane mechanical mind to calm himself down. The other 8 people were not much better off, and they all used magic to calm themselves down. The desire for a breakthrough was ignited in his heart, and this was Wayleen's goal. As for the things that can improve your talents, you only need to know that I have them. As for whether you can get them from me, it depends on whether you are worth my effort. Please give your instructions, sir. The 9 people bowed and saluted, answering in unison. This was the effect he wanted. The small group was instantly disintegrated by the mermaid pearl thrown by Waylon. I'm happy with healthy competition. If it's a malicious fight, don't blame me for being cruel. The voice was gentle, but the meaning was extremely cold. At this moment, Doreen and the other 9 mages understood the character of the young lord in front of them, and they gave up the idea of banding together for warmth and fighting for the right to speak. We respectfully obey your will. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Wayleen's expression softened. He smiled and said to the 9 people, I will arrange for my personal attendant Kyle to act as your guide. You will be able to familiarize yourself with Praying Star Lake within a week. You're tired from the journey, so you can take a good rest these few days. In 7 days, I will assign you tasks. Equivalent exchange, that's the truth you mages believe in. If you want these things, then show us your value. Yes. Afterwards, under Kyle's arrangement, Darian and his group of 26 were arranged to the northern part of the city, a small manor belonging to Waylon. Inside the room, Darian took off his star robe and stood in front of a full-length mirror. Looking at his white hair and wrinkled skin, hope was ignited in his heart. Perhaps this is the fickleness of fate. No matter what, I must become a gold-level arcanist. As for the retirement life he had thought about before, Darian put it out of his mind. As long as you are still useful, you will work yourself to death. Who can guarantee how many mermaid pearls the young master has in his hands? Who knows? The other 8 people won't work hard in secret. The next morning, Doreen, wearing an ordinary wizard robe, ran to Kyle's temporary residence. As soon as I arrived at the door, I ran into 3 colleagues, a druid and 2 elemental mages. Before Darian could speak, 3 more people appeared in 3 different places. Everyone smiled at the same time, pretending that the other person didn't exist, and waited outside the room. At this time, the 2 of them came out of the room with excitement on their faces and ran into the 7 people waiting outside the room. They smiled awkwardly and left from the side. Poor Kyle. He had just woken up early in the morning when these shameless old men came to his door. Chapter 183, The Involuted Mage. 2 hours later, after seeing off the last wizard, Kyle held the document in his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Are mermaid pearls really that tempting? Being young, he didn't know what it felt like to enter old age, but in response to their pleas, Kyle could only comply with their ideas. He took the knight's sword, took the purple horse from the servant, left Qixing town, and headed towards the castle. I thought I would stay in the small town manor for 7 days, but I didn't expect to be able to go home the next day. After entering the castle, Kyle handed his mount to the guard and went straight to the study. Dong dong dong. I knocked on the wooden door, heard the sound from inside, and pushed the door open. Why are you back? Waylon noticed the pen in his hand and was very surprised by Kyle's appearance. My lord, I don't want to either. Kyle walked forward and placed a stack of organized petitions in front of Waylon, his tone very helpless. Waylon looked through the petition, which was filled with beautiful words. On the one hand, it praised his own character, and on the other hand, it implicitly expressed that he did not need to rest and could serve him now. I still underestimated their desire for a breakthrough. Waylon smiled to himself. Since they were willing, he naturally would not refuse the mage's wish to start work in advance. He opened the second drawer under the desk, took out a stack of written assignments, and handed them to Kyle. Give this to them. Each page represents a task, corresponding to a certain number of points. Tell them that each mermaid pearl is worth 300 points. I expect them to take it from me. Kyle took the 3-finger-thick assignment letter, bowed in greeting, and then left the study. The Priest Academy is established in Lansha Town. The Knight Academy is established in Orlando Town, so the Mage Academy will naturally remain in Qixing Town. Waylon walked to the window, opened it, and looked at the scenery below the mountain from the 3rd floor. He could see a large-scale construction site covering an area of thousands of acres, which was the future location of the Mage Academy. The dazzling sunlight made him subconsciously block his eyes with his hands. Through the gaps between his fingers, he watched 3 griffins playing in the sky. They were 1.6 meters long and growing very rapidly. We need to keep an eye on top talent from other professions. I hope the military will be more diverse in the future. Thinking of the Shadow Army in his father's hands, Waylon also wanted to build his own assassin army, but at this stage he could only think about it because he did not have enough talents and resources to do it. After returning from the castle, Kyle immediately invited Darian and others over. Inside the manor hall, 9 mages stared at Kyle with scorching eyes, feeling uncomfortable. Everyone, The Lord has agreed to your request. This is the mission he has assigned you. Kyle placed the 3-finger-thick mission sheet on the table and said to the 9 people, each mission represents a certain number of points, and the mermaid pearl you are longing for is worth 300 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the 9 people immediately lost their composure. If it weren't for their face, they would have rushed over to snatch the stack of task books. Seeing the restless crowd, Kyle didn't waste any words and immediately took out a task sheet and read out, based on the 3-bed crossbow, engrave magic runes and modify it. The requirement is to make ordinary spears burst out with super strong attack power, with a range of 3,000 meters. The value is 20 points. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, Darian stood up first and said, I'll take this mission. Master Darian, you must think clearly. If you spend the territory's resources and fail to improve the 3-bed crossbow, your master's rating will inevitably decline, which may affect the ratio of your exchange for other supplies. Thank you for the reminder, Darian thanked Kyle and continued. As an arcanist, I also practice the auxiliary profession of magic craftsman. I am capable of this task. Well then, this task is up to you, Mage Dreen. Seeing this, Kyle handed the mission letter to Darian. Each mission statement has Wayleen's official seal. With this thin piece of paper, he can call on personnel and materials from Qixing Town to cooperate with his research. Darian took the assignment, glanced at it briefly, and placed it on the table, looking at Kyle and waiting for other assignments. Looking around, Kyle lowered his head and read out the second task. Green vine tree cultivation. Shortening the planting time of a green vine seedling by 10 years is worth 10 points. This mission is mine. Before Kyle could finish, a druid stood up, his tone somewhat excited. Master Theodore, are you sure you want to accept this quest? Kyle confirmed to the old intermediate silver druid. I'm sure, Theodore said confidently. I may not be good at other druid spells, but when it comes to growth acceleration spells, the others are definitely no match for me. Seeing the other 2 druids nod in agreement, Kyle could only hand the second task book to Master Theodore. Kyle and the 9 mages stayed in this room for the entire day. A 3-finger-thick task list, with a total of 48 tasks, was distributed. Among them, the arcanist Dreen had learned the most and had the widest range of knowledge. He took on 13 tasks and was the undisputed strongest among the 9 mages. The one who took the fewest tasks was a low-level silver elemental mage named Holmes Yadiki. He only had 3 tasks, 2 about weapon testing and 1 about the training of a wind elemental mage apprentice. As night fell, everyone left and Kyle returned to the room with a relaxed look on his face. Once the problem is solved, you can return to the castle tomorrow. As for the subsequent affairs of the 9 mages, Baird will be directly responsible for them. Over the next week, Qixing Town became visibly busy. 9 mages, along with their apprentices, set out on a journey to accumulate points, striving to carry forward the spirit of working to the death. Baird was very busy with this. In addition to the affairs within the territory, he also had to coordinate resources from all aspects to supply mages for research, the construction of the Mage Academy, and the testing of the qualifications of knights in the affiliated villages at the Qixing Town level. At this moment, inside the castle, Waylin was leisurely teasing the rock monitor lizard. After 5 years of growth, Xiaobai and Xiaohuang have grown bigger and bigger, now reaching 9 meters in length. 2 huge beasts crawled at Waylin's feet, turning over from time to time, causing the ground to shake. Sir, Xiaobai and Xiaohuang's growth has entered a period of slow growth. They will only grow 1 meter every 15 to 20 years. The half-elf Eunice stood aside and answered respectfully. In that case, from now on you will only focus on raising the griffins. You will not be responsible for the raising of Xiaobai and Xiaohuang. Waylin stroked Xiaobai's chin and said to Eunice, Yes. Eunice responded with her head down. Chapter 184 Improved Crossbow, 4-person party. After Waylin waved Eunice away, he instructed Kyle, inform Baird to build an animal shed next to the Qixing Town garrison camp. The area is tentatively set at 100 acres. My lord, should we hand it over to Lord Cassius, the commander of the Praying Star Battalion? Kyle hesitated and asked Waylin. That's fine, let's leave it to Cassius. Suddenly remembering how busy Baird had been recently, Waylin rubbed the back of his head and followed Kyle's advice. My lord, a soldier from the Qixing camp reports that the 3 crossbows have been successfully modified. Lord Cassius asked you to inspect them. A guard came up to Waylin, bowed, and reported respectfully. So soon. Waylin was very surprised by this news. I remember this mission was assigned to the arcanist, Dreen, less than 10 days ago. Hearing this, Kyle replied seriously, Sir, 7 days to be exact. Go to the Praying Star camp and take a look. Soon, The servants brought the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse. Waylon rode on the horse and rushed towards the military camp. At a testing ground outside the military camp, hundreds of people saw Waylon and saluted him by beating their chests. "My lord." Cassius and Dreen saluted. Waylon looked at Darian and his 3 apprentices, all with dark circles under their eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "How long has it been since you last rested?" Dreen explained calmly, "It's only 5 days. He is really hardworking and a ruthless person. Let's get started." The order was given, and 3 newly developed crossbows appeared in front of Waylon. Compared with the previous 3-bed crossbow, many parts of this new crossbow have been replaced by peculiar structures. First, the bowstring was eliminated, the guide rails for the lance were sealed, and the firing port was enlarged. Secondly, the brackets supporting the bed crossbow were reduced from 4 to 3. The front 2 remained unchanged, while the back became a hole, engraved with secret text and emitting a faint glow. Finally, 2 grooves were added to the back of the bed crossbow. One was used to place magic crystals to power the magic circle, and the other was in the shape of a palm, and its function was not yet clear. 6 soldiers stepped forward, 2 of them inserted their iron spears into the firing rails, and then stepped aside. 3 bronze warriors stood behind the crossbows, their fighting spirit gathered on the surface of their palms, fitting into the groove on the right. Whoosh! The terrifying sonic boom echoed in the ears, and 9 spears flew out accompanied by a hurricane. Waylon stared at the spear intently, which directly pierced through the armor set at 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, and 3,000 meters, and finally nailed it to a big tree 4,000 meters away. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, but Waylon still captured the trace. After the experiment, the Lord did not speak, and everyone remained silent, not daring to speak. Those below the silver level are simply unable to block a spear of this speed. Low-level and mid-level silvers can barely resist it, but will definitely be seriously injured. Waylon thought for 3 minutes and came to this conclusion. But the real effect still needs to be tested on the battlefield. Dareen, you did great. Thank you for your recognition. A smile appeared on Darian's tired face. He placed his right hand on his chest and saluted Waylon. Get some rest and take care of yourself. Looking at the other person's tired face, Waylon couldn't help but think. Don't worry, sir. I know my body well. I can survive another 5 days and 5 nights without any problems. You anyway, have a good rest. Don't be so anxious. Waylon took back the words that were on the tip of his tongue and could only comfort Darian awkwardly. As long as I live, I will not stop. The old wizard Dreen seemed to have returned to the moment before the new year, bravely moving forward for the mermaid pearl. Never mind. Do as you please. Waylon decided to leave it alone. Dareen and his students were tired and would naturally rest. Anyway, the Life Church is not far away. If you faint, just call the pastor. You won't die anyway. With Dreen's success, other mages felt a sense of urgency and worked day and night. 7 days later, in a beautiful place on the outskirts of Qixing town, more than 20 servants were busy setting out plates, arranging flowers, cooking delicious food, and waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guests. Waylon sat on a wooden chair, calculating the time in his mind. He heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance, and several figures appeared in front of him. Waylon, your territory is much richer than my ridge territory. Brian dismounted, walked up to Waylon, and exclaimed sincerely. Luck, luck. Waylon said cheerfully, Cousin, please sit down for a while. It may take a while for the 2 uncles to come back. Seeing this, Brian said, it just so happens that there are only 2 of us here. Tell Adrian and I about your experience in managing a territory. Okay, I'll explain it to you. It depends on you whether you can learn it or not. Waylon spread his hands helplessly, and the 3 of them sat on the ground and began to communicate. Half an hour later, Waylon stopped with a feeling of wanting more and looked at Adrian's surprised expression, which was very enjoyable. Waylon slapped his forehead speechlessly at Brian, who was dozing off beside him. There is no need to think too much. The idea of exchange and learning was definitely not proposed by my cousin. Dinner is ready. What? Ahem, I'm done so fast. Brian woke up suddenly and looked at Waylon's disgusted expression as if nothing had happened, not feeling embarrassed at all. Lord Waylon, thank you for your selfless sharing. With your experience, the strength of the Ridge territory will definitely be raised to a higher level. Adrian expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Institutions are important, but resources are equally important. The same things may not be suitable for you. Changes need to be made to better suit the actual situation of the Ridge Nation. I can't help you with these things. You can only experiment on your own. Waylon smiled mysteriously and said something that made Brian very confused, But Adrian respected the young man in front of him even more and felt that his master had a good brother. Half an hour later, Alcott and Edgar arrived with their respective entourages. The four of them sat down and started chatting before the food was served. "Wellen, is there any difficulty in asking the three of us to come here this time?" Alcott took a sip of tea and asked. Waylon replied with a smile, "Uncle, you guessed right. My nephew has indeed encountered a problem that I can only solve with the help of you." Alcott and Edgar looked at Waylon's expression and were very confused. It didn't look like he was in trouble. They didn't know what their nephew was up to. At this time, the servants brought various foods to the table. "Uncle, cousin, please try it." Waylon made a gesture of invitation and signaled the three to help themselves. Alcott was a little confused. He took up the knife and fork first, cut off a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Chapter 185, Supplies Exchange. Waylon watched his cousin's expression change from calm to solemn, and then to shock. It was obvious that he had discovered the secret. "Waylon, what kind of meat is this?" "Black pork, a type of meat that can speed up cultivation." "I didn't expect that you, Waylon, would treat us with such precious food. It's such an honor." Edgar was deeply moved and said to Waylon. Waylon smiled and replied, "Uncle Edgar, you're mistaken. This kind of food is not precious. Could it be possible to farm animals that produce this kind of meat in large quantities?" Brian asked while chewing black pork. "That's right, cousin." Waylon looked at Brian in surprise. He didn't expect that his cousin was so smart. Alcott suddenly understood and said, "Waylon, the difficulties you mentioned are not related to raising this kind of animal." Waylon nodded and replied, "My uncle is truly amazing. This creature is called the black pig, a magical beast I discovered by chance. It can be raised with grain and reproduces quickly, ready for slaughter within a year. However, the grain required is enormous. So you need food, but you could buy it yourself, but you chose to send us." Edgar suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his speech and looked at Waylon with a complicated look, including gratitude, celebration, and excitement. "Just as you think, I want to invite you to join this project." After hearing this, the three nodded in agreement. It takes 3,000 kilograms of grain to raise a black pig in a year. The three of us can exchange 6,000 kilograms of grain for one pig. Alcott pondered for a moment and immediately proposed to the others. I agree. Before Waylon could say anything, the three of them finalized the matter. A black-skinned pig consumes about 2,500 kilograms of food a year. He originally wanted to propose 3,000 kilograms of food in exchange for one, but seeing the attitudes of the three people, Waylon could only passively accept it. As for why not separate a part of the black-skinned pigs and give them to the three of them to raise? This kind of animal breeding is obviously the mainstay of Qixing territory, as Alcott, Edgar, and Brian are all aware of. Waylon was willing to share with them, which was already a great favor. How could he take away other people's pillar industries? Halfway through the banquet, Brian was drinking when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Waylon, do you still have that wine from last time?" "There are still some, but the reserves are small." Waylon looked at Brian and answered in a deep voice, "Well, I want to buy a few bottles from you." Brian recalled the effect of the luminous wine and said shamelessly. Upon hearing this, the other two also had the intention to buy it, but due to the face of their elders and the fact that the reserve of this wine was not high, they gave up the idea. Seeing this, Waylon began to think seriously. The luminous grapes have been cultivated for just over 2 years, and a total of 240 bottles of luminous wine have been produced so far. Due to the cost of training, rewards to subordinates, and gifts, there are less than 80 bottles of luminous wine left in the castle, and the next batch of luminous wine will have to wait for half a year. However, since his cousin wanted to buy it, he naturally would not refuse. "I can only produce 30 bottles of luminous wine at most, no more than that." After hearing this, Brian said happily, 200 gold coins per bottle. I'll buy 10 bottles, and the rest can be given to my two cousins. Seeing this, Alcott and Edgar also bought another 20 bottles of luminous wine at 200 gold coins per bottle. The three of them were well aware of the effects of this wine, and 200 gold coins per bottle was a very reasonable price, well worth the money. But the most important thing is the channel. Without the channel, even if they have more gold coins, they may not be able to buy this kind of wine that can improve physical fitness and repair hidden injuries. Half an hour later, lunch was over and the servants cleared away the tableware. The four of them came to the stream, sat on the carpet, enjoyed afternoon tea, and at the same time began to discuss the exchange of supplies. Half a year ago, my family gave me 10 cloud smoke fruit trees, which can produce 100 cloud smoke fruits every year. Alcott looked at the three people and explained slowly. The greatest use of cloud smoke fruit is to help bronze warriors break free from their shackles and grow into silver warriors. A talented bronze warrior takes 3 years to grow into a silver warrior, but 3 to 10 cloud smoke fruits can shorten this time to 1 year, and the resources required are only 1/3 of the original amount. After listening to his cousin's introduction, Waylin was very surprised. He had never heard of the union fruit tree. He thought it was recently cultivated by the family, most likely from the hands of his fourth grandfather, Alro Akers, the druid master. In addition to Edgar, Brian was also shocked. He did not expect that the renewable resources given to his cousin by the family were so precious. His ambition grew infinitely, and he was even more eager to be promoted to Viscount. Edgar sat up and said, "On my side, my family gave me a magical plant called bloodthirsty grass. It can be used to make a boiling blood potion, which can temporarily stimulate potential and burst out with combat power twice its own. But the disadvantage is also obvious. A high-level silver transcendent can only sustain the effect of the boiling blood potion for half an hour at most. Once the drug's effects wear off, you'll fall into a period of weakness. Within 3 months, your chi and blood will be depleted, your spirit will be weakened, and your combat power will drop by 50". Waylin touched his chin and asked, "Uncle, how is the bloodthirsty grass yield?" "The output is not high. Half a year ago, my family gave me 100 bloodthirst grass plants. After 6 months of cultivation, the number has now increased to 150 plants, but it takes 3 years for one plant to mature. Are there no other research directions?" Waylin asked curiously. Edgar shook his head and said, "Not really. The only use of the bloodthirst grass that I know of is in the boiling blood potion. Perhaps when there are more of them in the future, I can ask an arcanist or druid to research other uses." "How many bloodthirsty grasses are needed to make a bottle of boiling blood potion?" 3. Edgar gave the correct answer. This potion is like a trump card, something used to fight for one's life in desperate situations. It has a small market among children of nobles, but it is definitely not uncommon among adventurers. Obviously, Edgar is also aware of this, but he just doesn't have the sales channels. However, just because his cousin doesn't have channels doesn't mean Waylin doesn't have any. The future Maple Leaf City will need this boiling blood potion very much, and it can even become a trump card in Waylin's hand. "Uncle, I can help you sell the boiling blood potion, but I need 30 of the profit." Waylin looked at Edgar and suggested, "No problem, as long as you can sell it, I have no problem." Edgar smiled and waved his hand, accepting Waylin's proposal without thinking. Chapter 186 Awkward Memories, Ice Blue Potion Distribution. Then, Waylin looked at Alcott and said, "Uncle, I want to buy 20 union fruits 6 months from now. I wonder if you can provide them." "No problem." Alcott readily agreed, but then proposed his own conditions. "I'll exchange 1 cloud smoke fruit for 10 bottles of ice blue potion. What do you think?" "Yes," Waylin nodded and said, "I will sell you 1,000 bottles of ice blue potion. 200 of them will be used for the exchange, and the remaining 800 will be given to you at 6 gold coins per bottle as compensation." "That won't do. You'll be totally at a disadvantage if you do that," Alcott hastily advised. Waylin replied with a smile, "Uncle, I have a condition." "As long as there are conditions." Alcott breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Waylin would do this unconditionally and he would not be able to repay the favor in the future. 20 union fruits every year. You must save them for me." "No problem." Alcott agreed readily. The black-skinned pigs helped the soldiers to train. The union fruit helps the bronze soldiers to be promoted to silver soldiers. And with other resources, within 10 years, the number of silver soldiers in his army will definitely dazzle others. Imagining such a scene, Waylin couldn't help but feel a little excited. After completing the first transaction, Waylin, Edgar, and Brian completed 2 orders for 500 bottles of ice blue potion at a price of 7 gold coins per bottle. The 3 of them were very satisfied with this situation. Brian, in particular, was very grateful to Waylin for taking care of him. In this business dealings, he was the only one who did not have the resources to contribute to the transaction. Afterwards, they started chatting about all sorts of things, including an analysis of the war in the Grey Wasteland, the reaction of the Dwarf Kingdom in the north, and even talked about the robbery of Mountain Copper 5 years ago. In the end, Waylin had the tea removed and replaced with liquor. Several people got drunk and ended up calling each other brothers, completely disregarding the difference in generations. "Calling you uncle is nothing. From now on I'll call you brother. You said it, don't regret it." Waylin swayed his body, put his arm around Alcott's shoulders, and had a drunken look on his face. "Of course I'm right. Back then, I, Alcott, also had a wild and uninhibited heart. How could I lie if I said it? From now on, just call me brother." The The four followers standing not far away looked at each other and turned around. As for the servants, they ran even further away. They just wanted to act like wooden men and heard nothing. I wonder how my master will react when he wakes up and recalls this experience. The next afternoon, Waylon got up from the bed with his head covered, and the scenes of yesterday afternoon kept appearing in his mind. From now on, I absolutely cannot. Never mind, let's not talk about it. Waylon said halfway through his words that he didn't want to go anymore, even if there was no one else around. What was the point of lying to himself? However, those scenes of them calling each other brothers made Waylon feel extremely embarrassed. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and Kyle walked in with meat porridge and placed it on the wooden table next to him. Smelling the tempting aroma of food, Waylon got up from the bed, sat at the table, and started eating. My lord, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian left one after another this morning. By the way, they left in batches. Kyle thought for a moment and added. The scene of them calling each other brothers appeared in his mind again, making Waylon feel ashamed. It's good that you left. It's good that you left. Otherwise, I don't know how to face these three people. After a period of time, everyone pretended to have intermittent amnesia, and this matter should be over. After filling his stomach and handing the dishes to Kyle, Waylon found a paper and pen and began to calculate the share of the ice blue potion. After a few minutes, looking at the data above, I had a rough estimate in my mind. There are 22,000 bottles of ice blue potion. Excluding the ones mentioned above, there are still 6,500 bottles left. In March of this year, the 3-year business agreement signed between Qi Xingling and the Nankel Chamber of Commerce expired, which means that there will be 6,500 bottles of ice blue potion left next year. 3 years ago, he was still thinking about how to use the ice blue potion to earn back the resources he had invested in the early stage. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, he earned back all the resources he had invested in the early stage and achieved net profit in the 3rd year. The only thing to blame is that the pain-relieving and cooling effect of the ice blue potion was too dazzling, so the price kept rising, 3 times higher than he expected. We'll make a decision on these 6,500 bottles of ice blue potion later. Waylon put the paper with the recorded data into the drawer next to him, then left the bedroom and went out for a walk. Time flies, and it is June in the blink of an eye. As Qixing Territory's business became more and more prosperous, it gradually became the commercial center of the northwestern region of Cardro Province. Along with the frequent business activities, the news that Devonshire was also serving as the chief instructor of the Knights of Qixing Territory spread like wildfire, and corresponding to this, the Mage Academy was also under construction. In response to this explosive news, the clever and weak nobles ignored the long journey and brought their outstanding children to Qixing for a visit. The Knight Academy and the Mage Academy are not unfamiliar terms to the nobles of the Cardro province, but they are unfamiliar places. Baird, who had just had a few days of relaxation, looked at the half-meter-high pile of official documents with a stern face, not knowing what he was thinking. Some officials, seeing the expression on their boss's face, worked tremblingly, fearing that they would be scolded. No, I'll die of exhaustion one day. Baird sat at his workstation and thought for a long time before deciding to protest. Otherwise, he would be busy with official duties all day and would have no time to practice. Cassius is about to break through to the high silver level, but he is still stuck in the middle silver level, and his cultivation has not improved at all in more than half a year. After figuring everything out, Baird called 2 guards and asked them to carry the documents and go to the castle. In the study, Waylon had just returned from the training ground and was sitting in a chair, leisurely drinking tea and enjoying the peaceful and tranquil days. I have a feeling that in 1 year, I will definitely make a breakthrough. It has been almost 3 years since the last breakthrough. After unremitting efforts, plus a little bit of talent, my strength has been greatly improved, and I am getting closer and closer to the gold level. However, the druid profession progressed slowly and was only at the mid-bronze level, far below his expectations. But he had plenty of free time and was not in a hurry. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the study door. Waylon put down his legs from the desk, sat up straight, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a half-meter-high pile of documents covered his upper body. By comparing their figures, Waylon easily recognized that this was his chief steward, Baird, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 187, The Little Noble in Action. Baird walked forward and placed the half-meter-high file on the floor. "My lord, this is recent official business, and my time is limited." The meaning was very clear. His chief steward came to him to protest. Looking at such a tall document, if I were to handle it myself, it would take at least 3 or 4 days. No, there are so many, I'll be exhausted to death. Waylon shook his head subconsciously and suggested to Baird, I think one person has limited energy to manage Qixing Town. So do you have anyone suitable to help you handle official business? Raimondo's subordinate Duke is diligent and down-to-earth, works seriously, and strictly follows rules and regulations. He is a very good candidate. Baird raised the corners of his mouth slightly and answered, Duke, no, he still has some use for me, so I can't give it to you. Wayland said, shaking his head. Baird pondered for a moment, then continued, then let's go with Eden. He's been with me for a year and is very adept at handling government affairs. Well, I can't agree to this either. Wayland spread his hands and refused again. As the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion of the regular army, he has set a benchmark for ordinary soldiers and cannot be transferred easily. Then Cyril, my former knight squire. Hearing this name, Wayland quickly found relevant information in his mind. Cyril, a mid-level bronze knight, was 24 years old and was born a serf. He was transferred to serve as a patrol officer under Orlando 2 years ago and was a good young man. Okay, that's him. Do you have any other requirements? Wayland looked at Baird and asked with a smile. I hope to establish a small town to the north and south of Qixing Town, upgrade Qixing Town to Qixing City, and share some of the administrative work in the region. Qixing Town currently governs over 60,000 people. Besides the 10,000-plus people in Qixing Town, there are also 47 villages under its jurisdiction. Countless official business arrives at Qixing Town every day, making it difficult to handle them immediately. Are there so many villages? Wayland usually only pays attention to the general development and important official business, and he really didn't know that there are so many villages in the 1,300 square kilometers area under the jurisdiction of Qixing Town. According to your wishes, Qixing Town will be upgraded to Qixing City, and a small town will be established in the north and south as subordinate administrative units of Qixing City. As for the regional planning, I'll leave it to you. Just give it to me for signature when the time comes. Before Baird could react, Wayland had already pushed him out of his study and closed the door. Standing at the door of the study, Baird's expression was a little dull. He came here to request a reduction in his burden, but somehow he had more tasks to do. Forget it, it should be easy after this busy month. Baird slapped his face to wake himself up and muttered to himself. Sitting back in his chair, Wayland was in a good mood. No, why are these official business still here? The documents on the floor made Wayland suddenly react. He hurried to the window and found that Baird had indeed left. Well, let's take a look first. Sitting on the ground without any image, Wayland held a pen in his right hand and official documents in his left hand and began to review. Fortunately, there were only a dozen or so official business documents, and the rest were all visiting documents from nobles. As expected, my dear chief steward will not cheat me. Wayland stroked his chin and began to think about how to deal with these nobles. Through these visiting cards, combined with the intelligence Kyle reported to him a few days ago, Wayland easily knew that these minor nobles were coming for the academy he founded. His original intention was just to improve his military strength, but the emergence of this situation gave him some plans in mind. There is no difference between a few hundred students and 1,000 students for Wayland. It is just a matter of expanding the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy. In addition, tuition fees can be collected through the college model. Then, Wayland asked someone to call Kyle over. A moment later, Kyle entered Wayland's study, bowed, and said respectfully, My lord. Wayland raised his head and said, The Knight Academy has 200 places, and the Mage Academy has 50 places, for a total of 250 places open to external students. The teachers in the academy are all experienced teaching masters. The course lasts 4 years, but you need to recommend a talented person to Qixing Lord to obtain a place. By the way, we also need to pay tuition fees, 1,000 gold coins per person per year. Spread this news, and let the nobles who came here to admire your reputation know. My lord, you mean to make the territory of the small nobles our talent pool? Kyle suddenly reacted and spoke. That's right. Wayland responded with a smile. They have no resources to cultivate these untapped civilian talents. Why don't they just hand them over to me? I understand. That afternoon, most of the minor nobles learned about the enrollment of the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy. In an inn, several nobles dressed simply gathered in a room. Father, do you think this news is true or false? A young nobleman, feeling a little nervous, asked a middle-aged nobleman with a neatly trimmed hair and a clean face. It should be true, the middle-aged noble said in a deep voice. He spent a gold coin to learn this from the castle guard, and it was definitely not false. Uncle, what should we do next? A young boy asked his elder, his young face full of worry. The middle-aged noble gritted his teeth and said, Elvin, you must return to the territory now and tell your uncle to find talented young commoners, even those from side branches. No matter what, we must secure a spot. Yes, father. The noble young man bowed and saluted, then left the inn and quickly left the place with his 3 followers, riding ordinary horses. Almost all the lower-ranking nobles responded immediately. After spending money to buy first-hand information, they sent their children back to their territories to recruit civilian geniuses or talented collateral descendants, just to obtain admission quotas. The next afternoon, a guard came up to Kyle and handed him a money bag. Sir, there are 63 gold coins in total. Please inspect them. Kindness. Kyle took a quick look, then took out 3 gold coins and handed them to the guard. It's a reward for you. Thank you, sir. The guard excitedly took the 3 gold coins with a very excited expression. Excluding the 2 acres of tax land, his monthly salary was only 3 silver coins. Even if he shared it with the other 4 members of his team, he would still have 6 silver coins, which was equivalent to 2 months' salary. Kyle nodded, waved him down, turned, and went to the castle warehouse to ask the manager to register the 60 gold coins. Chapter 188. Angus's reaction, the idea of being a middleman. His monthly military salary was 20 gold coins, plus rewards from his master from time to time. The total value of his personal belongings exceeded 30,000 gold coins, with more than 2,000 gold coins alone. All his food, clothing, and other expenses were in the castle, and he had no need to spend money. He couldn't even use up the monthly quota of cultivation materials. In other words, money was dispensable to him, and if Waylon had not strictly forbade him to put his property in the warehouse, he would not have wanted these things to take up space in his bedroom. When he was a serf, he wanted to own his own property. But when he had power and responsibilities, he no longer had that desire for money. It's 3 o'clock. After coming out of the warehouse, he looked at the sky, roughly estimated the time, and then got up and went to the kitchen. At Windsor Castle, Angus opened the letter from afar and read it carefully. The explosive news disturbed his mind, and even the joy of the breakthrough he had just experienced faded a lot. With the lessons learned from 5 years ago and the incident of the gift of Moonlight Flower last year, Angus believed most of the information in the letter. However, he still needs to send people to the Kingdom of Bagonghan to verify and collect information before making a decision. Angus put down the letter in his hand, took a family tree from the bookshelf and began to read it. He vaguely remembered that his family had a branch in the Principality of Bagonghan. After spending half an hour searching, I finally found the information about that branch. Simon Akers, descended from the 3rd son of my ancestor, is the 4th generation. He currently serves as the deputy commander of the Holly Legion, the 6th Legion of the Principality of Bagonghan. His eldest son and 2nd son serve in the 3rd Knights directly under the Grand Duke of Bagonghan. His eldest daughter married the eldest son of a viscount. 3 full pages of paper recorded the basic information of the 23 people in Simon Akers' branch. Angus wrote a letter and stamped it with the family seal. Melanie. A shadow stalker walked out from the shadows, knelt on one knee, saluted Angus and said, Master, give this letter to Simon Akers and he'll know what to do. After delivering the letter, you will go directly to the capital of Duke Bagonghan and inquire about the news about Grand Duke Bagonghan. Yes. The shadow stalker took the letter from Angus with both hands and disappeared in front of him. After Melanie left, Angus picked up the pen, thought for a long time, and then put it down. It's a bit premature to notify the allied families now. Let's see how the situation develops first. Then Angus started to deal with another matter. 2 months ago, the entire Hacks family was taken to the royal capital and detained, and the territory was managed by the surrounding nobles until the kingdom came up with a specific solution. As one of the 5 giants in Shia province, it might be more appropriate to call them the 4 giants now. In short, the Eagle territory obtained the custodial rights over the 3 counties of the Iron territory of the Hacks family, covering nearly 80,000 square kilometers. He wanted to take over all the valuable industries in these 3 counties in the shortest possible time and transfer the important resource production areas to Eagle territory. The 2 important plantations must be relocated to Xingyue County, 20 kilometers south of Baiyin Plantation. For this plan, he even borrowed 6 soul-level arcanists proficient in space teleportation from his father-in-law. Using large-scale transfer spells, he moved the entire mountain where the 2 manors were located to his own territory. Of course, the cost is not small, but with these 2 plantations, the investment will be recovered in less than 10 years. Their family has been fighting with the Hux family for nearly 600 years, and now is the time to reap the rewards. In July of the 9,724th year of the Guanghui calendar, Qixing Town was officially upgraded to Qixing City, with a direct jurisdiction of 400 square kilometers, 9 villages under its jurisdiction, and a population of about 30,000. Beijing Town was established in the north, governing an area of 500 square kilometers in the north, with 18 villages under its jurisdiction and a population of about 13,000. Nanjing Town was established in the south, administering an area of 400 square kilometers in the south, including 20 villages and a population of more than 17,000. After Qixing City replanned its administrative areas, the official business Baird needed to handle was only 1/5 of what it had been before. After a day of experimentation, he found that he only needed 3 hours a day to finish his current official duties and could use the rest of the time for cultivation, without having to worry about being too busy. Even after Cyril grew up, the time he spent on handling official business could be reduced by half, and his mood instantly became much happier. He came to his small warehouse, which was filled with cultivation supplies that he had accumulated over the past 3 years. Among the 12 people, I, the captain, am the last one standing. Thinking back to the strength of the others, Baird couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. But this situation would never happen again in the future. I took out a bottle of wine from the small warehouse, locked the door, and went to the bedroom. I was in a good mood tonight, so I decided to have a drink. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the second floor of the castle, Weilin poured a glass of wine, sat on the edge of the bed, admiring the moonlight, waiting for the arrival of fate's guidance. Another beautiful day. The territory is thriving. Qixing territory has a population of 130,000. Under the leadership of Devonshire, the first batch of students has been selected, and they will be able to enroll once the construction of the Knight Academy is completed in September. In addition, lower-level nobles from all over the country are rushing to Qixing Town, which will also bring him many civilian talents. As for the Mage Academy, there were far fewer qualified people, only 55 in total. According to the Arcanist Dreen, the mage's talent was not at the average level, and it was impossible for him to break through the silver level in his lifetime. The highest achievement he could achieve was only high-level bronze. Rather than having unqualified people, he requested that only young people with average or above magical talent be recruited, concentrating resources on cultivating useful talents. Weilin quickly agreed to this suggestion. As for the pastoral college led by Pastor Lavia, it is not so demanding in terms of talent, but it has strict requirements in terms of faith. The previous promise to hand over the priest's college to Lavia meant that he would not interfere in any way. Once the resources are in place, the rest will be left to the bald pastor. As for whether he teaches a group of muscular priests or normal priests, it doesn't matter. As long as they are priests, he is not picky at all. 6 months later, the Kuba kingdom suffered a defeat on the front lines, losing a large number of troops and a large portion of occupied territory. They were counterattacked by the Is half-elf kingdom. To save face, the kingdom of Ilia was flooded with money, magic crystals, and elemental crystals, which were purchased in large quantities. As the party with the advantage, they still failed. Upon hearing this news, Weilin felt ashamed of the battle of the Kuba kingdom army. But for the kingdom of Ilia, this is absolutely good news, and they can make a lot of money. As for how to profit from it, Weilin thought of middlemen and information dealers. Chapter 189 New Business Agreement with Nankyur Chamber of Commerce. The prerequisite for this news is geographical conditions, so the easiest places to make money are the southwest and southeast regions, 2 areas bordering the Kuba kingdom. The central region comes second, while the northwestern and northeastern regions may not even get a sip of soup. In addition, the most important thing is that he does not have that much money, and his status is not very high. It is a bit unrealistic to want to win over the chambers of commerce of various southern noble families, to form an alliance and stockpile supplies. As for going back to find his father, he must be busy with the Bagonghan Principality incident and has no time to spare. In a blink of an eye, Weilin thought of a reliable candidate. I haven't seen my dear brother for a few years, so I'm taking this opportunity to visit him. His eldest brother Ilyssus is the heir to Earl Eagle, Moravia's favorite grandson, and the commander of the Hurricane Legion. His status is high enough. I haven't seen you in years, so I decided to stop by for a visit. Having decided on a way to make a lot of money, Weilin finished the wine in his glass and lay down on the bed happily to sleep. The next morning, an unexpected guest came to visit. In the private manor of Qixing Town, Weilin looked at the radiant businessman in front of him. The last time they met was 3 years ago. Sir, it's been 3 years since we last met, and you're still as charming as ever. The wealthy businessman bowed and said respectfully. Weilin looked him up and down and said with a smile, Hook, it seems you've been doing well in recent years. No. Hook smiled and looked kind. Tell me, what's the matter? Seeing this, Weilin already knew what he was here for, so he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. This time I came here because I want to renew the business order for the ice blue potion with Qi Xingling. Seeing this, Hook smiled apologetically and stated the purpose of his trip. You should now be aware of the value and market for the ice blue potion. Following the previous agreement is not feasible. As a shrewd businessman, Hook admitted that he had previously underestimated the effectiveness of the ice blue potion. Now in Kuz province, a bottle of ice blue potion is sold for 16 gold coins and is very popular among military families and adventurers. This time, he did not expect to be able to purchase goods at a unit price of 3 gold coins. Don't worry, sir. I come here with sincerity this time. Hook took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Kyle, asking him to give it to Waylon. Waylon opened the parchment and saw the quotation on it. Oh, it exceeded his expectations. According to the new business agreement, a bottle of ice blue potion can be purchased at 9 gold coins, and the demand is 6,000 bottles. Secondly, if Waylon signs this business agreement, he will obtain the right to purchase 30 white orchids from the Nankel Chamber of Commerce every year. White heart orchid, a magical plant, is white in color with blue edges on the petals. After removing the moisture, it is ground into powder and made into incense sticks. It can be lit during practice to improve the efficiency and speed of spellcasting meditation. It works on low-level gold and below, especially the silver stage, where the effect is most obvious. Looking at this cunning businessman, it was hard for Waylon not to wonder if he knew that he had a group of mages with limited talents under his command, and temporarily selected one of the resources provided by the Nanker Chamber of Commerce to write it down in order to tempt him. The look Hook gave Waylon was pure and without a trace of distracting thoughts, which made people admire his control of facial expressions. Whether it was the needs of those mages or his own druid training, he admitted that he was tempted. How much is a white orchid? 1,000 gold coins per flower. Hook smiled and added, only partners like you have the purchasing authority and quota. After all, the production of white orchids is limited. If you need it, we can provide the service of making white orchid into incense sticks free of charge. I agree to the renewal of the business agreement, Waylon said with a smile. 6,000 bottles of ice blue potion per year, 9 gold coins per bottle, for a 5-year renewal. Seeing this, Kyle went to the back to get a pen. Afterwards, Waylon signed the business agreement on behalf of Chi Xingling and Hook, the representative of the Nankel Chamber of Commerce. Both parties are satisfied with this business agreement. Starting from next year, Waylon needs to prepare 6,000 bottles of ice blue potion, and the Nankel Chamber of Commerce needs to prepare 30 white heart orchid incense and 24,000 gold coins. As for the delivery date, it is agreed to be in March every year, as in the past. After Hook left, Waylon was about to return to the castle. My lord, what's the matter? He retracted his left foot, which had just stepped out of the threshold, looked at Baird who suddenly appeared, and asked. After selection, the number of civilian talents sent by the minor nobles has been filled. There are 220 young men with knight talent and 30 with mage talent. Where do you need them to be assigned? So fast? Waylon asked in surprise. Baird explained, as for these talents, they have to go through some elimination. Ahem, it seems I still underestimated the number of civilian geniuses they have. I thought it would take 2 months to get it all together. After all, the standard he gave was twice the internal recruitment standard of Kixingling. I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. It was full in less than half a month, and some people were even eliminated. My lord, the Knight Academy starts in September, and the Mage Academy also starts in September. Why not let these young men start school early? Baird suggested. No, school starts in September, not earlier. Waylon shook his head and refused. Send this group of young men to the Praying Star camp first, and let Cassius undergo 2 months of military training to strengthen their physiques. By the way, tell him not to ruin his men. They are the pillars of the territory's future. Looking at Baird, who was about to leave, Waylon hurriedly added, Yes, my lord. After Baird left, Waylon thought about it and decided to go to the construction site of the Mage Academy. As soon as he approached the construction site, Waylon saw a large pile of trees thrown into an open space in the distance. Many children were sitting on the grass nearby, watching a wizard's performance intently. What's going on? Waylon was full of questions. He remembered that the elemental mage was named Holmes, a wind mage. How could he be here? Seeing this, Kyle waved over an officer and asked him the reason. Sir, after completing his own research, Mage Holmes was hired by Steward Baird to assist in the construction of the Mage Academy. Waylon was confused after hearing this, until Kyle told him the whole story in his ear, and then he understood. In other words, Holmes's own hard conditions are too poor and he cannot compare with other mages. When others were madly competing for points, he could only watch with wide eyes. In the end, he simply turned a blind eye and ran here to find some peace and quiet. The following is his guess, but it is pretty close. Chapter 190 Return to the Brazilian Serie A. Master, why don't you find him something to do? It's a waste of talent to build a construction site here, Kyle suggested. Waylon thought Kyle was right. It was indeed a waste of talent for a mage to stay here and work as a hard laborer. You find him here. After receiving the order, the officer ran quickly to Holmes and invited him to come before Waylon. Greetings, sir. Holmes took off his wizard hat, looking a little embarrassed, and didn't dare to look at Waylon. Mage Holmes, I have a task here. I wonder if you can do it. Waylon looked at the mage who was over 70 years old, pondered for a while, and asked him. Holmes raised his head abruptly and said impatiently, Please tell me, Lord. For the past month or so, I hope you can replan the flow of water in the 3 areas of Qixing territory based on the wind direction. What do you think? Waylon really couldn't think of any task suitable for this wind mage to do, so he could only throw out this unimportant task. After careful consideration, Holmes said, Although I have no relevant experience, I am willing to fulfill the task entrusted by the Lord with due diligence. This task will earn you 15 points. Just hand it over to Baird in September. Yes, my lord. After watching Waylon leave, Holmes returned to the construction site and started his own work. The new task will not start until tomorrow, so today's unfinished work cannot be abandoned halfway. After circling the Mage Academy, Waylon was very satisfied with the progress of the project. The main part had been completed for the most part. The 6 3-story teaching buildings are almost complete. The 22-story dormitory buildings are basically completed. The various mage testing sites are almost complete, and other related supporting facilities are progressing normally and will all be completed by mid-August. After the inspection, Waylon left the place and returned to the castle. Qixing City, the Church of Life, the Mage Academy, and the castle are connected in a line, stretching from the southwest to the northeast, with a straight line distance of only 5 kilometers. It is slowly becoming the core area of Qixing territory. The 6-meter-wide avenue is surrounded by common and sturdy plants such as white pine, which together with the green grass beside the road form a perfect landscape. The horseshoe towers on the cobblestone road, making crisp sounds. Kyle, do you feel that there is something missing on both sides of the castle? Halfway up the mountain, Waylon pointed at the white castle in the distance and asked, I think we can build some gardens so that you can hold open-air banquets when you entertain guests, my lord. Kyle turned to look at Waylon and answered respectfully. Go find Eunice and ask her to have time to design some suitable buildings based on the terrain on both sides of the castle, and then hand them over to Baird to oversee the construction. Waylon touched his chin, thinking that this plan was very good, so he gave the order. What's the time limit? Kyle asked. Waylon thought for a moment and gave a specific timeline. I hope to see results the next time we return to Praying Star Lake. I see. Kyle estimated the time in his mind, about 2 to 3 months, and both Eunice and Butler Baird would be busy. After returning to the castle, Waylon began to deal with the follow-up matters. In order to make money, this trip will take at least half a year. Therefore, before leaving Qixing Lake, he had to deal with the relevant matters of the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy. In addition, he also needs to instruct Raymondo to select a suitable candidate to go to the commercial camp outside the Brazilian Serie A camp to replace Duke's job in 3 months. Due to some other important matters, the specific departure time has been postponed to mid-July. On the morning of July 15th, 9724 in the glorious calendar, 12 bronze knights, riding on purple horses, dressed in simple attire and with knightly swords at their waists, lined up neatly in the open space in front of the castle. Kyle held the purple horse in his left hand and the red phosphorus horse in his right hand, waiting quietly at the castle gate. The red phosphorus horse nudged the purple horse next to it from time to time, asking her to stay away from its second owner. As a horse with red dragon blood, it has a natural suppression on the purple horse. When faced with the other party's behavior of snatching the owner's space, you can only choose to give in and move to the side. Okay, stop it. Kyle touched the red phosphorus horse's head and neck, asking him not to bully his little Z anymore. Seeing the surrendered look of the number 2 owner, the red phosphorus horse looked at him proudly, nodded in agreement, and allowed the blue-purple horse to stay where it was without moving back. More than 10 minutes later, Waylon put some necessary things into the space ring and came to the castle gate. Stroking his little red, Waylon couldn't help but sigh. The care is good, the hair is very smooth. Hiss. The red phosphorus horse approached Waylon with a docile look on its face, and instantly abandoned its second owner. It's getting late. We must try to reach the Brazilian A camp before dark today. Waylon jumped on his horse and gave instructions to Kyle and his 12 followers. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. At the command, 13 people rushed south to the Brazilian A camp. At this moment, half a year has passed since the end of the second military operation of the Serfs Corps. The rotation has begun again. The The second batch of troops have left one after another, and the third batch of troops have arrived at the Brazilian A camp to report. The army may change, but the camp remains permanent. Only the 16th Knights of the Kingdom, as a long-term garrison of the Brazilian camp, have stayed here. Except for the first time they directly participated in military operations, they stayed behind as reserves and were generally not deployed unless in an emergency. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after traveling nearly 700 kilometers, the group finally arrived here. After riding for 10 consecutive hours, the red phosphorus horse was still very active, but the mounts of the others were panting heavily and had reached their limit. Well in here. Looking at the female knight a few hundred meters away, Waylin stroked the neck of the red phosphorus horse and let it move forward. "Auntie, how are you doing lately?" "Everything is fine, but it's a bit boring to stay in the military camp every day," Flora said with a smile, taking Waylin into the military camp's logistics camp. Familiar place, familiar people. After a year, the logistics camp has not changed much and still looks the same. An officer took Kyle to the left area to rest, while Waylin followed Flora to her residence. The curtain was opened, and Layla was kneeling on the carpet. The low table was filled with delicious food. Waylin was not polite and sat down cross-legged. "Sister Layla, long time no see." "A year." As Layla greeted them, she picked up the wine beside her and poured it for Waylin and Flora, and finally filled it for herself. "Come on, let's have a drink." Flora raised her glass and spoke to the two of them. Chapter 191 Exchange Items. After drinking a glass of wine, my physical fatigue was relieved a lot. It goes without saying that this wine must have been brewed with other potions as auxiliary ingredients. "What's the matter with coming to the Brazilian Serie A camp this time?" Leah filled Waylin's glass with wine again and asked curiously. Waylin smiled and replied, "Can I come and see you if I have nothing else to do?" The three of them looked at each other, then laughed and didn't talk about this topic anymore. A lot of things happened in the Brazilian Serie A camp this year. The most outrageous thing was that a viscount's son wanted to pursue Flora. As expected, he was taught a lesson by his aunt. With the support of the leader of the 16th Knights, the deputy commander of the Sirop Corps, and the minister of logistics, Madmonkey, the viscount didn't dare to say a word. Instead, he came to apologize with a smile and begged for Flora's forgiveness. Looking at my aunt's smug look, I really don't know who she will marry in the end. As for Sister Layla, I don't know when she will marry her cousin. I'm really looking forward to it. After the dinner for the three of them ended, Waylin stood up and left the tent with a drunken look on his face. Outside the tent, Kyle, who had been waiting, came forward to help them back to the camp. After Waylin left, Layla helped Flora to the bed and asked someone to bring a basin of water to wipe her body. "Really? You drank so much again." He pinched the other person's face, pulled the quilt over to cover him, and tiptoed out of the tent. At noon the next day, Waylin got out of bed. I don't know if it's because I've been drunk too many times, but this time the reaction was very normal and there was no headache. After lunch, Waylin went straight to the logistics base of the 16th Knights, ready to use the points he earned from recommending talents last time to exchange for items of value to him. "Lord Waylin." A young knight bowed and saluted. "Cake, long time no see." Waylin clearly stated the other party's name and greeted him politely. As a disciple of Mad Munch and the financial secretary of the 16th Knight Order, Waylin had a deep impression of him, but he did not expect to meet him in the logistics camp. Kak saw the other party's confusion and took the initiative to explain, "Senior Sister Layla is very busy, so I took the initiative to ask Master to share some of the logistical matters." "I see. You came here to exchange supplies." "Well, last time I recommended talents to the 16th Knights, I received some contributions. This time, I came to the Brazilian A camp to do some work, so I exchanged them for it." Upon hearing this, Kak took out a thick book, flipped through it, and quickly obtained relevant information. "Lord Waylin, according to the records above, you have 400 contribution points." Kak pointed at the book, holding it face up towards Waylin. "In addition to the 400 contributions specially approved by the captain, you have a total of 800 contribution points. Finally, your exchange authority is level 3, which means you have the authority to exchange for most things, except for some core supplies." "Thank you very much." Waylin looked at the records clearly. They were very clear. As for the extra 400 contribution points and exchange rights, they should be Mad Monkey's return gift for the low price of the ice blue potion. After confirming the information, Kak took out another palm-thick book and handed it to Waylin, saying with a smile, "This records the production locations, uses, and quantities of more than 500 kinds of materials. You can take a look first." With curiosity in his heart, Waylin opened the thick book. Every 5 pages introduced an item, including its place of production, instructions for use, adaptability conditions, and value. It was like an encyclopedia, and it also allowed him to see how rich the resources of a kingdom's silver knights were. In the kingdom's military system, the rank of the Magic Legion and the Knights is equivalent to that of a regular legion of 100,000 men. For the third-level St. Croix Silver Knights, led by Mad Monkey, the kingdom invested 3 times as many resources as the regular legion. He only had a vague concept before, but it was not until he read this book that he knew what strong support meant. Unconsciously, Wei Lin was immersed in it, constantly looking up various precious resources that he had never known about, and even saw more than 10 kinds of precious materials produced by the Ikes family. However, a lot of contribution points are required. For example, the red phosphorus horse costs 100 contribution points, and the sacred heart moonflower, a precious magic potion that can speed up the training of the Golden Knight, is worth 500 contribution points. What surprised him most was that he could redeem all these things. Kak looked at Wei Lin, who was immersed in it, poured him a cup of fruit tea, took a biographical novel, and read it with relish without disturbing him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he came to his senses, he had already read most of the encyclopedia. There were so many things that he didn't know what to choose. Or, I can choose a sacred heart moonflower as a gift, accumulate the other contribution points, and deal with it later. This idea suddenly popped up in Wei Lin's mind as he closed the encyclopedia. When visiting my elder brother, I must not go empty-handed. Although my elder brother won't mind, I can't do that. Cake, I want to exchange for a sacred heart moonflower. Hearing the other party's voice, Kak folded the pages, closed the biography novel, opened the first book, found Wei Lin's file, picked up a special pen, and asked seriously, "There are still 3 sacred heart moonflowers, Lord Wei Lin. Are you sure you want to exchange them?" "Sure." Wei Lin nodded and replied. Seeing this, Kak tapped the page with his pen, and the text on it changed. The contribution value went from 800 to 300, which was quite magical. Not long after, a silver knight entered the tent holding a wooden box, handed it solemnly to Kak, and then turned and left. "Lord Wei Lin, this is what you need. Please keep it." Wei Lin nodded, put the wooden box into the space ring, thanked Kak, and left with Kyle. Not long after coming out of the logistics camp, he ran into Claire head-on. "Hey, I was just about to look for you." "Claire, you look good. It seems like you've had a great year." Wei Lin looked him up and down and said half-jokingly, "There's no such thing as a happy life. Spending every day with those exchange students from the Ash Magic Kingdom doesn't give me any freedom at all," Claire said, putting his arm around Wei Lin's shoulders. Come on, I've got a drink plan with Alva. You're the only one missing." Okay, let's go." The other party invited him so warmly that it would be disrespectful for Wei Lin not to go. More than 10 minutes later, the two came to a tent. Alva heard the sound, stopped meditating, opened his eyes, looked at the 2 people, and a smile appeared on his face, no longer cold. Chapter 192. Claire is ready to feel his father's love. "Wei Lin, it's been a year since we last met." The gentle tone still heals others' hearts, just like when they first met. "Okay, sit down. Let's have a drink." Claire couldn't wait to take out the fine wine he had taken from his father and poured a glass for the 3 of them. The mellow aroma filled the entire tent. Smelling the aroma of wine, I couldn't help but indulge in it. "Let's have a drink first." Wei Lin raised his glass, clinked glasses with the 2 men, and then drank it all in one gulp. The powerful force caused the 3 to fall to the ground instantly, and they slept on the carpet in a humiliating manner. The reception was over before it even began. The 3 of them spontaneously began to practice breathing techniques, and their training speed increased by dozens of times, gradually forming a siphon effect, and the magic energy from other areas continued to converge here. At this moment, in the central military tent of the Brazilian A camp, the commander of the Sirop Corps, Bulborn, suddenly stood up, looked at the unusual situation in the distance, and rushed out quickly. More than a dozen soul-level warriors floated above Claire's tent, somewhat curious about the situation inside. Seeing Bulborn, everyone saluted. Smelling the familiar aroma of wine, he knew without a doubt that his rebellious son had stolen his medicinal wine. "Everyone disperse. This is my child practicing." The other soul and tent-level experts looked at each other and finally left. The incident had already happened, and Bulborn had the area cordoned off and no one was allowed to approach. Not angry. Bulborn suppressed his inner anger and kept reminding himself that this was his son, not anyone else. During these 3 days, every 2 hours, Bulborn asked his subordinates to prepare a wooden stick. Before he knew it, more than 30 wooden sticks were neatly placed on the right, ready for Claire to enjoy when he woke up. At noon, the siphoning phenomenon stopped, and everyone understood that the incident was about to end. Inside the tent, the 3 people slowly woke up. While Alva and Wei Lin were still confused, Claire looked at everything around him, and suddenly understood something. Brothers, I'm going first. We'll have a drink together later if we have a chance. Before the two could react, Claire walked out of the tent with a determined look on his face. A gust of wind blew, lifting the tent curtain, but Krell's figure had disappeared. Only at this time did they both realize what was going on. I hope he, well, can get out of bed in a month. Alva closed his eyes and prayed silently for his friend. Waylon could only wish Claire the best in his heart. He was probably the only one who could steal his father's precious wine. Feeling the changes in his body, Waylon became more and more certain that Claire might not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Just one glass of wine saved him half a year of hard training. I guarantee I can reach the gold level in half a year at most, but I owe you a huge favor. Without the main character, there was no need to continue the cocktail party. The two of them cleaned up the scene tacitly and left. After returning to the camp, after waiting for 3 consecutive days without seeing Claire, Waylon could only leave the Brazilian A camp with regret and head to the commercial camp 50 kilometers away. Waylon can only repay his kindness next time. As a commercial camp that has been established for less than 2 years, it has more than doubled in size compared to a year ago. When Waylon saw the commercial camp again, he couldn't help but open his eyes. If he hadn't been there several times, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place. What a huge change. Perhaps it should not be called a commercial camp. It would be more appropriate to call it a commercial town. The central area is still the shops of various nobles, while the outer areas are residential areas. It wasn't long before Waylon found his own store in the newly renovated commercial town. After getting off the horse and handing the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, Waylon went straight into the store. Grown-ups. Duke, who was busy calculating his accounts, looked up and saw Waylon and hurriedly saluted. Time is running out. I have something to tell you. Please follow me, sir. Waylon followed Duke into the backyard of the store. Compared to its rough appearance a year ago, the backyard has become much more tidy now. Various functional areas such as the commodity storage area, stables, and living areas are separated and are no longer as messy as before. Entering a room, Duke walked to the wall and turned a tiny stone statue in the corner of the room. The next moment, an entrance appeared on the floor, leading directly to the underground secret room. Waylon had no extra expression on his face as he followed Duke into the basement. Lighting the surrounding oil lamps, the dark basement instantly became bright. Sir, in the past year, in addition to this 6-acre shop, there are 3 shops on East Street selling grain, 4 shops on South Street selling furs, furniture, salt, and dried meat, and 20 houses on the north side. All of these are your property. After listening to Duke's report, Waylon was quite surprised. In less than a year, the other party took over such a large business territory with his own vision. Although his own background prevented other nobles from taking action to seize the property, Duke's business ability could still be seen. You did a great job. I'm very pleased. What reward do you need? Sir, your support for my family has been a great gift to me. Please take back your order. Duke said respectfully, obviously having learned about what had happened in the family. In that case, your reward will be temporarily with me. Waylon was very pleased with his subordinate's contentment and continued, I have a task for you. If you can complete it, within a year, I will help you break through to the silver level. You will have a mount, a weapon, and breathing techniques all in one go. Please give your instructions, sir. Duke knelt on one knee, and the excited expression on his face explained what he was feeling. Ever since he broke through to the high bronze level with the help of Lord Raimondo, he had clearly felt the upper limit of his talent. If he hadn't had other adventures, he would probably have stopped there for the rest of his life. Now the opportunity is right in front of him, and he must seize it no matter what. In 3 months, Raimondo will send someone to take over your position and continue to manage the business here. What I need you to do is go to Maple Leaf City, the territory of the Duke of Lightend, and wait for orders. 1 month after the major event, acquire these properties in my name. These 6 people will cooperate with your actions. As for what the big event was, although Duke was very curious, he did not ask. As a subordinate, these are not things he should know. He took a piece of parchment from Waylon, on which were written the names of 6 people, 3 of whom he was familiar with. If you encounter difficulties, you can report my family's name. Yes. Duke engraved the name on it in his mind and returned it to Waylon. Waylon put the parchment back into the space ring, explained some other matters, and then left the basement with Duke. Chapter 193 Hurricane Chamber of Commerce, delivering the message. I took a general look at the layout of the store and encouraged the staff there. With Duke's farewell, Waylon left the commercial town and headed southeast, preparing to go to Dani Province through the teleportation array of Sirap Province. Half a month later, Waylon and his group of 14 were teleported to the provincial capital of Dani Province through a teleportation array. After some inquiries, Waylon quickly obtained the information he wanted. The Danny Corps barracks are located in Lori City, a military town on the border of Danny Province. It now has over 300,000 troops stationed there, most of whom are noble troops from all over the country, and a small number are from the kingdom's troops. Waylon first took his men to the Chamber of Commerce run by Earl Hurricane in the city, preparing to pass on the news of his arrival to his eldest brother. As a military base, Lori City is inaccessible to ordinary people. If he didn't inform his elder brother Ilyssus, he might not even be able to enter the outermost area and would be driven away by the patrolling army or even detained. In the most prosperous commercial area of the West District of the capital of Danny Province, Waylon kept muttering the name of Hurricane Chamber of Commerce while searching for targets around. After crossing a few streets, the long-awaited Hurricane Chamber of Commerce appeared before their eyes. It was located in the center of the commercial district, which was enough to show the power and status of Earl Hurricane in the Danny Province. There are 8 guards standing guard at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. Their strength is neither high nor low, and they are at the high bronze level, which is enough to serve as a face. Waylon asked the other 12 people to wait here, took out the family emblem and put it on his chest, then walked forward with Kyle. The 8 people saw the familiar identification and bowed without any doubt. Waylon nodded and walked straight in without any questions. As the face of the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce in Danny Province, ordinary merchants and noble children are not qualified to step through this door. Therefore, there are not many people inside the Chamber of Commerce. They sit in groups of 3 or 4 on the exquisite and soft sofas, chatting leisurely. A tall woman, wearing clothing that was different from mainstream society and high heels, slowly walked towards Waylon. "Sir, I am the head of the front office. You can call me Fiona. How can I help you?" He looked up and down at the woman in front of him. She had a good figure and was about 1.7 meters tall, about the same height as him. She smiled sincerely, spoke in a calm tone, and had a pleasant voice. Her strength was also average, probably at the lower silver level. Not surprisingly, this is the one specially selected to receive customers. Waylon shook his head and didn't think about it any further. Fiona looked at the young man in front of her and shook her head, thinking that she had done something wrong. She carefully examined herself again, but found no problem. She became even more confused. When she was about to politely ask the reason, the other party spoke first, making her forget the question temporarily. "Can you contact Earl Hurricane here? Please wait a moment, sir. This is not something I can handle." Hearing the other party's purpose, Fiona's pupils couldn't help but show surprise, but her expression didn't change. She bowed and saluted, then quickly walked to the second floor. After seeing the other party leave, Waylon randomly found an empty rest area, asked Kyle to sit down, and wait quietly. Not long after, Fiona led a middle-aged man to Waylon. "Sir, I am the branch president of the Chamber of Commerce here. You can call me Oliver." The middle-aged man looked at the family crest hanging on Waylon's chest. It had a gold edge pattern and an eagle shape engraved in the center. On top were several coded words whose meanings only he knew. He became more and more certain that this person was from the main family, but he didn't know why he came to Danny Province. He raised his head to look at the middle-aged man. He had a restrained aura, which even he, a high-level silver-level person, could not see through. He must be a gold-level transcendent. His specific occupation could not be determined from his appearance. Waylon stood up and asked, "Can you contact Earl Hurricane? We can get in touch, but unless it's something important, the Chamber of Commerce cannot contact the Earl without authorization." Oliver replied respectfully, implying that Waylon needed to give a reason. "I know." Seeing this, Oliver made a gesture of invitation. Following each other, the two came to a closed room on the first floor, while Kyle and Fiona waited outside. Fiona looked at the young knight opposite her. The equipment he was wearing was very valuable. He wore an excellent knight's sword at his waist, and the clothes he wore were worth several months' salary. Inside the room, Oliver closed the door, walked to the center of the room, and activated the magic instrument above. A light blue barrier enveloped the room, isolating this space from the outside world. Seeing this, Waylon said, "My name is Waylon Ikes, the 5th son of Earl Angus, the Eagle. I came here this time to go to Lori City to find my eldest brother Ilyssus. However, it is a military stronghold and cannot be entered by outsiders, so I need you to contact Earl Hurricane. Sir, I need to check your family crest to confirm your identity." Oliver saluted again, his tone very respectful. Waylon nodded, took off the family emblem on his chest, and handed it to the other party. Oliver took the eagle badge from Waylon with both hands, went to the corner, operated the magic instrument, and began to check. A few minutes later, the information was confirmed to be correct, and Oliver respectfully returned the eagle badge. "Lord Waylon, I will convey your message to the Earl within 3 days." Excuse me, do you have a place to stay? Not yet. Wei Lin answered truthfully. Upon seeing this, Oliver immediately said, there is a manor in East City District that belongs to our Chamber of Commerce. It can be used as a temporary resting place for you and your subordinates. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Oliver responded to Wei Lin's thanks with a smile. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, a guard served as a guide, leading Wei Lin to the manor in the East City District. After finishing his business, Wei Lin calmed down, appreciated the scenery around him, and discovered a different view. 6 out of 10 women on the street wear revealing clothes, and people around them think it is normal. He rubbed his eyes. He hadn't paid attention to the surroundings when he was looking for a place just now. He didn't expect that this place was so open. It was an eye-opener for him. The culture here is really different from other places. After admiring the scenery for a while, Wei Lin commented, every place has its own unique culture. The formation of this culture has a lot to do with the local nobles. In Wei Lin's opinion, the nobles of the Danny province must be very receptive to new ideas, which is why they have created such an open culture. For my great-uncle, this place seems to be no different from heaven. Unconsciously, Wei Lin suddenly thought of an acquaintance far away in Tonks province. Chapter 194, Visit to Ilyssus, Part 1. An hour later, Wei Lin and his group arrived at a manor in the city. The gate of the manor opened, and a dozen maids stood respectfully on both sides, bowing their heads in greeting. Wei Lin took a quick glance, and, as he had guessed, these maids were dressed very loosely. Their dresses were usually above the knees, and were mainly black and white, with floral patterns around the edges. Sir, I am the head maid of the manor. I am happy to serve you. A mature-looking woman came in front of Wei Lin, placed her hands on her abdomen, and bowed. Kindness. Wei Lin nodded. The other party had obviously received Oliver's message, so there was no need for him to explain further. The 12 followers were placed in a small room on the left side of the manor, while Wei Lin and Kao were placed in the middle and back of the manor. Entering the room and looking around, I found that the design was very tasteful. Wei Lin waved his hand, asking the head maid to leave, then took off his coat and threw it casually on the chair. Kyle closed the door, walked over, folded the clothes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and placed them on the table. Are you a little moved? Wei Lin rolled up his sleeves and said to Kyle with a smile. Kyle blushed slightly and replied, the clothes here are too bold, especially those maids. I have never seen them before. It's a bit out of line. It's normal. I haven't seen it before. Of course, I have never seen it in this life. Wei Lin added silently in his heart. Cultures vary from place to place. Our future won't be limited to the kingdom of Ilia. Other kingdoms may be more open or more conservative than this one. So, you have to learn to adapt. Wei Lin stepped forward, patted Kyle's shoulder, and said, you'll be dealing with these maids for the next 3 days. Get some practice. It's okay if you make mistakes. I'll help you solve them. Kyle was at a loss when he heard this. That's all. Wei Lin drove Kyle out, then sat cross-legged on the bed, referring to the Druid book and began to practice. The more he learned, the more Wei Lin felt that he might have taken the wrong path, or that the path his fellow villager took was a little too strange. There are also shadows of the traditional Druid path, but the knowledge and spells above are more about another aspect. For example, the soul-searching technique mentioned earlier has nothing to do with nature, no matter how you look at it. Another example is the chi and blood seeds recorded on page 32 of the Druid's book. A plant seed is transformed into a chi and blood seed through a unique method. It is then applied to a magical beast, using its bones and flesh as nutrition. In just 3 days, the essence of a magical beast can be transformed into 3 fruits that replenish chi and blood. According to the mainstream view of this world, this kind of evil magic is completely heretical. Perhaps this is what makes the boss different from others. The spells he develops are always unexpected. 20 kilometers northwest of Lori City is the Shili camp, the base of the Danny Corps, which has an army of more than 300,000. Outside the central camp, a green falcon descended from the sky and landed on a wooden frame. A gold-level swordsman on guard walked forward, took the letter from the blue falcon's leg, turned, and entered the tent. My Lord Earl, a letter from the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged man sitting at the desk took the letter, opened it, and read it, then put it back into the bamboo tube intact and handed it to the swordsman in front of him. He said, give this to Ilyssus. Yes, my lord. The swordsman respectfully took the bamboo tube, bowed, and left the tent. After arriving at the Hurricane Legion headquarters, the gold-level swordsman handed the letter to the acting Legion commander Ilyssus and left. Ilyssus immediately opened the letter and read the message, a smile spreading across his expressionless face, shocking and confusing the officers of the Hurricane Legion. Everyone go down. Ilyssus put away his smile and ordered the others. Yes. After everyone left, Ilyssus opened the letter again and read it again. Half a month ago, the fourth brother Lyses had just left the Shili camp, and the fifth brother Waylin followed him to visit him, which made him feel a little regretful. However, I was still very happy that my fifth brother came from afar to visit me. The last time we met was 6 years ago. In less than 10 minutes, a letter was written and put into the bamboo tube. Karens, a low-ranked golden knight, entered the tent, beat his chest, and saluted, saying, "My lord, send this letter back to the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce in the capital of Dani province." Yes. After Kalen's left, Ilyssus began to plan how to entertain her younger brother. "I haven't seen you for 6 years. I wonder if you look different now." There had been no war in the past 3 months, so he had plenty of time to take Waylin to visit some unique places around. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Ilyssus clapped his hands and clenched his fists. He asked someone to bring a detailed map of Dani province and make a detailed travel plan. 3 days later, Oliver came to the manor and personally handed the bamboo tube containing the letter to Waylin. Waylin opened the letter and read its contents word by word. The letter was full of cordial greetings and excitement, which made him feel very warm in his heart. "Oliver, thank you for your hospitality these past few days." Waylin put away the letter, feeling very happy. He smiled and said, "I believe that Earl Hurricane will be very pleased to know that you are dedicated to your duties." "Thank you, sir." Oliver suppressed his inner excitement and replied respectfully. The next morning, Waylin dressed up and left the provincial capital of Dani with Kyle and 12 followers, heading for the border town of Lori. On the way, Waylin turned to look at Kyle and asked, "How were the past 3 days?" "It's just SOSO. After watching it so many times, my heart naturally calms down. I'm not as restless as before." Kyle answered truthfully. He was no longer as immature as before, and his face was very calm. "Ha ha ha, you have made progress. I will find you a capable one in the future. Don't even think about these maids. They are not worthy of you," Waylin said to Kyle in a very good mood. Hearing this, Kyle nodded with a look of anticipation. The provincial capital of Dani province is 430 kilometers away from Lori City. In less than 2 days, a group of 14 people arrived near Lori City. Due to the existence of the Shili camp, a large number of troops patrolled around and no outsiders were allowed to approach. At the foot of a hill, Waylin looked into the distance and a familiar face appeared before him. Seeing the figure of his elder brother, Waylin slapped the red phosphorus horse and rushed over at an accelerated speed. At the same time, Ilyssus also discovered Waylin's figure, patted the red phosphorus horse under his crotch, and walked forward. "Brother, I miss you so much." Waylin got off the horse and hugged his brother, feeling very excited. "I've grown taller and become more handsome." Ilyssus looked at Waylin and subconsciously wanted to touch Waylin's head, but then he thought about it and stopped. Chapter 195, Visit to Ilyssus, Part 2. "It's been 6 years, brother, and you haven't changed at all." "You kid, what do you expect me to do?" Ilyssus said affectionately, putting his arm around Waylin's shoulders. "Last time I asked you to come, you didn't come. What a great opportunity. Under my guidance, you could have earned at least 6 military merits. Now it's gone. The Sirop Corps can also earn military merits. Don't you still believe in your brother's ability?" Waylin said unhappily, obviously dissatisfied with his elder brother's underestimation of him. Ilyssus looked at the boy and half-jokingly said, "With your ambition, don't you want to be a salted fish? Can't salted fish have dreams?" Yes, I have a dream. How about we lie down somewhere else?" Continuing this topic would be disadvantageous to him, so Waylin gave up the idea of bickering with his eldest brother and whispered, "The last time I went home, my father told me that he and mother are already choosing a wife for you." "Fine." Ilyssus's tone was calm, without the slightest fluctuation, which surprised Waylin. "My eldest brother used to dislike arranged marriages, but why has he changed now? Could it be that the other person is actually feeling emotionally unstable and is just pretending on the surface?" Waylin stared at Ilyssus's face, hoping to find a different expression. The result was disappointing. He couldn't see anything. "As for marriage, I figured it out in the past few years. I'm not so resistant anymore, and I even look forward to it. You want to make a comeback in this regard, but that's impossible." Ilyssus patted Waylin's shoulder and said with a smile, "All right. My eldest brother has changed, and the change is quite big. Let's have a good time together tonight, brothers." Ilyssus helped Waylin onto the horse, returned to his mount, climbed on top, and led the way. "My riding skills were taught by my eldest brother. At that time, my eldest brother always helped me mount the horse." More than 10 years later, this scene appeared again and is still fresh in my memory. "Let's go. What are you standing there for?" In a trance, Waylin came to his senses, patted the red phosphorus horse, and walked forward, walking side by side with Ilyssus. We encountered various checkpoints and patrols along the way. When they saw the Hurricane Legion's flag, they let them all pass and no one dared to come up and ask questions. We entered the Shili camp unimpeded. Compared with the Besija camp, this place was much more organized, with more patrolling troops and fewer wandering nobles. A group of hundreds of people passed through a long passage and finally entered the left camp of the Central Army camp. As the direct force of the Hurricane Earl, the Hurricane Legion and the Hurricane Knights serve as the security force of the central camp, one on the left and one on the right, protecting the camp firmly in the center. After handing his mount to Kyle, Waylon followed his elder brother into a heavily guarded military tent. At the entrance of the military tent, two masked female swordsmen lifted the curtain and let the two men in. "Did your father assign it to you?" Waylon asked curiously while sitting on the carpet and pointing at the female swordsman standing guard at the door. Ilyssus shook his head and explained, "How is that possible? These were given to me by Grandpa Ivelios. There are 24 of them in total, and each one is silver rank." "At the level of a death soldier?" Waylon took a sip of tea and continued to ask. "It's pretty much the same type, capable of anything." Ilyssus held the teacup in both hands, blew gently, and continued. "Unmarried, between 25 and 30 years old, good-looking." "Did you do anything?" Waylon asked with a smirk on his face. Ilyssus rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "If you want, I can give you a few." "Forget it." Waylon shook his head and refused. "Brother, you should keep it for yourself." Ilyssus stared at Valen with a faint smile on her face. "Seriously, if you want, I can give you 12. Just as Waylon was about to speak, 6 masked women entered the tent, placed the food neatly on the low table, and carefully tied white napkins for the 2 men. "Take off the mask." The 6 female swordsmen heard their master's order, stopped what they were doing, and took off the masks on their faces. "She has picturesque eyebrows, beautiful features, and delicate skin that exudes a natural radiance, which is eye-catching." "Forget it, big brother. I don't want your people anymore." Waylon retracted his gaze and refused again. "Compared to you giving me people, I'd rather train them myself." "You have ambition. You want it, but I don't want to give it to you." Ilyssus waved her hand and asked the 6 female swordsmen to retreat. Waylon picked up a soft panel without paying attention to the people around him, tore off a piece, put it in his mouth, and it tasted good. "Brother, I have something I want to ask you for help with." Ilyssus didn't show any surprise after hearing this. Perhaps he already knew it. "Tell me, what does my Waylon need from me as his elder brother?" "Make money. Make a lot of money." Waylon didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Ilyssus took the flagon, poured a glass for Valen first, then filled a glass for himself, put down the flagon, and picked up the glass. Seeing this, Waylon also picked up his wine glass. The 2 men clinked their glasses and drank them all in one gulp, leaving not a drop of wine in the glass. "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Without asking for reasons, Ilyssus directly asked Valen what he needed to do. 5 months from now, during the Third Icelandic War, the Kuba Kingdom will be defeated. I want you, big brother, to contact the forces and chambers of commerce in the southwest region that are close to our family. Purchase supplies from the central and northern regions at a fair price, and when the time is right, sell them in bulk to the Kuba Kingdom at a high price. After this is successful, each company will receive a certain percentage of gold coins as information fees. After hearing this, Ilyssus did not rush to speak, but instead calmed down and began to think. He knew everything that happened in Silvermoon City 5 years ago. He also learned about what happened in the eastern heart of the Gray Wasteland a year ago from the letter his father wrote to him. Therefore, he chose to believe the news that Waylon suddenly threw out without any cause or consequence. "Why don't you choose to tell your family, but come to me instead?" Ilyssus asked with some confusion in her heart. Upon hearing this, Waylon explained, "Brother, father will be very busy over the next year due to major events concerning the Bagonghan Principality. I don't want to trouble him at this time." "I understand. Next, I will contact the forces and chambers of commerce in Dani Province, Togro Duchy, Sahel Province, Moravia Duchy, and Tonks Province that are close to our family. As for the source of the news, I'll just blame it on my father and Aunt Mealy, the Blood Moon Count. I'll explain it to them later." "Thank you, big brother." Waylon expressed his gratitude sincerely. "You and I are brothers. There's no need to be so polite," Ilyssus said with a smile. Chapter 196 Hurricane, Count Ivelios. "Brother, you are becoming more and more like our father. I believe that under your leadership, our family will reach new heights." Waylon raised his glass again and wished Ilyssus well. Ilyssus smiled and picked up the wine glass. "Do you really want your father to abdicate? If you hadn't been participating in the trial, Father would have followed grandfather's example, handed the title to you, and taken mother out for a trip. Waylon teased softly. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid that I will tell father when I go back next time? Illusus smiled playfully, wanting to see the frightened expression on his brother's face. Thinking back to the time he was beaten, Waylon suddenly realized that something was wrong, but he remained tough on the surface and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If the time comes, I won't have to go back. He won't be able to come to Cartero province and beat me up. This is what you asked for, so don't blame me." Illusus finished his drink, put the glass on the low table, and looked at Waylon quietly. "Okay, big brother, I'm scared. Is it okay to be scared?" Waylon lay on the coffee table without any image and complained weakly. Illusi placed her hand on Waylon's head and said gently, "It's still the same. Everything else has changed, but this one hasn't changed much. Maybe it will change in the future, but who knows what will happen in the future." Waylon enjoyed this moment, but people will change, and he didn't know which direction the future would go. Who knows about the future, but you haven't changed yet, have you? Illusus knew very well that perhaps in a few years, after he got married and accepted the position of Earl of Eagle, some changes would occur. My fourth brother has been away from home for 10 years to explore new areas. During our recent contact, I could see that he had changed a lot, compared to his previous silent and introverted personality. Now Lizzie's has become smooth, and his methods of handling affairs have gradually become more vicious, even a little unscrupulous, which makes him feel a little unfamiliar. However, this is a necessary part of growing up, and he will neither persuade nor correct it. No matter how he changes, Lizzie's is still his biological brother. If you have nothing to do during this period, you can go to your fourth brother's territory for a visit. Illusus looked down at Waylon and suggested, "I will go. I'll leave it to you, big brother, to contact the forces close to the family and the Chamber of Commerce." Waylon opened one eye and then closed it again. "Don't worry, I'll have this resolved in 2 months at most." Illusus looked at Waylon, his tone suddenly changing as he continued. "However, I hope you can let your fourth brother participate, even if it's just for a small share of the profits." "Brother, I leave everything to you." Waylon still had his eyes closed, with no intention of opening them. "I believe you won't cheat me." "Okay, leave it all to me, and you just wait to get paid." Illusus's eyes were very gentle. He would only show this side of himself to people close to him. Afterwards, the two chatted about some other topics, mainly about the eldest brother's trial missions related to Earl Andusi, Earl Mesis, and Earl Hurricane. One person tells the story, and one person listens. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was night. Waylon left the tent reluctantly and followed a female swordsman to his own tent for rest. Shortly after Waylon left, Illusus opened the curtain and stood at the door of the tent. The cold wind blowing in his face did not make him feel the slightest bit cool. Travel plans will have to be postponed. Illusi looked at the bright moon in the sky, feeling a little regretful. Plans cannot keep up with changes, so I can only talk about it next time when I have free time. The next morning, as soon as Waylon walked out of the tent, he saw his elder brother waiting outside. "Come on, I'll take you to see Don Iverios." "Wait me a moment." Upon seeing this, Waylon went straight into the tent, found a suitable dress from his space ring, and put it on as quickly as possible. When you go out to meet elders, it is better to dress formally. Very handsome. Seeing Waylon's attire, Illusus couldn't help but admire it. "Let's go, big brother. I only saw Grandpa Iverios from afar once when I was a child. I'm really looking forward to meeting him for the first time." Waylon was a little nervous, but he remained calm on the surface. Illusus nodded and took Waylon to the central camp. As the command center of the Danny Corps, the central military tent where Earl Hurricane is located is heavily guarded, with a guard post every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps as the basic operation. Looking around, there were hundreds of soldiers, each of whom was as powerful as himself. Even he couldn't see through the guard in front of the tent. He was a true gold-level swordsman, staring at everything around him with an expressionless face. He was the last barrier of the Earl of Hurricane's guards. When the two men saw Illusus, they bowed respectfully and lifted the curtain, one on the left and one on the right. Illusus nodded in response, then took Waylon into the tent. "Illusus, you're here." Earl Hurricane did not raise his head and continued to review official business quickly. "Grandpa, I'll bring Waylon to see you." Illusus bowed in greeting, and Waylon followed suit, expressing his respect for Count Hurricane. Although Earl Hurricane looks 30 years old, his actual age is over 230. However, as a mid-level soul knight, he is still in his youth. Hurricane Count Ivelios raised his head and looked at the young man on Illusus's left with a kind smile. "Come here, let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Waylon stepped past his elder brother and approached Ivelios. "Greetings, Earl Hurricane. Just call me old man like that kid Illusus. Why make things so awkward? Iverios said gently as he asked Waylon to sit down. As soon as he sat down, Waylon felt as if he was seen through, just like the first time he met Alva. Not bad. He has a solid foundation, high-level silver, and good talent. Earl Hurricane patted Waylon on the shoulder and said, most importantly, his faction hasn't shifted. He's a good guy. Uncle, you're joking. Although he had already guessed it in his heart, Waylon could only bite the bullet and say it, pretending to be ignorant. Boy, you know very well that this little trick is useless in front of me. Earl Hurricane saw through Waylon's acting at a glance and exposed it without any hesitation. Seeing this, Waylon could only touch the back of his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Ha ha ha. Interesting boy. Much more fun than your big brother. Seeing his junior being humiliated, Iverios laughed happily, causing Illusus to roll his eyes. What a shameless old man. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Why are the descendants of that old man Ignatius so outstanding? It really makes me jealous. Iverios was really envious and jealous when he thought of his well-behaved younger generations. Chapter 197 Hurricane Legion. When Earl Hurricane complained about his grandfather, Waylon and Illusus smiled awkwardly. They couldn't say anything to their elders in person. What do you want since this is our first meeting? Count Hurricane asked, looking at Waylon's well-behaved appearance. Grandpa, what do you want to give me? Waylon directly threw this question to the other party. He believed that Earl Hurricane would not cheat him. Little rascal. Earl Hurricane scolded with a smile, then said, your foundation is still shallow, so I will give you 2 shadow guards. Uncle, your shadow guards are less than 100 people. Are you willing to give them away? Illusus came to his side and asked curiously. Those are my treasures. Of course, that's impossible. Ivelios shook his head and said, there are 18 seeds that haven't been marked by the hurricane yet. I will have someone select 2 and give them to Waylon. At this point, Ivelios turned to look at Varen, his expression suddenly serious. He solemnly instructed, these are all geniuses I personally selected. I have invested a lot of resources in them. Don't try to humiliate me, or I will beat your ass to pieces. Don't worry, uncle. I promise I won't. Waylon learned about the preciousness of the Shadow Guard from the conversation between his eldest brother and Iverios, and realized that he had picked up a great bargain. Okay, come to my place for dinner tonight. Now I have to get to work. Grandpa, we'll take our leave now. Waylon and Illusus saluted with their hands on their chests, then left the central camp. Brother, who do you think is stronger, the shadow lurkers under our father or the shadow guards under our grandfather Iverios? Waylon asked Illusus as he walked. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Illusus shook her head and said, Father has over 600 shadow lurkers under his command. The strongest ones can reach the mid-level soul intent, while the weakest ones are at the mid-level silver. And Don Ivelios only has 81 official shadow guards, each of whom is at least gold rank and possesses dual classes. As for the reserve personnel, there are over 300, most of whom are at the silver level. Waylon stroked his chin and glanced back. Those 2 at the entrance of the tent, aren't they the shadow guards? It's possible. Illusus nodded uncertainly. I just happened to hear him talk about it. As for the identities of those people, I'm not too sure. Okay, don't think about it. Since your uncle has given you 2 talented people, treat them well and don't let him down. I see. Don't you understand me? Okay, it's not me who will be beaten in the end anyway. Illusus glanced at Waylon and said unhappily. The 2 brothers talked and laughed, and finally parted ways at the Hurricane Legion base. Illusus was going to handle various official duties, while Waylon returned to his tent first, changed out of his formal attire, and then took Kyle to stroll around the entire Legion base, and by the way, to see the training of the various units under the Hurricane Legion. After wandering around, Waylon arrived at a training ground. He placed his hands on the low wooden wall and watched intently as hundreds of people were training inside. The armor worn by the soldiers was uniformly light blue. Under the orders of the officers, they all activated their wind-attributed fighting spirit, which was very similar to the way the Knights of Orlando and Hebrew connected their fighting spirit. However, there was no one in the main formation, and they did not form that overwhelming momentum. Every soldier is very elite, and they all have wind attributes. It's really enviable. Waylon stared at this group of elite warriors, drooling with envy. Upon hearing this, Kyle nodded in agreement. My lord, just gathering these thousands of wind attribute warriors is unimaginable. Not just 1,000 people, but this entire battalion of 5,000 people all share the same attributes. Waylon turned to Kyle and explained, the Hurricane Legion has 30,000 people, so this battalion should be called the Hurricane Battalion. The other 5 camps are the Eagle Camp, the Blood Moon Camp, the Andusi Camp, the Mises Camp, and the X camp, representing the 5 types of fighting spirit: fire, water, earth, earth and fire, and wind and water. Each name represents the title of an earl, and the last name represents the family name. Without a sufficient population, it is completely impossible to form such a legion. My lord, I believe that under your leadership, one day we will be able to form such a legion. Kyle's eyes were firm, and his tone was very firm. I will. Waylon clenched his fists. He believed that his future would be brilliant and that he would have such a legion. Throughout the afternoon, Waylon visited the bases of each battalion of the Hurricane Legion, and at the same time gained a direct understanding of the strength of the Hurricane Legion. A team consists of 10 people, with a mid-level silver warrior serving as the captain and a low-level silver warrior serving as the deputy. 5 teams form a squadron, with a high-level silver warrior serving as the squadron leader and 3 mid-level silver warriors serving as deputies. 5 squadrons form a brigade, with a low-level gold fighter serving as the captain and 6 high-level silver fighters serving as deputies. As for Xiangxiang, there are no more details. If you want to know more, you can only go to your eldest brother. In just one battalion, there is 1 low-level gold warrior, 11 high-level silver warriors, 40 mid-level silver warriors, 75 low-level silver warriors, and 200 bronze soldiers. It is no exaggeration to say that with just 1 battalion, they can directly confront an army that is 10 times the size of the kingdom's regular army. Looking forward to the future, relying on the guidance of fate, Waylon believes that one day he will be able to form a legion stronger than the Hurricane Legion without relying on the power of others. At night, Waylon came to his eldest brother's tent and went to the tent of Earl Hurricane for a banquet. There were only 3 people at the banquet, and it was obvious that his uncle had prepared it specially for him. What do you think of watching the Hurricane Legion's training today? Iverios looked at Waylon and asked with a smile. It's very shocking. Although I've heard about the strength of the Hurricane Legion before, this is the first time I've felt it so directly. Waylon told the truth, expressing his true feelings. Ivelios took a sip and said slowly, the Hurricane Legion, the Eagle Knights, the Andusi Knights, and the Hurricane Knights are the family's foundation and its military strength. Secondly, the Magic Knights of Count Blood Moon Mealy and the Magic Troops under Count Mises Ibjil are the forces that the family has focused on supporting and building over the past century. So, don't waver in your faith. This is a force built with the combined strength of our family. Uncle, I understand, but I believe I can accomplish such a great feat on my own. Waylon clenched his fists and spoke in a firm tone. Chapter 198, 2 Shadow Guards. Good boy, you are ambitious. I look forward to the moment when you succeed. Iverios did not criticize Waylon, but gave him affirmation instead. Hearing the approval from his elders, Waylon became more determined in his thoughts. One day in the future, the legion he independently formed will surely surpass the Hurricane Legion. The next topic was more about the situation around Danny Province. Earl Hurricane and Illicis were responsible for talking, and Waylon was responsible for listening. In just 2 hours, Waylon gained a new understanding of this southwestern border province. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the private dinner for 3 people ended. Waylon and Illicis said goodbye to Earl Hurricane and left. Inside the Hurricane Legion base, when the two were about to part, Waylon took out the prepared gift from the space ring and handed it to Illicis. Brother, this is something I earned through my own hard work. Please don't despise it. Waylon smiled brightly, as if this was the first gift he gave to his elder brother. Illicis's expression was a little dazed. She looked at the gift in her hand, then looked at Waylon, feeling warm inside. Grown up, really grown up. Brother, see you tomorrow. Waylon waved his hand, leaving his elder brother with his back, and returned to the tent where he lived. Holding the gift given to him by his brother, he felt very happy. After returning to the military tent, Illicis opened the gift box, and a sacred heart moon flower appeared before his eyes, emitting a faint light. When you touch the petals with your fingers, you can still feel the faint light of life inside. Someone come. The 2 female swordsmen heard their master's order, entered the tent, knelt on one knee, and waited for Illicis's order. Go and get Master Delta. Yes, master. After the female swordsman left, Illicis continued to look at the sacred heart moon flower, as if she saw Waylon as a child. For him, the flower has more symbolic meaning than practical significance. With his status and strength, he could get tens or even hundreds of sacred heart moon flowers, but the ones given by his brother were naturally different. Therefore, he wanted to bring this flower back to life, even after hundreds or thousands of years. In the following time, Waylon did not disturb his elder brother anymore, but practiced regularly. In the morning, he would do night training. In the afternoon, he would do druid meditation, and in the evening, He would read biographical novels related to the Danny province to relieve his tired mind. 7 days later, Waylon had just finished his morning training. After wiping the sweat off his body, he said hello to several familiar Hurricane Corps officers around him and returned to the tent alone. I haven't seen Kyle these days. I don't know where he went. As for the 12 followers, Waylon entrusted them to Kalins to help with special training, correct their deficiencies in various aspects, and improve their strength. In short, everyone has something to do, and this time will not be wasted. When the curtain was opened, 2 young girls came into view, kneeling on the ground with masks on their faces. Seeing this scene, Waylon was confused. He stepped out and looked around, somewhat bewildered. This is my tent. It should be correct. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, lifted the curtain, and entered the tent again. Owner. Before Waylon could ask the other party's identity, he saw the other party bow his head to the ground and said respectfully. The clear voice meant he was definitely no older than 30. You are the shadow guards that Grandfather Iverios, Earl of Hurricane, mentioned. Waylon put the knight's sword aside and turned his head to ask. Yes, master, from today on, we are yours. The red-haired girl on the left lowered her head and answered. Due to the mask, her specific appearance and expression could not be seen clearly. Waylon walked around the 2 of them a few times, looking them up and down. Both of them were quite capable. Sitting casually at the low table, he said to the 2 men, stand up and turn around and look at me. He is 1.65 meters tall, neither too tall nor too short, just right. Tell me your name, age, and occupation. After hearing this, the red-haired woman spoke first. Number 26, 25 years old, first-class shadow assassin, strength high silver. Second-class archer, silver warrior branch, strength mid-silver. The blue-haired woman followed closely behind, her voice even colder than the former. Number 31, 27 years old, first-class shadow assassin, high silver level. Second-class ice mage, low silver level. Only a code name, no name? Waylon touched his chin and muttered to himself. It was not difficult to see that these 2 were geniuses. He finally understood why Grandpa Iverios had warned him that if he dared to waste the talents of these 2 geniuses, he would have his butt broken. Compared with these 2 women, he felt ashamed of himself. Take off the mask. Waylon was a little curious about the specific appearance of these 2 shadow guards, but he had absolutely no other thoughts. Master, the Shadow Guardian's mask can only be removed by you personally for the first time. The red-haired woman looked at Waylon with her eyes, her voice without a trace of emotion. Is there still this ceremony? Although you say this, your body is honest. Waylon came in front of the 2 shadow guards and placed his hands on their masks, one on the left and one on the right. The moment he took off the mask, 2 blood-red marks appeared in his body. This process is very short, only a moment. The blood-red mark does not cause any harm to himself, but is rather similar to the oath-taking ceremony of the Guardian Knight. However, compared to the Guardian Knight's oath of loyalty, this blood mark gave everything to the other party. From now on, everything about them, including body and soul, belonged to him. Do all the shadow guards accepted by my uncle go through this ceremony? Waylon asked curiously, looking at the 2 girls. The red-haired woman replied respectfully. Only 4 adults have this honor. I see. After figuring out this problem, Waylon carefully observed the appearance of the 2 girls. In general, the red-haired girl is not what she seems. She has a charming appearance, but a very cold personality. As for the blue-haired girl, she is consistent in her appearance and character, with a cold appearance and a cold personality. After you follow me, you must have a new name. Waylon's fingertips slid across the red-haired girl's face, very delicately, and then he said, think of one for yourself. The 2 looked at each other and quickly gave their answers. Number 1. Number 2. Wait, don't use numbers as names, think of a new one. Waylon slapped his head and said speechlessly while looking at the 2 expressionless people. The 2 looked at each other again, and in less than 3 seconds, they gave another answer. Red. Blue. Chapter 199 Training in the Military Camp. What kind of names are these? Waylon looked at the 2 people in a daze and decided to name them himself. Number 26. From today on, your name is Hilda. Number 31. As for you, your name is Sisina. Yes, master. The 2 answered in unison. Looking at the 2 ice beauties, Waylon could only keep them by his side for the time being and consider other things after returning to the territory. At this moment, the curtain was lifted and Kyle walked in. Looking at the 2 extra girls, he looked a little confused. Am I going to be unemployed? What nonsense are you imagining? Waylon looked at Kyle's dejected expression and couldn't help but laugh and scold him. These 2 are the 2 shadow guards given to me by Earl Hurricane. Oh, so that's how it is. Kyle touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. However, Now that there are two more people competing for my job, I have to pay extra attention to them in the future. This is Hilda. Waylon pointed at the red-haired girl and introduced her to Kyle. Then he pointed at the blue-haired girl and continued. This is Cisna. During this period, let them follow you first so that they can have a basic understanding of Qixing territory. Master, I understand. Kyle gladly accepted the task without any resistance. Return the masks to Hilda and Cisna and have them put them back on. You two should follow my guardian knight for a while to learn some basic information. If you have any questions, go directly to him. Waylon looked at the two of them and instructed them seriously. Yes, master. The two of them saluted. He waved his hand, asked the three to leave, and began to practice druidry. In this way, the peaceful days continued until the end of September, and every day was still simple and ordinary. After staying in the Shili camp for more than a month, Waylon went to the nearest training ground for training and competition almost every day. Relying on his status and friendly appearance, he would get some fine wine from his elder brother from time to time, drink with them, and obtain a lot of useful information from these experienced junior officers. Every night, Waylon would call Kyle to his side and let him dictate and record these precious experiences. Master, Lord Kalens is here to visit. Waylon was not embarrassed at all by Hilda's sudden intrusion and put on his clothes as if nothing had happened. Looking at her master's naked upper body, Hilda, the shadow guard, did not feel the slightest bit of strange emotion. She belonged to her master from the inside out, so what did it matter if she saw this scene? As long as Waylon nodded, she would offer herself without hesitation. Let him in. After putting on his underwear, Waylon gave the order while putting on his coat. Hilda obeyed the order and left the tent. A moment later, Karens entered the tent and saluted, beating his chest. Master Waylon, the Lord asked me to tell you that representatives from the various chambers of commerce have arrived in the capital of Dani province. He wants you to go with him the day after tomorrow. Tell my brother I understand. Waylon took out a mid-level magic crystal from his space ring and threw it to Kalens. Thank you for training my men. This is your reward. Thank you for the reward, Master Waylon. Karens accepted the intermediate magic crystal and thanked Waylon. At the same time, he was very surprised. He seemed to have underestimated the financial resources of Master Waylon. He gave him an intermediate magic crystal right away. After Karen left, Waylon also took his knight's sword and went to the training ground to compete with several middle-level officers of the Hurricane Legion who had made an appointment. After returning to the Hurricane Legion's central camp, Kalens reported the entire incident to Ilyssus. Just accept this gift from Waylon, Ilyssus said with a smile. You've worked hard over the past month. Yes, my lord. Kalens bowed and saluted, then left the tent. This kid's wealth is probably richer than mine. Thinking of this, Ilyssus couldn't help but shook his head and said nothing more. Before he succeeded the Earl of Eagle, he had certain authority to use the family's resources, but these belonged to the family, not to him personally. If you really count it, apart from some extremely rare magic props and a few manners, the rest of his things would be worth only more than 6 million gold coins. On the training ground, everyone made way for Waylon when they saw him coming. Rog, I have a feeling I might be about to have a breakthrough. Waylon came to the center of the training ground and asked a bald man. Okay, Master Waylon, I will gradually relax my restrictions during the battle and use some of my strength to practice with you. As the captain of the Hurricane Legion for 15 years and a middle-level officer who has been in the lower ranks of the Gold Corps for 20 years, Rog controls his own strength to the subtlest level. Waylon drew his knight's sword and threw the scabbard around. A young officer quickly took the scabbard with his hands and eyes, and then stepped aside. As comrades, who had trained together for over a month, the hundreds of low-ranking officers watching the battle were very impressed with Waylon's abilities. Some even said, he is worthy of being the offspring of Lord Angus. Like Lord Ilyssus, he is the pride of the Eagle family. Rog was holding a big sword. He looked careless on the surface, but his position was just right, allowing him to attack or defend. It was the swordsman in front of him. Waylon took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and the light blue fighting spirit gradually covered every corner of his body. Clang! In an instant, Waylon's attack was blocked by Roger. Slashing, jumping, and other common offensive moves became faster and faster in Waylon's hands. Faced with increasingly fierce attacks, Rog resisted them with ease. A military career of more than 40 years is no joke. Rog can predict every move and every attack of Waylon. If he were on the battlefield, facing a high-level silver enemy like Waylon, he could chop off the opponent's head in less than 3 seconds without even using any combat skills. However, as a sparring partner now, it is naturally impossible to be like on a battlefield where there is no sense of importance. Time passed slowly, and in the crazy attack, physical strength slowly faded away. After a collision, Waylon pulled away and breathed rapidly. As usual, Rob blocked his full-strength combat skills with a big sword in one hand, and he was only defending. Master Waylon, can you still hold on? Seeing the other party sweating profusely, Rob couldn't help but ask. Not bad. You attack, and let me see my limit. Waylon shook the sweat from his hair, took a defensive posture, and said to Rog. Rog was a little surprised by Waylon's request. In the past half-month, he has been acting as a sparring partner, only defending and not making any offensive gestures. However, since the other party asked, he couldn't refuse. Chapter 200 Training in the Military Camp. Rog pushed the ground with his right foot and rushed towards Waylon. Without using any fighting spirit, relying solely on strength, he was already feeling suffocated. All I can say is that he is worthy of being an elite who has been in the Hurricane Legion for more than 40 years and has been promoted step by step from a bronze warrior. In just 10 moves, without any surprise, Waylon flew out of the training ground. A low-level gold warrior was quick-witted and quick-handed, taking Waylon and removing the power from him. As a low-level gold archer, his strength was naturally not as good as that of a swordsman like Rog, but with his skills, it was easy for him to remove the force here. Thanks, House. Master Waylon, I'm glad you're okay. The low-level golden archer put Waylon down from his arms and responded with a smile. Are you coming again, Master Waylon? Rog put the big sword on his shoulder and walked over carelessly. No, I'm still a little short of the mark. Waylon replied, shaking his head. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses very well, and it would be the same if he tried again. Breaking through the golden stage still requires careful polishing, and the method of stimulation through fighting will ultimately not work for him. Master Waylon, don't be discouraged. Even we can't stop Rog's skill of breaking it with force alone. The low-level gold archer House couldn't help but comfort him. I'm fine, House. I'm very clear about my own situation. After all, you have fought countless wars, but I don't have even 1/10 of your combat experience. Waylon was very grateful for House's comfort. Rog, House, I'm leaving the Shili camp the day after tomorrow. Let's have a drink tomorrow. It's not easy for us to get to know each other, and we don't know when we'll meet again. No problem. I'll let them know. After saying goodbye to the two men, Waylon took back the scabbard from the young officer, turned around gracefully, and went directly to his eldest brother's tent. Asking someone to drink tomorrow naturally means asking for wine now. In front of the Hurricane Legion's central tent, two female swordsmen saw Waylon and, following their master's orders, let him pass. After entering the tent, Waylon met his elder brother's half-smile. Well, brother, I'm coming to you. I have prepared the wine for you and have asked someone to deliver it to you. Illusis looked at Waylon's embarrassed face and couldn't help laughing. Besides, the ingredients have been delivered. The chef will come to your place tomorrow. Then I'll leave first and not disturb you anymore. Waylon touched his head, took back the foot that was halfway into the tent, turned around, and left with an embarrassed expression. I've been getting bribes a lot lately, and I'm embarrassed to face my elder brother. But the wine is coming, the food is there, and the chef is there, so it's all right. Soon, it was the next day, and Waylon set up 20 tables of banquet in front of the tent. This time it was for military personnel, and it was not as formal as an aristocratic banquet. Near noon, hundreds of people came together. Waylon asked everyone to sit down and had the food served. Looking at this scene, Waylon felt like he was hosting a banquet. Waylon came to the wooden table where Roger and House were sitting, sat down, raised his glass, and chatted happily with everyone. Master Waylon, you are the 7th kind nobleman I have met in more than 60 years. Rog finished a bowl of wine heroically and said while putting his arm around Waylon's shoulders. Waylon did not feel disgusted by this action. Who's the 6th one? Waylon asked with a blink. Hey, of course it's Lord Illusis. You can tell from Roger's eyes how much he respects his elder brother. Judging from this point alone, his eldest brother is already a qualified heir, and his father's happy retirement life seems to be not far away. There are two happy things about coming to the Shili camp this time. Waylon did not put on any noble airs. He stood up, holding the wine, put one foot on the stool, and spoke loudly to everyone. Hundreds of people stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Waylon. The first thing is meeting my elder brother and Earl Hurricane. I'm very happy. Waylon kept it a secret and continued. The second thing is meeting you all. It's a very memorable experience for me. Tomorrow, I will leave the Shili camp. I don't know when we will meet again. Anyway, I'm very happy to have met you this month. After saying this, Waylon drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp in front of everyone. The heroic posture won cheers from the crowd and left a deep impression in their hearts. Following Waylon's lead, everyone no longer held back and celebrated the moment with all their heart. Before they knew it, this common banquet ended with the final toast of bowls, and people in groups of 3 or 4 supported each other and returned to their own camps. After saying goodbye to House and Rogue, he left the task of cleaning up the mess to Kyle and the 2 shadow guards, and returned to the tent to rest. I slept till dawn the next day, and when I woke up, I felt more energetic than ever. Kyle brought hot water into the tent and waited for Waylon to wash up. He couldn't let anyone take away his job. He was well aware of Kyle's little thoughts. Compared to the 2 shadow guards who entrusted their names to him, Kyle held a higher position in his heart. After all, he was, in a true sense, the 3rd guardian knight he had trained. Have you cleaned up? Waylon put the towel back into the basin and asked Kyle. Everything has been packed up, nothing is left out. Waylon nodded, then took the knight's sword, hung it around his waist, and walked out of the tent. 12 followers stood straight in front of him. Compared to a month ago, each of them had a qualitative improvement in strength. Grown-ups. The 12 people saluted in unison, beating their chests with meticulous movements. Very good. It's worth the expense of hiring someone to train you. We will never forget your cultivation. The 12 people said loudly to show their loyalty. After encouraging each of them, he set off for where his eldest brother was. At this moment, Illusis was already ready to go, with 12 guardian knights, 24 female swordsmen, and hundreds of silver knights. The cards were fully loaded, making people drool with envy. Brother, you are so imposing, does father know? What nonsense are you talking about? Illusis smiled at Waylon. When everyone was present, the group set off for the provincial capital of Dani province. There were no weak people in the entire team, and the marching speed was very fast. Lori City is 430 kilometers away from the provincial capital of Dani province. It takes less than 9 hours to reach the provincial capital. The Knights of the Hurricane Legion were allowed to pass directly by the guards at the gate of the provincial capital of Dani province, without daring to stop them in the slightest. After entering the city, Illusis led his men directly to the manor where Waylon had stayed last time.